As the young master of Kyoto's elite, you spent 2.5 years as a love-struck fool, even enduring public humiliation from the school belle's 200-pound best friend. After being rejected for the 99th time, you finally had an epiphany. Since you've rejected me, return what's mine, you said, snatching back the exquisitely wrapped gift box from her hands. Jiang Chuqing, the school belle, froze. She knew the items you'd given her were all luxurious and essential for cultivation. Though reluctant to part with them, she couldn't protest when you demanded them back outright. At that moment, a girl with a figure eerily resembling Xiao Biluo loudly challenged, Yi Tian, what's your problem? Gifts given shouldn't be taken back. Don't you claim to love our Qingqing? If you can't even part with these trivial presents, how can you call it love? Another chimed in, exactly. Men are all the same. If they can't have something, they destroy it. Disgusting behavior. You cast a cold glance at them and sneered. None of your business. If Jiang Chuqing doesn't like me, why should she keep my gifts? She had no shame accepting all those things I gave her before. Now, I'd rather feed these to stray animals than give her another single item. Hearing this, Jiang Chuqing's face darkened instantly. Yi Tian, you've gone too far. Just because I rejected you, you'd say such things? Apologize right now, or I'll never forgive you. She was used to you bending over backward to appease her every tantrum, fulfilling her every demand. But this time, the corner of your mouth curled up. If we can't even stay friends, good riddance. From now on, whoever speaks first is a dog. Jiang Chuqing's face instantly flushed red. Fine, fine. You said it yourself. Don't you dare speak another word to me from now on. With that, she turned and stormed off. The girl who looked strikingly like Xiao Biluo sneered. Yi Tian, just you wait. The day will come when you're kneeling and begging our Qingqing for mercy. We'll all be here to enjoy the show. Just as you were about to leave, a ding suddenly echoed in your mind. Immortal cultivation system binding in progress. Your heart surged with wild joy. The system bro has finally arrived. The Immortal Cultivation System 1.0 has finished loading. Host status detected. Host Yi Tian. Cultivation level at peak of first realm. Martial arts include Long Cry Fist and Dragon Subduing Hand. Slaughter points at 0, can be exchanged for techniques, martial arts, secret arts, weapons, pills, etc. Slaughter points are obtained by killing demonic humans. System issued ultimate version mission, slay the demon god and annihilate the demonic human race. Newcomer gift distributed, divine grade body refinement technique primordial overlord body art, 1000 slaughter points. Stroking your chin thoughtfully, you mused, I'm only at the peak of first realm right now, still a bit weak. In this high martial world, power levels range from 1st to 9th realm, with legends speaking of a 10th realm, but those are mythical figures who've long since vanished. You began cultivating the primordial tyrant body technique. With a single thought, a surge of primordial and domineering power instantly spread throughout your body. The next moment, a series of crackling sounds erupted from within as you suddenly felt brimming with strength. Had you broken through just like that? Previously, due to congenital deficiencies and fragile meridians, your chi and blood had never surpassed 200, making it impossible to advance to the 2nd grade realm. But now, practicing this divine level technique, the primordial tyrant body technique, had completely freed you from your innate limitations, allowing you to achieve a smooth breakthrough. At this moment, you noticed an additional line in your attribute panel, Primordial Tyrant Body Technique 0 out of 100. It seemed this divine level body refining technique could still be upgraded. Thinking this, you decisively spent 100 points of slaughter value. Instantly, another wave of primordial and domineering power flooded your body, and your consciousness gained numerous new insights. Moreover, you discovered that activating the Primordial Tyrant Body Technique could boost your overall combat power by 20%. Overjoyed, you exclaimed, this is practically a secret weapon for challenging opponents above my level. Next, you spent another 80 points of slaughter value to master the Long Resonance Fist and Dragon Subduing Hand to perfection. In an instant, you gained a wealth of new insights into these two martial arts. This feels incredible. At this moment, you felt terrifyingly powerful. Just as you were secretly rejoicing, a loud shout rang out, Yi Tian. You followed the sound and your expression darkened instantly. It was Yang Wei, a scion of a prestigious family from the capital, currently at around the 5th stage of the 2nd-tier realm, who took great pleasure in bullying the weak. You brat, you actually hoarded so many cultivation resources just to pursue school beauty Jan? If I hadn't gotten wind of it, wouldn't all these resources have been given away to someone else? Hand over that box in your hands, and from now on, your monthly resource contribution increases by 50%. Yang Wei arrogantly taunted. The corners of your lips curled up. I just got a full upgrade and was wondering where to test my skills. Didn't expect someone to deliver themselves to my doorstep. Want my resources? Come and take them if you dare. With that, you beckoned the three of them with a finger. Yang Wei and his two lackeys were momentarily stunned. Brother Wei, this punk is actually mocking us. Yeah, Brother Wei, This guy's really asking for a beating. Should we loosen his bones for him? The two underlings sneered. Yang Wei said coldly, fine. This kid won't yield until he sees the coffin. Teach him a harsh lesson. Seeing their hesitation, Yu shouted, stop wasting time. You three, come at me together. Yang Wei and his two lackeys froze again. Yi Tian, did getting rejected by school beauty Jiang drive you mad? Since you're asking for death, I'll oblige. One lackey roared and threw a viciously swift punch. With a faint smirk, you lunged forward like a leopard. Your counterpunch lightning fast as it struck the opponent's chest with precision. The lackey was sent flying and couldn't get up for a long while. Your long cry fist isn't fast enough or strong enough. Another underling flew into a rage upon seeing this and launched a flying kick at you. Instead of meeting it head-on, you leaped up like an eagle swooping down, extending a claw to precisely grab the attacker's knee mid-kick. With a fierce tearing motion, you flung the underling aside like throwing away a dead dog. Your leg techniques are too amateurish, you need more practice. Yang Wei's expression darkened as he snarled. So you've broken through? No wonder you dare act so arrogantly. But against my second-class realm, 5th stage strength, you're still outmatched. Let me show you what true second-class realm power looks like. With that, he shot toward you like a cannonball, thrusting out a palm strike. Your aura suddenly transformed as you activated the primordial tyrant body art, meeting his attack with a punch of your own. In that instant, Yang Wei felt an overwhelming force surge through his palm, followed by excruciating pain as his body went flying uncontrollably, tumbling across the ground with trembling hands. How could you, my hands? Ack! You expressionlessly walked up to him and stepped on his shattered hand. From now on, I'm taking 90% of your monthly cultivation resources. Understood? Understood. Understood. Brother Tian, please spare me. Yang Wei wailed in agony. After stomping a few more times for emphasis, you finally walked away. At the same time, the system notification sounded in your mind. Host. In the face of bullying, you fearlessly stood against stronger opponents, fought 1 against 3 and emerged victorious, showcasing the demeanor of a cultivator. Achievement: we cultivators fear no battle unlocked. Reward: the celestial martial art Stellar River Fist. Overwhelmed with joy, you realized that the celestial martial art Stellar River Fist was far superior to the long chant fist in Dragon Seizing Hand you had previously practiced. Without hesitation, you chose to learn it immediately, then spent 100 slaughter points to max out Stellar River Fist. However, you discovered that you could only comprehend the first 3 moves of the technique. The remaining 6 were temporarily locked due to insufficient cultivation. Upon returning to the classroom, you immediately noticed the unusual gazes directed at you. After all, the incident on the playground had instantly made you the celebrity of the class. Jiang Chuqing's eyes also swept over, filled with displeasure and anger, clearly unhappy with your public confrontation. Unfazed, you calmly returned to your seat in the last row. Just then, a chubby guy approached. Bro Tian, I heard you had a falling out with school beauty Jiang? That's great. I always thought she was too fake. Now that you've seen her true colors, it's truly worth celebrating. How about hitting a bar tonight to have some fun? The guy, named Wang Fengyi, came from a decent family but had rather average martial talent. Yi Tian and him are considered class drags, so they share the same illness and then become friends. Fatty, why do you think about drinking every day? There's still more than a month left for the martial arts examination. Aren't you preparing for it? Yi Tian laughed. Martial arts university exam? Oh, brother Tian, with our natural abilities, we can only take a third-rate martial arts university at most. What's the point? My old man said, next year, he'll organize a martial arts restoration reading class for me, and then fix some pills for me to eat, so that I can rush up to the second-grade realm, and try to sprint to the first-rate martial arts university. What the hell, brother Tian, do you still want to take the exam for the 4th-grade martial arts academy? Fatty Wang hemmed and hawed. The choice of WU was incredibly important to every martial arts cultivation student, almost determining the direction of their future. Martial artists are generally categorized into 2 types. The first is the official martial artist, while the second is the social martial artist. There were also 3 grades of official martial artists, and the highest level was to join the Temple of the Martial God, but the requirements of the Temple of the Martial God were extremely high, and anyone who wasn't a top genius from one of the 4 major martial arts academies didn't stand a chance. The second level was to join the Demon Suppression Division, but one must also be a martial arts genius from one of the 4 major martial arts academies, or a top student from a first-class martial arts university. The third level is to join the army, and the requirement for joining the army nowadays must also be a degree from a first-class martial arts university. Therefore, in order to become an official martial artist, you must have a degree from a top-tier martial arts university. And the vast majority of martial artists below second-rate martial universities would only become social martial artists in the future. For the better ones, they could join a certain consortium or a certain family and become a martial artist offering. Those who came up short would only become idle martial artists. In any case, the status of social martial artists was clearly inferior to that of official martial artists. Even with Yi Tian's background, if he wanted to become an official martial artist, he would have to obtain it by taking the Wushu University. The 4 major martial arts academies? It's not impossible to make an effort. Yi Tian touched his nose and faintly said. He now had a month's worth of boosts from Unicorn, and a real chance to sprint a bit. But, Brother Sky, you're bragging more than me now? If you really had the strength to take the 4 great martial arts academies, wouldn't schoolgirl Jiang have fallen under your big pants long ago? Fatty Wang laughed out loud. The 4 martial arts academies are the 4 most prestigious martial arts academies in the Dragon Kingdom region, namely the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Xuanwu martial arts academies. Every year, the students admitted to the 4 major martial arts academies had to reach at least the 3rd grade realm in cultivation, and they had to be excellent in other aspects as well. With Yi Tian's current strength, he was clearly not qualified. What do I say if I get in? I'll call you Dad when you pass the test. Yes, good boy. Get out. The two made small talk and farted around while planning the evening's activities. Yi Tian was tired of being a cow and horse in his last life, and it was not easy to cross over, so of course he had to enjoy himself. Martial arts training classes have fewer cultural lessons each day, and are usually cultivation classes. Simply mix it up and the day is over. At the end of the school day, Fatty Wang drove a racy convertible sports car and waited for Yi Tian at the entrance of the school. Brother Tian, try my new Targa. Fatty Wang waved at Yi Tian. Yi Tian lamented that it was still Fatty Wang who lived a dashing life. Although he was in the first family in Kyoto, he didn't even have his own car, and he could only walk to and from school by himself every day. Get in the car. Sprinting all the way. I know, there's a new bar over at Zintiandi Square that's especially hot. It's got tons of hot girls. Brother Tian, let's try to break the virginity before we graduate. Fatty Wang rubbed his hands together obscenely. Yi Tian couldn't help but smile. Just then, both men's cell phones rang at the same time. Attention all citizens. Emergency, a mutated demon was found in the northern city today, and the Department of Jinmu deployed the 5th squad of demon hunters, who escaped even though they were wounded. I hope that all citizens will not go out tonight, let alone go to densely populated places. This is a notice. It's a voice bulletin, and it's official, so everyone can get it. Holy. No way, such bad luck? Fatty Wang cursed angrily, he even cleaned up well today in order to get a girl. I didn't expect to run into this. Yi Tian's face was calm. He knew that this world was plagued by the demon people, and that there were large and small demonic caves throughout the planet that needed to be suppressed by the strongest of the human race. And among the demon people, there is a kind of mutated demon people. They can take human form and are no different from ordinary people, and they like to suck human blood, which is extremely dangerous. The existence of the Demon Suppression Division was to specialize in hunting such mutated demons. Brother Tian, are we still going? Fatty Wan looked at Yi Tian. Go! Fear him. Can't be so unlucky, right? Yi Tian faintly said. He even had a little bit of a small anticipation, because the system was asking him to hunt the demon people. If he did run into a mutated demon, he could gain kill value if he killed it. Fatty Wang looked at Yi Tian with surprise. Brother Tian, why do I see that you are still a bit excited? In case we run into a mutated demon, with our strength, we'll be finished. A man's death is nothing but an egg to the sky. What are you afraid of? Listening to Yi Tian's grandiose words, Fatty Wang clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, deciding to go for broke. Boom! With the roar of the engine, the two soon arrived at this bar called Wonderland. It's only late in the evening, yet it's already packed. Because this newly opened bar, when it opened, it got a few little-known internet celebrities and models to walk the runway, attracting a lot of traffic and fame. Also, there are several good-looking, well-built atmosphere groups in the bar. As a result, the place is doing exceptionally well. Apparently, many ordinary people didn't take that one citywide alert to heart. Chapter 005 Bold Demon. Don't show your true form yet. Young masters, loose seats, or card seats. Yi Tian and Wang Fengyi had just arrived at the entrance when a welcoming junior greeted them with a smiling face. Card seat. It has to be a car seat. Fatty Wang said with bravado. Okay. You two please. Led by the minions, the duo entered inside the bar. By this time, the atmosphere in the bar was already very lively. The DJ on stage spins hard-hitting tunes to drive the atmosphere. The men and women below passionately swayed and danced to the beat. Yi Tian and the two of them came to a well-positioned cart seat and took their seats. Some drinks were ordered at random, foreign wine and beer were available. The two of them drank a few rounds before getting into the swing of things. Fatty Wang's eyes kept glancing over to the center of the dance floor. There were quite a few ladies with good face value and hot bodies here, and it tickled him to see them. But he'd always been colored. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was much more calm. After all, he had been a man for 2 lifetimes and was much more indifferent to this aspect. And he knew that some of the face-changing evil arts were terrifying. Suddenly, Fatty Wang's eyes lit up as if he had discovered some treasure. "Brother Sky, I found a target. Drink up, I'm going to ruffle some feathers." Fatty Wang actually left the card table and headed for the dance floor. At the same time, Yi Tian's mind suddenly remembered the system's voice. "Drop. System warning, within a 100-meter radius, a demon race has appeared. Please be careful, host." Yi Tian's heart was flabbergasted, and at the same time, there was a bit of excitement. "Brother Unicorn, how can we spot the demon people?" "There is a prop within the system that can discover the demon race, the Eye of True Vision. It requires 100 kill value to redeem. Do you redeem it?" 100 kill value? So expensive. Change. Yi Tian cursed the system for being treacherous. After all, upgrading feats and immortal martial arts only cost 100 points of kill value. And he wasn't sure if there was a 100-point kill value reward for killing a demon human. If not, wouldn't he be losing out? However, it was the first time he had encountered such a situation, so he would try it first. Soon, in front of Yi Tian, there was an additional gem-like object. Yi Tian used it immediately. For a moment, it was as if his eyes were permeated with endless transparency. Everything before him became illusory, but he also seemed to see more thoroughly. Soon, he spotted the mutant demon. At this very moment, a sultry red figure was writhing on the dance floor. She was stunning in appearance, and between her knitted brows and smile, she had a seductive charm that seduced the heart. Moreover, her body was incomparably hot, and every time she twisted, it was as if she was awakening the most primitive lust in a man's heart. The men around her couldn't take their eyes off her the moment they saw her. Even the women around them felt compared to each other and didn't dare to compete with them. The target that Fatty Wang was walking towards at the moment was precisely this woman. As if he was possessed, his eyes revealed a hint of madness. However, just as he was about to walk up to the woman, a hand pulled him back. It was certainly Yi Tian. "Fatty, this woman, I also have my eye on her, let me have her," Yi Tian said and yanked Fatty Wang back. "Holy! Brother Tian, you don't talk about martial virtues." Fatty Wang cursed. However, he thought about how Yi Tian must have been annoyed inside after being rejected by schoolgirl Zheng today. "Forget it, we're all brothers, I'll let you have it this time." Fatty Wang suppressed the strange flame in his heart. At this time, Yi Tian had already arrived at the woman's side. "This woman in red is awesome." She maneuvered around the men around her, staying for only 2 or 3 seconds at a time with each one, yet managed to make those men obsessed with her. Soon, it was also Yi Tian's turn. "Little brother, you are so handsome." The woman in red winks and exhales like an orchid. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth grinned. "You're pretty too, missy." "Oh yeah? Thank you." The woman in red's eyes flowed, as if an electric current had flashed through them. The two were almost face to face at the moment, and they could feel each other's breath. Yi Tian continued, "However, my mom said that the prettier a woman is, the better she is at cheating." "Ha ha ha, I wouldn't lie, little brother." The woman in red giggled. Yi Tian, however, said, "Of course you won't lie. Because I can see through it at a glance, you're not human at all." The woman in red's face instantly changed. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" "Humph. Bold demon. Don't show your original form yet." Yi Tian violently threw out a punch. This punch was like a meteor falling to the ground, extremely fast. Boom! The power of the punch was almost completely solid due to the fact that the two were so close. With a bang, the woman in red was sent flying directly into the air, crashing with a bang into the DJ booth behind her. Blood is dripping. In an instant, the entire bar was a mess. Screams and shouts were heard as the crowd milled about. What kind of people dare to make trouble here? Who seeks death? At that moment, the security officer inside the bar stepped forward. Tian, what the hell? I give you my woman and you give a punch? Wang Fengyi also saw this scene and looked like he couldn't catch up. However, just as everyone was uncertain, suddenly, the woman in red who had originally fallen to the ground on that DJ booth actually stood up again. Her pupils instantly turned crimson, and a monstrous demonic aura was instantly released. Damn human! I can't believe you found out. Death to all humans here. The woman in red let out a roar. It was originally injured and came here to suck human blood and recover its strength. In an instant, the red-clothed woman's head burst open, and a huge bloody mouth was unleashed in terror. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The people who came here to play were basically ordinary people, and it would be strange if they weren't scared to death if they actually came across mutated demons that even ordinary martial artists would be afraid of. Holy! It's really a mutant demon. Wang Fengyi was also scared silly at the moment. Although he was a first-grade realm martial artist, how had he ever faced a real demon? He didn't dare to imagine that if he had been the one to approach this woman in red just now, he would probably have been eaten by the other party in one bite, right? Now that I think about it, it was Yi Tian who saved him. Just at the moment of crisis when the mutated demon manifested its prototype and wanted to gobble up human blood in a big way. A silhouette rushed towards it. Eat me! Comet style. With endless excitement, Yi Tian slammed his fist into the mutant demon. His entire body was like a bright comet cutting through the night sky. The wind of the fist whistled, carrying a powerful star power. The mutant demon felt this overwhelming attack and let out a sharp growl from its bloody mouth as it tried to fend it off with its razor-sharp claws. However, Yi Tian's punch was too fast and powerful, and the might of the comet style was revealed at this moment. The moment the fist collided with the claw, there was a loud clang like a metallic clash and sparks flew everywhere. The claws of the mutant demon instantly collapsed. Yi Tian's fist directly smashed into its giant face. Boo! The giant face instantly collapsed and directly burst. Chapter 006 Reward. Reward. Take in the little brother. With a successful punch, Yi Tian didn't stop and didn't hesitate to execute the Taichu hegemony body technique. In an instant, his body was filled with a layer of ancient and mysterious energy, and his muscles were taut and bursting with power. Immediately afterward, he bellowed and opened up the furious attack of the Star River Divine Fist. Punch after punch, like a meteor catching up with the moon, blasted at the mutated demon. The winds of the fists whistled, carrying the power of the stars, and each punch was incomparably violent. Although the mutant demon fought hard to resist, Yi Tian's fists rained down on it with muffled sounds. With a dozen or so sustained punches, the mutant demon's body was gradually twisted and deformed, and his face was punched to the point of being a bloody mess. In the end, under Yi Tian's heavy punch, the mutant demon collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, his body shattered and was completely blown up, turning into a puddle of bloodstains and broken flesh. Ding! The host kills a level 5 mutant demon, rewarding 1000 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a mutant demon for the first time, hereby rewarding the Immortal Dao Stance Technique Swimming Immortal Steps. 2 system tones appeared in Yi Tian's mind, causing him to be incomparably excited. Without hesitation, he directly consumed 100 points of kill value to cultivate the first layer of the Immortal Traveling Steps. Boom! In an instant, Yi Tian's consciousness was filled with an additional Immortal Dao Stance. He was lacking a lightweight stance right now, and this swimming Immortal Steps could just make up for his shortcomings. His fight is stronger now. Fortunately the one I encountered was an injured mutated demon. If I were in full strength, I really wouldn't have been able to beat it. Yi Tian looked at the mutant demon corpses under his feet with some palpitations. He was on fire just now, completely unleashing the Taichu hegemony body technique and unleashing the Star River Divine Fist at its limit as well, throwing a dozen or so punches one after the other, which killed this mutated demon. Boom! 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 Just as Yi Tian was immersed in joy, several figures suddenly rushed in. They wore masks on their heads and uniforms with special markings on their chests. The Department of Demon Control is on the case. The leader of the group bellowed, and immediately 7 or 8 people surrounded them. However, when they took a good look at Yi Tian's side, all of them showed a look of astonishment. Where are the mutant demons? The leader of the group asked. Dead. Yi Tian pointed at his feet. Beaten to death by you? The man continued to ask. It tried to eat me just now. I was so scared that I struck out. who knew that it was so unforgiving and was killed by a few punches from me. Yi Tian shrugged his shoulders. The members of the Demon Suppression Division all fell silent. They were aware of the power of this level 5 mutant demon. When it had just appeared, quite a few people had died, and their 5th demon hunting squad had mobilized a total of more than 20 people, and the ones leading the way were still 3 5th grade realm powerhouses, which had barely managed to seriously injure it. Now in Yi Tian's mouth, it was as good as a cucumber, shattering with a slap. However, they all guessed that it should have been the mutant demon who had suffered a serious injury and then was picked up by Yi Tian. "Clean up this place," the man at the head ordered immediately. Afterwards, he walked to Yi Tian's front, took off his mask, and saluted with a serious face. "Hello, I'm the Kyoto subdivision of the Department of Devil Suppression, the 3rd team leader of the 5th Demon Hunting Squad. My name is Zhang Jiang. Your heroic behavior just now saved the lives of many citizens, for which, on behalf of the 5th Demon Hunting Squad, I would like to express my 10,000 thanks. However, according to the rules of our Jin Demon Division, we need you to cooperate with us and make a trip to the Jin Demon Division to complete a statement." "Still have to go and make a statement?" Yi Tian frowned slightly, feeling that it was a bit troublesome. "It's just a very simple process, and there is a cash reward on the side of the Jinmu Division for killing a mutated demon, roughly in the range of $100,000. Zhang Jiang explained. "Oh? Now then?" Hearing that there was money, Yi Tian instantly became interested. Even though he was the crown prince of the Yi family, his pocket money was pitifully small. He didn't just want to cultivate hard-to-hunt demons in this life, he also wanted to enjoy himself. "Otherwise, wouldn't you be sorry for all the suffering you've endured in your previous life?" Seeing Yi Tian's change of face, Zhang Jiang was slightly stunned. This kid, surprisingly, is a fortune hunter. Department of Demon Control, Kyoto Branch. Yi Tian followed the demon hunting squad to this place. Soon, the transcript was completed. He was also successful in getting his cash reward. 200,000 in all. It's actually twice as much as expected. It was the first time Yi Tian had seen so much cash in his 2 lives. "Brother Zhang, thanks." Yi Tian smiled at Zhang Jiang. "There's no need to thank me, this is what you deserve. Speaking of which, I have to thank you as well. If it wasn't for you, our 5th squad would have been in trouble." Zhang Jiang smiled and said. If there was no Yi Tian's outburst, which resulted in casualties caused by the mutated demons, their 5th demon hunting squad would indeed have to be punished. This was why he had applied to his superiors for Yi Tian to get a double reward, which was also a way of repaying Yi Tian. "Brother Zhang, do you still need people here? Can I come in?" Yi Tian said with a hefty smile. Hunting demons for Yi Tian was a great way to get both system rewards and cash rewards. However, these words were seen by Zhang Jiang as Yi Tian being more or less complacent. "Little Yi, you are still a student of the martial cultivation class. Taking the great examination of martial sciences is the most important thing. Wait until you enter the University of Martial Sciences and cultivate properly, then you can decide if you want to join the Jinmu division or not," Zhang Jiang said in a serious tone. In his opinion, Yi Tian had only coincidentally killed a severely injured mutant demon. "Alright, let's talk about it later then." Yi Tian knew that Zhang Jiang was underestimating him, but he didn't care. He would definitely find a way to enter the Demon Suppressor Division in the future. After all, this was his best chance to earn kill value. Afterward, Yi Tian left the Demon Suppression Division. Looking at Yi Tian's departing back, Zhang Jiang fell into deep thought. This kid, he's still a bit of a mystery. He had secretly checked Yi Tian's information when he was giving his statement. The results showed that Yi Tian's information was all confidential and could not be found at all. Though curious, he had no access and had to leave it at that. Yi Tian had just left the Demon Suppression Division. A sports car then sped up. Wang Fengyi slipped off his targa in a puff of smoke. "Brother Sky, please accept my obeisance. Your pose for fighting and killing mutant demons is just too handsome. Can you teach me?" In the bar, he had witnessed Yi Tian beat a mutated demon alive. At that moment, Yi Tian's bravery that was like that of a killing god had completely conquered him. Just because he was a dude didn't mean he didn't have hot blood in his heart. He also wanted to be a great hero who wrestled demons and was admired by all. "Want to learn?" "Had ha." Yi Tian rubbed his thumb and index finger. "How much is it?" "Brother Sky?" Wang Fengyi understood Yi Tian's meaning in seconds. $500,000? Yi Tian casually said a number. He knew that Fatty Wang's family was rich, and it was okay to slightly pit him. Yes. I didn't expect Wang Thingy to agree in one breath. Grass. Underreported. Yi Tian instantly regretted it. But $500,000 was quite a lot. He had only gotten 200,000 in cash for his hard work in killing a mutated demon. Thus, Yi Tian successfully took in Wang Thingy as his little brother. Chapter 007, Want to fight? I'll accompany you. Yi Tian had harvested a lot today and was in a good mood. He deposited the 200,000 he got as well as the 500,000 he pitched in from Wang Thingy, all into his bank card. Now, he's also a rich man with a whopping $700,000 in his pocket. It's a little bit of a six-pack when you're walking. However, he had just stepped through the front door of his house when he was grabbed by the ear. Brat! You still know to come back? Look, what time is it now? I've made dinner and I'm waiting for you to come back for dinner. Mom! Gently. It hurts. Yi Tian screamed in agony. At least he was the chosen one who was carrying the system. Give me some face, will you? He looked up at the sassy woman who was crossing her arms in front of him. It was none other than his own old mom, Yi Qinglan. Although she was already in her 40s, she looked like she was in her early 30s at most, and even more uniquely attractive and temperamental than a young girl in her 20s. Mom, I'm sorry, I went out with my classmates for a while today and forgot to tell you. Yi Tian scratched his head in embarrassment. In his previous life, his parents died in a car accident early in life, and he lived as if he were an orphan. In this life, the sudden addition of a mother was a bit disconcerting. Ha? What's wrong with you today? Say, is it that you want to cheat some cultivation resources from Mom again and give it to that little girl surnamed Zhang? Yi Qinglan said angrily. The previous Yi Tian was in a rebellious stage and had always been against her. Moreover, Yi Tian hadn't done much to steal cultivation resources from his family for Jiang Chucheng. Yi Tian shook his head repeatedly and said, No, don't mention her, she's here with me, and it doesn't matter now. Oh? Really? Son, have you come to your senses? Mom told you a long time ago, that girl doesn't deserve you. At those words, Yi Qinglan's eyes lit up. As a mother, she had naturally been silently paying attention to everything about Yi Tian. Moreover, she had also secretly investigated Jiang Chucheng and knew that her means of treating her feelings were not simple, and she also did not even look at Yi Tian. Such a woman only wanted Yi Tian's resources. Therefore, Yi Qinglan would be best for Yi Tian to separate from her. It was a pity that Yi Tian could not listen to her even after she had persuaded him many times. Unexpectedly, today Yi Tian actually took the initiative to give up on Jiang Chucheng. Yi Tian's words made Yi Qinglan seem less angry. She brought Yi Tian to the dining table. Good son, eat quickly, Mom made you your favorite herring soup. Thank you, Mom. Looking at the hot meal in front of him, Yi Tian felt happy. How could anyone in his previous life care about him? In this life there is also the love and care of my mom, and I am simply happy. Ye's house is an ordinary courtyard house in the old city, only a little larger. Because of Yi Lingzheng's low profile, none of the surrounding neighbors knew that this was actually the old mansion of the world's first ninth-grade martial king. Yi Qinglan looked at her son, who was no longer troubled by love, and her brows seemed to relax quite a bit. Xiao Tian has also reached his age. It seems that we have to arrange a suitable marriage for him, so that people don't think that my Yi Qinglan son can't find a match. Whose girl is suitable? Xiao family. That girl seems to be good. I heard that it is also a study abroad returnee, is a little heavy career, not necessarily suitable for Xiao Tian. Or that girl from the Lin family? Seems too young though, still in middle school. How about that girl from the Chun family? About the same age, seems like her nature is still gentle and soft. Day 2. Yi Tian woke up early, ate the breakfast that his mother had carefully prepared, and then happily went to school. A new life full of promise, even school makes it more exciting. However, Yi Tian was locked by 3 gazes as soon as he stepped through the class door. Yi Tian. Where's our heron's saliva kanji? Yi Tian, you're not still holding a grudge over Qing Qing's public rejection of you yesterday, are you? A big man, so petty? Jiang Chucheng's 2 best girlfriends, Fang Yuan and Yao Ying, spat at Yi Tian. The heron saliva porridge was a kind of martial cultivation dietary supplement that could nourish the body, and although it wasn't considered rare, the price wasn't cheap either. In the past, in order to please Jiang Chucheng, Yi Tian had brought her heron salivary porridge at least 3 times a week, and even her best friend had followed suit. After a long time, they had all become accustomed to it and would even ask Yi Tian to bring other food supplements or cultivation resources. Yi Tian looked at the brazen two and grinned at the corner of his mouth. Fang Yuan, you're about to eat 150 pounds at that meter 5 height of yours, aren't you? Although you're in the second grade realm, but you don't even have the slightest bit of practical combat ability, you're not going to cultivate into a big meatball in the future, right? And you, Yaoing, with your dry physique, it's useless to eat anything. You're still thinking about my heron's saliva porridge. Hearing Yi Tian's words, the two women instantly red-warmed. Yi Tian, what's your attitude? You're humiliating us. Do you still want to make up with our Haru? That's right. Originally we wanted to give you a chance if you behaved better, and we put in a good word with Ching Ching, maybe Ching Ching would even forgive you. Fang Yuan and Yaoing were furious, especially Fang Yuan, who was most jealous of people talking about her figure, and had always prided herself on being a fairy in the microfat world. At this moment, even Jiang Chucheng couldn't help but speak. Yi Tian, you've gone too far. How dare you talk about my friend like that? You disappoint me so much, a man with no pattern at all. Even though you made me a little angry yesterday, I'm willing to give you a chance. Yi Tian hurriedly stopped the other party who still wanted to CPU his words. Stop. Jiang Chucheng, you haven't forgotten what you said yesterday, right? How did the dog bark? I'm all ears. Jiang Chucheng immediately changed her face. She didn't expect Yi Tian to not give any face at all, and didn't even want to listen to her anymore. This man is getting harder and harder to handle. Good. Yi Tian, from today onwards, I won't say another word to you. Much less charge you for any of it. Even if you get down on your knees and beg me, I won't forgive you. Saying that, Jiang Chucheng unexpectedly reddened her eyes, then lay down on the table and sobbed in a low voice. Yi Tian smiled. Make it sound like you're bullying her. You're so full of it. It's a deal. Yi Tian clapped his hands. However, just as Yi Tian was about to go back to his seat, Fang Yuan and Yaoing stopped him. Yi Tian. You made Ching Ching cry. You're so not a man. It's abominable. You must apologize to Ching Ching. And take out resources to compensate. Otherwise, you're not getting through. The two stopped Yi Tian's path. Yi Tian squeezed his fist and grinned at the corner of his mouth. What? Want to fight? I'll accompany you. At those words, the two women's faces also suddenly changed. Although they were all in the second grade realm, they had been piled up purely by medicinal resources, and their actual combat ability was almost non-existent. For them, getting into a martial arts university and obtaining martial arts status was to get a better job later on, or to enter a better official civil service. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for them to fight Yi Tian. Seeing how tough Yi Tian was, the two women could only obediently give way. Chapter 008 I give. Your mom. Yi Tian returned to his seat. Fatty Wang Fingyi, who was on the side, immediately stretched over a thumbs up. Brother Tian, awesome. Wang Fingyi was now more and more impressed with Yi Tian. Not only could he fight and kill demons, but he also surveyed the love barrier and regarded the goddess as nothing. Fatty, remember, women will only affect the speed at which we draw our swords, so be sure to stay away. I also had an epiphany, which led to a breakthrough. Yi Tian had an inscrutable look on his face. He didn't have anything substantial that he could teach Fatty Wang yet, so he can only use some arcane theories to swindle him first. After all, people have paid their tuition fees. Oh. That makes sense. Wang Fingyi had a look of justification, and hurriedly took out his small notebook and wrote it down. But, Tian, you're just going to fall out with schoolgirl Kong? But I did hear that she has a brother who goes to WU. He's not going to come looking for trouble, is he? I remember, you used to promise schoolgirl Jiang that you would give his brother a share of cultivation resources every month as well. In time. Hearing Wang Fingyi say this, Yi Tian also remembered such a matter. However, he clearly didn't care. I'm not even chasing her anymore, and I'm giving her brother cultivation resources? Am I sick in the head? Or does her brother have the cheek to take them? Between classes. Jiang Chucheng, Fang Yuan, and Yaoing get together. Ching, what should we do? Yi Tian, this is not easy to fool now. Yeah, it seems like he's determined to stop chasing you. We've lost a cultivation resource for nothing. Fang Yuan and Yaoing said with a sullen face. Jiang Chucheng's face was not good either. Men are all the same. They naturally give up if they can't chase after them. Anyway, I can see through it. Forget about it. Without Yi Tian as a lickspittle, I still have other lickspittles, just not as rich as him, that's all. But, Ching Ching, just letting Yi Tian off the hook? Yeah, you didn't see his arrogant attitude this morning, he actually tried to beat us up. Fang Yuan and Yao Ying were a bit disgruntled. Jiang Chucheng also thought about it and said, in that case, I'll send a message to my brother and tell him that I've been bullied by Yi Tian, and my brother will definitely teach Yi Tian a good lesson. Good idea. Great. We're in for a treat when school gets out. At that moment, both Fang Yuan and Yao Ying were beaming with joy. Jiang Chucheng also narrowed her eyes and glanced backward at Yi Tian in the last row. You wait. Soon it was time for school to end. Yi Tian and Wang Fengyi walked out of the school gate together. The three women of Jiang Chucheng were not far behind. Yi Tian. In front of the school, a vintage Harley motorcycle was parked, and a young man reclined on the seat. The youth was 6'9", dressed in a leather jacket, with a strong body and a not-so-weak aura. Jiang Haoren? Yi Tian frowned and did recognize this person. When he pursued Jiang Chucheng before, he did meet her brother a few times and sent some cultivation resources. At this moment, Yi Tian saw Jiang Haoren and more or less understood a few things. This guy is probably here to ask for resources as well. This brother and sister surnamed Zhang, really shameless ah. Yi Tian, where are my cultivation resources? As promised, 2 bottles of body tempering liquid and 2 bottles of bone forging cream every month. Jiang Haoren stretched out his right hand with a teasing face. Jiang Haoren, I'm giving you cultivation resources based on my pursuit of Jiang Chucheng. Now that I'm not after her, why should I give it to you? Yi Tian faintly said. Asshole. How dare you talk to me like that? I don't care if you go after my sister or not, since you promised to give it to me, you must do it. You want to not give it? Then you'll have to ask my fist if it agrees. Jiang Haoren directly shouted angrily. He was currently at a second-rate martial arts university in Kyoto, and his cultivation had reached the 7th stage of the second-grade realm. And having practiced 3 martial arts, his fighting strength was very strong. He believed that just with his strength and aura, it was enough to deter Yi Tian and make him obediently hand over his cultivation resources. At this moment, the 3 of them, Jiang Chucheng, also surrounded them. Fang Yuan said in a conspiratorial manner, Yi Tian, aren't you arrogant? Are you arrogant in front of Brother Haoren? See if Brother Haoren doesn't beat you to death. Yao Ying also followed, that's right. I advise you, don't do it until you're forced to do it, hand over your resources obediently, or you'll have to suffer, he. Jiang Chucheng didn't say anything, but she also looked like she was watching the show. Yi Tian didn't rush to speak and just quietly watched the several people perform. Wang Fengyi couldn't help himself and said, you guys are too much, right? Brother Tian has said that he won't chase after schoolgirl Jiang in the future, so on what basis do you guys want Brother Tian to take the cultivation resources out? Dead fatso, cut the damn crap. Believe it or not, I'll even beat you up? Jiang Haoren raised his fist. At that moment, Wang Fengyi shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say anything more. Well. Yi Tian, will you give it or not? Jiang Haoren looked at Yi Tian again, as if he was giving him an ultimatum. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth rose slightly as he faintly said, I'll give it to your mom. Grass. Jiang Haoren was completely enraged by Yi Tian's insult, and at that moment, he did not say any more words and blatantly struck out. Only to see his body shape was like electricity, and between his tense muscles, his strength converged in his right fist like a surging wave, and then he violently blasted forward. Windbreaker. Boom. Fist wind whistling, actually really like a strong wind, in the air across a trajectory visible to the naked eye, the speed of its fast, so that the surrounding crowd only felt a blur in front of their eyes, as if the fist will be bombarded in the face of Yi Tian in the next second. The power was also incomparably strong, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a hissing sound. Jiang Chucheng, Fang Yuan, and Yao Ying, who were on the side, all had smug smiles on their faces when they saw the punch. In their opinion, Yi Tian would definitely not be able to withstand this powerful strike and would definitely be beaten to a pulp. However, Yi Tian was unperturbed as he tapped his feet and executed the immortal Dao body technique swimming immortal steps. His figure instantly became erratic, like a light feather that danced randomly in the wind. Jiang Haoren's imperative punch was easily sidestepped by Yi Tian, and that fist closely grazed his shirt. Jiang Chucheng and the others instantly widened their eyes, the smiles on their faces instantly froze, replaced by a full of surprise and disbelief. Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, how is it possible? He actually managed to dodge Brother Haoren's wind-breaking fist. It must have just been luck. Yaoing also chimed in, that's right, it must be luck, brother Haoran, don't give him a chance, do it again. Zhang Haoran was also annoyed in his heart. He by no means believed that Yi Tian could have the real ability to dodge it, and just thought that he was careless for a moment. So, with a cold snort, he quickly threw a punch once again. This time, he executed a variation of the wind-breaking fist, and his fists were heavy with shadows, sweeping towards Yi Tian like a raging storm. However, Yi Tian remained calm and composed. His immortal steps became more and more skillful, his body seemed to merge into the void, and Zhang Haoran's attacks could only fall short every time. Yi Tian skillfully dodged while calmly looking for the breaks in Zhang Haoran's moves. Finally, when a gap was revealed after another attack by Zhang Haoran, a glint of essence flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Taichou hegemony body technique, and in an instant, his body glowed with a layer of ancient and mysterious light, as if it was covered by a layer of impenetrable armor. Immediately afterward, he let out a loud shout and executed the constant heart style from the Star River Divine Fist. Only above his right fist, light converged like a bright star, and then it blasted towards Zhang Haoran with a mountainous momentum. Knock! The punch landed precisely on the place where Zhang Haoran's shoulder and arm were connected, only to hear a click. A crunching sound was heard, and Zhang Haoran's bones were broken in response. His entire body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily to the ground, white foam spraying out of his mouth, his face instantly turning pale, bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead, obviously in pain to the extreme. Instantly, there was dead silence all around. Chapter 009 Immortal Dao Finger Technique San Long Finger. Zhang Chucheng, Fang Yuanyuan, and Yaoing all looked shocked. Their impression of Yi Tian was still stuck in the first-grade realm as a waste. Which would have thought that Yi Tian would be able to fight back against Zhang Haoran, who was at the 7th stage of the second-grade realm. The two of them were several realms apart. In particular, the deftly written stance that Yi Tian had performed just now was simply too exquisite to be seen. Brother! Zhang Chuchen was the first to recover from the shock and rushed over to check on Zhang Haoran's condition. Sister! My arm seems to be wasted, Zhang Haoran said with a face of pain. Yi Tian! You did this! Zhang Chucheng said angrily. Fang Yuanyuan and Yaoing also walked over, then pointed at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you're so cruel, you actually broke one of Brother Haoran's arms. You immediately send Brother Haoran to the hospital now. You pay for the treatment. And then you also have to compensate him. Otherwise, we'll send you to the Armed Forces Administration. Facing the reproach of several people, Yi Tian spread his two hands and calmly said, so many people around have seen it, it was your brother who made the first move, and his hand was not merciful at all. If I didn't dodge fast, I'm afraid that it's me who's falling on the ground now, right? So, I'm in self-defense. Even if I go to the Armed Forces Council, I'm not afraid. Just now, Zhang Haoran was filled with anger in his mind and took out his full strength against Yi Tian. If it was the previous Yi Tian, I'm afraid that he would have collapsed long ago. At that time, I'm afraid that Zhang Chucheng and the others wouldn't say that. Yi Tian. You wait. This matter is not over. Let's get my brother to the hospital first. Zhang Chucheng and the others also knew that they were in the wrong, so they didn't say anything more, but called a car and sent Zhang Haoran to the hospital. Let's go. Yi Tian waved his hand and greeted Wang Fengyi. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 7th stage of the second-grade realm with the first stage of the second-grade realm, crossing 2 middle realms and earning the junior-level crossing challenge achievement. The system hereby rewards the Immortal Dao fingering technique, San Long Finger. The difference between the first-grade realm and the second-grade realm was a large realm. The 1st to 3rd stage of the second-grade realm was the early stage, the 4th to 6th stage was the middle stage, and the 7th to 9th stage was the late stage, so the difference between the 1st stage of the second-grade realm and the 7th stage of the second-grade realm was 2 middle stages. Previously, Yi Tian had defeated Yang Wei, who was at the 5th stage of the second-grade realm, and had not obtained the Overstep Challenge achievement, whereas this time, crossing 2 middle realms had unlocked the Overstep Challenge achievement. It seems that you must cross at least 2 middle realms to unlock the Crossing Challenges achievement. It was assumed that the intermediate-level transgression challenges or even the advanced-level transgression challenges that followed were at least across the level of a great realm. Immortal Wei Finger Technique. Nyowu. Yi Tian inwardly snickered, really wanting to say, thank you for the rewards sent by Big Brother. He hastily consumed 100 killing values and cultivated the San Long Finger to the 1st stage. In an instant, Yi Tian had another Immortal Dao martial art. Strength has risen dramatically. After saying goodbye to Wang Fingyi, Yi Tian returned home. Good boy, back? You're not tired from school today, are you? Mom's going to make the food soon, so we'll be ready to eat. Yi Qinglan was still busy in the kitchen. Although the Yi family had enough conditions to hire some servants, Yi Qinglan still liked to cook with her own hands, so that the meals made would have a more homely flavor. Mom, I got into a fight today, and there's a chance the school will be looking for me to question me tomorrow. Yi Tian thought for a moment and then told him about the fight with Zhang Haoran today. He knew that Zhang Chuqing's parents seemed to have some relationship with the school leaders of Dinghua First High School. Although he was justified, the other party might come after him through this layer of relationship. Yi Tian himself was an ordinary student, and at that time, if he was targeted, he would still have to let his parents step in. Therefore, it was necessary for him to talk to Yi Qinglan in advance. What? Good boy, you're not hurt, are you? Did someone else bully you? Hearing what Yi Tian said, Yi Qinglan hurriedly ran out from the kitchen room, carefully observing Yi Tian's face and body, fearing that he might have a little damage. I'm fine, it's just that person had an arm wasted by me. Yi Tian said with a hefty smile. Really? My son is so accomplished? Yi Qinglan said suspiciously. Of course it's true. I'm still preparing to take the exam for the 4th Grade Martial Arts Academy. Yi Tian said with a bold face. Oh, what are you bragging about in front of Mom? I don't know what kind of a person you are. It'll be good enough to bake a groundnut in the future. Yi Qinglan snorted out a laugh. However, she still reached out and took Yi Tian's pulse. In an instant, Yi Qinglan's expression was surprised. Baby son, you really broke through the 2nd grade realm? And the qi in blood isn't even low. She was the most clear about Yi Tian's bottom line. Because of her own reasons, it caused Yi Tian's innate deficiencies, making it difficult to cultivate and even more difficult to break through. Therefore, she had been spoiling Yi Tian since he was a child, causing the previous Yi Tian to be a bit overly spoiled. And now Yi Tian had finally broken through the 2nd grade realm, causing Yi Qinglan to cry with joy. My good son, why are you desperately cultivating? No matter if you got into the 4 major martial arts academies or roasted a groundnut, you're still Mom's good baby. With your grandfather around, a few of your uncles, and your mom, who would dare bully you? Yi Qinglan suddenly said with some heartache. In her opinion, Yi Tian must have put in a lot of effort and even risked a little bit for this breakthrough. Mom, isn't it a good thing that I broke through? Why are you crying? I know that Grandpa and Uncle and the others don't think highly of me and think that I can't make it, but I'm going to prove to myself that there are no losers in our Yi family. Even if no one else thinks highly of me, I'm going to be the most competitive one. Yi Tian patted his chest and said. Good, good, good. My good son has grown up. Yi Qinglan listened to Yi Tian's words and instantly felt immensely relieved. She vaguely felt that the current Yi Tian didn't seem to be the same as before, but she couldn't tell where it was different, and anyway, it was developing in a good direction, so she didn't think much about it. Kyoto Orthopedic Hospital. Dad, Mom, my hand is ruined. The doctor said just now that this piece of my bone is crushed and fractured. Even if it's cured, there's no way I can generate power in the future. Even if I break through the 3rd grade realm, I'll still be a waste of a martial artist. Zhang Haoran lay on the hospital bed, crying in mourning. In front of his hospital bed, Zhang's father and mother as well as Zhang Chucheng were also listed. That murderous Yi Tian. He beat up my son like this. Dad, why don't you say something? What should we do about this? Do you want to report it to the Martial Arts Bureau, or what? Zhang's mother said with a face full of anger. Haoran and Qingqing have both said that we were not in the right in the first place in this matter, and I'm only afraid that it's useless to report it to the Martial Arts Council. Let's see, this matter is better to go to Vice Dean Liu. With my relationship with him, he will definitely help. Tomorrow we must make that brat Yi Tian kneel down for Haoran, and also make him compensate Haoran for all the subsequent treatment costs, as well as cultivation resources. Otherwise, he will be expelled. Good. Just do it. Chapter 010 Whoever dares to bully you, Mom will him to death. The next day, Yi Tian went to school as usual. Just after stepping into the campus, there were students casting strange gazes. Obviously the matter about his clash with Zhang Haoran had been spreading. Yi Tian walked straight to the classroom, and before he could sit down, the homeroom teacher hurriedly came. Yi Tian, come with me to the office. The class teacher's face was serious. Yi Tian followed and came to the office. Inside the office was a middle-aged couple. Looking at their faces, they resembled Zhang Chuqing and Zhang Haoran, so they must be their parents. There was also a middle-aged man in a suit with an unusual demeanor. This person was none other than the vice dean of the first high school in Jinghua, Lu Jinneng. Yi Tian. You've made a big mess. As a student of the first high school in the capital, you don't study hard, you learn to fight. You even crippled someone else. Tell me what I'm going to do to you. As soon as Yi Tian came in, Lu Jinneng shouted. As the vice dean of Kayakichi High School, he also doubled as the school's director of instruction. His own cultivation strength was also in the third grade realm, and he was considered to have a fierce reputation within the school. When the average student saw him, it was like seeing a ghost. The moment he came up, he put a hat on Yi Tian, just to scare him. But was Yi Tian scared? Yi Tian said calmly, Vice President Lu? You haven't investigated the circumstances of the matter clearly, so who are you to say that it's my fault? Or is it that you are old and dim-eyed? You don't have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong? Asshole. Do you talk to school leaders like that? Do you know what it means to honor teachers? Lu Jinneng was furious. Respecting a mentor that would have to be a mentor worthy of my respect. Vice Dean Lu, you are biased to believe in one side of the story and criminalize a student from your own school. Do you deserve to be called a mentor? Yi Tian responded without a hitch. How dare you? Let me ask you, did you injure Jian Haoren? Causing him to lose one of his arms? Seeing that he couldn't suppress Yi Tian, Lu Jinneng hurriedly came on the pressure. I was acting in self-defense, he was the one who struck first. If I didn't resist, I would be the one lying in the hospital at this moment. Yi Tian responded in an unassuming manner. Bull. Facts aside, you seriously injured him to such an extent that you almost caused his path to the martial arts to almost be cut short. Is this something you can shrug off with a line of self-defense? Father Jiang interjected from the side. Yes, I think you're doing it on purpose, with an evil heart to the core. Mother Jiang also gritted her teeth. Yi Tian did not argue with them, but instead looked at Lu Jinneng, the vice dean, to see how he was going to handle it. Vice President Lu sat in his chair and slightly tilted his head, with a hint of arrogance and disdain on his face, completely disregarding the truth of what Yi Tian had stated and insisting on siding with the Jiang family. He raised his voice and said in an undeniable tone, Yi Tian, stop your sophistry. If you don't kowtow to Ms. Jiang today to make amends and compensate for all the damages, I will immediately exercise my power as vice principal and expel you from the school. Yo, what an official authority! Is Vice President Lu trying to cover the sky with one hand? Just then, a cold female voice came from outside. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see a woman walk into the office with a graceful stride. She was dressed in a light blue cheongsam with her hair coiled up, showing her noble temperament. Mom, you're here. Yi Tian greeted him. When he was called to the office, Yi Tian immediately sent a text message to Yi Qinglan, so she came so quickly. Son, don't worry, everything has Mom in it. Who dares to bully you, Mom will him to death. Yi Qinglan patted Yi Tian's shoulder and said in an incomparably domineering manner. Yi Tian's mother? Oh, so what? Vice Dean Lu snorted coldly and said brusquely, the school is what I say. What? Do you have an opinion? You're not convinced? If you have the ability to sue me, I'm not afraid. I also have a backstage in the Ministry of Education, and I don't think you can make any waves. He had also looked through Yi Tian's file. It was a very ordinary file, even the information on his parents was minimal, so there was absolutely no need to care. Yi Qinglan gently laughed, but the laughter carried endless coldness. Vice President Lu, you are relying on your own little power to wantonly trample on fairness and justice. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have a backstage? Your behavior like this is simply a disgrace to the education sector. The Jiang family's parents were on the sidelines, a smug look on their faces, as if they had already seen Yi Tian being expelled and begging for mercy on his knees. John's father was still helping out. Vice President Lu was right, Yi Tian must be severely punished today, otherwise we will never rest. Yi Qinglan's eyes were filled with coldness as she slowly said, since you didn't listen to me when I reasoned with you properly, and insisted on using power to suppress people, then so be it, let's compare whose power is better today. After saying that, she took out her cell phone from her delicate handbag, her slender fingers tapped on the screen and dialed a number. Get Minister of Education Huang for me, and tell him that I, Yi Qinglan, have something to find him. Yi Qinglan's voice was cold and firm, echoing in the quiet office, causing everyone present to be shaken. The call was quickly answered. Minister Huang, I'm Yi Qinglan, I want a report. Lu Jinneng, the vice dean of the first high school in Jinghua. He abused his power and should also possibly be involved in corruption and bribery. Please have the Ministry of Education investigate immediately. Yi Qinglan succinctly and clearly stated all of Vice President Lu's abuses in this incident. When Yi Qinglan finished her phone call, Vice President Lu first froze, then let out a cold laugh that was full of disdain and disbelief. "Humph, Mrs. Yi, right? You think you can bluff me with a random phone call? And Minister Huang of the Ministry of Education, you think the minister is a relative of your family, at your beck and call? Don't pretend here, I think you're in a hurry and have started babbling." John's father also chimed in, "That's right, you think this will change the situation? We are not intimidated, your son injured my son, this is a fact, today he must pay the price, and you don't want to rely on this kind of trick to muddle through." Mother Jiang was even full of mockery, said with a sharp voice, "Surname Yi, you don't look at your own several kilograms, play this set in front of us, really think you can get through the sky? I think you are trying to stall for time, unfortunately, it's useless, today this matter must be done according to what we said, otherwise, your Yi family also don't want to be good." Yi Qinglan, however, just stood there quietly with a calm demeanor, as if she hadn't heard their taunts, with a certainty and confidence in her eyes. Jingle bells. Just then, Lu Jinning's phone rang. In an instant, a sense of foreboding surged through his mind. Dean Chang. Lu Jinning carefully picked up the phone. The caller was none other than the head dean of Kayakichi High School. "Lu Jinneng. What are you up to? Who have you offended? Minister Huang called me and told me to suspend you immediately. I've just returned from a meeting at the ministry and you've got me in such a big mess? Listen to me. No matter who you have offended, kowtow and apologize to me immediately. Take the basket you stabbed and try to make up for it by all means. Otherwise, I'll kill you. I've got 10 minutes tops to go. You're on your own." The caller said quickly and urgently, and did not wait for Lu Jinning to reply, then directly hung up the phone. Lu Jinning had been completely confused. The look he gave Yi Qinglan again was already full of panic. This woman really can go straight to the Ministry of Education with one phone call. One could even say one word and have Minister Huang remove himself without asking for a reason. This energy is not too horrible. At this moment, where did he care about face? Immediately, he was in front of Yi Qinglan, kneeling down, "Mrs. Yi. I'm sorry, it's because I have eyes and don't recognize him Tai. Please forgive me for my stupid behavior. I'm wrong And at this moment, Jiang Chucheng's parents were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 011 Peak of the third stage of the second grade realm. They had thought that they could at least knock a compensation and cultivation resources on Yi Tian's side, and also dismiss him. Who had thought that once Yi Tian's mother came, a single phone call would set everything right. Obviously, Yi Tian's background was not that simple. Not long after, Dean Chang arrived in person. He came in with a bang. First of all, Lu Jinning will be directly suspended, and later even more administrative penalties, great probability to be fired. He then actively apologized to Yi Tian and Yi Qinglan, stating that his management was harmless, leading to such a scandal. In the end, he directly drove Jiang Chucheng's parents away directly. The dust has finally settled on this incident. Yi Qinglan also said goodbye to Yi Tian and went home. And naturally Yi Tian went back to class. Returning to her class, Jiang Chucheng glanced at Yi Tian with great surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect Yi Tian to actually be released back for classes. Yi Tian, on the other hand, directly ignored her. This woman, in the future, would only have fewer and fewer interactions with him until she disappeared. Dad, Mom? What's going on? Why is Yi Tian back? Jiang Chucheng hurriedly sent a message to her parents. Daughter, this Yi Tian has an unusual background. We can't afford to mess with it. Mother Jiang immediately came back with a message. Huh? What? How is that possible? Isn't his family just a bit rich? Jiang Chucheng was confused. It can't be that simple. His mom came over and made a phone call and Vice President Lu was fired. There's nothing we can do about it. So, try not to offend him in the future. Oh yeah, didn't you say he's chased you before? Why don't you consider him, maybe he has some special background. Looking at the message from her mother, Jiang Chucheng felt a wave of dizziness. She felt like she was missing something. Yi Tian naturally didn't care what Jiang Chucheng thought. At the moment he was still working on the system. Now that he basically understood how the system operated, he could gain kill value by killing demons or completing system quests as well as unlocking system achievements. The kill value can in turn be exchanged for some feats, martial arts, secret techniques, weapons, elixirs or props, as well as upgrading skill levels. However, Yi-Tian's cultivation was the only one that still needed to be cultivated on his own. There was no way to raise it through the system. Yi-Tian wanted to raise his cultivation in two ways. The first one was to cultivate techniques and martial arts to raise his own chi and blood to breakthrough, such as he could cultivate Taichu hegemony body technique or other martial arts, but this speed was too slow, and the effect was not very obvious. And the second path was to quench the body through medicines to accelerate the breakthrough of chi, blood, and cultivation, such as using body quenching liquid and bone forging cream and so on. It was only that the Taichu hegemony body technique that Yi-Tian cultivated was very domineering and had very high requirements for chi and blood, thus it also required some special pills to quench it. Yi-Tian first checked his attribute layout. Host, Yi-Tian. Cultivation level, first stage of the second grade realm. Blood, 300. Spirit, 299. Technique, Taichu hegemony technique 100-500. Martial arts, Changming fist perfect, dragon escaping hand perfect, Xinghe Quan 100-500, Yuxian steps 100-500, Sanglong finger 100-500. Kill value, 1420. I'm only in the first stage of the second grade realm and my chi and blood value is 300. An average person who cultivates to the third stage of the second grade realm is only around 300. This Taichu hegemony body technique is really strong. However, if I want to make a breakthrough, I must use some special body forging medicines. Blue Star's body tempering liquid and bone forging cream are just too ineffective for me. Yi-Tian thought carefully. He looked at some of the system redeemable pills. The body refining pills that could help him cultivate were all very expensive. The cheapest ones required 100 points of kill value, and the more expensive ones required nearly 1,000 points of kill value. Yi-Tian only had a total of 1,420 points, and there were still 1,000 points in there that were gifted from the system. And the probability of him trying to kill another demon was pitifully small. So he had to save his kill value. Brother Tuzi, I want to break through my cultivation level. Do you have any recommendations for the most cost-effective combination of pills? Yi-Tian did not hastily choose the elixir, but chose to ask the system. He wasn't sure if the system would give him an answer, but asking might get him somewhere. Drop. In principle, this system will not give tips, but given that the host is still in the novice stage, it can appropriately help. According to the system's projection, with the host's current cultivation strength, as well as the kill value he possesses, the best choice of elixir should be the following pairing. 3 bottles of fire refining pills. The fire refining pills can quench the body at the limit and enhance the cultivation of the Taichu hegemony body technique, enough to raise the host's cultivation increase at the early stage of the second grade realm in a short period of time. When the host reaches the third stage of the second grade realm, then he can exchange 3 bottles of Inner Source Dan. The Inner Source Dan aids in quenching the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and can solidly elevate the 4th to 6th stage of the second grade realm. If the host reaches the 6th stage of the second grade realm, then he can redeem the Chi and Blood pill. The Chi and Blood pill quenches the blood veins and can help the host raise his Chi and Blood and Chi veins, enough to help the host raise to the 9th stage of the second grade realm. Listening to the system's beep, Yi-Tian also had a clear route in his mind. Only, he looked at the prices of the 3 types of pills and was a bit chilled. The fire refining pill required 100 killing values, the Inner Source pill required 150 killing values, and the Chi and Blood pill required 200 killing values, which meant that in total, it would cost Yi-Tian a total of 1,350 killing values. Yi-Tian only had a total of 1,420 points of killing value, so if he exchanged them all for elixirs, he would have 70 points left. Forget it, let's use the 3 bottles of fire refining pills to raise our cultivation to the 3rd stage of the second grade realm first. Yi-Tian didn't venture forward, instead choosing to play steadily. He immediately chose to redeem 3 bottles of fire refining pills. He then secretly started taking pills and refining them through the Taichu hegemony body technique. Boom! 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 In just 1 day's time, Yi-Tian had refined and absorbed all 3 bottles of fire refining Dan. His cultivation had also smoothly broken through to the peak of the 3rd stage of the second grade realm. And Yi-Tian's Chi blood even broke through a terrifying 400. One must know that a normal second grade realm martial artist who had reached the 6th stage of the second grade realm would only have this Chi and blood value. In other words, Yi-Tian's Chi and blood was equivalent to the 6th stage of the second grade realm. This had to be attributed to the immortal Dao body refining technique, the Taichu hegemony body technique. Even if the cultivation level was weak, the combat power could span several small realms. Not to mention, the Taicho hegemony skill itself could also increase combat power. Moreover, what was even more terrifying about the Taichu hegemony body technique was the speed of cultivation. Don't underestimate Yi Tian's journey from the first layer of the second grade realm to the peak of the third layer of the second grade realm. For the average person, harboring qi and blood was a very difficult thing to do. Not only did they have to practice hard day and night, but they also had to work with pills to refine their bodies in order to slowly raise their qi and blood. An ordinary martial artist who wanted to break through from the first stage of the second grade realm to the peak of the third stage might need a few months, or even the greater part of a year. And Yi Tian only used one day, thus showing how terrifying the absorption and refining ability of the Taichu hegemony body technique was. In short, Yi Tian's cultivation had grown and his combat power had greatly increased. Chapter 012, The Final Mapping Exam. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. There are only the last 30 days left before the Yukon University exam. On this day, the homeroom teacher came to Yi Tian's class and loudly announced, "Everyone, I'm sure you all know what day today is. Today is the last mapping test organized by our school. This exam will be recorded and reported to the Ministry of Education. Every major martial arts academy in the country will be able to see your final scores, and some of the exceptional ones will be admitted early by the major martial arts academies. Of course, don't be concerned about the average performances, it's considered an early rehearsal for the great examination of martial arts for all of you. I hope everyone does well. Come up with excellent results." Hearing the class teacher's words, the third class of martial arts cultivation burst into life. Everyone actually knew about this day, but it was still hard to suppress the emotional turmoil inside. After all, the last mapping exam is the equivalent of being the big martial arts exam. Big difference. The results of this exam will pretty much determine the future course of everyone. After all, it was unlikely to improve too much in a month's time. Not everyone was the hangman Yi Tian. My cultivation is only at the 5th stage of the second grade realm, and my practical combat ability is insufficient, so at most I can only take a second-rate martial arts university. I've been practicing hard for 8 months and my cultivation has only barely reached the 7th stage of the second grade realm, and I can get by in actual combat, so I hope I can go to a first-class martial arts university. With your ability, I guess only remote first-class martial arts universities have a chance. Popular first-class martial arts universities don't stand a chance at all. That can't be helped, we're not martial arts geniuses, our class is only Chen Zixuan and the 3 of them can get into a first-class martial arts university, and even have a chance to impact the 4 major martial arts academies. Chen Zixuan and the others are all gifted and have sufficient resources at home, there's no way to compare with them. Many of the students were talking about it. Generally speaking, a martial artist in the first grade realm of the martial cultivation class would at most be able to take a third-rate martial university. Within the second grade, those with poor strength are only third-rate martial arts universities, those with average strength can go to second-rate martial arts universities, and only those with strong real-world combat ability and particularly outstanding performance are qualified to enter first-rate martial arts universities. The only way to enter a first-class martial arts university is to be stable if you have reached the third-grade realm and are good in all aspects of actual combat. And those who were talented enough were even qualified to challenge the 4 major martial arts academies. As for the 4th grade realm, they were all demonic geniuses, and it was rare to encounter one in 10 years. Kayakichi High School offers 5 martial arts training classes each year, with almost 40 students in each class. Of these 200 or so martial arts cultivation class students, the percentage of martial arts geniuses who were able to reach the 3rd grade realm through 3 years of martial arts cultivation were all within 10%. That meant that no more than 20 students in the entire school could reach the 3rd grade realm. In the 3rd class of martial arts cultivation that Yi Tian was in, there were only 3 people whose cultivation had reached the 3rd grade realm or above. Most of the rest are in the 2nd rank realm. And a 1st grade realm like Yi Tian and Wang Fingyi from before was also a very small handful of people. As a result, 3rd grade realm schoolmasters like Chen Zixuan, Mo Wenchang, and Yuan Ruoxue had always been the center of attention in Yi Tian's class. Even Jiang Chucheng, who was known as the schoolgirl of the first high school of the capital, was actually a bit more favorable to a genius schoolmaster like Chen Zixuan in her heart. After all, talented people like them would inevitably have a high probability of becoming official martial artists in the future, and could be said to have a great future. It's just a mere touch test, what's there to talk about? Everyone prepare well and don't disgrace our martial cultivation class 3. The instrumental Chen Zixuan suddenly stood up from his position and said coldly. There seemed to be some mockery in his words, but none of the other students felt that there was anything wrong. After all, people had the power. What the? Brother Sky, what to do? I'm a little nervous. My cultivation is too weak, and I'm not very good in real combat. It feels like I have to pull my crotch. Wang Fengyi, the fat man, pulled Yi Tian's arm and said in a trembling voice. What's the point of panicking? It's just a feeler test, it's not a formal martial arts exam. Yi Tian grinned. Tin. Righteous father. Dad. I thought you said you were going to teach me kung fu? Help me. Wang Fengyi was close to kneeling in front of Yi Tian. Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh as he looked at him. But he had to hold back. Yi Tian sighed and said, It's come to this, I have to make a move. Here are some pills. Take them immediately and absorb them well, maybe they will help you in the afternoon. Yi Tian took out a small bottle. It contained the residue of the fire alchemy pills. It's all left over from Yi Tian. It was only that even if it was a residue, the power of this fire refining pill was much stronger than the normal body tempering liquid in bone forging paste. Yi Tian was still afraid that Wang Fengyi would not be able to withstand it. As for whether or not it could help Wang Fengyi make a breakthrough, it was up to his own destiny. Wow! Thank you, righteous father. Seeing the elixir that Yi Tian had bestowed upon him, Wang Fengyi was as if he had been favored by the gods and held it as if it was a precious treasure. He poured the elixir directly into his mouth. Brother Sky? Why so little? It feels like scum? Wang Fengyi looked at Yi Tian suspiciously. Aya, this kind of elixir is very valuable, so it's rare. You have to know how to cherish it, don't waste it. Yi Tian explained. Oh. When Wang Fengyi heard this, he immediately licked carefully at the mouth of the bottle. This scene made Yi Tian look a little sick to his stomach. This kid's got a real mouth on him. The time came quickly to the afternoon. Under the leadership of the class teacher, all the students of the third class of martial arts cultivation came to the practice classroom. Since it's a mapping test, it's just each class testing internally on their own. There will just be other supervising teachers recording the grades to make sure there is no fudging. This practice classroom had only one class, Martial Arts Training Class 3, totaling 41 students. Okay, everyone, quiet down. This feeler test is basically the same procedure as the official martial arts university exam. There are a total of 3 tests included, the first being the most basic realm and chi and blood tests. The second one is a basic ability test, including your strength, speed, and other abilities, etc. The third one is the actual combat test. The great examination of martial arts is obviously more demanding for practical tests, and the methods will be diverse, but in our case, it's just an internal sparring match, so everyone will be judged on their own merits. Alright, now, let's go through the most basic realm and chi and blood tests one by one, according to the serial number. With the class teacher's words, the 41 students of Wushu Class 3 lined up in an orderly fashion. Some people are nervous and some are calm. Wang Jing, 2nd grade realm 3rd stage, chi and blood 295. Zhang Lei, 2nd grade realm, 4th stage, chi and blood 301. Chen Zixuan, 3rd grade realm, 4th stage, chi and blood 545. As each name was reported out, the one with the highest cultivation level was Chen Zixuan. And finally, it was Yi Tian's turn as well. Yi Tian. 2nd grade realm 3rd stage? Chi and blood, 404? Chapter 013, I'm a low-profile hammer. The classroom teacher's first suspicion was that it was a mistake. But the values shown by the chi and blood detectors are usually not wrong. And he also knew Yi Tian's. All along, Yi Tian had only been at the peak of the 1st grade realm. When he broke through, no one in the class was sure. Holy! Yi Tian, this hangman, has actually made a breakthrough? And it broke through to the 3rd stage of the 2nd grade realm all of a sudden? When was this? I remember the last mapping test, it seems like he was all still in the 1st grade realm, right? That's a bit too fast, isn't it? Wait. Why is his chi blood so high? With such a high chi blood, it's comparable to the 6th stage of the 2nd grade realm, right? Yeah, other people in the 3rd stage of the 2nd grade realm only have about 300 chi blood at most. Is this chi and blood detector broken? At once, a group of students in the same class began to talk. Even a martial arts genius like Chen Zixuan looked at Yi Tian in surprise. After all, Yi Tian's chi and blood were too abnormal. High chi and blood also meant that he had high potential. The classroom teacher and 2 other monitoring teachers then double-checked the problem with the gas and blood detector numbers. Final confirmation that there are no problems. Yitian, 2nd grade realm 3rd stage, Shi, and blood 404. The group of students were still a bit surprised to hear this result. Jiang Chucheng and the others in the crowd were especially surprised to hear this result. She clearly remembered that a few days ago, when Yitian confessed to her, it seemed that he was still stuck in the 1st grade realm. I didn't expect Yitian to break through 3 minor realms one after another in a few days. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Yitian had suddenly awakened and allowed himself to surge forward? Che, it's just a breakthrough of a few minor realms, it's still not just the 3rd stage of the 2nd grade realm. It's not even comparable to me. Fong Yuanyuan still had a disdainful face. Although her chi blood was only 300 out, she felt that it was too late for Yitian to make a breakthrough now. After all, there was only 1 month left before the martial arts examination. That's right, it's not like he's breaking through the 3rd grade realm. If he breaks through the 3rd grade realm, he might even be able to make our Cheng Cheng look at him a little more. Right, Cheng Cheng? Yao Ying followed suit. Jiang Chucheng didn't say anything and just silently watched Yitian. She suddenly remembered the messages her mother had sent her. Did Yitian really have an unusual background? He used to just act normal? Now the energy behind him is starting to kick in? All sorts of questions kept popping up in her mind, making her a little disoriented. Soon, everyone's tests were all done. The vast majority of students saw little change in their values, and only a few had a slight breakthrough. Yitian belonged to the more exaggerated ones. And to one's surprise, this fellow Wang Fengyi had also broken through to the 2nd grade realm. Brother Sky. No, righteous father. The elixir you gave me is just too spiritual. I just took it in the morning, and I felt all hot and dry, and then all of a sudden I had a breakthrough. 2nd grade realm. I actually broke through directly to the 2nd grade realm. Ha ha ha. Wang Fengyi was incomparably excited and couldn't wait to hug Yitian and kiss him twice. Now his admiration for Yitian was even deeper. Yitian dryly laughed twice. He also didn't expect Wang Fengyi, this fatty was lucky, eating his residue actually managed to break through. As expected, it was a systematic elixir. Alright, the first round of basic tests is over, everyone should have a good idea of their scores in mind. Next, we will conduct the 2nd round of the basic ability test. This round consists of a total of 5 areas, which are a strength test, a speed test, an endurance test, a reaction test, and a resistance to blows test. With the classroom teacher's announcement, many students also focused on the next part of the program. Although Yitian's breakthrough had caused quite a stir, his thin base wasn't enough to keep people's attention. What's more, his little bit of achievement was not enough to go to a first-class martial arts university, so it naturally didn't count for much. These 5 major tests were equivalent to observing the basic qualities of a martial artist. The strength test is divided into 4 grades. 300 kilograms as a pass and qualifies you to enter a 3rd-rate martial arts academy. 500 kilograms qualifies you to enter a 2nd-rate martial arts academy. 800 kilograms qualifies you to enter a 1st-rate martial arts university, and 1000 kilograms gives you a chance to enter one of the 4 major martial arts academies. This test seems to be a bit of a disadvantage for girls. Although the average girl had enough cultivation, her own chi and blood was a bit weaker compared to the boys, and her explosive power was naturally a bit worse. For example, girls like Jiang Chucheng, Fong Yuanyuan, and Yao Ying, whose own cultivation levels were piled up by elixir resources, their power bursts were naturally a bit worse. Soon, a bunch of students went up to test. Jiang Chucheng, 2nd grade realm, 4th stage, 486 kilograms. Fong Yuanyuan, 2nd grade realm 5th stage, 501 kilograms. Yao Ying, 2nd grade realm 4th stage, 493 kilograms. Jiang Chucheng's 3 girls' faces didn't look too good, judging from the strength test alone. They were at most at the level of a 3rd-rate martial arts university. If you can't add points from other programs, you probably won't get into a 2nd-tier WU. Humph. I'd like to see how much power that guy Yitian can hit. Yes, he must have taken medicine to break through. His realm is all unstable, he can't even generate any power. Fong Yuanyuan and Yao Ying were still thinking about Yitian's results. Knock. Chen Zixuan, 826 kilograms. Just then, the class bully, Chen Zixuan, made his appearance, and he threw an amazing punch at random. Wow! Worthy of being Shin Hokage, 1 punch and you've got such a good result. I don't think he's given his full strength yet? Yes, this exam was reported to the Ministry of Education, and he even stayed back, he's really confident enough. Many people worshipped Chen Zixuan. and he himself had a disdainful look on his face. Soon, it was also Yi Tian's turn. Looking at the power detector in front of him, Yi Tian fell into a brief moment of contemplation. It suddenly occurred to him that, having been relived, shouldn't he keep a low profile? After all, this was a high martial arts world, and it was a dangerous drop. Keeping a low profile seems to keep him safer. However, right at this moment, a mocking voice came from the crowd. Yi Tian. What are you waiting for? Why don't you fight? You can't even compare to us girls. Taking pills to break through is not a good idea. As soon as I heard that, I knew it was coming from the fat-headed Fong Yuan. Yi Tian grinned, I'm a low-profile hammer. In an instant, Yi Tian's internal breath exploded. Tai Cho Hegemony Skill. Star River Divine Fist. Knock. A fist slammed out. Only to see a number pop up instantly on that power detector. 831 kilograms. For a moment, everyone was confused. Apparently everyone couldn't believe the number in front of them. This is a power that can only be struck by the third-grade realm. It's at least the peak of the second-grade realm. Isn't he only at the peak of the second-grade realm? Even if he has more than 400 chi blood, it's still impossible. Even the homeroom teacher, as well as the other two monitoring teachers, were in a state of confusion at the moment. Chapter 014 Yi Tian's Strength. Yi Tian, you just used a martial art, right? The class teacher suddenly asked in a deep voice. Yes. Yi Tian nodded, not hiding anything. Strength tests are allowed to use martial arts. Only martial arts are limited in terms of power enhancement. It was the first time that Yi Tian had hit such a terrifying value like this, which did not match his cultivation at all. Your martial arts skills aren't taught in school, are they? The homeroom teacher asked again. It was passed down from my family. Yi Tian naturally couldn't say that it was an immortal Dao martial art given by the system. Okay. Since it was Yi Tian's private secret, it was naturally not good for the class teacher to ask too much. After conferring with the two monitoring teachers, they ended up recording this value for Yi Tian. They also knew that this value would certainly be controversial once it was submitted. But they also seek to be realistic. Yi Tian, this madman. This just doesn't make sense. Isn't he a perennial hanger-on? Yeah, now not only is there a breakthrough in cultivation, but the strength in all aspects has also risen greatly. That punch of his is enough to get into a first-class martial arts university. Are you kidding me? He's at the third stage of the second-grade realm. What qualifications does he have to compare to Chen Zixuan and the three of them? But the results are in front of us. Many students began to talk about Yi Tian again. Even Chen Zixuan's three schoolmasters frequently gave Yi Tian sideways glances. After all, Yi Tian's cultivation level was not high, yet he was able to strike with such power. It was truly amazing. Yi Tian, ha! The corner of Chen Zixuan's mouth could not help but float into a smile. He didn't consider Yi Tian as an opponent. Although Yi Tian's power value exceeded his, he hadn't put out his full strength yet. This was followed by a speed test. This is also divided into 4 grades. Within 10 seconds of 100 meters you can enter the third-rate Wushu University. Within 9 seconds of 100 meters you can enter the second-rate Wushu University. Within 8 seconds of 100 meters you can enter the first-rate Wushu University. And within 7.5 seconds of 100 meters you have a chance to enter the 4 major Wushu institutes. This test is also like the strength test. It doesn't matter what method you use, just do it as fast as you can. The speed test actually also has a positive correlation with the cultivation strength. The stronger the strength, the stronger the chi and blood outbursts are naturally, and the faster the speed is naturally. So, for a schoolboy like Chen Zixuan, getting within 8 seconds of 100 meters was still easy. Soon, it was also Yi Tian's turn. The eyes of the crowd all fell on him, wanting to see if he could continue the miracle. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth grinned. Immediately, he performed the wandering immortal steps. He floated out as if he were a gust of wind. The wandering immortal step is not only a nimble and ethereal stance, but it can also be used straight ahead with extraordinary speed. The final results are in 7.71 seconds for 100 meters. Although it didn't meet the requirements of the 4 major martial arts academies, it was still shocking enough. Speed, the more to the back want to improve the more difficult, even want to improve 0.1 seconds, that have to spend an unknown amount of grinding and exercise. And Yi Tian actually reached the speed of the third grade realm at the cultivation level of the third grade realm at the third grade realm of the second grade realm. it was simply unbelievable. Yi Tian is going against the heavens? What kind of speed is that? His speed has actually reached the requirements of a first-class martial arts university as well. In terms of strength and speed alone, he can indeed rival a martial arts genius like Chen Zixuan. The key thing is, he's only at the third stage of the second grade realm. If he was also in the third grade realm, wouldn't he be even more heaven-defying? The gazes of the crowd of students looking at Yi Tian seemed like they were looking at a pervert. Even Chen Zixuan and the other three martial arts geniuses seemed to look at Yi Tian with a more solemn gaze. The third is an endurance test. There is also a running track in the practice classroom, where 1 lap is 1 kilometer. The test requires 10 full laps, or a total of 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers in 25 minutes or less is qualified, 24 minutes or less belongs to the second-rate martial arts university line, 23 minutes or less can reach the first-rate martial arts university line, and 22 minutes or less is qualified to enter the 4 major martial arts academies. This is a group test where all students run together. Yi Tian had the Taichu hegemony body technique to protect his body, so he naturally did not have any problems in terms of physical fitness and always followed the first group. For the final time, he also joined Chen Zixuan and the others in sprinting under 23 minutes. The fourth test is the reactivity test. This one is equivalent to testing a person's balance, flexibility, coordination, and mind reaction. Each tester will stand in a circle with a laser apparatus in front of them, which will shoot 1 light for the first time, 2 for the second time, 4 for the third time, and so on. The tester needs to dodge the light in various ways before it touches the body and cannot go out of the circle. Each time you successfully dodge a ray of light, you get a corresponding score. The higher the score, the better the reflexes. An average tester who could dodge 4 rays of light at the same time was already considered a success. Dodging 8 rays of light is enough to enter a second-rate martial arts academy. If you dodge 16 rays, you are qualified to enter a first-class martial arts academy. Dodge the 32 rays of light and have a chance to enter the 4 major martial arts academies. Chen Zixuan and the other schoolmasters still managed to dodge the 16 rays of light with their outstanding play. And Yi Tian also completed the 16 rays of light test by virtue of the Immortal Steps, an Immortal Dao stance, and once again reached the standard of a first-class martial arts academy. The fifth test is the test of resistance to blows. The tester will still need to stand in a circle, across from which there will be an apparatus that releases a shockwave of energy. The onslaught of energy builds and builds until the tester can't take it anymore. This energy level is divided into 9 levels, each 3 levels is a threshold. Within 3 levels you can only go to a third-rate martial arts university, within 6 levels you can go to a second-rate martial arts university, within 9 levels you can go to a first-rate martial arts university, and within 9 levels you can go to the 4 major martial arts academies. There are 10 of these testing instruments, so the students will be divided into 4 batches. The first grade realm as well as the early stages of the second grade realm would last up to the third grade at most. Most of the second rank realms can hold out to something like level 4 and 5. There were also some second grade realm elites who could hold on to the 6th and 7th levels. Soon, it was also Yi Tian's turn. His group even had geniuses of the third grade realm like Chen Zixuan, and Mo Wenchang, and Yuan Ruoxue. They all couldn't help but glance at Yi Tian. Obviously this was treating him as an opponent. Yi Tian had shown notable strength in the previous 4 ability tests, enough to be their opponent. Soon the test began. Yi Tian stood in the middle of the circle, his head held high, the Taichu hegemony body technique silently operated, and a majestic aura slowly flowed through his body. When the first wave of energy shockwave struck, the power merely caused his clothes to flick slightly, and his expression was as calm as water, as if he had not realized it. As the instrument continued to raise the energy level, the power of the shockwave became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding air began to ripple in layers, as if it was being stirred by a large invisible hand. One after another, some of the other students had already shown difficult colors when the third level energy impact occurred, their bodies shook, and some were even directly knocked out of the circle. Yi Tian, on the other hand, remained as steady as Mount Taishan, his feet rooted to the ground as if they were roots, and his eyes firmly gazed at the instrument in front of him. Level 4 and 5 energy impacts came one after another. He only slightly adjusted his breath. The light of the Taichu hegemony body technique flickered more and more brightly on the surface of his body, dissolving the powerful impacts one by one. When the energy shock reached level 6, many of the students who had been doing well began to lose their support. Yi Tian, however, remained steadfast. His muscles were taut, his qi and blood were rushing through his meridians. Each impact of energy was like a hammering of his body. He instead continued to stimulate his potential under this pressure. And Chen Zixuan, Mo Wenchang and Yuan Ruoxue also performed well and persevered. When the energy shockwave of the 7th level whistled, Yi Tian felt a great pressure. He knew that the Tai Chu hegemony body technique was certainly powerful, but his cultivation level was too weak to support it. Cultivate the second layer of the Tai Chu hegemony body technique. Right at this moment, Yi Tian let out a loud cry in his heart. Chapter 015 Martial Cultivation Class 3 First Day Talent. Right after Yi Tian's cultivation broke through the 3rd level of the 2nd grade realm, the number behind the technique he was practicing, Tai Chu hegemony body technique, was no longer gray. This meant that this Gong method could continue to be cultivated. Soon, Yi Tian had spent 500 points of killing value and successfully cultivated the 2nd layer of the Tai Chu hegemony body technique to perfection. Boom! In an instant, Yi Tian's physical body was once again strengthened. The 2nd tier of the Tai Chu hegemony skill could increase Yi Tian's battle power by 40%. It's also made him a lot more resilient to hits. Boom! In an instant, the 8th level energy shockwave struck with terror. At this moment, even Mo1 Chang and Yuan Ruoshua, the 2 3rd grade realm martial arts geniuses, couldn't withstand it and were instantly knocked back. Chen Zixuan was the only one still struggling to hold on. He looked up but was surprised to find that Yi Tian was still holding on. How could it be? Could it be that I, a martial arts genius of the 3rd grade realm, am still no match for a perennial hanger-on? He's only just broken through the 2nd grade realm. No way. I'm the first genius of martial cultivation class 3. Chen Zixuan inwardly yelled frantically. He tried to fend off the onslaught of the 9th level. Boom! However, when the terrifying energy waves of the 9th level came crashing in, Chen Zixuan was unable to reverse this situation. Just 3 seconds after Chen Zixuan was rushed back by the 9th level energy wave, Yi Tian also finally couldn't withstand it and was defeated by the energy wave impact. There was a 3-second difference between the back and forth though. But this also showed that Yi Tian's resistance to blows was so much stronger than Chen Zixuan. This made Chen Zixuan feel strangely humiliated. It was clear that he was the one who stood as the first genius of martial arts cultivation class 3. How can you be weaker than a guy who's always hanging around? He had let the test go in front of him, but on this final pass, he put his best foot forward. He just wanted to prove that he was still the number 1 person in martial cultivation class 3 once he made his move. But I didn't expect it to roll over. Yi Tian is too awesome. He actually lasted longer than Chen Zixuan? Even though he failed against the 9th level as well, he does have a little bit more resistance to blows than Chen Zixuan. Too terrifying. Yi Tian is simply impressive. The comments of the other students were like a thorn that ruthlessly pierced into Chen Zixuan's heart. Okay, the 5 basic ability tests are over. Let's move on to the final segment. Practical test. It's going to be different from the real martial arts exam, but everyone should take it seriously. The rules of the mapping exam are simple, everyone spar with each other. But keep the following principles in mind. First, don't be ungrateful and challenge students whose realm difference is too great. Second, don't hold back your strength, show yourself as much as you can. Thirdly, you should also know how to keep your hands to yourself, just point it out. The classroom teacher patiently explained the rules. However, he had just finished reading the rules out. Chen Zixuan was actually the first to jump onto the martial arts stage. Then, he reached out and pointed at Yi Tian on the stage. Yi Tian, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to answer the challenge? I know that my realm is a great realm higher than yours, but the strength you've displayed is enough to be my opponent. I want to see just how good your actual combat ability is. At the same time, I also want to know, between you and me, who exactly is the first genius of martial cultivation class 3. Chen Zixuan's words immediately caused an uproar. One must know that he had always regarded himself as the first genius of the 3rd class of martial arts cultivation. And the others didn't have much of a problem with it, after all, his cultivation and strength were there. And no one dared to challenge him at all. But now, Chen Zixuan actually took the initiative to challenge someone else. And this person was still just a guy with a 2nd grade realm cultivation. When this is said, no one usually believes it. Chen Zixuan actually challenged Yi Tian? This is something no one would have dared to imagine when it was put on the last mapping test. Yes, but Yi Tian's performance this time was indeed very anticlimactic, as if it was fake. Could it be that Yi Tian cheated through some means? And then Schoolmaster Chen wants to demolish him in public? There is this possibility. After all, a test is just a string of numbers, and the strengths and weaknesses of a martial artist are ultimately distinguished through actual combat. Let's see if Yi Tian has the guts to take this challenge. There was a lot of talk in the class. Jiang Chucheng, Fang Yuan, and Yao Ying, on the other hand, looked as if they were watching the show. It was best for them that Yi Tian was knocked back to his original form. Brother Sky. Go for it. Only Wang Fengyi shook his fist at Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced at Chen Zixuan on the martial arts stage. He also didn't expect this genius, who had always been the top of the class, to challenge himself. I'm sure I'm a bit high-strung. Since it's high profile, let's just be high profile to the end. Boom! Yi Tian did not reply, but directly stepped onto the martial arts stage. He answered his promise of this challenge across a great realm with practical actions. Ding! The host triggers an intermediate-level cross-level challenge quest. Completion of the mission will be rewarded with 1,000 kill values. And you can additionally obtain the immortal Dao martial art, the Great Luo Buddha Hand. Hearing the system tone, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel happy inside. I didn't realize that it also triggered a system quest and rewarded the kill value. He had just spent 500 points of kill value and was in the middle of a flesh wound. There's a chance to make up for it now. It's just great. Yi Tian, your performance has indeed surprised me a bit, but don't think that you can fight against me just like that. Today, I will let you know what a true genius is. Chen Zixuan snorted coldly and took the lead. His figure was like electricity as he instantly bullied his way up, his right fist clenched tightly, carrying the majestic power of a third-grade realm powerhouse as he blasted towards Yi Tian's face. The winds of the fists whistled, and it seemed as if the sinews and bones were roaring in unison. The long chanting fist. And it's a consummate level of punching power. Yi Tian didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His feet performed the swimming immortal steps, his body slid away to the left rear side like a ghost, easily avoiding this harsh strike from Chen Zixuan. Chen Zixuan, don't be too confident. Be aware that there are people beyond the sky. Yi Tian responded, at the same time, taking advantage of Chen Zixuan's old moves and unsteady stance, he executed a shooting star style from the Star River Divine Fist. The light above his right fist flashed like a shooting star across the night sky, carrying a powerful force towards Chen Zixuan's abdomen. Chen Zixuan's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Yi Tian's counterattack to be so swift and harsh. But he was, after all, a martial arts genius of the third-grade realm, and his reactions were extremely agile. He quickly withdrew his right fist and crossed it over his abdomen, receiving Yi Tian's punch hard. Boo! With a muffled thud, Chen Zixuan's face suddenly changed. He felt the terror of Yi Tian's punch. The power was definitely not weaker than his. Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Surprisingly, you really have the ability to cross the level. However, if you want to defeat me, you're not qualified. Originally, I was going to save this move for the real martial arts exam. But now, let you taste first, the power of Xian-grade martial arts. Chen Zixuan retreated with a point of his foot, instantly pulling away. At the same time, he struck a whole new pose. In a flash, he was airborne again. Like a vicious eagle pouncing. A grab in the air. Xian-class martial arts. Skyhawk Kung Fu. Surprisingly, it's a Xian-grade martial art. The ones we've learned are only yellow-level martial arts. Chen Zixuan is actually already practicing Xian-level martial arts. The power of a Xian-grade martial art is at least twice as powerful as a yellow-grade martial art. And this move is so fast, who can react? Yi Tian is in danger. Chapter 016 You've lost, Mr. Chen. In Blue Star, no matter whether it was a technique, martial art, or secret method, they were all divided into the 4 levels of Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Each grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. And the ones that ordinary people had access to were only the most basic Yellow level. Xian level techniques were already relatively rare and expensive. The only way to qualify for access to free Xian level techniques and martial arts was to enter the martial university, only that one needed enough credits to redeem them. As for Earth level techniques and martial arts, they were all important strategic resources for major powers, clans, and even countries, and were never easily spread out. Heaven level techniques and martial arts were even rarer treasures, monopolized by the most powerful forces, lineages, and the strongest countries of the day. Therefore, to be able to possess a Xian-grade martial art before the great examination of the martial sciences was definitely a matter of incomparable pride. This showed that the family itself had a strong heritage and was extremely talented in its own right, allowing it to cultivate Xian-level martial arts. The Heavenly Eagle technique belonged to the middle-grade martial arts of the Xian-grade martial arts, and was very powerful. If cultivated to the perfect realm, it is enough to destroy gold in crackstone. Chen Zixuan had been practicing hard for many years, and had finally cultivated the heavenly eagle technique to the small completion realm. His 5 fingers were as firm as steel, as if a vicious eagle had struck, grabbing Yi Tian's face. In the face of this terrifying strike, Yi Tian did not receive it hard, but instead performed the swimming immortal steps to dodge it. Snort! Yi Tian's figure dodged the strike with a flash. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! For the next few rounds, Chen Zixuan pursued with ferocious attacks while Yi Tian dodged left and right. Although Chen Zixuan's attack was ferocious, Yi Tian's stance was ethereal and agile, and he hadn't even touched a single point of Yi Tian's clothes. Yi Tian! What kind of skill is it to keep dodging? Dare to fight me head-on. Chen Zixuan was also enraged when he didn't get his hands on a dozen moves in a row. In his opinion, Yi Tian didn't dare to fight him head-on. Hee, Chen Zixuan, you think I'm afraid of you? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth lifted. In fact, he was observing Chen Zixuan's path while dodging. After a dozen or so moves of contact, he had basically understood the attack path of the heavenly eagle technique. Then don't hide if you can. Chen Zixuan struck again. His entire body was like a vicious eagle swooping, instantly arriving in front of Yi Tian. Snort! A grab in the air. It was as if the air was going to be torn apart. This grasp is called the Sky Eagle Tiger Hunt. It is the most powerful killing move of the Sky Eagle Kung Fu, showing off the power of the Heavenly Eagle Kung Fu to the fullest. And this time, Yi Tian didn't dodge and dealt with it head-on. Only to see his entire body assume an upside-down stance, then quickly extend his right hand, condensing his own power between his index and middle fingers. Immortal Way Martial Arts. San Long Finger. Anan! A low dragon's roar erupted. Ha ha ha! Looking for death. The name of the first genius of martial cultivation class 3 belongs to me after all. Seeing that Yi Tian did not dodge this time, inexplicable madness flashed through Chen Zixuan's eyes. He seemed to have seen Yi Tian's disheveled end. Yi Tian even knows finger techniques? Using finger power against an Xian-level martial art? Isn't this a death sentence? Yi Tian is too trustworthy. Finger power versus claw power, the strength is too obvious. Those who don't know would think that Yi Tian is in the 3rd grade realm while Chen Shuaba is only in the 2nd grade realm. This scene fell into the eyes of the onlooking martial cultivation class 3 students, and all sorts of thoughts instantly sprang up. There was even a glint in the eyes of Zhang Chucheng, Feng Yuan, and Yao Ying, as if they were very eager to see Yi Tian's tragic defeat. The classroom teacher and the 2 monitoring teachers, on the other hand, were very nervous and ready to strike at any moment. Although it was just a feeler test, Yi Tian and Chen Zixuan were both young and vigorous young men, and they did not have a light hand, so if there were accidents, it would not be good. Boo! Electricity! Yi Tian's finger energy and Chen Zixuan's heavenly eagle hunting tiger violently touched. In an instant, Chen Zixuan's face suddenly changed drastically. He only felt a mountainous force coming from his hand, instantly surging into his body along his arm, and his entire body flew out uncontrollably backwards. Boo! Chen Zixuan fell heavily to the ground, his arms trembling. He wants to get up and fight again. However, Yi Tian had already arrived in front of him by executing his wandering immortal steps and grinned. You've lost, Chen Shuaba. No! I haven't lost yet. Chen Zixuan was defiant. Enough! This game. Yi Tian wins. Just then, the homeroom teacher put a stop to it and announced the result straight away. Homeroom teacher. I'm not convinced. Chen Zixuan hurriedly said. Chen Zixuan, don't be unconvinced. When masters fight, it only takes one move to win or lose. If Yi Tian had made a move when you fell just now, you wouldn't have been able to resist at all. You have to understand that if it was a life and death battle or a fight between you and a demon, at this moment, I'm afraid you would already be a dead man. The class teacher explained. In an instant, Chen Zixuan's eyes darkened. He actually understands this. It was only that he had always regarded himself as the first genius of the 3rd class of martial arts cultivation, and he had never expected to lose to Yi Tian, a hangman. The gap in his heart prevented him from accepting the result. This result was then recorded after a brief discussion between the class teacher and the 2 monitoring teachers. The class teacher's eyes were filled with praise as she looked at Yi Tian. This former class hanger-on was not expected to give him a big surprise. Yi Tian, you still know fingering? Fingering is the hardest thing to practice. The class teacher patted Yi Tian's shoulder and praised. I was taught at home, and I planned to perform it on the martial arts exam. If it wasn't for Chen Shuabao, I wouldn't have performed it. Yi Tian hemmed and hawed. Good. I hope you can bring a surprise to our class. The homeroom teacher nodded repeatedly. The eyes of the other students looking at Yi Tian also changed. After this battle, Yi Tian had just become the #1 martial arts genius of Martial Cultivation Class 3. Those classmates who once despised him are going to be impressed. In the crowd, Wang Fengyi, the fat man, was the most excited. Shouting at the top of his lungs as he danced his fat body around. It made it seem as if he had defeated Chen Zixuan. As for the three girls, Zhang Chouqing, Fang Yuanyuan and Yao Ying, they transformed into three smelly faces. What kind of luck did this Yi Tian have? Actually, even Chen Shuaba isn't his opponent. Yeah, he used to be so weak, how come he's so strong now? Ching, don't worry about it, maybe he just ate some forbidden medicine, so his combat power soared. Maybe when it comes time for the martial arts exam, he'll be in his original form. Fang Yuanyuan and Yao Ying were still there with their little bleeps. Zhang Chucheng, on the other hand, was lost in thought for a while. The current Yi Tian seemed to have become an existence that she looked up to. Yi Tian defeated Chen Zixuan, who was at the third stage of the third grade realm, with the cultivation of the third stage of the second grade realm, and became the first genius of the third class of martial arts cultivation. Even taking forbidden drugs can't have this kind of effect. Yi Tian. Why are you hiding so deeply? Is it because I rejected you that you are now starting to rise to the occasion? Damn it! I am not going to regret this. In the future, I will definitely meet an even better martial arts genius. Only the best geniuses in the world are worthy of me. A thought of regret flashed through Zhang Chucheng's mind, which she then suppressed. Chapter 017 Yunfu Hotel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the intermediate level crossing challenge quest. The host has gained 1000 points of kill value. The host has obtained the immortal Dao martial art of the Great Luo Buddha hand. Just as Yi Tian defeated Chen Zixuan, the system's voice instantly sounded. Originally, he had exchanged 3 bottles of fire refining pills and upgraded the second level of the Tai Chu hegemony technique, leaving him with only 620 points of kill value. Now it's 1620 again. Moreover, Yi Tian had obtained a new immortal Dao martial art. This Great Luo Buddha hand, for attacking the demon human race, even has special effects? Yi Tian carefully looked at the introduction of the Great Luo Buddha hand and was satisfied. Immortal martial arts, Dala Buddha hands. This martial art contains the power of immortal Buddha and has extra burning damage against demon people. No doubt about it, pull it straight full. It's a great weapon for hunting demons. After this battle between Yi Tian and Chen Zixuan, the later duels had all become somewhat tasteless. Even the duel between Mo Wenchang and Yuan Ruoxue, the 2 third-grade realms, didn't seem to attract as much attention. Finally, the last touch test, which had lasted all day, was finally over. Yi Tian's performance was undoubtedly the most shocking and dazzling. Students, today my brother Tian achieved a good score in the last touch test. I, Fatty Wang, will be the host and invite you all to a big meal, with karaoke afterward. If you want to go, sign up at my place. After it was over, Wang Fengyi suddenly shouted at everyone. Wow, even Mr. Wang has a great atmosphere. Young Wang is mighty. I sign up. Wang Fengyi's offer caused the scene to erupt in applause and cheers. If it was before, perhaps not so many students would have responded. After all, Yi Tian and Wang Fengyi too are class hangers-on. But it was different now. Yi Tian's performance was enough to enter a first-class martial arts university, and he was likely to be an official martial artist in the future. Now that there was a chance to get a little closer to Yi Tian, why not? Of course, not everyone is happy to go. For example, Chen Zixuan and a few other academics were already lonely and proud, not to mention that Chen Zixuan had lost to Yi Tian, so it was even more unlikely that they would go to celebrate Yi Tian. There were also Zhang Chucheng and other women, who were now on the same page with Yi Tian, and it was even more unlikely that they would be brazen enough to attend such a gathering. Afterward, Yi Tian and the 30 or so students in his class, together, went to the more famous Yunfu Hotel in Kyoto. This hotel is a comprehensive entertainment grand hotel, combining dining, entertainment and bathing in one, very luxurious Yunfu Hotel. There are 13 floors in all. The topmost floor is a luxurious residence. At this very moment, Yang Wei was kneeling on the floor. Brother Yong, can we have a few more days of grace? There was a small accident last time. I'll definitely be able to pay back the money in a couple days. Opposite him was a round-faced, bearded man who looked like he should be in his 30s, and had been rubbing the large green wrench on his left thumb. Away, I heard that you were knocked down by a section of the second grade realm? How can you come out and mix like this? A man must be ruthless. Tell you what, I'll give you 3 more days of grace, and if you can't come up with this money in 3 days, hey, then you'll have to follow my rules. While talking, round-faced bearded Yang walked up and gently stroked Yang Wei's face. In an instant, Yang Wei broke out in a cold sweat. He had heard about Yong's perversion. It turned out that Yang Wei had come out to play before and befriended Yun Xiaoyong. Yun Xiaoyong was also a martial artist with a cultivation level around the 5th stage of the 3rd grade realm. He also has a strong business mind and opened this Yunfu restaurant. There is almost no one in the 3 streets in a radius who does not recognize him Yun Xiaoyong young brother. Yang Wei is new to society and is proud to have made the acquaintance of a social figure like Yang. And Yun Xiaoyong had been taking Yang Wei to eat and drink some time ago, and even got him into the vice of gambling. The result is that Yang Wei lost a lot of money and even borrowed a lot of loan sharks. So that's why Yang Wei has been trying to find a way to plug this hole. The last time he went to extort Yi Tian, he was also trying to get resources to cover his debt. Got it, brother Yang, I'll definitely find a way to get the money together. Yang Wei barely managed to squeeze out a smile. He knew that Yang wasn't as polite as he appeared to be, and if he really couldn't come up with the money, he would probably be beaten half to death. Besides, he had heard that Yang had a special fetish, and that he might have to be taken for that. Just thinking about this, Yang Wei felt a chill run down his spine. Okay, you go. Yun Xiaoyong patted Yang Wei's shoulder, signaling that he could leave. Yang Wei was then as if he had been pardoned and rushed out of the room. Wait until Jane Wei leaves. Yun Xiaoyong stretched his entire body, then faintly said, "Come in." At that moment, a hidden side door opened. 2 minions walked in with a young freshman with an unbelievably handsome face that even looked a little girly. Yun Xiaoyong looked up at the boy and a satisfied smile flowed out. "Good goods, tell him to go in and get cleaned up and wait for me on the bed." With a wave of Yun Xiaoyong's hand, the boys were led inside to the washroom. And in that instant, everyone failed to notice that the boy's eyes flashed with a red, demonic light. I blame that Yi Tian. If I get the cultivation resources from him, I can almost pay off my debt. After all, several bottles of cultivation resources add up to nearly 1 million. A depressed Janeway rode down in the elevator. He actually blamed the source of everything on Yi Tian. However, as he exited the elevator, he happened to run into a group of people walking across the street. This group of people is not other people, it is Yi Tian and Wang Fingyi and other people come here to eat singing K consumption a dragon. Yo, if it isn't Willy. Yi Tian naturally saw Yang Wei and the corner of his mouth lifted. The current Yang Wei, he had completely disregarded. Yi. Brother Tian, Yang Wei's face stiffened. Previously, it was Yi Tian who shouted brother when he saw him, but now the status had directly switched. You come here to spend money too? Last time I told you, I'm going to take 90% of your cultivation resources. You still have money to spend? Yi Tian teased. Yang Wei's face became even more ugly. Over there Yang asked him for his debt, and over here Yi Tian also asked him for resources. He was going crazy. Suddenly, his eyes twinkled, then he laughed. Brother Tian, I've already prepared the resources, why don't you come with me to get them? Take it? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised. Well, it's on the top floor here, my friend is there, I can ask him to lend it to you first. Yang Wei said smilingly. Oh? Is that so? Well then, I'll come with you. Fatty, you take your classmates first, I'll be right there. Yi Tian rushed at Wang Fingyi and the others. Afterwards, Yi Tian followed Yang Wei's steps and took the elevator to the 13th floor. Chapter 018 You're dying. Do you know? In the elevator. Yi Tian and Yang Wei stood one behind the other. The corners of Janeway's mouth rose slightly without her realizing it. His idea was simple, to kill someone with a borrowed knife. The current him couldn't beat Yi Tian at all. But Jin Xiaoyong young brother was a third-grade realm martial artist, enough to suppress Yi Tian. Only, if he knew that Yi Tian had defeated the third-grade realm genius Chen Zixuan head-on today, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have such thoughts. After all, Yun Xiaoyong was nothing more than a social martial artist, while Chen Zixian was still a genius martial artist who had cultivated Xian-level martial arts. Yun Xiaoyong's battle power was not necessarily as strong as Chen Zixian's. Yi Tian, a man of 2 lives, could actually see that Yang Wei seemed to have some bad intentions. But he doesn't poke at it either. It was because Yi Tian was now very confident in himself. Soon, the elevator came to the 13th floor. Janeway stepped forward and rang the doorbell a couple times. After an interval of 2 minutes, Yun Xiaoyong then came to open the door. At this moment, Yun Xiaoyong had already changed into a loose bathrobe. His face seemed a bit disgruntled as he said coldly, "Wei, what the hell? Brother Yong. There is something I need your help with." Yang Wei made a wink, implicitly pointing to Yi Tian on the side. Yun Xiaoyong glanced at Yi Tian and narrowed his eyes, "Come in first." Afterwards, Yang Wei and Yi Tian entered the room. Yi Tian looked around and immediately spoke, "Yang Wei, where are my resources?" When Yang Wei saw that Yi Tian was already in the trap, he immediately changed his face and said, "Humph. Yi Tian, you still have the face to ask me for resources? This is my big brother, the leader of the promenade, Brother Yong. That resource I asked you for earlier was all meant for Brother Yong. Now that Brother Yong is here, how dare you be so arrogant? Hurry up and take out your cultivation resources. Otherwise, Brother Yong will make you suffer." Yun Xiaoyong, on the other hand, looked at Yi Tian with a very disdainful look. In his eyes, Yi Tian was nothing more than an ordinary student look-alike, not worth mentioning at all. And the boy was fine-looking, somewhat to his taste. Originally, he was in a bit of a bad mood after being interrupted by Yang Wei. Now he had the mindset to pin down Yi Tian. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yun Xiaoyong, then faintly said, "Promenade street bearer? Brother Yong? You're dying. Do you know that? Asshole. What are you babbling about? Looking for death, aren't you?" Yun Xiaoyong was instantly furious. He thought Yi Tian was provoking him. Yi Tian, however, pointed behind him, "Look what's behind you." Yun Xiaoyong and Yang Wei instinctively followed the sound. Only the good-looking boy walked out of the room naked. The boy raised a wry smile, "Yong? Why don't you come in yet? I can't wait." After saying that, the boy even licked his lips in an unbelievably demonic manner. "What are you doing out here? Get inside quickly. I'll come find you as soon as I've taken care of things here." Seeing this person, Yun Xiaoyong's face stiffened. It wasn't a good fetish after all, and he was still a little embarrassed to be seen in public. However, in the next instant, a sudden change occurred. The boy's figure was like a ghost, instantly flashing behind Yun Xiaoyong. "Thumbs up! Thumbs up!" His arms grabbed violently and directly clasped Yun Xiaoyong's shoulders. "You!" Yun Xiaoyong's face suddenly changed drastically. At the same time, the boys unexpectedly opened their mouths directly and bit Yun Xiaoyong's neck. Hissing. "What delicious blood! There are 2 others that seem to have a lot of chi and blood. I've really earned it today. The first time I came out to forage for food in the human world, I actually harvested 3 chi blood human pillars." The boy's face steeply became incomparably hideous, and the teeth in his mouth gradually turned into horrifying fangs, crazily sucking in Xiaoyong's blood. His pupils were already completely crimson, and he was staring at Yi Tian and Yang Wei with a deadly, creepy stare as if he was looking at his prey. Changing. Mutant demons, Janeway's voice trembled. He could never have imagined that Yun Xiaoyong's room was hiding a mutated demon. Even Yun Xiaoyong himself didn't expect that the plaything that he had his little brother search for would be a mutated demon. My life is over. A thought of despair instantly surged through Yun Xiaoyong. The power of this mutant demon was incomparably strong, pressing down on his shoulders, making it impossible for him to move at all. And at this moment, the essence blood in his body was being devoured by the other party at a rapid pace. He's not far from death. Suddenly, he thought of the words Yi Tian had said earlier. "You're dying, you know that?" Could it be that this student-looking guy had already known about the existence of mutant demons? If he knew, why didn't he run? Did he have a way to deal with mutant demons? That's not possible. Even he, a third-grade realm martial artist, couldn't react, so what qualifications did this student have to face a mutated demon head-on? At this moment, even if the demon hunter squad from the demon suppression division came, they probably wouldn't be able to save him. Sinful animal. Die. Almost at the same time, Yi Tian struck out. He executed the wandering immortal steps and his body shot out explosively, almost at extreme speed. A palm was violently pushed out horizontally from between Yi Tian's hands. Boom! Terrifying power instantly erupted. A divine light seemed to flicker on Yi Tian's body. There was even a flash of an immortal Buddha-like shadow. Dala Buddha's hand. A weak human mole cricket. That mutant demon clearly did not place Yi-Tian in his eyes. It also knows how to avoid bad luck. In its opinion, Yun Xiaoyang's qi and blood were the most vigorous and obviously the most threatening, so it struck out at Yun Xiaoyang at the first opportunity. And for Yi-Tian and Yang Wei were not as defensive. Even when Yi-Tian struck out at it, it didn't pay any attention to it. It just went with instinct and used its arms to block hard. However, it only felt bad when this palm of Yi-Tian struck. A terrifying power of immortal Buddha instantly spread from its arm to its entire body. This stream of immortal Buddha power was like hot lava, completely engulfing it. Even its soul was scorched. Ah! In an instant, the mutant demon let go of Yun Xiaoyang, clutched his head, and began to hiss in pain. Yi-Tian, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation. Tai Cho Hegemony Skill. Star River Divine Fist. San Long Finger. All the immortal Dao martial arts were executed one after another without the slightest bit of leeway. Dang! 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 Under Yi-Tian's series of crazy blows, the mutant demon was only passively beaten. Although this mutant demon was sound, its strength did not seem to be as strong as the injured mutant demon Yi-Tian had encountered before. Boom! 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 Under Yi-Tian's devastating attack, the mutant demon's body was blown up on the spot. Garbage! Calling me a human mole cricket? You're the one who's an ant. Yi-Tian stepped on the mutant demon's corpse under his feet and clapped his hands. The dominance is all over the place. And at this moment, Yang Wei and the injured Yun Xiaoyang had been completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Yi-Tian had actually burst a mutant demon. That's just nuts. Chapter 019, You Again? Broken Recruitment. Knock. Yun Xiaoyang knelt down for Yi-Tian on the spot. Many thanks for saving my life. From now on, everything I have in Yun Xiaoyang belongs to you. Yun Xiaoyang covered his still bleeding neck and said in a trembling voice. When he thought about how he wanted to take Yi-Tian's mind just now, he couldn't wait to smack himself with two big mouths. With Yi-Tian's strength, it was enough to hang him. Moreover, if Yi-Tian hadn't stepped in just now and shocked the mutated demon on the spot, I'm afraid that he would have already lost his life on the spot. Then everything Yun Xiaoyang had would go up in smoke. Therefore, at this moment, Yun Xiaoyang completely worshipped Yi-Tian. Even if he gifted all of his possessions to Yi-Tian, he would still be willing to do so. Knock. Immediately after that, Yang Wei followed suit and knelt down. On the one hand, he was stunned by the scene before him. On the other hand, he was convinced by Yi-Tian's strength. Even his brother Yang was convinced. How could a little brother like him not be? Since you worship me with sincerity, then I will reluctantly accept you as a junior brother. Remember, turn around and prepare cultivation resources for me. Yi-Tian said indifferently. Although he couldn't look at goods like Yun Xiaoyang, he still had some use for him now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a third-order mutant demon. Reward the host with 1000 kill value. At the same time, the system tone instantly sounded in Yi-Tian's mind. No extra special bonus this time. 1000 kill points isn't bad though. It's kind of a windfall. Boom. 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 Just as Yi-Tian hadn't been able to solve the mutant devils for a few minutes, a line of people suddenly broke the door and windows. The Department of Demon Control is on the case. Mutant demons are here? It turned out to be a well-equipped demon hunter squad that had tracked the place through the magic aura sensors. They originally thought there would be a vicious battle, but they didn't expect to see the bodies of mutated demons lying on the ground. All of them were a bit stunned. The leader of the group removed his defense mask and walked steeply towards Yi-Tian. It's you again? This person was no other than Zhang Jiang, the leader of the 5th Demon Hunting Squad. It was his squad's turn on duty again today. But I didn't expect to encounter an outbreak of demonic energy. And what he didn't expect was that he actually met Yi-Tian again. Yi-Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, "Hello, team leader Zhang." "Hello again. It won't be you who killed them again, right?" Zhang Jiang pointed at the mutant demon corpse on the ground. Yi-Tian grinned at the corner of his mouth. Hey, am I going to be able to receive another 200,000 rewards?" Zhang Jiang's eyes were filled with incredulity as he looked at Yi-Tian. If one were to say that the last time an injured mutant demon was unintentionally killed by Yi-Tian, it was considered an accident. So this time, we can't say it's a coincidence, can we? This is a living, breathing mutant demon. It might not be as powerful as the last one, but it certainly wasn't weak. What does that mean? This showed that Yi Tian had the talent to kill mutated demons. Thanks to you again this time. I'll trouble you to come with me to the Demon Suppression Division one more time. Thus, Yi Tian followed Zhang Jiang to the Department of Jin Demon to collect the money again. Department of Demon Control. Kyoto Branch. The Department of Devil Suppression has a total of 36 subdivisions, with the main division located in the central capital. Wei Fuxing, who was nearly in his 50s, was the current hand of the Kyoto division, and his strength had already reached the peak of the 6th grade realm. He had a total of 13 demon hunter squads under his hand. But recently, the mutant demon activity in Kyoto has been unusually active, causing him a great deal of headache. At this moment, the captain of the 5th Demon Hunter Squad, Yang Qi, was reporting to him. Wei Si, my subordinate Zhang Jiang has found a good seedling. He has already managed to kill mutant devils twice, although there were some special reasons for both of them. He is indeed very powerful. According to our investigation, he is only at the cultivation level of the 2nd grade realm, but he is exceptionally ferocious when facing mutant devils. Moreover, he has a very strong will to join our Demon Suppression Division. You see. Wei Fuxing was a bit surprised. Oh? How could there be such a thing? He's still a student, right? Did he go to Wuhan University? Has there been any backtracking? Yang Qi said, he is currently still a student at Kyoto No. 1 High School, and there is still a month to go before the Martial Arts University examination. As for the backtone, with my authority, I can't check his background information. Hearing these words, Wei Fuxing also became more curious about Yi Tian. So, through his identity verification, he entered the internal archive database of the Jinmu division and tried to inquire about Yi Tian's messages, with the same result. Surprisingly, even I can't view it. It seems that this Yi Tian is very mysterious. However, since he has the conviction to hunt and kill mutated demons, coupled with his current special status, we can consider giving him the status of a reserve member. It's considered a breakthrough recruitment. Wei Fuxing finally made his decision after much deliberation. I'll do it right away. Yi Tian sighed. He made a brief statement and then reaped another $200,000 in rewards. That's when Zhang Jiang found him again. Yi Tian, I have good news for you, you've been busted for recruitment. From today, you're also a member of our 5th Demon Hunting Squad. You belong to my group for now. This is the nameplate of your reserve member of the Jin Demon Division. With this nameplate, wherever you go, you will be given a favor. It's a symbol of identity. Zhang Jiang solemnly handed Yi Tian a nameplate engraved with Yi Tian's name. Great, thanks, brother Zhang. Yi Tian was happy. Joining the Demon Suppression Division would give him more chances to hunt mutated demons and obtain more rewards yet. Also, between the fact that you are still a student and have to prepare for the Martial Arts University exam, you are not required to participate in daily training and duty at this time. However, if you're so inclined, you can get involved with us. This is a magic chi sensor, each of our team members is equipped with it. Once we find a magic chi outbreak nearby, it will send out an alarm, requiring us to go for immediate support. Zhang Jiang handed Yi Tian another black metal orb. Yi Tian also put it away. He was now in the novice protection period, and he would also be alerted by the system when he encountered a mutated demon. At Yin Xiaoyan's place, he was the first to get an alert from the system, which led to the discovery of the hidden mutant demon. And this demonic chi sensor could help Yi Tian search for mutant demons in the future. Lastly, it's the issue of your equipment. Since you just joined, the defense uniform needs to be customized, but the magic bullet gun can be given to you. This kind of magic bullet gun is specialized in dealing with mutant demons, but it's not much use against high-level mutant demons. Zhang Jiang handed Yi Tian another cool silver firearm. This kind of firearm belonged to a special system. The bullets inside were special energy. There were only 10 rounds in total, and once they were released, they needed to be recharged. And this kind of magic bullet gun also belongs to the status symbol of the members of the Jinmu division. Outside, as long as you flash this gun, no matter local officials or dignitaries, they all have to give some face. Chapter 020. So what if I beat you? It was 2 hours later when everything was taken care of. Yi Tian took out his cell phone and found several calls from Fatty Wang. So he rushed to return a call. Righteous Father, where have you been? The meal is over, everyone is getting ready to go to karaoke. You're the main character today. Wang Fingyi said on the other end of the phone. He didn't know that Yi Tian had encountered the mutated devils as soon as he went with Yang Wei. I'm handling something, I'll be right over, you guys book a private room first. Yi Tian simply responded. So he returned to the Cloud House Hotel once again. However, when Yi Tian arrived at the karaoke floor, he found that his own class seemed to be in the middle of an argument with someone. What's going on with you Kyoto 4 High people? It's obvious that we booked the Imperial Hall first. Why do you have the right to occupy the private room and not leave? That's right, you guys are too shameless, do you know what it means to come first? Damn, don't force me to do it have the guts to come out for a one-on-one fight, whoever wins, whoever takes the box. Wang Fingyi, with his class, was confronting a group of young men on the opposite side of the room. What nonsense! Whoever gets into the box first gets it. Your Kyoto First High School's martial arts cultivation class is marvelous, but you can't do whatever you want. That's right, it's a social, not a fight and kill martial arts exam. If you guys want a fight, we'll report it to the Martial Arts Council. The other man responded defiantly. It turned out that these people were all students from a certain class of Kyoto's 4th high school, and they had also come to the Yunfu Grand Restaurant to party today. Kyoto 4 High School is a comprehensive public school with slightly less resources for martial arts classes. Nowadays, the Wukong University examination is very cruel, and the major schools also belong to the state of competition among themselves, and the students below also have a kind of hostile or competitive mentality when they meet. That's what made the current scene. The overall force of the students of the 3rd class of martial arts cultivation was definitely stronger than these students of the 4th high school in Kyoto. If they really had to fight to separate the winners from the losers, it was certain that the 3rd class of martial arts cultivation would win. But this is in society, if a group fight causes a big problem, they will all be punished by the school, and they will even be detained by the martial arts authority, and it will even affect the martial arts university examination. So, no one dares to act rashly. Just then, one person stepped out of the opposing crowd. The man was dressed in a brand name, quite a young master. My name is Sun Yunhao. Today this Imperial Hall, our Kyoto 4 High will be determined. You people from Kayakichi High School are not qualified to get your hands on it. This isn't a martial arts exam, society isn't about fighting and killing, it's about people. You guys are good fighters? Being good at fighting is useless. When you come out, it's all about background and power. My second uncle is the manager of the entertainment department of the Cloud Mansion restaurant. Here, he calls the shots. Hearing what Sun Yunhao said, all of a sudden the students of Kyoto 4 High School cheered. Sun Yunhao also immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Less than 5 minutes. A man in a straight suit walked over, and he coldly said to Wang Fingyi and the others, the Imperial Hall belongs to them, you can either choose a new box or leave. Don't make trouble here, or else you'll have to be asked to leave. Wang Fingyi was the first to be unconvinced and jumped out. On what grounds? It's not fair. Sun Jinping sneered, on what basis? On the basis that I'm the department manager here. A mere department manager, how dare you be so arrogant? Just then, a cold laugh inexplicably rang out. Who is it? What little punk is talking? Sun Jinping was furious, he had already made his identity known, and actually dared to doubt him. The crowd followed the sound and saw that Yi Tian had walked over slowly. Brother Sky. You're here. Wang Fingyi was the first to greet him. Kid. Are you the one mouthing off here? I order you to apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, I will immediately have someone blow you out. Are you a student of the martial arts cultivation class? If you dare to make a move, I'll immediately report it to the martial arts authority. Arrest you. Little Yakuza, dare to clamor over your grandpa's son. What are you? Sun Jinping immediately pointed and cursed at Yi Tian. Snap. Yi Tian's slap landed directly on Sun Jinping's face. It blindsided him on the spot. You dare to hit me? Sun Jinping said in disbelief. You don't have a clean mouth, so what if I beat you? The corner of Yi Tian's mouth grinned. You're dead. Dare to make trouble in Brother Yong's territory. Sun Jinping gritted his teeth. Brother Yong? If Brother Yong is standing in front of you at this moment, the one who gets beaten is still you. Yi Tian sneered. You're reckless. You don't believe me? Then I'll have Yun Xiaoyong come over. After saying that, Yi Tian directly took out his phone and dialed Yun Xiaoyong. Ha 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 ha. Bragging. Is Brother Young's great name something you're qualified to call? That's right, you actually hit someone in public, we'll report it to the Martial Arts Council now. Right. Get out of here, or I'll have you arrested. Seeing Yi Tian on the phone, Sun Jinping as well as the students of the 4 high schools in Kyoto began to mock and ridicule. Soon, however, they couldn't stop laughing. Yun Xiaoyong, who was seen wrapped in gauze around his neck, was the first to arrive at the scene. Young. Sun Jinping felt bad at the first moment. And Yun Xiaoyong directly ignored him and walked straight to Yi Tian, respectfully bowing his head and saying, Brother Tian. Brother Tin? Everyone in the room was baffled. Yun Xiaoyong is also considered quite famous in the nearby area. Not only was he a third-grade realm martial artist, he was also holding hundreds of millions of family assets, and the Cloud Mansion Grand Restaurant alone made him famous. And now, Yun Xiaoyong saw Yi Tian and actually called him Brother Tian? Especially Sun Jinping, who instantly felt a chill run down his back. Yun Xiaoyong, how are you going to handle this matter? Yi Tian spoke indifferently. Without the slightest hesitation, Yun Xiaoyong first walked in front of Sun Jinping. Snap. A big bib dumped it on. You. Dismissed. Get out now. Sun Jinping broke down on the spot. Immediately, Yun Xiaoyong walked over to Sun Yunhao and the rest of the group of Kyoto 4 high school students. You guys. All of you get lost. From today onwards, you've been blackballed from the Yunfu Hotel. What? On what grounds? That's not fair. A crowd of students exclaimed. Just because I'm the boss here. Scram. Jin Xiaoyong let out a loud shout, directly shocking them. The group was all thrown out. Brother Sky is mighty. Tian is awesome. Not only is Brother Tian great at martial arts, he's also so open in society. Cow wow. The students of the 3rd class of Wushu were not shy about their praise. With this layer of Yi Tian's identity, the crowd could play as much as they wanted in this Cloud Mansion hotel. Yi Tian, on the other hand, smoothly introduced Wang Fingyi to Yun Xiaoyong. This is my little brother, you see him, as if you see me. In the future, if there is anything, I will convey it to you through him, you can call him Fat Master. Okay. Master Fatty. Yun Xiaoyong turned his head to Wang Fengyi and said respectfully. Fat Master? Ha ha ha. I'm a master too. Wang Fengyi was overjoyed. Chapter 021 Brothers' demands are higher. Yi Tian played with Wang Fengyi and the others at the Yunfu Hotel until midnight before dispersing. It was a good thing that the next day was a weekend, so Yi Tian could take a good nap. Only, when Yi Tian was still dreaming early in the morning, he was lifted off the blanket by Yi Qinglan. Bastard, hurry up and get up for me. What for, Mom? No school today. Yi Tian pulled the quilt back. It's a non-school day, but you have to go on a blind date. Mom found a girl for you. Yi Qinglan directly ripped away Yi Tian's quilt. What? A blind date? Yi Tian suddenly snapped out of it. Blind date, that's a horrible synonym. In his previous life, he had gone through several blind dates, all introduced by his relatives, friends as well as colleagues. Only the process and the outcome were quite grueling. Those dating girls look all kinds of things, not to mention that the requirements are higher than one by one, and they will also judge him and point at him. At the end of the day, they were still condescending, and both explicitly and implicitly seemed to be giving Yi Tian a chance to pursue them. It was after those experiences that Yi Tian stopped going on blind dates. He also deeply understood the truth that chasing girls was one of the least cost-effective things to do. No go. Yi Tian flatly refused. You have to go even if you don't. Or else I'll cut off your pocket money. Yi Qinglan glared angrily. Pocket money? A smirk surfaced at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. If it was before, Yi Tian would have definitely compromised. After all, his pocket money was pitifully small. But now he is sitting on a huge amount of $900,000, and he also has Yun Xiaoyong, a little brother, really no money you can find him to take. Bastard, you've gotten hard, haven't you? You don't even listen to your mother's words? Seeing that the most effective means to pin down Yi Tian had failed, Yi Qinglan seemed to be even more annoyed and fiercely smacked Yi Tian's buttocks. Mom, I'm not going on a blind date. Women will only affect the speed of my sword drawing. I'm the one who's going to take the exams for the 4 major martial arts academies. Yi Tian wailed and said. And it affects how fast you draw your sword? Believe it or not, I'll draw my sword now and show you. Yi Qinglan roared like an angry lioness. Yi Tian was instantly chilled all over. This is nigh on more terrifying than a mutant demon. Although Yi Qinglan doted on Yi Tian, when she started to rage, it was quite scary. Is it still okay for me to go to? Yi Tian had no choice but to compromise. In this life, it's so hard to have an old mom. He didn't want to upset her either. Eventually, Yi Tian was coerced by his mom to put on a handsome suit and comb his hair into an adult look. 10 a.m. A cafe called Tegasai. Yi Tian came here on time. When he arrived at the reserved table 66, the first sight of the matchmaking girl instantly caught his eye. Innocence. Lovely. This was Yi Tian's first impression. This girl's looks, in her previous life, was a proper star face. Zhang Chucheng was the school beauty of Kyoto First High School, and she belonged to the pretty type. And this girl's looks were no worse than Zhang Chucheng's, even better, especially her innocent look, which was more in line with the schoolgirl's temperament. It was only the girl's eyes that looked at Yi Tian that had a sense of superior arrogance. Hello, I'm Yi Tian. Yi Tian wasn't a beginner and wouldn't be able to walk away from the sight of a woman, and immediately politely reached out his hand. Chen Shiyan. The girl responded coldly, not reaching out. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Yi Tian didn't care. Anyway, he's here to fulfill the mission his mom gave him. Not much interest in this blind date. Although the girl in front of him was quite pretty, she did not meet Yi Tian's current criteria for choosing a spouse. He knows that these girls are still in the budding stage, full of fantasies about love, and are generally reserved, shy and willful. To get along with these types of girls, guys generally give a little more time, energy, and money. It was too tiring for Yi Tian. At the very least, the value for money is too low. A man's time is precious. He doesn't have time to grow up slowly with a little girl. Relatively speaking, he preferred the imperial type. Mature. Understanding. Attentive. The most important thing is to know more and have a better reserve of poses. Let's get right to the point. We're all forced to come on a blind date anyway, so instead of grinding our time here with dry eyes, we should enjoy ourselves. We'll find a restaurant and order whatever we want to eat, my treat. After dinner, we'll go back to our respective homes and mothers. Go back and say, we don't get along, okay? Yi Tian said in a very sophisticated manner. Hearing what Yi Tian said, Chen Shiyan froze on the spot. Although she was also only 18 years old, there was no shortage of suitors around her. Those boys are almost always attracted when they see themselves for the first time, and every one of them takes it upon themselves to behave themselves. It was the first time she had seen one as calm as Yi Tian. What? You can't see me? Chen Shiyan's red lips flicked out as she sneered. She thought that Yi Tian was just putting on an act, trying to attract her idea by doing so. There have been guys who have tried to use this method to try to get her attention, only to be recognized by her and later revealed as the original? Yi Tian, however, waved his hand and said, Sister, it's not that you're not good enough, but that brother's requirements are higher. This was what Yi Tian had in mind. Anyway, it was all honest and he saw nothing wrong with being truthful. However, these words were like a thorn that ruthlessly pierced into Chen Shiyan's heart. What do you mean? You really don't see me? What makes you tick? Who do you think you are? Chen Shiyan was furious. It's also aggravating. If her mom hadn't forced her to come today, she definitely wouldn't have come either. Before she came, she wanted to how to reject the blind date. As a result, she didn't expect that she would be disliked by Yi Tian as soon as she arrived. I've heard that you're a student in the martial arts cultivation class of Kyoto No. 1 High School? What is your current level of cultivation? Which martial arts university are you going to apply for? I'm from Kyoto Girls High School, now in the second stage of the third grade realm, and I'm preparing to sprint to the Kyoto Sungha Budo Academy. Chen Shiyan's subtext was very obvious, meaning that not only am I good looking, but my own martial arts talent is also good, so what qualifications do you have to look down on me? Yi Tian, on the other hand, truthfully said, I'm currently at the third stage of the second grade realm, but I can strive for a higher cultivation level before the great examination of martial sciences. With my current strength sprinting through the 4 major martial arts academies, it's not without a chance. Pust. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Chen Shiyan almost burst out laughing on the spot. Third stage of the second grade realm? And you still want to take the exam for the 4 major martial arts academies? Are you dreaming? According to normal cognition, only those who had reached at least the 5th stage of the 3rd grade realm would be qualified to impact the 4 major martial arts academies for a bit, and the higher the cultivation level, the more hopeful they would be. Those who were accepted into the 4 major martial arts academies at the cultivation level of the 2nd grade realm were almost non-existent. Chapter 022 Bet and Side Quest. While Yi Tian and Chen Xiyan were talking inside the cafe, a light footstep came from the doorway. The person who came was none other than Chen Zixuan, who had previously lost to Yi Tian in the tournament. At this moment, he is wearing a fashionable casual wear, arm in the corner of the arm holding a pretty face, temperament gentle girl, think is his girlfriend. He had a pleasant smile on his face and seemed to be sharing a pleasant conversation with the person beside him. However, when his gaze inadvertently swept over the table where Yi Tian and Chen Xiyan were, that originally relaxed expression instantly solidified and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Cousin? Chen Zixuan's voice carried a hint of surprise that was hard to hide. Cousin. Chen Xiyan also quickly came back to her senses and responded. Although the two families are distant cousins, there is little interaction between them on a daily basis. Only that annual Chen family meeting will meet and exchange pleasantries, not deep friendship between each other, but ultimately know each other. Cousin, you're from Kyoto First High School too, right? Do you recognize this guy? As if she had found someone to confide in, Chen Xiyan said in quick succession, he just bragged to me about being qualified to impact the 4 major martial arts academies. It's simply a travesty. Oh, right, he said that he is only at the 2nd grade realm of cultivation. Listen to this kind of big talk, bragging is so outrageous, not even a draft. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Tian with a slightly contemptuous look, as if she was looking at a clown who didn't know the heights of heaven. Yi Tian, however, just let out a light laugh, his expression was light, and he spoke without any panic, how could I not know him, we are in the same class. Isn't that right, Schoolmaster Chen? There was a hint of playfulness in his tone, and his gaze went straight to Chen Zixuan. In the same class? That couldn't be better. Cousin, hurry up and tell us about him. When Chen Xiyan heard this, a light immediately flashed in her eyes, as if she saw the dawn of piercing Yi Tian's lies. In her cognizance, Chen Zixuan, as an expert of the 4th stage of the 3rd grade realm, was also famous in the first high school of Kyoto, and was a seated player who had steadily entered the first-class martial arts university. If he were to reveal Yi Tian's true colors, it would be an easy task. However, Chen Zixuan's face became extremely ugly at this moment, green for a while and white for a while, as if it was a color palette. His lips trembled slightly, wanting to speak, his eyes are full of embarrassment and embarrassment, after a long time, only hard to squeeze out a few words from his teeth. I can't beat him. What? Chen Xiyan couldn't believe her ears, her eyes widened as she stared at Chen Zixuan incredulously. She was well aware of her cousin's strength, which was among the top in Kyoto High School. How could he lose to this ordinary-looking Yi Tian in front of him? This fact was like a heavy bomb that sent shockwaves through her mind. Doesn't this mean that Yi Tian really has the strength to enter a first-class martial arts university? In the last touch test, the actual combat session, I lost to him. As if Chen Zixuan had exhausted his entire body, he took a deep breath before slowly explaining. Chen Xiyan completely froze. She knew Chen Zixuan's character well, he was never the type of person who would lie for the sake of others. Could it be that he had really misjudged Yi Tian? Is this guy really not bragging? Cousin, I'll leave you guys alone, let's go. After Chen Zixuan finished speaking, he hurriedly pulled his girlfriend and quickly walked out of the cafe as if fleeing. He had originally thought to take the opportunity of a date with his girlfriend to soothe his depressed mood of being defeated by Yi Tian, but he didn't want to narrow the path of his enemy, and ran into this fatal star that made him lose face again here. Well, believe it now? Yi Tian looked at Chen Xian's dumbfounded appearance, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile as he asked softly. Chen Xiyan was silent for a long time, as if she was in a fierce struggle with her heart. Suddenly, like a powder keg ignited, she yelled, "Me! Don't believe!" Her eyes burned with the fire of stubbornness and defiance. Let's make a bet, just to see who scores better on the Wushu University exam. If your grades are better than mine, then that proves you're not bragging. If your grades are not as good as mine, then you lied. Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but be confused and scratched his head with a puzzled face. Is this necessary? He really couldn't figure out that it was just a meaningless bet. After all, the two have already failed in their blind date, and I'm afraid they won't cross paths again in the future, so why be so serious? Very necessary. Chen Xiyan, however, did not flinch and said firmly. Ever since she was a child, she has been instilled by her surroundings with the idea that the greatest destiny in life is to marry into a powerful family. With her beautiful face and the honorable status of the Chun family's daughter, it was indeed not difficult to find a good marriage. However, there was always a rebellious flame burning in her heart, and she did not believe in this evil. She was eager to prove one thing: who says women are inferior to men? In this male-dominated world of high martial arts, women are often considered to have an inherent weakness when it comes to cultivation and actual combat. And she, Chen Shiyan, is to break the world's prejudice, to break the inherent, contemptuous female gaze of others. This, then, was the unwavering conviction of her heart. Yi Tian looked at the serious and stubborn girl in front of him and helplessly touched his nose. What are the bets? A bet? If I win, it will prove that you are inferior to me. And you won't be qualified to dislike me. Chen Shiyan said with a puff of air, as if she was a cute puffer fish. If you win, whatever you want. There was a hint of gambling in her words, but at the same time, she had confidence in her own strength. How about just me? When Yi Tian heard this bet, a flash of excitement instantly flashed in his eyes. Woman, you're playing with fire. Jia jia jia. Ha! You definitely can't win against me. Just stop dreaming. Do you dare to say yes or not? Or are you afraid? Chen Shiyan could not help but feel a little hairy in the bottom of her heart as she was stared at closely by Yi Tian's blazing gaze, but her pride did not allow her to back down and she still said with a stiff upper lip. Okay, I promise, I hope you don't regret it. Yi Tian hemmed and hawed. The very moment Yi Tian agreed, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The host triggers the side quest, become the top student of the Martial Arts University examination. For completing the mission, the system will reward 1,000 points of killing value and an immortal Dao technique. If the mission fails, 2,000 points of kill value will be deducted. I wipe blue. Surprisingly, there are unexpected surprises? Yi Tian heart secretly happy. This system task, although there is a risk, but the reward is also extremely attractive. Those 1,000 kill points and an immortal Dao technique were undoubtedly excellent boosts to his strength. Good. Then it's a deal. When Chen Shiyan saw Yi Tian's promise, a strong fighting spirit also surged in her heart. She silently vowed in her heart that she must put her best foot forward in the martial arts exam, not only to prove that she was better than Yi Tian, but also to declare to the world that women could also shine brightly and have unlimited possibilities on the path of martial arts. After parting with Chen Shiyan, Yi Tian then hurried back home. As soon as he stepped into his home, he went straight to his room and quickly entered his cultivation state. With Chen Shiyan's bet plus the system's mission, Yi Tian didn't have time to be dashing now. He decided to devote all his energy to improving himself. His cultivation level was still too low, he had to make a breakthrough. The third to fourth stage of the second grade realm belonged to a small threshold that needed to be broken through a bit by oneself. Thus, this weekend, Yi Tian diligently and painstakingly practiced at home. With the Immortal Dao body refining technique, the Taichu hegemony body technique, Yi Tian's body functions were already incomparably strong, and it wasn't difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Coupled with the abundance of his own elixir resources, Yi Tian had also managed to break through the barrier of the third stage of the second grade realm and entered the fourth stage of the second grade realm over the course of a weekend. Yi Tian's strength had also increased a little bit again. Chapter 023, Regret Now, Are You Worthy? Monday. School day. Yi Tian went to school as usual. Yi Tian, your heron's saliva porridge. This is something that Haruka got up early in the morning and personally boiled. You're so lucky. As soon as Yi Tian entered the class door, he saw the fat-headed Fong Yuan walking over with a bowl of porridge. That look, that attitude, it was as if he was giving Yi Tian a handout. Kong Chokyung? Make me kanji? At those words, Yi Tian couldn't help but want to laugh. In the past, it was him, the licking dog, who brought heron salivary porridge to Zhang Chucheng. I didn't realize that the tables had turned. Yi Tian swept a glance at Zhang Chucheng, who pretended to be sitting upright. This woman is still on the end there. Even if you're trying to impress someone, you still think you're superior. No drink. Yi Tian flatly refused. What? Yi Tian, don't be insensitive. This is a token of Haruka's appreciation, so don't regret it. You won't be able to drink it in the future. That's right, aren't you in love with our Ching Ching? How can a man give up halfway? Aren't you a scum? Fang Yuan and Yao Ying join forces to besiege Yi Tian in an attempt to morally kidnap him. Scram! Don't make me do it! Yi Tian raised his fist, scaring the two women right back. He was the one who had defeated Chen Zixuan, so they were naturally even more afraid and could only retreat. And Jiang Chucheng, who was in her seat, finally couldn't help herself and lightly bit her lips. Yi Tian, are you really not going to drink my heron saliva, kanji? She had a very sultry look in her eyes. As if to say, I'm a girl. Can't you let me go? Even if I rejected you, you can't do this to me? I've already given in. What more do you want from me? Yi Tian didn't answer Jiang Chucheng, he just glanced at her faintly before returning to his seat in style. When you confess, you refuse. Now you're sorry. Do you deserve it? Yi Tian, I hate you. Looking at Yi Tian's departing back, Jiang Chucheng secretly hated it. Because of what Jiang's father and mother had said earlier, as well as Yi Tian's performance in the mapping test, Jiang Chucheng gradually changed her opinion of Yi Tian, trying to regain the liking that Yi Tian once had for her. However, she realized that the Yi Tian that was once there didn't seem to be able to come back. The course is now easier for the martial arts training classes instead. The closer they got to the martial arts examination, the less room there was for most people to improve, and only a few of those who were stuck near the threshold would try to sprint for a wave. So, everyone's mood is mostly stable. The homeroom teacher brought to class the final scores from the last mapping test and the corresponding WU recommendations. Numerous students have also begun to carefully select the WU that is right for them based on their situation. Student Yi Tian, come with me for a moment. The class teacher called Yi Tian's name at the last moment. Afterward, Yi Tian followed the class teacher to his office. Yi Tian, your results in the touch test were very good, and the director of the Kyoto branch of the Ministry of Education even came to review it and finally confirmed your results. Some of the top WUs have also seen your situation and some have called to inquire about you. It's just that your cultivation realm is slightly lower, and the 4 major martial arts academies haven't come to consult you yet. I've compiled a list of all these inquiries for first-class martial arts universities, so you can take a look at them and make a note of them if you have your heart set on them. The homeroom teacher handed Yi Tian a dozen or so pieces of information. Okay, thank you, class teacher. Yi Tian took them all. Yi Tian, your performance surprised me the most. Do well and fight for our martial cultivation class 3. Teacher is proud of you. The class teacher patted Yi Tian's shoulder as a sign of encouragement. The former Yi Tian was the class hangman. But nowadays, Yi Tian was the first genius in the class. The best results of the classes that the homeroom teacher used to lead were 2 entries into the top-tier Wuhan University. And this year, there are hopes for 4 top-tier WUs in the entire class. That's breaking his record. This will not only add to his bonus, it will be a great addition to his educational resume. Okay, homeroom teacher, my goal is to take the top spot in this year's martial arts university exam. Yi Tian said honestly. And the homeroom teacher froze on the spot. He just hoped that Yi Tian could get into a first-class martial arts university. But it never occurred to Yi Tian to compete for the first prize. Good. There's ambition. Teacher believes you can do it. Despite the words, the homeroom teacher was clearly not convinced. After all, there were many geniuses in the martial arts university examination, and even some demons were too terrifying. Yi Tian was merely the first-day talent of the 3rd class of martial arts cultivation. And what qualifications are there to compare with the demonic geniuses of the country? After Yi Tian got the information, he carefully flipped through it. A strong and suitable WU is too important for martial artists. Although Yi Tian had a system to add, he didn't want to make a blind selection in a haphazard manner. In the entire Dragon Kingdom region, there are 278 WUs. Among them, apart from the 4 major martial arts academies, there are 31 first-rate martial arts universities, 98 second-rate martial arts universities, and 145 third-rate martial arts universities. Each WU is comprehensively ranked according to its respective strength, resources, strategic position, etc., and the top-ranked ones are naturally stronger. The 12 profiles that Yi Tian had received were all from the lower-ranked martial arts universities among the first-class martial arts universities. After all, his cultivation was a bit backward, and he only stood out a bit in terms of his practical combat ability. Therefore, the top-ranked first-class martial arts universities would still choose some martial arts geniuses with balanced and powerful cultivation and practical combat in advance. After Yi Tian went through all the information, he found that most of them did not have any specialties or advantages. There was only one WU that caught his attention. Border Martial Arts Academy. It also organizes demon hunts every year. This is not bad, it suits me quite well. Yi Tian looked at the introduction of this martial arts university and couldn't help but be a bit impressed. The Border Martial Arts Academy was ranked 30th among the top martial arts universities, which was at the bottom of the list. This is due to the fact that this WU is located in a borderland with a poor climate and location. Moreover, that one border city was more prone to the outbreak of the Devil's Cave dissension, and it belonged to a more dangerous area. As a result, the student population of this one WU has never been good. However, an area that was dangerous to others was a treasure to Yi Tian. The devil was a proper system reward for Yi Tian. Therefore, this Border Martial Arts Academy was quite suitable for Yi Tian. But Yi Tian was in no hurry to finalize this one school. After all, he was rushing to the top of the Wushu University examination this time. There was also definitely a chance of entering the 4 major martial arts academies. Since the 4 martial arts academies were known as the best 4 martial arts academies in the Dragon Country region, he also had to consider the situation of these 4 martial arts academies. Let's wait for everything to be over after the martial arts exam. However, right now, I have to raise my cultivation even more, and by the way, raise my overall battle power a bit. Yi Tian had a clear goal in his heart all of a sudden. Chapter 024 Second Grade Realm 6th Stage. Taicho Mixed Energy. Yi Tian returned to the classroom. Brother Tian, which WU are you going to apply for? Wang Fengyi hurriedly came up. He kind of got it. If you follow Brother Tin, you'll get good food and hot drinks. Now when he goes out, people have to call him Master Fatty. Therefore, Wang Fengyi made up his mind that he would follow Yi Tian in the future, dead or alive. It was only that Yi Tian already had a chance to get into a first-class martial arts university, while Wang Fengyi was still far from it. But he also wanted to pick a second-rate martial arts university in the same city as Yi Tian. It's not decided yet, wait for me to study the strengths and weaknesses of the 4 major martial arts academies and we'll see then. Yi Tian said with a serious face. Brother Tian, the 4 major martial arts academies are too difficult, there are too many geniuses this year, are you sure you want to sprint for the 4 major martial arts academies? Wang Fengyi was stunned, he didn't expect Yi Tian to really want to sprint for the 4 great martial institutes. I don't care too much about the 4 major martial arts academies, my goal is to become the top scorer in this year's martial arts examination. Yi Tian said indifferently. Wang Fengyi froze on the spot. Listen. Do people talk? Other people squeezed their heads to be proud of squeezing into the 4 major martial arts academies. Yi Tian was good, currently only at the cultivation level of the 2nd grade realm, but he even said that he wanted to take the top prize in this year's martial arts grand examination. Brother Tian. If you can really take the top prize in this year's martial arts examination, you'll be my own father from now on. Wang Fengyi was now a great admirer of Yi Tian, but even so, he didn't believe that Yi Tian could become the top scholar. Ha ha, yes. Good son. You'll have to honor your father when the time comes. Yi Tian laughed. After some nonsense with Wang Fengyi, Yi Tian naturally had to start planning for his next cultivation. He was now at the 4th stage of the 2nd grade realm. Immediately, he exchanged 3 inner origin pills from the system. This kind of elixir could quench the sinews and meridians of the physical body and was most suitable for the cultivation of the middle stage of the 2nd grade realm, and was enough to help Yi Tian sprint to the peak of the 6th stage of the 2nd grade realm. In these next few days, Yi Tian just kept cultivating and absorbing with the help of the inner source Dan, gradually raising his cultivation level. Within a short span of 5 days, Yi Tian managed to reach the peak of the 6th stage of the 2nd grade realm. The base strength has risen dramatically once again. Yi Tian also carefully checked his basic panel attributes. Host, Yi Tian. Cultivation level, peak of the 6th stage of the 2nd grade realm. Blood and Qi, 501. Spirit, 499. Technique, Taichu Hegemony Technique de Chang 01000. Martial Arts, Changming Fist Perfection, Dragon Tackling Hand Perfection, Star River Divine Fist minor 0500, Wandering Immortal Steps minor 0500, Sanglong Fingers minor 0500, Dala Buddha Hands minor 0500. Kill value, 2070. With Yi Tian's current Qi and blood value, it was comparable to the peak of the 2nd grade realm, and even similar to some 3rd grade realm segments. and his fighting strength had even increased by several percent from before. At this moment, Yi Tian was not in a hurry to continue raising his cultivation level. He knew that the desire for speed was not enough. He needed to solidify in this realm and get used to the physical skills at this stage. And he was going to need to improve all other aspects of his abilities. It wasn't enough to just raise your cultivation, you needed to keep up in martial arts as well. His cultivation had risen to the 6th stage of the 2nd grade realm, and all of his martial arts were no longer gray and could continue to be upgraded. Yi Tian was now faced with a choice. He now had more than 2,000 kill values. He could choose to cultivate the Taichu Hegemony body technique to the 3rd level, which was the perfection realm, or he could choose to cultivate the other immortal Dao martial arts to the 2nd level, so as to make his combat power richer and more diverse. 2,070 points of killing value is still too little. If there are 20,000 points, I can definitely pull all the martial arts to full capacity. What else to consider? Yi Tian rubbed his chin, thinking seriously. The Taichu Hegemony body technique was Yi Tian's current main body refining technique, which could also enhance his overall battle power. The Star River Divine Fist, on the other hand, was Yi Tian's primary means of output with explosive power. The Wandering Immortal Steps, on the other hand, was Yi Tian's stance, which allowed him to dodge and save his life. The Tsanglong Finger, on the other hand, was an arcane battle technique that could attack unpreparedness and win against the odds. The Great Luo Buddha Hand, on the other hand, was an immortal Buddhist martial art, an excellent martial art for dealing with demons. Suffice it to say, he wants to learn it all. But it's really a limited kill value. After some thought, Yi Tian still decided to upgrade the Taichu bullying body technique first. There are 3 reasons for this. For one, the Taichu Hegemony body technique could enhance Yi Tian's physical quality, giving him a huge boost in his basic quality. Secondly, the Taichu Hegemony skill could boost his overall battle power by several percent. Thirdly, according to the cultivation method of the Taichu Hegemony body technique, cultivating it to perfection seemed to result in the formation of a special force. System, consume 1,000 points of killing value and help me cultivate the Taichu Hegemony body technique. Yi Tian immediately moved his mind. Boom! In an instant, an inexplicable and powerful force spread throughout Yi Tian's body. Many impurities in his body were eliminated from his body. There seemed to be a chaotic light flickering around his body. His fleshly body had once again evolved at this moment. Is this the consummate level Taichu Hegemony body technique? Yi Tian felt the power within his body and felt surging. And when he checked the panel attributes again, he found that his chi and blood and spirit had both increased by a considerable amount. Blood, 650. Spirit, 644. This chi and blood value and spirit value were already equivalent to the 5th or even 6th stage of the 3rd grade realm. In addition to his own fleshly body being strengthened to the limit, Yi Tian also felt the changes in the Taichu Hegemony body technique itself. When he actualized the Taichu Hegemony technique at the perfection realm, he could increase his overall battle power by 70%. Moreover, a force called Taichu mixed energy would also be generated in the body. This force could strengthen Yi Tian's physical body's defense as well as his spiritual level's defense. It could be said that this greatly improved Yi Tian's self-protection ability. Although it consumed a full 1,000 points of kill value, it was all worth it for Yi Tian. Just when Yi Tian was actively preparing for the martial arts examination. Underneath the dark, damp Kyoto, several shadowy figures converged here. Long live the Holy Family! Hoarse, low voices emanated from the mouths of these figures. Although they all possessed human bodies, they exuded a terrifying and shadowy aura. Some of our recent actions have been jeopardized by the humans' so-called Demon Suppression Division. Therefore, we must be more careful in our future actions. I've gotten some intel that Lord Les Demon General is preparing to launch an attack on the humans at Invasion Port 79. Some of the human experts will definitely go forward to suppress it, and at that time, the defenses within Kyoto will naturally slacken. When the time comes, it will be the time for us to do whatever we want. We're going to do as much damage as we extremely well can, kill as many humans as we can, and suck their blood. One of the figures with the most vigorous breath let out a low voice. The rest let out a hissing sound like a cheer, as if in celebration. Ero-sama, please leave Area 4 to me. Just then, a figure crawled out of the sewer. Yurt! I see, your brothers Yuri and Yosi both died in Area 4, and you want to go and avenge their deaths? Lord Eru, who had the most vigorous breath, said in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Eru. And I've found out which human Yuri and Yosi died at the hands of. The figure let out a low, angry roar. Yurt, both Yuri and Yosi have some strength. It's very hard for an unusual human to kill them, so I'm sure this human must have some special means. Lord Ilu reminded. Ha ha ha, don't worry Lord Ilu, it's not like you don't know about my Yurt's ability. My mind control methods are stronger than everyone here. That person will die for sure. Yet turned over a photo in his hand, and what was shown on it was clearly Yi Tian's appearance. Chapter 025 539. Patrol Mission. Yi Tian had a fulfilling few days, constantly stabilizing his cultivation and adapting to his brand new power. He also took the time to teach Wang Fengyi. Wang Fengyi, this guy's foundation was not very solid, but his brain was still quite flexible. Yi Tian had taught him the perfection level Changming Fist, which had increased his combat power by quite a bit. Now that Yi Tian had mastered several great immortal Dao martial arts, his comprehension of martial arts was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary person, and the experiences and insights that he imparted were also extraordinary. This was a treasure for Wang Fengyi. The only thing that made Yi Tian feel a headache was his own old mom. When Yi Qinglan waited for Yi Tian to come home every day, she began to sidestep him and ask him how he was doing with the girl he was seeing. Yi Tian can only reply perfunctorily. He did not say in Chen Shiyan bet things, but he was also afraid that his mother will continue to arrange a blind date for him, so he kept saying that the two are still in the mutual understanding. That night, Yi Tian was about to go out. It happened to be caught by Yi Qinglan. Brat, where to? Yi Qinglan narrowed her eyes and interrogated. I went out. To do something. Yi Tian revealed a fake smile. He had received a message from Zhang Jiang this time, saying that there was a patrol today. Yi Tian's kill value was depleting quickly, so he planned to follow Zhang Jiang and the others out to sneak around and see if there was any good luck in hunting a demon. Naturally, he didn't dare to tell his mom that he was now a special recruit for the Department of Devil Suppression, lest she worry. Doing some errands? Good boy, you're going on a date, aren't you? Good, good. You have to make the most of it. That girl from the Chun family is still good. Next year, try to give mom a big fat boy. Yi Qinglan got the wrong idea and thought Yi Tian was embarrassed because he was going out on a date. Hearing his mom's words, Yi Tian almost fell over with a grin. He swung around in a huff and stormed out of the house. Yi Tian traveled through a few streets and arrived at the meeting point of the third group of the Demon Hunters' 5th squad. At this moment, Yi Tian had also changed into the unique uniform of the Jin Demon Division, black in texture and angular, showing the cold and domineering atmosphere. Sayaka's here. Let me formally introduce, this is the newest member of our group and a special recruit for the Jinmu Division, Xiao Yi. Code number 539. Everyone welcome. Group leader Zhang Jiang introduced. The 5th Demon Hunter squad had a total of 3 groups, and Zhang Jiang was the leader of the 3rd group, with a total of 8 people under his hand, and now with Yi Tian it was 9. Zhang Jiang's cultivation was the highest, having the cultivation of the early stage of the 5th grade realm. Most of the remaining 8 were in the 4th grade realm, and the only one was only in the 3rd grade realm, but he was also in the late stage of the 3rd grade realm, and was not far away from breaking through. Yi Tian's cultivation level was considered the lowest here. Recently, there have been outbreaks of demonic qi in Kyoto from time to time, and there have also been incidents of demonic qi killings in the northern and western districts. Our side was lucky, although mutated demons appeared, they didn't cause any huge casualty incidents. 2 of them were thanks to our number 539. The higher-ups are now asking us to step up our patrols, and in principle, a group of us must act in unison, or at least keep 2 people to a unit if there are accidents. Number 533. You've just returned from injury and don't have a partner at the moment, so you'll be teamed up with number 539. Now unify the deployment of patrol routes. Everyone memorized. If you encounter danger, the first time to report, no unauthorized action. Zhang Jiang was seriously arranging the patrol duties. At this moment, a tall figure walked up to Yi Tian. 539. I heard that you killed 2 demons? Oh, the first time seems to be that this demon man was seriously injured and was picked up by you, right? The second time was a 3rd-ranked mutated demonic man, belonging to the fledgling kind, and was also successfully sneak attacked by you, wasn't it? Let me tell you, you belong to luck these 2 times. Your cultivation is too low. Next time you encounter a mutated demon, you may be in danger of losing your life. If you follow me, I will absolutely protect your safety. Number 533's full name was Li Lei, and his cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the 4th grade realm. He was injured on a previous mission and recuperated for a few months before returning to duty. Obviously, he was disdainful of Yi Tian's rumors and felt that he must have gotten lucky. However, whenever Yi Tian encountered a mutated demon again, he would definitely have to rely on him to cover him. Alright, then it's all up to brother. Yi Tian did not retort. He understood that there was little point in a battle of wills. The only thing that matters is your own strength. Soon, under Zhang Zhang's arrangement, the entire third team began their patrol mission. The crowd traveled through the various streets of the district, the magic chi sensors in their hands were fully activated, and as long as there was an outbreak of magic chi, an immediate reaction would be generated. Yi Tian and Li Lei were walking in a remote alley. I am familiar with this area, there are quite a few scavengers and vagabonds here, generally very few devils will appear here, because the people here have insufficient chi and blood to attract them. Li Lei's mind is incomparably relaxed. Tick-tock. However, right at this moment, the magic chi sensors in the hands of the two suddenly vibrated violently. The sensors made a mistake? Li Lei felt like he was being punched in the face, but he didn't dare to be sure. Yi Tian and Li Lei hurriedly rushed towards the location where the demonic aura had erupted. But they also took care to stay hidden, ready to call for backup. As they approached the place where the demonic chi erupted, the demonic chi sensors suddenly went silent. Sure enough, there was a mistake. Li Lei was visibly relieved. Yi Tian, however, frowned and said, "It's not certain. What if the mutant demon has a special means of concealment?" Number 539, you're too timid, mutant demons aren't that smart, they're just a bunch of bloodthirsty stupid pigs. Li Lei shook his head and laughed. Ouch. Just then, a miserable scream rang out. Yi Tian and Li Lei were immediately alerted and quickly approached against the wall. Only to see an old man with disheveled hair covered in blood, falling to the ground and wailing. "Old man, what's wrong with you?" Li Lei said in a low voice. "There are monsters." "Monsters? There are monsters," said the old man, his eyes horrified. "What? Is it the kind of monster that is covered in black scales and is about the same size as a human, but its mouth can open up recklessly?" Li Lei continued to inquire. Yes. It was that kind. It just dragged away the old six." The old man seemed stunned. Surprisingly, a demon would really appear here. "It doesn't look like it's a high-ranking demon either. 539, you help me keep watch. I'll go check on your old man's condition. Send him to the hospital first." Li Lei hastily made a decision. "Since there is a demon sighting, shouldn't we report it to team leader Zhang first?" Yi Tian frowned. "It's too late. That old man is injured. Don't forget the main theme of our demon suppression division, people's safety comes first." Li Lei had a righteous look on his face. Immediately, he quickly walked towards the old man. Chapter 026, Your acting is terrible. Old Biden. Li Lei went up and carefully examined the old man's condition. He tried to help the old man up again, but found it a bit heavy. Number 539. "The old man is seriously injured, I can't lift him a bit by myself, come over and help," Li Lei said in a low voice. However, Yi Tian did not make a move. 539. "What are you waiting for? The old man is hurt. It's very serious. People's safety comes first," Li Lei urged. Yi Tian was still motionless. "Yi Tian. What are you fuming about? Do you want him to die?" Li Lei seemed to be a bit angry. This time, Yi Tian moved. "Good. I'm coming over." Yi Tian walked over quickly. "You lift his lower body. You lift his upper body," Li Lei continued. Yi Tian also walked to this side of the old man's head at this time. And when he looked at Li Lei, he was surprised to find that at this moment, his eyes were as lifeless as an empty shell. 533? "What's wrong with you?" Yi Tian was shocked. "Oh, he's already fallen under my mesmerizing spell. Now it's your turn." At this moment, the old man who was lying on the ground on the verge of death, steeply opened a pair of red-colored pupils, the corner of his mouth surfaced an eerie smile. In the next instant, the old man's pupils flickered as a bizarre black light flashed. The invisible power penetrated the void and entered Yi Tian's sea of consciousness. Yi Tian's eyes also steeply became lax, just like a walking corpse. "It was you. Killed my brothers, Yuri and Yosi. Now, you're meat in my mouth. I'm going to take you one bite at a time, chew you up, slowly devour you, chew you up. Until, eat you up to the dregs." The old man slowly sat up, his body as if molting, a black figure burrowed out of it. Dark and ugly. Where do I start eating first? The most delicious thing about humans is the heart. Then let's start with your heart. The mutant demon laughed eerily, its palms spread out and its sharp fingertips slowly stabbed towards Yi Tian's chest. It was in that instant that Yi Tian's eyes instantly regained their clarity. You're a terrible actor. Old Biden. Yi Tian grinned. At the same time, his poised palms fiercely pushed. Consume 500 killing values. Cultivate the second level of the Great Luo Buddha hands. The moment he struck out, Yi Tian's thoughts rang out at the same time. Dala Buddha's hand has an additional damage effect against mutant demons. Yi Tian sensed that the mutant demon in front of him seemed to be very powerful, so he directly upgraded the Great Luo Buddha hand by one notch. Boom! Boom! The power of the immortal Buddha was instantly imprinted on the body of the mutated demon Ute. At this moment, it stared with disbelief. How can you be immune to my mesmerizing eyes? However, there was no time for it to think, the terrifying power had already erupted. Boom! The mutant demon Ute was directly sent flying out by Yi Tian's great Buddha hand, crashing into the wall on the spot. It exuded a charred aura all over its body, and was still emitting nuisance smoke, which was the result of being purified by the power of the immortal Buddha. Cunning human! You even injured me. The mutant demon yet gasped and crawled out from within the wall. However, the moment he came out, Yi Tian had already executed the wandering immortal steps and rushed over. Consume 500 kill values. Cultivate the second level of Star River Divine Fist. Yi Tian moved with a single thought. In an instant, the Star River Divine Fist unlocked 3 other powers, the Starlight, Star Flare Burst, and Star Dome Guardian. Boom! 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 Yi Tian immediately cast Starry Night. His fists were as bright as the stars in the sky. It fell as fast as the wind and rain. At that second, it seemed like a million fists came crashing down. Fist shadows were flying, incomparably terrifying. Dang! 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 Mutant Demon Ute solidly ate all of Yi Tian's punches. But it was confident that the physical body of the demon race was just several times stronger than that of humans, and it was a 4th stage holy body, so how could it be crushed by a mere mole cricket? However, when Yi Tian's fist came down, it realized just how terrifying this single fist force was. It felt as if a meteorite had smashed down around its body, and every piece of flesh on its body was about to sink in. Ah! The mutant demon YouTuber let out a miserable scream. It knew that if it continued like this, it would naturally not be able to endure. So it had no choice but to flee. The blood transportation. Yurt let out a low roar, and his entire body erupted in a blood-colored light. In the next instant, its body appeared a few dozen meters away. That's way too fast. However, Yi Tian didn't give up and performed the wandering immortal steps to chase after him. Starburst. Yi Tian used the momentum of his forward momentum to cross his arms violently. Immediately, an intense punch came out across the sky. Phew! This punch was launched from the soles of Yi Tian's feet, along the area of the legs, waist, and hands, releasing a wave of potential energy coherently out of his arms. Like a bright starlight. Knock! The punch slammed precisely into the back of the mutant demon Yurt. Smashed it straight into the ground. I fight. Oh snatch. Ah duh. Seeing that the mutant demon had been hit, Yi Tian immediately became excited and then went into thrashing mode. The Star River Divine Fist was unleashed to its heart's content, blasting furiously at the mutated demon Ute. Where would the successively wounded Ute have thought that his ambush on Yi Tian this time would have cost him his life? It just didn't expect that the Taichu hegemony body skill that Yi Tian cultivated had already been cultivated to the 3rd level and condensed the Taichu mixed energy, which greatly enhanced Yi Tian's soul spirit power and could withstand a bit of mind control type of power. This also gave Yi Tian an opportunity to take advantage of. At such a close range, he was struck by Yi Tian's great Luo Buddha hand. Then in his injured state, he was brutally beaten by Yi Tian. Ultimately, it led to its tragic death. And just as the mutant demon Ute was being violently beaten by Yi Tian, Li Lei, who had just been controlled on the side, finally came to his senses. Although he had just been briefly controlled by Ute, Li Lei's own consciousness was still awake, only that he was unable to dominate the control of his body. Even when he spoke to Yi Tian, it was all Yut who was in control. At this moment, he had broken out into a cold sweat. If it wasn't for Yi Tian recognizing Yet's trickery, and even more so, defeating him at such a moment. Otherwise, Li Lei he would have become a martyr. Number 539. You are awesome. That punch just now? Was it internal energy leaving the body? Or was it internal energy exiting the body? Internal energy leaving the body can only be done by an expert of at least the 5th grade realm A. Internal energy release is even more exclusive to a 7th grade master. Aren't you only in the 2nd grade realm? How is this possible? Li Lei looked at Yi Tian, who was violently beating the mutated demon, and his eyes had completely frozen. He had wanted to pretend in front of Yi Tian, but he ended up flipping out on the spot, and was instead severely punched in the face by Yi Tian. Chapter 027 Demon Chopper. Yi Ling Zhang. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th order mutant demon. Reward the host with 1,500 points of kill value. Ding. The host has killed a 4th rank demon human for the first time, earning the title of Demon Slayer. System special reward for Immortal Dao Divine Armor, Demon Slasher Primary 0100. Yi Tian was so tired that he was panting until the system tone came from his head, and only then did he stop. Surprisingly, another windfall. Yi Tian's excitement value directly replaced the exhaustion value. It wasn't in vain that he had consumed 1,000 points of kill value to directly enhance the Great Luo Buddha Hands and the Star River Divine Fist. The original kill value that had already almost gone to zero had another 1570 points, allowing Yi Tian to be prepared for emergencies. Moreover, he had accidentally obtained an Immortal Dao Divine Warrior. A broadsword that was black in color and exuded terrifying power was just lying quietly in the system space. As long as Yi Tian moved his mind, he could directly summon this demon-slaying blade out. And this demon-slaying blade was an Immortal Dao Divine Armament that possessed special effects for slaying mutated demons. It was definitely a divine armament. It was much stronger than all those so-called divine weapons on the star. And it can be upgraded. This mission, Yi Tian had earned a lot. However, he did summarize the battle. This mutant demon was tougher than any he had encountered before. If not for the fact that he possessed the consummate level of the Taicho hegemony body technique, he would probably be hit. Moreover, he unleashed both the Great Luo Buddha Hands and the Star River Divine Fist at their limits, and only then did he barely manage to kill this mutated demon. At this moment, it was as if his strength was exhausted. If he encountered another mutated demon, he would be in great danger. Therefore, Yi Tian also knew that he had accounted for some element of luck in killing the mutant demon this time. If this mutant devil had not been careless and allowed himself to sneak attack and win, but instead carefully entangled with Yi Tian really wouldn't have been able to fight the other party. If the other party was more than 2 mutant demons acting together, then there was a possibility that Yi Tian would also be karma. Therefore, Yi Tian had to gradually improve himself on the one hand, and on the other hand, he also had to be more careful with his actions, and should never be blindly confident because of a single victory. Number 533, are you alright? Yi Tian looked back at Li Lei, who was still in shock. I am fine. It was killed by you? Li Lei swallowed, still seeming a bit unsure. Almost out of breath. Yi Tian casually said. He then activated his communicator and notified Zhang Zhang and the others. Zhang Zhang quickly rushed over with the other team members. Seeing the mutated demon corpses on the ground, they seemed to have seen it all. 539. Good for you. You're practically a demon nemesis. How long has it been? You killed another one? This demon's aura doesn't look weak. Zhang Zhang gave Yi Tian a thumbs up. They had dealt with mutated devils for years and knew the might of devils best. A powerful 4th-ranked demon, it would require an expert of their 5th-ranked realm to sit down and unite with a group of 4th-ranked realms in order to have a chance of killing a mutated demon. Moreover, the mutant demon mastered a kind of recluse technique, which could escape quickly, and it was still difficult to kill them completely. And now, Yi Tian had killed mutated demons over and over again. It's not entirely luck anymore. After all, the one Yi Tian had killed this time was a real 4th-order mutated demon. Yi Tian, on the other hand, still only had a cultivation level of the 2nd grade realm. Such a talent was simply a natural demonic nemesis. Team leader, I'm a member of the Demon Hunter Squad now, but I should still get a cash reward for killing demons, right? Right at this moment, Yi Tian hemmed and hawed. Zhang Zhang and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Yi Tian to actually think about money. This kid is quite the little money grubber. There is. Of course there is, not just a cash reward. There's also a credit. In our demon suppression division, merit is more precious than cash or anything else, it's the only way for us to advance. Zhang Zheng explained. Yi Tian didn't care about credit or not, he only wanted money and kill value. Afterward, Zhang Zhang and the others began to dispose of the mutated demon's corpse. Immediately, the group of people returned to the Kyoto branch of the demon suppression division. Yi Tian also successfully obtained a cash reward. Until the wee hours of the morning, Yi Tian completed his patrol mission before returning home. Before going home, Yi Tian changed his Shinmu division uniform so that he wouldn't be seen by Yi Qinglan. However, as soon as Yi Tian entered his home, he felt a cold air come over him. "Where have you been, asshole? You didn't come home all night?" A thick and vicissitudes voice resounded through Yi Tian's eardrums. Only an old man with white hair slowly turned around, but his gaze was incomparably sharp. "Grandpa? You're back?" Yi Tian, however, brightened up. His grandfather was the head of the martial god temple in the Dragon Kingdom region. The first ninth-grade martial king of the world. He almost never showed his face in public and rarely went home, either in the martial god's palace or guarding the large demon caves. However, the entire Dragon Kingdom region knew that King Lingyun was the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom. "Humph. Brat. I haven't been back in just a few months and you've learned to stay out at night? As a descendant of my Yi family, not working hard to cultivate martial arts and not doing anything all day long, you really are no good." Yi Lingzhang's gaze towards Yi Tian was filled with disappointment. When he was young, Yi Tian was highly favored in the Yi family and received a lot of resources because of his congenital deficiencies. But it was also because of these favorites that he became somewhat reckless and developed many bad habits. By the time Yi Lingzhang and the rest of the elders noticed, Yi Tian had entered his rebellious stage. The rules of the Yi family made Yi Tian more and more rebellious. Plus, he was born with a lack of innate talent, so he had been stagnant in terms of martial arts. Until, that is, he began to indulge in others, such as fun and women. Therefore, in Yi Lingzhang's eyes, Yi Tian was the least competitive one among all the Yi family's descendants. Every time he saw Yi Tian, he couldn't help but chide him a few times. "Yi Lingzhang. Don't you dare talk about my precious son." Just as Yi Tian wanted to explain, Yi Qinglan hurriedly came out from the house, protecting Yi Tian like a calf. "Damn girl. How do you talk to me? Half of Shao Tian is spoiled by you." Yi Lingzhang snorted coldly. If it was any other Yi family descendant talking to him like this, he would have already served him with a family law. But Yi Qinglan was his favorite little daughter. Moreover, back then, because of his poor protection, which led to Yi Qinglan being attacked by the demons, he had been harboring guilt, which was why he had been letting it go. "My baby boy, I can spoil him all I want." "What? Old undead, one trip back in more than half a year and you reprimand my son, it's good that I didn't scold you. You didn't know to bring us a gift or something. Are you such a grandfather? Go back to your martial god's palace." Yi Qinglan did not shy away from disliking her on the spot. This pissed off Yi Lingzhang to no end. Who made him a daughter slave? Chapter 028 Grandpa's Shock. Ninth stage of the second grade realm. "Son, don't be afraid, mom's got your back." Yi Qinglan eyed Yi Lingzhang returning to the study, with a few moments of triumph on her face, she softly said to Yi Tian. Yi Tian responded uncaringly, "Mom, it's really nothing, it's only right for Grandpa to say a few words about me. It's true that I wasn't competitive enough in the past, but from now on, I'll definitely impress Grandpa." He knew in his heart that each of the other late generations of the Yi family were outstanding, and the children of his great-uncle, second-uncle, third-uncle, and sister-in-law's family were all gifted, and in the past, he could be considered as a dragging presence in the Yi family, but now he was struggling to catch up. Yi Qinglan tenderly rubbed Yi Tian's head, her eyes full of doting. "Fool, why do you need to be so desperate? As long as there is Mom, you will always be the treasure of the Yi family." In the middle of the study, Yi Ling was frowning tightly with both eyebrows, seemingly pondering over something extremely important. Suddenly, he gently snapped his fingers, and in an instant, a dark shadow flashed like a ghost from the shadows. "You go and carefully investigate that kid from our family. What kind of deeds he has done in recent months, the more detailed the better." Yi Lingzhang ordered in a low voice. "I. Martial King." The silhouette quickly left after receiving the order. The object of Yi Lingzhang's investigation this time is naturally Yi Tian. He has doubts in his heart and wants to make sure that Yi Tian has not done anything against the rules of the Yi family in the past few months, and he is secretly worried about whether Yi Qinglan has pampered Yi Tian too much and caused him to go astray. Immediately after that, he snapped his fingers once more, and another figure appeared with him. Go make the arrangements, I'm going to attend this session of the martial arts examination. Martial King. Yi Lingjing's return this time wasn't just for rest, but was actually for the martial arts examination. At that moment, the large and small demonic caves within the Dragon Kingdom had been dumbfounded and their activities were exceptionally rampant. Both the martial god temple and the major legions had suffered extremely heavy casualties and were in dire need of fresh blood. Therefore, he was determined to personally visit the scene of the great examination of martial arts, expecting to be able to select a number of good saplings that could be cultivated, so that he could focus on cultivating them in the future. The following morning dawned. Yi Lingjing then got up early, changed into a practicing clothes, and went to the courtyard to start his morning practice. Old Yi, you're finally back? I haven't seen you for most of the year, where have you been? It's not supposed to be another convalescence, is it? The surrounding neighbors saw Yi Lingjing and greeted him warmly. Yi Lingjing's secrecy was so watertight that even after living here for dozens of years, his neighbors merely thought he was a retired veteran. Who would have expected that this world's #1 ninth grade martial king would be hidden right beside them? Yeah, a bit unwell, convalescing for a few months. Yi Ling was responding to the crowd with a smile. Not long after, Yi Tian was also packed up and ready to head to school. Little Tian, come over and practice with Grandpa, just so Grandpa can check your cultivation results and see how well you've practiced your dragon escape hand. Yi Ling was beckoning towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian knew Yi Lingjing's habits well and launched his attack towards him without hesitation. The grandparents and grandson were only trying out their moves point blank, not fighting to the death. However, right in the middle of the exchange, Yi Lingjing couldn't help but feel layers of waves in his heart, filled with surprise. Xiao Tian has actually broken through the first grade realm and has already reached the 6th stage of the second grade realm. And his chi and blood outbursts are extremely strong. What's going on? Could it be that he's really been practicing hard over the past half a year or so? There is also this dragon escapement hand, which is so skillful and fluent, I am afraid that it has already reached the realm of pure perfection, right? This kind of attainment, ordinary people must at least 20 years of hard training to reach. Yi Ling was being shocked at Yi Tian's performance. Although the 6th stage of the second grade realm was not outstanding in the Yi family, it was undoubtedly a huge leap for Yi Tian. The martial art of dragon escaping hands was an ancestral tradition of the Yi family, and among the entire Yi family, only Yi Lingjing and Yi Tian's great-uncle Yi Zhengying had cultivated it to the perfect realm. To cultivate a martial art to perfection, not only does it require persistent and diligent training, but it also requires a very high level of understanding and talent. The dragon tackling hands displayed by Yi Tian had already reached the state of perfection. How could this not make Yi Lingjing stunned? From this, it could be seen that Yi Tian must have poured a lot of effort into the cultivation of the dragon escapement hand. After a few trial moves, Yi Lingjing already had a general understanding of Yi Tian's situation. Well, little Tian, you haven't let Grandpa down too much after all, you have indeed improved. Yi Lingjing said with a serious face. However, you mustn't become complacent because of this. With your strength today, at most you will only be able to get a second-rate martial arts university. There is only less than a month left before the martial arts university examination. Seize the last opportunity to sprint hard and strive to excel in the examination. Got it, Grandpa. Yi Tian hemmed and hawed, a determined light flickering in his eyes. However, my goal is to be the top student in this year's martial arts examination. Little brat, don't talk nonsense. Yi Ling was feigning anger and made a gesture to kick Yi Tian, of course, provided Yi Qinglan was not present. Yi Tian ran off to school as cheerfully as a rounded bead. At this moment, there were less than 3 weeks left before the great examination of martial arts, and he knew that he had to race against time to raise his cultivation. Thus, he resolutely consumed 600 killing value and exchanged 3 bottles of precious chi and blood pills. On the path of martial arts cultivation, if the 6th stage of the second grade realm wanted to break through to the 7th stage, the biggest hurdle was the enhancement of chi and blood. Most cultivators would encounter a chi and blood bottleneck and be trapped in this realm, making it difficult to advance an inch. Even when taking some elixirs that replenish chi and blood, they often have little effect. The chi and blood dan is very different. Its medicinal properties are extremely domineering. After serving can make the human body chi and blood as boiling water like turbulent surge. As long as the practitioner's own basic qualities are solid enough and strong enough, it can be used to quickly break through the bottleneck. Because Yi Tian cultivated the Tai Chu hegemony body technique and had already reached the perfect realm, his own physical quality was far superior to normal people, so he was naturally able to easily withstand the majestic medicinal power of the Qi and blood pills. As a result, he broke through to the 7th stage of the second grade realm extremely smoothly. The path of cultivation since then has been smooth sailing. After spending only 3 days of light, Yi Tian had raised his cultivation all the way to the peak state of the 9th stage of the second grade realm. The distance to breaking through the 3rd grade realm was now just one suitable opportunity away. During these few days, Yi Tian had not forgotten to help his good friend Wang Fengyi. He attentively poured out his martial arts experience and insights, and also gifted some of the remnants of the pills to Wang Fengyi to take. After Wang Fengyi received Yi Tian's help, he did not fail Yi Tian's expectations. His own strength was significantly improved, breaking through several small realms one after another, and his combat power also had a considerable increase. Nowadays, Wang Fengyi, applying for a second-rate Wuhan University is no longer a problem. Chapter 029 Terrifying Qi and Blood Value. Just when Yi Tian was fully preparing for the martial arts examination, Yi Lingzhang also got all the information about Yi Tian's situation in the last 6 months. Everything is available. Half a year ago, Xiao Tian was still muddled and had been chasing a girl named Zhang Chuqing so hard that his martial arts cultivation had stagnated. More than half a month ago, he even resolutely gave up that girl and his cultivation broke through the bottleneck. In the mapping test, Xiao Tian actually defeated his classmates in the 3rd grade realm, and is qualified to enter the first-class martial university. Xiao Tian even joined the Kyoto branch of the Demon Suppression Division? And he even killed 3 mutated demons? As Yi Ling was looking at all of Yi Tian's recent events, the more he saw the end, the more surprised he became. Especially in the last half a month or so, Yi Tian's performance was as if he had changed into a different person, which could be described as a sudden improvement. Yi Tian's cultivation was not worth mentioning at all in terms of the Yi family. However, he possessed the ability to fight across levels, which was very rare. At the same time, Yi Lingzhan was also very curious about how exactly Yi Tian did it. Even if Yi Tian possessed the Yi family's unique martial art, Dragon Escaping Hands, I'm afraid that with such cultivation strength alone, it would be difficult to fight across a large realm. It seems that Xiao Tian has a secret that is unknown to him. Yi Ling was in deep thought. He didn't intend to delve into the secrets behind Yi Tian, he just needed to know that Yi Tian was still his grandson. After all, Yi Tian was turning for the better. I hope you'll give me a surprise, little sky. Add another cast of luster to my Yi family. Yi Lingzhang had also gradually changed his prejudice and opinion towards Yi Tian. However, he still didn't quite believe in Yi Tian's grandiose words of wanting to become the top student in the martial arts university examination. Time passes quickly. Turning to the last 2 weeks left before the WKU exams. On this day, the first high school in the capital is going to reorganize a basic test. This is to see if anyone in the martial arts training class has improved. Only this test is organized within the school and will not be reported to the Ministry of Education. Only half a month had passed since the last mapping test, and in reality, most people had made very limited improvements. Even if they were at the bottleneck of a breakthrough, not everyone could break through in half a month's time. However, when the class teacher gave Yi Tian the test, it still shook the entire class fiercely. Yi Tian, 2nd grade realm. 9th stage. Qi and blood, 788. When the classroom teacher saw this data, he was also completely stunned. First, Yi Tian's cultivation realm had broken through too quickly. More than half a month ago, Yi Tian's test was still only at the 3rd stage of the 2nd grade realm, while half a month later, he had unexpectedly broken through directly to the 9th stage of the 2nd grade realm. It was as fast as Superman. One must know that for an average person to cultivate to perfection in the 2nd grade realm, it would take at least a year. Even for talented people, it takes about half a year. A demonic genius would need 2 or 3 months. And Yi Tian did it in just half a month's time. This is unbelievable. The second was that Yi Tian's qi and blood values were too terrifying. 788. Under normal circumstances, the blood value of the 9th stage of the 2nd grade realm would hover around 500. Yi Tian's qi and blood values were already equivalent to the 5th stage of the 3rd grade realm, and even close to the 6th stage of the 3rd grade realm. In terms of blood value alone, Yi Tian could already hang on to the likes of schoolmaster Chen Zixuan. Tian is awesome. Ha, the first genius of our martial cultivation class 3 has to be Brother Tian. Raising your cultivation by 6 stages in half a month, there's simply no one else. With Tion's speed, there's really hope that he can sprint to the third grade realm before the great examination of martial arts. Brother Tion is really going to take off. The first-class martial arts university is already beckoning him, and it's very promising to sprint to the 4 major martial arts academies as well. For a while, the entire class was filled with admiration and praise for Yi Tian. After all, the previous Yi Tian was the class hangman, and in just half a month, he had become the first in his class. Even the eyes that Chen Zixuan, and Mo Wenchang, and Yuan Ruoshua, such third-grade realm schoolmasters, now looked at Yi Tian were no longer the same kind of disdain and arrogance that they used to have, but rather, deep scorn. Yi Tian was able to defeat Chen Zixuan when he was at the third stage of the second-grade realm, let alone nowadays. Chen Zixuan had originally wanted to prove himself during the martial arts examination, but now it seemed that the gap between him and Yi Tian would only grow wider. On the other hand, when Jiang Chucheng, Fang Yuan, and Yao Ying and other women saw this test data of Yi Tian, they were completely speechless. They thought that Yi Tian was just breaking out for a bit, but they didn't realize that Yi Tian was continuing to progress and had already left them far behind. Nowadays, they didn't even have the qualifications to taunt Yi Tian anymore, nor did they have the guts to do so. Jiang Chucheng's heart was even more incomparably tormented. Since that time, she had also tried to find Yi Tian to say a few words, but they were all ignored by Yi Tian. Yi Tian didn't give her any chance at all. It pissed her off, but there was nothing she could do about it. Now, seeing Yi Tian's continued breakthrough progress, he was vaguely gaining the momentum to soar into the sky. The remorse in her heart, which she was originally unwilling to admit, seemed to be gradually spreading and growing. After the test, the homeroom teacher only left behind Yi Tian, Chen Zixuan, and Mo Wenchang, and Yuan Ruoshua. According to our school's rules, in the last 2 weeks before the martial arts exam, we have to conduct an internal test. This round of testing is only for talented martial artists above the third grade realm. Student Yi Tian, originally you were not allowed to participate because of your second grade realm cultivation, but considering that you have the practical ability to challenge the third grade realm, the school has made an exception to allow you to participate. This time, your opponents will be all the talented people in our school, so I'm sure you all know something about them. It's the same old rules. This test is not really the great examination of martial arts, so you guys can have some reservations. But, you also need to show yourselves as much as possible, so that Dean Shang, as well as us teachers, can find out some of your problems, and maybe even help you make up for them in these last 2 weeks. Now, let's go to the practice room. The homeroom teacher briefly introduced herself. Yi Tian and the others actually knew about such a thing. After all, this was the tradition of the first high school in the capital. This was also the school's way of seeing in advance how the actual combat abilities of the entire school's third-grade realm students really were, and which ones could be used as seeds to impact some of the 4 major martial arts academies, or the top-ranked first-class martial arts universities. Soon, Yi Tian and the others followed the homeroom teacher to the practice classroom. At this time, a group of students had already gathered in the large practicing classroom, and several major school leaders were also listed. There were a total of 5 martial arts training classes in the first high school in Kyoku. Among them, the first class of martial arts cultivators were all top students, with a total of 5 third-grade realms, and the highest cultivator had even reached the 7th stage of the third-grade realm. The second class of martial arts cultivation came next, with a total of 4 third-grade realms, and the highest cultivator had a 6th stage of the third-grade realm. The third class of martial arts cultivation, that is, Yi Tian's class, had a total of 3 third-grade realms, and the highest was Chen Zixuan, the 4th stage of the third-grade realm. Martial cultivation classes 4 and 5 belonged to the weakest batch. The 2 classes only had 2 third-grade realms respectively, neither of which exceeded the 3rd stage of the third-grade realm. Chapter 030 The Geniuses of Kayakichi High School. There were a total of 16 talented martial artist students of the third-grade realm in this session of the entire Jinghua First High School, plus Yi Tian, the exception. All of them converged here. These 17 people would become the face of Jinghua Yi High School, and the admission results of this session of the martial arts grand examination would also affect the reputation and performance of Jinghua Yi High School, and even the future funding of the school. Dean Chang looked at these 17 people, his eyes filled with praise. In previous years, in each session, it would be good to have around 10 third-grade realms. There are 17 in total this year, which is already considered more than expected. And there was even a genius martial artist of the 7th stage of the third-grade realm in this term. It could be said that he would represent the first talented student of the first high school of the capital kingdom, and his impact on the 4 major martial arts academies would be a sure thing. This is also a great honor for Kayakichi High School. His gaze also lingered briefly on Yi Tian. Having helped Yi Tian deal with Vice President Lu Jinneng before, he naturally had some understanding. He had also secretly checked Yi Tian's information. Seeing that Yi Tian was able to stand out in the last touch test was indeed a bit of a surprise. But when he thought that Yi Tian's mother could go straight to the topmost floor of the Ministry of Education with a single phone call, he was not surprised. He knew that Yi Tian's back was definitely extraordinary. A short month was also enough time for that transcendent power to change Yi Tian's fate. Gentlemen, I'll stop with the extra nonsense. All of you are the pride of our Dinghua First High School. All of you are seated for the first-class martial arts university. In the future, you are even more of a mainstay of our Dragon Country region. Now, you can show yourselves to your heart's content and let us see how much you've got and if there's any room for improvement. Don't be nervous, everyone. This test is nothing more than an internal test for the school. No one else will know the results of the test. Therefore, people don't have to care about the results, they just need to show what they can do. Our rules are also very simple. Anyone can go straight to the stage, they can name who they want to challenge, or they can just go straight to the stage. So, who's first? As Dean Chang's words fell, the many students looked at each other, and no one seemed willing to be the first. Phew! Suddenly a silhouette from the martial arts cultivation class rushed onto the practice stage. This first one, our martial cultivation class 1, is the one to beat. I, Zhao Qianshu, Martial Cultivation Class 1, 3rd Grade Realm 4th Stage Cultivation. Please enlighten me, my fellow students. Dean Chang nodded approvingly, then said, so, who wants to challenge student Zhao Qianshu? Or, student Zhao Qianshu, who do you want to challenge by name? Zhao Qianshu immediately said, Chen Zixuan. 3 months ago during the bottoming out exam, you and I secretly competed against each other, and we were no match for each other. But I heard that your last touch test, you actually lost to a classmate from the 2nd grade realm? Haha, it's really a disgrace. The Kurikyu is no longer qualified to be my opponent. Martial Cultivation Class 3, where is the person who defeated Chen Zixuan? Come up here. Let me blow you away. When Chen Zixuan heard these words, he immediately clenched his fists and was filled with indignation. He wanted to go up and fight, but he had no reason to go up when it wasn't him that people were challenging. The 3 people from Martial Cultivation Class 3 all looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian was also not expecting that he had become the first person to be challenged. What? You think I'm so easy to bully with my 2nd grade cultivation? Interesting. Yi Tian touched his nose, then walked up to the practice stage. It's you? Defeated Chen Zixuan with the cultivation of the 2nd grade realm? Oh, doesn't look like much? Mediocre. I'll tell you today. There is a gap between geniuses and geniuses. And the gap between you and me is the difference between clouds and mud. Zhao Qianshu looked Yi Tian up and down, then pointed at Yi Tian with incomparable arrogance and confidence. Yi Tian did not reply, but simply raised the index finger of his right hand. What do you mean? Zhao Qianshu asked with a cold face. One move. Yi Tian faintly said 2 words. Asshole. Don't look down on people. Zhao Qianshu was completely enraged by Yi Tian and immediately stormed out. His figure was like a tiger descending from a mountain as he pounced. The entire body was filled with an extreme sense of power explosion. At the same time, his right hand condensed into a fist and slammed down. Mighty Tiger Fist. And the Fierce Tiger Fist, which has already reached a great level of success. Even though the Fierce Tiger Fist was only a yellow grade upper grade martial art. However, Zhao Qianshu threw this punch with the cultivation of the 4th stage of the 3rd grade realm, which was incomparably powerful, and really had the momentum of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Zhao Qianshu has indeed practiced this Fierce Tiger Fist well. The power of this punch alone is enough to be appalling, powerful enough and strong enough. The only drawback is that this punch is overly forceful and leaves no room for defense at all. If the opponent finds a break, I'm afraid I'm going to suffer. He occupies the advantage of a high cultivation level, so it's not a problem for him to attack with all his might. Rather, this student Yi Tian, how does he fight back? As soon as Zhao Qianshu made his move, Dean Chang and a bunch of other school leaders had already started talking. Obviously, they all favored Zhao Qianshu. And in the face of Zhao Qianshu's full force strike, Yi Tian only smiled lightly. In the next second, his footsteps tapped lightly and his figure flickered and moved like a phantom. Wandering fairy steps. Easily dodging this full force punch from Zhao Qianshu. And the position where Yi Tian appeared happened to be the weak side of Zhao Qianshu's defense. Let's show you what real boxing is. Star River Divine Fist. Meteor Style. There's not much merit in this style. Just fast. Tough. Accurate. Yi Tian's cultivation was not high, but his qi and blood were extremely high, and with a full force outburst, the power of this punch was incomparably terrifying. Feeling Yi Tian's fist wind whistling, Zhao Qianshu's face suddenly changed. But he couldn't dodge at the moment, he could only change his stance and fight hard. He tightened his arms and crossed them in front of him. Knock! Yi Tian's punch ruthlessly smashed on top of Zhao Qianshu's arms. Boo! Only to see Zhao Qianshu directly sent flying more than 10 meters away and rolled hard to the ground. He tried to brace his arms to stand up, but realized that his arms were in excruciating pain and still shaking. Alright, no need to fight. Dean Cheng announced immediately. Dean Cheng, I haven't lost yet. Zhao Qianshu was really defeated by Yi Tian with a single punch, he was really a bit unwilling, he still had a lot of stunts that he didn't use. Don't be reluctant, student Yi Tian hasn't exerted his full power just now, if he did, your arms would have been ruined, let's not talk about the great examination of martial arts, take a good rest and summarize the gains and losses of this battle as well as your own mentality. Dean Cheng, however, categorically said. His words were also considered to help Zhao Qianshu analyze his problem. He was just too crazy when he came up, and his moves were a little too big, which caused him to lose too quickly. If he had actually gone to war, he might have died. Therefore, what Zhao Qianshu needs most right now is introspection. When Zhao Qianshu heard Dean Cheng's words, he lowered his head like a defeated rooster. Now, is there anyone who still wants to challenge Mr. Yi Tian? Or, Yi Tian, who do you want to challenge? Chapter 031 Destroying and Destroying. The other geniuses from the martial arts cultivation classes present looked at Yi Tian as if they were seeing a monster. Previously, they had all heard that Yi Tian had defeated Chen Zixuan and only thought that it was just Yi Tian's luck. After all, such things as fighting at a higher level were only rumors. And they were all geniuses, otherwise it would be impossible for them to have higher cultivation levels than others at the same age. However, when they saw with their own eyes that Yi Tian defeated Zhao Qianshu, who was at the 4th stage of the 3rd rank realm, in one move with a cultivation of the 2nd rank realm, it was still quite shocking. No one made a sound on the scene, and it seemed that no one wanted to challenge Yi Tian. After all, everyone was in the 3rd grade realm, and if they fought against Yi Tian, even if they won, they would win, and if they lost, then they would become Yi Tian's backdrop, which was really unnecessary. Old Good, you're really lucky to have such a talent in your class. Yes, a cultivation of the 2nd grade realm defeated the 4th stage of the 3rd grade realm, that's really something. Old son, your martial cultivation class 1 students were defeated, how can you get back at them? The rest of the homeroom teachers in each class were happily talking and laughing. On one hand, he complimented Yi Tian's homeroom teacher, and on the other hand, he also sarcastically criticized the homeroom teacher of the 1st class of martial arts cultivation. The 1st class of martial arts cultivation had always been arrogant, priding themselves on being the face of the 1st high school in the capital and looking down on the other martial arts cultivation classes, so they took this opportunity to still say a few words. Yi Tian's homeroom teacher, Lao Gu, had a red face, the class he led had always been moderate, and this time a Yi Tian had come out, making his face shine. As for martial cultivation class 1's class teacher Sun Xinmin, his face was ugly, after all, Zhao Qianshu had taken the initiative to challenge Yi Tian and had failed in the end. In order to save face, he immediately rushed at another student from the 1st class of martial arts cultivation and gave a wink. After that student comprehended, he then immediately rushed onto the practicing platform, martial cultivation class 1, Ding Hong, 3rd grade realm, 5th stage, come and receive a lesson. Ding Hong. This kid's stance is weird and agile, and his punches are very fierce, his qi and blood are very strong, you have to be careful. Seeing his fellow senior brother go up, Zhao Qianshu hurriedly reminded. In the battle he had just fought, not only had he lost himself, but he had also lost the face of the 1st class of martial arts cultivation, and he didn't want Ding Hong to lose to Yi Tian as well. Don't worry, in terms of stance speed, no one can match my spirit snake steps. Ding Hong, however, was incomparably confident. Zhao Qianshu was also enlightened, he had fought with Ding Hong, the other party's stance was indeed outstanding, he should be able to suppress Yi Tian. Facing Ding Hong's challenge, Yi Tian did not reply and only waved his hand faintly, signaling that his opponent could make his move. Ding Hong didn't have the slightest reservation, and immediately executed his spiritual body technique. He was like a spirit snake coming out of its hole, with a strange and elusive pace. At the same time, the movements of his hands kept changing, resembling a monkey's fist, a bear's paw, and a tiger's claw. 100 Beast's Fist. This was an extremely rare attacking fist technique that could simulate the attack paths of 100 beasts. This was a top grade yellow level martial art that required an extremely high level of enlightenment talent. From this, it could be seen that Ding Hong was also a martial arts genius with an extremely high level of enlightenment. Ding Hong stepped on the spiritual snake steps and danced the 100 Beasts Fist, attacking towards Yi Tian in a wide-open attack. This offense is very solid and almost unbreakable. Moreover, his cultivation level was at the 5th stage of the 3rd grade realm, steadily suppressing Yi Tian and not giving him any chance to sneak attack and counterattack at all. The few other talented students in Martial Cultivation Class 1 were expecting Ding Hong to crush Yi Tian in one fell swoop and salvage the situation. The rest of the class teachers of each class were also paying close attention, wanting to see how Yi Tian would fight back. Facing the opponent's offense, Yi Tian didn't even frown, instead, he grinned, fancy. Yi Tian bullied his way up. Tai Cho Hegemony Technique. Yi Tian's body was covered in a faint layer of light around him. Combined combat power increased by 70%. Star River Divine Fist. A Starry Night. In an instant, Yi Tian unleashed his most powerful offense, instantly striking out countless fist shadows, shining like the stars of the universe. Dang! 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 If Ding Heng's attack was 1001, then Yi Tian's attack was devastating. Under Yi Tian's fist strength that contained the power of the stars, it instantly shattered all of Ding Heng's monkey fist, bear paw, and tiger claw. Boom! 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 Ding Hong was strongly suppressed by Yi Tian and was losing ground. Until, finally, he was knocked out and sent flying by a direct hit. Positively crushing. This. What a raging battle! I thought that he had just relied on his ghostly stance, and that's how he sneaked up on Zhao Qianshu. Yeah, we all thought he'd just take the easy way out. I didn't realize that he fronted such a ferocious battle. The chi and blood he exploded just now was too vigorous, not at all false to the 3rd grade realm. And his martial arts are too domineering and ferocious, even I feel a strong sense of oppression. The other talented students present were also shocked inwardly. If there were any doubts about Yi Tian's battle prowess before, they had completely dissipated at this moment. Yi Tian's strength was enough to rival the 5th stage of the 3rd grade realm. Even the only 3rd grade realm 7th stage of the Jinghua First High and the other 2 3rd grade realm 6th stages had to square up to Yi Tian. Old Gu! This student of yours is too fierce. Just now, Dean Cheng said that he had left a hand. I thought that it was only slightly, but I didn't realize that he had left a big hand. This combat power is too strong. If he had just taken such a shot against Zhao Qianshu, he wouldn't have been able to resist even a little bit. Several class teachers also couldn't help but praise Yi Tian. Even Dean Cheng couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly to Yi Tian. It was obvious that Yi Tian had also given him a big surprise. In the near future martial arts examination, Yi Tian would definitely give the first high school in the capital a good name. In this battle, it's still Yi Tian who wins. Then who else is going to challenge Yi Tian next? The scene was silent. Even the powerful Ding Hong was not Yi Tian's opponent, and those who were inferior to him would naturally not go up and make a fool of themselves. As for the remaining ones, there were only 3 of them who were at the 6th stage of the 3rd grade realm and above, and they wouldn't take it lightly. Right at this moment, Yi Tian grinned and spoke, I heard that the martial cultivation class 1s are all the faces of the first high school of Beijing. Since you all want to challenge me, let me challenge you next. There's a 3rd grade realm 6th and 7th stages in your class, who's going to fight me? Yi Tian was challenged twice in a row by the first class of martial arts cultivators. He's getting a little emotional, too. Originally, he had thought of showing his strength during the martial arts examination. Right now, he wanted to ruthlessly punch the face of the first class of martial arts cultivation. This Yi Tian actually wants to challenge the 6th stage of the 3rd grade realm. It even wants to challenge the 7th stage. Granted, he's a rare genius who has crossed over, but he doesn't know how big the gap is between the 6th and 7th stages of the 3rd grade realm. And Meng Chenyuan and Dong Zihao are both practical geniuses as well. Meng Chenyuan's 3rd grade realm 6th stage can even fight with an 8th stage martial artist, and Dong Zihao's 3rd grade realm 7th stage can even fight with a peak 3rd grade realm martial artist. Hearing Yi Tian's words, even the few class teachers on the scene were startled. They all felt that Yi Tian was a bit too arrogant and cocky. Chapter 032 Genius, and in the future, it's just a threshold to see me. Meng Chenyuan and Dong Zihao from the first class of martial arts cultivation glanced at each other and both seemed to feel provoked by Yi Tian. In the end, it was Meng Chenyuan who stepped forward. He was at the 6th stage of the 3rd grade realm, and belonged to the little king of the first class of martial cultivation. His goal was to impact the 4 major martial arts academies. Humph, classmate Yi Tian. It seems like you're overconfident, thinking that there's no one else in my martial cultivation class 1, is that right? Now, I'll show you, the genius of geniuses. Meng Chenyuan said with incomparable arrogance. It was true that Yi Tian had defeated Zhao Qiansu and Ding Hong one after another. Moreover, it was Yi Tian who crushed it head-on in a devastating manner. However, Meng Chenyuan asked himself that he could do the same if he went all out. Therefore, he thought that Yi Tian's strength was at most the same as his own. Moreover, his cultivation level was even higher and his actual combat ability was also very strong, not the kind of ordinary third-grade realm 6th stage that relied on pills to build up, but a genuine genius martial artist. Geniuses? In my eyes, you so-called geniuses will only be the threshold to see me in the future. Yi Tian grinned. Rampant! Rampant! Meng Chenyuan shouted angrily and immediately launched an attack. His stance speed was a bit more powerful than Ding Heng's. Not only was he fast, but he was also ethereal and agile. Moreover, his offense was also very powerful, switching between fists, palms, and legs with reckless abandon, coming and going as he pleased, clearly possessing an extremely high level of martial arts talent and practical combat talent. Seeing that his opponent's attack was incomparably fierce, Yi Tian did not choose to fight hard. He could harden himself, but he had to fully execute the Tai Cho Hegemony technique and the Star River Divine Fist, but that would be too much of a drain on his chi and blood. In a long battle, he will lose. Therefore, Yi Tian chose to avoid the battle first. Consume 500 kill values to cultivate the second level of the Wandering Immortal Steps. With a thought, Yi Tian upgraded the Wandering Immortal Steps by a notch. In an instant, Yi Tian's steps under his feet became even more agile and ethereal. One step to swim in immortality. Meng Chenyuan's fist wins, like a mad dragon coming out of the abyss, carrying the majestic strength of the 6th stage of the 3rd grade realm. Each punch swung out as if it could tear the air. His palm technique seemed to be like the first appearance of rushing thunder, with heavy palm shadows, blocking off a large area of Yi Tian's surroundings. His leg technique was even faster than lightning, with his whip leg whistling past, bringing up sharp wind-breaking sounds. However, Yi Tian performed a step to immortality, and his body was as if he had stepped into another dimension. His feet seemed to have a spiritual charm, gently pointing at the ground. The whole person will be like an immortal in the world, floating out of the dust. Only his figure could be seen hidden in Meng Chenyuan's airtight attack. From time to time, he flickered to the left, so fast that it only left an illusory residual shadow. Meng Chenyuan's fist grazed the residual shadow, but it only struck a piece of emptiness. Sometimes right to avoid, his body twisted at an angle that almost defied common sense. Meng Chenyuan's palm winds swept past his body, not even touching a piece of the corner of his coat. From time to time, he drifted backward and retreated. The pace was as light as gliding on the water. Meng Chenyuan's powerful whip leg only lifted a little dust under his feet. Yi Tian's silhouette in the gap between Meng Chenyuan's attacks freely shuttle, like a light boat in the storm, although the surrounding waves, but always as stable as Mount Taishan, did not dip the slightest wetness. This Yi Tian's stance is actually so ethereal and out of this world. I don't think we have this kind of stance in our school, do we? Yeah, he's fast and very agile. He seems to have reached the perfection level, right? Even if a few of us make a move, we may not be able to catch him, right? Yeah, unless a few of us join forces. The duel between Yi Tian and Meng Chenyuan had left even the several class teachers as well as the school leaders very much in awe. There were also grades of body techniques, which were generally categorized into basic, subtle, profound, and consummate. Reaching the realm of perfection, which meant that the mastery of the body technique had reached the realm of pure fire. Nowadays, the stance Yi Tian displayed was at the consummate level. Meng Chenyuan attacked like a tidal wave, but repeatedly pounced. His heart could not help but feel a little annoyed. Humph, only dodging? He shouted. His attack became more and more powerful. The fist wind whistled, the palm shadows were heavy, and the leg shadows swept towards Yi Tian as if it was a blistering wind and rain. However, this series of attacks was a bit hasty, instead revealing a crack. Sun Long Finger. Yi Tian's figure flashed and instantly made a point towards Meng Chenyuan's ribs. Anon! A wave of dark energy instantly erupted. Meng Chenyuan was struck by lightning and his entire body flew backwards. He lost. Everyone in the room was baffled. It also includes all classroom teachers as well as school leaders. None of them had expected that even Meng Chenyuan, one of the top geniuses in the martial arts cultivation class, would lose to Yi Tian. Where exactly was Yi Tian's limit? Will he, a second-grade realm cultivator, become the first genius of the first high school in the capital? Old Gu, isn't this Yi-Tian a bit too heaven-defying? Yeah, is he really only at the third stage of the second grade realm? Is there a mistake here? All the other class teachers and school leaders looked at Yi-Tian's class teacher, Lao Gu. Yi-Tian's latest test, he is at the ninth stage of the second grade realm, so he must have improved his combat power. Old Gu explained. What? Ninth stage of the second grade realm? Wasn't the last test only at the third stage of the second grade realm? Raised 6 stages in half a month? Isn't this a cultivation genius? Upon hearing this, everyone else was once again stunned. Although Yi-Tian's cultivation level had increased, resulting in an increase in his battle power, making it slightly more acceptable to the crowd. However, Yi-Tian's speed of cultivation increase was a bit too fast, and again, it was unacceptable. Good. 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 We have another martial arts genius in Jinghua No. 1 High School, and it's also a practical combat genius. Perhaps, we can fight for a place in the 4 great martial academies again this year. Yi-Tian, good job. Dean Chang led the applause and expressed his appreciation. The others clapped along. However, Yi-Tian was not proud of this, yet pointed at the last one, Dong Zihao, student Dong Zihao. You're known as the first genius of the first high school in the capital, right? Fight me, I also want to see where my limits are. Everyone was stunned by Yi-Tian's actions. Yi-Tian actually wanted to challenge Dong Zihao. Dong Zihao was at the 7th stage of the 3rd grade realm. Although there is only a difference of 1 segment between the 6th and 7th segments, it can contain a threshold. Quite a number of 3rd grade realm 6th stages were stuck at this threshold for as little as a few months or as much as a few years. And Dong Zihao is a real-world genius, too. His true combat power was comparable to those ordinary 3rd grade realm 9th stage or even peak martial artists. Are you sure, you still want to challenge me? Dong Zihao said with a haughty expression. Even though Yi-Tian had defeated the 6th Dan Meng Chen Yuan, Dong Zihao still had his own confidence and pride. Cut the crap, do you dare to take it? Yi-Tian grinned. The successive battles also completely stimulated Yi-Tian's hot blood. He also wanted to try to see if his immortal Dao martial arts were fierce or not. If he couldn't even dominate the first high school in Kyoku, what qualifications did he have to fight for the top spot in the martial arts grand examination? Chapter 033 Secret Technique, Explosive Chi Technique. Why not? Being challenged by Yi-Tian at a 2nd grade realm, Dong Zihao, who was the first genius of the first high school in the capital, had his own arrogance completely aroused. Boom! He immediately leapt onto the practice platform. With one hand on his back, he had a disdainful stance, vaguely having the aura of an unrivaled peer. This Yi-Tian is a bit too wild. He even dares to challenge Zihao. Zihao is a true genius. Not only is his cultivation the fastest to improve, but his practical combat ability is extremely strong as well. Moreover, he mastered a Xian grade martial art, and he even cultivated it to the state of great perfection. In addition, he also possesses a secret technique. What qualifications does he, Yi-Tian, have to fight Zihao? The class teacher of Martial Cultivation Class 1, Sun Xinmin, immediately sneered. Obviously, he had great confidence in his favorite student. A secret method? Dong Zihao even mastered a secret technique? I wonder what type of secret method it is. However, since it's a secret method, it's bound to have a special role. This time, Yi-Tian is in danger. Several of the remaining classroom teachers gasped. Yi-Tian's homeroom teacher, Lao Gu, couldn't help but worry. Originally, Yi-Tian had already given him a long face, and he only hoped that Yi-Tian wouldn't get injured, which would affect the martial arts examination when the time came. Secret techniques, that was something rarer than martial arts. There was no specific grade of secret techniques, but each one had a special function. There were some secret methods that could increase the strength, speed, and reaction of the physical body. There were also secret methods that could enhance the spirit. There were also secret methods that were special ways of generating power, and there were also secret methods that assisted in attacking. In short, there were many types of secret methods, but they were generally more peculiar, and that was why they were called secret methods. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi-Tian and Dong Zihao. This battle of theirs could represent the battle for the first talent of the first high school in the capital country. Dong Zihao boasted of his high cultivation level and did not want to bully Yi-Tian, a 2nd grade realm, so he did not take the initiative. Yi-Tian was also not polite, and dropped his hands at that moment. Star River Divine Fist. Upon striking, Yi-Tian did not exert his full strength. He also wanted to try what this Dong Zihao could do. A starry night. Fist energies like the stars in the night sky surged out. With the addition of the swimming immortal steps stance, Yi Tian's attacks were like a tidal wave, incomparably ferocious. Humph. Sculpture. Dong Zihao snorted coldly and whirled around to perform a leg technique. Phew. Shoo. Shoo. Shadowless legs. His legs were like springs, kicking out a trail of residual shadows, shattering Yi Tian's punches one by one. Worthy of being a genius of the 7th stage of the 3rd grade realm, Yi Tian's attack was not worth mentioning in front of him. Yi Tian's eyes were cold and he immediately stopped holding back. Tai Cho hegemony skill. A light glowed around Yi Tian's body, increasing his battle power by 70%. His strength and speed multiplied steeply. The power of the Star River Divine Fist had also increased quite a bit. This time, it made Dong Zihao feel a certain amount of pressure. A bit capable. No wonder I was able to defeat Meng Chenyuan. But it's not enough for me. Dong Zihao was incomparably arrogant, only to see his figure shrink back and his chi energy around him erupt steeply. Immediately, his hands transformed into palms and struck out a palm print that cascaded down. Gale Palm. This was a Shen grade martial art that was not only fast, but also powerful. Like the passage of a violent wind, it ravages everything. Yi Tian's Star River Divine Fist was fierce, but it was broken by the Gale Palm in every way possible. The main thing was that Yi Tian's cultivation level was a bit lower, and he was unable to maximize the power of the Star River Divine Fist. If the two were of equal cultivation, Yi Tian could definitely crush Dong Zihao. Seeing that the opponent's attack formed a counterattack, Yi Tian abruptly changed his stance. He gathered his strength in his arms and thrust forward. The hand of the Dala Buddha. The terrifying palm force was heavenly, instantly forcing the other party's palm print back with a loud bang. The two stopped briefly. The two have been fighting for over 20 rounds, right? Surprisingly indistinguishable? This Yi Tian is a bit heaven-defying. This seems to be another new martial art, right? This martial art has never been seen before. This palm power is a bit heaven-defying. Yi Tian has actually mastered several martial arts, and they all seem to be very skillful and powerful. In between, several classroom teachers and school leaders also showed their surprise. Those other students, on the other hand, were even more dumbfounded by what they saw. Even Zhao Qianxu, Ding Heng, and Meng Chenyuan, who had lost to Yi Tian, were feeling convinced at the moment. After all, Yi Tian and Dong Zihao could both fight it out. Chen Zixuan, Mo Wenchang, and Yuan Ruoxue from the 3rd class of martial arts cultivation were even more so. If before Yi Tian had defeated Chen Zixuan, the three of them were still a bit unconvinced inwardly, wanting to catch up and defeat Yi Tian in the future, then right now, there was not a single thought in their hearts anymore. Only just over half a month had passed, Yi Tian's strength seemed to have grown a lot more and could already completely crush them. What a powerful palm. Even my Gale Palm is somewhat inferior. Hee, you are indeed qualified to be my opponent. With a cultivation of the 2nd grade realm, to force me to use a secret technique, you're proud enough. It's just a pity that I, Dong Zihao, am still the first genius of the first high school of Beijing. You are no exception. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Dong Zihao's body, and his strength seemed to have grown quite a bit more. Bakugo. This was the secret method that Dong Zihao had mastered. It could explode the chi and blood in his body in a short period of time, allowing his speed, strength, and reflexes to increase by almost 20% or so. Boosting his battle power by around 20%, this was Dong Zihao's ability to fight over the level. Blast! Dong Zihao, who had executed the explosive chi technique, instantly killed Yi Tian. His firepower was all over the place, and he executed the Gale Palm to the extreme. It was as if the air around Yi Tian was going to be squeezed and crushed. Star Dome Guardian. Yi Tian opened the Taichu Hegemony body technique, but he also performed the defensive style of the Star River Divine Fist in public. All of his punching power was used to defend against his opponent's attack. After all, the power that Dong Zijian was unleashing at the moment was close to the 9th stage of the 3rd grade realm, so even he had to guard against it. Boom! 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 The power of the two men kept colliding, emitting dull sounds, and the air around the practicing platform seemed to be stirred up and disordered. Dong Zihao's attack became more and more violent, his figure looming between the whistling winds of his palms, as if he had transformed into an unstoppable gale. Yi Tian, on the other hand, felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain, and every time he resisted, he had to expend a huge amount of energy, but his eyes were firm, and he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Yi Tian seems to be on the verge of not being able to resist. Yeah, he should be losing. However, he's proud enough to have lasted until now. Dean Chang and a bunch of other school leaders seemed to see a little bit of a clue and went down to comment. Yi Tian, admit defeat. Dong Zihao even said directly to Yi Tian. Admit defeat? Yi Tian, however, grinned. It was so hard to relive his life, he wouldn't admit defeat so easily. In this life, he's going to live like a man. Consume 1000 kill value. Cultivate the third level of the Star River Divine Fist. Yi Tian hissed inwardly. In an instant, all the enlightenment of the Star River Divine Fist merged into his mind. The starbursts danced about. Chapter 034 Demon Genius. Steeply, Yi Tian's punching power changed as the speed of his punches increased once again, turning into a little bit of starbursts. Between the movement of the starbursts, there was absolutely no trajectory to follow and could not be captured. The windy palm executed by Dong Zihao could be said to be so airtight that not even a fly could fly out. However, Yi Tian's fist power at the moment was like a phantom, penetrating his palm print. He only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Yi Tian's fist power arrived in front of him. Dang! 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 In a series of 3 punches, Yi Tian struck Dong Zihao's left waist, lower abdomen, and right chest area. Boo! Dong Zihao was instantly knocked out. He immediately rolled over. However, at this moment, the qi and blood in his body were churning, seemingly showing signs of vomiting blood. Dong Zihao! It's okay. Just then, Dean Chang appeared behind him, a hand on his shoulder. A force drilled into Dong Zihao's body, helping him suppress the churning qi and blood. This game, Yi Tian wins. Dean Chang announced immediately. At this moment, the whole room was silent. No one expected that it would turn out this way. Even Dong Zihao, who was at the 7th stage of the 3rd grade realm, had lost to Yi Tian. The first genius of the first high school of the capital kingdom was actually a 2nd grade realm martial artist. I don't think anyone would believe this if they said it. However, the facts are in front of us. Zihao, you're already very good. Victory and defeat are commonplace. This time when Yi Tian beat you, it was only by 1 move. In the future you'll still have the chance to surpass him again. For you, the martial arts examination is the real stage, don't take it too much to heart. Dean Chang patted Dong Zihao's shoulder and carefully comforted him. He was afraid that this battle would cast some kind of psychological shadow on Dong Zihao and affect the martial arts examination. I know, thank you Dean Chang. Dong Zihao silently lowered his head and said in a deep voice. But his clenched fists showed that he was still very much inwardly defiant at the moment. Yi Tian. I was careless this time. But I won't admit defeat. I'm going to beat you at the martial arts exam. The most powerful thing I have is my marksmanship. With my family's gun skills, I can definitely enter the 4 major martial arts academies. We'll see. Dong Zihao shouted madly inside. However, these heartfelt voices could not be heard by Yi Tian. He had defeated Dong Zihao and didn't feel any greatness about it. He also understood his combat power better now. If he fought head-on, he could harden himself against an ordinary 3rd grade realm 9th stage. But those who took the martial arts examination were all talented martial arts youths, and he had to become stronger to do so. Yi Tian decided that he had to break through the 3rd grade realm before the martial arts examination, so that he would have a higher probability of taking the top prize in the martial arts examination. With this battle between Yi Tian and Dong Zihao, all those battles that followed seemed to pale in comparison. After all, the others weren't fighting as fiercely as the 2 of them. Soon, this battle test between geniuses within the first high school of the capital kingdom came to an end. Yi Tian became the veritable first-day talent of the first high school in the capital. Each classroom teacher then took his or her student back individually, either to talk about the situation or to teach and correct him or her. Dean Chang, however, was the only one who left Yi Tian behind. Student Yi Tian, you're really something. You've given us a big surprise in Jinghua No. 1 High School. With your current strength, it's enough to rival the 7th stage or higher of the 3rd grade realm, and the possibility of impacting the 4 great martial academies is extremely high. Or even, a chance to make a dash for the top 30, or even the top 20, or even the top 10 in the country for the WKU exam. Dean Chang gave Yi Tian an extremely high evaluation. Yi Tian smiled and nodded his head. Dean Chang, actually, my goal is to be the national top student in the Wushu University exam. Dean Chang was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Tian's ambition to be so high. Immediately, he laughed out loud. I didn't expect the students of my Jinghua First High School to be so ambitious. If I can witness the emergence of a top scholar in the National Martial Arts Examination from my Jinghua No. 1 high school in my lifetime, then I will have no regrets in my death. I have to say, student Yi Tian, your ambition is very good. But unfortunately, this time, you're going to be disappointed. Oh? Why? Yi Tian said strangely. He wondered why Dean Chang was certain that he wouldn't get the top prize in the martial arts examination. I'll tell you why. It's because this year, that is, in your term, 3 demonic geniuses have appeared. All 3 of them have already broken through the 3rd grade realm and reached the 4th grade realm. It can be said that the 3 of them have almost wrapped up the top 3 of this session's martial arts grand examination. Dean Cheng explained. 3 4th grade realms? Even Yi Tian could not help but be surprised. He also has some knowledge of the WKU exam. Generally speaking, the most powerful geniuses in the annual martial arts examination were only at the peak of the 3rd grade realm. Every 2 or 3 years, 1 or 2 super geniuses of the 4th grade realm would appear. And like this year, in the same year, 3 super geniuses of the 4th grade realm appeared all at once, which had never occurred in previous years. It could be said that this session of the Great Examination of Martial Sciences was definitely a collection of geniuses. That's right. They are respectively. The first one is a Long Bay Martial High School student from the Northwest region called Qin Mingyue. He comes from the Northwest's No. 1 martial arts family, the Qin family, and is also known as the Qin family's first genius, and he broke through to the 4th grade realm 2 months ago. The second one is from the No. 1 martial high in Jiangdu, called Xiaoho Longting. He is also from the No. 1 family, the Xiaoho family, and he broke through to the 4th grade realm a month ago. The third one is from the Lin clan, the No. 1 clan in the southeast, named Lin Haotian, who broke through to the 4th grade realm half a month ago. His grandfather is the renowned 9th grade martial king, King Lin Jian. Listening to Dean Chang's news, Yi Tian's heart rippled with it. These 3 were definitely geniuses among geniuses. Being able to reach the 4th grade realm at the age of 18, there was a high hope of becoming a 7th grade sovereign, or even an 8th grade grand sovereign, or even a 9th grade martial king in the future. 3 4th grade realm demons? Oh, it seems that it's really a bit difficult for me to take the top spot. But that's what makes it fun. Otherwise, what's the point of relying on Brother Unicorn's help and just being all invincible? Although he had gotten such news, Yi Tian was not panicked at all. There was even a little bit of excitement in him. Dean Chang looked at Yi Tian's expression and could not help but frown slightly. Originally, he had told Yi Tian this news because he wanted to caution him a bit, not to be complacent and just strive to play normally in the martial arts examination. However, seeing how excited Yi Tian looked, it seemed that he really wanted to compete with these 3 demonic geniuses. This little guy, he's a little crazy. But I'm just afraid he's going to suffer. As a 5th grade realm martial artist, Dean Chang was well aware of the gap between the 3rd grade realm and the 4th grade realm. That's a qualitative leap. The 2nd grade realm to the 3rd grade realm was still just an increase in chi and blood. As for the 3rd grade realm to the 4th grade realm, it was already possible to condense internal energy cyclones, and one's own foundation would all receive an extreme boost. Not to mention that the 4th grade realm could also utilize internal chi cyclones to fight. The 3 of them, Qin Mingyue, Xiaoho Longting and Lin Haotian, who had not long entered the 4th grade realm for the first time, might not have a sufficient grasp of internal energy cyclone, but they were all exceptional geniuses who themselves possessed the ability to fight across levels. In Dean Cheng's opinion, it was as difficult as climbing up to heaven for Yi Tian to defeat them. Chapter 035 3rd Grade Realm. Immortal Dao's Secret Technique. Demon Slashing Blade Technique. In these last less than 2 weeks, Yi Tian began to charge the 3rd grade realm with all his might. Breaking through a realm not only required one's own base to be strong enough, but it also required the aid of more elixirs. And now Yi Tian was left with only the last 70 points of kill value, with no way to get help from the system. Yi Tian's Tai Chu hegemony body technique was incomparably powerful enough to support his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd grade realm, and theoretically, it was not difficult to make a breakthrough. But what Yi Tian lacked was time, and he could only rely on pills to make up for it. Therefore, Yi Tian cultivated his physical body to the extreme every day and then used various pills to absorb and refine it. Without the kind of high-grade elixir from the system, Yi Tian used all the elixir resources he could obtain on himself. Now Yi Tian could not only obtain some resources from his mother Yi Qinglan, but he could also obtain many marketable resources from Yun Xiaoyong. What body-quenching liquid, body-forging cream, chi-building pills and so on, Yi Tian ate whatever he had. Anyway, the body of the Taichu hegemony body was incomparably powerful and could absorb any elixir. Finally, in a week, after consuming hundreds of bottles of pills, Yi-Tian finally managed to break through his own cultivation at the 9th stage of the 2nd grade realm to the 3rd grade realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 3rd grade realm. The host is hereby rewarded with the Immortal Tao's secret technique, the 9 Heavenly Dipper Strength. And reward the host with an additional 1,500 points of kill value. When Yi-Tian had just completed his breakthrough, a system tone was transmitted. Instantly, Yi-Tian was overjoyed. He didn't expect that there would be a system reward for breaking through the 3rd grade realm. And it was an extremely special Immortal Tao secret method. Dong Zihao, for example, had mastered a secret technique, and that one explosive chi technique could be a weighty means for Dong Zihao to fight at a higher level. And Yi-Tian's Immortal Tao secret method was naturally even more terrifying. In addition, Yi-Tian had surprisingly gotten 1,500 points of kill value, which was simply too timely for him. He was now almost empty of kill value, so if he was in a critical situation, he could still exchange something with the system for an emergency. 9 Heavy Heavenly Dipper Strength, a special secret method of power increase. Each weight practiced can raise the power by double. When practiced to the 9th weight, it can increase power by 9 times. Seeing the introduction of this Immortal Tao secret method, Yi-Tian was also slightly startled. This is a real secret method of combat. 9 times the power, can it not be terrifying? What's more, the Taichu hegemony body technique that Yi-Tian cultivated allowed Yi-Tian to possess a terrifying physical quality. His own strength was already very terrifying. If he were to strike 9 times more power, it would definitely be an incomparably amazing power value. Yi-Tian looked and saw that his current blood value had reached 998. This value was already infinitely close to the level of the peak of the 3rd grade realm. And he was still able to boost his power by 70% when he executed the Taichu hegemony technique. If he added the 9 Heavens Big Dipper Strength, it would be incomparably terrifying. Consume 600 points of kill value. Cultivate the 9 Heavy Heavenly Deity Strength. Yi-Tian did not hesitate and directly issued an order to the system. The 9 Heavy Big Dipper Strength was divided into a total of 9, the first requiring 100 points of kill value, the second requiring 200 points of kill value, and so on. Therefore, it was impossible for Yi-Tian to cultivate the 9 Heavy Heavenly Dipper Strength to perfection all at once. He decided to first consume 600 points of killing value to cultivate the 9 Heavens Big Dipper Strength to the 3rd level. The 9 Heavenly Deity Strength that could explode 3 times its power was also enough for Yi-Tian to use for the time being. In this way, he still had 970 points of kill value remaining, which he could keep for other purposes. Yi-Tian immediately checked his base panel. Host, Yi-Tian. Cultivation level, 1st stage of the 3rd grade realm. Blood and Chi, 998. Spirit, 976. Technique, Taichu hegemony technique perfect. Martial arts, Changming Fist perfection, Dragon Tackling Hand perfection, Star River Divine Fist perfection, Wandering Immortal Steps greatest achievement 0-1000, Sanglong Fingers minor achievement 0-500, Dala Buddha Hands greatest achievement 0-1000. Secret technique, 9 Heavy Big Dipper Strength 3rd level. Weapon, Demon Slasher 0 rank. Kill value, 970. Watching himself become stronger, Yi-Tian's confidence also increased. I've heard that the martial arts exam might be taking on the demons, and that they can use their weapons. Some of the martial arts cultivation class students are secretly practicing weapons. I haven't practiced here yet. I don't know if the demon chopper has a chance to strike, so let's give it a little upgrade first. With this thought in his mind, Yi-Tian decided to upgrade the demon slasher. Ding! Is the host sure he will consume 500 kill points to upgrade the demon slasher? The system tone came at that moment. Yi-Tian did not expect that upgrading the demon slasher would be so expensive. And he upgraded a bit, and his kill value was down to 470 again. Upgrade! After thinking about it, Yi-Tian still decided to upgrade early. After all, he was going to take the first place in the martial arts examination, and if he succeeded in doing so, he would gain kill value and also obtain the Immortal Tao technique. The Immortal Tao technique was something Yi-Tian had to take down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Demon Slasher 1st rank. The Demon Chopper unlocks the Demon Chopper Blade Technique Elementary. Yi-Tian, who heard the system tone, was very satisfied. Surprisingly, it comes with a sword. This would be perfect, and he wouldn't have to go and specialize in a bit of swordplay. Over time, It's also getting closer to the WKU exams. During the last week, all the students in the martial arts cultivation class were in silent meditation. Yi Tian was also concentrating on preparing for the exam. Occasionally, he would take the time to instruct Wang Fengyi. Wang Fengyi's cultivation had now also broken through to the fourth stage of the second grade realm under Yi Tian's guidance. Although his strength was still so unremarkable, the progress was quite large. There's a lot of hope for getting into a second-tier WJU. At the very least, the number of WUs he could choose from became much greater. Brother Tian, righteous father, there are only 2 more days until the martial arts examination. I'm so nervous. If only we could go for a little drink. A few more pretty young girls to chat with would be the best. Wang Fengyi would shred in Yi Tian's ear every day. After you pass the martial arts exam, you'll be able to sing all night long. Don't forget what I told you, women will only affect your drawing speed. Yi Tian gave him a hard blank look. Ha ha. Brother Sky is right. Speaking of which, lately that Kong Chokyung has been looking for me to chat with when she has something to do. Both explicitly and implicitly, she wanted me to give you a piece of my mind, and apparently she's regretting it now. She's gutted now that she's learned that you're the first genius of Kyoto First High. Looking at that hard look on her face every day, I'm happy for you, Tian. Wang Fengyi hemmed and hawed. Although the internal test for the geniuses of the first higher third grade realm of the capital kingdom was kept secret, it was inevitable that someone would reveal a little bit of information out. Nowadays, almost the entire Kyoto First High School knew that even Dong Zihao and Meng Chenyuan had been defeated by Yi Tian. Yi Tian now had the reputation of being the first genius of the first high school in Kyoto. Listening to Wang Fengyi's words, Yi Tian also swept a glance at Jiang Chuqing's side, but quickly skipped over it. This woman should not appear in her life again in the future. Finally, the day of the martial arts exams came. Chapter 036 The Martial Arts Examination. June 6th. It was the day of the annual examination in the Dragon Kingdom region. Despite the rise of martial arts throughout the stars, in general, there were still more ordinary people. In the entire Dragon Country region, there were almost 1 million or so candidates every year, 95% of which could only take the Great Examination in arts, and 5% of which was the Great Examination in martial arts. There are a total of over 260 schools with martial arts programs in the country, each with almost 200 or so martial arts students, adding up to 50,000 to 60,000 martial arts students. Kyoto is part of a large city, and there are 6 schools with martial arts programs, including a girls' high school. On this day, all martial arts students were to head to the high-speed train station and take a unified train to the integrated Grand Examination base of the Martial Arts Grand Examination. Kyoto No. 1 High School, under the leadership of Dean Chang, the 5 classes of the martial arts training class, led by their respective homeroom teachers, headed for the high-speed train station. When Yi Tian and the others arrived here, the high-speed train station had already gathered quite a number of students. This includes students from 5 colleges, Kyoto No. 2 High School, Kyoto No. 4 High School, Kyoto Women's High School, Kyoto No. 6 High School, and Kyoto Cebu. It adds up to more than 1,000 people in all. Listen up everyone, we are now heading to the base of the comprehensive grand exam for this martial arts exam. The whole process is confidential to avoid any leakage of the exam, and everyone's communication devices must be surrendered and turned off. No violation of the rules. The WKU exams will last a total of 3 days and time is short, but we need to keep a good mindset and strive for the best results. And the most important point, in the past years, the Great Examination of Martial Arts will have a little bit of casualties. In this regard, everyone should pay special attention. If the strength is not enough, it is still the main thing to save your life. Well, I won't say much more, but for the specific details of the Grand Examination, you should carefully go through the Grand Examination Handbook. The class teacher, Lao Gu, ended up doing the mobilizing work. Soon the time came. A group of students began to board the bus one after another. Seat numbers in the carriages are not class-based, but are randomly assigned. This is also intentional on the part of several schools. Their intention in doing so was to create a certain amount of stress in an unfamiliar environment and to acclimatize students in advance to the upcoming WKU exams. Yi Tian followed the seat number in his hand and found the established seat. A short while later, a burly boy approached. He had the Kyoku Shikoku badge pinned to his chest. Kyoto First High School? Oh, stand up, I want the window seat. The burly boy clasped his hands on his chest with a disdainful look on his face. The one by the window is my seat, your seat is next to it. Yi Tian responded indifferently. I know, I just wanted to change it. What? You're not convinced? the burly boy said viciously. Obviously, changing seats was a fake, and trying to bully Yi Tian was real. Even before the official Ryukang University exams, some students are starting to fight openly and secretly. Scram! Yi Tian directly shot him a blank stare this time. You who? You looking for death? That burly boy was also enraged by Yi Tian. He naturally didn't dare to make a direct move. After all, this was the train to the martial arts examination. He thought about pulling Yi Tian out and making him lose face in public. However, the moment he reached out, Yi Tian's fingers moved quickly and swiftly tapped on his wrist. In an instant, the burly boy felt his wrist aching as if it was about to break. If you mess with me again, I'll waste you and have your martial arts exam directly scrapped. Yi Tian's indifferent eyes swept over. At that moment, the burly boy's heart chilled, no longer having the arrogant flair he had just had. He was a student of the 4th high school in Kyoto, relying on his own cultivation of the 3rd grade realm. He had thought that he could bully Yi Tian, a person from the 1st high school in Kyoto. I didn't expect to flip out on the first shot. Who is this guy? I remember that there doesn't seem to be this number 1 person in the Kyoto 1 high 3rd grade realm. The burly man muttered in his heart, but he didn't even dare to look at Yi Tian anymore. He could only sit on the corner of the seat, and even his huge buttocks only dared to take up a tiny bit of space for fear of being punched by Yi Tian again. Yen, your place is here, mine is still in front, bye-bye, I'll see you when we get to the comprehensive grand examination base. Okay, Fong, I'll see you there. 2 female voices came. A beautiful figure sat across from Yi Tian and the burly boy. And when she took her seat, she froze instantly. Yi Tian, on the other hand, looked at the other party with a smile on his face. It's still a real enemy of the enemy. This girl was no other than Shen Xiyan, who had previously been on a blind date with Yi Tian. There's still a bet between the two of them. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Still laughing? Do you think you can really surpass me in the WKU exam? Hee, let me tell you, I've already broken through the 4th stage of the 3rd grade realm. This time, I'm going to get into the top 500 on the WKU exam. With your ability, you'd be pretty good at getting into the 10,000, right? Chen Xiyan looked at Yi Tian with some arrogance. Only in the top 500? I'm aiming for the top spot in the martial arts university examination. Yi Tian touched his nose and said with a faint smile. Scholar? Ho ho ho! Are you really trying to kill me with laughter? As we all know, the top 3 in this year's martial arts examination have almost been decided. It's bound to be those 3 super demonic geniuses, Xin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting, and Lin Haotian. You're such a braggart. Chen Xiyan immediately refuted. Even the burly boy beside Yi Tian was secretly murmuring in his heart, Scholar? This kid really dares to think. Although he's a bit better than me, he's too wild. I'd like to see how he'll be beaten down by those 3 demonic geniuses when the time comes. Yi Tian, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything more. How can the sparrow know the will of the great swan? The train started slowly. Those who came to see them off waved. Dean Chang and a group of classroom teachers also watched the train go away. Old Good, did you notice Yi Tian just now? Dean Chang suddenly asked. Dean Chang, what happened to Yi Tian? Director Gu froze. I feel that his qi and blood are a bit more vigorous. He shouldn't have broken through the 3rd grade realm, right? Dean Chang asked. Yi Tian's performance was enough to receive his attention, so he paid some special attention. 3rd grade realm? That's unlikely, isn't it? A breakthrough from the 2nd grade realm to the 3rd grade realm isn't something that can be done casually. An average martial artist will need at least half a year, and those with higher talent will need 3 or 4 months. Even the most demonic would need more than a month, right? Yi Tian being able to reach the 9th stage of the 2nd grade realm is already demonic enough, breaking through the 3rd grade realm in just less than 2 weeks? I think it's basically impossible. Director Gu inferred according to conventional perception. Dean Chang nodded along with him, but a glint flashed in his eyes as if he saw some sort of hope. Chapter 037 Ranking. The train traveled at high speed for well over 4 hours. It just slowed to a stop. Yi Tian looked out of the window and was already surrounded by mountains. I didn't realize that this comprehensive big test base was in the middle of a mountain range somewhere. Please disembark in an orderly fashion and proceed to the center square to gather. Just then the train announcement came on. The crowd began to leave the train in turn. Just as soon as he got off the bus, he could see that there were loaded soldiers on guard all around. Obviously, the military attaches great importance to such an important node as the martial arts examination. Please line up in an orderly fashion and proceed to the center square to receive your own number plate as well as your communication watch, which is essential for the martial arts examination. Along the way came a radio broadcast that kept repeating on a loop. Everyone made their way down the main road. Only a huge special glass building appeared ahead, very grand. Yi Tian entered the glass building, which was a giant open square. Inside the square, there are more than 100 tables with people who issue number plates and communication watches. Yi Tian lined up and soon got his own number plate as well, 10692. He also got a comb watch. The number tags in everyone's hands are equivalent to everyone's passes, and represent your status in this martial arts examination. And this communication watch has two functions. The first shows the gears of all your achievements and has an emergency call function. After everyone has been claimed, we can begin today's basic test. I'm the chief examiner of this martial arts examination. My surname is Jiang. My name is Jiang Dongyan. I hope that all will prepare for the great exam guidelines, which must not be violated. Directly above the center square, there is a huge glass building. It was built in the air and was able to look down on everything below. A radio voice came from there. Soon, all of the more than 50,000 candidates at the site received their number plates and communication watches. Then, the first round of tests for the martial arts examination began. Just like the mapping test, the first round tested the cultivation and chi blood of the candidates. On the right side of the entire center square, there was a building that displayed 500 advanced chi and blood silos that could accurately measure everyone's cultivation and chi and blood. All candidates will arrange themselves, and 500 will enter for testing at a time. The communication watches in your hands will display your cultivation and chi blood values, as well as your rankings. And the top 100 rankers will all appear on the big screen. According to the past rules, the top 100 rankers will be classified as S grade, the top 500 rankers as A grade, the top 1000 rankers as B grade, the top 5000 rankers as C grade, the top 10,000 rankers as D grade, and the rankers from 10,000 onwards will all belong to F grade. Of course, only testing cultivation and chi and blood is merely a preliminary determination of your grade, and subsequently, based on your other basic abilities as well as your practical combat abilities, you will also be adjusted upward or downward based on your grades. Now, everyone enter the chakra bin in order. As the chief examiner gave the order, the on-site examiners also arranged for the many candidates to enter the chi and blood testing barn one by one in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, on a huge screen in the center square, no matter scrolled a name. Anyone who can rank in the top 100 will be displayed on the screen. And as the testers proceeded, the names on the screen were gradually finalized. After all, those who were able to rank in the top 100 were all at least genius candidates above the third grade realm. Cultivation rankings. First place, number 7982 Qin Mingyue, 4th level. Second place, number 359 Hahu Longting, 4th grade. Third place, number 13456 Lin Haotian, 4th level. Fourth place. Air and blood ranking. First place, number 359 Hahu Longting, 1120. Second place, 7982 Qin Mingyue, 1113. Third place, number 13456 Lin Haotian, 1099. Fourth place. Quickly look. The top three in terms of cultivation are really three fourth grade realm demons. Wow, I didn't expect to witness the birth of 3 demons this year, simply. I wish I could make the top 100 and show my face too. Oh, just dream on. There was a murmur from below. Yi Tian didn't pay attention to this as it was soon his turn. 3 minutes later, he finished the test as well. Drop. Drop. Yi Tian's communication watch flashed twice. Yi Tian looked down and saw his situation. Number 10692 Yi Tian, cultivation level of 1 section of the 3rd grade realm, ranked 4569th, C grade. Number 10692 Yi Tian, with a blood value of 998, ranked 9th, S rank. Yi Tian's name also appeared on the chi and blood ranking. It also quickly drew a lot of attention. What do I see? A 3rd grade realm section with a chi and blood value in the top 10? I thought I had misread it too. A section of the 3rd grade realm actually has a chi and blood value of 998? Isn't this the kind of chi and blood only possessed by the 9th stage or even the peak of the 3rd grade realm? This is too outrageous and crazy. The test data can't be wrong, right? The many candidates were talking, and even the chief examiner noticed the name Yi Tian. But it was only a concern. After all, every year, some extraordinary demons would appear. And compared to the 3 true demons of the 4th grade realm, Yi Tian was not dazzling to that extent. And justified test bases are being tested in basic. Several special fighters suddenly descended on the comprehensive grand examination base. The group came down from the fighter jet. They all wore special battle robes and were majestic. The leader of the group walked with a dragon's stride, not angry and authoritative. Martial King! Martial King! Martial King! Wherever he passes, all guards salute and address him. This person was none other than Yi Tian's grandfather, Yi Lingzheng. Soon, Yi Ling was bringing his entourage to the supervisor observation room. Martial King is here. Jiang Dongyan and the other group of people in charge immediately greeted them. Well, you are busy with your own. Yi Lingzheng casually waved his hand. He then saw the various names on the screen as well. He was also quite satisfied with the fact that 3 demons of the 4th grade realm had appeared in this term. And then, he was surprised to see his grandson Yi Tian's name, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Xiao Tian actually broke through the 3rd grade realm? And the qi and blood value is as high as 998? Yi Lingzheng was still shocked inwardly. As a 9th grade martial king, he could understand the importance of qi and blood values. A person's cultivation was important, but qi and blood were even more important. Powerful qi and blood indicates strong explosive power and durable sustaining power. Under the same cultivation level, surely those with strong qi and blood had stronger combat power. He knew that Yi Tian had been working hard and had previously told him that he wanted to strive for the top spot in the martial arts examination. He only thought that Yi Tian was bragging, but he didn't expect Yi Tian to have grown so much. Martial King? What's wrong? Jiang Dongyan said strangely. He followed Yi Lingzheng's gaze and seemed to notice that Yi Lingzheng was staring at a name. Yi Tian? It seems to have the same surname as the martial king, could it be? A thought surged in Jiang Dongyan's heart. If he was a descendant of the martial king, then it might make sense that his qi and blood were so vigorous. However, he didn't realize that Yi Lingzheng normally wouldn't interfere with the cultivation issues of his juniors. Chapter 038, Twice on Top. Soon, the basic test was finished. Next is the strength test. Also on the left side of the big test base, there is an area dedicated to testing. In total, there are 500 strength testers. The many candidates are still arranged in order for the strength test. Names were also scrolling on the huge screen. Strength test rankings. First place, number 359 Xiaoho Longting, with a strength value of 1,201 kilograms. Second place, number 7982 Qin Mingyue, with a strength value of 1,183 kilograms. Third place, number 13456 Lin Haotian, with a strength value of 1,154 kilograms. Fourth place. The 3 demons of the 4th grade realm had almost locked up the top 3 positions. The further back the power breakthrough went, the tougher it was to raise it. Generally within the 3rd grade realm, even at the peak of the 3rd grade realm, it would be difficult to exceed the value of 1,000 kilograms. Unless one uses some secret technique of power increase. Soon, it was also Yi Tian's turn. Facing the strength tester in front of him, Yi Tian's gaze was fixed. Phew! He fought to throw a punch. It was like a shooting star rushing up to the sky. Knock! Slammed down hard. Soon, a value was displayed above the tester. 1,266 kilograms. In an instant, Yi Tian's name aligned to the first place in the power ranking. Yi Tian's performance once again caused quite a stir. What's the situation? This Yi Tian guy actually hit 1,266 kilograms? Isn't he only in the 3rd stage of the 3rd grade realm? The qi and blood is quite strong, but how is it possible to hit such a high power value? And higher than the 3 demons? Even if the 3 demons didn't put out their full strength, it's only right that he might have surpassed the 3 demons. There was much talk of awe, shock, questions, and disbelief. And only Yi Tian himself knew it well. He had to actualize his full strength in order to take this term's top position. In that punch just now, not only did he utilize the power of the Taicho hegemony body technique, he also executed the Star River Divine Fist, and even used a layer of the 9 Heavens deity strength. That's why he threw such a terrifying punch. His strength was enough to rival that of the early stage of the 4th grade realm. Even though Yi-Tian's sudden performance was very shocking, it only lasted for a while. After all, it was during the big exam and everyone was more concerned about their own results. An hour later, the strength test was complete. The next step is the speed test. This side of the site is huge and can accommodate up to 500 people at the same time for testing at the same time. Soon the speed test rankings were also on the big screen regardless of scrolling. Speed test rankings. First place, number 13456 Lin Haotian, 6.5 seconds for 100 meters. Second place, number 7982 Qin Mingyue, 6.7 seconds for 100 meters. Third place, number 359 Xiahou Longting, 6.8 seconds for 100 meters. Fourth place. Except for the three demonic geniuses, no one could enter 7 seconds, or at most, infinitely close to 7 seconds. My goodness, I thought I had a chance to get into the S gear with my 7.5 seconds for 100 meters, but I didn't realize that there was too much talent in this class, so I scratched right down to the A gear. Who says it isn't? Originally I was 8 seconds for 100 meters and had a chance to get into the A slot, now I've scratched down to the B slot as well. It seems that you can't exactly follow the previous standards, you have to go all out to get a better result. I don't know if that Yi-Tian has been tested, he surprisingly surpassed 3 demons in terms of strength, I don't know how he is in terms of speed? I guess it definitely won't make the list, after all, the greater the strength, the bulkier the body must be. Can't you guys see that Xiahou Longting, who ranked first in terms of chi and blood and strength, only ranked third in terms of speed? And Lin Haotian was in third place all before, but he leads the pack in speed. Numerous candidates are feeling the pressure of the big test while still talking about the rankings of the moment. Finally, it was also Yi-Tian's turn to test. His figure swept by like a gust of wind. Final test result, 6.4 seconds for 100 meters. Number 10692 Yi-Tian, speed test 100 meters in 6.4 seconds, ranked first, S gear. Brush. In an instant, Yi-Tian's name once again appeared in the first place in the speed test rankings. There was a clamor throughout the examination room. How can? What kind of person is this Yi-Tian? Speed is surprisingly number 1 again? A section of the 3rd grade realm is comparable to a demonic genius of the 4th grade realm? Doesn't that mean he's more than a demon? Everyone was baffled. Yi-Tian's two ascents also shocked many candidates. As for the students of Kyoto No. 1 High School, Yi-Tian's performance also gave them a long face. Even Dong Zihao and the others who had lost to Yi-Tian before felt that Yi-Tian was powerful. 2 weeks ago, they still thought that there was a chance that they could spar with Yi-Tian, but it turned out that by the time they reached the actual martial arts examination, Yi-Tian's strength seemed to have grown again, and had already reached heights that they could not reach. People try to catch up and overtake when they are faced with opponents they are almost as good as. And when faced with an unsurpassed opponent, there is only awe and admiration. The students of the 3rd class of martial arts cultivation in Kyoto No. 1 High School were even more proud of Yi-Tian, and some of them would even cheer and shout for Yi-Tian's ascent to the top. Especially Wang Fengyi, the fat man, screamed the loudest. On the contrary, some of those who did not deal with Yi-Tian, such as Jiang Chucheng, had very unpleasant faces. Jiang Chucheng was in a poor mood at the moment. She had taken the initiative to show her affection to Yi-Tian several times before and was rejected, so she knew that she and Yi-Tian would eventually grow farther and farther apart. And now that Yi-Tian was getting better and better, she on the other hand only regretted it more and more. The crowd. There are others who are in a bad mood. It's none other than Chen Xiyan from Kyoto Girls High School. She looked at the 2 top-ranked names and bit her red lip slightly. Impossible. Weren't you only at the 2nd grade realm? Why are you in the 3rd grade realm all of a sudden? Why do you also possess such heaven-defying strength and speed? I'm not convinced. She had thought that she would definitely be able to defeat Yi-Tian, but as a result, she didn't expect that just in the testing session alone, Yi-Tian had dealt her a painful blow. The thought of losing to Yi-Tian and she would have to be at Yi-Tian's disposal made Chen Xiyan's mood even worse. Also, Qin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting, and Lin Haotian, the 3 most demonic geniuses, were also staring at Yi-Tian's name on the screen with burning eyes at this moment. Their eyes were also all filled with a strong battle intent. Originally, they were in this kind of testing session, but they were just testing casually and would not really use their full strength. After all, with their strength, entering the 4 major martial arts academies was just a walk in the park. But now, it was being suppressed by Yi-Tian twice in a row. And the pride within them was aroused. Obviously, in the following test, they would at least take it seriously, never wanting to be pushed head and shoulders above Yi-Tian again. General Observation Room. Yiling was looking at the data in front of him, and a touch of surprise and amazement could not help but appear on his face. What surprised him was that Yi Tian had grown to a point that even he hadn't anticipated. With a cultivation level of the 3rd grade realm, he actually possessed strength and speed comparable to that of the 4th grade realm, which meant that Yi Tian's combat power was definitely not weak. And to Yi Lingjing's surprise, the youngest grandson, who was originally the one he was least optimistic about, actually shone in the martial arts university exam. Chapter 039 Hegemony. The 3rd test will now take place, the endurance test. This time it's not an indoor test, it's a field test. All of you, from here, head to the top of that hill, a distance of exactly almost 10 kilometers. Whatever method you use, do your best to get to the top of the mountain as quickly as possible, or we'll have a time teacher to keep track of you. The times in dividing gears are the same as before. Everyone rest for 10 minutes and then set off together. The chief instructor's voice came from inside the radio room. All eyes looked away. Only a mountain peak was seen outside the entire base of the grand examination, while one of them shone with the light of a lighthouse. Not to mention that the peak doesn't seem far away, but it must be very tricky to climb up from here. This endurance test is definitely a bit more difficult than indoors after all. It involves different terrains and places strong demands on everyone's stance as well as their rhythm. 10 minutes in the blink of an eye. The doors to the base opened steeply. More than 50,000 candidates surged out like a tidal wave. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Those who are fast in their stance are the ones to beat. Yi Tian also performed the wandering immortal steps and sped away as a gust of wind. Soon the first echelon pulled away from the larger group. The fastest ones naturally had to be those 3 demonic geniuses. To be able to be in the 3rd grade realm and be able to be on par with the likes of us, you're quite a talent. Xiahou Longting, the genius of the Xiahou clan who stood at a height of more than 1 meter 9 and had a burly body, sped away while grinning at Yi Tian. The Xiahou clan's stance doesn't seem to be very good. I'm afraid you won't be able to last long if you rely on brute force to accelerate, right? Yi Tian responded indifferently. Xiahou Longting's face changed slightly. He also knew his situation. In terms of stance and lightness, he was indeed inferior to Qin Mingyue and Lin Haotian. At the same time, the 2 figures sped past. The one with a white long shirt and dashing spirit was none other than the genius of the Qin family, Qin Mingyue, who had a proud gaze and swept a glance at Yi Tian and Xiahou Longting before speeding away. The other one was Lin Haotian, who was wearing a green-colored power suit and his figure pulled out a trail of residual shadows. His eyes were slightly condensed as he watched Yi Tian like a falcon before he flew away. These 2 seemed to have a better speed stance, and were about to open up a greater distance. Take a step first. Yi Tian smiled faintly and also burst out his qi and blood, performing the wandering immortal steps to the extreme. Damn it! Xiahou Longting roared, relying on brute force to accelerate. The mountains are full of trees and rocks, and traveling against the mountains is a test of physical fitness. Yi Tian, Qin Mingyue as well as Lin Haotian formed the fastest first echelon and hurriedly advanced towards the top of the mountain. The speed of the 3 was indistinguishable from each other, and their stances were each unique. Yi Tian's stance was ethereal and out of the ordinary, as if an immortal had fallen to the mortal world, with a light step. Qin Mingyue's stance was like a dragonfly pointing at water, without a trace, with the feeling of lifting a heavy weight. Lin Haotian's stance, on the other hand, was like a whirlwind that could move with the flow of the surrounding air currents. Yi Tian, right? To be able to keep up with my Lin family's blistering wind steps, your lightweight stance is considered top-notch. Lin Haotian said. Generally average, 3rd in the universe. Yi Tian said indifferently. It was a pity that he didn't have the kill value to cultivate the traveling immortal steps to perfection. If the realm of perfection, it would be enough to throw them off 3 streets. After all, the swimming immortal steps was an immortal Dao body technique, and was by no means comparable to any bold blistering wind steps. Qin Mingyue, who was on the side, still maintained a high and cold stance without saying a word. About 10 minutes passed. Yi Tian and the others seemed to be getting closer to the top of the mountain as well. This is the most agonizing time for every candidate. Continuously erupting qi and blood and maintaining the stance, one's own physical ability would inevitably not be able to keep up, and one's speed would drop. That's why rhythm is crucial for everyone. Strong as Xiahou Longting, in order to keep up with the pace of Yi Tian's trio, he forcefully exploded his qi and blood, and as a result, his speed was now getting slower and slower instead, gradually lagging behind. Yi Tian, Lin Haotian and Qin Mingyue were also entering the most critical moment at this moment. Either explode the qi and pull away completely, or control the rhythm, progress gradually and wait for the right moment. Shin Mingyue and Lin Haotian's choice was the latter. After all, their current pace was just fine, and there was still a test to follow, so there was no need to completely explode here, leading to a decline in chi and blood. However, right at this moment, Yi Tian instantly shot out as if he was a stringed arrow. Showing off? Exploding your chi at this time will only disrupt the rhythm. A cold smile surfaced on Lin Haotian. Humph. Foolish. Even Shin Mingyue made her own comment. They all thought that Yi Tian would let the chi and blood in his body suffer as a result. However, they didn't realize the terror of Yi Tian's Taichu hegemony technique, which wouldn't have any effect as long as it wasn't an hour-long or more outburst. In the end, Yi Tian was the first to reach the top of the mountain. Shin Mingyue was the second to arrive. Lin Haotian third. Xiahou Longting is fourth. At the top of the mountain, there was also a huge platform clearing with specialized invigilators, as well as a huge display screen. At this moment, Yi Tian's name was once again ranked first. Endurance testing. First place, number 10692 Yi Tian, finished in 18 minutes and 12 seconds. Second place, number 7982 Shin Mingyue, finished in 19 minutes and 10 seconds. Third place, number 13456 Lin Haotian, finished in 19 minutes and 15 seconds. Fourth place, number 359 Xiahou Longting, finished in 20 minutes and 20 seconds. A few minutes later. After all 50,000 plus candidates had ascended to the top, they were rather less shocked to see the scene. Anyway, they were already not surprised by Yi Tian's performance. To be able to compare to three demonic geniuses, that was definitely a demon as well. For a third-grade realm section to rival three fourth-grade realm geniuses, it's simply too crazy. This term is full of demons, and I'm afraid that past results can't be taken as definitive. If we follow last year's standards, I'm afraid that they'll all have to slide down a notch. Yeah, it looks like we have to bring out our full strength, or else we're going to lose face. Yi Tian's performance seemed to have stirred up the fighting spirit of many candidates as well. Okay, endurance test over. Here you will undergo the last two basic tests. Let's start with the reflexes test. In front, there are a total of 500 circle positions where red rays of light will shoot out simultaneously on both sides, and the number of rays will increase exponentially from 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, all the way up to 1024. Total duration is 3 minutes. The fewer hits of red light on your body, the better the score. The test will now begin. The tests for the martial arts grand examination were obviously more complex and more demanding on reflexes than during the mapping test. According to the past, those who could successfully dodge 32 red rays would be qualified to enter the 4 great martial academies. And this time, it also requires duration and to dodge more light. Especially when it came to the last 1024 rays, there were hardly any gaps to dodge at that density. Once you get hit, it's likely to lead to a lot of hand-wringing and then a dip in your grades. It's not only a test of reflexes, but also of the mind. Chapter 040 Suppression. Demon Hunt. It took a full 6 hours. Finally, all 50,000 people have been tested for their reflexes. The final top 100 rankings also appeared on the big screen. Reaction force testing. First place, 10692 Yi Tian, with 98 hits. Third place, number 7982 Shin Mingyue, with 111 hits. Fourth place, number 359 Xiahou Longting, with 139 hits. Other than the 4 Yi Tian, the rest of them would all be hit with at least 300 rays at least. The 4 of them were already part of a broken existence in terms of their reflexes. All 4 are excellent. Especially Yi Tian, being able to only get hit by 98 of the last 1024 rays. This shows that his stance and nerve reactions are already near perfect. To possess near-perfect stance and nerve reactions in the first stage of the third-grade realm is truly rare. Yes, it's been a long time since we've seen such outstanding candidates. Inside the general observation room, some of the leaders of the Ministry of Education, as well as the examiners, were talking. Obviously, they all had an extremely high opinion of Yi Tian. Even Yi Lingzheng, the smile that surfaced on his face grew stronger. The last test of resistance to blows. There is an ultra-powerful energy apparatus on site that can release energy blasts of over 13 levels. It was many times more powerful than the instrument Yi Tian had used to feel out the test at school before. For each test, 5,000 people can be accommodated at the same time. The test is naturally fast. After all, the first few tests had taken more than 12 hours, a considerable test of one's physical and mental abilities. If one followed the normal test, the beginning stage of the second grade realm would be enough to support the energy intensity of the third grade, the sixth grade realm of the second grade realm or above could support the energy intensity of the sixth grade, and reaching the beginning stage of the third grade realm could barely support the energy intensity of the ninth grade. For example, a person like Chen Zixuan could completely punch the ninth level of intensity. But because it was so consuming before, it might just drop to level 8 now. Only those who had reached the sixth stage of the third grade realm or above, and still maintained their chi and physical abilities, would have the chance to impact the ninth level. The big comprehensive test, after all, isn't just one test, but a synthesis of all the data. And, the basic test in front of it also accounts for only 50%, and the actual combat in the back also occupies 50%, and even the data of the actual combat is a little more important. The test started soon after. Quite a few of them had worse test numbers than they usually do on their mapping tests. On the other hand, super geniuses such as Qin Mingyue, Lin Haotian as well as Xiahou Longting were not affected in the slightest, and they all belonged to the geniuses who persisted until the end, until the 12th level which failed. And by the 12th level, there was almost no one left who could hold up to that stage. The three of them get the S grade and it doesn't matter at all. Soon, it was Yi Tian's turn as well. Many eyes were on him. Wanted to see if he could continue his previous godlike performance. The first 9 levels were not a problem at all for Yi Tian. At the 10th level, Yi Tian felt a bit of pressure and immediately executed the first level of the Tai Chu hegemony technique, increasing his power by 20%, allowing his feet to be rooted in the ground and resisting the impact. At the 11th level, Yi Tian had to explode the second level of the Tai Chu hegemony technique, increasing his power by 40%, and similarly survived. At the 12th level, Yi Tian then unleashed the consummate power of the Tai Chu hegemony body technique, increasing his power by 70%, and eventually forced his way through. Until he reached the 13th level, the impact power of this level seemed to be the sum of the previous 12 levels, and Yi Tian was almost sent flying on the spot. In an instant, Yi Tian exerted the 9 heavens Big Dipper strength, and the power under his feet once again took root, instantly bracing himself. Thus, Yi Tian became the only candidate on the scene who could withstand level 13. His name also shines in first place again. Now, except for his cultivation and chi blood not being number 1, no matter in the 5 basic tests of strength, speed, endurance or reaction and resistance to blows, Yi Tian dominated the list in all of them. He fully suppressed the 3 demonic heavenly prides of the 4th grade realm. Yi Tian's combined gears were also set at S. Originally, I thought that the 3 4th grade realms were the existences we looked up to in this session, who knew that another Yi Tian would be killed. A section of the 3rd grade realm suppressing 3 4th grade realm demons is simply unbelievable. Of course, the big test isn't over yet, it's the actual battle behind it that counts. No matter what, we can only look up. Whether it was the candidates on the scene or the examiners, all of them had a deep memory of Yi Tian. He went all out for all the tests? Does he really want to compete for the martial arts scholarship? Qin Mingyue's eyes were sharp and filled with thick battle intent. It's a bit interesting, I thought it was a 3-legged war, but I didn't realize it was a 4-legged war. I can't wait for the actual battle. To write the name of my Xiahou clan. Xiahou Longting was also full of wariness. I won't lose, the first prize is mine. Lin Haotian also murmured in his heart. Under Yi Tian's strong performance, these 3 demonic geniuses, too, became more and more serious, and treated Yi Tian as a true opponent. In the meantime, the big radio blared suddenly. Okay, all the basic tests ahead. Everyone should have picked up their gears on their calm watches. Now start resting for 12 hours, and tomorrow we will start into the practical test. Tomorrow's actual battle will be Operation Demon Hunter. In the pristine mountain forest ahead, there is a group of low-grade devils that our empire has captive raised, and they are very fertile, numbering around nearly 100,000. Most of them are first-order to third-order devils, and a few may have evolved into fourth-order devils. All you have to do tomorrow is to kill as many demons as you can. The more you have, the better your grades. There are a couple of things to keep in mind. First, you can team up and cooperate with each other, but accordingly your respective number scores will be reduced. Second, everyone gets to pick a cold weapon, and if you're not good at cold weapons you can use them for defense. Third, the vast majority of you are facing the demon for the first time. Everything is based on enrollment. If there is any danger you can press the emergency rescue on the communication watch. We will be the first to go to the rescue. The exact details will be announced tomorrow. For now, everyone dismiss and place to rest. As the voice of the big radio dropped, The more than 50,000 examinees on the scene finally breathed a temporary sigh of relief and gathered together in twos and threes, either talking or resting. There is also a separate rest cabin in the base of the Daxeo at the bottom of the mountain, so if you are really tired, you can enter the rest cabin to rest. Of course, there are those who can't wait to prepare for the big real-world test tomorrow. Some people began to look for teammates. The more powerful the teammates, the more certain and safer it would be to participate in the demon hunting operation. There were others who were picking out their own suitable weapons to prepare for the demon hunter operation. Yi Tian, on the other hand, didn't have so many thoughts, and he had full certainty about hunting demons. Chapter 041, Get Lost. Yi Tian had killed mutated demons before. These mutated devils were powerful in their own right, so he no longer had the fear of ordinary people towards devils. The only thing to worry about is the number of demons encountered. If there were too many, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to handle it. Moreover, he still had the demon-slaying sword and demon-slaying sword technique gifted by the system, which were just right for this demon hunting operation. He still wanted to try the power of the demon slash and the demon slash technique. Kill some low-level demons on the way and see how much kill value you can earn. He now had only 470 kill value left, which was pitifully low. This examination was simply tailor-made for Yi Tian. Brother Sky. Righteous Father. Tomorrow, you must bring me. Just as Yi Tian was preparing to rest, Wang Fengyi dragged his fat body and came to Yi Tian with a sliding step in front of him with a pitiful look. He has a mediocre overall record. If it wasn't for the help of Yi Tian, it was estimated that he would be in the lowest F grade. And now Wang Fengyi has barely crossed into the E grade. Tomorrow's demon hunting operation practical examination was very important to Wang Fengyi. With a good performance, he might have a shot at the D slot, or even the C slot. No problem, tomorrow you follow me and I'll take you flying. Yi Tian patted his shoulder. Wang Fengyi was now Yi Tian's little brother. In the future, Yi Tian would want to take this kid with him when he went to attend WU. It's still nice to have a little brother to run errands. Most importantly, Yi Tian can still make some money and stuff. Ha ha! My child thanks his righteous father. Wang Fengyi thickly patted his horse's ass. Just then, 3 more people walked towards Yi Tian. Surprisingly, it was the 3 women, Jiang Choqing, Fang Yuanyuan, and Yaoing. Mr. Yi Tian, we are all in the same class, and you have chased after our Cheng before. We have been putting in a good word for you before. Can you take us with you in this demon hunting operation? Yaoing said daintily. Yes, Yi Tian, you know, we girls have never been very good at fighting, so please help us, okay? Fang Yuanyuan was even slightly pouting. However, the tone in which these 2 girls spoke made Yi Tian feel very revolted and disgusted. Even Jiang Chucheng took the initiative to say, Yi Tian, I hope you can help us. After the examination, we will thank you, and if you have any requests, I can fulfill them. Kang Chokyung said while lightly biting her lips. That look is kind of seductive. If it was the Yi Tian of the past, it was estimated that the halala would have flowed out. It was a pity that Yi Tian had long since stopped being the Yi Tian of the past. Off. 2 simple words. Showing off Yi Tian's style to the fullest. Humph. Yi Tian, what's so great about you? That's right, if you don't bring it, you're a cheap man. Fang Yuanyuan and Yaoing immediately flipped out. Jiang Chucheng also didn't expect Yi Tian to already loathe her to this extent. She was now beyond regretting. If she had not rejected Yi Tian at first, then this martial arts examination, she would have been stable. Yi Tian was a genius figure who could suppress the 3 great demons. With him out of the way, he might be able to get an S grade in the demon hunt himself, too. Then she still has a chance to get into a top-tier WU. But now, it's too late to say anything. She could only give Yi Tian a hateful glance before leaving helplessly. 12 hours passed quickly. More than 50,000 candidates recovered and prepared for the demon hunt. All prepare to assemble, you are about to face the demon ones. At this moment it's 5 in the afternoon, until tomorrow morning at 5 in the morning as a limit, a total of 12 hours for the examination time. After you enter the assessment area, hunt and kill the devils. Cut off the demon's left scale to count. Now, everyone grab your weapons and backpacks and prepare to enter the demon zone. With the final reminder from the radio, everyone came to the huge fence. The moment the fence opened, more than 50,000 candidates instantly poured into the dense primitive forest. Yi Tian also rushed over with the large force. Righteous Father, wait for me. Wang Fengyi held up 2 giant hammers in his hands and followed Yi Tian. And as far as he was concerned, 2 giant hammers were more secure. Righteous father, you're not taking a weapon? Wang Fengyi was a bit puzzled. It's fine, I'll just be casual. Yi Tian smiled mysteriously. Immediately, a pitch-black demon-slaying blade appeared in his hand. How about a trick? Wang Fengyi was startled, but immediately revealed a smile. From the appearance alone, he felt that this knife in Yi Tian's hand was not ordinary yet. The crowd that entered the primitive forest immediately spread out, and some of the grouped ones moved together. There were also those who acted alone, such as Qin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting, and heavenly figures like Lin Haotian. They don't care to carry others and think everyone else is a drag. They had to kill the demons as quickly as possible and brush up on their grades. This time, they wouldn't hold back, they had to pull Yi Tian down from the altar of God. Yi Tian? You're still bringing a drag queen? Just as Yi Tian was on his way to hunt devils with Wang Fengyi, he stumbled upon Xiahou Longting. He could not help but be very puzzled when he saw Yi Tian and Wang Fengyi, a scum, together. Don't be ridiculous, that's my brother, my beloved family friend. Yi Tian immediately denied it. Wang Fengyi was instantly moved. Xiahou Longting didn't say anything, he just snorted and then turned in another direction. He felt that Yi Tian was being completely childish. At such a crucial time as the practical test, Yi Tian was so arrogant that it was simply ridiculous. However, Yi Tian didn't care at all. He was confident that even with Wang Fengyi, he could still take first place. Yi Tian brought Wang Fengyi continuously towards the depths of the forest. And with the system's own sensing mechanism, he realized that the demon's ability was far more powerful than the other candidates. Soon, he spotted 3 low-level demons gathered together. The lower demons have almost no intelligence, they only have the instinct to suck blood. Only 3 low-level demons were seen crouching on the ground with 2 eyes. They were covered in scale armor and their movements were swift. When Yi Tian and Wang Fengyi approached, they seemed to have smelled the flavor of human blood as well and immediately rushed at Yi Tian and Wang Fengyi. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Only a flash of blade light was seen. The 3 low-level devils were instantly split into pieces and died on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a first-order demon, gaining 10 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a first-order demon, gaining 10 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a first-order demon, gaining 10 points of kill value. 3 system sounds in a row. It's actually only 10 points of kill value? It's too pitiful, isn't it? Forget it, a mosquito is still meat. Take advantage of this big test to kill low-level demons. Yi Tian was a little disappointed, after all, the kill value was too little. Afterwards, he asked His Excellency Wang Fengyi to the scales behind the left ear of the 3 low-level demons. This is a special kind of scale, only 1 for each demon, which can be counted as a number. Chapter 042 One with a knife. Cool. Righteous father. It's awesome. This is simply a knife for a little friend. Wang Fengyi's face was full of adoration as he gave a high thumbs up towards Yi Tian, that exaggerated expression and tone of voice as if he was witnessing the most amazing feat in the world. Yi Tian's expression was indifferent, the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he said softly, "These are just some low-level demons, they are really not enough to be feared. Later on, if there is a suitable opportunity, I will leave one for you to practice. This practical combat ability of yours is really too weak. If you don't improve it as soon as possible, I'm afraid that you won't have the qualification to continue to follow me to break through in the future." Okay. If you follow your righteous father, you don't have to worry about food and drink. Wang Fengyi responded with a smile, as if he had found the most solid support in the world. Immediately after that, Yi Tian led Wang Fengyi through the primitive forest as swiftly as if he was in no man's land, and wherever he went, the demonic shadows dissipated. Whenever he encountered a demon, with a wave of the long knife in Yi Tian's hand, a harsh cold light flashed through, and those first-order demons didn't even have a trace of resistance under this cold light, and were instantly decapitated, with their corpses and heads separated. Although the second-order demons could barely fight for a moment or two, they were only struggling to die, and if they could not withstand Yi Tian's second knife, they would be killed. As for the third-order demons, although they could flutter a few times, under Yi Tian's powerful and unrivaled offense, it was ultimately difficult to escape death and become the soul under his sword. All of this was due to the fact that the demon-slaying blade in Yi Tian's hand contained a mysterious and powerful force that had a natural restraining effect on demons. And the demon-slaying knife skill that he practiced was a supreme killing knife method, and its killing nature was so heavy that once Yi-Tian entered that killing state, he would be like a killing god descending to the earth, and no demon could block his sharpness. On the contrary, the other candidates, especially those who were fighting with demons for the first time, not only had to endure tremendous psychological pressure, but it was even more difficult to fully utilize their strength in actual combat. Once they encountered multiple demons attacking at the same time, they would be in a state of disarray, with a lot of cracks and holes, and some people would even fall into a life and death crisis as a result. No, only less than half an hour after entering the primitive forest, there were candidates who were overwhelmed and chose to give up and pressed the distress signal. The flickering signal light appeared particularly blinding in the forest. In a certain deep and dense part of the forest, 3 agile silhouettes flashed one after another like ghosts. Ja! With a dainty cry, a long whip flew out like a spirit snake, instantly wrapping a low-level demon tightly around it. The lowly demon was bound to move, and immediately let out a low roar, desperately struggling to try to break free from the confinement of the long whip. Chop! Right at this critical moment, a pink figure swept down from midair like a flying swallow. The willow leaf blade in her hand flashed with a cold aura as she chopped fiercely towards the demon's neck. However, unexpectedly, the willow leaf blade chopped at the neck of the lowly demon, but it was as if it had cut on top of a hard rock, only making a dull sound, and then stuck there. The lowly demon ate the pain and immediately wailed, struggling more and more violently, his hideous and terrifying face chilling people. The pink figure holding the willow leaf blade was obviously stunned by the sudden situation, and froze in place in shock for a moment. Fifi, watch out! Right at this moment, another low-level demon saw the right time to pounce from the side with teeth and claws. In the nick of time, another girl killed from a diagonal like lightning, and the stabbing prong in her hand carried an overpowering momentum, ruthlessly stabbing at the pouncing demon, knocking him back a few hard steps. Tangled! The first woman reacted quickly and swung the long whip in her hand again, which arced through the air, instantly entangling the other low-level demon along with it, making it unable to move. Fifi, get it together. Harder! The third girl shouted, with a bit of anxiety and determination in her voice. Yes! The two girls looked at each other, a hint of determination revealed in their eyes. One held a stabbing prong and the other held a willow leaf blade, launching a round of frantic attacks against the two lowly demons, blade light and stabbing shadows flickering intermittently. After some fierce struggles, they finally managed to kill the two low-level demons. Holy! This demon's skin is so thick, it's simply too hard to cut. A girl panted, with a few moments of exhaustion and helplessness on her face. Yes, we girls originally have little strength, compared to those demonic geniuses, we are indeed far behind. Another girl chimed in, her tone full of envy and unwillingness. Just now, when I saw that Manhwa, people can easily kill demons with a casual sword, that stance, that shot, it's simply too dashing. Forget it, we 3 sisters don't envy others. As long as we are united, our benefits will surely break the gold. That's right. Go sisters. The 3 girls encouraged each other with renewed vigor in their eyes. The woman holding the long whip was Chen Xian, who had a blind date with Yi-Tian. At this moment, Yi-Tian's figure could not help but appear in her mind. When he recalled that in the basic test, Yi-Tian had forcefully suppressed 3 demonic geniuses of the 4th grade realm in one single test, the shocking scene was still vivid in his mind. She originally thought that Yi-Tian was just bragging, but she didn't expect that everything he said was true. He had really come prepared, aiming for that martial arts scholar position. And I'm afraid that even if she puts her best foot forward now, she will still find it difficult to look up to her. When she thought of the bet between her and Yi-Tian, her heart was flustered. Were we really going to let Yi-Tian do whatever he wanted? However, that guy does seem to have a few good points, so maybe. Oops. Chen Xian. What are you rambling on about? Chen Xian shook her head vigorously, trying to drive Yi-Tian's figure out of her mind. It's the martial arts examination now. Let's focus on ourselves first. Afterwards, the 3 women picked themselves up and continued to carefully hunt the demons in the dense forest, their figures gradually disappearing between the dense branches and leaves. Just as more than 50,000 candidates poured into the primitive forest and began to fight fiercely with the demons. Deep in the hinterland of a mountain range, in the middle of a dark and damp cave, 8 figures with demonic aura rolling and covering the sky converged. These figures were all mutated demons that had reached the 4th rank, and not only did they possess intelligence that surpassed that of ordinary demons, they were even able to transform into human forms and hide in the human world. Among them, there was even a powerful mutant demon that had reached the peak of the 4th stage, and the demonic aura emanating from its body was like materialized black flames, intimidating people. Those damned humans have come to hunt our saint racekind again. A mutant demon roared angrily, his voice echoing through the cave, shaking the walls of the cave. Hee, humans captive us here just to hone their offspring, it's really a heinous crime. The other mutant demon followed suit and chimed in, his tone filled with resentment and unwillingness. This time, we must not sit back and wait for death. Yes, I propose that we hunt the young and weak humans. Let them taste the pain of losing their loved ones as well. Agreed. Agreed. A bloodthirsty light flickered in the eyes of these mutated demons, and anger filled the cave. How about this, Bone G, Bone Luke, and Bone Stone, you three brothers go ahead and hunt the humans. We will stay behind to gather more of our kind, and then launch an all-out charge against those humans, making sure to destroy them completely. The peak fourth-ranked mutant demon leader swept his gaze icily over the crowd and finally declared majestically. Long live the chief! Long live the chief! The crowd of mutated demons let out a deafening roar in unison. The sound seemed as if it was going to topple the entire cavern, filled with hatred and determination to retaliate against the humans. No one had ever expected that such a powerful eight-headed fourth-ranked mutant demon had been birthed amongst these lowly demons that had been captive raised by the humans. At this moment, Yi Tian was still leading Wang Fingyi around in the forest searching for scattered devils, the long knife in his hand constantly waving and harvesting the lives of devils. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a third-order demon, gaining 100 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a third-order demon, gaining 100 points of kill value. A series of crisp system beeps sounded one after another in Yi Tian's mind, like a beautiful musical movement. So far, he had already decapitated no less than 70 to 80 low-grade devils. Among them, a first-order demon could bring him 10 points of kill value per head, a second-order demon could reap 50 points of kill value, a third-order demon could reach 100 points of kill value, and some stronger third-order high-level demons could provide kill value ranging from 200 to 500 points. The higher the strength level of the demon, the more generous the corresponding kill value. At this moment, Yi Tian had killed a total of 56 first-order devils, 17 second-order devils, and 8 third-order devils, and through these killings, he had earned a total of 2,210 kill points. Together with what he had accumulated before, he now possessed a total of 2,680 kill points, which was already a considerable amount of wealth. At the same time, he collected 81 left scales. Cool. Yi Tian's heart was unbridled and he made a decision without hesitation, consume 1,000 points of kill value to upgrade the demon slasher. Yi Tian knew deep down that he had gained a lot this time, so naturally, he could not let go of the opportunity to improve his strength. He clearly knew that once the demon slasher blade was upgraded to the second stage, he would be able to comprehend the storm intent and could incorporate this powerful intent into the demon slasher blade technique. At that time, his demon slashing blade technique would give rise to an incredibly powerful demon slashing storm. This was one of the most powerful killing moves in the demon slashing blade technique, and for hunting demons, it was even more like a tiger with wings, and it could be called a supreme mastery. In Yi Tian's opinion, the more demons he killed nowadays, the more kill value he could obtain. Thus, in order to further enhance his strength and speed up the speed of killing demons, he did not hesitate to consume a large amount of kill value to upgrade the grade of the demon slashing blade. Chapter 043: A single sword cuts through demons. Thumbs up. A low-ranked demon was killed on the spot. This is the 24th low-ranked demon, it's just right, 8 left scales for each of us. Shen Shiyan skillfully cut off the left scale of the demon. And the other 2 women were happy. For them, it was good to be able to complete this test. There's a smell of blood, do you guys smell it? Indeed. Be careful, there may be demons nearby. Shen Shiyan's 3 girls immediately entered a state of alert. Ah! Help! Suddenly, a woman's shout came from up ahead. Go help! The 3 women rushed together almost instinctively. Only to see that under a large tree in front of them, a female candidate was covered in blood, trembling with an incomparably terrified appearance. Classmate! Are you okay? Are there demons here? Do you see where it is? Shen Shiyan's trio didn't approach hastily, but instead inquired in a low voice not far away. There are all my classmates who were attacked by demons and may have met an untimely end. I'm the only one who escaped. That demon is too terrifying, its fangs are enough to swallow a person alive. It seems to be a 4th-ranked demon. The female candidate seemed to think of a horrible sight and couldn't stop trembling. Where's your comm watch? Press the distress signal. Chen Shiyan hurriedly said. I lost mine and now I can't ask for help, please help me. The female candidate said in a pitiful voice. Let me help you. The girl called Fifi was very empathetic to girls and rushed forward. Chen Shiyan and the other girl could only follow and walk up. The three sisters have always been of one mind. And just as Fifi walked over and approached the female candidate, that female candidate steeply flew up from the ground and grabbed Fifi's torso. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Female human blood, very tasty. In an instant, the female candidate opened her horrifyingly hideous face, and two fangs grew out, biting directly on Fei Fei's neck. Quickly! Escape! Fei Fei knew that she was going to die and hurriedly shouted at Chen Shiyan and the two of them. Fei Fei! Chen Shiyan and the two girls were immediately stunned by the scene as well. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. The two of them won't be able to escape from my bone saw either, they'll still be sucked clean by me. GGG. The mutant demon Sawan laughed coldly. Phew. Right at this moment, Chen Shiyan made a split-second decision and threw out her own long whip, ruthlessly lashing out at the mutated demon Bonesetter. However, this whip of hers was unexpectedly caught on the spot by one of Bonesaw's demonic claws. The mutant demon boned up and pulled hard, pulling Chen Shiyan over in the process. Fong Fong. Make a move. Chen Shiyan shouted. Yet Fong, holding the stabbing prongs, froze in place. Sisterly love wanted to rescue her, but it was the first time she had seen such a terrifying mutant demon, and her survival instincts prevented her from moving, or even wanting to turn around and run away. For a moment, her mind was at an impasse. It's over. Just at the moment when Chen Shiyan felt that she was about to perish, a silhouette flashed like a swift wind. Phew! A flash of blade light came across the sky. Mutant demon Bonesaw instantly felt a hint of crisis. The arm that had been used to grab the whip was immediately free to parry the slash. Thumbs up. The terrifying blade on instantly did not enter his arm. Ah! What kind of weapon is this? The power of the demon slashing blade instantly surged into the mutant demon's arm, causing him to be in agony. If it wasn't for his fourth-stage demonic body, he would have been chopped off on the spot by Yi Tian. However, a black blood was also chopped out by Yi Tian. Yi Tian laughed coldly and wrote out the attack. Chopper Storm. In an instant, he chopped out a blade like a blizzard. The storm intent instantly erupted. There's something suffocating about it. Mutant demon Bonesaw felt a great threat and immediately discarded all the food directly at his mouth. His figure exploded back in an attempt to dodge Yi Tian's blade. However, Yi Tian's demon-slaying storm ravaged the entire field, not giving him any space to dodge. Moreover, Yi Tian's wandering immortal steps were like maggots on the bones of a hawk, tracking its steps to death and not giving it a chance to escape. The blood transportation. Seeing that the situation was not good, Bonesaw realized the unique tonic of the demon people and tried to escape. The Great Buddha Hand. However, Yi Tian did not give it the slightest chance, retracting the demon slasher with one hand while striking out a palm force with the other. Boom! The palm imprint landed on Bonesaw's body with a loud bang, interrupting his blood escape technique. But Bonesaw was sent flying 5 or 6 feet away on the spot, while spewing out a mouthful of black blood. A sword to cut through the demons. Yi Tian leaped in the air and a blade fell. The slash was incredibly precise and directly struck the opponent's head. Snort! Bonesaw's head was instantly decapitated, and black plasma was scattered all over the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 4th-order demon. Reward the host with 1,000 points of kill value. Listening to the system tone, Yi Tian's mood was incomparably soothing. Another significant amount of kill value scored. It's you? The genius who suppressed the 3 great demons, Yi Tian? It's really you. Thanks for saving my life. Only then did Fong Fong and Fei Fei get a good look at Yi Tian's real face and express their gratitude. And Chen Shiyan was slightly embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Previously, she had sworn that she would defeat Yi Tian during the martial arts examination, but she had never expected that she would even be saved by Yi Tian. Yo! Chen Shiyan? Yi Tian also recognized the other party and immediately laughed with a playful smile. Thank you. Chen Shiyan lightly bit her red lips and said, Oh, it's that simple? You shouldn't have forgotten the bet between us, right? Yi Tian hemmed and hawed. I certainly haven't forgotten. I, Chen Shiyan, am true to my word and won't play tricks. Chen Shiyan's pretty face instantly turned red, but she still said seriously. It's good that you haven't forgotten. I'll come and find you when the time comes, yo. Yi Tian just wanted to tease her, then he waved his hand and left. His current mission was still focused on hunting demons. Kill value comes first. It's just an incidental thing. Yen, you know Yi Tian? What other bets are there between you? No way, no way? Yen, you're having an affair with this demonic genius Yi Tian? Watching Yi Tian leave, Fei Fei and Fong Fong immediately looked at Chen Shiyan with strange eyes. Oops, no. Don't get any ideas. Fei Fei, your neck is still bleeding, quickly bandage it. Chen Shiyan hurriedly defended. Oops, I forgot about that. Holy. Fifi then remembered her injury. Chen Shiyan's heart praised her own resourcefulness, otherwise if she let these two sisters know about her bet with Yi Tian, wouldn't that be a shame? And at this moment, her mind seemed to recall the scene just now. Yi Tian saved her as if he was a god from heaven. The figure that was as bright as the sun seemed to have been deeply imprinted in her heart. Chapter 044 Devilman Army. Full boost. Not all candidates could be as lucky as Chen Shiyan, with Yi Tian coming to his rescue in time. Many candidates were killed or injured because of the demon's surprise attack. For a while, many distress signals were emitted from the examination room. And that alarmed the chief examiner. Chief examiner, there seems to be a demonic riot in the area of the examination center. These demons seem to be under some sort of command and have begun to attack our candidates. And it's suspected that a fourth-ranked demon has appeared and attacked many of the candidates. More than 200 candidates have been injured so far, and 39 more have died. A message came from inside the exam room. Chief Examiner Zhang Dongyan was also sweating nervously. Marshal King. Should we make a move? Zhang Dongyan had no choice but to consult Yi Lingzheng. He could have made the call. However, Yi Ling was attending the martial arts examination in person and needed to be consulted. Yi Ling was staring at the blue dots on the big screen, which all represented a single candidate. His gaze coalesced, then he slowly said, before the test, wasn't it said? When facing demons, casualties are inevitable. Since they chose the path of martial cultivation, sooner or later they will have to face this day. If you can't even pass today's test, how can you serve your country in the future? Dedicate yourself to mankind. Could it be that they are just trying to pass the martial arts examination? Every strong person is killed between life and death. Since there are demonic geniuses in this term, it's also the right time to hone them. Therefore, we all stay put. Let them take care of themselves. Hearing these words, everyone present dared not refute them. Because Yi Lingzheng was the #1 martial king of the world, and even more so, the head of the martial god temple. One word. Still, all of them could not help but feel sympathy. Because at this moment in the examination site are a group of just adult dolls, they are all still young and have a bright future. It would be a shame to die here. Granted, taking the WKU exams are signed. But that's a little bit insensitive. I know, you guys might think I'm a little cold, even cold-blooded. But I've been fighting against the demon clan for so many years, and I've long since gotten used to seeing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. And, I can tell you that my offspring are also in this martial arts examination. He will also be in danger, even at the risk of facing death. But it's also his destiny. I'm not going to interfere. Yi Lingzheng said loudly at last. Hearing these words, everyone present was all moved. None of them had expected that even Yi Lingzheng's offspring would actually be in this grand examination. In an instant, many people thought of the name Yi Tian. Yi Tian? Yi Lingzheng? Could it be that? In the meantime, deep in the primeval forest, a large force of tens of thousands of demons was assembling. At the head of the group were none other than 5 fourth-ranked mutant demons. At their call, tens of thousands of devils killed the area where the candidates were in great numbers. There were numerous deaths and injuries at one time. Even though these tens of thousands of devils were low-ranked devils. But they are too numerous. Even geniuses like Yi Tian, Qin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting, and Lin Haotian didn't dare to deal with such an army of devils head-on. Even if they could kill a few hundred, or even a few thousand, they would eventually run out of qi and blood and die. Not to mention the other ordinary candidates of the first grade realm, second grade realm as well as third grade realm. Chieftain. With our charge, those humans have been killed by us. Right now, we're following the plan to drive these humans to the Dark Valley. When they are all driven there, pit them all against each other." The peak 4th-ranked demon leader nodded in satisfaction. They seem to have seen the scene of these candidates turning into a mountain of corpses and blood. "Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Thumbs up!" Qin Mingyue held a red tasseled spear, and with a single thrust, a single pick and a single sweep, she decapitated 3 low-ranked demons. But with the subsequent surge of demons, even as strong as he was, there was no guarantee that the follow-up could be sustained. Damn! How did so many of these demons suddenly appear? Thousands of heads at least. Even if we kill them, we won't be able to finish them. Qin Mingyue immediately turned her gun around and killed her way out. And then darted away. A little bit with his situation, even Xiahou Longting, or Lin Haotian, were being chased by the terrifying army of demons. "Granny Bear! I'll chop you all to death with one axe." Xiahou Longting held 2 mountain opening axes and hacked away. He was born with godly strength and was strong in battle, but he couldn't withstand an army of demons like thousands of horses. When the qi and blood begin to fail, then there is no choice but to retreat. Lin Haotian was holding a long sword, and with his exquisite sword skills, he had also killed quite a number of low-ranked devils, but he didn't even have time to cut off his left scale before he was caught up by the army of devils. The rest of the candidates were also impacted by the demon army. All of them intentionally or unintentionally gathered towards a huge valley. Nearly 10,000 candidates were driven here, and as they gathered together, they did form a defense wall, temporarily resisting the onslaught of the demon army. Moreover, there were also demonic geniuses like Qin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting as well as Lin Haotian in front of the formation to kill the demons. Righteous Father! Why are there so many demons now? Hundreds of heads have sprung up at once. This killing can't even be finished. I hear so many screams. What to do? Should we find a place to hide first? Wang Fengyi followed Yi Tian's ass and he was just responsible for picking up the corpses. But he was also scared in the face of the suddenly appearing demon army. Yi Tian took the opportunity to climb a large tree and then looked into the distance. The demon army could be vaguely seen driving away the other candidates. It seems that these lower-level demons should have been commanded by higher-level demons, otherwise they wouldn't have gathered like this. Yi Tian's eyes twitched. While others would be scared when they saw the demon army, Yi Tian would only become more and more excited. Now, Yi Tian had already killed more than 400 low-level demons, earning 12,450 kill points. Yi Tian didn't hide anything and directly put these kill values to good use. Consume 1,000 kill points to cultivate the Grand Touring Immortal Steps to the Perfection Realm. Consume 1,500 kill value to cultivate the Minor Tsanglong Finger to perfection. Consume 1,000 kill points to cultivate the Grand Master's Dala Buddha Hand to completion. In addition, he had consumed another 1,500 points of killing value to cultivate the 9 Heavens Big Dipper Strength to the 5th level. If it was not for the fact that the 6th level of the 9 Heavy Heavenly Deity Strength was grey and could not be cultivated, or else Yi Tian would still be pulling full. And then, he consumed another 1,500 kill points to raise the Demon Slasher to rank 3. The 3rd-ranked Demon Slasher blade could already perform advanced Demon Slasher technique, and it could even incorporate the Thunder Urgent Intent. It could be said that Yi Tian had now once again received a comprehensive upgrade. Chapter 045, Though 10 million devils, I will go. Host, Yi Tian. Cultivation level, 1st stage of the 3rd grade realm. Blood and Qi, 998. Spirit, 976. Technique, Taichu Hegemony Technique Perfect. Martial Arts, Changming Fist Perfection, Dragon Tackling Hand Perfection, Star River Divine Fist Perfection, Wandering Immortal Steps Perfection, Sanglong Fingers Perfection, Dala Buddha Hands Perfection, Demon Beheading Blade Technique Storm, Thunder Much Need. Secret Technique, 9 Heavy Big Dipper Strength 5th level. Weapon, Demon Slasher 3rd level. Kill value, 5950. Looking at his panel attributes, Yi Tian had a sense of full security. Fatty, dare you do a big job with me? Yi Tian looked into the distance and said with an icy gaze. What? Righteous Father, what are you going to do? Don't be impulsive. Wang Fengyi's sweaty hairs stood on end. Go! Let's go cut down these rabble. After saying that, Yi Tian leaped and unexpectedly charged directly towards the location of the demonic army. Wang Fengyi felt his legs a bit soft. However, he gritted his teeth and roared, swear to follow Righteous Father to the death. Valley. Nearly 20,000 candidates were driven to the area. Many of the candidates had been injured, and they were cowering inside the valley. And at the mouth of the valley, many of the candidates took turns to fight furiously with the demons that rushed in. The ones who bore the brunt were none other than Qin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting, and Lin Haoqian. They were the strongest in combat, with strong blood and enough staying power. There were not a few devils that had been beheaded by them. But at this moment, exhaustion is also written all over their faces. After all, the prolonged killing had caused the qi and blood in their bodies to continue to decline as well. What to do? Do we still have to hang on for dear life? Qin Mingyue frowned as the red-tasseled spear in her hand kept striking. His insides were burning. With his skills, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance if he wanted to rush out. If he continued to consume here, perhaps even he would fall. Xiahou Longting and Lin Haoqian were of the same mind. If the three of them joined forces to rush out, the probability of surviving was still quite high. But if the three of them left together, then the 20,000 candidates behind them might have to be devoured alive. Why are there so many demons? Is this a martial arts exam or not? So many people died. The distress signal has been pressed to death. Why hasn't anyone come to save us yet? Die! Die! Many of the candidates were shouting hysterically there. The situation is becoming more and more critical. The burden of survival also fell on the more talented martial arts candidates. Each of them is carrying significant stress. Qin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting, and Lin Haoqian glanced at each other in between battles, and it was obvious that they all had the intention of charging out. Thunder mighty chop! Right at this moment, a loud shout resounded through the entrance of the valley. A silhouette swept in sharply. He held a black broadsword and chopped his way through. Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Thumbs up! In an instant, more than a dozen low-ranked demons were killed on the spot. The visitor was clearly Yi Tian. He brought Wang Fengyi all the way to kill. Nowadays, his demon-slashing blade technique contained the storm intent as well as the thunder-urgent intent. Like wind and thunder. Swift and fierce. Like a gust of wind and thunder, it swept over a large area. Soon, Yi Tian opened up a blank battlefield. All of you fall back. Back into the valley. Leave it to me here. Let me have a good kill. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tian stood still and slung the demon-slaying sword over his shoulder. At this moment, all the candidates were behind him, including Qin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting, and Lin Haoqian, the three demonic geniuses of the fourth-grade realm. While in front of Yi Tian, there was an army of tens of thousands of devils, which were ferocious, bloodthirsty, and terrifying. Those candidates behind him were already as if their hearts were dead, but the moment they saw Yi Tian appear, they seemed to see the hope of survival again. Yi Tian's figure looked so tall at the moment. It was as if he alone could stop the demon army. Roar! 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 These low-level demonic armies didn't care about Yi Tian, they only had the instinct to charge and kill, and in an instant, they roared over again, completely disregarding death and life. Apparently, they were going to consume these humans alive even if they were consumed. Ha ha ha! Though millions of devils, I will go! Yi Tian laughed out loud, holding the demon-slaying sword as he killed into the demon army. Chop! 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 Yi Tian was like a humanoid meat grinder. The might of the third level of the demon-slashing blade skill was incomparably terrifying, specifically targeting the weaknesses of the demons and frantically harvesting the lives of the demon race. A head of low-ranked devils quickly fell, but more low-ranked devils came pouring over. Yi Tian erupted the Taichu hegemony body technique and charged recklessly with his exquisite stance and blade techniques. It was as if he alone could withstand an army of tens of thousands of demons. This scene deeply shocked the nearly 20,000 candidates behind them. Even demons like Qin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting, and Lin Haoqian were greatly shaken. In their most critical moments, they thought about whether to join forces to escape, and did not have the determination to fight to the death. And at this moment, seeing Yi Tian fighting tens of thousands of devils alone. This Gaijin's vigor was something they couldn't match. Yes, what kind of martial artist is it to fear life and death? Kill! Qin Mingyue's blood instantly boiled as she held her lance and sped to Yi Tian's aid. Ha 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 ha! That's right! In a battle with a demon, there is only death. Xiahou Longting also roared, similarly joining the battle. My Lin clan, there are no people who are greedy and afraid of death either. Lin Haoqian was also infected. At the same time, there were also some candidates who possessed the power to fight at the 7th stage of the 3rd grade realm or above, and they had displayed an extremely strong desire to fight. They were all infected by Yi Tian. For a while, on the human side, a big wave of counterattack was actually formed. In the great rear of the demon army, the 5 4th order mutant demons stared at the forefront of the battlefield. I didn't think these young humans would have the courage to resist. Oh, this is just their dying struggle. We can't take this lightly either. If those human powerhouses outside come, our army will also be routed. To avoid surprises, let's launch a general attack now. Lord Chief? The several mutant demons looked at the peak 4th ranked mutant demon. The mutant demon who was honored as the leader waved his hand. Roar! 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 Behind them, a special bloodthirsty demon composed of 3rd order demons had already assembled. Then think about launching a general attack, with the bloodthirsty charge army taking the lead. We'll kill those strong human martial artists, and then the army will pit them all against each other. The peak 4th ranked mutant demon leader finally ordered. In an instant, a bloodthirsty charging army of 2,000 to 3,000 3rd order demons roared towards the front line of the battlefield. They also belonged to the tougher ones amongst the lower ranked devils, tougher than some 3rd grade realm martial artists, and with a number of 2,000 to 3,000, the kind of shock and awe that came from charging together was also extremely powerful. In the end, there were even 5 4th ranked mutant devils pressing the battlefield. Chapter 046, Death to All. General Observation Room. Yi Ling was pulling the satellite positioning system into the monitoring system of the examination center through his own authority. Now, the entire scene within the demon hunt area could be captured in real time via satellite and put on the various monitors in the observation room. At this moment, what was playing on the 16 large screens was precisely the image of the demonic army that was besieging the tens of thousands of candidates. At such critical moments, Yi Lingjang almost couldn't help but make a move several times. A little death and injury is indeed normal. However, if it caused tens of thousands of candidates to be killed or injured, even he, the martial god temple's hall master, could not afford it. Therefore, if the demonic army really wanted to pit tens of thousands of candidates, Yi Lingjang would definitely step in. And right at this moment, Yi Tian killed out across the sky. He fended off the demon army with the strength of one man. More than anything else, it drove the other candidates' fighting spirit and desire to fight. For a while, it actually turned the tide of battle. This scene also shocked all the examiners present. This Yi Tian is too much of a leader. One person blocking tens of thousands of devils. Even though they are all low-ranked devils, this kind of aura is not something that an ordinary person can possess. He's also good enough for the real world. Fierce enough. 1/ kills a demon. His blade technique is harsh, swift, and decisive in killing. Not only is he a data martial artist, he's also a super practical martial artist. With this performance, he can totally become the top scholar of this year's martial arts grand examination. The many examiners, including Chief Examiner Jian Dongyan, looked at the images captured by the satellite system, and one by one, they revealed their astonishment. Even Yi Lingjang was shocked by the scene before him. His own youngest grandson, the one he least expected, would do so well. Even the other Yi family descendants of his Yi family had never performed so amazingly. Prepare the demon slayers. Let's see, that demon army is going to prepare for a final general attack. If the candidates are routed, they will be killed or injured after all. We're always ready to strike. Seeing such a stunning performance of Yi Tian, while Yi Lingjang was excited and proud inwardly, he did not lose his keen insight, and immediately began to arrange for the follow-up matters. Soon, an army of martial artists was also assembled and ready to go. Valley Battlefield. Yi Tian and the others had been fighting for almost an hour. In this dark night, they all used up their physical energy to the extreme. The qi and blood are also declining. However, usually martial artists from well-off families would carry some elixirs that could restore their qi and blood, just in case. Yi Tian himself didn't have any pills with him, but he could exchange them from the system in time. He was now killing more and more devils and gaining more and more kill value. Casually exchanging some pills to restore his qi and blood was naturally not much of a problem. Yi Tian was already killing red-eyed at the moment, not counting at all how many devils he had actually killed. He was now completely using his instincts to kill the demons, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of this killing. Boom! Right at this moment, a terrifying bloodthirsty army of third-rank demons roared in with an incomparably strong impact. The battle group of candidates led by Yi Tian was instantly dispersed. These third-order demons were strong in their own combat. And now that they were gathered together, the impact they unleashed was naturally even fiercer. For a while, the candidates' side of the battle was once again suppressed. Many of the candidates were also impacted, causing some deaths and injuries. Demon-slaying hurricane. At this critical moment, it was again Yi Tian who stepped forward. He was the first to rush towards this bloodthirsty army. In the eyes of others, it was a powerful army of third-order demons. But in Yi Tian's eyes, these were the most valuable kill values. He transformed into a hurricane and rampaged through this third-ranked demon army. With the Taicho hegemony body skill opened, he was able to navigate through the terrifying demons with ease by virtue of his perfected wandering immortal steps. The demon-slashing blade technique that contained two major realms of intent was terrifyingly incomparable, cutting out a hurricane-like blade. In an instant, dozens of third-order demons were killed on the spot by Yi Tian. This son must not be kept. Prioritize killing this son. The 5 fourth-ranked mutant devils had also killed over. They set their eyes on Yi Tian at the first opportunity. This was because Yi Tian's killing power was too terrifying, instantly crushing the bloodthirsty army's attack. The speed of the 4th-ranked mutant demons was extremely fast, instantly forming a siege formation. Shadow Rift. That peak 4th-ranked mutant demon pulled out a trail of residual shadows and was the first to kill Yi Tian. Its sharp claws cut through the void and directly grabbed Yi Tian's neck. This claw strike was extremely fast and powerful. The simpler and purer the killing move, the more threatening it was. Moreover, as a peak 4th-ranked mutant demon, its own strength and defense were both extremely strong existences. Even the peak of the 4th grade realm couldn't carry it this far. At this moment, Yi Tian was in the process of charging the army of third-order devils, when suddenly, he felt a chill and an alarm rose in his heart. Look back at the moon. With instinct, Yi Tian looked back with a slash. When? Accompanied by a roar of gold and iron striking each other, Yi Tian was sent flying on the spot. At the same time, the other 4 4th-ranked demons also surrounded and killed them at the same time, all of them using their sharp claws to try to tear apart Yi Tian's body. For a while, Yi Tian fell into a dangerous situation. Not good. Yi Tian is surrounded by 4th-ranked demons. There's nothing we can do to rescue it. What to do? If this goes on, we'll be finished too. Could it be that we're really going to die here? Qin Mingyue and the others, who were battling the demon army not far away, also saw this scene. A wave of despair surged through everyone's heart. The current Yi Tian was as if he was their backbone. Seeing that Yi Tian was still fighting gave them the conviction to engage the demon army. And now that Yi Tian was in a desperate situation of death, the belief in their hearts could not help but begin to waver. In the meantime, Yi Lingzhang, who was in the general observation room, couldn't sit still either. Demon Slayer Army. Move out. As he gave the order, the army of martial artists also moved out. Yi Lingzhang also instantly disappeared into the general observation room. He rose up in the air and directly entered the primeval forest above the examination area. In a matter of minutes, he arrived within the confines of the valley of that great battle. At the moment he was also anxious. On the one hand, he didn't want any more deaths or injuries. On the other hand, he was also worried about Yi Tian's safety. After all, Yi Tian was also his grandson. However, when Yi Ling was arriving over the entrance of the valley, he suddenly felt a huge force erupt. Phew! A silhouette unexpectedly broke out from the demon army. Death to all. The blood-soaked Yi Tian killed madly. With the power of one man, he killed his way out. And right now, he was actually carrying a head in his hands. It was clearly that peak 4th-ranked mutant demon. Chapter 047, Slaughtering 30,000 Demons. Thunder Blade Intent. Xiao Tian. Even Yi Lingzhang was incomparably shocked at this moment. He had dealt with demons for years and knew how tough they were. The most powerful thing about demons is their physical body. At the same level, no matter whether it is strength, speed or resistance to blows, it is the demons who are a few points more powerful than humans. When a demon and a human of the same level fought, it was definitely the demon who had the advantage. A peak 4th-ranked demon could even battle a 5th-ranked realm martial artist. Generally speaking, it took at least 5 people of the same level of the 4th grade realm to have a chance of killing a 4th-order demon. Therefore, when he saw Yi Tian being surrounded by 5 4th-order demons, he was also worried that Yi Tian would be injured or even die. Even if they don't die, they may be seriously injured. However, he did not expect that Yi Tian would kill his way out alone. At this moment, Yi Tian had gone completely killing mad, completely immersed in the emotion of killing the demon. The demon-slaying blade in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, crazily harvesting the lives of the demons. Just now, he was surrounded by 5 fourth-ranked mutant devils, and at that moment, he erupted the 5th strength of the 9 heavenly dipper strength, instantly killing that peak 4th-ranked mutant devils in seconds. As the saying goes, to catch a thief is to catch a king. After Yi Tian single-handedly killed the peak 4th order demon leader, the rest of the demons were all greatly shaken, and the entire demon army was instantly plunged into a situation where the demons were leaderless. Even if the other 4 4th order demons wanted to salvage the situation, it was too late. The demon army entered a stage of rout. Instead, the human candidates led by Yi Tian entered the counterattack phase. In addition, due to the intervention of the demon-slaying army, the entire demon hunting examination ended early. At this point, it was nearly 2 hours before dawn. Yi Ling was commanding the demon slayer army to start clearing the battlefield. Those fleeing demonic hordes, he didn't drive them to extinction because he still needed to save them for next year's martial arts examination. The next step is the treatment of the wounded. A casualty determination was also made after medical personnel entered the scene. This martial arts examination demon hunt came down to a total of 4,539 casualties, with 784 deaths, 1,467 seriously injured candidates, and the rest slightly injured. The overall mortality rate is in the range of 1–2% and the casualty rate is less than 10%. This is obviously an increase in numbers from previous years, but it is within manageable limits. Granted, this martial arts exam caused some damage. However, for the candidates who survived, it had undoubtedly strengthened their bloodlust and allowed them to see the cruelty of the demons. Only then would they be more courageous and fearless in their future cultivation process. Finally, there's the accounting of grades. Because of the outbreak of the demon army incident, conventional accounting can no longer be calculated, only through satellite analysis technology, to make a judgment. Any footage captured by the satellite system of killing a demon can be recognized as an achievement. While all the candidates were receiving treatment and resting, the many cutting-edge intelligent devices in the general observation room were in full swing analyzing and counting the number of kills. 5 hours later. Marshal King. The statistics are out. Please take a look. Zhang Dongyan handed over the obtained results to Yi Lingzheng at the first opportunity. Yi Lingzheng picked up the data and took a look. First place, 10,692 Yi Tian, killed demons 30,124. Second place, number 7982 Qin Mingyue, killed demon 4,159. Third place, number 13456 Lin Haotian, killed 3,988 devils. Fourth place, number 359 Xiahou Longting, killed demon 3,845. There are so many? Seeing this data, Yi Lingzheng was also ruthlessly shocked. Yi Tian, a third-grade realm paragraph, had actually accomplished the achievement of slaughtering 30,000 demons. It's unbelievable. Yes, Marshal King, these are all images captured by the satellite analysis system. Even if there are some deviations, they won't be too far off. Zhang Dongyan said as he played a video. In the video, Yi Tian killed into the demon army without any fear, the whole is a whirlwind, wherever he turned to kill. With a single blade round, it decimated a circle of demons. The speed with which he killed the demons was simply too fast. This was because he was holding the immortal Dao Divine Armored demon-slaying blade, and after 3 times of tempering, its hardness was unrivaled, and it could be said that it was easy to cut down a group of demons. As for Qin Mingyue, Lin Haotian, and the other group of geniuses, although they were powerful, the weapons in their hands were only mortal soldiers, and after killing more devils, the weapons in their hands would roll their blades. Moreover, they didn't have the Taichu hegemony body technique, their physical strength wasn't that strong, and they didn't dare to put themselves behind the bars of the demonic army. Yi Tian was the only one who could kill demons so carelessly on his own terms. That's what caused his breakaway lead. In that case, let's announce the results. Yi Lingzheng pondered for a moment before saying. Candidate rest area. Tens of thousands of candidates rested in their own areas. Yi Tian had also reached the stage of exhaustion, almost drenched in blood. But he was very free-flowing. This time he didn't know how many demons he had killed, anyway, his kill value kept jumping wildly. And just as he killed the 10,000th demon, a system voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 10,000th demon, earning the title of 10,000 Demon Slayer. The system hereby rewards the host with the Supreme Blade in 10 Thunder. Yi Tian also didn't expect that there would be unexpected joy. That's blade intent. This was like the legendary sword intent, which could be encountered but not sought. Even some 7th grade grandmasters, 8th grade grandmasters, and even 9th grade martial kings might not necessarily be able to comprehend sword intent or blade intent, or any other kinds of intent. Yi Tian, on the other hand, had obtained the legendary blade intent. A blade cultivator with blade intent would be more powerful in battle. Moreover, what Yi Tian had obtained was still the thunder blade intent. This meant that his blade technique would contain a thunderous intent and kill even more fiercely. Yi Tian took another look at his kill value. In this demon hunting operation, he had killed more than 30,000 demons in total, of which he had decapitated more than 25,000 first-order demons, more than 4,000 second-order demons, more than 1,000 third-order demons as well, and 6 fourth-order demons. Now Yi Tian had a total of 558,540 kill values. In a short period of time, there was no longer any need to worry about not having enough kill value. Cool. Brother Sky. You're still bullish. This time you've at least cagged 10,000 devils. Wang Fengyi came over with an excited face. He had been silently following Yi Tian when he had killed the demon just now. Wherever the devils that were not completely killed by Yi Tian and still had a breath left, he would make up for it from the back. Instead, he killed a lot of demons. And he kept remembering the test, focusing on cutting the rear scales. Brother Tian, do you know what those candidates are calling you now? Call me what? They all call you the Demon Butcher. Damn, it's too crazy, one person suppressing an army of demons, it's just too crazy. This term's martial arts scholar, it's you. Chapter 048 Comprehensive First. Yi Tian. Attention all candidates, please proceed immediately to the entrance hall to gather for the immediate announcement of the test results. The radio blared throughout the rest area. All candidates have gathered towards the admission area. Soon, tens of thousands of candidates entered the assembly area in order and were arranged according to their respective school areas. Not long after, Chief Examiner Jiang Dongyan brought a group of examiners to the high platform in the center area. Jiang Dongyan cleared his throat and said, "First of all, we have a total of 784 candidates who were killed in this demon hunting practical examination. Now we will observe a minute of silence for them." After that, everyone observed a minute of silence. Immediately after that, Jiang Dongyan added with a straight face, "And for the rest, all of us candidates should understand that as a martial artist, once you set foot on this path, you can't avoid the word death after all. I hope that this examination will allow everyone to have a clearer conviction that the path of martial arts is incredibly treacherous, and that there can be no slacking off. In addition, the struggle between us humans and demons is just so brutal, it's either you die or I die, so each of us martial artists must have a conviction to fight to the end, or else all that's left for us is destruction as a result." Well, enough of this nonsense. The final results of the demon hunting practical examination will now be announced. The results of each candidate's assessment will also be sent to your communication watches. The top 100 will still be announced on the big screen. Also, the overall ranking of all candidates will be published subsequently. With Jiang Dongyan's announcement, the communication watches of all the candidates began to jump. Their watches showed their respective scores. And on the huge screen, the top 100 names began to scroll. Practical test. First place, 10,692 Yi Tian, killed demons 30,124. Second place, number 7982 Qin Mingyue, killed demon 4,159. Third place, number 13456 Lin Haotian, killed 3,988 devils. Fourth place, number 359 Xiahou Longting, killed demon 3,845. Immediately following this, the final comprehensive assessment results were announced. First in the overall rankings, 10692 Yi Tian, S grade. Second in the overall rankings, number 7982 Qin Mingyue, S grade. Third in the overall rankings, number 13456 Lin Haotian, S grade. Fourth in the overall rankings, number 359 Xiahou Longting, S grade. The composite ranking is equivalent to the final grade. Although Yi Tian's cultivation and Qi blood were not ranked at the top, these tests did not account for a high proportion, and the final demon hunting actual combat performance had to account for 50%, which was why Yi Tian's overall score could be ranked first. And when the final results were announced, it immediately caused a huge stir. This Yi Tian is so bullish. He actually killed more than 30,000 demons? Is this data real? This is too horrible. It should be true, we were besieged in the valley at that time, and it was Yi Tian who killed his way out, killing through the demon army all by himself. If it wasn't for Yi Tian, and those geniuses from Qin Mingyue, I'm only afraid that more of us would have to die. Yi Tian, a martial artist in the first stage of the third grade realm, was able to suppress the 3 demonic geniuses and win the first prize in the martial arts examination. It's simply too good. Yeah, this is definitely a demon among demons. It's probably going to be recorded in the annals of the martial arts examination. The crowd was all admiration, adoration and shock, with little to no jealousy. After all, the difference between ordinary people and Yi Tian was too great. Originally, those geniuses from the first high school in Kyoto, such as Dong Zihao and Meng Chenyuan, had thought that they would be able to make a clean sweep of the martial arts examination, but they had not expected to be defeated in front of Yi Tian. The 3 women, Zhang Chucheng, Fang Yuanyuan, and Yao Ying, gathered together as they stared deathly at Yi Tian's name on the big screen. Until this moment, they couldn't believe the result. More than a month ago, Yi Tian was still just a licking dog of Zhang Chucheng. And a month later, Yi Tian became the top scorer of the martial arts examination with an unlimited future. How could this be? What gives him Yi Tian the right? Ah! It hurts. Fang Yuanyuan was scratched by a demon during this demon hunting operation. Qingqing, if I had known, you should have promised Yi Tian at that time, and you could have used him to get to the top in the future. Yao Ying looked at Zhang Chucheng and said. Zhang Chucheng's eyes flickered and seemed to float to another parallel time and space scene. The crowd. Chen Xian's eyes were as if she was bewitched. When she confirmed that it was Yi Tian's name, her red lips murmured, what he said the other day was true. He never bragged, he said he would win the top spot in the martial arts university exam, and now he has done it. In an instant, she came to the scene where she was saved by Yi Tian. The man had left a strong mark on her heart. Just as the candidates were talking in shock, Zhang Dongyan pressed his hands together and continued, everyone should have seen their comprehensive rankings. This is the result of the examination, but not the final result of the finalized list. Because, we have one last test. That's the actual combat sparring match. Perhaps many people will feel that the actual battle of hunting demons will be slightly unfair. There are some martial arts candidates who specialize in one-on-one battles and cannot truly show their strength in this test. So, in the case of a combined ranking, we confer to give each candidate the qualification of one challenge. That is to say, everyone can choose one of the candidates ranked ahead of you to challenge. If the challenge is won, the opponent's ranking will be obtained and extra points will be added. If defeated, the original qualification will be maintained. Of course, not every candidate needs this challenge opportunity. My advice would be for those candidates near the top of the grades who feel they have a chance to make a dash for a higher grade to give it a try. The other thing is that the top 100 ranked candidates can consider the challenge, as we rank the top 100 candidates every year with corresponding rewards, and the higher the ranking the richer the rewards. Listening to Zhang Dongyan's announcement, the candidates once again fell into a heated debate. Most candidates are aware of this rule. No form of appraisal can guarantee absolutely fair and impartial results. In the assessment of the demon hunting operation, some students themselves did not play to their strengths and felt that some of those ranked ahead of them were not as good as they were, and this could lead to some candidates feeling that it was unfair. That's why there are rules for challenge matchups like this. This is something that will convince all candidates. However, this rule does not apply to candidates of average strength. For example, if a candidate's strength was already average, even if he was able to challenge a few people at the top of the rankings, but was unable to change the slot he was in, it would be meaningless. Only those who are hovering in 2 gears have a pressing motivation to want to take on the challenge. Also, it's those top 100 candidates. Every one of these candidates had good fighting skills and were eager for a higher ranking. Chapter 049 Dragon takes 10,000 miles versus Qi charging the stars and rivers. When Qin Mingyue, Lin Haotian and Xiahou Longting heard this rule, all of their eyes moved slightly, flashing with a strong battle intent. Although, Yi Tian had killed more than 30,000 devils by himself and captured the top position. They also recognized that Yi Tian possessed the ability to fight them. But, there is no second in martial arts. How can one easily admit to being inferior to others without having actually exchanged blows? A super demon like Qin Mingyue was even more high-minded. They were all demonic geniuses of the 4th grade realm, so how could they be willing to condescend to Yi Tian, who was below the 3rd grade realm? So, all 3 of them chose to challenge. The entire challenge rules are required to be reported by the candidates themselves, and then they are matched up one by one based on the order in which they are reported. Of the tens of thousands of candidates, there were quite a few who needed to challenge the rules, and a few hundred were always there. Jiang Dongyan then announced the list of challengers, as well as the list of those being challenged. Once this name came out, everyone's attention was naturally on Yi Tian. This was because Qin Mingyue, Lin Haotian and Xiahou Longting, the three demonic geniuses of the fourth grade realm, without exception, all chose to challenge Yi Tian. Obviously, they all wanted to compete for the top spot. This is a true battle for the top spot between geniuses. This is going to be a good one. A demonic genius of the fourth grade realm challenging a super genius of the third grade realm section, how interesting. Almost everyone's eyes fell on the three challenge matchups. All candidates then moved to another assessment base. There were 10 rings, each of which had a radius of 100 meters. This is where the challenge showdown will take place. The first group of challengers is on the field. There are 10 groups in total. Those who hear their names get in the ring. With Jiang Dongyan's announcement, one by one, the candidates made their way to the ring. And Yi Tian was in the first round. His challenger was none other than the genius of the Xiahou clan, Xiahou Longting, who was ranked 4th overall. Ha ha ha. Yi Tian, I thought my opponents were Qin Mingyue and Lin Haotian, but I never thought that the person I'd challenge would be you. Even though you can kill so many demons, it should have something to do with that weapon you were holding before, right? Weapons are not allowed in the challenge match, I'm just afraid you're not my opponent. With a laugh, Xiahou Longting leaped onto the ring. His 5 feet 9 inches or so height, combined with his burly frame, was oppressive. Yi Tian walked up to the ring with ease and said indifferently, so much nonsense? Humph. Xiahou clan, never say die. As Xiahou Longting let out a roar, he directly roared and rushed towards Yi Tian. His body was like a tank, brutally pounding away. The muscles of his body bulged and burst out with extremely powerful strength, converging on his fists and fiercely bombarding Yi Tian. The Xiahou clan specialized in body refining and possessed a self-contained body refining method called the Tinglong technique. Therefore, the physical body was his most powerful card. Xiahou Longting stepped on the Tinglong steps and executed the Dragon 10,000 Miles battle technique. His aura was like a rainbow. Facing such a ferocious attack from his opponent, Yi Tian advanced instead of retreating. If one did not have enough substance, then fighting hard against Xiahou Longting would be a complete search for abuse. But Yi Tian possessed such strength. He just wanted to hit Xiahou Longting head-on. Tai Chou Hegemony technique. Yi Tian raised his own power to the extreme as well. Star River Divine Fist. Yi Tian's fist blade shone with the light of the stars, and it was incomparably powerful. With each punch that fell, it was as if stars were exploding. Dang! 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 The fists, palm winds, and elbow strengths of the two frantically crisscrossed against each other, exploding into a roaring sound. It's like two fighters who don't defend themselves against each other, and fight completely against each other. Punching. Whoever gets discouraged first loses. In just over 10 seconds, the two of them exchanged nearly 100 rounds. With a sparring match of this intensity, an ordinary person would have been unable to carry it off long ago. However, Xiahou Longting and Yi Tian were both geniuses with strong qi and blood and extremely strong resistance to blows. Only to see that the two of them were like killing red-eyed hatred, utilizing their power to the extreme. Let's duke it out. The dragon takes the miles. Xiahou Longting roared, suddenly bursting with superb qi and blood. He threw a punch in a natural manner. This punch contained all of his power, betting everything on it. As you wish. Qi rushes to the stars. Yi Tian indifferently drank. For a moment, he was like starlight, flickering forward. It was as if this punch was going to pierce the starry sky and rush towards the distant heaven beyond the heavens. Boom! The two instantly blasted each other. It was as if time had been suspended for that second. Next. Boo! With a muffled thud. Xiahou Longting was directly blown backwards and flew out, and even threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiahou Longting has indeed been defeated. I didn't expect Xiahou Longting to lose to his best strength. Yes, you should know that Xiahou Longting has always been number one in terms of qi and strength. Yi Tian is worthy of being a heaven-defying demon. He even defeated Xiahou Longting head-on. He deserves it. This scene, once again, deeply shocked the other candidates. You won, I'm convinced. Xiahou Longting struggled to get up from the ground, but a smile spread across his face. It was the first time he had lost to someone since his debut, but he was happy to lose. At least he had something to catch up on. Yi Tian nodded calmly and did not say anything more. And as the examiner announced the results, Yi Tian took his first victory. The others' challenges continued while Yi Tian rested. His next challenge is a few rounds away. And his opponent should be that genius of the Lin family, Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian was also resting with his eyes closed at the moment, seemingly preparing for the engagement with Yi Tian. The other candidate's attention was also on Yi Tian and Lin Haotian. After all, the two were top geniuses, and they were more of a topic of conversation and spectacle than any other challenge. Finally, after a couple rounds of rest, Yi Tian was in the ring again. His opponent, naturally, was Lin Haotian. Lin Haotian opened his eyes, and it seemed as if a sharp aura flashed past from his eyes. Yi Tian, you are very strong. My strength is not as good as Xiahou Lonting's, so naturally, I can't compare to you. But the most powerful and confident thing I have is my stance as well as my swordsmanship. Today, I'll show you the power of my Lin clan lineage. Lin Haotian's arms were revitalized, and he actually exuded a burst of coldness. Yi Tian couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise as he watched the other party's movements. You actually sensed a hint of sword intent? Although it's just a trace, at this cultivation level, you're already powerful enough. Sword intent, like blade intent, could be encountered but not sought. Some sword cultivators, even after cultivating to the 9th grade realm, did not comprehend sword intent. For Lin Haotian to be able to comprehend a hint of sword intent at a section of the 4th grade realm was already considered an absolute demon. It was a pity that he had met Yi Tian. You actually saw that? Good, then let you taste my sword intent. Chapter 050 Sword Intent vs Blade Intent. Lin Haotian used his arms as swords, and his arms trembled slightly, seemingly gulping cold ons. His footsteps were light, his body shape was as fluttering as a ghost, instantly bullying to Yi Tian's body. His arm shook, transforming into several sword shadows, with silk sword intent, chopping at Yi Tian's vitals around his body. Yi Tian's eyes stared, his pace under his feet changed deftly, the Taichou hegemony body skill was in operation, and his whole body's breath was bulging, as if a layer of invisible armor was protecting him. Facing Lin Haotian's overpowering sword technique, he did not panic, his hands clenched his fists, and the Star River Divine Fist was once again performed. The wind of his fists roared, and collided with that sword shadow, emitting the crisp sound of gold and iron clanking together. Lin Haotian's sword technique was exquisite, and with that silky sword intent, each sword contained a powerful penetrating force, and the sword was like a dragon, continuous. However, Yi Tian's punching method was fierce and domineering, and he was experienced in fighting, always able to find the cracks of the sword shadow and break it with his fist when there was no time to lose. The two of them fought back and forth. Below the ring, the crowd watched in awe and amazement. This battle, compared to the previous battle between Yi Tian and Xiahou Lonting, was even more exciting, with both sides displaying exquisite stances and fighting techniques, both of which opened the eyes of these candidates. Humph! Lin Haotian suddenly let out a cold snort, his sword momentum abruptly changed, the originally agile sword technique became even more severe and wild, and the silk sword intent also seemed to be inspired by some kind of stimulation, becoming even more dense, as if it was like a substance wrapped around his arm. Yi Tian, catch this move of mine. Blast Wind Sword Shadow. With his loud shout, Lin Haotian's entire body seemed to transform into a supreme sword, transforming into a stream of light and stabbing towards Yi Tian at extreme speed. Wherever the sword shadow passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a hissing sound. Yi Tian's expression became grave when he saw this. He took a deep breath, the power in his body surged madly, the Taichou hegemony body technique was catalyzed to the extreme by him, the muscles of his entire body tightened and his veins rippled. Good timing! Yi Tian shouted violently, both fists fiercely blasted forward, above the fist's blades, starlight shone, gathering into a brilliant Star River power, and ruthlessly collided with that oncoming wind-breaking sword shadow. Star Signs of Prison! Boom! There was a loud bang that shook the ring slightly. The powerful impact spread out in all directions. The smoke cleared, only to see Yi Tian standing steadily in place, his breath slightly messy, but his eyes were still firm. Lin Haotian, on the other hand, staggered back a few steps, his arms trembling and buzzing, and the wisps of sword intent became much dimmer. How is it possible? Lin Haotian looked at Yi Tian with a face full of shock. He didn't expect that this strongest sword of his to be received so easily by Yi Tian. Your sword intent is indeed good, but it's not enough. Yi Tian said indifferently as his figure flashed and attacked towards Lin Haotian once again. This time, he was no longer just passively defending, but launched a blazing attack. Only Yi Tian's right arm was seen swinging round, as if it was a god of war steel blade. Phew! Yi Tian's entire body rushed over as a stump in a lightning-fast manner. The right arm snapped. Swift as thunder. Lin Haotian's pupils shrunk, and as he retreated explosively, his arms violently crossed, trying to fend off this hand slash from Yi Tian. Boo! In an instant, Yi Tian chopped down with a hand slash. With a muffled thud, Lin Haotian was unexpectedly sent flying by Yi Tian's slash. Blade intent? You actually comprehended blade intent as well. Lin Haotian coughed loudly in his heart. How could he not have imagined that Yi Tian had also comprehended the saber intent, and it seemed that the power of the saber intent was even stronger than his. If the sword intent he had comprehended was only 5 threads, not even 1 point, then the blade intent Yi Tian had comprehended had reached 3 points, 6 times more powerful than his sword intent. What just happened in that flash of lightning? I didn't see it clearly either. Just now I seemed to sense the light and shadow of knives and swords, but they were clearly not even holding weapons. I think they just said something about sword intent? Sword intent? What the hell is that? The audience of candidates under the ring didn't understand the meaning of blade intent and sword intent, as they couldn't access them either, and only knew that Yi Tian and Lin Haotian were both very impressive. And in the general observation room, Yi Lingzhang and a group of other senior officers all witnessed this. The Lin family's scion is truly a genius. At a young age, he has even comprehended a trace of sword intent. He is expected to achieve a generation of masters. Xiao Tian. He actually also comprehended the blade intent. And it seems to contain some kind of special rhythmic momentum. Even Yi Lingzhang, a 9th grade martial king, couldn't help but be shocked by Lin Haotian and Yi Tian. As a 9th grade martial king, he also knew the terror of blade intent or sword intent, and if they were fighting against each other at the same rank, a martial artist who comprehended blade intent or sword intent would definitely be stronger than a martial artist of the same rank, and would even be much stronger. As strong as he was, he hadn't comprehended a certain realm of meaning, and was merely relying on an unrivaled battle strength. If Yi Lingzhang could also comprehend a certain intent, his battle power would only be stronger. Yi Tian's comprehension of blade intent was even more unexpected. He now felt that this little grandson of his was hiding too much. Above the ring. After Yi Tian exploded his thunder blade intent, the situation immediately took a one-sided turn. Lin Haotian's family heirloom stance, although subtle and powerful, could not take any advantage against Yi Tian's swimming immortal steps. And his sword intent was also inferior to Yi Tian's blade intent. Under the all-round crushing, Yi Tian had already gained a huge upper hand. Phew! Accompanied by Yi Tian's slash in the air, Lin Haotian was once again cleaved away. I lost. Lin Haotian struggled to get up from the ground. His face was filled with a disheveled look. He knew that the gap between himself and Yi Tian was like a sea chasm that was difficult to cross. Yi Tian closed his hand and stood, his expression calm as he said, "You are already very strong, it's just that I am stronger than you." That's a pretty wild statement. But no one can argue with that. Because Yi Tian had the capital to be wild. 2 demonic geniuses in a row were defeated head-on by Yi Tian. That doesn't qualify you to be mad? Anyone else would probably be even wilder than Yi Tian. As the examiner announced, Yi Tian won another round. Now Yi Tian only had one last challenger left, also known as Qin Mingyue. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Mingyue. If even Qin Mingyue was defeated by Yi Tian's hands, then Yi Tian would truly be labeled as a heaven-defying level demon. After all, a 4th product realm genius was already enough to become a demon, and Yi Tian defeating a 4th product realm demon with his 3rd product realm cultivation would definitely be called heaven-defying. So now Qin Mingyue was under a lot of pressure instead. At this moment, Qin Mingyue was oblivious to everything in the outside world. With his hands behind his back and his eyes closed, he seemed to be letting himself enter that ethereal realm. Until the examiner announced that Qin Mingyue was fighting Yi Tian. Only then did Qin Mingyue awaken from her closed eyes. He leapt to the ring like an open sword. Chapter 051 5 times the force. Convinced. Yi Tian, your power is strong enough to be able to have a hard fight with Xiahou Longteng. Your stance is also comparable to that of the Lin clan, and you've also comprehended blade intent. On those alone, I shouldn't be your opponent either. Therefore, I will now compete with you in only one item. That's the hair technique. Power technique is also an important measure of genius. Well, Qin Mingyue looked at Yi Tian Dao with a burning gaze. Power generation techniques? Yi Tian's eyes moved slightly. For this kind of talk, Yi Tian had also heard some of it. The reason why geniuses are called geniuses is that they are able to cross the challenge. And the most basic power needed to challenge at a higher level was the power that a genius could explode more than the average person in the same level situation. For example, under the same chi and blood, an average person could explode 1,000 kilograms of strength, while a genius could explode twice or even 3 times that amount, which would be 2,000 kilograms and 3,000 kilograms of strength. And there was a gap between geniuses and geniuses. Some were able to explode 2 or 3 times their strength, while others could explode 5 or even 7 times their strength. These multiplied powers were also known as power amplitudes, and the stronger the amplitude, the more powerful it was, which meant that the more powerful his potential was, and the combat power that erupted after later enhancement would naturally be more powerful as well. So there is a gap between the demons. What Qin Mingyue and Yi Tian were going to compete with was power amplitude. The Qin family had a secret art that specialized in power generation techniques, and he had already cultivated it to the realm of great accomplishment, and when played well, he could explode with 3 or even 4 times the power. This was Qin Mingyue's bottom line. With such a means, he could even challenge an average 4th grade realm 2nd or even 3rd stage martial artist. Good. I promise. Yi Tian agreed to Qin Mingyue's request without hesitation. How did Yi Tian agree to such a request? Yeah, since Qin Mingyue made such a request, it's obvious that he has special means. Originally, Yi Tian getting this first prize was a sure thing. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't agree to such a request. Qin Mingyue's own cultivation is high and so is his chi and blood. If he bursts out with twice the power, Yi Tian might have to burst out with 3 times the power to be even. That's right. Maybe this is the confidence of a super demon. Many of the candidates talked about it. On the other hand, Yi Tian and Qin Mingyue on the stage did not care about this. They walked towards each other. Then, launch both palms at the same time. Boom! Boom! 4 palms facing each other. Start firing at each other. Ancestral dragon technique. Qin Mingyue shouted angrily in her heart, her body's chi and blood erupted, and a majestic power instantly surged out. The ancestral dragon technique was the Qin family's secret technique that could explode the power of one's own bloodline. Just now, Qin Mingyue had already adjusted his body to its optimal state, and at this moment, when he erupted, he unexpectedly erupted even more violently than he usually did, almost approaching 4 times his own strength. The surging power instantly impacted Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian's face was always calm and unruffled. 9 heavy heavenly deity power. Right at this moment, the power within Yi Tian's body also instantly erupted as his arms violently shook. The power of the 9 heavenly dipper strength also erupted from Yi Tian's body. 5 times the power. Boo! Terrifying power instantly erupted from between Yi Tian's palms. Qin Mingyue was steeply shaken back a distance of 7 or 8 steps. Surprise was written all over his face. He didn't expect that he would still lose with the power of the ancestral dragon technique. This showed that Yi Tian's power generation skills were even more powerful than his, and his power amplitude was at least 5 times greater. I lost, Qin Mingyue sighed, then shook her head. This time, he also lost convincingly. Yi Tian is the top student. In my lifetime, I've actually witnessed a scholar of the first stage of the 3rd grade realm. Unprecedented. Yi Tian is awesome. In an instant, there was applause and cheering. Yi Tian had taken the position of scholar with a low cultivation level, creating a legend and inspiring those martial artists with lower cultivation levels. With the last few rounds of the challenge over, the entire martial arts examination had also finally come to an end. Jiang Dongyan concluded, the Wushu University examination is over, and each of you already know your scores, but the final scores will be uniformly and publicly released by the Ministry of Education a week later. At that time, you can pick the martial arts university that you like and that suits you according to your grades. Now, all are dismissed from their places and take the train that belongs to them, according to their location. Everyone, come home together. The WKU exams are over. The happiest person was undoubtedly Yi Tian. He not only captured the position of scholar, but also completed the system mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and obtaining the position of scholar. Now rewarding the host with the Immortal Dao technique, the Taishu Dragon Abyss technique. And gain 1000 kill points. Yi Tian was now directly ignoring the kill value because he already had more than 550,000 kill value after hunting the devils, and he would not be able to use it up in a short period of time. What he cared most about was naturally the Immortal Dao technique. His current cultivation had reached the third grade realm, and according to the Tai Chu hegemony body technique, he would at most cultivate to the peak of the third grade realm. In order to break through the fourth grade realm, one must cultivate a technique that contained internal energy. Yi Tian naturally didn't want to learn secular Gung Fu, he had to get the immortal Dao Gung Fu given by the system. Now that the immortal Dao technique was in his hands, Yi Tian also had a piece of his mind cleared. At least the cultivation path won't be lost. On the way back by train, Yi Tian began to delve into this Taishu Longyuan Gong. Taishu Dragon Abyss technique, an immortal Dao technique from the ancient era, which, for one, contains the power of Taishu. Rumor has it that during the ancient era, there was a forbidden land called the Mound of Taishu, which contained a multitude of mysterious auras that would surely lead to death even if one were an immortal emperor-level figure to touch it. And then a peak immortal emperor powerhouse mastered the method of refining such auras, and categorized it into a technique. Secondly, the meaning of the Dragon Abyss, because the Taishu Kung Fu was too powerful for the average person's Qi Si Dantian to withstand, there was later another supremely powerful person who made his own Dantian like an abyss and perfected this Kung Fu by using the inner Dan of the Taiku Divine Dragon as a carrier, making it one of the most powerful Kung Fu during the Taiku period. Looking at the introduction about the Taishu Dragon Abyss technique, Yi Tian could not help but feel the mystery and power it contained. The Taishu Dragon Abyss technique is really powerful. As long as one cultivates it, the Taishu Qi it contains is more than 10 times more powerful than ordinary internal energy. And the Qi Si can be transformed into a huge dragon heart abyss, majestic and incomparable. Holy, cultivating the Taishu Dragon Abyss technique alone will consume 100,000 killing value? Yi Tian looked at the kill value consumed behind him again and was instantly dumbfounded. When he first cultivated the Tai Chu hegemony skill it was only 100 kill value. And now cultivating the Taishu Dragon Abyssal technique surprisingly requires 100,000. Yi Tian seriously suspected that the system was punking him. Brother Tuzi, are you playing with me? Chapter 052 Martial Arts Scholar, Yi Tian. Yi Tian's questioning, the system didn't hang him at all. There's nothing he can do about it. However, once he thought that this was a powerful technique, Yi Tian gritted his teeth and directly chose to cultivate it. Ding! The host consumes 100,000 kill values to cultivate the Taishu Dragon Abyss technique. Unlock the first 3 levels of the Taishu Dragon Abyss technique. Note, the next unlocking will require a cultivation level of the 4th grade realm. As the system tone sounded, a mysterious power was instantly injected into Yi Tian's body. Moreover, this mysterious power continuously traveled along Yi Tian's peripheral meridians, giving him an incomparably warm and filling feeling. It was as if all the cells in his body had been sublimated to the extreme, and it was incomparably soothing. So powerful, I feel like I'm getting stronger again. But I'm going to get some rest this time when I go back. Yi Tian's heart was free. 1 week later. Just today, the final results of the WSC exam will be announced. Dean Chang arrived at the Kyoto branch of the Ministry of Education early in the morning. The results of all students in the city are sent here on a priority basis before they are posted by the division and sent to each school. The reason Dean Chang is here is that he wants to be the first to know what's going on at our school. Yo, Dean Chang, quite early. Hee, it seems like everyone wants the same thing, to see how many students from this school can get into a first-class martial arts university. Dean Chang had just walked into the branch when he saw 2 people who were ahead of him. These 2 were also the principals of 2 other martial arts high schools. One is the principal of the Kyoto 4 High School, surnamed Chen. The other is the dean of the 6 high schools in Kyoto, surnamed Xian. Principal Chen, Kyoto 4 High School has always had poor grades, and there are at most 7 or 8 first-class martial arts universities. Why did you come so early today? And Dean Xian, your Kyoto 6th High School, year after year, you say you want to surpass our Kyoto 1st High School, and year after year, you're not as good as us, and this time you've come so early. Is it because you think that your Kyoto 6th High School has hopes of surpassing us? Dean Chang chuckled. The competition between the major martial arts high schools was fierce, and a war of words was inevitable. Dean Chang, don't look down on people. Oh, this year, our Kyoto 4 high schools appeared several seeded players. At least it is estimated that 12 of them can go to the first-class martial arts university. Dean Chen said smugly. Yes, Dean Chang, don't look down on our Kyoto 6th High School so much. Let me tell you, this year, our school also produced several geniuses. Among them, there's also a super genius of the 7th stage of the 3rd grade realm, who has the qualifications to impact the 4 major martial arts academies. Dean Chen followed suit. Dean Chang laughed and continued, the 4 great martial academies? Our Kyoto 1st High School has 4 people who are qualified to impact the 4 great martial academies. You only have one, What kind of ability is that? 4. Dean Chang, what are you bragging about? As far as I know, there are only 3 in your school, right? 1 Dong Ziheo, 1 Meng Shen Yuan and 1 Fong Yuan Ming. Where did the 4th one come from? Speaking of Yi Tian, Dean Chang became even more complacent. This genius is the pride of our school. He will definitely shine this time in the martial arts examination. He might even make it into the top 100, or even the top 50. Ha ha ha. Dean Chang, you're blowing more and more bull. The top 50 are out? You're Kyoto #1 high school. Your best result is only the top 64 in the country, right? And you're still delusional about the top 50? That's right, the top 50 in the country, but it's always been those prestigious schools. Where does it come to the turn of an ordinary martial arts cultivation high school like ours? President Chen and Dean Chen all felt that Dean Chang was bragging and talking nonsense. You guys don't believe me. When the results come out later, punch you in the face. Dean Chang glared. Good. I'd like to see what other talented people in your Kyoto First High School are qualified to enter the top 50. Dean Chen smiled cheerfully. 10 a.m. Staff at the Ministry of Education branch finally received the results data from headquarters. Well, did the grades come out? Let's see. Several deans crowded their heads, all wanting to see the final ranking figures. Soon, the several deans present were all dumbfounded. Just because of the first name, it left them completely shocked. Candidate 10692 Yi Tian, School Kyoto #1 High School, #1 overall ranking. A few big, simple words instantly come to mind. Yi Tian? The top scholar? He really did it? Even Dean Chang himself couldn't believe the rankings in front of him. Previously, Yi Tian told him that his goal was to be the top student in the martial arts university examination. Dean Chang naturally didn't believe it. However, he didn't expect that result to appear in front of him. Yi Tian didn't brag. He did what he said he would do. So the clown was actually myself. Yi Tian, it's my eyes that are clumsy. Ah, good, great. My Kyoto First High School has produced a martial arts scholar. Scholar of martial arts. It's much harder than the top student in arts. In the future, my Kyoto #1 high school can also become one of the top martial arts schools. Dean Chang could hardly contain his inner excitement. Yi Tian winning the top prize was not only a personal honor, but also an honor for the school. Perhaps because of Yi Tian's success this time, it would lead to more honors and awards for Kyoto First High School, and more educational resources from the Ministry of Education. For Dean Chang personally, he will also add a colorful note to his resume. At this time, other school leaders such as Principal Chen and Dean Chen were also shocked by the name Yi Tian. How is it possible? Kyoto #1 High School actually produced a martial arts scholar? This Yi Tian above shows only a section of the 3rd grade realm. How can he be the top student? Yeah, this score can't be wrong, can it? This is the final announcement from the Ministry of Education, so there should be no mistakes. What kind of luck did Kyoto #1 High School have to produce a martial arts scholar? It's over. In the future, the educational resources of Kyoto #1 High School will definitely pull away from us by a large margin. Yi Tian's results were enough to securely enter the 4 major martial arts academies. It would even be looted by the 4 major martial arts academies. And the name Yi Tian will surely resound throughout the country this summer vacation. Even Kyoto #1 High School as a school will be constantly mentioned and its popularity will be greatly increased. The other school leaders were profoundly aware of just how much educational resources a martial arts scholar's reputation could bring, and would even be valued by the Ministry of Education, and their future development would definitely be better than that of several of their schools. Principal Chen and Dean Chen, our Kyoto First High has produced a martial arts scholar. This is a great joy. I'm going back to school now to prepare for a celebration party, so I won't be hanging out with you guys here. Bye. Dean Chang looked at the other two and couldn't help but laugh aloud. And Principal Chen and Dean Xian just had ironic faces. Just now, Dean Xian had ridiculed the fact that it was impossible for a top 50 to appear in Kyoto #1 High School, but it turned out that Yi Tian had directly taken the top spot, which had simply slapped him hard in the face. Chapter 053 Yi Tian's Dream. Since returning from the end of the exams at the University of Wushu, Yi Tian had lived a period of incomparably pleasant days, immersing himself in lethargy and idleness every day, and enjoying the time of laying down flat as he pleased. Even his grandfather Yi Lingzhang, who was always stern and harsh and solemn on weekdays, had become gentle and loving in his treatment of Yi Tian. At every mealtime, Yi Lingzhang would always inquire about Yi Tian's recent situation with concern. The caring in the words was overflowing, a stark contrast to the seriousness of the past. Time rushes by, and in an instant it is approaching the day of the release of the list. On this day, Yi Lingzhang found Yi Tian, with a few hints of expectation and inquiry in his expression. He opened his mouth and said, "Little Tiana, Grandpa knows that you performed extremely well in the martial arts examination, and your results were outstanding. Now, do you have any plans for the future? Is there already a preferred wust in your heart?" Yi Lingzhang was an important person in the family. His status was significant, even at the present moment. Wanting to send Yi Tian into that desirable but extremely high threshold of the martial gods' hall was not something that could not be done. However, the requirements of the martial god palace were harsh to the extreme, and every year, they would conduct a cruel examination that was never a pressure that ordinary people could easily withstand. Although Yi Tian had demonstrated excellent practical combat abilities in the great examination of martial arts, it did not mean that he would thereafter firmly embark on the thorny and challenging path of martial arts. After all, the key to the future direction and choice still lay in Yi Tian's own inner planning and vision. Therefore, Yi Lingzhang had come here because he wanted to listen to Yi Tian's true thoughts deep inside his heart. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile as he asked rhetorically, "Grandpa, do you have any good suggestions then?" Yi Lingzhang nodded slightly. His expression became solemn, and slowly said, "The 4 major martial arts academies nowadays are none of them the most top-notch academies in the field of martial arts. However, they actually have significant differences and unique advantages between each other. That Green Dragon Martial Arts Academy, with its far-reaching reputation, is known for its extreme exploration of combat talent. There, it brings together many geniuses in combat, especially those students who have a fervent passion and talent for combat are like fish in water, able to continuously sharpen themselves in fierce confrontations and actual battles, allowing their combat talents to be utilized to the fullest. The White Tiger Martial Arts Academy, on the other hand, is renowned for its high regard for physical talent. Almost every student in the academy possesses physical qualities that are beyond the ordinary, and can be called super geniuses. With their powerful physiques, they are often able to erupt with extremely ferocious combat power in battle, suppressing their opponents with absolute strength and becoming a fearsome presence on the battlefield. The Vermilion Bird Martial Arts Academy, adhering to a diversified teaching philosophy, pays extreme attention to the development of students' other potentials, and even spares no effort in the discovery of supernatural talents. Under its unique education model, it has cultivated many distinctive geniuses with strange abilities yet superior strength, and these students have blossomed in their respective fields of expertise, displaying a distinctive martial arts style. The Xuanwu Martial Arts Academy has its own unique educational tenet, which is the belief in the truth that diligence can make up for clumsiness. Every student there possesses great perseverance, and through day after day of diligent and hard practice, they constantly break through their own limits, and steadily move forward on the road of martial arts cultivation, using sweat and persistence to write their own brilliant chapters. Xiao Tian, you have to remember that no matter which martial university you choose, the only thing that is most crucial is the one that suits you. As long as you are able to step through the gates of these 4 major martial arts academies, your future will be bright and radiant, and in the future, if you have the intention to enter the martial god's palace, you will also have great opportunities and advantages." Yi Lingzhang knew deep in his heart that with the excellent results Yi Tian had shown in the great examination of martial arts, even though his cultivation might be slightly insufficient, that powerful practical combat ability was enough to make him an object that the 4 major martial arts academies as well as other first-class martial arts universities would compete for. In his opinion, if Yi Tian was able to enter the Green Dragon Martial Arts Academy, it would undoubtedly be the most suitable choice for his development. After all, the strong practical combat ability that Yi Tian himself possessed complemented the direction of combat talent cultivation that the Green Dragon Martial Arts Academy focused on, enabling him to grow and progress faster on the path of martial arts. Yi Tian quietly listened to his grandfather's narration. A light of contemplation flashed in his eyes, and after a moment, he opened his mouth and said, "Thank you, Grandpa, for your detailed introduction. I think that I already have a general idea of how to make a choice." A hint of curiosity appeared in Yi Lingzhang's eyes as he asked after him, "Oh? Then which martial arts university do you actually intend to choose, Xiao Tian?" Yi Tian didn't directly answer his grandfather's question, but instead, with some seriousness and solemnity in his demeanor, he asked rhetorically, "Grandpa, what is your biggest dream in this life?" "Me? Dream?" Yi Lingzhang couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he heard this, obviously not expecting Yi Tian to suddenly throw out such a question. He slightly tilted his head and fell into a short period of contemplation for a few moments before slowly speaking. "My dream, naturally, is to be able to suppress all the demonic caves as much as possible, so that the thousands of people of my dragon kingdom will never again be subjected to the intrusion and scourge of the demon people race, and will be able to live and labor in a peaceful and tranquil environment, and no longer have to worry about the plague that may come at any time. Hearing his grandfather's words, Yi Tian slammed his palms together. A look of excitement and determination appeared on his face and said, "Right. Grandpa's dream is also the dream that I aspire to in my heart. Therefore, the Wudong University I'm going to choose isn't just focused on my personal future and development, but I'm going to pick an academy that will give me the opportunity to slay the demons with all my might and fight for the protection of the Dragon Kingdom. In the days to come, my dream is to use this academy as a starting point to gradually realize the grand goal of suppressing all the demonic caves, and even further, to launch a counter-offensive against the demonic caves, to completely suppress and overthrow those detestable demonic humanoids, and to return my Dragon Kingdom to a peaceful and pure land." Listening to Yi Tian's words that were full of grandeur, Yi Lingjing's heart couldn't help but surge with a surge of grandeur as well. How could he not have thought that his once least favored little grandson, whose deepest heart lurked such a magnificent, grand and far-reaching ambitions, such ambitions, even more than his own dreams, to come more shocking and impassioned? Worthy of being my Yi Lingjing's grandson, ah? Yi Lingjing couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. The following day was that much-anticipated day of release. The early morning sunlight had just sprinkled the earth when Yi Tian was awakened by a sharp ringing of the phone. He picked up the phone in a daze, only to hear the familiar and excited voice of the homeroom teacher on the other end of the phone. "Yi Tian, your grades have been released. Early this morning, my phone was like a firecracker, ringing non-stop. All the major colleges and universities called to retrieve your information and understand your situation." The class teacher's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement and pride. "Now, almost all of the top martial arts universities in the country have sent you letters of intent for enrollment, so as long as you gently nod your head, any of the first-class martial arts universities within the country are at your disposal. I will now briefly tell you about the generous conditions that the 4 major martial arts academies have offered you. The Green Dragon Martial Arts Academy promises to provide you with a full scholarship, which means that your tuition fees will be completely free for the 5 years of your study career at the martial arts university, so you don't need to worry about the financial pressure. Not only that, the academy will also supply you with 3 years' worth of basic pills for free, and these pills will be a great boost to your cultivation. At the same time, the academy will also arrange for you to have a 7th grade master as a specific mentor, who will provide you with one-on-one guidance, helping you to minimize detours on the road of martial arts. In addition, the academy will also prepare an independent residence and practice room for you, so that you can have a quiet, comfortable, and exclusive cultivation environment. The conditions given by the White Tiger Martial Dao Academy are roughly the same as the Green Dragon Martial Dao Academy in terms of the aforementioned. However, they also have an even more enticing condition, which is that they can provide you with all the techniques and martial arts below the earth level for free. The Vermilion Bird Martial Dao Academy is even more generous. On top of the above-mentioned basic conditions, they are even willing to designate an 8th grade Grandmaster as your mentor. You must know that an 8th grade Grandmaster is a top-notch existence in the martial Dao world, and being able to be personally taught by such an expert, your path to the martial Dao will surely be even smoother. Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird Martial Dao Academy is also willing to supply earth-level techniques and martial arts for free. Such generous treatment is extremely rare when looking at the entire martial Dao world. The Xuanwu Martial Dao Academy has slightly inferior conditions comparatively speaking. However, this is only in comparison to the previous 3. The resources and conditions it provides are considered quite good amongst the other first-class martial universities. As for the conditions given by the other first-rate martial arts universities, I won't go over them all here. Although there may be some schools that give conditions that seem to be more favorable in certain aspects in order to recruit you, most of them are just some external material temptations, and in terms of long-term development and the inheritance of the martial arts, only these 4 martial arts academies are truly the best choice. Yi Tian quietly listened to the class teacher on the other end of the phone talking at length, his heart filled with emotion and gratitude. He couldn't bear to interrupt the classroom teacher's passionate words and just waited silently for him to finish. Only after the class teacher's voice had paused a little did Yi Tian say, "Okay, Director Gu, I know, let's talk about it when I get to school." Well, there's no rush, take your time to think about it. Be sure to pay attention to safety on the road, be careful with everything." The class teacher droned with concern on the other end of the phone. In the class teacher's heart, Yi Tian was now his most pleased pupil, a bright pearl in his teaching career. Yi Tian, as the top scorer in martial arts, was more than the greatest reward for his years of hard work, and was the only student in the school who was qualified to enter the 4 major martial arts academies. At this moment, Director Gu was treating Yi Tian like a precious treasure, and could not wait to treat him as a bodhisattva who was carefully cared for and devoutly worshipped. Chapter 054 Yi Tian's Choice. Yi Tian slowly washed up and then leisurely headed to school. Yi Tian, who had returned to the first high school in Kyoto, received a lot of attention. Even the security uncle who watched the door and the sweeper aunt who cleaned the house would look at him a few times more. The current Itaeon was a big name in Kyoto's first high school. That's the annual martial arts championship. The only one in the entire Kyoto first high school in years. Nowadays, who doesn't know Itaeon in Kyoto High School? Even the cats and dogs in the school had to salute Itaeon when they passed by. Today is the day for the release of the results and for students to fill in their volunteers, so there were many more people in the school, and some parents followed. Itaeon returned to his class. The eyes of the many fellow classmates looking at him were all in awe and admiration at the moment. After all, Itaeon was a rebellious genius who had suppressed 3 fourth-grade realm demons. Righteous Father, which Wudong University are you going to enroll in? You choose it so that I can choose it. Wang Fengyi hurriedly came over and said. I figured you just as Itaeon was about to tell Wang Fengyi what WUU he chose, suddenly Director Ge rushed into the classroom. Itaeon, hurry up and come with me for a moment. Itaeon was called away by Director Ge on the spot. In the office. Dean Chang is also here. Student Itaeon, congratulations, you've taken the top prize in martial arts. We didn't even believe you when you said you were going for the top spot before, but we didn't think you'd actually do it. You're really the pride of our Kyoto First High School. Dean Chang immediately marveled. Student Itaeon, the enrollment representatives of the 4 major martial arts academies are all here as well, so you can go meet them later, and ask any questions you have, and if you have any special conditions, perhaps they'll all satisfy you as well. The rest of the 31 first-class martial arts universities have also sent their enrollment representatives. After all, there's only one martial arts scholar, and they don't want to miss out, but I don't think you're interested. Director Ge spoke in a hurry. As a martial arts scholar, you have the right of first refusal. Even the 4 major martial arts academies would have to come and fight for it. Therefore, Itaeon had complete initiative. Dean Chang, Director Ge, I've thought about it before I came. It's not the 4 major martial arts academies I want to pick. Itaeon said indifferently. What? Not choosing the 4 major martial arts academies? What else is there to choose from? Dean Chang and Director Ge were all surprised. Kyoto High Hospitality Building. This is usually where the school entertains leaders or VIPs. At this moment, the enrollment representatives of the 4 major martial arts academies and the 31 first-class martial arts universities were all staying inside the hospitality building. They had only one goal, and that was to recruit Itaeon, the top student of the new martial arts university examination, within their own school. Somewhere in the room, one of the 2 teachers who are the enrollment representatives of the Frontier Dance Academy is sad, while the other is calmly sipping tea. Teacher Jean, why are you frowning? Anyway, we're here this time, but just going through the motions. He, a new martial arts scholar, won't choose our border martial arts academy. Even if we give the best conditions, it's useless for you to worry. The tea-drinking teacher said indifferently. I know this, but our border martial arts academy has been getting worse and worse in recent years. Even enrollment is getting more and more difficult. In the future, I'm afraid that even the martial arts university will be cancelled. I'm not worried about my own rice bowl. I'm just afraid that the students in the future will have no more blood, no more courage to fight against the devils. Teacher Jean, who was full of sadness, lamented and said. This wouldn't be something we can influence or decide, just do your own thing. Tea-drinking teacher Chang wasn't worried at all. Jingle bells. Just then, the phone in the room rang. Tea-drinking Mr. Chang answered the phone. Hello? What? The new martial arts scholar wants to see us? In an instant, Mr. Chang wasn't calm anymore, and jumped up right away. The fact that Itaeon wanted to meet them showed that Itaeon was interested in their school, and they still had a chance to recruit Itaeon, the new martial arts scholar. The 2 teachers were overjoyed. But they also knew they couldn't rejoice too soon. Soon the 2 teachers were invited to a conference room in the administration building. Itaeon met with the 2 teachers. 2 teachers, you are the enrollment representatives of the Border Martial Arts Academy, right? Please tell me the conditions that your school can offer me? Itaeon said indifferently. Student Itaeon really does have an extraordinary appearance, an extraordinary demeanor, and the new martial arts scholar is really extraordinary. Teacher Chang slapped on a horse's ass. If Mr. Itaeon is willing to become a student of our school, our Border Martial Arts Academy is willing to pour out all the school's resources, all the conditions given by the 4 martial arts academies, we can fulfill, and we can even add 2 or 3% to it, and do everything we can to make you satisfied. Teacher Jean then said with a serious face. Itaeon nodded with satisfaction, but then said, I can accept these conditions, but I still have one more request. Please speak, Mr. Yi Tian. I have a good friend, I want him to enter the Border Martial Arts Academy together. I don't know if this is in line with the rules? Yi Tian wanted to bring Wang Fengyi along to the school. Upon hearing this condition, the two teachers were first stunned. This request hasn't been made before, and while it's not exactly in line with the rules, it's not unworkable. Yes. In order to take Yi Tian, the new martial arts scholar, teacher Jean gritted his teeth and agreed on the spot. Good. Then I'll choose your Border Martial Arts Academy. Yi Tian was also very facetious, and immediately made the decision. At once, the two teachers from the Border Martial Arts Academy were overjoyed. They did not expect that a first-class martial arts university like theirs, which was ranked almost at the bottom, would allow Yi Tian, the new martial arts scholar, to favor them. It's simply a joyous occasion. Dean Chang and Director Gu also didn't expect Yi Tian to let go of the 4 major martial arts academies and choose the remote Border Martial Arts Academy. As far as they know, this first-class martial arts university is remotely located and has a poor faculty. The most important thing was that there was a medium-sized devil's cave there, which would be infested with devils all year round, and would even be infested with high-level devils, making it very dangerous. Even though they didn't understand it, it was Yi Tian's own choice, so it was not good for them to interfere too much. And the only one who knew it well was Yi Tian himself. No matter how good the faculty and teaching conditions were, it was nothing important to Yi Tian. He had the system in his hands, and it was the best resource. And if he wanted to improve himself quickly, the main thing he had to do was to kill the demons. This time in the Great Examination of Martial Sciences, Yi Tian had slaughtered 30,000 demons and gained more than 550,000 kill values, which simply made him feel good. Therefore, he also resolved that he had to find a more convenient place to hunt demons. This was the most fundamental purpose for him to choose the Border Martial Arts Academy. In the eyes of others, the Border Martial Arts Academy was full of shortcomings, but in Yi Tian's eyes, it was simply fantastic. Chapter 055 Peak of the Third Grade Realm, Third Stage. Yi Tian had chosen his school, and he didn't need to worry about the rest. He just needed to get through the summer in peace and style. Of course, Yi Tian wouldn't completely let himself go. He shoulders the ultimate mission of the system and remains a laborer. According to Yi Tian's plan, he had to raise his cultivation to the 4th grade realm during this summer vacation in order to do so. Raising a grade in just 2 months was a complete fool's errand for others, but for Yi Tian, it was completely out of the question. After the system's hints, Yi Tian had already learned that the most important thing in the cultivation of the 3rd grade realm was to condense the Qi cyclone sea of Qi in the body. The 3rd realm can be considered the more important stage. It is the root of the 4th realm. Only when the foundation of the 3rd grade realm was firmly established could the more powerful 4th grade realm be forged. There were a total of 9 stages in the 3rd grade realm, which was also divided into 3 stages, and the first stage was to continuously strengthen the Qi and blood in the body, turning it into a wisp of Qi and condensing it within the dantian. The second stage was to continuously condense and tamp down that strand of Qi, eventually forming a Qi vortex. The third stage is to spread and expand the Qi vortex to form the final sea of Qi. Until the sea of Qi filled the entire dantian, this would allow one to enter the 4th grade realm and begin to condense one's internal energy. Entering the 4th grade realm also meant that one could release internal energy, allowing oneself to form a protective true Qi, and could extend one's aggressiveness. Such as Qin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting, and Lin Haotian, although they had crossed over into the 4th grade realm, their own Qi seas were insufficient, and they were simply unable to unleash a powerful internal energy. If their cultivation level was a bit higher, perhaps it would have been a bit more difficult for Yi Tian to defeat them. What Yi Tian had to do now was to create the most powerful cyclone Qi sea. He had the Taichu hegemony body technique as the foundation of his physical body, and now that he was cultivating the Taishu dragon abyssal technique to condense his Qi sea, he only needed to combine it with enough elixirs to create the most perfect, most majestic, and most powerful cyclone Qi sea. However, Yi Tian looked at it and the killing value required for a 3rd grade realm elixir had also directly doubled tenfold. The 3rd grade realm stage 1 to stage 3 required 3 bottles of Qi transformation pills, each worth 1000 kill value. Stage 4 to stage 6 required 3 bottles of Qi condensation pills, each worth 2000 kill value, and stage 7 to stage 9 required 3 bottles of Qi bursting pills, each worth 3000 kill value. If it was in the past, Yi Tian would definitely have to cry poor. But now that Yi Tian possessed more than 500,000 kill values, this kill value was not worth mentioning at all. Thus, Yi Tian immediately exchanged 3 bottles of Qi transformation pills. He needed to raise his cultivation to the 3rd stage of the 3rd grade realm first, and then stabilize it for a while before continuing to impact a higher level of cultivation. In the next 7 days, Yi Tian activated the power of the Taishu Dragon Abyssal technique and refined the power of the 3 bottles of Qi transformation pills, smoothly raising his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd stage of the 3rd grade realm. Yi Tian looked at his current Qi and blood value and it reached over 1200 at once. His Qi and blood at the 3rd stage of the 3rd grade realm surpassed Qin Mingyue and several other demonic geniuses. This was also enough to show how powerful Yi Tian's Taishu Lan Yuan Gong was. As he continued to cultivate, he would also gradually widen the gap with those so-called demonic geniuses. In addition to daily cultivation, Yi Tian would also go out in style with Wang Fengyi every day. After all, having relived his life, Yi Tian did not want to waste his youthful years. The only thing that bothered Yi Tian was the nagging of his mom, Yi Qinglan. Every time he went out, he was bound to be taught a lesson by Yi Qinglan. On this day, Yi Tian tried to sneak out again, but he was still discovered by Yi Qinglan. Brat! Sneaking out to play again? Not a day goes by that I don't feel at home. Is it because you think you can do whatever you want once you're done with the martial arts university exams? That girl from the Chun family has come to see you several times these times, and you've made excuses to stay away every time. It's so ungrateful. Yi Qinglan stopped Yi Tian's path with a flurry of accusations. Mom, it's not a vacation, I'll relax, I'm an adult anyway, there's always this freedom of entertainment, right? Yi Tian let out a bitter smile. Although it is very happy to have a loving mom in this life, it is not easy to be controlled. Humph. I think you're used to being wild. Listen to me, on the Chun family's girls' side, you're not allowed to be sloppy, tomorrow you'll have to go and have a good time with them. This is a dead order. Yi Qinglan crossed her arms and said. Got it, Mom. Yi Tian waved his hand and hurriedly fled. He knew that with Yi Qinglan's character, it would be best for him to get married next year and give her a big fat boy. But Yi Tian didn't think so. He's the chosen one who carries the system. There are definitely all types of redheads in the future. How can you hang on to a tree? Although Chun Shiyan was also considered a beautiful woman, she was not to Yi Tian's liking. Therefore, even if Yi Tian won Chen Shiyan's bet, he didn't bother to take care of her. Soon, Yi Tian joined up with Wang Fengyi. The two went to the most familiar bar and started having a quickie. However, Yi Tian did not forget to inquire about Wang Fengyi's cultivation. Fatty, how is your cultivation going these days? You're practicing the Vajra Gong I passed on to you, right? In order to urge Wang Fengyi to cultivate, Yi Tian did not hesitate to exchange a technique from the system. The rare feats in the system could not be outsourced, and only in the immortal realm could the big roadkill be exchanged out for others to cultivate. However, even if it was a roadkill, it was still much more powerful than other feats for this world. As such, the Vajra technique that Yi Tian had redeemed was very powerful, comparable to the heaven-grade techniques of this world. This was also Yi Tian's attempt to get Wang Fengyi to keep up with his pace. Brother Tian, this gong method of yours is just too awesome, and it fits perfectly with my body. I can cultivate with half the effort, and now I'm already at the 6th stage of the 2nd grade realm. Wang Fengyi couldn't help but be delighted and excited as well. He now knew that because of Yi Tian, he had been admitted to a first-class martial arts university in an exceptional manner, and he would follow Yi Tian in the future. And Yi Tian had taught him a super powerful technique, and now Wang Fengyi was very proactive in his cultivation. Moreover, this gongfu of mine has a special added power in that area. I can already fight continuously for 2 hours without stopping now. Wang Fengyi said with incomparable pride again. Looking at Wang Fengyi speaking with a fluttering brow, Yi Tian couldn't help but be surprised. Fatty Wang, when did you break the virgin body? Brother Tian, you don't know, right? Just in these 2 days, I've made a girlfriend. Wang Fengyi was quite proud. After Yi Tian's tutelage, the current Wang Fengyi did not have the lewdness before, plus he himself had the ability of banknotes, and his own cultivation had kept up, and the whole person was also confident, and all of a sudden, he was able to pick up girls. Listening to what Wang Fengyi said, Yi Tian could not help but stroke his chin. His own little brother has a chick, isn't it time for him to get a chick too? Otherwise you'll be sorry for your status, won't you? Chapter 056 Sincerity is an eternal imperative. Chapter 057 Shaoling Phone. Yi Tian rubbed his nose and couldn't help but laugh dumbly as he looked at Chen Shiyan's departing back. Yi Tian, when did you become so kind? A beautiful woman at your door, and you let her go? And actually give lessons to other people? Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh at himself. Chen Shiyan belonged to the top class in terms of both her face and body. He also knew that just now, if he had gone along with the plot, he could have completely slept with Chen Shiyan. But he didn't do it. Perhaps it was true that because he had lived two lives, he was much more relaxed about many things. Instead, they seek the ultimate in personal power. Women only. Much more later. Just as Yi Tian was lamenting, Chen Shiyan actually went and returned. Yi Tian, half a month later, it's my grandfather's birthday, your grandfather seems to be among the invitees, you'll come too, right? Chen Shiyan narrowed her peach blossom eyes and laughed. Oh? This matter I heard my mom say it, I should be there. Yi Tian nodded. The Chen family and the Yi family were old neighbors before, only later the Chen family moved away. And Yi Lingzheng had been away and rarely came home, which led to the two families breaking off their communication. Recently, because Yi Qinglan had tried her best to set up Yi Tian and Chen Shiyan, this had allowed the two families to resume their dealings again. As for Yi Lingzheng, he had been in the Yi family during this period of time, so he was invited by the Chen family's old man to attend the birthday banquet. Yi Tian could naturally follow as a junior. Well then, I'll be waiting for you. You said that the bet with me could be dishonored. But, I, Chen Shiyan, am not one to renege on a debt. I'll surprise you. After saying these words, Chen Shiyan whirled around and smiled sweetly before floating away. Half a month is not too long, and not too short. Yi Tian hadn't been idle during this half of the month either. Cultivation had been as common as eating and drinking for him, and he had long been accustomed to it. During this period, he also managed to break through to the fourth stage of the third grade realm. Then he exchanged 3 bottles of qi condensation pills and raised his cultivation to the peak of the sixth stage of the third grade realm. Now Yi Tian's blood value had reached a terrifying 1500 plus. This qi and blood value was already equivalent to the peak of the fourth grade realm and was directly approaching the fifth grade realm. And with the increase in blood value, Yi Tian's spirit value also reached 1500. When Yi Tian's cultivation was low, he hadn't felt anything. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that his perception seemed to have sharpened. Spiritual value was equivalent to an extension of Yi Tian's soul force, and as the value increased, spiritual will would be born in the future, or even divine consciousness. At the same time, when Yi Tian broke through the fourth stage of the third grade realm, the 9 heavenly dipper strength could also continue to be cultivated. Yi Tian consumed the killing value and cultivated the 9 heavenly deity strength to the 7th level. Nowadays, Yi Tian could explode 7 times his power. Yi Tian himself had projected that if he was on fire, with the Taichu hegemony body technique turned on, and executed the most powerful immortal Dao martial arts, plus stimulating the 9 heavenly dipper strength, his power value could already be comparable to the late 5th grade realm, or even infinitely close to the 6th grade realm. One had to know that Yi Tian was still only at the peak of the 6th stage of the 3rd grade realm, while his strength could cross 2 great realms. Other geniuses, at low cultivation levels, could cross the challenge, but the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was to cross the challenge. However, Yi Tian was instead the opposite. As his cultivation level increased, his ability to challenge across levels became even more breakthrough and even terrifying. This is naturally a credit to the system. His physical body was improved by the Immortal Dao's body refining technique, and he also cultivated the Immortal Dao's top-tier technique, the Taishu Longyuan technique. Plus, he himself cultivated all Immortal Dao martial arts and Immortal Dao's secret arts. The power that erupted was naturally unrivaled. Time passes quickly. It was time for the Chen family's old man's 70th birthday. Because the Yi family and the Chen family were old neighbors before, Yi Lingzheng and the Chen family's old man were also old friends, and this time it just so happened that Yi Lingzheng was in his old home, so they were all invited to the birthday banquet. Only Yi Lingzheng still chose to keep a low profile and would not show up publicly. Yi Tian and Yi Qinglan, on the other hand, could travel to the Chen family and attend the banquet openly and honestly. Today's Yi Qinglan was carefully dressed up, quite the temperament of a luxurious noblewoman. This is probably the heritage of the first family in Kyoto. Even Yi Tian had put on formal clothes and was handsome. Good boy, let's go. Today you can behave a little better. Your mom, I like the Chen family, that little girl, her mom and I is also a good sister. You cannot live up to mom's hard work. On the way to the Chen family, Yi Qinglan kept admonishing. Yi Tian only responded perfunctorily. Soon, the two arrived at the Chen family mansion. The Chen family residence was located in the wealthy western suburbs of Kyoto, owning a mansion with 3 acres of land. The Chen family's old man had once reached as high as the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Kingdom's 4th Army Corps before retiring. The Chen family was also considered to be a powerful family in Kyoto, so the ones who came this time were also all powerful people in Kyoto. The entrance to the mansion is full of luxury cars, and all the people who come in and out of here are socialites. Son, hang out here by yourself for a while and go find Shi Yen later, mom's gone to nag her little sister. Yi Qinglan gave Yi Tian a few more instructions and left alone. At this time, the birthday banquet did not begin. But there was a lot of self-service food and booze laid out in the mansion. Yi Tian was fine, so he looked for something to eat. However, just as he was wandering around, a man and a woman came up to him. The woman turned out to be Jiang Chubing. Jiang Chucheng was dressed in a light pink lady's gown, but she looked very classical and sexy. The man beside her looked to be in his mid-30s, with a hard face and a stocky body. Jiang Chucheng also obviously did not expect to see Yi Tian here and could not help but stare. Chou Qing, you know him? The man next to Jiang Chubing inquired. Well, my Wugao classmate used to pursue me, but I rejected him. Kang Chokori is seen to have returned to her old condescending stance. Oh? Is that so? When this man heard this, he couldn't help but smile evilly before striding towards Yi Tian. Hello, I'm Xiao Lingfeng from the Xiao family, Jiang Chucheng's current boyfriend. The man took the initiative to reach out his hand. His words, which seemed to be polite, actually had the implication of declaring sovereignty. That seems to say, you've courted my girlfriend before, right? Now she's my woman, don't go near her. Or I'll be rude. There also seemed to be a hint of a smug look on the face of Jiang Chucheng at the side. After Yi Tian won the top prize in the Wukong University examination, she had been very lost. Feeling that he had missed out on Yi Tian as a potential stock. But it wasn't until she met Xiao Lingfeng. With his handsome appearance, powerful background, and enough strength, Xiao Lingfeng managed to capture her heart. Nowadays, Jiang Chucheng had already gotten out of the emotion of losing Yi Tian, the dog licker. Because, she firmly believed that Xiao Lingfeng was her true destiny. Chapter 058 Garbage is Garbage. Unbeatable. Xiao Lingfeng came from the Xiao family. The Xiao family is a big family in Kyoto. Moreover, the Xiao family was not as low profile as the Yi family, their entire clan was very high profile. The entire Xiao family was full of capable people, including martial arts giants, top politicians, business wizards, and even members of the Elder Council. The old master of the Xiao family was now an 8th grade grandmaster, not only a member of the Council of Elders, but also the chief elder of the Temple of the God of Wushu, whose power was second only to that of the Temple Master and the 2 vice-temple masters. As a result, the Xiao family was also very famous throughout Kyoto. Xiao Lingfeng belonged to the direct lineage of the Xiao family. He was 28 years old this year, and his cultivation had already reached the 2nd stage of the 6th grade realm. In the future, there was also hope of impacting as 7th grade sect master. Although Yi Tian had become this year's top martial arts scholar. But he is still growing, after all. Jiang Chucheng had originally regretted rejecting Yi Tian. But when Xiao Lingfeng appeared, she felt that her true destiny had arrived. Although Xiao Lingfeng was a bit older, he was already considered to be a small success nowadays. Not only did he have a strong background, but he was already in the 6th grade realm himself. Jiang Chucheng's ultimate goal of attending WU was actually to use her status to find a man with superior resources. Nowadays, Xiao Lingfeng was enough to fulfill her heart's desire. Therefore, she had already put Yi Tian's matter behind her. And even, in turn, be glad you chose correctly. Thus, she had resumed her arrogant look of being superior to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, my boyfriend is shaking hands with you, what are you waiting for? Jiang Chucheng frowned when she saw that Yi Tian didn't move at all. Yi Tian rolled his eyes and said, there's something wrong. In his eyes, no matter if Jiang Chucheng had put it down or not, and no matter who she had found as a boyfriend, it had nothing to do with him. As for this Xiao Lingfeng to shake his hand? Yi Tian didn't even recognize him. Hold a hair. Therefore, Yi Tian felt that there was something wrong with both of them. One is here to show off her family history and the other is here to show off her boyfriend. Yi Tian, why are you cursing? Don't think that just because you've taken a martial arts exam, you can have no one in your sight. Do you know who my boyfriend is? He's the crown prince of the Xiao family. In terms of power and background, he can crush you with one finger. Jiang Chucheng said with an angry face. Xiao Lingfeng also wore a cold smile on his face and said, Scholar of martial arts? You are this year's Scholar of martial arts? Hee, I've heard of you, with a cultivation of the 3rd grade realm, you actually took this year's martial arts scholarship. I have to say, you should be somewhat capable. But so what? This world isn't about education. Even if you get into the best martial arts university, in the future, aren't you still only going to work for others? Even if you join the martial god's palace, you'll still have to come under the control of my grandfather, who is the chief grand elder of the martial god's palace. Between words, Xiao Lingfeng was very disdainful of Yi Tian's martial arts scholar status. Yi Tian was also speechless towards these two people. You don't even bother with them yourself, and you have to come and taunt yourself? Do you really think you're a soft touch? Xiao Lingfeng, right? How old are you this year? Yi Tian asked with narrowed eyes. Me? 28 ah. Xiao Lingfeng casually replied. What cultivation level today? 6th grade realm 2nd stage. Xiao Lingfeng said with great pride. Put. You trash. 28 years old and only cultivated to the 2nd stage of the 6th grade realm, where did you get a sense of superiority? Your Xiao family still boasts of being the second family in Kyoto, doesn't it? You have such good resources from the Xiao family, and only this much strength. I'm guessing that you're also relying on drugs to break through, aren't you? There's no hope of breaking through to a 7th grade sect master in the future. And have the face to mock me here? Yi Tian unapologetically disliked back. You dare to insult me. Xiao Lingfeng immediately broke his defenses somewhat. Don't look at his current cultivation at the 2nd stage of the 6th grade realm, but in fact, his talent was indeed not good. Without the resources of the Xiao family, he really wouldn't have been able to make it this far. The outside world said that it was said that he had the hope of crossing over into a 7th grade sect master, but in reality, the probability of this was minuscule, with only a 10% chance at most. Xiao Lingfeng was poked at by Yi Tian's one sentence, so he couldn't help but become annoyed. Boo! At that moment, Xiao Lingfeng slapped Yi Tian. He had used all his strength in this slap, containing the power of the 2nd stage of the 6th grade realm. Granted, today is the Chen family's old man's birthday banquet, and people generally don't dare to cause trouble. But he, Xiao Lingfeng, was not an ordinary person. He's the prince of the Xiao family. Even if the Chen family's old man blamed him, he wouldn't do anything to him. That was why he had acted recklessly against Yi Tian. He just wanted to teach Yi Tian a lesson. Seeing Xiao Lingfeng make a move, Jiang Chucheng, who was on the side, instantly became excited. She recalled that later on, in order to get Yi Tian's forgiveness, she had lowered her stature to please Yi Tian, and that behavior made her feel shameful. Now, she only hoped that Xiao Lingfeng would teach Yi Tian a hard lesson and let her enjoy the thrill of revenge. Boo! The moment Xiao Lingfeng made his move, Yi Tian also struck out. A punch is thrown. Tai Cho Hegemony Skill. Star River Divine Fist. The gas rushes to the stars. The 9 heavens of the Big Dipper. Yi Tian responded with all his might. With a muffled thud. It was immediately followed by the sound of a bone cracking. Ka la la. Xiao Lingfeng cried out in pain, and his entire body flew out backwards, rolling on the ground a few times before stopping. On the side, Jiang Chucheng was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Lingfeng was in the 6th grade realm. And Yi Tian was only in the 3rd grade realm. There was a full span of nearly 3 great realms between the two. Although Xiao Lingfeng had only struck subsequently just now, that slap also contained the power of the 6th grade realm. He didn't expect to be punched back by Yi Tian in return. Even got hit until he cracked a bone in his hand. It's only been less than a month since the martial arts examination. Yi Tian's strength seemed to have grown again. And his strength was too terrifying. Hee, trash is trash, unbearable. Looking at Xiao Lingfeng, who was sent flying by his punch, Yi Tian snorted. He could tell at a glance that this Xiao Lingfeng was not a martial arts genius, but had merely piled up on time and medicine. That's why his full power strike could crush it. If he were to switch to a 6th grade realm actual combat genius, Yi Tian estimated that he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat them. Bastard! You seek death. The knockdown Xiao Lingfeng was filled with anger and immediately jumped back up. He felt that he was careless just now and was sneak attacked by Yi Tian. This time he had to use his full strength to deal with Yi Tian, otherwise he would lose his face. Stop! Who dares to make a move here? The commotion here also attracted the attention of the surrounding people and the Chen family, and the one who came out was the Chen family's steward. Uncle Chen-san, you've come just in time. This guy just sneak attacked me and broke my palm bone. You quickly arrest him, this matter must be explained to me. Xiao Lingfeng seemed to recognize the visitor and said immediately. The tone was as if he was ordering his own minions. Uncle Chen-san frowned slightly, obviously feeling uncomfortable with Xiao Lingfeng's words, but he also knew Xiao Lingfeng's identity. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Yi Tian. Chapter 059 Who was so arrogant? Chapter 060 Old dog of the Xiao family. Shut up! Xiao Hongting immediately chided. He had just spoken without thinking and uttered the words to exterminate the Yi family. If these words were heard by King Lingyun, I'm afraid that the Xiao family would also suffer. Even with the old master of the Xiao family, it's not a good idea. He bowed his head this time, purely because he didn't want to fall on his sword. Immediately, he then cupped his fists at Yi Qinglan and said, Princess Lan, just now I spoke out of turn, please forgive me for my presumption. But he turned his words around, but one size does not fit all. My nephew Lingfeng was injured by your son, this is a fact. My Xiao family is the most fair, I don't need to ask for more, I just need your son to apologize to my nephew and pay compensation, and then it will be over. Well, Princess Lan. Xiao Hongting narrowed his eyes. This is a very sinister statement on his part. First, he apologized for his words and actions, so that Yi Qinglan could not catch him. And then also make their own demands with the help of this incident. Originally, if Yi Tian was just an ordinary person, it was estimated that he would directly beat and kill him. But since Yi Tian was the crown prince of the Yi family, there was a big deal here. In fact, the entire high society of Kyoto knows that the Xiao family has been harboring ambitions over the years, wanting to ascend to the top of Kyoto and become the #1 family. But nay, the Yi family is too strong. There was especially that King Lingyun sitting there. However, the only good news was that King Lingyun was old. He'll have to step down one day. And what the Xiao family had to do was to be ready to take over as the first family. Today, as long as Yi Tian was forced to apologize to Xiao Lingfeng and make compensation. Then as long as he operated a little, when the time came to spread the word, it could be the Yi family bowing down to the Xiao family, and also have the momentum of the Xiao family taking over as the first family. This was an excellent opportunity to establish the prestige of the Xiao family. And this was the judgment Xiao Hongting made in a split second. He believed that even if the old master of the Xiao family was here, he would definitely do the same. Want my son to apologize to your nephew? Compensate? With you, Xiao Hongting? With your Xiao family? Do you deserve it? My Yi family is low-key in Kyoto. But it is always the #1 in Kyoto. It's not your turn for a Xiao family to be arrogant here. Yi Qinglan scoffed at Xiao Hongting's words and immediately refuted them. And her words instantly caused a huge shock. This Xiao family keeps saying Princess Lan. I was wondering who Princess Lan was, but I didn't expect it to be the very sensational Yi family's heavenly daughter for more than 20 years. I remember too, King Lingyun once had a youngest daughter who was known as one of the top 10 beauties in Kyoto back then. In that case, the one who injured the Xiao family's crown prince just now was actually a descendant of the Yi family's children and grandchildren? That is, the Yi family's crown prince? This is interesting. The fight between the Yi family's crown prince and the Xiao family's crown prince is also a fight between two great families. A crowd of people had been talking as if they had eaten a big melon. And at this time, Jiang Chucheng, who was beside Xiao Lingfeng, also finally knew Yi Tian's true identity from just a few words. The crown prince of the Yi family. The first family in Kyoto. The grandson of the world's first 9th-grade martial king. Yi Tian unexpectedly had such an identity. Why? Why didn't you say so earlier? Waves once again rippled within Jiang Chucheng's heart. Is the Yi family that crazy? Breaking everyone else's hands and actually refusing to apologize. You guys are really bullying people. Is this the descendant of King Lingyun? Let's all judge. This is the descendant of the martial god temple's hall master, the world's #1 martial king. Xiao Lingfeng also understood Xiao Hongting's intentions at this moment and immediately cooperated. He assumed the look of a soft victim, even with a hint of anger and aggression on his face. Acting kinda like that. Humph. Your Xiao family is really good at reversing right and wrong. Yi Qinglan was also infuriated and laughed. Princess Lan, you can't say that at this moment. Isn't it all about putting people first these days? Look, it's my nephew who's injured, not Mr. Ling. No matter what, it's also Your Excellency who injured my nephew, so in all reason, it should be Your Excellency who should make amends and apologize. Even if the lawsuit goes to the Martial Arts Council, I'm sure it's still not in your son's favor, right? Now that everyone is watching, it's up to Princess Lan to decide what to do. Xiao Hongting has a generous look, but in reality, he has a belly full of bad water. Looking at Yi Qinglan's annoyed appearance, he even had some pleasure of revenge. Back then, Yi Qinglan couldn't even look at him, and he didn't have any contact. Nowadays, he had stepped into the 7th grade sect master, while Yi Qinglan was still stuck in the 5th grade realm. Even the Xiao family had surged forward over the years and was qualified to become the #1 family in Kyoto. All of this has caused the Xiao family to become more and more inflated. He was forcing Yi Qinglan as well as Yi Tian to apologize and compensate the Xiao family in public today. Old dog of the Xiao family. Listen. Want me to apologize and compensate your Xiao family? Eat you. Just as the atmosphere was tense with swords. Yi Tian, who was the person in question, however, took a step forward and directly rushed at Xiao Hongting. He was carrying a system. Even if he wasn't a match for Xiao Hongting, it was certainly possible for him to escape if he wanted to. Even if Xiao Hongting made a move, he wasn't afraid. If you can't beat them, you can't scold them? I didn't come back to life to be humiliated. The Xiao family reversed right and wrong and took the initiative to provoke. Yi Tian would not yet let you bully him. Curse first. Asshole. How dare you scold me? Princess Lan, it wasn't me who provoked him, it was him who scolded me. As the saying goes, the patriarch cannot be insulted. I can't stand it. Xiao Hongting was completely furious when he was publicly abused by Yi Tian. He didn't care about his status as a patriarch and was about to directly strike at Yi Tian. Boom! In an instant, the wild aura of the 7th grade realm was released. There was only a difference of 1 realm between the 7th grade realm and the 6th grade realm, but their strengths were worlds apart. The most important thing was that the 7th grade internal strength could already be materialized and externally released. A punch in the air can kill someone. As soon as Xiao Hongting raised his hand, he gathered a palm force. As long as he fell, it would be enough to heavily injure Yi Tian. Brat, do you recognize your mistake? Xiao Hongting looked at Yi Tian angrily. I recognize. Your mom. Yi Tian was undaunted. The power in his body was already mobilized, ready to actualize the wandering immortal steps. Just in the nick of time. A strong force appeared steeply. Boo! The palm energy in Xiao Hongting's hand was shattered on the spot. Only a silhouette came through the air. It was clearly Yi Lingzheng, who was dressed in black. The Xiao family? Bullying my Yi family? Yi Lingzheng's tone was indifferent, but his eyes were unusually stern. Ling. King Ling Yun. Xiao Hongting was immediately struck by lightning, and it was as if his entire body had been struck by a fixation spell. He didn't know that Yi Lingzheng was present today. Everyone thought that King Ling Yun was all in the martial god's palace. Xiao family, bone-transforming Han Xiao Hongting, pay respects to King Ling Yun. Xiao Hongting was incomparably respectful at the moment and half-kneeled. In front of Yi Lingzheng, he didn't dare to be half as arrogant. Chapter 061, Break your arm, are you convinced? You were just about to lay a hand on my grandson? Which hand? Yi Lingzheng didn't pay any attention to Xiao Hongting's courtesy and just spoke indifferently. His tone was flat, but the meaning of his words was creepy. Everyone present was shocked by Yi Lingzheng's aura. This was the oppressive feeling of the first 9th grade martial king at that time. Martial king. Just now I was just angry for a moment and didn't hold back. Xiao Hongting immediately tried to explain. I don't want your explanation. Tell me, which hand? Yi Lingzheng's gaze condensed, emitting a senile chill. Xiao Hongting was immediately terrified in his heart and said in a trembling voice, right hand. As a 7th grade sect master, he was incomparably arrogant to those below the 7th grade, but when facing a 9th grade martial king, it was like a mayfly seeing the sky. Martial king, you are the head of the martial god palace, an overwhelmingly powerful person that millions of martial artists admire. You cannot. Xiao Hongting is still trying to defend himself. He thought that in this public place, Yi Lingzheng, as the martial god temple's hall master and the world's #1 9th grade martial king, should take care of his face and not strike at him. But just the next second, Yi Lingzheng clenched his right hand in the air. A fierce cross. Snort. The blood light flickered. Xiao Hongting's entire right arm was instantly torn off by an invisible force. He yelled in pain and cold sweat. When the rest of the people saw this scene, they were all silenced, not daring to make a single sound. This is King Ling Yun, the first 9th grade martial king of the world. It's so overbearing. I'll break one of your arms, can I submit? King Ling Yun said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Serve. Despite the pain, Xiao Hongting still forced himself to endure the pain and responded. He now had immense regret in his heart. If he had known, why would he have messed with and targeted Yi Tian? He was also thinking that in the future, the Xiao family would replace the Yi family and become the #1 family in Kyoto. Now that I think about it, that's a complete fool's errand. As long as King Lingyun was still around, no one could replace the Yi family. Yi Lingzheng had been too low-key all these years, so low-key that everyone had forgotten how strong the Yi Lingzheng had once been. That's the existence of millions of demon slayers. In so many years, in the struggle between humans and demons, Yi Lingzheng had always rushed to the front line. Under the accumulation of so many years, he had accumulated millions of battle honors, which meant that he had killed millions of demons. It's such a tough guy, who dares to mess with him easily? It was just that Yi Lingzheng had never bothered with worldly matters, and he was also demanding of his younger disciples. But I didn't expect that this time, Yi Lingzheng would be so protective. Even if he disregarded his own face, he would still have to waste Xiao Hongting on the spot. Only then did the crowd realize that Yi Tian's position in Yi Lingzheng's heart was actually so high. Of course, if it was in the past, perhaps Yi Lingzheng wouldn't have stood up for Yi Tian so much, and at most protected Yi Tian's hand. But now, Yi Tian had shown an amazing talent, and could even fight across levels. Such a martial talent, Yi Lingzheng naturally had to take care of it carefully. Xiao Hongting had dared to strike in public, then he wouldn't be polite. Even if you don't accept it, it's fine, just go ahead and find Xiao Guofeng and ask him to come to me. Yi Ling is incomparably domineering, said. Dare not. Xiao Hongting lowered his head and said, then picked up his torn arm and left in a sorry state. Second uncle. Xiao Lingfeng was also terrified to the extreme in his heart at this moment. He was young and arrogant and thought that the Xiao family could walk sideways in Kyoto in the future, but he never expected to see the domineering and peerless Yi Lingzheng. He could only follow Xiao Hongting away in a grayish manner. On the other hand, Jiang Chucheng, who was on the side, froze on the spot. When she saw that Xiao Hongting was about to take a shot at Yi Tian, she was rejoicing inwardly. I didn't expect Yi Lingzheng to show up and directly turn the situation around. Even directly suppressing the two members of the Xiao family. The scene shook him deeply. Yi Tian. So this is your background. A grandfather of the world's #1 ninth-grade martial king. And loves you so much. Why? You never told me. The strands of pride that had accumulated just moments ago were once again crushed, and that intense remorse once again surged through her heart. It was a pity that no one cared what Jiang Chubing thought. At this time, Yi Ling was walking up to the Chen family's old man and said with an apologetic face, sorry, old brother Chen, I've made your birthday banquet see red. The Chen family's old man waved his hand and said, no harm, no foul, the juniors are being bullied, we of the older generation can't just sit back and do nothing. Let's continue, don't let outsiders affect your mood, today is the old man's birthday banquet, you must eat and drink well. In addition, what happened today shall not be leaked, and whoever leaks it out shall bear the consequences. The Chen family's old man announced to the crowd. The crowd of onlookers dispersed and continued the birthday feast. While the Chen family's old man went to receive Yi Lingzheng and a few other important VIPs. Yi Tian and Yi Qinglan also stepped out of the public eye. Yi Tian touched his nose and said, I didn't expect that Grandpa would actually be so protective this time. Yi Qinglan laughed and said, don't you see that he's very serious all day long? He's indeed demanding to his own family, but once he's involved in foreign affairs, he's just an old man who protects his shortcomings. Yi Tian secretly nodded his head. According to Yi Tian's original body's memories, Yi Tian actually didn't have much affection for this grandfather, instead, he felt that he was very strict. However, it seemed that Yi Lingzheng still loved his juniors in his heart. Of course, maybe it was because Yi Tian had performed well. No matter what, Yi Ling just defended him in public today, and Yi Tian would remember it in his heart. Xiaotian, just now your Aunt Chen said that she would let you stay for 2 days and play for a few more days. Yi Qinglan suddenly smiled mysteriously at Yi Tian. What do you mean? Yi Tian was instantly confused. Brat, don't you understand what that means? Isn't it because the Chun family thinks highly of you? Letting you spend more time with that little girl Xiyan. What's with the look on your face? Don't think that just because you're the top martial arts scholar, you can be so arrogant. I'm telling you, Xiyan is a good girl. I like her very much. If you dare to bully her, I won't spare you. Yi Qinglan resumed her motherly posture. Fine, just stay for 2 days. Forced by Yi Qinglan's majesty, Yi Tian could only agree. Yi Qinglan grabbed Yi Tian over again and said with her ear, "Kid, this time you have to seize the opportunity. Since the Chen family is so proactive, why don't you just not do it, and directly give my mother a big fat kid? Understand? No, one is not enough, at least two. Two isn't lively enough either, have three. Anyway, 1 or 2 is not too little, 4 or 5 is not too much. I have time to bring up grandchildren anyway." Yi Tian instantly had a horrified look on his face. He can just relive his life, do not want to fall into the marriage grave so early, Yi Tian's mind had already begun to visualize the bitter look of him being ridden by a group of children. No way, no way. In this life, he was going to be the man who crossed the world. Chapter 062, The Night. Nightfall. Yi Tian stayed at the Chen family that night. Now that his identity as the prince of the Yi family had been exposed, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples up and down the Chen family. The Chen family's crowd's attitude towards Yi Tian was full of heartfelt cordiality and attentiveness. The respectful greetings and warm greetings were as if they wanted to hold Yi Tian in their hands. Of course, Yi Tian's identity was only known in a small circle. Under the majestic and unquestionable warning of the Chen family's old man, not a single person dared to risk offending the Yi and Chen families by making a big deal out of this news. The Chen family's mansion covered a vast area and was on a grand scale, in which there were more than 20 guest rooms alone, each of which was exquisitely and elegantly decorated with its own distinctive features. The guest room that Yi Tian was residing in was undoubtedly the best of these many guest rooms, belonging to the topmost existence. It stands high on the highest 5th floor of the residential area, as if it were a king overlooking all beings. The room is amazingly spacious, more than 300 square meters. The interior decoration is even more luxurious to the extreme. Every detail shows the unparalleled dignity and elegance, the gorgeous decorations, sophisticated furnishings, just like the presidential suite of a high-class hotel in general, so that people seem to be in a dream. Yi Tian lazily soaked in the bathtub that was as wide as a small swimming pool, the warm water wrapped around his body, soothing his tired muscles and tense nerves. The exquisite small table next to the bathtub placed a cup of Hennessy red wine emitting a charming aroma. The mellow color in the light of the light flashes attractive luster, next to a carefully plated fresh fruits, juicy pulp emitting a burst of fruity aroma. Everything seems so cozy, as if the time is in this moment for him to stay. In his previous life, Yi Tian struggled in the quagmire of life, like an old ox carrying a heavy load, doing the heaviest and hardest work, living a life that was worse than that of a cow or a horse. And in this life, he was desperately speeding along the road of martial arts cultivation, not daring to stop for a moment, waving countless amounts of sweat and blood. At this moment, he finally felt that it was time for him to stop his hurried steps and enjoy this moment of peace and comfort, so that his tense body and mind could get a hint of relaxation. Just as Yi Tian was immersed in this incomparably enjoyable atmosphere, with his eyes slightly closed and his thoughts drifting away, his keen senses suddenly detected a hint of abnormality. He opened his eyes alertly, but was shocked to see Qin Shiyan, who was wearing a long dress as white as snow, standing there with a smile, quietly looking at him. That smile was like a flower blooming in the spring, bright and moving. Holy! How did you get in? Yi Tian glared, his eyes full of surprise and dismay, his hands unconsciously protecting his important parts. My own guest room, why can't I come in? The corner of Qin Shiyan's mouth rose, flirting with her eyes full of smiles, a hint of playfulness and cunning flickering in those soulful eyes, as if she was a witty little fox. I'm still taking a bath, you just barge in like this, not afraid that I'll jump straight up out of the bathtub from your fright? Yi Tian pretended to be calm and flirted, trying to alleviate this sudden awkward situation. If you have the ability, you can jump. Chen Shiyan flashed an imperceptible wry smile, her hands clasped her chest and looked at Yi Tian provocatively, that look as if she was saying that she was not afraid of Yi Tian's threat at all. Then I'll really jump. Yi Tian said aggressively, his eyes staring tightly at Chen Shiyan, trying to see a hint of a break in her expression. Come. Chen Shiyan didn't flinch, looking like who was afraid of whom, straightened her back and met Yi Tian's gaze. Seeing this, Yi Tian was abashed in his heart and sighed helplessly, say, what exactly is the matter of coming to my place? Logically speaking, after Yi Tian sincerely confessed some of his thoughts and situation to Chen Shiyan last time, Chen Shiyan should have created some bad impression of him. Yi Tian secretly pondered in his heart, could it be that this girl really fell in love with herself? Even willing to become his woman willingly for him? But when you think about it, it's unlikely. Yi Tian could see that Chen Shiyan was an independent woman with her own firm pursuit. She had clear goals and ideals, and shouldn't just hand herself over so easily and without any bottom line. Chen Shiyan seemed to have sensed Yi Tian's doubts as she straightened her features. Her expression became serious and solemn as she slowly said, last time I said that I would give you a surprise. I'm here today to honor my bet. She lifted her chin slightly, her eyes revealing a sense of determination and persistence. Last time, the bet between us, I lost, and I lost convincingly. I, Chen Xian, am not the kind of person who goes back on his word. Tonight, I belong to you. Looking at the other side's so serious and firm attitude, Yi Tian instead some embarrassed, he scratched his head, hastily said, "Don't be so serious, I was just joking last time, as for what bet, but it's just a joke, forget about it." After all, the Chen family and the Yi family were also old acquaintances with deep roots, and Yi Tian knew the basic morality of being a human being. He wouldn't do this kind of thing of taking advantage of people's danger. It can't be forgotten. The first rule of my Chen family's ancestral motto is integrity. I, Chen Xian, will not break the creed either. Since I made a bet with you, even if it was my impulse, I'm still responsible. This is what I deserve. Chen Xian, however, said incomparably stubbornly, her eyes revealing an unquestionable firmness, as if she had already made up her mind, and 9 oxen couldn't pull her back. Looking at the other party with such a resolute attitude, Yi Tian was instantly caught in a dilemma. Is this a yes? Or is it a no? Saying yes seems a bit beastly. It seems beastly to refuse. Miss Chen, I'm sure you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? If you give it to me tonight, what will you do if you talk about marriage in the future? Yi Tian also put away his usual playfulness, his expression became solemn and serious. Chen Xian seemed to have anticipated that Yi Tian would ask this question. She spread a smile and said softly, "Nowadays, in this society, people's concepts are very open, where there is still such a traditional saying as the first time. Everyone's ideas are very liberalized. What's more, I'm not being forced to give it to you. You do make my heart flutter a bit, and you're the first man to make me feel this way, so I'm willing to give it to you." She slightly lowered her head, a blush spreading across her face, and her voice became soft. "The other reason is that I want to cut off my love affair." Chen Xian took a deep breath, as if to give herself courage, and continued, "Ever since the martial arts exam, your figure has been floating in my mind from time to time, and I find myself always thinking of you unconsciously, and you've started to affect my emotions. I guess I'm starting to like you. And what you said to me last time made me think for a long time, and I finally understood some of your thoughts. You have your own quest. Your quest is for a higher realm of martial arts. That's a realm that I aspire to but feel is out of reach. And it has always been my wish to prove myself in the martial arts." Chen Xian clenched her fists, her eyes becoming firm and bright. "So, after I give it to you this time, I will no longer have any thoughts about you. I will bury this feeling deep in my heart, and then devote myself to the cultivation of the martial arts, until one day, I will be able to achieve something in the martial arts. This time, I'm not just doing it for my own dreams, but also so I can make you see me and recognize me." Toward the end, Chen Xian's eyes seemed to flicker with some kind of light, the flame of faith, the star of dreams, bright and dazzling. Yi Tian's heart was surprisingly also deeply touched by Chen Xian's words. He looked at the woman in front of him with firm eyes and a solemn expression, and an inexplicable feeling of emotion welled up in his heart. Since Chen Xian had bared her heart like this, it would instead look like he was being hypocritical and pretentious if he continued to pass the buck. Thus, Yi Tian no longer hesitated. He violently stood up, reached out his hand, and with one hand, pulled Chen Xian down into the water as well. "You're crazy." Chen Xian was startled by Yi Tian's sudden move and let out a cry of shock as her clothes were instantly drenched in water. However, in a whirlwind, her face was covered with a blush, as delicate as a ripe apple. She also understood Yi Tian's feelings and no longer struggled, but gently leaned into Yi Tian's arms. "This night. Destined to be an extraordinary night. Maybe some of the ground shakes, maybe some of the sky falls, maybe it flies down 3,000 feet, maybe there are too many images for words." The day dawned, and the faint light of the morning sun crept into the room through a crack in the window. Chen Xian gently broke away from Yi Tian's embrace as she carefully got up for fear of waking up Yi Tian, who was still asleep. She dressed quietly and silently, then quietly returned to Yi Tian's side, her eyes filled with tenderness and fondness. She looked earnestly at Yi Tian's face, as if she wanted to carve every outline and detail of him deeply into her heart. Then she gave him a gentle peck on the cheek, a touch as light as a feather, carrying her full of love and reluctance. She then turned around and walked out of the room with a light step, her back looking a little lonely yet incredibly determined. And shortly after she left, Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. There was still a hint of undiluted sleep in his eyes, but more than that, it was a complex look. He glanced at the previous battlefield, only to see that the room had long been in disarray, and he could even see the bright and piercing splash of bright red on the bedsheets, a symbol of Chen Xian's purity and deep love. "This silly girl, still thinking of chasing me." Yi Tian gently sighed, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and pain. "Alas, you cultivate the martial Tao, I cultivate the immortal Tao. Ah, how can you chase after me?" But it's okay, since you're like this, I'm not the kind of person who pulls that out and is heartless. In this life, I'll promise you a lifetime of happiness. Yi Tian secretly made up his mind, and his eyes became firm and gentle. He had been a man of two lives and had seen too many women of all shapes and sizes with ill intentions, which had made him a bit of a loose cannon when it came to relationships and always had a cynical attitude towards them. But there was always a kindness and sincerity in his heart. Chapter 063 3rd Grade Realm 9th Stage. Target. Yi Tian did not dwell on his children's love, his main goal was still to improve himself. Only when the self is strong will the future be within your control. During the last summer vacation time, Yi Tian didn't stop progressing. He exchanged 3 bottles of explosive chi pills and also successfully raised his cultivation to the peak of the 9th stage of the 3rd grade realm. Under the urging of the Taishu Dragon Abyss technique, the effects of the chi explosion pill were completely absorbed by Yi Tian, and it also allowed his body to be quenched to the extreme. He was now just one opportunity away from breaking through the 4th grade realm. Yi Tian was not in a hurry either. He knew that the more he got to the time of breakthrough, the more he could not be in a hurry. A stable state of mind could forge a truly strong person. After Yi Tian had raised his cultivation level by 3 stages, his abilities in other areas had also increased. Firstly, it was the 9 heavy heavenly dipper strength. Yi Tian was already qualified to cultivate the 9 heavy heavenly dipper strength to the 9th level, and now Yi Tian could explode 9 times his strength. Next was the Thunder Blade Intent. After Yi Tian raised his cultivation, the Thunder Blade Intent also gained the qualification to evolve, and Yi Tian directly raised the Thunder Blade Intent to 7 points. The 7-point Thunder Blade Intent was even fiercer than the 5-point Thunder Blade Intent. Lastly, there was the Demon Chopper Blade, which had also successfully evolved to rank 4. The Demon Chopper Blade that had entered rank 4 had also triggered the Raging Flame Intent. Nowadays, Yi Tian's Demon Slashing Blade technique could instantly burst into the Storm Intent, Thunder Urgent Intent, and Raging Flame Intent, and its power had also increased by at least 50%. It could be said that Yi Tian's current strength had greatly increased by a few more points. Even if he faced a strong person in the middle stage of the 6th grade realm, he would have the confidence to fight. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, there were only about 10 days left before the start of WU. Yi Tian finished practicing this day and hurried out the door. His destination was none other than the Demon Suppression Division. Today was their group's patrol day. During this period of time, besides self-cultivation, Yi Tian would participate in every patrol mission he had. Although Yi Tian temporarily possessed more than 500,000 killing values, the Taishu Dragon Abyssal technique had consumed 100,000 killing values for the first level of cultivation, which gave Yi Tian a sense of crisis. Even a small amount of kill value is still mosquito meat. Only Yi Tian's luck was very bad. For a whole summer vacation, almost 2 months, he didn't encounter a single mutated demon. Number 539, the speed of your cultivation increases a bit too fast. When you first joined our squad, you were only at the 2nd grade realm, and you're already at the peak of the 3rd grade realm after the martial arts examination. It's really worthy of being the top student in the martial arts department. Now you're better than some of the members of our group. However, you'll be attending WU soon, so you won't necessarily have the chance to work together in the future. Team leader Zhang Jiang marveled at Yi Tian's improvement while also lamenting the upcoming separation. Yi Tian's grades were so outstanding that he would definitely have a more ambitious future after entering the martial arts university to cultivate. Although the Jinmu division was a good department, it was busy and had limited promotion prospects. Team leader, during this period of time with you guys on the mission, I also learned a lot of things. Everyone is my teacher, and I won't forget you all. Wait until before the school year starts, I'll treat you all to a nice rub together. Yi Tian also knew how to be humane and spoke well. At once, the other panelists laughed along with them. Nowadays, Yi Tian had fully integrated into the group, and everyone was on good terms. Good. I'm glad to have you say that. Let's go, today's patrol duty is about to begin, same old rules apply, everyone get ready and you're ready to go. As Zhang Jiang gave the word, the people picked up their own equipment and began their patrol mission. The dark and damp Kyoto underground. 5 human bodies gathered here. However, the aura emanating from them was not truly human, but an evil and chilling demonic aura. The one in the lead was none other than the 5th-ranked mutant demon Ailu leader who was hiding in Kyoto. Chief Ailu said grimly, the last time General Rice led our army to attack from Invasion Port 79, but it was blocked by the humans, and our army suffered heavy deaths and injuries, and although we did kill quite a number of human martial artists, it was clear that our plan didn't work. In addition, 3 of the several higher sane clans among us have also fallen, including the 3 Yip brothers. The remaining 4 were all 4th-order mutated demons, and they were all very cruel and bloodthirsty one by one. Damn it, if it weren't for our sacred race lineage being suppressed by the rules of this star, otherwise we wouldn't have been stubbornly resisted by these weak humans. Yes, if it were in the great cosmic star, this star would have been overrun by us long ago, and all these humans would have become our sustenance, our blood slaves. I didn't expect that guy Yurt to miss as well. It's exactly unexpected. It's awakened to the holy art of confusion. Yeah, it looks like there's something weird about that human target. These mutant demons voiced their opinions. Chief Elo continued, there's no point in arguing about this anymore. Because I've received the latest orders from General Rice, our sacred clan hierarchy has enough certainty to break the spatial seal of large invasion port number 2. At that time, our sacred race army will drive straight in. Devour the entire Dragon Kingdom region, and even the entire star. Upon hearing this news, the remaining 4 mutant demons instantly became unusually exuberant and excited. Long live the Holy Clan! They shouted. However, this point in time could be around a year, so we still need to be patient. Chief Elu continued. He paused his voice and added, in addition, General Rice also knows the situation on our side. During this period of time, our mission is to disrupt the rear of the Dragon Country region, and it's best to create large-scale bloodshed to cause panic among humans. But except for the first few months when we succeeded, but ever since the appearance of the Demon Suppression Division, and even in recent times, we've been failing and even losing one after another. General Rice is upset with us. Therefore, we must make something out of this 1-year period. Otherwise, even if our sacred race army descends, with our merits, it won't be enough if we want to distribute resources on this star in the future. These words also caused the other 4 mutated demons to become even more agitated. They couldn't wait to rush out and kill the humans right now. I have a target right now. It is this very human. Chief Elohim took out a file in his hand. Above it was clearly Etion. This person was also the previous target of Yut, and it's obvious that the 3 Yut brothers were most likely killed by him. We must avenge the 3 Yut brothers. In addition, according to our intelligence, this son seems to be the top scorer in some martial arts examination, with an extremely high martial arts talent. He was able to kill the 3 Yut brothers. He obviously has quite a few cards, and when he grows up in the future, he'll be a threat to our sacred clan as well. Therefore, I've chosen him as a target and gathered all my strength to round him up and kill him. It's also a way to kill the hidden danger for the sacred race. Looking at Yetion's profile, the 4 mutant demons also looked as if a hungry wolf had seen a lamb, and each one of them erupted with a ferocious color. Chapter 064 The Trap. Tin, your coffee. Li Lei handed a cup of iced coffee to Yetion. Now that summer is in full swing, an iced cup of coffee can be very cool. Brother Lei, you can just call me Little Yi, or Little Tian. You are older than me, and your seniority in the Demon Suppression Division is also older than me. I am a bit uncomfortable to call me that. Yetion hemmed and hawed and laughed. At the same time, he took the coffee in hand, without pretense. Alas! You can't say that. Whoever is strong in this era is a brother. You even saved me, so it's not too much to call you brother. What's more, you're also the top scorer in martial arts. You'll definitely mix better than me in the future. I hope that you'll cover me in the future, Brother Tian, and have the opportunity to lift up my little brother. Li Lei's posture was very low. Yetion and Li Lei were still patrolling as a group. At first, Li Lei boasted that Yetion was a rookie. After experiencing that previous incident with the mutant demon, Yetion's ability was recognized by him. And now, Yetion's cultivation had skyrocketed at an almost unbelievable rate. Plus Yetion's identity as a martial arts scholar was added. This made Li Lei's attitude towards Yetion even more solicitous. In this world, the strong are always respected. Even though Yetion's cultivation was still a little bit lower than Li Lei's right now, Li Lei was very clear that Yetion's fighting strength was definitely stronger than his. Yetion saw that he couldn't compete with Li Lei in terms of name-calling, so he let him go. The two of them were dressed in the special battle uniforms of the Jinmu division, and then patrolled the familiar streets. Nowadays, they had long been very familiar with the route, and there hadn't been any anomalies in the past 2 months, so the patrol mission was quite leisurely. Our internal defense in Kyoto is getting more and more serious. In the previous 5 years, there were only 7 or 8 mutant demon riots every year, but this year, there were 14 all at once. You've encountered 3 cases alone, Brother Tian. If it weren't for your strong strength, Brother Tian, it would probably have caused quite a lot of bloodshed. The higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division said that the intensity of the activities of the large and medium-sized demonic caves around the world is getting stronger and stronger, and there is a hidden tendency to suppress them, and there is a very high possibility that a worldwide war will break out, so let's be prepared for it. Ugh, I don't know what the future holds, and I don't even have a family yet. Li Lei said with sudden emotion. What are you afraid of? If the sky falls, there's a tall man to hold it. Yi Tian casually comforted. Tick-tock. Suddenly, the demonic aura alarms on the two men's bodies steeply and sharply went off. There's a demonic aura up ahead. Notify the team leader and the others immediately. Brother Tian, if you meet a less powerful mutant demon later on, you have to leave it for me so that I can get some rewards too. Yi Tian and Li Lei quickly rushed towards the point where the demonic chi erupted, and Li Lei joked as he moved quickly. Fine, you can have the reward, but the kill has to be left to me. Yi Tian didn't really need cash right now, what he wanted was the kill value of the mutant demon. Soon, the two arrived at an old residential building. A scream came from somewhere in the hallway. Yi Tian and Li Lei quickly determined the direction and then immediately chased after them. Through 3 alleys, into a silo, and then darted to a 3rd-floor location. By now, the aisle was covered in blood. Yi Tian performed the wandering immortal steps and chased after him. Just inside a house, an ordinary man was being grabbed by the neck by a big bald man and viciously gnawed. A 3rd-order mutant demon? Yi Tian saw through the fact that the bald big man was a mutant demon illusionist at a glance. Only the strength of this mutant demon was a bit low. According to reason, a 3rd-order mutant demon corresponded to a 3rd-grade realm martial artist, and would even be a bit more powerful than a 3rd-grade realm martial artist. But in Yi Tian's case, it was completely unmeasurable. With Yi Tian's strength, he was strong enough to exterminate a 4th-order mutant demon and was even qualified to challenge a 5th-order mutant demon. It was because Yi Tian was already qualified to challenge 6th-grade realm cultivators when facing human martial artists. Of course, the 6th-grade realm here referred to the most ordinary kind, not a super-talented martial artist of the 6th-grade realm. Snort! The demon-slaying blade suddenly appeared in Yi Tian's hand. He made a magnificent move, pulling out a residual shadow. The demon-slaying blade in his hand moved in response. Storm! Thunderbolt! Flames of fury! The 3 moods instantly burst forth, immediately making this blade incomparably terrifying. Like a swift wind. Like thunderbolts. Flames of fury. Only to see that the 3rd-ranked mutant demon didn't even have time to react, and its head was directly decapitated and exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 3rd-order mutant demon, rewarding 100 points of kill value. A reward that is better than nothing. When Yi Tian was in the low-grade realm, a 3rd-ranked mutant demon could still be worth 1,000 points. As his strength increased, there were now only 100 points of kill value. Tin. That's it? Another one you took out at once? Li Lei came a few seconds late. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the headless body of the mutated demon. He was slightly shocked, even though he had seen it all before. Thank you for saving me. That hurt. The resident who was almost drained of blood was a dry, thin old man who thanked him profusely. As a result, he completely fainted before he could finish his sentence. Hurry up and call an ambulance for him. Yi Tian immediately said. Yes. Li Lei also immediately dialed the rescue number. Just as the two were relaxing, Yi Tian's nerves suddenly tightened. Warning! Warning! Mutant demons are appearing around us. The warning sound of the system also suddenly rang out. Yi Tian now knew that the system would only sound an alarm if it encountered a mutated demon of Yi Tian's level or even more powerful. Bang! Bang! Only 2 figures were seen breaking through the window outside. Ta! Ta! 2 more silhouettes stepped out of the gloom of the room. Boo! The last man, on the other hand, appeared at the gate, which he closed with a backhand. Boom! 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 In an instant, 5 terrifying demonic chi erupted out, completely drowning Yi Tian and Li Lei. 5 mutant demons. 4 4th-order mutant devils, and 1 5th-order mutant devil. Li Lei's movements that were still dialing the phone also instantly stiffened, his eyes filled with horror. He had also seen the power of a 4th-ranked mutant demon. And the 5th-order mutant demons were even more terrifying. Once a 5th-order mutant demon had appeared, causing a fatal incident of over 100 people. Their entire demon suppression division had been mobilized, and they hadn't even caught him. This fifth-ranked mutant demon in front of him seemed to be a bit like the one that had appeared in the first place. Yi Tian, right? Heh, you've fallen into our trap after all. Today, we will definitely suppress you here. The mutant demon in the doorway walked slowly, its face flashing with twitching nerves and its turquoise tongue gulping horribly. The remaining 4 mutant demons also immediately surrounded Yi Tian. Chapter 065 2 cuts in 1 second. So it was set up for me. Ha. Looking at the 5 mutant demons that approached over, an excited smile appeared at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. It was as if the people surrounded were not him, but 5 mutant demons. Laughing at the prospect of death? Oh, just a struggle before dying. Could it be that you, a lowly human martial artist, are still trying to turn up any storm? Lead the way to death. Those 5 mutant demons didn't strike on the spot. For one thing, they tried to put psychological pressure on Yi Tian so that he would break down inside first and it would be easier for them to kill him. On the other hand, Yi Tian had killed 3 of their kind before, so he obviously had some kind of card, and they had to be careful and didn't want to strike at random. And the neglected Lei, his entire body went numb. He didn't know whether to make a move or not. In his eyes, these 5 mutated demons were too terrifying. He struck out for certain death as well. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind: he must immediately notify the group leader and inform Captain Yang Qi. Even the entire Kyoto branch of the Demon Suppression Division would have to be mobilized in order to do so. So he secretly pressed the communication device. A sword to cut through the demons. Just then, Yi Tian took the lead. His entire body was as imposing as a rainbow, and the demon-slaying sword in his hand emitted a cold and eerie aura. With a single stride, he rose up in the air and slashed down. It was as if they were going to open up the sky. The target of this slash was clearly their Elohim leader. Because it's a 5th-order mutant demon. Strongest. As the saying goes, to catch a thief is to catch a king. As long as they decapitated Elohim, the remaining 4 were not enough to worry about. Moreover, this was Yi Tian's first time facing a 5th-order mutant demon, which would be an extra reward for him for his first kill. In other people's eyes, a 5th-order mutant demon was the devil incarnate, while in Yi Tian's eyes, it was a proper treasure. Humph. Dare to take a shot at my father. Chief Elohim grunted and hung his arm directly across the sky above him. Although it could also tell that Yi Tian's demon-slaying blade was extraordinary, it still couldn't. The power of the Devilman race was the power of their bodies, and with every step up, their physical bodies would receive a powerful evolution. The body of a 5th-ordered body was already as solid as steel all over. Only a layer of black scales covered Chief Ilu's arm, emitting a faint black glow. Thumbs up. This blade of Yi Tian's instantly chopped down. Only a sound of metal hitting metal erupted. Yi Tian's slash, however, could not cut through his opponent's defense. It really is worthy of being a 5th-order mutant demon. Even Yi Tian frowned slightly. His demon-slashing blade cut down other demons, almost all of them were one slash at a time. I didn't expect that it wouldn't even be able to break the epidermis of a 5th-order mutant demon. Of course, he hadn't exerted his full strength yet. The Taicho hegemony skill was not opened. The Taishu Dragon Abyss technique did not explode. The 9 Heavens Big Dipper power was not released. Also, the Thunder Blade intent was not integrated into this blade. The slash was purely a test of the Elohim leader's defense. However, the one who was more shocked at the moment was Chief Elohim. It was immensely confident in its body and called itself a humanoid weapon. Moreover, the Saint Clan talent it had awakened was shock, and every part of his body could form a terrifying shocking force. Many objects that touched the surface of its body would be shattered by his concussive talent. However, the demon beheading blade in Yi Tian's hand did not move at all, and it was obvious that his demon beheading blade was very terrifying. Strike! The sword in this human's hand is a bit strange. Be careful. Chief Ilu immediately ordered at once. The remaining 4 mutant demons also struck out at the same time. The one mutated demon at the window was an old man-like body. It opened its mouth and spat violently. A green liquid shot out steeply and landed on Yi Tian's back. In an instant, Yi Tian felt a paralyzing toxin spreading throughout his body, and all of his body's reactions began to slow down. Ha, he's hit. Who can block my disguise numbing poison? The mutated demon laughed loudly. Intent to kill. At the same time, a mutant demon on Yi Tian's right side, his hands were facing each other with 10 fingers, and a powerful idea burst out from his brain area. Roar! An invisible skeleton soldier instantly rushed out from between his 10 fingers. This was a will attack. Although it could not cause substantial damage, it could cause the attacked person's spiritual will to be struck, and they would lose their thinking for a short period of time. The two of them utilized their awakened magical energy talents and were responsible for controlling Etion. Phew! Phew! The last two mutant demons, one on their side and one on their right, killed Etion at the same time. Their arms steeply transformed into two spikes that were incomparably sharp and directly stabbed at Etion. Their awakened magical talents are combat and assassination, specializing in attacking and killing targets. Die! These two mutant demons simultaneously rose up with tyranny in their hearts. In their eyes, Etion was already a lamb to the slaughter. After all, having been hit by both the numbing poison and the intent attack, Etion had already lost his resistance. However, just as they killed in front of Etion steeply stared back. A hint of cunning flashed in those eyes. Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Etion's movements were incredibly swift, lightly dodging the stabs of the two men. 2 slashes were made in an instant. 2 cuts a second. For a moment, the scene was frozen. How can? Panic flashed in the eyes of the two assassinating mutant demons. Immediately, their bodies all cut in two. It came crashing down. The 4th-ranked mutant demon's body defense was completely inferior to that of the 5th-ranked Ilu leader, and he was decapitated on the spot. How? Weren't you poisoned by the marijuana as well as the intent to kill? Why, are you not affected in the slightest? Even Chief Ilu showed a look of shock. So much nonsense. Your turn. Etion didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and directly came out with his sword again. Just now, he had executed the Tai Chu hegemony body technique, which not only exploded the strength of his entire body, but also instantly dispelled the numbing toxin in his body. Subsequently, he also felt that wave of intent-killing attack and immediately released his Thunder Blade intent. The invisible blade intent cut off that stream of intent killing on the spot. Therefore, Etion was not affected in any way. This time, Etion's target was the other two mutant demons. These two guys released toxins in one and intentional attacks in the other, so if they were not dealt with, it would still be quite troublesome. After all, it was impossible for Etion to turn on the Taichu hegemony body technique for a long period of time, and it was also impossible for the Thunder Blade intent to be released indefinitely. When those two mutated devils saw Etion killing, they were both scared out of their wits and fled. Etion was a ruthless person who had killed two mutated demons with a single slash, and they possessed special magic energy talents, but their bodies were even weaker than the two that had been decapitated. How can we not run? However, Etion's movement speed was not something to be reckoned with. One step to immortality. Etion chased after him. Even if the other party had cast blood escape and had escaped out of the window. But Etion still chased after it. Snort! This blade contained the Thunder Blade intent. Quick. Tough. Accurate. Chapter 066. Immortal Dao Soul Secret Technique. Another mutant demon was killed on the spot. Phew! Etion immediately turned his body to chase after another escaping mutant demon. Though it took the opportunity to escape over 100 meters away. However, this distance was not difficult for Etion. One step to flying fairy. This was the fastest straight-line pursuit stance of the swimming immortal steps, as if it was a shocking bolt that swept away. In a few blinks of an eye, Etion had almost caught up with the other party. Thunder! Etion's eyes chilled as a blade fell. A blade containing 7 points of Thunder Blade intent was like a ray of light. Thumbs up! In the blink of an eye, it was about to chop into the back of that one mutated demon. However, right at that moment, a thick arm came across the sky. It directly blocked in front of Etion. How dare you ignore my father? Chief Elohim roared. Etion had decapitated 3 of its men one after the other under its nose, which caused it to be shocked and furious. It still thought that Etion didn't dare to fight it head-on. However, when it received Etion's slash, it instantly felt a wave of ill will. A terrifying Thunder Blade intent cut into its arm. Even the scales that were as tough as steel instantly appeared to a crack. How is it possible? His sword got stronger? Chief Elohim flashed a flash of fear. Previously, Etion was unable to break through its defense, and it did not place Etion in its eyes in the slightest. But now, Etion could already harm it, which caused a trace of fear in it. Although the Ailu leader was afraid in his heart, as a fifth-order leader, his pride did not allow him to retreat. It violently stomped its foot and the earth cracked, using the force of this recoil to storm back a few feet and distance itself from Yi Tian, while its hands danced rapidly and its mouth recited words. In an instant, the surrounding dark elements converged crazily, condensing into a black shield in front of it, with magical patterns flickering on top of the shield, and faint roars coming out, as if it was sealed with an ancient ferocious beast. Yi Tian saw this, but he just laughed coldly, and the Taichu hegemony body skill in his body instantly operated, and the spiritual energy was like a raging tide of fury rushing along the meridians, and in an instant, his body was flooded with a layer of faint golden radiance, and his muscles were taut, his sense of power was bursting, and his combat power instantly soared by 70%. The demon-slaying blade in his hand crossed, the tip of the blade facing down. Taking a deep breath, the nine heavens gang strength in his body also operated to the 9th level. A majestic and incomparable power was dormant and waiting to be released, as if it could break through the boundaries of heaven and earth at any time. This level of realm could explode with 9 times the power, making Yi Tian's aura like a rainbow. Today, it's your time to die, no one can save you. Yi Tian shouted loudly, his voice shook the 4 fields, then his body flashed, like a ghost rushing towards the leader of Ailu. The long knife in his hand was wrapped with 7 points of thunder blade intent, which was as if it was substantial, transforming into silk awnings wrapped around the blade body, and fiercely slashed at the black shield. Boom! Knife and shield collision issued a loud sound that shook the sky and earth. Between the light flashes, the black shield trembled violently, and the magic pattern actually seemed to be hard to tear by this force. The Ailu leader's face changed greatly. It did not expect Yi Tian's attack to be so violent, and immediately clenched its teeth and injected its entire body's magic power into the shield in a continuous stream, trying to stabilize the situation. Yi Tian, however, did not give it a chance to catch its breath. Taking advantage of the shield shaking, his body shape turned around to the flanks of the Ailu leader. The long knife in his hand changed from chopping to stabbing, speed as fast as lightning, and pushed straight to the vitals of his armpits. At this time, he activated the Angry Flame Realm and the Demon Slashing Blade technique. The blade body was instantly wrapped in a layer of blazing flames, as if it was karma fire from hell. Ailu leader panicked sideways to avoid, but it was still a step too slow. The scales in the armpits were picked off by Yi Tian's long knife, blood splashed out, that flame touched the scales, and even issued a ZZ burning sound. Ah! The Ailu chief roared angrily. It was completely enraged, disregarding its injuries. Its arms waved, and a black beam of magical energy lashed at Yi Tian like a long whip. Yi Tian's body was agile, performing the wandering immortal steps to weave freely through this dense attack, swinging his sword to chop down a few beams of light from time to time, with sparks splashing and light catching the eye with every collision. And as he swung his sword, he secretly operated the Taishu Longyuan Gong, and each slash contained dark energy, and what seemed like an ordinary block caused those magic beams of light to strangely vibrate and dissipate after the collision, causing Chief Ailu's attack to be greatly diminished. Suffer death. Yi Tian saw a break and leapt up high, his entire body rotating in the air in a circle, gathering the strength of his entire body while catalyzing the thunder urgent intent of the demon slashing blade technique to the extreme. In an instant, on top of the demon slashing blade, lightning aura and furious flames intertwined, and a terrifying aura spread out. The surrounding air seemed to be ionized by electricity, emitting a crackling sound. The Ailu leader looked at the long knife that slashed down on its head in horror, feeling the destructive power. It knew that if it took this knife hard, it would surely die. At the critical moment of life and death, it violently activated the Saint Race talent shock in its body to the extreme. Its whole body's scales trembled crazily, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound, and an invisible shockwave spread in all directions with it as the center, attempting to shock Yi Tian away. Yi Tian only felt a powerful force coming at him. His body's chi and blood surged. He immediately activated the storm intent of the demon slashing blade skill. A wild airflow vortex instantly formed around his long blade, swirling that shockwave into it, twisting it in reverse towards the Ailu leader. Ka-ching! There was a crisp clang, and Chief Elohim's eyes widened with disbelief. Only to see that Yi Tian's demon slashing blade had actually broken through its defense and slashed all the way down from its head, splitting its body into 2 hard halves. Black blood gushed out and spilled onto the ground, instantly corroding a large pit and emitting pungent green smoke. The remnants of the Ailu leader's body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. To its death, it did not understand why Yi Tian could be so strong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th order mutant demon, rewarding the host with 10,000 kill values. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 5th order mutant demon for the first time, hereby rewarding the immortal Dao Soul secret technique Celestial Man. In an instant, the system's voice resounded in Yi Tian's mind. Luckily, it's just a mutant demon around the early 5th rank. If it was a late 5th rank or even peak mutant demon, it would be a bit of a problem to kill. The best way is still to break through the cultivation level as soon as possible, and when one's own strength is raised, the power of the various immortal Dao martial arts will also increase exponentially. Yi Tian made a final summary of this battle. And not long after Yi Tian had beheaded the Ailu leader, Li Lei and Zhang Jiang and the others finally chased after him. 539. Are you okay? Decapitated by you again? That's a fifth-order mutated demon. Group leader Zhang Jiang and the others were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. Later, even the various squads from the Kyoto branch of the Demon Suppression Division rushed over to support them, only to find out that they weren't needed at all. Yi Tian had swept away this force of mutant devils all by himself. Just one fourth-ranked mutant demon escaped, so I guess they won't have time to do evil anytime soon. Chapter 067 Frontier Martial Arts University. The crowd looked at Yi Tian, their eyes filled with marvel and admiration. Yang Qi, the captain of the 5th Demon Hunting Squad of the Kyoto subdivision of the Department of Devil Suppression, came forward, patted Yi Tian on the shoulder, and said, "Number 539, you've made a great achievement today. This mutated demonic force has been ravaging the periphery of the capital for a long time, and I didn't expect to be rooted out by you today. This is really gratifying." Yi Tian humbly smiled, "Captain overpraised, I just happened to come across it. Duty calls, I don't dare to slack off." Li Lei interjected with a smile on the side, "Captain, you don't know, number 539's sword technique, that stance, like a ghost, played those mutant demons like a fool, especially when he killed the 5th-ranked leader Ai Lu. That scene was simply astonishing." As the crowd listened to Li Lei's colorful description, their reverence for Yi Tian increased a few more points. Zhang Jingzhe frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "Although they were heavily defeated this time, the escaped 4th-order mutant demon is ultimately a hidden danger, and we still need to deploy additional manpower to search for it, so that it doesn't gather forces to make a comeback." Captain Yang Qi nodded in agreement. "What Zhang Jiang said is very true. I will arrange for manpower to set up control in the surrounding area, and make sure to capture him as soon as possible. 539 Number 539, you have consumed a lot in today's battle, so you should first return to Jin Demon Division with the team to rest and recuperate, and the higher-ups will surely have a generous reward when they hear of your valiant performance." Yi Tian did not excuse himself and returned to the Demon Suppression Division along with the crowd. Along the way, the crowd praised Yi Tian endlessly, but Yi Tian's heart was calm. He knew deep down that this was just a small episode on the road of cultivation, and there were stronger enemies waiting for him in the future. Returning to the Jin Demon Division, Yi Tian did not rush to collect the reward, but instead went straight back to his residence and began to close his mind to study the newly acquired Immortal Dao Soul secret technique Celestial Sky. This secret method was obscure and difficult to understand, but once it was understood thoroughly, the enhancement of soul power would have a qualitative leap. The soul is the root of a person, and it is very difficult to raise it. According to the system's description, only by cultivating to an extremely high realm could one truly quench and cultivate the soul. And this Immortal Dao Soul secret technique, which belonged to a very special secret technique, once practiced, could increase one's soul spirit power by a small margin. By cultivating it to the perfection realm, one could even practice divine consciousness in the Hotian realm. Moreover, in battle, once the celestial secret technique is turned on, one can enter a state of celestial unity, allowing one to exert one's combat power beyond 100% of one's ability, with the maximum amount one can reach depending on one's ability. And cultivating the celestial secret technique, even if it was only the first level, surprisingly required the consumption of 100,000 killing values. Obviously, the special nature of the celestial secret technique multiplied the value of this technique. Although the price was expensive, Yi Tian, even the scarcity of the soul secret method, immediately consumed 100,000 killing value. Ugh, another big expense. I'm left with 300,000 of my kill value all of a sudden. Yi Tian sighed. However, regardless of whether it was the Taishu Dragon Abyss technique or the celestial secret technique, it was a necessary exertion. Time passes quickly. In a flash, it was the beginning of September. It was also the day that Yi Tian was going to report to the Border Martial Arts University. Yi Tian also suspended the work on the side of the Demon Suppression Division. This day, Yi Tian packed his simple luggage and prepared to head to WU, which was 2,000 kilometers away. "Son of a, you should eat and drink outside, don't be so desperate. You're the top student in martial arts, so don't feel pressured. Mom wants you to be peaceful most of all. And nah, that girl from Chen's family seems to really like you, and even chose a WUU that's in the same city as you, so you have to cherish it. Okay, Mom won't say anything else, just be good." Yi Qinglan gave a nagging speech, but there were quite a few things prepared for Yi Tian. Afterward, Yi Qinglan drove Yi Tian to the high-speed train station. Tin. Wang Fengyi had long since gotten in touch with Yi Tian through his cell phone. The two met at the high-speed train station. Yi Tian. At this time, Chen Shiyan also ran over from the side. Although Chen Shiyan didn't have much contact with Yi Tian after that night, she still chose WU, which was in the same city as Yi Tian, when she filled out her volunteer application. Its heart has long been self-evident. Righteous Father, you're so awesome, this isn't even in WU yet, and you already have a girlfriend. TSK, tisk. Wang Fengyi looked at Chen Shiyan's blushing little face and instantly knew how the two were doing. He's no fledgling now. Cut the crap, hurry up and get into the station, the train will be leaving soon. The trio then entered the high-speed train station. Traveled together to the frontier city of Horsham. The city of Horsham is considered a relatively large city in a large frontier province, with a total of 6 martial arts universities. The most famous of them was naturally the Border Martial Arts University, which was the only first-class martial arts university. Only, there was a very menacing medium-sized demonic cave in the vicinity of the city of Horsham, so this city often suffered from invasions by the demon people. The high-speed train entered the border province after a long 18 hours. And then Yi Tian's trio went through several more transfers before finally arriving at the farthest city on the border, Horsham City. Yi Tian, I'm going to report to Phoenix Sky Women's Martial Arts University, come find me to play when you have time. When they entered the city, Chen Shiyan said goodbye to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, on the other hand, brought Wang Fengyi to take a taxi to his destination, Border Martial Arts University. It's opening day. Therefore, the entrance of the Border Martial Arts University was crowded with people. Brother Tian. The gates of this Border Martial Arts University are quite imposing. This is the LW list? Wang Fengyi pointed somewhat excitedly at the huge widescreen at the top of the school entrance. The gate of the Border Martial Arts University was 50 meters wide, and the entire gate was rooted by 19 clean white stone pillars, forming a huge archway. Above the archway, a dragon and a tiger are carved in a lifelike and majestic manner. And between the dragons and tigers was a huge wide curtain. It shows 2 lists. The first one was the Dragon ranking, showing all the rankings of all the students of the entire Frontier Martial Arts University, a comprehensive ranking that gathered cultivation battle power, demon hunting points, and examination results. And the second one is the Tiger list, which is showing blank at the moment. And according to the note on the side, the Tiger list was the list of freshmen, only this freshman had just enrolled, so the Tiger list had not been formed. Let's go to the reporting office. Yi Tian swept a glance and didn't care too much. The two headed for the reporting office. The reporting office is set up right at the entrance of the school and is dedicated to welcoming new students, not only by teachers but also by some students who help out. Student Yi Tian. Welcome to our Border Martial Arts University. When Yi Tian and Wang Fengyi approached, the two teachers walked up at the first opportunity. These two were none other than Teacher Jin and Teacher Chang, who had previously traveled to Kyoto First High School to recruit Yi Tian on behalf of the Frontier Martial Arts University. They're in charge of special admissions. For a martial arts scholar like Yi Tian, they also received him personally for fear of giving him a bad impression. After all, a combat genius like Yi Tian would definitely add honor to the school in the future, so it would not be good if he got away. This is Yi Tian? The new martial arts champion? It seems so. I heard that with the cultivation of the 3rd grade realm, he fought against 3 geniuses of the 4th grade realm, and took the scholarship in one fell swoop. I didn't expect to really come to our Border Martial Arts University. Doesn't look good either? Hee, our Border Martial Arts University emphasizes the most on actual combat, and actual combat with demons. If he wants to make a name for himself in our school, he's still a bit young. That's right, our Border Martial Arts University, although it's not as famous as the 4 major martial arts academies, it's not weak. Maybe people are looking at the welfare benefits given by our Frontier Martial Arts University. His cultivation starts too low, he won't necessarily be able to become the best of the best when he enters the 4 major martial arts academies, and he has a chance to become one of the front runners when he enters our school. What's the saying? Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He wants to be the chicken head of our Border Martial Arts University? That also depends on whether he has the qualifications. Let's say he has the ability to get on a dragon ranking. Chapter 068, the new student conference. Chapter 069, who's in favor, who's against, when I'm finished. So, who's going to introduce themselves first? If there is no one, then it will be up to me to suggest a candidate. This candidate is naturally our leading candidate of this term. The new martial arts scholar, student Yi Tian. He ascended to the top of the great examination of martial arts against all odds. It's very appropriate for him to be the president of this Freshman Management Association. A smile with deep meaning surfaced at the corner of this mentor's mouth before he loudly announced. Generally speaking, such an important student position as president of the management council is held by the strongest of the students. Otherwise, the strength is not enough to convince the public. But some students like to keep to themselves and don't like to deal with other people. The purpose of WU is not only to train a strong martial artist, but also to train a committed martial artist. If one is not even willing to serve as the president of a small management association, it will be difficult to be of great use in the future. When the mentor said this, he undoubtedly pushed Yi Tian to a high level. Even if Yi Tian wanted to refuse, he couldn't. Hearing the mentor's words, the crowd on the stage murmured. As Yi Tian's fellow candidates, they had naturally heard of his great name. Moreover, Yi Tian deserved to sit in this position. After all, he was a demon who had defeated 3 fourth grade realm super geniuses in a row. However, right at this moment, the tutor continued to speak. Now, student Yi Tian has been nominated as the president of the Freshman Management Association. Are there any students who wish to run for the position? You are also all the best in your various martial arts cultivation classes. Are you willing to be an ordinary martial artist when you enter our border martial arts university? We are also a first-class martial arts university, and you are also excellent martial artists. Don't you want a bright future? You don't even dare to run for the president of a freshman management association? What qualifications do you have to compete for others in the future? This is just a campaign. It's not like you guys are being asked to fight Yi Tian's classmates solo. What are you guys afraid of? Everyone has everyone's strengths. As a manager, it is not necessary to be the strongest person. As long as there is enough management talent, it is also possible to serve, and may even be better than the strongest person to manage. And being the president of the Freshman Management Council all comes with extra credit awards, as well as various other perks. If you guys want more resources, this is a good position to take. Could it be that you are really willing to be subservient to others? Living in someone else's shadow for the rest of your life? As the instructor tossed out a rhetorical question, the students on stage seemed to be energized. Especially those students in the late 3rd grade realm became dumbfounded inwardly. Their cultivation strength also qualifies them to be the president of the new Student Management Association. It was only because of Yi Tian's appearance that this was why they didn't dare to come out to campaign. But now that I've heard my mentor say that, it seems like I have a chance. Yeah. Every young martial artist holds dreams. Who doesn't want to become a 7th grade sect master in the future? And even the 8th grade of the Great Patriarch. Or even a 9th grade martial king. Even though Yi Tian was the top martial arts scholar now, it didn't mean that they didn't have a chance to surpass him in the future. Me. Run for office. I'm running too. And me. In an instant, 3 students were on their feet. They were all late-stage 3rd grade realm martial artists and were excellent in their own right. This time it finally got up the courage to stand up. These 3 students then took the stage one after the other. The general content is some very broad words, such as how to improve in the future, how to create a harmonious learning atmosphere, how to cultivate camaraderie among classmates, how to train teamwork, and so on. A lot of words are just vague words. But they have some strength of their own, and what they say is somewhat convincing. At least they're halfway there if they dare to stand up and run for office. Alright, students Wang Hao, Fang Ping, and Zhang Dashu have all given their campaign speeches. In a moment, all of you will be given a ballot to choose the most suitable president of the Management Association in your hearts. By the way, student Yi Tian, you are the recommended candidate of our mentor. You also have 2 choices now. The first one is to withdraw from the race and give way to others. And the second one is to come up to the stage and give your campaign speech. Make your choice. The words of the mentor rang out again. His gaze also locked onto Yi Tian, who was on the stage. The eyes of the entire audience were also locked onto Yi Tian. Feeling the gazes of the tutors and students in the room, the corners of Yi Tian's mouth rose slightly. He understood that this would be the test that the school would give him. He himself was a martial arts scholar, and under the same class, he was already unrivaled. This can easily lead to complacency and stagnation. Now that's putting intensity and pressure on yourself. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Tian stood up from his seat and then walked up to the podium in a dashing manner. Yi Tian's gaze looked around at the more than 400 new students and smiled. I'm here to speak on only 3 points. First point, in the coming year, I will ascend to the top of the dragon ranking. Become number 1 in the Border Martial Arts University. The second point, I can help my classmates create 30 dragon ranking powerhouses, as long as everyone is willing to follow my lead in cultivation. The third point is that in future demon hunts organized, I can guarantee 0 casualties for all freshman groups. I feel that I have the confidence to be the president of this freshman management council. Okay, I'm done. Who's in favor? Who's against? When Yi Tian finished speaking, the entire room was silent. Every bit of what he said was overblown. Become number 1 on the dragon list in a year? What a concept. The current number 1 on the dragon ranking was a genius of the 6th grade realm. I'm now a 5th-year senior. Yi Tian surpassed it in a year? That's obviously not going to happen. Moreover, Yi Tian also said that he would help his classmates create 30 dragon ranking powerhouses. It's obviously harder. Even if you practice on your own, you can still help your classmates? If Yi Tian possessed such strength, he could completely become a tutor. Of course, if Yi Tian could really do it, then these students would definitely die to follow Yi Tian. And as for the third point, it is even more exaggerated. It was well known that the Border Martial Arts University would organize demon hunts every once in a while. And there's going to be a casualty rate on this hunt. No one can guarantee 0 casualties. But Yi Tian dared to say such words. It could be seen how domineering Yi Tian's words were. This Yi Tian is really daring. To actually want to reach number 1 on the dragon ranking within a year. Yeah, and talking about creating 30 dragon ranking powerhouses. 0 casualties in a demon hunt? How can you guarantee that? Many people have doubts. Maybe Yi Tian really does have the ability. You all forgot that he hunted and killed more than 30,000 demons in the martial arts exam. That's true, I remember that too. He's strong, yes, but that doesn't mean he can help us grow together, does it? That's not necessarily true. Some schoolmasters are also very good at teaching others. Maybe Yi Tian is such a person. In that case, then, let's pick him. Okay, let's pick him. After all, he's the top student in our class. Chapter 070. Breaking through the 4th grade realm. The full ballot was then opened. Half an hour later. The results of the ballot are also in. And now, I announce the president of the 79th Freshman Management Council. Wang Hao, with 48 votes. Fang Ping, with 65 votes. Young Daesu, with 37 votes. Yi Tian, gained 286 votes. Then, congratulations to student Yi Tian, for becoming the first president of this year's Freshman Management Association. The entire room rang out in applause, and Yi Tian became the president without a second thought. Yi Tian seemed to be enjoying this moment as well, getting up and nodding at the people around him. This Yi Tian really has some skills. He doesn't have any stage fright at all. Yeah, even though he talks a little cocky, he gives off a convincing sense of power. Maybe this is the king of the class. I hope this Yi Tian can really bring more surprises to our school. The 3 mentors were also secretly communicating on stage. Elections were then held for 16 other management council positions. Other positions were also usually held by martial arts students in the late 3rd grade realm. It lasted a full hour before all the positions were confirmed. The entire 79th class of freshmen will run with a leadership team dominated by Yi Tian. Well, all the governing council elections are done. But it's not permanent, and if someone doesn't do their job properly, the corresponding position is taken away. Our appraisal cycle is usually 3 months. So it's important that everyone does their job and fulfills their position. Also, there is one more piece of news to inform you all. Tomorrow is your first day at WU and the start of your WU life. I'm sure, as you all know, the first hurdle to enter WU is a month-long special training. It's also the base training. It's going to be a very grueling month, so everyone should be mentally prepared. There being no further business, this assembly may adjourn. With the tutor's final announcement, the many students began to disperse. But people are also starting to talk about the upcoming special training. The so-called special training is the same as the military training for liberal arts classes, which is a bunch of special training for all freshmen. Only the special training of the martial arts class was exceptionally hard, and the training was all about basic skills, such as basic staking, basic footwork, basic maneuvering, basic kicking, basic flexibility, basic strength, basic reaction, basic endurance, and so on. These are not difficult to train, but they are very boring and can be very torturous to practice hard for long periods of time. Even martial arts students are trained to be numb and in pain during the intense January-long training. However, this was a mandatory requirement of the major martial arts universities and colleges, in order to let the students know that in the path of martial arts, the foundation must be firmly established. And it also hones the will of the trainees through basic skills training. Hey, I heard that the special training instructor of our border martial arts university is a very scary guy. I've heard the same thing. This instructor loves to torture people, and one stand-up drill is up to 2 hours long. That's too horrible. The scorching sun of September, a standing steak for 2 hours, don't get roasted. And our training is a little more involved and longer in length than the other WUs seem to have. The leaders up there, they say it's better for us to know the pain of training than to fall off the wagon and die while fighting demons. That's true, but this is too much work. I should have known to pick a second-rate WU. What first-rate WU? It's so hard for you to go to a top-tier WU, would you still give up this opportunity? Be content. If you don't want to participate in the special training, there's only one chance that you'll be able to successfully break through the 4th grade realm during the special training. Ha 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 ha, the 4th grade realm? Are you kidding me? Other than those 3 demons in our class, who can break through the 4th grade realm so quickly? That's right, even our scholar is only in the 3rd grade realm. There was a flurry of giggling and chatting as the crowd made their way back to the dorms. Yi Tian, on the other hand, brought Wang Fengyi back to the dormitory with him, and heard these comments along the way. He didn't care in the slightest. However, he was also aware of the claim that the 4th grade realm could be exempted from the basic special training. The 4th grade realm, is it? Looks like we're going to have to punch hard tonight. Better yet, you'll be excused from special training tomorrow. Yi Tian touched his nose and thought. He had been at the peak of the 9th stage of the 3rd grade realm for some time now. The signs of a breakthrough had been vaguely felt, but it just hadn't been triggered. Yi Tian had wanted to break through naturally, but now he wanted to break through on his own. Back to the dorms. Yi Tian then directly closed his eyes to cultivate. He revolved the Taishu Longyuan Gong and mobilized his entire body's qi. Now that Yi Tian had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the 3rd grade realm, the power of the muscles in his entire body could be controlled and mobilized to the fullest. He only needed to condense the qi in his body into his dantian and form a cyclone before he could successfully break through the 4th grade realm. It was only because the Taishu Dragon Abyss technique was incomparably powerful and the qi whirlpool it condensed was very demanding, so it was still a bit difficult to break through. Only a wisp of invisible qi continuously emerged from Yi Tian's circumference and then slowly condensed within Yi Tian's dantian. Yi Tian's forehead was constantly sweating. Obviously, this process of coalescence is very exhausting for the mind as well as for oneself. Moreover, during the process of condensation, there would still be chances for qi to continuously escape from the dantian. Unless Yi Tian was able to finish condensing the qi whirlpool in one breath, it would only be a foregone conclusion. Charge me! Yi Tian gritted his teeth and burst out a powerful will. In an instant, he opened the realm of the unity of heaven and man, and his entire being immersed into cultivation. This is when his essence is highly concentrated and highly united. This made his cultivation extraordinarily ferocious and smooth. Boom! Until a certain point. A powerful cyclone formed within Yi Tian's body and formed a self-flow that would never easily collapse again. Moreover, Yi Tian's circumference and the cyclone formed a perfect cycle of qi, feeding and supporting each other. The 4-pin realm. Yi Tian finally managed to make a breakthrough. My cyclone is strong. There's plenty of quality, too. Yi Tian was very satisfied as he felt the power of the cyclone in his body. The qi whirlpool in Yi Tian's body condensed the qi of Taishu, which was more condensed and stronger than the qi condensed by ordinary people. Moreover, the cyclone he first condensed was many times larger than those condensed by ordinary people, just like the Dragon Palace Abyss. According to Yi Tian's estimation, when he first entered the 4th grade realm, his cultivation alone was enough to rival a strong person in the middle to late stages of the 4th grade realm. If Yi Tian was in full condition, it would be a handful for him to burst out the fighting power of the 5th grade realm, and he would have a chance to fight a 6th grade realm martial artist solo. Yi Tian looked at his qi and blood values again. 2155. This qi and blood value was already equivalent to a cultivator in the middle of the 5th grade realm. As for Yi Tian, he was only in the 4th grade realm for a section right now. Chapter 071 Elevation. Elevation. Day 2. All new students proceed to the playground to gather. Today is the opening ceremony for new students and the start of special training for new students. Brother Tian, I've heard that the special training for freshmen is very hard, and I've swiped some videos that say that some people's special training for freshmen still have practice until they vomit blood. Damn, my legs are a little shaky now. One thing he couldn't help but start complaining as he followed Yi Tian. Telling you to cultivate a little harder during the week. If you cultivate the Vajra Kung Fu in place, the district's special training for new students is just like playing. A smirk surfaced at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. He hadn't yet told Wang Fengyi that he had already broken through the 4th grade realm and could be directly exempted from the special training for new students. It's too late to say anything. However, with Brother Tian accompanying me for special training, I won't feel so hard. Wang Fengyi heatedly smiled. However, he did not notice the uncontrollable smile at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. Soon, the freshmen entered the playground one after another. The group then lined up in an orderly fashion. Yi Tian, as the president of the new Student Management Association, stood at the front of the first column. On the stage, a group of school leaders were all listed. The rector began his speech. The opening ceremony is very simple. It is just a process of going through the motions, and what is said is just some official platitudes. Well, we martial arts students are all about efficiency, so that's it for the opening ceremony. Then, we will now enter the opening ceremony of the special training for new students. Let's welcome your freshman special training instructor, Instructor Black Dragon. As the principal spoke, a man who was nearly 1 meter 9 in height, tanned, and had a scar on his face walked onto the raised platform. He was actually majestic, with his surrounding chi reaching the 7th grade realm. It belongs to a true patriarch. Hello everyone, my codename is Black Dragon, and some people in the Jianghu give me face by calling me the Black Dragon King. From today, for a period of 1 month, I will be the chief instructor of your special training for new student martial artists. My special training will be very harsh. Prepare yourselves. So, who is the president of your freshman management council? Step forward. When Instructor Black Dragon opened his mouth, his voice was incomparably loud and resonated throughout the room. Yi Tian answered, Instructor Black Dragon. I'm the president. Good. You're Yi Tian, right? I heard that you're still the top student in martial arts? From now on, you are the vice battalion of the special training camp for new students. During the special training period, you have to take the lead. Before Instructor Black Dragon could finish, Yi Tian raised his hand. Student Yi Tian, what do you have to say? Yi Tian said loudly, reporting to the instructor. According to the regulations, I shouldn't have to participate in the special training for new students. What? No need for special freshman training? What do you mean, you've already broken through the 4th grade realm? Instructor Black Dragon frowned. Yes. Come here, I'll check. Instructor Black Dragon obviously didn't believe it and specifically asked Yi Tian to go over and check. After he then checked and confirmed that Yi Tian had really broken through the 4th grade realm, a hint of surprise could not help but appear on his face. As a 7th grade sect master, he had also cultivated step by step. When he was 18 and 19 years old, he was only at the 3rd grade realm cultivation level. He also knew that it was a threshold for the 3rd grade realm to break through to the 4th grade realm, and some martial artists who took a year or two might not even be able to break through. Even, some martial artists with weaker talent might be stuck at this threshold for the rest of their lives. And what about Yi Tian? His cultivation test more than 2 months ago, when the great examination of the martial sciences was held, was still only a section of the 3rd grade realm. However, after a summer vacation, just after school started, his cultivation reached the 4th grade realm. Cultivating a large realm in 2 months and making a breakthrough? Who would dare to believe this? Student Yi Tian, did you really break through the 4th grade realm? This cultivation speed is simply heaven-defying. Our border martial arts university has really picked up a treasure. The few school leaders on stage had a smile on their faces one by one. Even the principal couldn't keep his mouth shut. Yi Tian was able to suppress the 3 4th grade realm geniuses, but his own cultivation was a bit weaker. And now, Yi Tian had already caught up his cultivation. If Yi Tian was allowed to fight those 3 4th grade realm geniuses now, he would only be able to completely crush them already. Holy! Brother Sky! You've actually broken through the 4th grade realm. When Wang Fengyi heard this result, he was also inwardly incomparably shocked. At the same time, he had a twinge of anxiety. All he wanted now was to hold on to Yi Tian's thigh. But now, the gap between him and Yi Tian seemed to be widening. He thought that he had to work hard to cultivate to keep up with Yi Tian, or else he wouldn't even be qualified to follow Yi Tian. When the 400 or so new students heard that Yi Tian had already crossed into the 4th grade realm, each one of them was also 10,000% surprised. At the same time, they were now more and more in awe of Yi Tian, the president of the Management Association. After all, the difference in strength is becoming more and more apparent. Thus, the new students were under the scorching sun, undergoing the harshest special training, while Yi Tian was lying under the shade of a tree, leisurely enjoying his freedom and coolness. Yi Tian had nothing to do and looked at his panel attributes. Host, Yi Tian. Cultivation level, 1st stage of the 4th grade realm. Qi and blood, 2155. Spirit, 2098. Technique, Taichu Hegemony Technique Complete, Taishu Longyuan Technique Introductory. Martial Arts, Changming Fist Perfection, Dragon Tackling Hand Perfection, Star River Divine Fist Perfection, Wandering Immortal Steps Perfection, Sanglong Fingers Perfection, Dala Buddha Hands Perfection, Demon Beheading Blade Technique Storm, Thunder Mighty, Raging Flame. Secret Technique, 9 Heavenly Dipper Strength 7th, Celestial Being Introductory. Will, Thundering Blade will 7 points. Weapon, Demon Slasher 4th rank. Kill value, 312540. The Taishu Dragon Abyss technique can now be cultivated. As long as it is cultivated to the minor achievement realm, it will be enough to fulfill the cultivation in the 4th grade realm, and it only needs to be coupled with the assistance of pills to cultivate to the peak of the 4th grade realm. It's only that cultivating the Taishu Dragon Abyss technique to a minor completion still requires the consumption of 100,000 killing values. The Immortal Dao Secret Technique Celestial can also continue to be cultivated, again requiring the consumption of 100,000 killing values. The cheapest is the Thunder Blade Intent, cultivating it to 10 points also only requires 10,000 killing value. The Demon Slasher can also evolve to the 5th rank. It requires 10,000 kill values. Yi Tian analyzed the areas where he could progress. Although he still had more than 300,000 kill values, he would soon have very little left if he used them all to boost. However, the Taishu Dragon Abyss technique was something that had to be cultivated, otherwise, it would not be possible to subsequently continue to raise one's cultivation level. The Celestial Secret technique could be left uncultivated for the time being. After all, the frequency of its use was not much yet. Thunder Blade Intent and Demon Slaying Blade on the other hand could be cultivated. As a result, Yi Tian spent 120,000 kill values to upgrade these 3 aspects by a bit. With the cultivation of the Taishu Dragon Abyssal technique to the small completion realm, the Qi Whirlpool vortex within Yi Tian's body instantly increased in range by several circles, and his strength was also greatly increased. And the Thunder Blade Intent had also reached 10 points of perfection, only one step away from realizing the true meaning of Thunder Blade Intent. The Demon Slasher Blade had also successfully evolved to the 5th class level, and it also allowed Yi Tian to comprehend the 4th realm of intent, the Arc of Electricity realm. Chapter 072 Martial Soul Tower. A tantalizing reward. Over the course of the next month, the other freshmen were undergoing harsh special training, while Yi Tian was very laid back. However, he didn't relax himself, exchanging a 4th grade realm cultivation elixir from the system and combining it with the Taishu Dragon Abyssal technique. He raised his own cultivation to the peak of the 3rd stage of the 4th grade realm as well. For others, raising their cultivation is slower. However, Yi Tian was equipped with Immortal Dao technique, so as long as the pills were in place, his cultivation speed was still very fast. Soon, the 1-month special training for new students was almost over. During this time, Wang Fengyi exploded with amazing potential. He also seemed to feel a sense of crisis as he realized that the gap between him and Yi Tian was getting wider and wider. In this month, he surprisingly didn't cry out for pain and was desperate to train. Coupled with the guidance given to him by Yi Tian as well as the assistance of the pills, he had unexpectedly hardened his cultivation to break through to the 3rd grade realm. It was important to know that Wang Fengyi's physical talent wasn't that great, and if it wasn't for Yi Tian's Vajra Kung Fu that helped him improve his body, otherwise he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. It's mostly up to him. He's finally not one of the freshmen dragging his feet. And during this period, Chen Shiyan also came to Yi Tian's school to see him a few times from Phoenix Sky Women's Martial University. She was also undergoing special training for new students during this time, which was very hard, but she was very persistent and improved a lot. Obviously, Chen Shiyan also wanted to catch up with Yi Tian. Only, neither of them talked about what happened that time in the Chen family. Getting along like 2 friends. After finishing the special training for new students, the 3 mentors reconvened a meeting of all new students. Freshman special training was very tough and everyone stuck with it. With this kind of persistence, everyone should have gained in their own way as well, and some of the students have made very significant progress. Then next, it's the freshman test. Perhaps you all have learned the rules of the freshman test from some sources before. Now, I'll distribute to you all information about the freshman examination and the uses of the Marshall Soul Tower, so take a closer look. By the day after tomorrow, it will be the freshman test. The mentors handed out a handout and gave a brief explanation. The freshman students also started to talk about this freshman test. Freshman exams are mandatory for every WU. Moreover, everyone was very curious about the Marshall Soul Tower. It was rumored that the Marshall Soul Tower could transport the human consciousness into a certain virtual space and then conduct an examination. Moreover, the test of the Marshall Soul Tower was not a test in the pure sense of the word, but a pure test of a martial artist's fighting ability and talent. This kind of test was known as the test to detect true geniuses. Student Yi Tian, come with me for a moment. After the unified preaching, the head tutor suddenly found Yi Tian. Mr. Hong, what's the matter? Yi Tian was getting along well with the three tutors now, after all, his genius status was there. Student Yi Tian, what are your thoughts on this freshman examination? Instructor Hong smiled cheerfully and said, I don't have any ideas, just do my best. Yi Tian responded indifferently. All he had to do now was to silently improve himself and then find a chance to hunt the demons, and he would do whatever else he wanted. It's like this, on the school leader's side, it's because they want you to go all out and come up with a good score, and if you have the chance, they want you to break the record of the freshman examination. Tutor Hong, however, said with a serious face. Oh? Yi Tian, on the other hand, was very surprised. But he also understood the reason for it. The Border Martial Arts University itself was ranked at the bottom of the first-class martial arts universities, and in order to make a name for itself, a top student had to appear, preferably one that could blow the nation away. You should also know something about the Marshall Soul Tower. Regarding the examination of the Marshall Soul Tower, all those who enter the tower will have their chi and blood cultivation all compressed to the peak of the first-grade realm. Therefore, what the Marshall Soul Tower assesses is not some cultivation genius, but a true combat genius. A pure test of one's combat awareness, combat skills, and combat experience. The Marshall Soul Tower has a total of 7 layers, the difficulty is one layer is higher than the other. The first layer has 10 equal realms subsequently, requiring the test taker to fight 10 with 1, the second layer has 20, the third layer has 50, and the fourth layer has 100. There are 200 on the 5th floor, 500 on the 6th, and 1000 on the 7th. The average person can't even break through the first layer, and can only rely on the number of kills as well as time tactics to gain a ranking. Entering the second layer already belongs to the excellence level. Reaching the third layer can already be called the genius level. The fourth level belongs to the demon level. The fifth level can be called the true dragon level. The sixth layer can be called the epic level. The seventh level is the legendary level. So far, the record for the freshman examination is the true dragon level. But that was already a record from 30 years ago. The highest record in these recent years is the demon level. The school leader's side wants you to break through the true dragon level. As long as you can break through the true dragon level, the rewards that the school will give you will definitely be very rich, and will even be able to fulfill your customization requirements. Tutor Hong spoke with earnest words. Hearing these words, Yi Tian couldn't help but be stunned as well. At the same time, the system tone suddenly sounded. Ding! The host triggers the side quest, punch the clock to complete the Marshall Soul Tower examination. Completion of the 4th level of the Marshall Soul Tower examination, gaining 100,000 kill value. Completion of the 5th level of the Marshall Soul Tower examination, gaining 200,000 kill values and rewarding an immortal Dao martial art. Completion of the 6th level of the Marshall Soul Tower examination, gaining 500,000 killing values and rewarding an immortal Dao martial art, with an additional bonus of killing blade intent. Completion of the 7th floor of the Marshall Soul Tower examination, obtaining 1 million killing values and rewarding an immortal Dao martial art, with an additional reward of killing blade intent, in addition to obtaining a realm-breaking pill. Hearing the system sound, Yi Tian couldn't help but be ecstatic. I can't believe this is a good thing. Especially when he heard the final reward, Yi Tian was really going crazy. Killing value and immortal Dao martial arts, he was fine. I didn't realize that there was a reward for blade intent. He had now mastered the Thunder Blade intent, and even the enhancement of the blade intent for combat power did not suppress the 9 Heavenly Dipper strength in the slightest. And that one realm-breaking pill was even more heaven-defying. It could help Yi-Tian break through a large realm. And without the slightest side effect. That is to say, Yi-Tian could directly break through from the 3rd stage of the 4th grade realm to the 3rd stage of the 5th grade realm. There was not the slightest obstruction. This kind of elixir is not available in the real world. It only existed within Yi-Tian's system. And if he exchanged it within the system, Yi-Tian would need 5 million kill values. It's definitely a sky-high price. Good. Instructor Hong, I'll definitely work hard. Strive to break the record. Yi-Tian was instantly energized and incomparably excited. Good. Teacher expects you to break through the 5th layer. Tutor Hong encouraged as well. To him, Yi-Tian being able to break through the 5th layer was already remarkable. However, Yi-Tian's goal was the highest 7th floor. After all, that reward was too tempting. Chapter 073. The examination begins. Soon, 2 days passed. This was the day of the freshman assessment. All the major martial arts schools in the country have the same test day. This stemmed from the special nature of the Martial Soul Tower. The freshmen of the Border Martial Arts University also converged on the 6-star plaza in the center of Horsham City. This is the place in Horsham that specializes in grand events or ceremonies. And this time all the freshmen from the 6 martial arts universities in the entire city had converged here. This was because there was also a consciousness formation set up here that could lead to the Martial Soul Tower. There was only one true Martial Soul Tower, located within the legendary Martial God Hall. And consciousness arrays had been set up within the country's 36 major cities, allowing people to enter the Martial Soul Tower through the consciousness arrays. The opening time of the Martial Soul Tower was specific, at least half a year apart, so every time it was opened, it had to go through a harsh screening process. There's something mysterious about the Martial Soul Tower. It doesn't seem to be from this high martial world. It's kind of like something from a high civilization or a treasure from a higher level. In the past 2 days, Yi-Tian had also specialized in studying the origins of the Martial Soul Tower and felt more and more mysterious about this thing. After all, it is indeed extraordinary to be able to transmit consciousness. Look, that's a sister from Phoenix Sky Women's Martial Arts University. Wow, not bad looking. If you want a girlfriend, you still have to go to the Women's Martial Arts University. As long as you're strong enough, are you still afraid you won't find a girlfriend? That's true, I have to come up with a good ranking for this Martial Soul Tower examination. Ha ha ha, come on. Numerous students were talking about it. Meanwhile, on the highest stage of the 6-star square, several leaders of the city of Horsham are also listed. The Martial Soul Tower examination was also considered a big event, and there were quite a few citizens who came to watch, so the relevant security work had to be in place. After a brief leadership speech, the official Martial Soul Tower examination was opened. Students, we are about to activate the Martial Soul Tower's consciousness transmission formation. Each teleportation can teleport 100 people at once. The speed is fast. Once everyone has completed their assessment, they will return to their original position immediately. One could only see a total of 6 professional array masters standing at the 6 corners of the 6-star plaza before they began to activate some sort of mysterious array. Afterwards, the first group of people entered the consciousness transmission formation. However, in less than a few minutes, these people retreated one after another. Damn, this Martial Soul Tower examination is inevitably too difficult. The cultivation strength is all compressed to the 1st grade realm, and you have to face 10 opponents of the same level. How can this be played? Yeah, I barely took out 3 of them before I got killed. Can't beat it at all. I'm pretty good at fighting. I can take out at most 5. These martial arts students who exited were talking amongst themselves. Soon, it was the 2nd batch. 3rd installment. 4th installment. Finally, it was Yi-Tian's turn as well. He belongs to the 7th batch. Yi-Tian, along with the other 99 people, also entered the range of the consciousness transmission formation. Buzz off! With the activation of the consciousness formation, Yi-Tian felt a mysterious force sweeping around him. Then, his consciousness began to separate from his physical body. In the next instant, his consciousness appeared in front of a tall tower. The tower was 7 stories high, and each floor was incomparably wide. Yi-Tian directly entered the 1st level. Sure enough, it's the fleshly strength of the 1st grade realm. But it's good that I still have all my abilities. Yi-Tian felt his own situation. There was an inexplicable rule power within this high tower that was suppressing him, but the system within him was always there. After Yi Tian entered the first level, he saw 10 silhouettes on the opposite side. They were almost identical, their entire body was wrapped in black, and their strength was the same as Yi Tian's as well. When Yi Tian took out the demon-slaying blade, an identical blade would appear in their hands as well. Let me see how powerful this martial soul tower is. Yi Tian's eyes flashed as he directly killed over. In the meantime, on the outside, the instructors and students of the Border Martial Arts University were all observing Yi Tian. I also wonder how many floors our president can pass. Reaching the 4th layer is amazing, those of us who can't even pass the 1st layer. Yeah, it seems like the best you can do now is the 2nd level. Several tutors and even school leaders also attached great importance to this examination, and all of them came to the scene to pay attention. They all hoped that Yi Tian would achieve a good result. After all, Yi Tian was the current martial arts scholar. Even if he couldn't break the record, he should be able to suppress his class. This would also allow the Border Martial Arts University to make a name for itself. Kunlun, the most mysterious mountain range in the Dragon Kingdom region. In a certain section of the mountain hinterland, there was an ancient palace. This is where the Temple of Martial Arts is located. At this very moment, all of the top echelons of the Martial God Hall were gathered within the Martial God Hall's Martial Soul Hall. There was only one Martial Soul Tower in the Martial Soul Hall. At this moment, there were 36 array masters who were fully urging the operation of the Martial Soul Tower. How is the Martial Soul Tower assessment going? How many highest floors are there currently? Yi Ling was paying attention to this Martial Soul Tower examination even as the Martial God Temple's Hall Master. Enlighten Your Highness, the Martial Soul Tower examination is currently functioning normally, and the current result of the examination is that the highest person is no more than the 3rd floor. The Martial Soul Hall elder in charge of data recording responded respectfully. Yi Lingjung nodded and didn't say anything more. He knew that Yi Tian was also within the scope of this examination, and he was preparing to wait for Yi Tian's results. Although he was the head of the Martial God Temple, even Yi Lingjing knew very little about the Martial Soul Tower. The discovery of the Martial God's Temple back then was also just a coincidence. It seemed to be a treasure left behind by some ancient powerful clan. And then it was vigorously developed and then built into the temple of the god of Wushu. Yi Lingzhang was also only the 3rd generation of Hall Masters. He also only knew the purpose of the Martial Soul Tower, and was not clear about its true origin. Yi Tian faced 10 opponents exactly like him without the slightest bit of weakness. With his strong Taichu hegemony body, as well as various immortal Dao martial arts, he almost crushed his opponents at the 1st level. Bam! Yi Tian quickly ascended to the 2nd level. There are a total of 20 opponents of equal strength here. Come on! The moment Yi Tian struck out, those 20 opponents also struck out at the same time. Boom! 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 However, the moment they exchanged hands, Yi Tian was surprised to find that these opponents could also execute the Star River Divine Fist. It can even copy my martial arts? This Martial Soul Tower is really powerful. Yi Tian's heart was shocked. When he fought against his opponent on the 1st level, Yi Tian executed the Star River Divine Fist and the Tsung Dragon Finger and won easily. However, at this level, these 20 opponents had actually learned the Star River Divine Fist and Tsung Long Finger as well, which made it even harder for Yi Tian to win. However, it was good that Yi Tian had numerous undercards. Demon Slashing Blade Technique. With the Demon Slashing Blade, Yi Tian executed the Demon Slashing Blade Technique. The evolved Demon Slashing Blade Technique was already able to incorporate the 4 mysteries of Storm, Thunder Urgent, Raging Flame, as well as Arc of Electricity, and its power had become even more powerful. Moreover, the Demon Slashing Blade Technique already had a group attack effect, which was just enough to deal with 20 opponents. Soon, with the Demon Slashing Blade Technique, Yi Tian killed all 20 opponents. Enter the 3rd level. Chapter 070 for the 5th floor. On the 3rd level, there are a total of 50 opponents of equal strength here. Moreover, every one of them, like Yi Tian, held a weapon similar to the Demon Slasher. This Martial Soul Tower is really interesting, it can copy anything. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth lifted into a smile. At that point, 50 opponents attacked him at the same time. They could similarly execute the Demon Slashing Blade Technique with astonishing power. Wandering Fairy Steps. Yi Tian began to utilize the Perfection Body Technique, recklessly dodging the attacks of these opponents. At the same time, Yi Tian began to counterattack. Thunder Blade Intent. Yi Tian incorporated the blade intent gained from his comprehension into his own blade technique. In an instant, Yi Tian's blade technique became as swift as thunder and was full of killing. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. 3 slashes in a row, decapitating 3 opponents on the spot. With his thunder blade intent, Yi Tian began to kill in all directions. Kill all 50 opponents in just a few minutes. Yi Tian quickly ascended to the 4th floor. There are 100 opponents here. These opponents replicated all of Yi Tian's previous abilities. Moreover, they presented an encircling situation, directly killing towards Yi Tian. Faced with such a predicament, the average person would probably not last more than a few seconds. 9 heavy heavenly dipper strength. Right at this moment, Yi Tian began to explode with his full strength. His combat power jumped 9-fold. Na Kadu. One of the 4 major martial arts academies, the Green Dragon Martial Arts Academy, was located here. Qin Mingyue was accepted into the Green Dragon Martial Arts Academy as the top-ranked student. He was also conducting an examination within the Martial Soul Tower. It's the 4th layer. I must pass this layer. I want to take back the genius honor that belongs to me. I'm the most powerful genius in this class. Qin Mingyue's eyes were filled with wariness as she faced 100 opponents of the same rank. At this moment, he brought himself to the peak of his condition. Then he began his own killing. North Market. This is where the White Tiger Martial Arts Academy is located. Xiahou Longting was the current scout and then entered the White Tiger Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, he was also killing inside the Martial Soul Tower. I'll prove that I'm a true dragon-level genius of the Xiahou clan. Kill. 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 Xiahou Longting was like a brutal killing machine, blasting the opponents in front of him with all his might. Nanling. This year's 4th place finisher, Lin Haotian, was at the Vermilion Bird Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, his face was expressive, but he was only radiating endless coldness around him. The sword in his hand even contained a killing aura. I'm the first genius of the Lin family, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to enter the top 3 of the martial arts examination? Ha ha ha. The outside world says that my Lin family's sword is no longer sharp. Today, I will prove that my Lin family's sword is still invincible. Yi Tian was still struggling a bit to fight against 100 opponents who could simulate his punches, swords, and stances. But fortunately, these simulated opponents could not replicate his blade intent. After all, this thing called for perception and could not be perfectly replicated. Moreover, Yi Tian's secret method was something that they were unable to copy. Thumbs up. Yi Tian slashed out horizontally, instantly killing several silhouettes. This blade contained 9 times the power. Who could block it? Only, every time he exerted his 9 heavens Big Dipper strength, it was also a huge drain on Yi Tian. And Yi Tian's opponents were 100 in number, which was indeed not a small amount of pressure for him. Chop. 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 Yi Tian was like a tireless killing machine, and in the end, he killed 100 opponents, reaching the achievement of 1 against 100. This also meant that Yi Tian had passed the 4th level and was qualified to enter the 5th level. And according to the principal, Yi Tian had already reached the true dragon level test, which was considered to have tied the record of the freshman examination. Yi Tian immediately arrived at the 5th floor. As soon as he entered the 5th floor, he felt the aura of 200 opponents. And Yi Tian instantly frowned. The 200 opponents in front of him gave him a feeling of not only an increase in numbers, but also an invisible aura and oppression. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The 200 opponents instantly attacked Yi Tian. Their steps were light, perfectly replicating Yi Tian's stance, and they crisscrossed each other, obviously having a good coordinated battle technique. It seems that the difficulty of this 5th layer lies in the fact that they will wirelessly cooperate to produce a combined attack. Yi Tian's heart instantly realized. I'm afraid that this 5th level of combat is the most difficult. No wonder it is an insurmountable hurdle for the freshman examination. However, Yi Tian would not back down. The richer the rewards he received for each level of the test he passed. Come on. Fight to your heart's content. Yi Tian's hot blood began to surge within his body, bringing out his strongest side. The Temple of Martial Arts. Martial King. There are already at least 4 freshman trainees who have passed the 4th level. Someone reported back to Yi Lingzheng. Oh? Bring the students' information data, bring it over to me. Yi Lingzheng said with a twinkle in his eye. Soon, Yilingjun got the information of Yi Tian and the other four. Sure enough, it's still the four of them. However, all of them were able to break through the fourth layer, which is already very good. I wonder which one of them can break through the fifth floor and break the freshman record. Tiny, are you okay with this? Yiling was thinking silently in his heart. To be able to reach the fifth layer, one would already be considered a true dragon-level genius. In the past, within the same session, one reaching the fifth layer was already considered good. And this time, there were actually four of them at the same time. It could be said that the quality of the geniuses in this class was very high. And Yiling was feeling that this might have been brought about by his grandson, Yi Tian. Because of his unexpected rise, several other geniuses felt the pressure and exploded with amazing potential. That's what created four true dragon-level geniuses. Now, it was up to who could break through the fifth layer and reach epic genius. Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Yi Tian was attacked by 200 skillfully coordinated opponents, and his body also had more than a few wounds. While these injuries are not real, they are nonetheless noticeably painful. It had to be said that the Marshal's Soul Tower was very mysterious. Yi Tian almost fell into danger on several occasions, but fortunately, he relied on his powerful Thunder Blade intent and the instantaneous explosion of 9 times his strength to force back his opponents and cut down some of them. Right now, he had already decimated nearly 100 plus opponents. However, Yi Tian's consumption was also extremely great. Fighting power is also declining. He needs to rest and recover. However, the remaining 70 or so opponents also saw Yi Tian's weakness and didn't give him a moment to rest at all. They adopted the tactic of wheel warfare, continuously squeezing and consuming Yi Tian's remaining strength. They surrounded and did not kill me instead. At this rate, I'm bound to lose. There's no way out, use this one. Immortal Dao's secret technique, Celestial Man. In an instant, Yi Tian opened the Celestial Secret method. At this moment, Yi Tian entered the mode of Celestial Unity. He forgot his sense of exhaustion, and it was as if his entire essence had received an extreme sublimation and his potential had been stimulated. Chapter 075 Legendary Genius. The Celestial Secret Technique belonged to the Soul Secret Technique. It can make a person instantly enter an ethereal state, forgetting everything in heaven and earth. Yi Tian at this moment did not have any distractions, his heart was like still water, and his vision of things was presented in the most rational state. In front of him, it was as if the skillfully matched opponents were no longer so taciturn. After all, they were simulated opponents, and they fought as if they were programmed to fight with a slight stiffness. Yi Tian, who had entered the state of Celestial Unity, also seemed to have discovered these opponents' brokenness. Thunder Blade Intent. Chop. Yi Tian's eyes moved slightly with golden light, and in the next instant, he rushed out as if he was a cheetah, and the demon-slaying blade in his hand erupted with super-strong blade intent. Boom! 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 Every blade that fell seemed to vibrate with thunder. One by one, his opponents were chopped under Yi Tian's blade. Within a short period of 2 to 3 minutes, the remaining 70-plus opponents were also killed one by Yi Tian. Yi Tian also successfully passed the 5th level. He didn't rush into the 6th layer, instead, he rested sufficiently here before this entered the 6th layer. He knew there were 500 opponents on the 6th level. The 5th level was so hard, the 6th level must be even harder. The number 500 alone is frightening. After all, these weren't wooden men, but opponents who could replicate Yi Tian's abilities. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! 500 opponents came in like a tidal wave. The feeling of oppression was simply terrifying. The average person probably wouldn't last more than a few seconds and would be instantly beheaded on the spot. Yi Tian didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and instantly turned on Celestial Unity. His mental state was in an extremely tense state, his brain was running at a rapid pace, and those opponents around him were instantly outlined in a visualized image profile. Their every move was clearly visible in Yi Tian's mind, and even Yi Tian was able to predict their ensuing movements with preparation. Chop! 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 With his state of Celestial Unity, Yi Tian executed the demon-slashing blade technique that contained the Thunder Blade intent, plus the 9 heavenly deity power that erupted from time to time, and cut down an opponent. But more opponents also came in a frenzy. Yi Tian could only rely on his instinctive state to fight. The Temple of Martial Arts. Martial King. 3 of them failed to break through at the 5th level, and only 1 passed the 5th level and entered the 6th level. This is a record for the freshman examination. The head of the martial soul tower excitedly reported to Yi Lingzhan. Yi Lingzhan was also very excited, looking at the information for a long time. Goten. It's really Little Sky. He's really a one-in-a-million genius. Yi Ling was in a stirring mood. He knew that the higher the number of floors he was able to pass in the martial soul tower, the stronger his talent was. In particular, the freshman assessment period represented a martial artist's potential. He's actually been sifting through the geniuses. Previously, he still had concerns about whether or not to directly recruit Yi Tian into the martial god hall. Because of Yi Tian's relationship with him, he didn't believe in dropping the ball either. But now, Yi Tian had already displayed a strong enough talent. The new record for the freshman examination was set by Yi Tian. Even those few supreme geniuses from the martial god hall had only reached the true dragon level. It was also only after a few years that they had broken through the 6th level of the martial soul tower and even reached the 7th level. However, for so many years, no one had ever been able to break the 7th layer. Yi Lingzhan also wanted to see where Yi Tian's limits were. Qin Mingyue, Xiahou Longting, and Lin Haotian, a group of geniuses from the same class as Yi Tian, were also eliminated at this moment. The only one who entered the 6th floor was Yi Tian. But Yi Tian didn't realize at the moment that he had set an all-time record. He was now completely immersed in killing. At this moment, Yi Tian also felt a huge pressure. Even if he charged fiercely, he couldn't resist a sea of people. Yi Tian had just killed a few opponents and instantly twice as many opponents pressed up. He had only killed over 100 opponents before he was forced into a desperate situation. System, consume 100,000 kill values and raise the Thunder Blade intent for me. Right at this most critical moment, Yi Tian directly cried out in his heart. Ding! The host has consumed 100,000 kill values and has successfully raised the Thunder Blade intent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the true intent of the Thunder Blade intent. Gaining 10% of the true intent. As the system tone sounded, a flash of thunderous light flashed across Yi Tian's eyes. Boom! In an instant, Yi Tian chopped out a blade that seemed like a thunderous explosion, instantly chopping over a dozen opponents in front of him. The true meaning of Thunder Blade intent. This indicated that Yi Tian had already comprehended the essence of the Thunder Blade intent. And each slash contained the power of thunder. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The demon's slashing blade in Yi Tian's hand also seemed to become faster. Swift as lightning, vibrating like thunder. Yi Tian, who had erupted his Thunder Blade intent true intent, also began to counterattack in the midst of it. He was like a raging thunder monarch, wreaking havoc on the entire field. Combat power skyrockets. Yi Tian began to shock and kill the less than 400 remaining opponents with a devastating stance. City of Horsham. Outside 6-Star Plaza. Tutor Hong and the others waited anxiously. Yi Tian is actually still in the martial soul tower, he hasn't come out yet. The latest battle report, Yi Tian actually passed the 5th level and entered the 6th level. Ah? Yi Tian actually succeeded? Breaking the freshman examination record? Great, this time, our Border Martial Arts Academy will be completely famous. Yes, even the 4 major martial arts academies are no match for us. This Yi Tian really is an epic genius. Quickly, inform the principal and other leaders of this good news. Several instructors from the Frontier Martial Arts University were excited. However, they weren't happy enough when suddenly another shocking news came. Latest news. Student Yi Tian has passed the 6th level examination and has entered the 7th level. What? Entering the 7th layer. Wouldn't that mean? That's right, Yi Tian is unprecedented, entering the 7th level of examination at the freshman examination stage. He can be called a legendary genius. Our Border Martial Arts University has actually seen a legendary genius appear. My goodness! Ha ha ha, student Yi Tian will make the name of our Border Martial Arts University resound throughout the entire Dragon Country region. Several of the mentors were almost choking with excitement. They profoundly knew that Yi Tian's achievement this time would completely bring the Border Martial Arts University to a new height. The freshman assessment is a must for every martial arts student, and is the best and most intuitive method of talent selection. Those who were able to stand out in this examination were often the most outstanding geniuses. It could be said that Yi Tian could already step into the martial god hall with 1 foot and receive the highest quality cultivation. In the future, it would also be possible to become a 9th grade martial king. Moreover, Yi Tian's current performance could already be called a legendary genius, and his future achievements were immeasurable. Yi Tian has entered the 7th layer. Will he break the unprecedented record? Break through the 7th layer? That would never be possible. Even the most demonic geniuses of the martial god hall can't do that. Not even the world's first 9th grade martial king lord could do it. Yeah, that's a dream, just forget about it. Chapter 076 The Heavenly Tao is Only Me. Passage. 7th floor. Yi Tian had 1,000 powerful opponents in front of him. They were dressed in uniform black clothes, and each of them had sharp eyes that exuded a chilling killing intent. Even though all of them were peak 1st grade realm martial artists, they possessed a majestic aura when united. An invisible pressure instantly spread out and enveloped Yi Tian's heart. The mere sight of the blackened crowd was enough to make one give up resistance. Compared to the 500 opponents on the 6th level, these 1,000 opponents had a more terrifying momentum. This sense of oppression was not just an increase in numbers, but also an inexplicable spiritual pressure. Rumor has it that no one has broken through the 7th floor of the Martial Soul Tower so far. Let me see if I can break this record today. While facing such a powerful sense of oppression, Yi Tian appeared to have a strong will to fight. For the test of the Martial Soul Tower, the highest record in the freshman examination was the 5th floor. And over the years, some talented martial artists have been able to rush into the 7th layer after a few years of cultivation at the highest level. But no one has been able to pass the 7th floor so far. Even if a 9th grade martial king entered the Martial Soul Tower, he would be compressed to the 1st grade realm by the powerful force. It still depends on one's combat experience, combat awareness, and combat ability. Yi Tian was carrying a system, so naturally he was different from ordinary people. So, he's going to try to break that record. System. Consume 100,000 kill values to upgrade the Celestial Secret Technique to the 2nd realm. Before opening the Great Battle, Yi Tian however directly upgraded his Celestial Secret Technique. He had raised his Thunder Blade intent once before, leaving him with just over 100,000 kill value. Now, Yi Tian did not hesitate to consume the last 100,000 kill value. According to Yi Tian's current results, he had already passed the 6th level. When the examination was over, he would be able to obtain 500,000 killing values and would be able to obtain an additional Immortal Dao technique, as well as the Killing Blade intent. Even if he couldn't break through the 7th layer of the test, he wouldn't be at a loss. And if he broke through the 7th level of the test, he would even be able to obtain a realm-breaking pill. Yi Tian had already learned about the usefulness of the realm-breaking pill from the system, which could allow one to directly raise a large realm. For example, Yi Tian was currently in the 1st stage of the 4th grade realm and could be directly elevated to the 1st stage of the 5th grade realm. There was not the slightest obstruction. Of course, Yi Tian could also save it to take in the future, such as raising from the nth stage of the 5th grade realm to the 9th stage of the 6th grade realm. Even, Yi Tian could rise from a 9th grade martial king to an existence that surpassed a martial king. Therefore, the realm-breaking pill was a very heaven-defying elixir in this world. There is nothing else like it. Only the system could provide such an unbelievable elixir. Yi Tian wanted it very much. This is a rare elixir. Buzz. Right at the moment Yi Tian elevated the Celestial Secret Technique, it was as if Yi Tian's soul was violently shaken. The Celestial Secret Method belonged to the Soul Secret Method, and there were 3 realms in total, which also corresponded to the Minor Realm, the Major Realm, and the Perfect Realm. The Minor Accomplishment Realm is the unity of heaven and man, which allows one's essence to resonate and focus on reading all things and laws in the outside world and discovering brokenness. And the Realm of Great Fulfillment is the Heavenly Way only, which allows one to search for the laws of things in the Heavenly Way more deeply and calmly, and to be able to master and utilize these laws. The Perfection Realm enters the realm of the soul that is unrivaled in the world, and can control and utilize the rules of the Great Tao as it pleases. In short, the secret method of Celestials is to stimulate one's willful ability to observe things, analyze them, and apply the laws. When Yi Tian entered the 1st realm, he was able to discover the breakage of the opponents around him. And entering the 2nd realm, his mindset became clearer, and he could even run at high speed, instantly analyzing the situation on the field and making the most effective judgments and actions. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. In an instant, Yi Tian held the demon-slaying blade and slashed out a sharp blade chi, attacking and killing. The 1,000 opponents also did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation, all of them killed Yi Tian, their movements were swift, the hand means are endless, and cooperate with each other in a staggered order, combining tactics with quite tacit understanding. Moreover, they would even sacrifice a small portion as a way to lure Yi Tian into the game. However, Yi Tian opened the second level of the celestial secret technique and instantly saw through such a layout, not losing his judgment because of the killing. This put Yi Tian in the most favorable position in this battle of 1 against 1,000. At this moment, Yi Tian was as if he was a commander-in-chief on the battlefield, and every movement he made, every step he took, was carefully designed by him. His opponents were even more penetrated by him in general, all of their joint techniques and even strategic tactics were all seen through by Yi Tian. In every encounter, Yi Tian would obtain the greatest battle results at the smallest cost. With the Thunder Blade intent and the Nine Heavens Big Dipper strength, Yi Tian gradually nibbled away at these 1,000 opponents. 100. 200. 500. 800. As the number drastically decreased, Yi Tian also killed so much that his hands almost broke. These 1,000 opponents are not weaklings to be slaughtered, but opponents of equal strength to him. Therefore, Yi Tian was still a bit tired from killing. However, in the end, Yi Tian used his irreproducible Thunder Blade intent, 9 heavenly deity strength, and his strong celestial secret technique to kill all 1,000 opponents, as many as he could. He completed the 7th floor of the Martial Soul Tower. When Yi Tian broke through the 7th layer of the test, the Martial Soul Tower within the Martial God Hall instantly let out a roar. The entire Martial God Hall seemed to be shaken by it. Martial King! Someone has passed the 7th level of the Martial Soul Tower test. The person in charge reported excitedly. What? When Yi Lingzheng received this news, he was completely stunned. It had been 57 years since the discovery of the Martial Soul Tower and the establishment of the Martial Gods Hall. But no one has ever broken through the 7th layer. Yi Lingzheng also knew how difficult this 7th layer was. It has to be a super genius who blends combat experience, skill, and ability and condition to the extreme. This was enough to show how strong Yi Tian's combat talent was. According to the information we've gotten, it seems that the 7th floor of this Martial Soul Hall, as long as one passes the test, one will be able to obtain an inheritance. And this inheritance comes from outside the Blue Star domain. Yi Lingzheng instantly thought of another thing. When the Martial Soul Tower was discovered back then, it was fully developed, but the only way to know the origin of the entire Martial Soul Tower was to pass the 7th floor test. It was a pity that to this day, only Yi Tian had accomplished this feat. And based on the information analyzed earlier, this Martial Soul Tower seemed to be the disciple assessment place of a certain ancient sect, as well as the sect's inheritance place. And now, it was finally unlocked by Yi Tian. Little Tian, you really gave Grandpa another great surprise. Yi Lingzheng was inwardly surprised. At one time, Yi Tian wasn't looked upon favorably by him, but ever since the martial arts examination, Yi Tian had given him shock after shock. Yi Tian opened the inheritance treasury of the Martial Soul Tower. As long as it was utilized properly, perhaps it could help the Dragon Kingdom give birth to more powerful people in the future. The power of the Dragon Kingdom's martial artists had increased, so Yi Tian's credit was the greatest. That's a big feat. Chapter 077 System Reward. Martial Soul Tower Inheritance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the 7th level of the Martial Soul Tower test. Receive a reward of 1 million kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Dao Martial Arts, Void Storm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd Blade Intent, the Killing Blade Intent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Boundary Breaking Pill. Right at the moment Yi Tian passed the 7th level of the Martial Soul Tower test, the system's voice rang in his head. Success! Yi Tian took all the rewards. 1 million kill value was enough for him to squander in a short period of time. The Immortal Dao martial arts he was cultivating now were obviously of a much higher grade, so each consumption was extremely high, and 1 million kill value was not much to say the least. The Immortal Dao martial art Void Storm was clearly a higher tier martial art than the Star River Divine Fist, and each cultivation required the consumption of 100,000 kill values. Of course, the power of the Void Storm was naturally more powerful. Yi Tian immediately consumed 100,000 kill values and cultivated Void Storm to the introductory level. At the same time, Yi Tian's consciousness had also fused the 2nd type of Blade Intent, Killing Blade Intent. Yi Tian had also spent more than 100,000 killing values to raise the Killing Blade Intent to the level of True Intent. The 10% Killing Blade Intent and the 10% Thunder Blade Intent quickly fused together. Once he turned on both types of Blade Intent at the same time, his combat power would instantly soar, killing infinitely. Ah, great, I've gotten stronger again. Yi Tian felt his combat power grow by another notch. Buzz off. Just as Yi Tian was about to leave, suddenly the space on the 7th floor began to distort and vibrate. Boom! A transparent soul body appeared steeply in the void. Congratulations, you have successfully passed my Battle Sky Sect's trial examination and are qualified to become a disciple of my Battle Sky Sect. My Battle Sky Sect is a clan from the Middle Ages, and the clan is strong. But because of the sudden change in the blue star, the aura collapsed. My clan had no choice but to move the clan to another dimension. This Tower of Trials is the last thing my clan left behind on the blue star, and if it is destined to be, then you will be able to obtain the inheritance of my warrior Sky Clan. If one day, by virtue of my clan's inheritance, you cultivate all your accomplishments, you may follow my clan's trajectory and search for the path to the heavens and enter the dimensional passageway. My Battle Heavens sect is waiting for you in the Apocalypse continent. A piece of soul retention was presented in front of Yi Tian, narrating some basic information about the Battle Heavenly sect. Meanwhile, at the top of the 7th floor, a mechanism opened and a huge treasure chest fell from the sky. Inside was clearly the inheritance of the Battle Sky sect. If an ordinary person were to see this kind of inheritance, they would definitely have been thrilled already. But to Yi Tian, who was carrying a system, this kind of inheritance was just that. Battle Heaven sect? The Apocalypse continent? Yi Tian's focus was clearly not on the inheritance, but on the information within. From this piece of soul retention, he gained quite a bit of information. The first point was that there were definitely existences in this world that surpassed the 9th grade martial artists, and to be able to leave a shadow in one's soul, that was definitely a strong person above the 9th grade. According to the immortal cultivation system, it was at least a cultivator of the innate realm and above. The second point is that there are other realms or continents besides the blue star, and there are wider worlds out there. Yi Tian, who had gotten these news, looked even more excited. He's at blue star now, so to speak, and he's stress-free. He is invincible under the same level. It can even kill the enemy over the level. It's like a superstar abusing a fishbowl game. It's kind of fun at first, but as time goes on, naturally, it's not fun anymore. Therefore, Yi Tian was kinda looking forward to leaving the blue star and conquering higher and stronger dimensions. Now that he had gotten the news of the Battle Heavenly sect, he had a target. He wanted to summit the blue star as soon as possible, and then head to the Apocalypse continent to see more, wider, and broader worlds. Holding down his inner excitement, Yi Tian began to scrutinize the inheritance left behind by the Battle Heavenly sect. Although Yi Tian couldn't look at the so-called inheritance, but what if there was something good? Yi Tian opened the treasure chest, which contained a technique, a martial art, and some elixir resources, as well as a map. The technique was the core basic technique of the Battle Sky sect, the Battle Sky Skill Heart technique. The martial art was also the core martial art of the Battle Sky sect, the 9 turns Battle Spirit technique. Dan pills are the resources of elixirs that go along with feats and martial arts. As for the map, it was an indication map of the secret passage to the Apocalypse continent. System, this Gongfu and martial arts, what's the grade? It seems like they are also immortal cultivation, oh? Yi Tian looked at these 2 feats and martial arts for a while and then inquired. Garbage. The system's concise and powerful voice echoed in Yi Tian's mind. Sure enough. In the eyes of the immortal cultivation system, this kind of inheritance was garbage. However, Yi Tian was very clear that if he took it outside, this inheritance would definitely be sensational. Although he could not see this inheritance, Yi Tian still accepted it. In the future, it would be fine for him to act a bit against the odds, and everyone else would think that he had obtained some sort of inheritance to be so strong. A reasonable excuse and explanation was given to Yi Tian. Only after collecting all the inherited items did Yi Tian leave the Martial Soul Tower. And on the outside, all of the new student examiners, the official personnel of Horsham City, and the crowd of onlookers were all in a great state of shock. Yi Tian passed the 7th floor of the Martial Soul Tower with his own strength. This is unprecedented. That's a record. This is an achievement that surpasses the 4 major martial arts academies. It is also an honor for the city of Horsham. Student Yi Tian. He really did it. And it's more than we expected. Actually passed the final 7th floor. Student Yi Tian's talent is unexpectedly so strong. It's a miracle that he came to our border martial arts university. Tutor Hong and the rest of the tutors also looked shocked. And even a group of school leaders from the border martial arts university had arrived. The head of the group is Principal Tam Kin Sang Tam. Where's Mr. Yi Tian? Did he come out? Tan Jianqing asked with incomparable excitement. It should be soon. It's said that the 7th floor of the Martial Soul Tower has special rewards, so perhaps student Yi Tian is receiving them. Look, Yi Tian has come out. As the crowd's words fell, Yi Tian retreated from the Martial Soul Tower. Mr. Yi Tian. Tan Jianqing was the first to walk up and hold Yi Tian's hand tightly. Yi Tian had not only set his personal record, but also the record of the Border Martial Arts University. In the future, the name of this martial arts university would be on par with the 4 major martial arts academies. Starting today, the school will double your rewards and add others. Whatever you ask for, we will fulfill as much as we can. This time, you can bring great honor and pride to our school. Tan Jianqing said incomparably solemnly to Yi Tian. Thanks for cultivating the principle. Yi Tian also returned politely. Afterward, surrounded by many leaders, Yi Tian left the 6-star plaza. Chapter 078 Joining the Martial God Palace. Back to school. Principal Tan Jianqing held a grand commendation ceremony for Yi Tian. Because Yi Tian's freshman test had set a record, the school would also be rewarded with resources from the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom, and it would also be able to build up the school's reputation. Therefore Tan Jianqing had to give Yi Tian the highest honorable reward. The Border Martial Arts University had a total of more than 2,000 students and faculty members from freshman to senior year, all of whom witnessed this moment. Student Yi Tian, after the commendation ceremony, come with me for a moment. Right after Yi Tian accepted the commendation, he saw Principal Tan Jianqing say with a solemn expression. Half an hour later. Yi Tian then appeared inside Principal Tan Jianqing's office. Student Yi Tian, you have to get ready, the Martial God Palace is coming. As a martial artist, you should also know what place the Martial God Hall represents. That's the highest hall of martial artists. I think it's because your test scores have alarmed the bigwigs of the Martial God's Palace, and you might be admitted as a disciple of the Martial God's Palace on an exceptional basis. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you have to seize it. Tan Jianqing also flashed an excited smile. Oh. Good. Yi Tian's tone was flat. To others, joining the Martial God's Palace was definitely the highest honor. However, he knew very well that the Martial God Hall Master was his grandfather. There's nothing to show for it. What's more, he was carrying a system, and he didn't see the least bit of the resources of any Martial God's Palace. Seeing that Yi Tian didn't seem to be interested at all, Tan Jianqing still wanted to caution him. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. Immediately afterward, several people wearing silver and white robes walked in. They all had a big Wu written on their chests. Special Envoy of the Martial God Palace, Wu Zi. The leader of the group flashed a coat of arms. This kind of identity coat of arms is a special one and no one can impersonate it. Mr. Special Envoy, how are you? I am the president of Border Martial University, Tan Jianqing. This is, Tan Jianqing immediately eagerly went forward to climb up. This must be the legendary genius who has broken through the 7th floor of the Martial Soul Tower, student Yi Tian, right? Wu Ziyi looked to be in his early 30s, but his aura was very strong, and he seemed to have reached the 7th grade Zongshi realm. To be able to reach the 7th grade Zongshi at this age, it definitely belonged to the category of a genius, and his fighting strength was definitely not weak. As expected, the Martial God Palace had taken in first-rate geniuses. Just one envoy is a 7th grade sect master. Mr. Envoy, hello, I am Yi Tian. Yi Tian reached out his hand, not being humble. Fellow student Yi Tian, I now officially inform you that because of your excellent performance in the Martial Soul Tower examination, with the permission of the Palace Master of the Martial God Temple, you are hereby recruited as a reserve disciple of the Martial God Temple. You can have the temporary identity of a disciple of the Martial God Hall and can obtain some of the resources. Are you willing? Wu Ziyi said with a serious face. I'm willing. Yi Tian didn't even think about it. Although Yi Tian had little interest in the Martial God's Palace, joining the Martial God's Palace would not do him any harm. What's more, his grandfather was the Martial God Palace Master, and he became a disciple of the Martial God Palace. With such a layer of identity here, it would be a lot more convenient to go out and do things in the future. It was because the Martial God's Palace had an incomparably high status in the Dragon Country region. Even legions from all over the world, as well as the Demon Suppression Division, had to give their cooperation when they encountered disciples of the Martial God Hall. Just the words Martial God's Palace disciple already carried their own aura. Good. Now that you're a member of my martial god temple, this is a coat of arms that belongs uniquely to you. A person behind Wu Zi came over holding a jade box. Upon opening it up, inside was a coat of arms of identity. Then, it was handed over to Yi Tian. This identity crest is not just a representation of identity, it is also a communication tool for our martial god palace. As long as you bite your finger and drop a drop of blood, you can recognize the owner. According to Wu Zi, Yi Tian instantly bit his finger. A drop of blood scratched down. Buzz. The moment the blood fell on the identity crest, Yi Tian's consciousness seemed to have some sort of connection with the identity crest. This thing, it's kind of like the communication jade slip in the immortal cultivation world. Yi Tian suddenly thought. In the system, there seemed to be such a thing, only it was much more advanced than this identity crest. Alright, the recognition is complete. Now there's one more thing. His Highness wants to speak to you. After Wu Zi finished speaking, a person behind him took out a technological tablet. After opening it, an image immediately appeared. The image inside, dressed in a mighty and domineering costume, wearing a crown on his head, but also wearing a mask as black as ink on his face. This was the exclusive costume of the martial god temple's hall master. Both mysterious and majestic. Yi Tian thought to himself that if Grandpa went to cosplay, he should be able to get a high ranking. Comrade Yi Tian. First of all, I'm very happy that you've chosen to join the martial god's palace. For the rest of our conversation, everything is just a conversation, not a demand. You passed the test on the 7th floor of the martial soul tower, and there, you should have obtained some sort of inheritance. Now I ask you, are you willing to contribute this inheritance? If you're willing to contribute, then correspondingly, you can be rewarded by the martial god's palace with a corresponding merit badge. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you, you're still a disciple of my martial god palace. Yi Ling was speaking very officially at the end of the holographic video. Although he and Yi Tian were grandparents and grandsons, he would not show favoritism when it came to personnel recruitment. He would also not morally kidnap Yi Tian on the matter of whether or not he would hand over the inheritance of the martial soul tower. This is how Yi Lingzheng conducts himself. I'm willing. Yi Tian said decisively. The inheritance of the martial spirit hall was trash to Yi Tian, and he couldn't look at it. He knew that his grandfather must be carrying a lot of pressure in running the martial soul palace. Perhaps this legacy was a valuable asset to Grandpa. Why wouldn't Yi Tian be happy if he could help his grandfather relieve some of his burden? Hearing Yi Tian's unhesitating reply, Yi Lingzheng on the other end of the video was also slightly shaken. My good grandson, you didn't let Grandpa down. In Yi Lingzheng's opinion, this kind of behavior of Yi Tian was undoubtedly very great. A normal person who obtained a rare inheritance would definitely cultivate it secretly on their own. How would they be willing to take it out and share it? Yi Tian must have done this to help him. And by helping him, you're also helping the martial god's palace, which means you're helping the Dragon Kingdom, and even more so, you're helping humanity all over the world. Yi Lingzheng believed that with this inheritance, he could create more outstanding geniuses. Good. Comrade Yi Tian. Later on, you will hand over the obtained inheritance item to the envoy. As the martial god temple's hall master, I can now give you a promise to give you at least a first-class merit badge. The merit value reward is 100,000 points. If, after verification, the inheritance item you submitted is very valuable, it can be elevated to the level of extraordinary merit. The merit value will also reach 500,000. You can also directly become an official disciple of the martial god temple. Regardless of whether it was a merit value or a merit medal, it could stabilize Yi Tian's status in the martial god's palace. Chapter 079 4th Grade Realm 9th Stage. Hunting Season. After going through the freshman examination and joining the martial god's temple, Yi Tian officially stepped into the life of the martial university. In fact, the courses of Wudao University are also very boring. In the morning, there will usually be a professional high-grade martial arts instructor to teach and explain the cultivation issues, while in the afternoon, there will usually be parsing of the martial arts of Wudao martial arts and other issues. And most of the time, it was still necessary for martial arts students to silently work on their own cultivation. The mentor's teaching and impartation is only a supportive role. Most of the students immerse themselves in the practice room daily, constantly practicing internal martial arts and external martial arts diligently. Yi Tian was no exception. However, his cultivation was very simple. Just need help with the system. At the 4th grade realm, his combat power was comparable to the 6th grade realm, and as his cultivation increased, so did his combat power. The Taisu Long Yuan Gong itself contained an incomparably pure and refined internal true qi, and as Yi Tian spent more than 100,000 to exchange for the system's void transformation Dan, Yi Tian's cultivation level also doubled. The 4-pin realm of the second paragraph. 3 segments of the 4-pin realm. 4 segments of the 4-pin realm. In just 1 month's time, Yi Tian's cultivation then reached the peak of the 9th stage of the 4th grade realm. The reason why Yi Tian's cultivation speed was so fast was because the absorption ability of the Taishu Dragon Abyssal technique was too powerful. As long as there were enough cultivation resources, it could absorb infinitely without any side effects. That's the beauty of Sendo Shinkong. Nowadays, Yi Tian was filled with the endless qi of Taishu. These qi of Taishu was stored in the acupoints, meridians, bones and even blood around Yi Tian's body. Almost everywhere. A normal 4th grade realm martial artist produced internal qi in their body, but it would only exist in the dantian. But Yi Tian was different, he existed everywhere around him. When he was fighting, he could always mobilize the entirety of the Taishu qi around him. Moreover, the quality of the qi of Taishu was almost 100 times more powerful than that of a normal 4th grade realm martial artist. Once it breaks out, it can be very explosive. Therefore, Yi Tian's combat power could completely crush the 6th grade realm. There was even the possibility of challenging a 7th grade sect master. With the means of the immortal Dao martial arts in Yi Tian's hands, fighting some ordinary 7th grade sect masters was definitely possible. In the eyes of others, all under the sovereign are ants. That meant that it would be nearly impossible for a 7th grade or lower to attempt to challenge a 7th grade sovereign. Even some geniuses who fought beyond their level would find it hard to do so. However, to Yi Tian, it was a breeze. Even he could do it at the current stage of the 4th grade realm. Yi Tian's strength could not be speculated by cultivation at all. There's no rush to break through the 5th grade realm for the time being, it's better to go with the flow of the breakthrough. All I need now is to adapt to my current physical condition. I still have a realm breaking pill in my hand. When I encounter a crisis situation, I'll immediately use the realm breaking pill, and I can instantly reach the peak of the 5th grade realm. The combat power will also skyrocket. I still have almost 1 million kill values, plenty of resources. Ha ha ha. Yi Tian plans silently in his heart. Brother Sky. Brother Sky. Righteous Father. Righteous Father. I've finally broken through the 3rd grade realm. Yi Tian had just finished practicing when Wang Fengyi's voice came from outside the practice room. Yi Tian, as an outstanding seed, all had their own separate practice rooms. Yi Tian opened the door and saw that big, chubby, round face. Wang Fengyi looked at Yi Tian with an excited expression. He was a cultivation loser who followed Yi Tian, but even he was able to break through the 3rd grade realm in such a short period of time, mainly relying on the cultivation resources provided by Yi Tian. Although all of these cultivation resources were just Yi Tian's leftover edges, to Wang Fengyi, they were all treasures. Not bad, Fatty Wang, finally following up. Just in time, the school is organizing a magic cave hunting operation soon, and your self-protection ability has improved, so you don't have to heart it. Come. I will now pass on the powerful God Dao technique to you. Yi Tian patted Wang Fengyi's shoulder and said. Wang Fengyi was excited at first, and when Yi Tian told him that he had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the 4th grade realm, he instantly wilted. Righteous Father. Are you still a human being? In a month's time, you broke through 9 minor realms? I'm yet. Wang Fengyi had seen what a demon was. Under Yi Tian's teaching, Wang Fengyi had finally grasped the essentials of the vigorous God Dao technique. Time is quickly approaching November. This month is sparse for other schools. But for the Frontier Martial Arts University, it's hunting season. Each year, November and May are hunting seasons at Frontier Martial Arts University. All students and faculty of the school will enter the magic cave for the hunt. On the one hand, it was to hone the students' abilities and experience in fighting demons. On the other hand, it was to relieve the pressure on the Magic Cave Border Guard Corps. Near the city of Horsham, there is a medium-sized demon cave that is unusually active, with frequent outbreaks of war and the occasional terrifying army of demons. Therefore, is it not true that the border regiment guarding this place will also take the initiative to launch an attack to exterminate the number of devils? Even so, the medium-sized Devil's Cave was under a lot of pressure. And in the Dragon Kingdom area, there were 3 other large demon caves. That was the truly terrifying place. Each large demonic cave had 2 or 3 9th-grade martial kings sitting in it. This day, all the students of the entire school are assembled. From freshman to senior year, a total of more than 2,000 Wushu students all stood in the school's playground. Principal Tan Jiansheng opened the mobilization speech on the stage. Students, it's that time of year again, November hunting season, and this time we'll be heading into Medium Devil's Cave number 6 for another hunt. This year, we have over 400 more freshmen, and this is your first time entering the medium-sized Devil's Cave. The Devil's Cave is different from the martial arts examination. The devils in it are more sinister and cunning, more ferocious and brutal, and there will be more of them. Therefore, you have to be more careful, more courageous, know how to protect yourselves better, and learn to work as a team. This hunting operation will be led by myself. There will be a total of 3 8th grade grandmasters, 7 7th grade masters leading the team, and there will also be dozens of 6th grade realm cultivators. Now, all aboard the exclusive train to the Frontier Corps Camp. With the completion of Tan Jiansheng's mobilization speech, more than 2,000 Wushu students logged into an exclusive train one after another. Boom! Rumble! An hour or so later, the exclusive train entered the garrison camp of the 6th Army Corps. There are more than 200,000 soldiers here in total. None of the warriors within the Legion were martial artists, they were all ordinary people who fought the demons with hot weapons. When the WU students entered the Legion camp, more than 200,000 soldiers lined the sides and saluted. In their view, martial arts students entering the Devil's Cave to hunt devils was, in a sense, also reducing the casualties of them, the soldiers. This is their way of showing their respect for WU students. This is the meaning of a martial artist's existence. Yeah, fighting for humanity. The hunt for demons never ends. Many people felt the countless gazes, and their hearts turned over, realizing the responsibility and burden of being a martial artist. Chapter 080 Medium-Sized Devil's Cave number 6. Legionnaire Hua. Tan Jiansheng was the first to meet with Hua Jianfeng, the head of the 6th Legion. Hua Jianfeng, country face, a scar on the left side of his face. As an 8th grade Grand Master, he had an extraordinary aura and a very heavy fury. Principal Tan, long time no see. Hua Jianfeng made a polite remark. How's the situation in Demon Cave 6 these days? Tan Jiansheng inquired. It's not optimistic. In the last 6 months, 9 large-scale battles broke out, and over 40,000 of our legionnaires were killed or injured. If it wasn't for the last large-scale conscription, I'm afraid the numbers would have dropped quite a bit. Hua Jianfeng looked worried. In that case, that time, our goal is to slaughter at least 100,000 demons. Tan Jiansheng surged with a sense of bravado. Good. Thank you, Principal Tan, for your full support. So, tonight, same old thing? Right. The usual. After a brief talk, more than 2,000 Wushu students were placed into major camps. These tents are all individual tents, customized specifically for martial arts students. Yi Tian and the others would have to rest and recuperate here for a day before entering Medium Devil Cave number 6 the next day. In the Legion, there's this unwritten rule that every time you go on an expedition, you have to perform a pre-battle ritual. This ritual is simple: eat meat and drink wine. Sheep and cattle were slaughtered and eaten and practiced within the Legion. And after some eating and drinking, there was a pre-war sacrifice. To the north of the Legion camp was a barren hill. And this desolate hill is also a mound of dry bones. Hanging from the branches of some of the dead trees above was a hanging tag, each with a name on it. The names were all of a dead warrior, or martial artist. Every year, countless people die in battle because of the demons. The number of dead martial artists was also large. The Border Martial Arts University also suffered many student casualties during the annual hunting season. It's something no one can avoid. Even with the protection of an 8th grade Grandmaster, all sorts of unforeseen circumstances would still occur. Before entering the Devil's Den, all students sign a life agreement. That's what everyone knows. But no one flinches. Because everyone knows that demons are the archenemy of all humans. Even if one chooses the path of a martial artist and enjoys the provision of society's resources, then one is prepared to pay with one's life. Especially the students of the Frontier Martial Arts University. Entering this school makes that more clear. These are the martyrs who died of the demons. They died defending their homes, and they deserve to be honored. Now we too will embark on their journey. I hope that one day, the demons can be completely eliminated. Looking at the densely packed hangings in front of them, the more than 2,000 martial arts students looked solemn, and seemed to feel endless sadness as well. And feeling the bravery of the martyrs who went to their deaths, everyone's will to fight seemed to be galvanized. This is the most effective pre-war mobilization. Day 2. Early in the morning. All the martial arts students were in high spirits. Fellow students, in 30 minutes, we are about to depart for the entrance to Medium Devil's Cave number 6. But now, we have one more thing to do, and that is to form our Martial Vanguard Squad. The so-called Martial Vanguard Squad is a group of our school's best people who are chosen to serve as the Vanguard Squad, always charging to the front. Next, students reporting names step to the front. With the words of Principal Tan Jianshang just falling, many students felt the heat. The Pioneer Squad is also an incentive and recognition for martial arts students, proving that they are the best bunch in the school. And their contribution will be the greatest. The results obtained from the demon hunting operations during the hunting season would also be included in the examination of the Dragon Tiger ranking. For example, Yi Tian, after the freshman examination, he was now ranked first in the freshman Tiger ranking. And after this hunting season's demon hunt, it would determine whether he could hold on to the number 1 spot on the Tiger ranking, and it would also determine whether he was qualified to enter the Dragon ranking. The greater the number of demons hunted, the greater Yi Tian's chances of entering the Dragon ranking. And once you enter the Dragon ranking, the more fame and resources you get. Therefore, each student has a lot of personal factors involved in addition to family and national feelings. Big 5, Xiao Qingho. Senior, Natural Wang. Big 5, Yan Zidong. Senior, Hao Mingyu. As each name was read out, these heavenly talents of the Border Martial Arts University were displayed. Basically, these students are seniors who have been practicing for 3 or 4 years. Their cultivation levels had all reached at least the 6th grade realm. It could be said that they were also considered a group of geniuses, with a chance to break through the 7th grade sect master in the future. It's hard, but at least it's more than average. Freshman year, Yi Tian. And as Yi Tian's name was read out, everyone couldn't help but let out a gasp. After all, Yi Tian's cultivation level was still only a section of the 4th grade realm in plain sight, and had not been tested again after that. But now, Principal Tan Jiansheng had actually reported Yi Tian's name. This also proved that Yi Tian was recognized by the school's senior management. After all, Yi Tian was a legend-level genius who had passed the 7th level of the Martial Soul Tower examination. Surprisingly, even Yi Tian has entered the Vanguard Squad. Yeah, isn't Yi Tian a super genius? Shouldn't he be under key protection? Although the Vanguard Squad is honorable, it's also the most dangerous. Rushing at the front, if you encounter a terrifying demon general, it'll be dangerous. What do you know, geniuses are the ones that need to be honed more. It's not true that Yi Tian is a super genius, but if he's overprotected, it'll only cause him to lose his ability to fight. The school is treating everyone the same, and if they do well, they will get more opportunities to perform. We shouldn't judge ourselves here, we should work hard on our own cultivation. Many people began to talk. Yi Tian, on the other hand, naturally walked out of the group and entered the Vanguard Squad's group. In the end, the Pioneer Squad totaled 52. These 52 people, except for Yi Tian, were all 6th grade realm martial artists. It was considered the best group of people from the Frontier Martial Arts University. Student Yi Tian, I heard that you passed the 7th floor of the Martial Soul Tower. It's really amazing. Yeah, so you're particularly good at fighting. However, hunting demons isn't breaking into the Martial Soul Tower. Every time it's a life and death battle. The Demon Cave's demons are different from the kind in the Martial Arts University exam. Those captive demons have long since lost their fighting ability. The Demon Cave's demons fight more brutally. Just follow us and learn from the experience first. You're an excellent seed, we'll protect you. When Yi Tian entered the Vanguard Squad, several voices of concern came from the surroundings. These were all his seniors, and one by one, their cultivation strength was also very strong. Thank you, seniors, I shouldn't be dragging you all down. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. In terms of combat power, I'm afraid he's tougher than all the seniors here. Moreover, hunting demons was something that made Yi Tian get excited in his bones. That means a big kill value is beckoning him. How could he hide behind a large group? Chapter 081, Entering the Devil's Cave. After a brief introduction and acquaintance, Yi Tian also had a brief understanding of the 52 seniors. These 52 were all seniors of the 6th grade realm. The most powerful of these are to be found in 3 of them. The first is graduating 5th year senior Zhou Zhanghao. He was the president of the Martial Arts Student Association, which amounted to one of the best of the current student body. It was called the first person to be a martial arts student at the Frontier Martial Arts University. In other words, his combat power was considered to be ranked first among the current border martial arts university. The current number 1 on the dragon list is him. The second one is Senior, Natural Wang. He was also considered a genius-type martial artist, growing very fast, and in just his senior year, he had already caught up with many of his senior 5 seniors. The second position in the dragon list is currently his. The third was Senior Su Tungyen. He was a persevering martial artist who practiced hard for more than 18 hours a day, day and night. Currently third on the dragon list. The small frontier squad also rightfully had Zhou Zhanghao as their captain's choice. Alright. Vanguard squad is formed. Now, let's head to the entrance of Devil's Cave number 6. With the final remarks of President Tan Kian-sang. More than 2,000 students left the camp in an orderly fashion. On the border, on the hillside of a small mountain river, a small force of soldiers was stationed here as well. They were stationed in a halo that glowed with a golden color. And this halo of light was the teleportation light door to the Devil's Cave. Under the arrangement of Principal Tan Jiansheng, all the martial arts students entered the teleportation light door in order. With his footsteps stepping into the teleportation light door, Yi Tianxia arrived at another space in an instant. The upper part of the space was dark and appeared to be very gloomy, and not far away there seemed to be a continuous mountain range, like a prostrate beast. And right where Yi Tian and the others entered through the teleportation light gate, there were also continuous campsites. This was the Dragon Kingdom's garrison stationed within the Devil's Cave. There were garrisons both inside and outside, like 2 lines of defense, guarding the safety of the Dragon Kingdom. There were as many as 99 Devil's Caves like this, both large and small, in the Dragon Kingdom area. And now Yi Tian also understood the difference between the so-called large magic caves, medium magic caves, and small magic caves. The only difference is a matter of geographic breadth. Generally speaking, a small magic cave was an area battlefield that was roughly only a few hundred kilometers in width, and the entire area of the cave was only tens of thousands, or at most hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Medium-sized magic caves, on the other hand, could reach tens of thousands of kilometers in width, and the area of the magic caves was equivalent to 10 million square kilometers, or an area the size of 1 to 3 dragon kingdoms. In contrast, the width of the large magic caves reached at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and the area of the magic caves exceeded billions of square kilometers, which was comparable to an entire blue star, or even the blue star was even more gigantic. These large and small demonic caves connect to the legendary demon realm. That is, the dimensional world where the demon people are located. After a brief rest at the guards' camp inside the Devil's Cave, all martial arts students were divided into 21 squads. Other than the vanguard squad that Yi Tian was in, the remaining almost 100 martial arts students were in one team. Each squad was made up of high-grade seniors leading low-grade juniors and freshmen, with a 7th grade or higher mentor to guard them. Students, each of you now has your own formation. Remember, this is not the great examination of martial arts, but the real Devil's Cave, and you are about to face the most ferocious devils. After leaving the camp, there is the endless dark abyss, with ferocious demons everywhere, and even powerful high-ranking demon generals. Our instructors can't completely guarantee your safety either. So everything still depends on yourselves. Rely on your own fighting prowess and your teamwork. Especially freshmen, you'll learn fighting skills and experience from your seniors. Now then, the vanguard squads will go first, followed by the remaining 20 squads each. With the completion of the final speech by President Tan Jiansheng, the vanguard squad that Yi Tian was in then rushed out of the camp. 52 figure looked very thin in this dark world. Although medium-sized Devil's Cave number 6 had a small geographical range, it was comparable to the size of a multi-dragon country, and the terrain was incomparably complex. Everyone do your best to keep up. The interior of the Devil's Cave is dark, but the devils all have special visual abilities and are able to spot us from a great distance, so we need to conceal ourselves at all times. Also, if we encounter a powerful demonic elite onslaught and any of us get separated, return to the camp in time and don't go to the edge of the demonic cave. Because this is the Devil's Cave and a spatial passageway, the farthest edge of the area is an unstable space. Spatial cracks can appear at any time. If you fall into it, then you will surely die. Zhou Zhanghao, as the temporary leader of the vanguard squad, also began to command the dispatch. Each of the 52 martial arts students had their own duties. Some were responsible for perimeter patrols, some for advance reconnaissance, and some for backup guarding. Student Yi Tian, you are a new student, but I heard that your body skills are very good, so you should follow Yang Dong and carry out advance reconnaissance. You don't need to be in charge of fighting. Once you find any traces of devils, just report back instantly. Zhou Zhanghao found Yi Tian and said. Good. Yi Tian accepted immediately. It's a task for which he's ideally suited. As soon as a demon's sighting is detected, of course it's straight out of the gate and done. Soon, a student named Yang Dong walked up to Yi Tian's classmates. He was dressed in black and was streamlined, which could greatly increase his movement speed. Student Yi Tian, can you keep up? Yang Dong's cultivation was at the second stage of the 6th grade realm. Although he was not considered the strongest in the 6th grade realm, speed was his advantage. Only to see him take the lead and pull away. Yi Tian did not hesitate to execute the perfect body technique, swimming immortal steps. Phew! In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian caught up with his opponent's pace. Not bad, yo, student Yi Tian. Your stance speed is surprisingly so fast. No wonder you were able to pass the 7th floor of the Martial Soul Tower. The stance is still very helpful for us to hunt demons. Even if we can't beat them, we can still escape. Oh yeah, hunting demons will also count towards our results. On one hand, it can be included in the dragon ranking results as battle results. On the other hand, the loot from the kills can be used to exchange for resources. Yang Dong and Yi Tian swept forward while explaining some details to Yi Tian. Yi Tian also knew that every hunting season was also an examination of the students. Slaying an ordinary demon was also cutting the back scales, while slaying a demon of the 4th order or higher would allow you to dig out its brain core. It's a bit brutal, but these are meant to count for grades. Moreover, once they fell into the hands of the demons, the humans would only be worse off. Some would be directly eaten in portions, some would also be cut up and made into delicacies, and some would also be captive to the demons and become food. Yi Tian nodded in understanding. The two kept weaving through the mountains and forests. Finally, after traveling more than 100 miles, a stream of demons was spotted. Attention, there's a small squad of demons up ahead. Not sure if there's a large unit nearby. Mr. Yi Tian, let's go back and report on the reconnaissance first. Chapter 082. You're surrounded. However, before Yang Dong could finish his words, he only saw a silhouette already rushing out. It was clearly Yi Tian's figure. Student Yi Tian. Yang Dong exclaimed, but realized that he could no longer stop Yi Tian at all. Although the stream of devils in front of them were all just low-ranked devils, not even a single 4th-ranked devil, belonging to the kind of devils that were the most scattered. But who knows, there are no more powerful demons nearby. No one in general would take the risk. And Yi Tian was like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb. Indeed. Yi Tian's great sword was already hungry and thirsty. Although the kill value of low-ranked demons was very little, mosquito meat was still meat even if it was small. Yi Tian wouldn't let go. In an instant, Yi Tian rushed over, decapitating over 100 low-ranked demons in their downfall. He also instantly gained over 1,000 kill points. It's very little, but it's better than nothing. Student Yi Tian, you were too impulsive just now. In case there are still more powerful devils hiding around, Yang Dong saw that Yi Tian had destroyed this small group of devils by himself, and then he chased after them. Okay, I know, Senior Yang Dong. Yi Tian grinned. Anyway, the kill value was there, so what the hell about the rest? The two then continued their investigation. For every area they scouted, they had to report to the Pioneer Squad through their communication devices. Only, during this period, every time Yi Tian encountered a small group of scattered devils, all of them were unified and directly decapitated, and there was no report at all. Yang Dong, on the other hand, looked somewhat helpless, unable to persuade Yi Tian every time. Fellow student Yi Tian, you seem to have an extremely strong hatred with the demons. You can't even be stopped. Yang Dong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That's for sure, the demon race is the enemy of all of us. Yi Tian said in a serious manner. Yi Tian casually flubbed a few sentences, and Yang Dong had nothing to say. As the pace deepened, it also gradually entered the center of the Devil's Cave. Ahead is the famous Death Valley, where several great battles have taken place, and both we humans and devils have been killed and injured. Large groups of demons often appear there as well, and there will even be elite demons. Be careful. Yang Dong deliberately urged a few words. He was afraid that Yi Tian would be impulsive again. Encountering a small group of low-ranking devils was fine, but in case they encountered a large army of elite devils, it would be dangerous. Death Valley was like a huge basin, sunken beneath the earth. The whole basin was overgrown with weeds, the earth was as black as ink, and the gloomy light made it look even more eerie. Cold winds rustle. All is silent. There's a creepy eeriness to it. There seems to be no movement, perhaps there are no demons here. Yang Dong took out his special binoculars and looked into the distance. Senior Yang Dong, you stay here and observe. I will go to the front to explore. If there is any movement, then you can make a decision. Yi Tian suddenly said. Student Yi Tian, the Death Valley is very dangerous. The area is open. Once you are discovered by the devils, you are about to be pursued as well. Yang Dong was a little anxious. It's okay, I have my own way of dealing with it. Yi Tian grinned and rushed out directly after saying that. In the meantime, on the fringes of Death Valley, hidden away is an elite squad of demons. There were more than 70 Fourth Order devils, more than 20 Fifth Order devils, and 7 or 8 Sixth Order devils, as well as a peak Sixth Order Junior Devil General. Such a force was already a very powerful one in the entire Sixth Devil's Cave. Unless a human 9th grade martial king led a team to kill them, it would be possible to eliminate them all. Lord Khans, the 2 humans in front of us have separated, and one of them is approaching us. When do we strike? Kill the human in front of you, then capture the one behind you? Or should we not rush and wait for those human martial artists' squads to approach? We'll kill them all in one go? The eyes of several Sixth Order demons revealed bloodthirsty excitement. They were called here in response to the hunting season of the Border Martial Arts University. It could be said that the humans were hunting them, and the Demon People clan was also trying to find ways to hunt the humans. The leader of the primary demon general, Kanjas, was a demon with a height of 2 meters 3 and a body covered in red scaled armor. He held a demon blade with a ferocious aura. Humans are very cunning. These 2 are considered the elites among the young humans. Based on the bait we laid along the way, we lured them all the way here, so of course we can't let them go now. And this time, they also went out on a large scale. There must be young human elites behind them. But those elites are bound to have human powerhouses behind them. It's almost impossible for us to kill all of them. Therefore, these 2 humans must all be killed. Xander, take 5 of your subordinates and go to the back to outflank the one behind you. We'll go ahead and tease that stupid human pig. With a command from Kanjas, a 6th Order demon with 5 Fifth Order demons dived into the darkness. The remaining demons, on the other hand, continued to wait for Yi Tian's approach. Until Yi Tian appeared within their attackable range. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A demonic figure all rushed out, instantly surrounding Yi Tian. There were a full 100 demons, and all of them were high-level demons. Such a formation is simply too scary. Diminutive human, you are surrounded by us. You are about to become a meal in my mouth. What else do you have to say about this? Kanjas strutted out, a constant stream of taunts escaping his lips. His favorite thing was to look at the human martial artists' fearful appearance, and then he would brutally kill them and eat them. Human bodies that harbor the emotion of fear seem to be more delicious. However, he did not see any fear from Yi Tian's body. On the contrary, the corners of Yi Tian's mouth rose slightly, and he seemed to be a bit excited yet. Human, you're surrounded and you're still laughing? Kanjas was very puzzled. How it felt, as if they were surrounded. Yang Dong, who was in the distance, had already seen the image of Yi Tian being surrounded by more than 100 devils through his special binoculars. Oops. There really are demonic elites here. What to do? What to do? Yang Dong was immediately anxious. He didn't dare to rescue Yi Tian by himself. This was because he had already seen that the demons that surrounded Yi Tian were all powerful, high-ranking demons. So, he immediately sent a message asking for help to Zhou Zhenghao's large army. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, 3 bursts of sound resounded around Yang Dong. This is exactly the kind of cautionary trap he set up around the perimeter. Now that he heard the explosion, he knew that his position had been exposed and that there were probably already demons approaching him. Not good. Run! Yang Dong was instantly anxious in his heart. He couldn't care less about Yi Tian and could only run away first. The moment he escaped, 6 demonic figures appeared and hurriedly chased after him. Human, still trying to run. You won't be able to run away. The 6th-ranked demon in the lead exuded a terrifying smile. Yang Dong was instantly emboldened. Chapter 083 Stepping on a Star. Chapter 084 Greatly Shocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a peak 6th Order demon. Gaining 150,000 points of kill value. The system beep suddenly sounded, and Yi Tian slowly took a deep breath. Although he had won this battle quite beautifully, a great victory, the exertion in it was really not small. In order to chase down this peak 6th ranked junior demon general, he decisively gave up his pursuit of some of the other demon human minions. In this battle, Yi Tian had killed a total of 23 4th order demons, 7 5th order demons, and 2 6th order demons, which even included a primary demon general at the peak of the 6th order. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't receive a special reward for beheading this peak 6th ranked primary demon general, merely some more kill value, which was somewhat of a waste of some of his expectations. However, overall, Yi Tian's harvest was still quite considerable, and the kill value saw another wave of significant growth. Phew! Just as Yi Tian was methodically cleaning up the battlefield and carefully collecting the loot, a figure sped in like lightning. Yi Tian! The visitor instantly stopped his body and looked at Yi Tian with a face full of surprise. This person was none other than Tan Jiansheng, the president of the Border Martial Arts University. Tan Jiansheng himself possessed the cultivation of an 8th grade grandmaster, and even though he was old and his fighting strength was not as good as in his prime, his own strength was still not to be underestimated, and at least guarding the safety of his students was still more than enough. Previously, when Yang Dong was being chased by several demons, he had set up cautionary traps with his ingenuity, which allowed him to barely escape the pursuit, but he was also almost severely injured. It's a good thing that Tan Jiansheng arrived in time to save him. Under Yang Dong's guidance, Tan Jiansheng learned that Yi Tian was surrounded by demons. The moment Tan Jiansheng heard this news, cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Nowadays, Yi Tian was undoubtedly the gold standard of the Border Martial Arts University, a legend-level genius who was able to break through the 7th floor of the Martial Soul Tower alone. If Yi Tian were to unfortunately fall in this hunting season, it would undoubtedly be the greatest loss for the Border Martial Arts University. So he immediately hoofed it. However, when he arrived at this place, the scene in front of him shocked him greatly. He only saw Yi Tian leisurely collecting corpses there, skillfully digging out the brain cores of a high-level demon. "Student Yi Tian, did you kill all these devils?" Tan Jiansheng scanned the surroundings, and all that met his eyes were the corpses of high-ranked devils, among which there was no lack of 2 6th-ranked devils' corpses, and even a peak 6th-ranked devil's corpse. As a veteran martial artist who had dealt with demons for years, Tan Jiansheng was very clear about how powerful demons were. Normally, the fighting strength of a demon of the same rank was stronger than that of a human martial artist, and 3 or 4 human martial artists of the same rank joining forces would not necessarily be able to kill a demon of the same rank. Unless it was some exceptionally gifted and talented combat martial artist, it was possible to defeat a demon of the same rank by virtue of one's own strength. And Yi Tian? He was only at the cultivation level of the 4th grade realm, yet he had directly crossed 2 great realms and decimated a 6th order demon. And he wasn't fighting one-on-one, but one against many. It's practically a demonic nemesis. His fighting prowess is also too terrifying. No wonder he was able to get through the Martial Soul Tower. This was definitely a super demonic genius. We've got to rush for backup. According to fellow student Yang Dong, the demonic elites in front of us are very powerful, and it is estimated that there are still peak 6th order demons. It certainly won't work with Principal Tan alone. Everyone pick up the pace. Otherwise student Yi Tian might be in danger. Just as Tan Jiansheng marveled at Yi Tian's formidable abilities, the large force that followed was rapidly following suit. Zhou Zhenghao led the vanguard squad with the injured Yang Dong and rushed towards where Yi Tian was. In their opinion, Yi Tian was besieged by the demonic elites, and must be in dire straits. The members of the pioneer squad were all elites of the school, and although they were usually in competition with each other, they could not help but feel sorry for each other at this time. However, when they arrived at the Valley of Death, the sight before them shocked them to the core. One could only see Yi Tian and Tan Jiansheng talking leisurely, while at their feet were the corpses of a high-ranking demon. What's going on here? Yang Dong, didn't you say that Yi Tian was killed by a demon? Yeah, Yi Tian fought so many high-level demons alone, and not only did he remain unharmed, he even killed so many of them back. Look, there's still the corpse of a 6th order demon there. My God! None of the 51 geniuses from the Frontier Martial University present were shocked by the scene before them. The more talented one was, the clearer they were about the power gap between martial artists. Even those few geniuses of the 6th grade realm in the team knew deep down that if they were in their place, they simply wouldn't be able to survive in that situation, and there was a high probability that they would be directly swallowed up by the demonic elites. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Zhenghao, Wang Tianran, or Yan Zidong, they all thought that they couldn't do what Yi Tian did. At this moment, the hearts of Zhou Zhenghao and the other group of senior geniuses were as if they had set off monstrous waves. In their original perception, even though Yi Tian was a legendary genius, he still needed at least some time to catch up with them. But now it seemed that Yi Tian had not only caught up with them, but had even far surpassed them. In comparison, Yi Genius was that most shining star of genius. Student Yi Tian, the captaincy of this vanguard squad, why don't you still be the one to? Zhou Zhenghao walked to Yi Tian and said with an awkward face. The border martial university had always honored the strongest, and Yi Tian's strength had already surpassed many of the top geniuses, so it was only right for him to assume the position of leader. However, Yi Tian immediately interrupted, No, I'm just a freshman, it's more appropriate for you, senior, to take the position. I still prefer to be a scout, I'm very passionate about this job of scouting. Yi Tian rubbed his hands together excitedly as he spoke. When the people present saw this, the corners of their mouths all twitched slightly. That's not like scouting, it's like hunting demons, isn't it? While other people would be terrified at the sight of a demon, this guy Yi Tian was so excited. It's almost like a different kind of devil. Well, everything is still as it was arranged. However, student Yi Tian, in the future, you can't be too impulsive, you can't be so risky when you encounter the demon elite, okay? Principal Tan Jianqing came over and said. This time, Yi Tian's performance once again refreshed his perception of Yi Tian. This also made him cherish his talent even more, not wanting Yi Tian to be hurt because of certain details. But at the same time, he also understands the truth that geniuses can't grow up in a greenhouse, they have to go through the storm. Therefore, what decision Yi Tian made, he can only manage to persuade and admonish. Everything still had to be decided by Yi Tian. Chapter 085 5th Grade Realm. One blade flying immortal. The other end of the Devil's Cave battlefield. In this place, the demonic aura was monstrous, the entire space was filled with endless demonic aura, which was the aura from the demonic domain. The devils will be much stronger here. This place belongs to the home ground of the demon people. And once they left this place, the fighting strength of the demon people would be weakened by several %. Even so, the demon race was still quite a bit more powerful than the humans. And right now, inside the base camp of the demon people, there were the highest 5 commanders here, which were 4 intermediate magic generals, as well as 1 high-level magic general. Senior Demon General Pandos was an 8th Order Demon General with terrifying battle power. There were at least 3 or more 8th grade Grandmasters who could barely fight him. Even a 9th grade Martial King would have a hard time killing him. The remaining 4 intermediate Demon Generals were all 7th Order demons, and their fighting strength was also terrifying. Under them, there were also many demonic elites, as well as an army of nearly 1 million demons. The 5 commanders gathered together, their faces somewhat grave. Is it confirmed that Kanjas is dead? Pandos was nearly 3 meters tall, his sturdy body was clad in a black battle armor, filled with a strong sense of power, his eyes were scarlet, exuding a faint sense of ferocity. Yes, Lord Pandos, some of Kanjas's men escaped back, they all witnessed this, they were decapitated by a young human, that young human doesn't look very old, but his fighting strength is surprisingly fierce. A mid-level demon general stepped forward and said. There were strict grades in the demon people, and the only way to be cultivated by the demon people was to reach the 4th rank. And once they reached the peak of the 6th rank, they would be given the title of Junior Demon General. Such Junior Demon Generals are focused on cultivation. Once one breaks through the 7th rank, one can obtain the title of Intermediate Demon General, as well as greater rights, and more resources. And now, a primary demon general at the peak of the 6th order had been killed by a human. This was also equivalent to a genius within the clan being killed for the demon people clan, which was a huge loss. That's what got the attention of the 5 commanders. Such an otherworldly genius has appeared among humans? One man killed so many of my sacred race's elite? Even Kanjas was killed by him? Humph. This son must not be retained. The anger in Commander Pando's eyes seemed to be about to spurt out. An elite squad of devils was no small force, and now that they had been exterminated, their force of devils had been weakened. Lord Pandos. A communication signal from King Gaius. Suddenly, a mid-level demon general trembled. In an instant, all 5 commanders were in awe. Immediately, Pandos took out an ebony ball of light. After he injected his power, the ebony ball of light instantly flickered with light. Inside presented an indifferent and morose face, with 3 pitch-black lines on each side of the left and right faces, emanating a faintly domineering color. Greetings, King Gaius. The 5 commanders-in-chief knelt in unison, respectfully. This Gaius king came from the demon domain and belonged to a true 9th order demon king with terrifyingly monstrous strength. Pandos at your service. My Sacred Race Council has decided to advance the star expansion plan. Within half a year, it will simultaneously unleash the spatial array patterns and completely pressurize our clan's army, bound to occupy this star in a short period of time. Now your task is to consume as much as possible of the living forces of those so-called humans. It's not just your space battlefield either. My Sacred Race has ordered a total of 78 space battlefields to enter the advanced program of the star expansion plan. You shall destroy all the enemies of the space battlefield you are in, at all costs. Even if the jade and stone are burned, it's not worth it. Sacrifice for the sake of the holy race, are you willing? The cold, three-striped face in the light energy magic ball said indifferently. It was as if, in his eyes, these 8th Order demon generals as well as 7th Order demon generals were just cannon fodder that could be sacrificed at any time. However, upon hearing King Gaius' order, the eyes of the 5 commanders actually shone with fervor. By the will of King Gaius. The 5 commanders chanted in unison. The reason why the demon race was able to rise in all realms was that on one hand, the demon race's population size as well as their powerful physical bodies, and on the other hand, they had a fanatical sense of war. In order to expand the territory of the demon people, they would rather sacrifice themselves. They are not afraid of war, they are not afraid of death, they are afraid of not having the opportunity to fight. For them, it was a good death to die fighting for their pack. Pandos and the others had been coming to this space battlefield for over a decade as well, always maintaining an equilibrium with the humans. And now, the demon region's side had finally made up its mind to completely get rid of the current equilibrium. It made them incredibly excited. This signaled that they could go crazy for a fight. Yi Tian's side. They didn't realize the crazy plans that had been set in motion there at the demon's main camp. They are still following the rules set by the school for hunting season. Only, Yi Tian did not encounter any more elite troops of devils, there were only some scattered groups of low-ranked devils. After he killed some of them, there wasn't much interest left. But it was in these days of constant honing and hunting that made Yi Tian sense something. On the 11th day of conducting the hunting season, Yi Tian made a smooth breakthrough. He had broken through from the 9th stage of the 4th grade realm to the 5th grade realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 5th grade realm. The host is hereby rewarded with the Immortal Dao secret technique, One Blade Flying Immortal. As Yi Tian's breakthrough occurred, his blood value also took on a wildly surging stance. It came to 3,200 in a flash. This chi and blood value was already equivalent to the early 6th grade realm. It could be said that Yi Tian's basic battle power could rival the 6th grade realm. Afterwards, Yi Tian began to study the Immortal Dao secret method of One/Flying Immortal. This is a secret Immortal Dao attack technique. Once cast, there is no turning back. One blade flies through the immortals and never falls to dust. Yi Tian's eyes lit up. This was a terrifying Immortal Dao secret art. As long as the cultivator had a knife in his hand, whether it was a flying knife, a short knife, a long knife, or any other kind of knife, it could be cast through the Immortal Dao secret art. A knife shot can explode 5 times the speed of sound. Instant kill. Even a 9th grade martial king couldn't go faster than 5 times the speed of sound. Even a 9th order demon king couldn't go faster than 5 times the speed of sound. It could be said that the flying immortal belonged to a very strong attacking secret art, and unless others had a special means of preserving their lives, they would not be able to resist this slash at all. The only downside was that a flying fairy did not consume or damage itself much. According to the notes on it, if Yi Tian cast it once, he might get very sick and not be able to fight for at least 10 days. Moreover, the power of a blade flying immortal was based on one's cultivation and essence. The stronger one's cultivation and the more one's essence, the more power one would naturally unleash. Great, this is kind of an undercurrent. Although it costs too much to cast it once, it's enough to face a life and death crisis. Yi Tian was still joyful in his heart. Thus, without hesitation, he consumed 500,000 kill values and cultivated One/Flying Immortal. This was worthy of being the Immortal Dao's special secret method of attack, and the first time he practiced it, he actually had to consume 500,000 killing values. Thanks to Yi Tian earning a lot of kill value lately, or else it would have been quite a meaty pain. Chapter 086. Willing to Die. 19th day of hunting season. These days, Yi Tian didn't have much to gain, and the devils he encountered were all low-level devils. Right now Yi Tian was not interested in these demons at all. It's only 2 days until the end of hunting season. He simply stopped hunting these low-ranked demons as well, leaving the opportunity to the other students. Because Yi Tian felt tasteless. In the past few days, he had also secretly observed Wang Fengyi's performance. This fat man was very active nowadays, cultivating the Herculean god Dao skill. He didn't embody too much power in terms of combat strength, but his own defense was incomparably hard. He had also shown a notable record in several demon hunts. Only, he was still a long way from becoming Yi Tian's meat shield. This day, Yi Tian and Yang Dong arrived at the center of the entire spatial battlefield. Ahead of them was a large, endless plain. This is the famous plains of Salavi. 9 Armageddons have broken out here before. The demons had deployed 2 million demon soldiers to try to break through our defenses. And our 6th Army Corps has invested 500,000 troops, plus 20,000 martial artists, which is how we've been able to crush the enemy over and over again. Look, the entire plains of Salavi are almost devastated, all left over from the Great War. Countless of our ancestors have spilled their blood here. There were 97 7th grade patriarchs who fell here, and there were even 16 8th grade great patriarchs. Yang Dong looked at the large plain in front of him and suddenly felt something. Yi Tian nodded. The world seems to be very peaceful, but it is always on the verge of being very dangerous. Without the power of martial artists and legions, it would only be difficult to fend off the threat of the demons. Now that the demons have been contained for the time being, it doesn't address the root cause of the problem. The world needs a super martial artist to save the world. Yi Tian felt the sense of mission on his body a little stronger. Let's go, there aren't usually any demons around here. After staying here for a while, Yang Dong suggested leaving. However, the two had just taken a step when they suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong. Only on the other side of the Salavi plain, there seemed to be endless rolling black smoke approaching. What is that thing? Yang Dong frowned. Then he took out his special binoculars and began to observe. That seems to be an army of demons. Even Yi Tian could not help but look grave. Because at this moment, the system was also constantly warning him that a large number of demons were about to enter the attack range. And there were strong people present in this large group of demons. Oops. How could an army of demons appear? And the number seems to be over several 100,000. Isn't this the size of the demon population only for Armageddon? According to the rules, it's only right that there won't be a large-scale demon army during the hunting season every year. Yang Dong's face suddenly changed drastically. Hurry up! We're going to inform the large troop. Yi Tian also reacted immediately. He also sensed danger. This army of devils was clearly not an ordinary low-ranked devils. It was likely that there were demon generals of the 7th order or higher. Even Yi Tian could not guarantee that he would be able to survive the hundreds of thousands of demonic hordes. What's more, there were demon generals of the 7th rank and above. Yi Tian. Yang Dong. You will return to your ranks at once. Vanguard squad lead the other squads and retreat immediately. Withdraw from Devil's Cave 6. Just as Yi Tian and Yang Dong made their moves, Tan Jiansheng came in a hurry. After Yi Tian had shown his strong battle power, Tan Jiansheng had actually been silently guarding their back, fearing that Yi Tian would have some kind of accident. And Tan Jiansheng also saw the terrifying army of demons and showed up at the first opportunity. All martial arts students were the seeds of hope for humanity and naturally had to be protected. Yi Tian and Yang Dong quickly left without hesitation. Right after the two left, Tan made contact immediately. On the one hand, he contacted all the lead mentors to come this time. They were about to act as a backstop for the border martial university students to hold back the encroaching demonic hordes. On the other hand, he also contacted the defenders stationed in the Devil's Cave, hoping that Hua Jianfeng and the 6th Legion would step in to contain this attack by the Devil's army. Soon, 4 mentor-level figures came to Tan Jiansheng's side. These 4 were all at the level of a 7th grade sect master. As for the other tutors who were below the 7th grade sect masters, Tan Jiansheng didn't allow them to come. Because he knew that even if they came they would be getting killed. Might as well let them lead the students of Border Martial Arts University to escape. Mr. Tao Jian, Mr. Yuan Tang, Mr. Zhang Guli, and Mr. Zhang Zhicheng. As you can see, the demon army is about to attack. In 5 minutes at the most, we can charge across the entire Salawi plain. In a few hours at most, it will sweep through the entire Magic Cave battlefield. And what we have to do now is to try to hold back the demon army and try to delay those students as a way to escape the demon cave battlefield. But, if the demon army is pouring out this time, there will likely be 7th ranked demon generals and even terrifying 8th ranked demons. We, most likely, will fall here. But we have to, because behind us are our seeds of hope. They must not die. Of course, if any of the four of you, with hearts bound, don't want to be sacrificed here, I can understand that, and you can leave right now. Tan Jianqing said sharply at once. We. Willing to die. At this critical moment, the four 7th grade sovereign mentors were exceptionally resolute, without the slightest hesitation. Very well. Worthy of being the sole tutor of my border martial university. Then let us meet the battle. Let's see just how powerful the demon army is this time. Even if we fall, we will still be heroic souls who died in battle. Tan Jianqing yelled. A few minutes later, the demon army rushed across the plains of Salavi. Tan Jianqing led the four tutors and instantly killed the demon army, beginning a brutal fight. Demons below the 4th rank couldn't stop them from killing. Mutant demons below the 6th rank could only barely withstand it. However, just as the 5 of them were killing to their heart's content, suddenly several huge figures appeared, emitting monstrous demonic auras from their bodies. This is the aura of a 7th-ranked demon general. It seems like there are still 8th-ranked demon generals. Could it be that the 6th demon cave is pouring out? In an instant, Tan Jianqing and the others felt their scalps tingle. There are some awesome human bugs here. Kill them first. Ha, it's been a long time since I killed a human bug. With a laugh, the Pando's demon general commander brought 4 7th-ranked demon generals over to kill. Boom! 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 Tan Jianqing and a few others were immediately in a desperate situation. The few of them, at most, could suppress 1 to 2 7th-ranked demon generals, while there were 4 7th-ranked demon generals here, and there was also an 8th-ranked senior demon general. How's that gonna hold up? Chapter 087 The Inheritance of the Frontier Martial Arts University. Pandos laughed out loud and exhibited a pair of black wings behind his body, which were more than 10 meters long. Hoo-hoo! In an instant, he spread his wings and arrived in front of Tan Jianqing and the others. The eerie demonic aura was instantly released. It smiled playfully and pointed in the air, "Kill him." To it, abusing a human powerhouse like Tan Jianqing seemed interesting. The other 4 7th-order demon generals instantly killed. The first demon general, holding a sharp blade similar to a black lance, took a step into the air and stabbed straight at Tan Jianqing. The second demon general, holding a pair of large steel hammers in both hands, was like a tank as he killed towards the other few 7th-grade tutors. The third demon general, with a figure like a phantom, suddenly disappeared, and by the time it reappeared, it had already arrived behind Tan Jianqing, and with its sharp claws, it directly grasped at Tan Jianqing. The last demon general, standing in the distance, synthesized his hands into a triangle and opened his mouth to spit out demonic sounds, one after another, like a magic spell, rippled out, and everything around him was swallowed up by the demonic aura. This kind of demonic chi could simulate the environment of the demonic domain and enhance one's own fighting strength, while at the same time, it could weaken human fighting strength. Each of the 4 demonic generals has a special ability and extraordinary combat power. Not to mention that there was also Pandos, an 8th-order flying demon general, in attendance. The situation of Tam Kin Sang and others is very critical. But at this moment, they couldn't retreat. Behind them was a group of students. Swear to die. Tan Jianqing's whitewashed clothes hunted, but his eyes were unmistakable. Boom! He shot out like a cannonball, dodging the 3rd demon general's attack. Boom! Both hands violently pushed forward, striking out a lingering palm force. Harmonizing empty palms. This is an earth-level martial art. As an 8th-grade grandmaster, he slapped out his palm with a muddy source of palm energy, instantly knocking back the first demon general in front of him. Tan Jianqing still had the power to fight against a 7th-order demon general. But a few other mentors weren't so lucky. Although they also had the battle power of a 7th-ranked sect master, they were facing a 7th-ranked demon general. In front of their peers, their combat power was already inferior to that of a 7th-ranked demon general, not to mention the shroud of demonic aura around them. Form a battle formation. Don't fight alone. Tan Jianqing immediately roared. In an instant, the 4 tutors, Tao Jian, Yuan Tang, Zhang Guli, and Zhang Jiqing, immediately united together to fend off the 2nd demon general's attack. At this moment, although they were in a desperate situation, they had faith in their hearts. And they had the idea of holding up until the 6th Corps supported them. As long as the 6th Legion arrived, they had a real chance of surviving. Humph. Human mongrels, still quite tenacious? Just then, Pandos grunted coldly. In an instant, he lifted his wings. A monstrous demonic aura instantly coalesced as the gigantic demonic claw clenched. Boom! A huge ball of demonic energy instantly shot out. Tan Jianqing and the others instantly sweated. Yi Tian sighed. He and Yang Dong had already joined up with the vanguard squad. Behind them, a great battle had erupted, with violent energy fluctuations capable of rushing straight to one's eardrums. I also wonder if the principal and the others can withstand the onslaught of the demon army. It's useless for us to worry about that now. This battlefield is out of our hands now. Evacuate quickly, it's what we can do without dragging our feet. Under Zhou Zhenghao's command, the vanguard squad began to retreat. Soon, the vanguard squad and all the student squads converged as well, heading towards the garrison camp. After 3 hours of hasty traveling, the group of students that Yi Tian was in came across the large force of the garrison. Commander Luing Yuan briefly touched base with Zhou Zhenghao and the others. Students of the Frontier Martial Arts University, you should hurry and retreat, you are our hope, you must survive. Chief Commander Hua has also led his army into the Devil's Cave, only that the number of people transmitted through the teleportation light gate is limited each time, so it will take some time. We're going to support Principal Tan and the others right now. After saying that, Luing Yuan led his garrison to the place of the great battle. Watching the large troop depart, all the martial arts students, including Yi Tian, had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. This is a large force, the vast majority of which are ordinary people. Armed with hot weapons, they engaged the demons. There are some chances of winning, though. But this time, we encountered a super-sized army of demons. It can be described as a 9 deaths. Everyone says that martial artists are the hope of mankind. But now, they, martial artists, actually had to hide behind ordinary people. As a result, everyone's heart feels bad. But, there was nothing they could do about it. Because they are so weak. Let's go. The battlefield now, we can't sway it. When we're strong enough to reach the 7th grade sovereign, or even the 8th grade grand sovereign, or the 9th grade martial king, we'll be qualified to stay and fight. Zhou Zhenghao stepped forward to stabilize the crowd. Rumble. However, they were just getting ready to leave. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion where the garrison was located. Dead and wounded. Ha ha ha. The weak human who hunted my sacred race's people is here. Kill them all. A monstrous demonic aura exploded steeply. A 7th-ranked demon general rose up with a rampant laugh. Along with him, there was also an elite force of devils, all of them of the 4th-ranked devils to the 6th-ranked devils. The garrison also began to counterattack, striking out with all kinds of hot weapons. It was possible to kill and injure some of the demons, but they were also quickly killed by the powerful demon clan. Thousands of garrison troops were in a situation of almost certain death in front of nearly 100 mutant demon elites. Oops. How did this demonic general come after us? Demon generals appearing? In that case, Principal Tan and the others. Not good. Run away quickly. It's important to escape. Seeing this scene, the students of Border Martial University also panicked. Even for a genius like Zhou Zhenghao, he had almost no chance of winning against a 7th-order demon general. Everyone retreat first to the garrison camp. I'll take the rear. Zhou Zhenghao was the first to step forward and greeted the 7th-ranked demon general. His behavior, like that of Tam Kin Sang, was obviously inspired by his predecessor. I'm staying too. The second student, Yan Zidong, also stepped forward. And me. The third is Natural Wang. It was followed by a single voice. These are some of the best students at Frontier WU. They are all true sons of God. There is a chance that there is hope to break through the 7th or even the 8th grade in the future. But at this moment, at the time of life and death, they chose to stay and fight for the other weaker schoolmates to survive. This, then, is the legacy of the Border Martial Arts University. I'm staying too. Yi Tian took a deep breath and said. He had many means of preserving his life, so he was naturally not afraid. Moreover, he hadn't killed a 7th-ranked demon general yet. He wanted to try it. Senior Yi Tian, you've only enrolled in school, and you have excellent talent, you shouldn't stay. Zhou Zhenghao was about to persuade Yi Tian to leave together. Chapter 088. Can you run away? Boom! Just then, there was a loud bang. That 7th-ranked demon general had already killed into the student ranks, instantly abusing several students of the 3rd and 4th rank realms. Dang! Dang! This demon general held 2 huge steel hammers, and with a single smash of the hammer, he could kill a person in anger. He laughed wildly with abandon, seeming to enjoy the pleasure immensely. This demonic general was none other than the hammer demon general Sarek. The situation is critical. Zhou Zhenghao and the others were too late to persuade Yi Tian and could only join the battlefield, trying to block this demonic general so as to give the other students a chance and time to escape. Song Yun sword technique. Zhou Zhenghao offered his side sword, a modern longsword that emitted a morose white light. Thumbs up. The sword is like a rainbow, a little pale. Zhou Zhenghao's sword technique was very subtle and strong at the same time, pointing straight at the throat area of the hammer demon general Sarek. Finally a decent ant, but ants are ants after all. Sarek also saw Zhou Zhenghao, but he still smiled in disbelief. Knock. The hammer swung, directly destroying Zhou Zhenghao's attack. A force of 10. This is the crushing of absolute power. Natural blade technique. 8 demon stick technique. Demon surrender chop. Immediately following them were Wang Tianran, Yan Zidong, and Hao Mingyu and a host of other top geniuses from the Frontier Martial Arts University. Wang Tianran was also good at knife skills, a hand of knife skills was natural, there was a feeling of everyone in knife skills, sharp and incomparable. Yan Zidong's stick method was ferocious and overbearing, a stick going down was like chiseling a mountain and cracking rocks, exploding very much. Hao Mingyu wielded a special hook and sickle blade, and his methods were also very strong. They were all strong among geniuses as well, and their fighting prowess was ferocious. The power that erupted from the joint effort, even a 7th-ranked demon general wouldn't dare to underestimate it. Sarek hammers away and forces Wang Natural back to his feet. However, Yan Zidong's stick smashed straight down. Sarek wasn't the least bit impressed and went straight for the hard body. Dang! 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 In an instant, a dozen or so sticks fell, accompanied by an explosion of air, and even Sarek's 7th-ranked demonic body felt vaguely painful. Just then, Hao Mingyu swept up behind him and ripped a hook, instantly hooking his throat area. The throat area is also one of the weaknesses of the demon people. The hooked Sarek also finally felt a hint of threat. At that moment, his body trembled violently, and the demonic blood in his body stirred, instantly erupting with a force that sent the hook flying out. Damn human bugs! How dare you hurt me? Kill! 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 The resistance of the crowd also completely enraged Sarek. It was like an enraged lion that had entered its rage form and killed indiscriminately. Even if a dozen or so 6th-grade realm geniuses joined forces, they would not be able to stop it from killing. Oops. This guy is too strong. Our fighting strength is enough to battle a 7th-ranked sect master, but it's no match for a 7th-ranked demon general. It hurts. I can't hold it much longer. Retreat now. Zhou Zhenghao and the others were more or less damaged after a fierce battle, but this 7th-ranked demon general was only injured by some skin. Luckily, their efforts had paid off somewhat, as the large force of students had scattered and fled away from being killed by the entirety of the demon people. Just as they were about to lose their support, a silhouette killed them. Demon slashing blade technique. Yi Tian joined the battle with the demon slaying sword in hand. The powerful blade was palpitating. The terrifying power attacked and killed. Get out! Sarek didn't care about Yi Tian, and with a random hammer, he tried to strike Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian took a step on the star and dodged the opponent's attack. She rushes to the stars. Yi Tian's right hand condensed his fist and violently struck out. This was the ultimate killing move of the Star River Divine Fist. Phew! This punch was like a comet cutting through the sky. It went straight up into the sky. Knock! Terror lands a jab that lands directly on Sarek's waist. A sharp sensation of pain caused Sarek to retch, and his entire body actually took a few steps backwards, curling up even more. I can't believe you. There was a flash of surprise in Sarek's eyes. In his eyes, there was no way this group of human mole crickets could harm him. As a result, I didn't expect him to be knocked back by a punch from an inconspicuous human. In the eyes of Zhou Zhenghao and the others, they were even more filled with shock and incomprehension. In their eyes, Yi Tian was only in the 4th-grade realm. Even if they were more talented, they couldn't possibly match them. However, united, they were unable to contain Sarek, a 7th-ranked demon general. However, Yi Tian was able to repel his opponent with a single punch. This sense of falling short is too much. And at this moment, Yi Tian's heart fluctuated a bit. He was aware of the power of his punch. His punch was an all-out strike, containing all of his power. I didn't expect to actually just barely knock Sarek back a few steps. It seemed that in order to truly defeat Sarek, one would have to bring out their full strength. A sword to cut through the demons. Yi Tian didn't hesitate for a second and rode the wave of victory. The demon slashing blade in his hand slashed down. This blade contained storm, thunder urgent, furious flame, electric arc, air burst, frost and air burst intent, and it even incorporated killing blade intent as well as thunder blade intent. This slash was extremely fast and powerful. Sarek didn't have time to react at all, and directly raised the huge hammer in his hand to parry. When? Finally, he resisted Yi Tian's slash. Phew! However, Yi Tian once again raised the demon slasher. Second fall. 9 heavy heavenly deity power. This blade was even more powerful. Sarek is still trying to fend off his hammer. Boom! However, when Yi Tian's blade fell, a crack appeared in his hammer. His palms were even more unable to withstand the tremendous force. 2 hammers weighing 1,000 pounds landed with a thud. Phew! And at that moment, Yi Tian's third blade arrived instantly. The Void. Storm. Accompanied by Yi Tian's angry shout. This blade contained a superb martial art blasted out. The space in front of him seemed to have been torn apart, creating the slightest crack. The blade instantly reached Sarek's face. He actually felt a hint of a death crisis. Holy Ancestor Guardian. Sarek let out a hoarse roar. A faint layer of blood-colored radiance instantly enveloped his surroundings. This was a special ability of the demon people, which could counteract a fatal injury at a critical moment. Thumbs up. Yi Tian's blade fell as if it was blocked by an invisible layer of resistance. Snort. A scarlet red waved across the void. However, Sarek escaped to a few dozen meters away by using the short gap to cast Demon Blood Escape. Hoo. Fortunately. This what human is so strong. His aura doesn't seem strong. Sarek's heart palpitated, thankful that he had dodged a bullet. Can you run away? A knife-flying fairy. Behind Sarek, however, came a deathly declaration. Phew! In an instant, a flash of white light. In the next second, a blackened blade penetrated Sarek's neck. The body is separated. Chapter 089 Shock. Great reward. Chopped? Yi Tian decapitated that 7th-ranked demon general? How did this happen? Is that a flying dagger technique? Or is it a power outburst? Isn't that an ability only possessed by a 7th grade clan master level powerhouse? How is this possible? Yi Tian he is truly a god. All of the Border Martial University's Celestial Pride present looked at Yi Tian as if they were looking at a god. Yi Tian had surprisingly cut down the 7th-ranked demon general tens of meters apart. It was unexpected by all. That's a 7th-order demon general. Originally, Zhou Zhanghao and the others felt that most of them might have to be accounted for here. However, he didn't expect Yi Tian to make a move and not only injured the 7th-order demon general, but also made a ghostly maneuver and beheaded the 7th-order demon general against all odds. This was still the first time that a human martial artist, for the first time, had decapitated a high-ranked demon general with a low-grade level of specialization. Even those top heavenly prides that had once appeared had not done this. Back then, the infinite scenery of the Kunlun martial god, who had once fought against 3 7th-ranked demon generals at the 7th-ranked Zhongshe realm, already belonged to the heaven-defying. And now, Yi Tian's killing of a 7th-ranked demon general with his 5th-ranked realm was even more heaven-defying of heaven-defying. Thus, Zhou Zhanghao and the others could only look up to Yi Tian at the moment. Alas! It seems that we are still too short-sighted. The martial arts scholar is not just a name for nothing. He's only been enrolled for less than 3 months, and he's already surpassed you and me. Our kind, can we still be considered heavenly pride? Yi Tian is the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhou Zhanghao, Yan Zidong, Wang Natural and the other geniuses were all convinced of Yi Tian. And at this moment, Yi Tian also felt a wave of emptiness. The amount of essence consumed by one blade-flying immortal was enormous, and it was as if his entire body had been emptied out, so he was in dire need of some recovery. At the same time, the system tone sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 7th-order demon general, gaining 1 million kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a 7th order demon for the first time, hereby rewarding you with the Immortal Dao technique, Tai Tai Tongshan skill. Extra reward for the host's Immortal Dao transportation technique, covering the void. Extra reward for the host's Immortal Dao secret skill, chopping the moon. A series of 4 reward messages instantly entered Yi Tian's mind, making him feel incomparably happy. The rewards of a 7th ranked demon general are really rich. The 1 million kill value was a completely huge addition to Yi Tian. Right now Yi Tian's consumption for all kinds of Immortal Dao martial arts was huge, and 1 million wasn't much. The Taishu Tongshan skill, on the other hand, was an upgraded version of the Taishu Dragon Abyssal technique, and now Yi Tian had already cultivated the Taishu Dragon Abyssal technique to the extreme. When he was at the 6th grade realm, he would need to cultivate a higher technique, and this Taishu Tongshan skill was just the right follow-up cultivation method for him. While Void Covering made up for Yi Tian's deficiency in body techniques, Wandering Immortal Steps was a body technique, Star Treading was a step technique, and Void Covering was a recluse technique. The ability to cover the void would allow Yi Tian to vanish into the void for a short period of time, realizing that he could rise up in the air. One must know that even at the 7th grade sect master, he only had the ability to briefly override the air. It took an 8th grade grandmaster to barely stand in the void for a few seconds without hitting the ground. A 9th grade martial king could briefly stand in the air by virtue of a secret technique, or maintain an overhead means by borrowing power. And Yi Tian could stand in the air by virtue of shading void. This is a counterintuitive tactic. The last Immortal Dao secret skill was even more terrifying, being a must-kill secret skill. Beheading the moon, containing a terrifying death intent. Once you lock onto a target, you're bound to see blood. Only, Zhan Yu is more consuming than 1/Flying Immortal, requiring the consumption of at least half of the practitioner's heart's blood. It was important to realize that the heart blood was the most important part of the Qian blood, and once the heart blood was insufficient, the fighting strength would be extremely declined. And consuming all of the heart's blood will result in outright death. If Yi Tian forcefully executed the Zhan Yu, there was also a possibility that his body would directly explode and die. As such, it was an Immortal Dao secret art that was both powerful and dangerous. In any case, Zhan Yu could also be used as Yi Tian's secret technique of defense, which could be performed in the most critical moments. Consume 500,000 kill values to cultivate the Immortal Road Transportation technique, Shadowing the Void. Consume 500,000 kill values to cultivate the Immortal Dao's secret skill, Moon Cutting. The Taishu Tongshan skill was not able to be cultivated by Yi Tian right now, and he directly chose to cultivate the latter 2 Immortal Dao means. He checked his panel attributes in passing. Host, Yi Tian. Cultivation level, 1st stage of the 5th grade realm. Qi and Blood, 3220. Spirit, 3150. Technique, Taichou Hegemony Body Technique complete, Taisu Long Yuan Technique complete, Taisu Tongshan Technique not yet practiced. Martial Arts, Changming Fist Perfection, Dragon Tackling Hand Perfection, Star River Divine Fist Perfection, Sanglong Finger Perfection, Dala Buddha Hand Perfection, Demon Slashing Blade Technique Storm, Thunder Urgent, Raging Flame, Electricity Arc, Cold Frost, Air Burst, Void Storm Introductory. Body Technique, Wandering Immortal Steps Perfect, Treading Star Perfect, Covering the Void Introductory. Secret Technique, 9 Heavens Big Dipper Strength Perfection, Celestial Being Great Completion, 1 Blade Flying Immortal Introductory, Chopping the Moon Introductory. Will, Thunder Blade will 10%, Killing Blade will 10%. Weapon, Demon Slasher 7th rank. Kill value, 578560. Looking at the attributes with full status, Yi Tian also felt satisfied. He immediately exchanged a few Peiyuan Dan from the system mall to recover from his revolting internal injuries. Peiyuan Dan was a special system elixir, a divine medicine for healing injuries that could not be bought in the outside world. It was also expensive, costing a full 10,000 kill value. If it wasn't for Yi Tian's abundance of killing value right now, he wouldn't have casually purchased it. The backlash effect of 1/Flying Immortal was great. Yi Tian was now in a critical situation and had no choice but to consume the Peiyuan Dan. Yi Tian, are you alright? While Yi Tian sat down to heal his wounds, Zhou Zhanghao and the others were helping him to protect him, driving away and decapitating those devils around him. Having lost the 7th ranked demon general's seat, the remaining demon elites could not defeat Zhou Zhanghao and the other group of geniuses, and were either driven away or beheaded. I'm fine. Yi Tian swallowed 5 Peiyuan Dan and his internal injuries were gradually being healed. The crowd could see that Yi Tian's face was pale, and it was obvious that killing the 7th order demon general just now had caused some wear and tear on Yi Tian himself. However, at this moment, Yi still had a strong battle intent and seemed to still want to kill the demon. Principal Tan must have suffered a crisis. Although the 6th Legion is past, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop the demon army either. My advice, at this moment, we shouldn't fall back. We should take on the responsibility of a martial artist. Go help Principal Tan and the others. Who wants to come with me? Yi suddenly raised his voice. I'll go. I'm going too. Count me in. And me. At this moment, the student martial artists who stayed behind were all shocked by Yi Tian's heroic means of slaying the 7th-ranked demon general just now, and ignited the fervor within them. Before there might have been some timidity and fear in the face of the mighty demon army, but now it had been replaced by fervor. Yi Tian made this suggestion, which immediately aroused the approval of many border martial university celestial pride. Thus, the group returned to the great battlefield once again. Chapter 090. Big Devil. Have the guts to kill me. Principal Tan Jiancheng was now cloaked in hair and no longer had an image of elegance. He had a fierce face, as if he were a bloodthirsty man with red eyes. An army of 1,000,000 demons had surrounded him. But these demonic hordes always surrounded but did not kill. It was all at the behest of Pandos, the flying demon general. It stood in the void, flapping its wings and looking at Tan Jiancheng with a cold smile. Don't worry, foolish human, I will slowly torture you to death. With a wave of its hand, the 1st demon general, 3rd demon general, and 4th demon general under it began to attack. And this principle of it would also step in from time to time to suppress Tan Jiancheng. As the leader of the demon generals of the demon people race, he was also aware that if an 8th grade grandmaster fought to the death, the might would be terrifying. Therefore, its strategy was to keep draining Tan Jiancheng's vitality, letting the 3 major demon generals under him constantly consume and torment him. Once Tan Jiancheng erupted, it would step in to suppress it. As for the remaining 4 7th grade tutors, they had all been killed on the spot. Facing the terrifying army of demons, they had no chance of surviving. Moreover, Pandos had the demon army, on the spot, partially cannibalize all 4 mentors. The reason for doing so was also to completely enrage Tan Jiancheng and make him lose his mind. Apparently, Pandos did. At this moment, Tan Jiancheng was on the verge of madness and collapse. It would only take a few moments for the demon people to capture and kill Tan Jiancheng. Principal Tan. I'll help you. At this moment of crisis, a silhouette killed into the demon army. He was like a hurricane, charging horizontally, holding a 3-foot green peak, attacking and killing all the way. Wherever a sword passed, countless demons fell to the ground. The man was clad in silver-white armor and held a bronze longsword, and wherever his sword aura passed, he looked out of the corner of his eye. This person was none other than the 1st sword god of the 6th Legion, Legion Commander Hua Jianfeng. Chief Hua. Seeing the visitor, Tan Jiancheng's originally desperate state of mind rekindled a glimmer of hope. He held out here for a few hours, finally making it to support. My 6th Legion will arrive afterward. You and I will join forces and behead this devil first. Hua Jianfeng said with warlike intent. Good. Tan Jiancheng also ignited his fighting spirit. With Hua Jianfeng joining in, he immediately forced the 3 7th-ranked demon generals back. Then, the 2 immediately killed Pandos in midair. Ha ha ha. Here comes another one to die. Madeline. Pandos let out a cold smile, and his demonic aura steeply exploded out around him. At the same time, the 4th demon general, Magdolan, once again cast his natural ability, and a burst of demonic aura rippled out. And this time, the millions of demonic armies that were here began to let out bursts of hissing noises. Endless demonic chi converged from all directions. The entire space was wrapped in endless demonic aura. In an instant, this place became a huge battlefield of demonic chi. In this environment, the fighting ability of the demons was maximized. Endless demonic energy also surged into Pando's body, and his aura reached its strongest state. Tan Jiancheng rose up in the air, his bare hands and empty fists, his palms were as harsh as swords, condensing terrifying internal energy and striking out with a loud bang. Dang! Dang! However, his 8th grade realm attack landed on Pando's body, and surprisingly, it didn't even break its demonic aura shield. I'll do it! At the same time, Hua Jianfeng held his bronze sword and rolled up a storm of sword chi. Thumbs up! The storm of sword chi tore a gash in the magic aura shield around Pandos. The eye was about to completely tear the shield apart. However, endless demonic chi instantly converged from all directions, filling up the opening. Ha 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 ha. Today, I will kill both of you human griffins together. Pandos laughed out loud in triumph. It then drummed its body and flung its arms. Dang! Dang! Two huge waves of demonic chi instantly rolled toward the two 8th grade grandmasters, Tan Jiansheng and Hua Jianfeng. Chief Hua. I'll do it. Tan Jiansheng volunteered to fend off Hua Jianfeng's barely. Only to see his arm swing round, drawing a large circle in the void and condensing into a huge true chi shield. Xingyi mixed energy. Tan Jiansheng roared, and that one true chi shield violently enlarged and rotated rapidly. Boom! Boom! The terrifying wave of demonic chi instantly struck the true chi shield, bursting out with intense energy fluctuations. Tan Jiansheng could barely support himself, but he clenched his teeth and held on for dear life. Chief Hua! Please help me clear a path. Tan Jiansheng roared. Hua Jianfeng's eyes twitched slightly as he seemed to understand what Tan Jiansheng was trying to do, but he still responded solemnly, good. As he spoke, he bypassed Tan Jiansheng and swept towards Pandos with his bronze sword in hand. Hybrid returned to 1. Open. Just as Hua Jianfeng acted, Tan Jiansheng violently rotated his arms. The true chi shield in front of him once again flowed rapidly, stirring up the surrounding demonic chi as well. Wow! In the next instant, Tan Jiansheng fiercely pushed, turning the nearby demonic chi into his own, forming a terrifying wave of genuine demonic energy that recoiled against Pandos. This was the cleverness of the Shape E mixed energy, which could absorb the enemy's power for its own use. Ha ha ha! Pediatrics! Facing Tan Jiansheng's counterattack, Pandos didn't realize any danger at all. It was confident that with its 8th rank Flying Demon General's ability, it could completely suppress two human 8th rank martial artists. Rumble! As its body shook, the demonic aura around it steeply condensed, forming a high wall. The true chi magic energy wave instantly impacted on the high wall. The two forces impacted, burst, and squeezed each other until they finally collapsed. Phew! Right at this instant, a flash of sword chi appeared at the right time. The sword blade swept across, directly tearing through the demonic aura shield. This was exactly the time when Pandos hadn't come to condense more demonic energy, belonging to the vacuum period. Hua Jianfeng also happened to seize this opportunity and fought his way in. Rift Chop! The sword light streaked across the room, transforming into a killing machine. This was Hua Jianfeng's unique killing move. The sword energy arrived in a flash. Straight to the heart of Pandos. When? However, Pandos' reaction was also quick, instantly avoiding the sword chi eruption point. Want to kill my father? With you guys, it's not even close. Pandos was incomparably arrogant. However, a cold smile appeared on Hua Jianfeng's face. Only in this slot, a silhouette had scurried behind Pandos at some point. Pandos' heart instantly tightened, but it was too late. Only Tan Jiansheng came behind it and clasped his arms tightly around its shoulders. Great devil, today, even if we die together. I also want you to die. Tan Jiansheng's gaze radiated blood red. He directly burned the sea of chi and blocked Pandos' chi. Chi-hai was the most dangerous behavior for a high-level martial artist, and this was completely a homoerotic beatdown. He was now creating an opportunity for Hua Jianfeng to strike a blow. But once Hua Jianfeng made his move, he would kill Tan Jiansheng along with him. However, Tan Jiansheng didn't care. Chapter 091: A single blow seals the gods. Tan Jiansheng knew it in his heart. With just him and Hua Jianfeng, two 8th rank realm martial artists, it was nearly impossible to kill an 8th rank flying demon general. Unless the troops are dangerous and unexpected. And there's only one chance. Once the flying demon general had a sense of precaution, he would never have a chance again. So, at the very beginning of the engagement, he was ready to sacrifice himself. He watched the 4 7th grade tutors fall. He puts all the blame for this on himself. Therefore, even if he held the belief that he would die as if he were dead, he still had to kill the flying demon general. He and Hua Jianfeng were sort of old acquaintances and trusted and understood each other very well. Thus, with just a single eye contact, Hua Jianfeng read Tan Jiansheng's meaning. The two had been colleagues, only later Tan Jiansheng was injured, which led to a civilian posting. Both had made it their mission to rid the world of demons. Now both are older. One became the principal of the Frontier Martial Arts University, and the other became the head of the 6th Legion. But they have never forgotten the ambitions they had back then. Tan Jianqing thought he was a few years older than Hua Jianfeng and had long since lost his potential. Moreover, this time, the demon army suddenly moved, and it was obvious that there was some kind of big conspiracy. Tan Jianqing chose to sacrifice himself and also shock and kill the flying demon general. In addition to avenging the 4 mentors, it was also to quell this riot of the demonic army. If the flying demon general didn't die, I'm afraid that this demon army riot would be unprecedented. There will be more human deaths and injuries then. Therefore, after Hua Jianfeng understood Tan Jianqing's meaning, he didn't dare to mix in any personal emotions and had to focus on the big picture. Principal Tan. This sword was made for you alone. Hua Jianfeng's eyes slightly moistened as he executed his strongest sword. Extreme Blade. This sword stabbed straight through Pando's heart. The weaknesses of the demonoids are mostly similar to those of humans, either the throat, the heart, or the head. The reason why Hua Jianfeng chose the heart was still a hope, hoping that he could keep Tan Jianqing alive. If he chose the throat or the head, the sword chi had no eyes, and Tan Jianqing would almost certainly die as well. No! You two maniacs! It's all human madness. Pandos, who was controlled by Tan Jianqing at the cost of burning his chi, was shocked and furious, struggling frantically, his demonic chi constantly bulging as he attempted to break free, yet he was held by Tan Jianqing to death. Thumbs up! Until that flash of sword energy penetrated his body. Of course, it also penetrated Tan Jianqing's body. Hey! Hey 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 hey! Pandos lowered his head, but soon, surprisingly, let out a hefty chuckle. Immediately after that, it raised its head with a cunning smile in its eyes. You are naive to think of killing me, Pandos. My heart is not in this position. Stupid humans, you've all been tricked. Now, you deserve to die. Boom! An even more furious demonic aura burst out steeply from Pando's body, instantly breaking free of Tan Jianqing's control. It's over. Chief Hua, run! At this moment, Tan Jianqing was no longer in a position to fight. The sea of air burns. The chest is still penetrated. Without killing Pandos, he knew that he had completely lost his chance. Just think it's too bad. He let out a final hissing sound. Nobody's going anywhere. Pandos grabbed Tan Jianqing's body and lifted him high into the air. It sneered at Hua Jianfeng, human, dedicate your life. Otherwise, I will eat your kind on the spot. Don't you humans preach about not giving up? What? Are you going to abandon your kind? Pandos was very sinister, using insight into human emotions to deal with Hua Jianfeng. Hua Jianfeng was both remorseful and self-condemning at the moment. If he hadn't had a hint of softness just now and directly pierced through Pandos's head, perhaps this situation wouldn't have been created. Now he watched his old friend get caught and there was nothing he could do about it. Hua Jianfeng. Hurry up and go. What are you still hesitating for? There is hope in living. Tan Jianqing said in an almost pleading tone. He knew there was no chance. Nor did he want Hua Jianfeng to be trapped or even killed as a result. I'm sorry, Hua Jianfeng took a deep breath. In the next second, Hua Jianfeng transformed into a ray of swordlight and directly rushed towards Pandos. In this moment, he chose to fulfill a soldier's mission. Fight to the death. Even with the determination of certain death. In an instant, Hua Jianfeng felt that his sword skills had reached their peak. Because at this moment, his courage had brought his will and his sword to a state of high fusion. It is equivalent to entering the realm of the unity of heaven and man. The power of this sword almost reached the power of a 9th-grade martial king. Thumbs up. The sword pierced through Pando's magic aura shield and was almost about to penetrate Pando's body again. In that instant, Pando's giant claws blocked Hua Jianfeng's sword viciously. Ha ha ha. It's a pity. Your sword is strong. Human. But it's just a hair off. Today, both of you will die. All shall be food for my holy clan. Pandos tackled Tan Jianqing with one hand and grabbed Hua Jianfeng's sword with the other, laughing uncontrollably. At this moment, Hua Jianfeng and Tan Jianqing looked at each other and actually laughed at each other. It's desperation. Also frank. However, right at this moment, a shadow suddenly stepped into the air. This shadowy figure, from being illusory, directly became real. Almost in a flash, it came through the air. Eventually a figure was revealed. It was clearly Yi Tian's appearance. Yi Tian? What are you doing back here? Get out of here. This is no place for you. The moment Tan Jianqing saw Yi Tian, he didn't react to how Yi Tian appeared. Mind you, they're in mid-air now. Below a 7th grade sect master, it was simply impossible to travel in the air. However, he knew that Yi Tian was a genius of the border martial university and shouldn't have fallen here. Even if Yi Tian was a genius, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to break the skin of an 8th stage flying demon general. After all, his cultivation was there. However, Yi Tian turned a deaf ear. He stepped on the void-covering steps and instantly arrived in front of Pandos. His eyes were resolute, and the demon-slaying blade in his hand had swung into a semicircular crescent shape. Chopping moon. Yi Tian slowly spat out 2 words. Thunder half-moon chop. A knife breaks the void. Human little child. You find. Pandos let out an evil laugh, only thinking that it was Yi Tian who had come to send him to his death. However, the moment he felt Yi Tian's blade chi, a chill instantly spread throughout its entire body. Snort! A knife into the soul. Pando's demonic aura shield could not withstand Yi Tian's slash in the slightest and instantly broke. Its body was cut off on the spot. An 8th order flying demon general died on the spot. In the eyes of the 2 8th grade grandmasters, Tan Jianqing and Hua Jianfeng, there was also an instant shift from despair to surprise and shock. This blade was like a radiant light, directly sealing God completely in the hearts of the two. Chapter 092: A Battle to Fame. Abundant rewards. Where is this? When Yi Tian opened his eyes, he found a clean white roof above his head, surrounded by the smell of disinfectant. I can't believe I'm inside a hospital. He remembered that he was still fighting in the number 6 Demon Cave battlefield. It seemed as if he had just decapitated an 8th order flying demon general himself. Yi Tian, you finally woke up. Just then, the voices of the others came to his ears. Yi Tian looked up and saw that it was Headmaster Tan Jianqing sitting in a wheelchair, as well as Legion Commander Hua Jianfeng in military attire, as well as several familiar classmates, including Zhou Zhenghao, Wang Tianran, Yan Zidong, and so on. There was even Yi Tian's closest friend Wang Fengyi, as well as Chen Shiyan from Phoenix Sky Women's Martial Arts University. They all came to visit him. Student Yi Tian, you've been in a coma for a full half a month. We all thought you were lucky you finally woke up. Tan Jianqing said with incomparable excitement. Yi Tian's thoughts flowed and he seemed to recall some details. That day, he, along with Chao Qingho and others, returned to support Principal Tam Kinsang. When they arrived at the large battlefield, Legion Commander Hua Jianfeng had already killed with a squad of his cronies, and he himself was helping Tan Jianqing in the battle. Yi Tian and the others, on the other hand, fought and killed a number of demons in the periphery. Then, Yi Tian saw that Tan Jianqing and Hua Jianfeng seemed to be locked in a deadly battle with the Grand Commander of the Demon Army. In this moment of crisis, he decided to stop hiding himself. He first swallowed the realm-breaking pill and directly raised his cultivation to the 6th grade realm. Then he executed the void-covering steps and directly stepped into the air, arriving at the center of the great battle. Taking advantage of the 2 8th grade realm martial artists forcing Pandos into a desperate situation, he happened to execute the immortal Dao essential killing secret skill, Moon Slash. Beheading the moon was a secret skill that was even more terrifying than one blade flying immortal. Moreover, Yi Tian had fully activated it and had incorporated the 9 heavenly dipper strength and had opened the heavenly Dao only soul state. The power of this blade poured out Yi Tian's entirety. It could be said that this slash was Yi Tian's strongest slash. And that Pandos happened to be fighting the 2 experts to the limit and didn't put up too much defense against Yi Tian. In a nutshell, it was that Pandos, the 8th rank flying demon general, had been careless. It was drilled by Yi Tian. Accomplished almost impossible miracles. That was an 8th order flying demon general. Under normal circumstances, it was simply impossible for Yi Tian to complete the decapitation. This was because even a 9th grade martial king might not necessarily be able to completely decimate an 8th grade flying demon general. Of course, the backlash of this slash on Yi Tian was also tremendous. His internal injuries were extremely serious, and he even fell into a coma on the spot. No, it was a straight-up coma for 15 days. He's only just woken up, too. At this moment, in the ward, everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. On the one hand, there is joy and on the other hand, there is admiration. After all, Yi Tian was a super ruthless plus genius who had killed an 8th order demon general. Who in the average person can do that? It was done with 2 8th grade grandmasters holding them back. But it's also terrific. Yi Tian was also sealed as a god in one battle as a result. Not only did the word spread throughout the entire Martial University College Union, even the Martial God's Palace spread the word about this deed of his. Alright, everyone, don't linger in the room. Yi Tian just woke up, he still needs to recuperate. Yi Tian, during this period of time, a lot of things have happened as well. I've purposely had some major things put together that you can look at. Tan Jianqing said smilingly, then handed a laptop to Yi Tian. Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled and gestured at the crowd. Afterward, the crowd slowly exited the ward, leaving Yi Tian alone. Yi Tian also briefly looked at the recent events. It turned out that riot in the 6th Demon Cave was not sudden. Instead, it's national. Even worldwide. According to statistics, half a month ago, including the Dragon Kingdom region, almost more than half of the demonic caves within the entire world erupted into riots. Some weaker countries and regions suffered heavy losses as a result, even resulting in the loss of the Devil's Cave and countless people being brutally killed by the devils. There were also 55 demonic caves rioting in the Dragon Kingdom region, and 3 large-scale demonic caves also had large-scale riots, and if it wasn't for the Martial God's Palace fully mobilizing to suppress it, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been able to resist the demonic caves riots. According to the statistics, this large-scale riot had caused the deaths of at least hundreds of thousands of warriors in the Dragon Country region, with thousands of martial artists also losing their lives. Among them, nearly 36 8th-grade grandmasters had fallen, and there were nearly 100 7th-grade grandmasters. Not to mention the worldwide losses. Suffice it to say, the human side suffered a lot of deaths and injuries. In addition, there were also experts who predicted that this large-scale riot of the demon people seemed to signal that the demon people were brewing some kind of shocking conspiracy, and that mankind would face an even greater crisis in the future. It seems that the demon people's ambitions are beginning to swell. Yi Tian's heart was in awe. He had wanted to rely on the system and develop slowly. Now it seemed that he himself had to be upgraded as soon as possible. Don't fail to complete the system quest by then, and end up having your old home occupied by the demon people. After briefly browsing through some of the major events that had happened recently, Yi Tian whirled around and began to focus on his own situation. First of all, when he took the realm-breaking pill and broke through to the 6th grade realm, he received a reward from the system. The reward for the 6th grade realm was a body-refining technique, the Tai Huang Holy Body Technique. The Tai Huang Sacred Body Technique was an advanced version of the Tai Cho Hegemony Body Technique, which was even more powerful, and when cultivated to the extreme, one's physical body could directly become a saint. Secondly, Yi Tian had killed the 8th-ranked demon General Pandos and had also received a system reward. That's quite a reward. The first was the base reward, killing an 8th-order demon general and gaining 5 million kill value. The second was the first kill reward, for the first time killing an 8th-ranked demon general. The system rewarded an additional 5 million kill value, and additionally rewarded an immortal Dao martial art, Mad Demon Legs, as well as Eternal Blade Intent. The third one was the high-level overstep challenge reward. Yi Tian used his 6th grade realm cultivation to chop down an 8th order demon against the odds, reaching a high-level overstep challenge achievement that spanned across 2 realms, earning him the following system rewards: 1 million kill value, Immortal Dao Divine Soldier Shadow Demon Blade with Shadow Demon Blade technique attached to it. In addition, because Yi Tian had obtained 2 Immortal Dao Divine weapons, the Demon Slashing Blade and the Shadow Demon Blade, the system gifted a set of the Imperial Divine Twin Blade Flow Demon Slaying Battle Technique. All the rewards add up and it's just not that great. Although Yi Tian endured half a month of coma, his gains were also extremely huge. The kill value alone was 11 million, not to mention the other gains. Ramen. Pull full. All the way. Yi Tian did not hesitate and cultivated all that he could in one breath. The Tai Huang Sacred Body Technique was the first to be cultivated, instantly completing the replacement of the original Tai Chu Hegemony Body Technique. The first time he cultivated it, he spent 100 killing value, which could be much more powerful than the Tai Chu Hegemony Technique. And Yi Tian's fleshly body was once again tempered. Next was the Taishu Divine Dao Technique. Yi Tian's cultivation had reached the 6th grade realm, so he could already cultivate this Immortal Dao Internal Technique, which also replaced the Taishu Dragon Abyss Technique. Chapter 093 Discharge. The Taishu Divine Dao Technique could only be cultivated once as well, as Yi Tian's cultivation level was still too low. According to his expectations, he elevated to the 7th grade and could cultivate for a second time. Raise it to the 8th grade and you can practice it for a third time. Raise it to the 9th rank before you can cultivate it to perfection. Subsequently, Yi Tian also cultivated all the remaining ones to full capacity. In terms of martial arts, he had cultivated the Void Storm to a small level of success, and he had cultivated the newly acquired Insane Leg technique to an introductory level. Void Storm was an extraordinary martial art that fused the wind intent and spatial intent in the extreme, and could be unleashed through palms, maneuvers, blades, and a variety of other methods with immense power. But it was also incredibly difficult to cultivate. If Tian didn't have a system that could ignore the difficulty of its cultivation, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to control it. Crazy Devil Leg Law is a superb immortal road leg martial arts. In general, in the immortal cultivation world, cultivate leg law is extremely rare. Generally our imperial sword or harness all kinds of magic treasure fighting, and this leg law is an obsession leg law of the mighty spent his life condensed, so it has become one of the strongest leg law of the immortal road. Once it was executed, the entire person would go into a violent state, and the killing power would be no worse than any sword or blade path. In terms of body techniques, Tian had cultivated the void covering to the small completion stage. This was, after all, a powerful and special air stepping stance that had to have a strong cultivation base. In terms of secret techniques, Tian had cultivated the celestial secret technique to the consummate level, One Blade Flying Immortal had also cultivated to the minor stage, and Chopping Moon had also cultivated to the minor stage at the same time. In terms of will, Tian raised all of his Killing Blade intent and Thunder Blade intent to the current highest stage of 30% blade intent, and then immediately raised his newly comprehended Eternal Blade intent to the stage of 10% blade intent. As for the weapons, the Demon Slaying Knife was raised to the highest rank 9, with the addition of the two major realms of Golden Arrow and Decay, and the newly acquired Shadow Demon Knife was instantly raised to rank 9, incorporating the triple realms of Shadow Realm, Killing Realm as well as the Realm of Tyene. In addition, Tian still had more than 8 million kill values left. Looking at the panel attributes of the status slowly, Tian had a very strong sense of security. Tian was not in a hurry to be discharged from the hospital either, and recuperated in the hospital for a few more days. Just the night before Tian was about to be discharged from the hospital, a person appeared in Tian's intensive care unit. The pretty figure was clearly Chen Shiyan, who had not been seen for a long time. Getting out of the hospital tomorrow? Should your injuries matter? Chen Shiyan smiled slightly. Of course, there's no problem. Tian patted his chest and said confidently. Don't show off. Chen Shiyan cut out. Really, why don't you come up and try? Tian hemmed and hawed. Humph. Chen Shiyan lightly hummed. But she still went forward and hugged Tian. How do I find that I am getting farther and farther away from you? I thought that I would catch up with you one day with my own hard work, but now, you are already a hero in the limelight, and I am, Chen Shiyan softly lamented. Tian's feet in Devil's Cave No. 6 had obviously spread. Even a few mentors such as Tan Jianxing carried recording devices with them and filmed the whole process. Nowadays, Tian was already a name like thunder in the major martial arts colleges in Horsham. Even that had been reported to the Martial Gods Palace as well. The Martial Gods Palace still wanted to promote and publicize Tian's heroic deeds as a typical example. After all, it was the first time that a human martial artist had killed an 8th-ranked demon general against all odds with the 6th-grade realm. Once this matter was reported, it would definitely cause a huge sensation, and it could also boost the confidence of the martial artists and the people. Let the people of the world no longer fear and dread the demon people. I can protect you, of course, I can also wait for you. Tian softly said. If Chen Shiyan was willing, Tian could also protect her for the rest of her life. If Chen Shiyan had her own pursuits, Tian would not have stopped them. This was Tian's attitude. Thank you. Chen Shiyan's eyes gazed at Tian. She thanked Tian for his understanding and respect. The next second, lips touched. This is followed by a wonderful movement of water to water. Day 2. Tian was discharged from the hospital. He returned to Frontier WU. His appearance attracted countless gazes. Nowadays, he was the #1 red man of the Border Martial Arts University. He also noticed that his name was already ranked first on the Dragon ranking. It directly crushed Zhou Zhanghao and the others. This was because Tian's performance in the 6th Devil's Cave had directly surpassed everyone else. Could a combat genius who could kill an 8th-ranked demon general against all odds still not be #1? Although there were other factors as well, Tian was still busted as #1 on the Dragon ranking. He's breaking a lot of records with this first place. Because Tian was still a freshman and had only entered the school for a short while, he had participated in a hunting season and had rushed straight to #1 on the Dragon ranking. It's also the first of its kind at Frontier WU. Moreover, Yi Tian was also the first existence to dominate the dragon ranking and tiger ranking alone. Righteous Father. When Wang Fengyi saw Yi Tian's appearance, he rolled over at the first opportunity. Hey, I got the school's Medal of Valor. Still, I'm no match for Righteous Father hanging. Wang Fengyi also performed well in this hunting season, and the powerful Vajra Kung Fu was utilized to great capacity. He even saved some of his classmates and companions valiantly when the demon army broke out, for which he received a medal from the school. Good job. Cultivate well. When you improve some more, my father will prepare matching invincible martial arts, stances, weapons, as well as pills and other resources for you. Yi Tian patted Wang Fengyi's shoulder and said. Anyway, he had a lot of kill value now, and it was fine to exchange for some low-grade immortal Dao martial arts that he didn't see eye to eye, and it was definitely enough for Wang Fengyi. Righteous Father's great favor. Righteous Father great virtue. Righteous Father is mighty. Wang Fengyi couldn't wait to offer Yi Tian up on the spot and worship him fiercely. The two made some small talk before arriving at the school's office area. Principal Tan Jianqing asked Yi Tian to come to his office the first time he was discharged from the hospital. Soon, Yi Tian arrived at the principal's office. Student Yi Tian, you're here. Tan Jianqing warmly greeted him. Tan Jianqing burned his qi last time, injuring his fundamentals, but fortunately he saved his life, and his entire body looked much more haggard. Headmaster, looking for me, what's the matter? Yi Tian asked. It's like this, the first thing that happened was news from the Martial God Hall's side. In light of your heroic performance in the 6th Demon Cave, the Martial God's Palace has licensed you to enter the Martial God's Palace for 1 month of training. And will receive a reward from the Martial God Hall. So you may have to make a trip to the General Hall of the Martial God's Palace in 3 days. The second thing, the National Martial Arts College's joint examination will soon take place. Originally you are a freshman, you don't have to participate, but given your strong strength, the school still wants you to participate. Go and meet the talented students from all the major colleges in the country, especially the top geniuses from the 4 major martial arts academies. The results of the National Martial Arts College's joint examination will also involve a place in the World Martial Arts Congress, with a chance to fight world-class martial arts geniuses, so student Yi Tian can try his best. Chapter 094 Palace of the Martial God. December. The weather is about to enter winter. At this time of the year, even the demon people would suspend their invasion activities. On this day, Yi Tian also embarked on his journey to the Martial God Temple. For one thing, it was Yi Tian who had passed the test of the Martial Soul Tower last time and handed over all the inheritance he had gained, gaining the recognition of the Martial Soul Hall and becoming an official Martial Soul Hall disciple. Secondly, Yi Tian was about to be commended for his heroic actions this time and awarded with a very high honor. Yi Tian was traveling on an exclusive train that went straight to the Kunlun mountain range. After arriving at the terminal at the foot of the mountain range, Yi Xia got off the bus. Looking up at the majestic and lofty mountain range in front of him, even Yi Tian could not help but feel a surge of earthly insignificance. Even in his previous life, he had never seen the real Kunlun mountains. And in this life, he finally saw it. Is this where the depth of my dragon kingdom lies? Yi Tian surged inwardly. This student. Are you the student Yi Tian from Border Martial University? At that moment, a group of men approached him and saluted. The leader of the group was clearly a 5th-grade powerhouse. Yes. Yi Tian nodded. To be able to have a 5th-grade martial artist come to pick someone up was clearly the handiwork of the Martial God Hall. Please let me check your ID, this way. Under the lead of this guide, Yi Tian went through the simple formalities. He was then taken on an exclusive military airliner. Half an hour later, the military airliner was parked at the platform of one of the peaks. A hole in the ground door opened steeply. Yi Tian followed the guide step by step into the ground cave door. There was something else inside, like a huge luxurious palace. There is also an elevator inside. Yi Tian took the elevator and arrived all the way to the -56th floor. Comrade Yi Tian, that room in front is the newcomer reception room. Please wait here for a few moments, and someone will lead you through the follow-up later. After the guide informed Yi Tian, he left in a hurry. Yi Tian, on the other hand, came to the reception room alone. The reception room was large enough to accommodate 100 people. There were 3 other people inside at the moment, watching the TV in a leisurely manner. These 3 are also very distinctive. The first was a burly man with a full body, grasping a large bag of potato chips in his hand and shoving them into his mouth with a hungry look on his face. The second one was a pretty youthful girl dressed in red with a ponytail, and she had a black lance by her side, emitting a faint chill. When her eyes glanced over, they were filled with a thick chill. The third was a well-behaved student-looking boy in his school uniform, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and sitting upright as if he were a good, nervous student. Yi Tian could tell that the chi and blood of these three people were not weak, at least they were all at the peak of the 6th grade realm. And among them, the school-uniformed boy who looked like a good student had already broken through the 6th grade boundary and reached the 7th grade sect master realm. One must know that it was already remarkable for an ordinary person to break through the 7th grade sect master. And this youth, who was at most in his early 20s, had unexpectedly broken through the 7th rank realm as well. What is this if not a demon? Che, another newbie? Feeling a little weak, huh? Hasn't this martial god palace always been very strict in recruiting people? How come there are even weaklings? The girl in the red power suit blurted out with a disdainful face. She didn't seem to avoid the presence of Yi Tian in the slightest. Blah blah blah. Hongxia, cut the crap. You have the easiest mouth to offend people, and you're saying this when we first came to the martial god's palace. Blah blah blah. The burly man who was still chowing down on chips barfed as he did so. Rohan. When is it your turn to control me? And don't talk while you're eating. You've got a mouth on you. I'll shoot you in the mouth. The girl in the red power suit stood up and said viciously. Good good good. Blah blah blah. My auntie, I can't afford to mess with her. I won't say anything, okay? Blah 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 blah. The strong man had an innocent look on his face. Yi Tian ignored the quarrel between the two and walked straight into the room. Then found a seat in the back, alone. Hey! Kid, which school are you from? What is your current cultivation level? Because of what, were you specially recruited into the martial god palace? However, that red-clothed power suit girl didn't seem to intend to let Yi Tian go, and after teaching the burly man a lesson, she came to check Yi Tian's account without stopping. Yi Tian swept a glance at her and didn't say anything. Obviously, Yi Tian didn't have a good impression of her either and was too lazy to bother with her. Humph. Quite a personality. The girl in red power suit was a bit annoyed. She seemed to know, though, that she was just a bit of an unpleasant character. So, she changed her method of questioning. My name is Zhao Hongxia, I'm from the Vermilion Bird Martial Arts Academy, Divine Gun Class, and I'm currently at the peak of the 6th grade cultivation level. This time, because of the demon race's riot in the 9th demon cave, I killed more than 20,000 demons, including 3 peak 6th order demons, and thus was given a special commendation, recognized and specially recruited by the Martial God Palace. This one next to me, named Aloha, from the Xuanwu Martial Arts Cadets, currently also at the peak of the 6th grade cultivation, similarly fought bravely in the 3rd demon cave, guarding millions of people of the dawn, and was specially recruited to enter the temple of the martial god. There's also that one, the one with a bit of a nerdy vibe. Don't look at him as silly, but he's actually stronger than the two of us. He's already reached the 7th grade Zongshi, and it's rumored that he's able to be invincible within the 7th grade Zongshi realm. He even killed a 7th grade demon general alone. It's a terrifying existence. Now, can you tell us about yourself? The red-clothed power suit girl gave a full account of the trio's details. Yi Tian nodded slightly after hearing this, then said only one word, oh. These are things that, when told, may seem like great accomplishments to others. But to Yi Tian, it was just a piece of cake. Oh? That's it? Aren't you going to talk about your business? The red-clothed power suit girl was obviously even angrier when she saw Yi Tian's attitude like this. Hongxia, cut the crap. Haven't you heard? That super genius in the 6th demon cave will also come to the martial god hall today. That's a terrifying figure who killed an 8th rank demon general against all odds. Maybe. The strong man pointed at Yi Tian and whispered. Ha? Just him? And a terrorist? Hell no. And, I'm staying skeptical about that rumor. Who doesn't know the power of an 8th ranked demon general? Tell me, how can a rookie martial artist kill an 8th ranked demon general against all odds? The version I've heard is that several 8th grade realm grandmasters made a joint effort to injure that 8th order demon general, which gave that guy a chance to take advantage of it. Maybe, that 8th ranked demon general itself is already dying, and it just so happens to be taken advantage of by that kid. The girl in the red power suit said with great disdain. Chapter 095, Reward of Merit. Just as Zhao Hongxia was questioning Yi Tian, a person walked into the reception room. This person was dressed in special clothing and was clearly a steward within the martial god temple. Several, follow me. The visitor spoke in a loud voice. Zhao Hongxia and the others didn't dare to make a scene, and when they stopped talking, they got up and followed along. Yi Tian didn't say anything more and followed behind a few people. Soon, the four of them were brought into a room. The room was 5 or 6 meters high, like a palace. In the very center of the palace, a huge statue was placed, which was none other than a majestic man with a height of more than 3 meters. This is the Regulus martial god. The origin of our martial artists. Zhao Hongxia couldn't help but show respect when she saw this statue. The Xian Yuan martial god was a legendary figure, and it was he who brought about the martial arts practicing frenzy, spreading martial arts so that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom could practice martial arts. Even the Kunlun martial god who established the martial god temple back then regarded the Xian Yuan martial god as his lifelong idol and set up his statue at the core of the martial god temple. Everyone who entered the martial god's hall had to worship the Xian Yuan martial god. Right at this moment, Yi Lingzhang, who was wearing the attire of the palace master and a mysterious mask, appeared in front of Yi Tian and the other four, accompanied by 2 of his personal guards. Aloha, Zhao Hongxia, Ning Su, and Yi Tian, the 4 of you have all been admitted to my temple of martial god by breaking the rules, and anyone who enters my temple of martial god must pay homage to the ancestral master. Yi Ling was saying seriously. Thus, Zhao Hongxia and the others, also including Yi Tian, all respectfully performed the salute of worship to the statue of the Xian Yuan martial god. Well, rite of passage. You guys come with me. Yi Tian and the other 4 followed Yi Lingzhang's steps and arrived at another huge open space. It was a mausoleum-like cemetery with individual tombstones erected on it. This is our martial god palace's heroic spirit mound. These are the people who fell in the battle with the demon human race. Some of their corpses and bones are not left behind, leaving behind only a single name. Anyone who joins my martial temple must be mindful of the blood of their fellow countrymen. We are fighting to guard our fellow soldiers. Yi Lingzhang shouted loudly. Yi Tian and the others incomparably felt a sense of desolation. For so many years, countless human martial artists had gone to war with the demon human race, killing and injuring countless people. These, too, were just a few of the many human martial artists. Perhaps in the future, they would also die at the hands of the demon people clan like these predecessors who died in battle. After completing the second ceremony, there is the official initiation ceremony. You 4, from today onwards, you are the official disciples of our martial god palace, enjoying all official disciple treatment. Now you all have the opportunity to study at the martial god's palace for a month. Until, that is, you go and take the National Association of 36 Colleges and Universities exam. As Yi Lingzhang gave the word, Yi Tian and the other 4 were each given a formal disciple's identity token. Formal disciples of the martial god palace had more resources and privileges than preparatory disciples, and their status and position were naturally extraordinary. After the formal discipleship is confirmed, then the commendation ceremony begins. Zhao Hongxia, for outstanding performance during the Demon People's Riot, she is hereby recognized with a second-class merit once, rewarded with a merit value of 500, and awarded with a second-class merit medal. Aloha, for outstanding performance during the Demon People's Riot, he is hereby recognized once for second-class merit, awarded 500 merit value, and given a second-class merit medal. Ning Su, for his outstanding performance during the Demon Human Riot, he is hereby recognized with a first-class merit once, rewarded with a merit value of 1,000, and awarded with a first-class merit medal. Yi Tian, for exceptional performance during the Demon Race Riot, he is hereby awarded 1 special merit, rewarded with a merit value of 3,000, and awarded the Medal of Special Merit. As Yi Lingzhang announced them one by one, Yi Tian and the other 4 were each awarded commendations. Zhao Hongxia and the others all looked at Yi Tian in surprise. Judging from this reward alone, there was no doubt that Yi Tian was the super ruthless person who had killed the 8th-ranked demon general against all odds. Holy, I didn't realize this guy was really the one from the legend. Can he really kill an 8th-rank flying demon general against all odds? It's so unexpected. Zhao Hongxia and Aloha couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Although Zhao Hongxia somewhat questioned Yi Tian's battle record, she wouldn't really doubt the fact that it was recognized by the Martial God Palace. Well, all the rituals have been completed. You may go to your quarters and get acclimated to life here. Yi Tian, stay for a moment. Yi Lingzhang finally waved his hand and said. Zhao Hongxia and the others left. In the end, only Yi Tian was left alone. Yi Ling was bringing Yi Tian to a separate room. Obviously, this was Yi Ling who was trying to talk to Yi Tian alone. Xiao Tian, you really? Yi Lingjing looked at his little grandson and really found himself more and more unable to see through. Ever since Yi Tian had soared to the sky in the martial arts examination, he had repeatedly opened Yi Lingjing's eyes. The current Yi Tian had unexpectedly broken through the 6th grade realm, and was even killing 8th-ranked demon generals in reverse. This was something that even an 8th grade Grand Master would have a hard time doing. Yi Tian's merits were completely comparable to the ability of an 8th grade Grand Master. "Grandpa, I didn't disgrace the Yi family, did I?" Yi Tian hemmed and hawed. "How can it be humiliating? You're simply too proud of me. It's beyond my expectations. In the future, my position as the head of this martial god hall might be yours," Yi Lingjing said without sparing any praise. To be honest, Yi Lingjing had never looked favorably on Yi Tian before. Now, Yi Lingjing on the other hand was completely treating Yi Tian as a piece of precious jade. "What kind of martial god palace lord? I don't want it, I just need to help Grandpa to kill demons together, that's all." Yi Tian hemmed and hawed. It was true that he didn't care about the position of the martial god temple's hall master. He had only one goal, and that was to exterminate the demon people. "Little Tian, Grandpa knows that you must have some kind of opportunity to be very good in your own strength. But this time you killed an 8th-ranked demon general, there was also some element of surprise, you can't be proud of yourself. There are a lot of things you can learn from the martial god's palace, you have to study carefully in this month's time and hone your combat skills more, as well as learn from other people's strengths. Also, in the future, you must not be so adventurous as to go to battle with a high-ranked demon general. Right now, Grandpa still has the ability to help hold you up. From now on, it's up to you." Yi Ling was speaking to Yi Tian in a serious tone. "Okay, I know, Grandpa." Yi Tian responded seriously. He knew that in the martial god's palace, he couldn't actually learn anything. What's as awesome as a system? However, he would still stay in the martial god's palace, mainly because he wanted to put his grandfather's mind at ease. Of course, Yi Tian could also take this opportunity to rest for a while. "Well, if there's anything you don't understand in terms of martial arts cultivation, you can always come and ask Grandpa. Grandpa won't be able to give you special care in other areas, but in this area, Grandpa can still impart something to you." Chapter 096, I Want to Compete with You. After exchanging a few words with his grandfather, Yi Lingjing, Yi Tian also followed the rules and arrived at his residence in the martial god hall. All formal disciples of the martial god's palace had their own independent residence. The martial god's hall was very huge, and according to Yi Tian's visual estimation, it occupied at least hundreds of thousands of square feet inside the entire mountain range. Moreover, the number of disciples in the martial god hall was not large. Apart from one hall master, 2 vice hall masters, and 36 deacon elders, there were a total of 768 official disciples. In addition to this main framework, the rest were some preparatory disciples, as well as supernumerary peripheral personnel, miscellaneous adding up to thousands of people. Only formal disciples of the martial god hall were qualified to have the resources of the martial god hall. Being a disciple of the Temple of Martial Arts is for life. Therefore, many of the disciples who had joined the martial god's palace in the early years were long gone from the martial god's palace. Either they joined the Legion, or joined the Department of Demon Suppression, or go out to practice or cultivate. The maximum number of people residing in the Temple of the God of Wushu today is no more than 50. Those who came later like Yi Tian and Zhao Hongxiao were naturally assigned residences that were ranked lower. The room number Yi Tian was in was number 137. The rooms here are all like a separate apartment, not very big inside, but with everything in place. Moreover, 3 meals will be provided every day and will be cleaned, so you don't need to worry about living things at all. Just practice hard. Yi Tian also understood the basic rules of the martial god's palace through the official disciple manual. When you cultivate here, you can enjoy the resources of the martial god's palace. For example, the grinding of the martial soul tower, as well as the special battle space, and the peak dueling arena and so on. There's even a special training ground here, only it requires merit value. The hard currency in the Temple of Martial God was merit value, which could be used to exchange for techniques, martial arts, pills, and all other martial arts resources. That's why merit values are so important. And it was also difficult to obtain merit value, either by hunting demons, completing the quests of the martial god's palace, or having a major breakthrough in the martial arts. To join the martial god's palace, the lowest grade was the 6th grade realm, and one had to have special abilities. Breaking through the 7th grade realm was no more than an average genius in the martial god's palace. The vast majority of geniuses could reach the 8th grade realm. There was also a portion of people who could reach the 9th grade realm. Over the years, the Martial God Hall had sent a total of more than 100 strong people at the level of 9th grade realm Martial King for the entire Dragon Country region. Only, because of the invasion of the demons, there were not a few fallen Martial Kings. Nowadays, there were a total of 49 9th grade Martial Kings existing in the entire Martial God Hall. Yi Lingzhang, on the other hand, was known as the first Martial King of the world. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 9th stage of the 9th grade realm. Of course, Yi Tian didn't care about cultivation. Because his fighting strength was not something that could be accounted for by his apparent cultivation. Yi Tian rested for a day and familiarized himself with the environment of the Martial God Palace. The next day, he joined Zhao Hongxia and the others in the testing area of the Martial God Hall. The testing area was actually no different from the previous Wukong University exams, which mainly tested everyone's basic attributes and abilities. Only here it was even simpler. Only 3 items were tested, the first being cultivation and qi and blood, which were the basic qualities of a martial artist. The second is power, which includes base power and power amplitude. The third is speed, which also includes base speed and speed amplitude, as well as reaction speed. Comrade Yi Tian, I've heard that you alone killed 7th order demon generals and even 8th order demon generals against the odds, so I guess your basic ability must be very strong, right? I want to compete with you. On the way to the testing area, Zhao Hongxia said to Yi Tian as she jumped into action. Regarding this woman, Yi Tian now had some understanding. Totally a female lunatic who seems to compare herself to others in every way. Especially with men, she refuses to give in to anything, just to prove she's head and shoulders above everyone else. Yi Tian rolled his eyes and didn't bother with her. Who's got nothing better to do than compare with you? There's no benefit. What? Don't dare? Zhao Hongxia raised her eyebrows, somewhat provocatively. Ah yes. Yi Tian said as he followed her lead. Humph. Zhao Hongxia heard the sneer in Yi Tian's words and immediately looked unhappy. Aloha and Ning Su were quiet and didn't speak. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the testing area. The 4 of you enter the Qi and Blood testing silo for testing. This is the highest precision Qi and Blood silo. The testing precision error is at 0.1. The deacon elder who brought Yi Tian and the others said indifferently. Thus, Yi Tian and the other 4 entered the Qi and Blood silos separately. Buzz. 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 A few minutes later, the stats were out for all 4 as well. Zhao Hongxia, peak 9th stage of the 6th grade realm, Qi blood value 4120. Aloha, peak 9th stage of the 6th grade realm, Qi and blood value 4235. Ning Su, 2nd stage of the 7th grade realm, blood value 5105. Yi Tian, 6th grade realm section 1, Qi and blood value 6120. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Yi Tian's data. Yi Tian was only at the cultivation level of the 6th grade realm segment, but his Qi and blood values were even higher than Ning Su, a 7th grade sect master. And this Qi and blood value of Yi Tian was already equivalent to that of the peak of the 7th grade realm. Him a 6th grade realm, his cultivation is even lower than mine. Why is his Qi and blood value so high? Zhao Hongxia rubbed her eyes in disbelief. But this is a high-precision Qi and blood silo, and the test data will never be wrong. This is a legendary genius? The Qi and blood values already indicated how strong Yi Tian's potential was. Previously, Zhao Hongxia still had doubts about Yi Tian's strength, but now such doubts were being drastically reduced. Next, a test of strength. The strength test is divided into a basic test and an amplitude test. The so-called basic test is the power value of your full strength strike, without using any martial arts, techniques, and secret arts. And the amplitude test is the power value you hit with all your means and then divided by the base power value, which is the power amplitude. The greater the amplitude data, the greater the fighting ability. Now begin. As soon as the deacon elder's words fell, Yi Tian and the others began the test. Dang! 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 As each of Yi Tian's 4 struck their full strength and landed on the power tester, the data of several people came out. Zhao Hongxia, base strength 4,500 kilograms. Aloha, base strength 4,850 kilograms. Ning Su, base strength 6,140 kilograms. Yi Tian, base strength 8,200 kilograms. Yi Tian's base power once again crushed the 3 present. This was because Yi Tian's physical body had been tempered by the Tai Huang sacred body technique and had once again been greatly enhanced, and his physical strength alone was incomparably powerful, comparable to that of a peak 7th grade sect master martial artist. This was followed by the power amplitude test. Yi Tian and the other four each performed their own stunts to maximize their power. Zhao Hongxia, amplitude strength 8,720 kilograms. Aloha, amplitude strength 9,450 kilograms. Ning Su, amplitude strength 14,500 kilograms. Yi Tian, amplitude strength 54,300 kilograms. Once the data came out, Zhao Hongxia and the others were directly dumbfounded. Yi Tian's amplitude data had unexpectedly reached a terrifying 7 times. Chapter 097 Unpredictable. This is the strength of a legendary genius? We can hit at most 2 or 3 times the amplitude of our power, he can hit 7 times. It's horrible. Finally, I know why he was able to kill an 8th rank flying demon general against all odds. This power amplitude is comparable to the power of an 8th grade grandmaster. Zhao Hongxia and Aloha both had shocked faces. Even the bookish Ning Su's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, Yi Tian was always calm. Because he hadn't even exerted his full strength yet this time. According to his true strength, unleashing the full power of the 9 Heavenly Dipper realm, with other means of attack from the outside world, he could at least explode 11, or even 12 times his power. If Yi Tian unleashed a blade-flying immortal or Jinyu, it would even be able to explode 15 times its power. Next up is the speed test. The Deacon Elder said only after recording the relevant data. Thus, Yi Tian and the others started the next test without stopping. The speed test was divided into 3 aspects. The first one was the basic speed, which was the speed of spelling only oneself, without performing any body techniques. The second is speed amplitude, which is the speed boost and increase after casting stances and other abilities. The third one is the reaction speed, which is also known as the dodging ability and resilience test. The first thing that was performed was a basic speed test. Yi Tian and the other 4 people relied on their own body speed and raced down the 100-meter runway. Zhao Hongxia, 100-meter speed 4.3 seconds. Aloha, 4.9 seconds for 100 meters. Ning Su, 100-meter speed 3.6 seconds. Yi Tian, 100-meter speed, 2.9 seconds. In terms of base speed, Yi Tian still crushed the other 3. At this time, Zhao Hongxia and the others were already completely convinced of Yi Tian. After all, Yi Tian was stronger than them in every aspect of data. Even in actual combat, Yi Tian was enough to hang them with these basic stats. Next up was the speed amplitude test. Yi Tian and the others each performed their own body techniques to test the speed limit. Zhao Hongxia, 100-meter amplitude speed 2.5 seconds. Aloha, 100-meter amplitude speed 3.3 seconds. Ning Su, 100-meter amplitude speed 2.1 seconds. Yi Tian, 100-meter amplitude speed 1.5 seconds. Yi Tian's extreme speed could run 100 meters in 1.5 seconds. Of course, this wasn't Yi Tian's true limit, as he hadn't actually fought at full strength yet. According to Yi Tian's prediction, it was completely possible for him to do it in 1 second with a full burst of speed. Now he was not too far away from breaking through the sound barrier. Breaking through the sound barrier, that was the monopoly of a 9th grade martial king. Finally, there is the test of reaction speed. Yi Tian and the other 4 needed to dodge infrared fire from a machine within a 5-meter radius. In 1 minute, the infrared machine will shoot out 1,300 red rays. Yi Tian and the others needed to avoid being swept by the red light as much as possible. The more light that is dodged, naturally, also indicates a faster reaction time. Just as Yi Tian and the others were conducting the final test, the 2 men walked into the testing room from outside. Hee, I heard that there are newcomers here today, and among them, there's also a super demon who killed an 8th rank demon general against all odds with a section of the 6th rank realm. One of them whispered. Really? More demonic than you and I? Another person was surprised. Naturally, it's true, why else would I ask you to come see it? They seem to be conducting a test, let's go check out the data and see if he's as human as his name suggests. The 2 stride into the training test room. At this time, Yi Tian and the others were conducting the final test. Deacon Wang, how are these newcomers testing? The 2 men inquired smilingly. Comrade Fu Bai, Comrade Yu Qianming. The reaction speed is still being tested, the data from the previous test, you can take a look. Deacon Wang responded kindly. In the martial god palace, all formal disciples had a high status and were not weak, even the deacons had to give a few points of face. And generally, they all referred to each other as comrades within the martial gods hall, with little to no distinction between generations. Fu Bai came from the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, and was currently a fifth-year student, with 1 year to go before he graduated. And he had joined the Martial God Temple for 3 years, and now, his cultivation had already arrived at the 8th grade realm, becoming an 8th grade Grandmaster, with a very powerful fighting strength that could even rival some ordinary martial kings. Yu Qianming was a student of the White Tiger Martial Arts Academy, a year older than Fu Bai, and had now graduated. He and Fu Bai, however, entered the Martial God Temple in the same year, and is now also a Grandmaster cultivation of the 8th product realm, with a battle strength equal to Fu Bai. It could be said that the two had grown to be the best among the many disciples of the Martial God Hall. They also had many privileges in the Martial God's Temple. The two of them picked up the test data of Yi Tian and the others, and they couldn't help but light up as well. This one called Yi Tian is a bit too fierce, isn't he? A cultivation of the 6th grade realm has a qi and blood value that is approaching the 8th grade realm? The power amplitude and speed amplitude are also too terrifying, close to the strength of an 8th grade Grandmaster. This is the super demon who killed an 8th ranked demon general against all odds, right? It really is worthy of being a legendary demon. Fu Bai and Yu Qianming were shocked almost simultaneously. They were already considered to be the best of the best, able to become a powerhouse above the 7th grade realm before the age of 25. It was when they saw Yi Tian's test data that they felt more and more horrified. Such talent is really better than them. The results of the reaction speed test are in. Zhao Hongxia, 16 red lines hit within the allotted time, evaluation grade A+. Aloha, 35 red hits in the allotted time, evaluation grade A. Ning Su, 10 red lines hit within the allotted time, evaluation grade S. Yi Tian, hit by 2 red lines within the allotted time, evaluation rating SS. At the end of all the tests, all of Yi Tian's data was the best. It will all be recorded in full as well. You are Comrade Yi Tian. Surely unfathomable. Excellent talent. It's rare for the 6th grade realm to possess the battle power of the 8th grade. You definitely count as the first genius of the Martial God Palace, even those few. I'm afraid they are not as good as you in terms of potential. Fu Bai and Yu Qianming climbed into conversation with Yi Tian at the first opportunity. After listening to the introduction of the two, Yi Tian also knew that these two were considered his senior brothers. I heard that the disciples of the Martial God Hall were all condescending geniuses, but I didn't expect them to flatter Yi Tian as soon as they arrived. Yi Tian responded with a couple of smiles. Comrade Yi Tian, just the basic data from the test isn't enough. We want to see your comprehensive battle power test. I hope you'll be able to exert your full strength during the battle power test, so that we can see just how strong you are. If it's really such a genius, I'd be eager to fight you at the peak dueling arena, against you. The two followed up with another conversation. Yi Tian also gained a lot of information from it. Chapter 098 9-star low class. Yi Tian was seeing geniuses now. And now these geniuses are calling him a genius. This is Yi Tian. A man who continues to perform miracles. Yi Tian also learned some news from Fu Bai and Yu Qianming. In the Temple of Martial God, apart from self-cultivation, the most important thing was to cognize one's own strength and improve one's overall combat power. Battle space is a place where you can completely test your overall battle space. This space was the same as the Martial Soul Tower, a magical space that could also be accessed by the human consciousness. It was also found with the Martial Soul Tower. As long as one entered this space, a virtual opponent would be created within the space, constantly simulating the relative combat power as a way to reach the limit of the challenger, and based on this limit, the true combat power of a martial arts cultivator would be judged. For example, Yi Tian, now that he was in the 6th grade realm section, the first opponent he would encounter after entering the battle space would be in the 6th grade realm section. As he continued to display his martial arts and strength, his opponents would grow stronger and stronger, even becoming stronger 7th grade realm opponents and even 8th grade realm opponents. Until Yi Tian was unable to resist his opponent. And the last fight he fails to challenge will be the one he'll be judged on. Fu Bai and Yu Qianming were also clear that Yi Tian would probably leave room for maneuver when it came to data testing. But that doesn't usually happen when it comes to battle measurements. It was estimated that Yi Tian himself wanted to know what grade his combined combat power had actually reached. As for the peak dueling arena, it was also similar to the battle space, except that it was a place for two martial artists to fight 2 by 2, and it could be fought without regard to anything else, and it could raise one's level of combat in the extreme. Looking at Yi Tian and the two senior brothers, Fu Bai and Yu Qianming, talking enthusiastically on a plate, Zhao Hongxia, aloha, and Ning Su had envious faces. Obviously, Yi Tian had already been recognized by the two senior brothers, Fu Bai and Yu Qianming, while they were not qualified enough. Previously, Zhao Hongxia had sworn that she wanted to compare her basic abilities with Yi Tian, but she was crushed in all aspects. Perhaps she belonged to an outstanding existence in her own school, but when she arrived at the martial god's palace, she belonged to the bottom tier of geniuses, and would need to keep working hard. One mountain is even higher than the other, so it's better to eat more chips. Aloha took out the chips he had with him and barfed on them. Ning Su lowered his head and remained silent, but his brows seemed to be filled with fighting spirit again. Well, the basic tests are over, so you're all free to go. Of course, let me remind you that now that you are official disciples of the Martial God Palace, you can use many of the resources of the Martial God Palace. This includes the battle space as well as the peak dueling arena. Especially the battle power space, it is a place that every disciple of the Martial God Palace must go to every month, so that you can understand your strongest battle power in real time, and it can also clearly allow you to cognize your shortcomings. Of course, you can go to the battle test today, or some days later, as you wish. After briefly explaining the situation, Deacon Wang left alone. Yi Tian decided to go and test his battle power immediately, so he asked the two senior brothers to take him to the battle power space. Zhao Hongxia, Aloha, and Ning Su decided to cultivate for a while before testing their battle power. However, when they heard that Yi Tian was going to test, they followed along to take a look. Afterward, Yi Tian was led by the two senior brothers to a clean white room. In the center of the room was a roughly 1 cubic meter black square covered in strange patterns. This is the battle space. As long as you stand in the front formation, you will be sucked into the battle space. Fu Bai gave Yi Tian instructions. The others were watching Yi Tian's movements. Yes. Yi Tian took a deep breath. He understood that this battle space and peak dueling arena were presumably the handiwork left behind by the Battle Heavenly Clan. He also wanted to know what point his combined battle power had reached. Thus, he boldly walked into the formation in front of the battle space. Buzz off! With the activation of the array pattern, a light instantly fell on Yi Tian's body. Phew! It was as if his soul had been drained away, and he instantly entered another dimension. It was a vast and boundless open space, as if it had come to the end of the universe, with no boundaries. And at that moment, an opponent exactly like Yi Tian condensed opposite him. Regardless of cultivation or face, they were almost exactly the same. This is a mirror image, right? Yi Tian's heart was clear. Then he struck. Thumbs up. With just a casual slash, Yi Tian directly killed his opponent in seconds. The moment the mirror image was killed by Yi Tian in seconds, another identical opponent also appeared. Only his cultivation strength had increased a bit, and he also had an additional sword in his hand, and the sword technique in his hand was very exquisite. Kill. Yi Tian struck again. As Yi Tian went on killing one by one, the opponents became more and more powerful. Soon, Yi Tian's mirror image opponent had already reached the terrifying 8th grade realm, and all aspects of martial arts, techniques and battle power had been raised to a very terrifying level. Outside, Fu Bai and Yu Qianming and the others paid close attention. What kind of evaluation do you think Comrade Yi Tian can get? Fu Bai couldn't help but ask. I think 8 stars medium, should be about right? Yu Qianming said after pondering for a moment. I think it might reach 8 stars higher. It could even reach the highest level. Fu Bai said seriously. So high? Yu Qianming was shocked. If Yi Tian could reach the highest level of 8 stars, it meant that Yi Tian possessed a combat power similar to theirs. The so-called battle evaluation is roughly categorized into 1 to 9 stars. An 8-star combat power was equivalent to the level of an 8th grade grandmaster. Each star level, in turn, is divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and highest. If Yi Tian was rated as the highest of the 8 stars, it meant that Yi Tian was also the most powerful existence at the level of an 8th grade grandmaster. Hearing the two senior brothers, Fu Bai and Yu Qianming, evaluate Yi Tian in such a way, Zhao Hongxia, Aloha, as well as Ning Su and the others also sucked in a breath of cool air. This showed that Yi Tian's battle power had completely surpassed them. The minutes ticked by. Until half an hour later, Yi Genius came out of the battle power space. At this time, Yi Tian was already sweating profusely, even though his physical body was not in the battle power space. Being in there was also a huge drain on Yi Tian's mental power. Therefore, in reality, Yi Tian's body was also sweating profusely. Buzz. Just the moment Yi Tian came out, Yi Tian's combined battle power also appeared. Yi-Tian, one section of the 6th grade realm, comprehensive battle strength test result, 9 stars low. Seeing this result, everyone in the room was stunned by the results in front of them. 9 stars low. This. The 6th grade realm possesses the combat power of a 9th grade martial king. Comrade Yi-Tian, how did you do it? Fu Bai and Yu Qianming also felt their jaws drop in shock. Chapter 099 Yi-Tian's Battle Power. Grandfather's Testament. As official disciples of the martial god hall, Fu Bai and Yu Qianming were considered geniuses among geniuses. To be able to reach the 8th grade realm before the age of 25, that was already a dragon among men. The more geniuses they were, the more they understood that there was a limit to the increase in battle power. At the low character realm, fighting across levels was still slightly easier, as long as one's foundation was solid, one's combat skills were abundant, and one mastered more powerful martial arts skills, it could be accomplished. However, the higher the character realm, the more difficult it was to raise the battle power. Because those who were able to reach this level were not weak, every strong person in the high grade realm almost always had their own mastery. Especially at the 7th grade realm and above, being able to complete a cross-segment challenge was already remarkable. And what about Yi-Tian? He was a cultivator in the first stage of the 6th grade realm, but he was able to fight with the combat power of the 9th grade realm. This was already a direct leap of 3 grand pin realms. Moreover, these 3 great pin realms, one was more terrifying than the other. The 7th rank realm could almost crush the 6th rank realm and below, the 8th rank realm could also almost hang any 7th rank realm and below, and the 9th rank's combat power was even more unrivaled. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a thing as a 9th grade martial king. However, Yi-Tian's appearance had overturned this perception. None of them dared to imagine what kind of strength Yi-Tian would possess if he broke through to the true 9th grade realm one day. Zhao Hongxia, Aloha, and Ning Su had also looked dumbfounded. They didn't see it as thoroughly as Fu Bai and Yu Qianming, but they could understand the gold content of the words 9-star lowly. Their combat power was 7 stars at best, while Yi-Tian was directly 9 stars. What is this if not crushing? They also understood that Yi-Tian did still have a hand in the test. Why are all looking at me like that? Yi-Tian looked at the expressions of several people and couldn't help but laugh. 9 stars low scares you guys? Wouldn't you all be scared to death if I told you that I'm still holding back? Yi-Tian was secretly happy inside. Comrade Yi-Tian, your fighting strength is too amazing. It's really worthy of being a super genius who killed an 8th grade demon general against all odds. We're looking forward to your performance in the National 36 College Combined Exam. Also looking forward to it, you can compete with that amazing man. Fu Bai and Yu Qianming walked up to congratulate him. The current ones also had a hint of admiration for Yi-Tian. After all, the fighting strength Yi-Tian had shown was fiercer than all of them. And Yi-Tian still had a lot of room to grow. That man? Yi-Tian was curious. But the 2 senior brothers didn't say anything either, so he was too embarrassed to pursue the matter. I'm sure we'll find out on the day of the National Association of 36 Colleges and Universities NATCU exam. In the following days, Yi-Tian cultivated inside the martial god hall every day. The cultivation facilities as well as the environment here are extremely favorable and have great privacy. Therefore Yi-Tian also cultivated with great pleasure as well. He didn't lack killing value now, so he could exchange some pill resources that were suitable at this stage to go along with his cultivation. At the 6th grade realm, it was to continuously expand the Qi cyclone in one's body and bring it to the extreme, and then condense it into true element, then one could step into the 7th grade realm. After a month of hard cultivation, Yi-Tian had also successfully raised his cultivation to the 5th stage of the 6th grade realm. Yi-Tian's body had already been tempered by the Tai Huang sacred body technique and would not encounter any hint of a bottleneck period. As his own cultivation increased, Yi-Tian also upgraded all other aspects of himself. In terms of feats, Yi-Tian was unable to upgrade for the time being, unless he raised the great realm to be able to do so. Martial arts, on the other hand, he could have practiced a bit. Yi-Tian had cultivated the Void Storm to a great completion, the Crazy Demon Leg technique to a minor completion, and the Shadow Demon Blade technique to a complete realm. With these 3 items alone, Yi-Tian had consumed more than 3 million kill values. In particular, the Mad Demon Leg technique and the Shadow Demon Blade technique were extremely consuming. The body techniques and secret techniques, since the Void Covering, One Blade Flying Immortal as well as the Moon Cutting were specially mortal Dao means, they had to wait for Yi-Tian's great realm breakthrough before they could continue to be cultivated, still remaining at the small completion stage. Of the 3 types of blade intent, Yi Tian had only managed to raise his eternal blade intent by 10%, which now reached 20%. After completing all the breakthroughs, Yi Tian also looked at his panel attributes. Host, Yi Tian. Cultivation, 6th grade realm, 5th stage. Chi and blood, 6866. Spirit, 6754. Techniques, Taichou Hegemony Body Technique Perfection, Taisu Long Yuan Technique Perfection, Taisu Tongshan Technique Minor Completion, Taihuang Sacred Body Technique Introductory. Martial Arts, Changming Fist Perfection, Dragon Escaping Hand Perfection, Star River Divine Fist Perfection, Sanglong Fingers Perfection, Dala Buddha Hands Perfection, Demon Beheading Blade Technique Storm, Thunder Mighty, Raging Flame, Electricity Arc, Cold Frost, Air Blast, Golden Arrow, Decay, Void Storm Great Completion, Crazy Demon Legs Minor Completion, Shadow Demon Blade Technique Shadow Realm of Intent, Realm of Killing, Realm of Tying. Body Technique, Wandering Immortal Steps Perfect, Treading Star Perfect, Covering the Void Small Success. Secret Technique, 9 Heavenly Bars Strength Perfection, Celestial Being Perfection, 1 Blade Flying Immortal Minor Achievement, Moon Beheading Minor Achievement. Will, Thunder Blade will 30%, Killing Blade will 30%, Eternal Blade will 20%. Weapon, Demon Slasher 9th level, Shadow Demon Sword 9th level. Kill value, 512-6500. My current base combat power is comparable to that of an 8th grade Grandmaster. With a full outburst, one can reach the peak level of an 8th grade Grandmaster. If you use a Blade Flying Immortal or Chopping Moon, you can rival a primary 9th grade Martial King. It's just that there's a huge backlash to exploding these 2 moves, especially Chopping Moon, so it's not much fun to face a 9th grade Martial King, 1 for 1 at most. Yi Tian had a clear understanding of his strength now through the battle power space. Know, too, what you have to choose when you face the enemy. The 1-month deadline is up. It was time for Yi Tian to leave the Martial God Hall. The day before he left, Yi Lingzhan once again found Yi Tian. Little Tian, Grandpa saw the results of your battle power determination, you're very good. Yi Lingzhan once again gave his evaluation. The word good was the highest praise he could give. In the past, at home, he wouldn't openly praise the abilities of the Yi family's descendants internally. In his opinion, juniors couldn't be too proud. But Yi Tian's performance became more and more dazzling. There was even already a trend of being the first person of the future Yi family. Grandpa called you here this time because he has something to tell you. Your future achievements won't be any worse than Grandpa's, and you'll even be able to impact the legendary Martial God realm. Nowadays, all the major magic caves around the globe have fallen into a period of silence, but Grandpa feels that in the near future, something big will happen. Grandpa must now go to the #1 demon cave to sit in on it, and this time, Grandpa always feels a little uneasy. So, looking for you in advance to talk to you, if anything happens to me in the future, you have to carry the Yi family's banner. The future of the Martial Soul Palace may be turbulent and fluctuating, and Grandpa also hopes that you will be able to carry the Martial Soul Palace. Xiao Tian, can you understand Grandpa's pain? Chapter 100 Unsolicited Request. Lu Tianchang. Yi Tian did not expect his grandfather to suddenly say this to him. It's like a dying wish. Grandpa, don't worry, everything will be fine. Yi Tian comforted. He believed that if he gave himself a little more time, he would become the strongest person in Blue Star. Even beyond the limitations of the Blue Star to become the true immortal cultivator. At that time, he would be able to lead Blue Star and destroy the demon people in one fell swoop. While completing the system quests, he could also ascend to the top of this star. It should not be far from that goal. And Yi Tian could leave the Blue Star for a bigger stage. Well, Grandpa believes in you. Yi Lingzhang and Yi Tian chatted for a while longer before parting ways. Yi Tian left the Martial God Temple and returned to his school. He was now a school celebrity, and the turnout was pretty high. Righteous Father. When Wang Fengyi learned that Yi Tian had returned, he came to him at the first opportunity. Yo! Fatty Wang, you've also improved quite fast this month? Yi Tian looked at Wang Fengyi's cultivation strength. I didn't expect him to break through the 4th grade realm. That's pretty fast too. It's not surprising, though. Because the powerful God Dao skill that Yi Tian had imparted to him, which was an immortal Dao means, once he had a solid foundation, he would be able to rapidly improve. Yi Tian also left some dregs of the immortal Dao pill for Wang Fengyi, which was also enough for him to cultivate. Compared to the others, it was definitely Wang Fengyi who cultivated faster. However, it was still far from Yi Tian. I am, not thanks to the blessing of my righteous father. Besides, that's not even close to what I am compared to my righteous father. Righteous father, I heard that you're going to represent the school and participate in the National 36 Colleges Joint Martial Arts Examination. That's really the stage for martial arts geniuses from all over the country. If we can take the top 10 places, it would be a great sight. I wonder how many beautiful girls will fall under your big pants when the time comes. Wang Thingy said with an envious face. You guy, all day long, all you know is women. Yi Tian was also speechless. This guy has everything to do with women. These days, Yi Tian also understood the information about the joint martial arts examination of the 36 colleges and universities in the country. It is a martial arts competition that gathers the best geniuses in the country, aiming to promote and select high-end talented martial artists. The 4 major martial arts academies, plus 31 first-class martial arts universities, and 1 national private martial arts university, all of which are the top 36 colleges and universities in the Dragon Country region. Each college recommends the selection of 10 of the best students, whether they are freshmen or seniors, as long as they are enrolled. So, every contestant will be no older than 25. Arguably all the cream of the crop of the younger generation. A total of 360 people will determine the top 10 in the country. In turn, the top 10 in the country can represent the Dragon region and participate in the World Elite Championships. Of course, that's all an afterthought. The better the results obtained in the National Joint Entrance Examination for 36 colleges and universities, the more lucrative the rewards received. In addition to the public rewards, there will be state subsidies from the Dragon Kingdom, as well as additional rewards from the Temple of Martial Arts, and rewards set up within the major universities. It can be said to be immensely rich. If you finish in the top 10, you will gain even more attention and become a household name as a rising superstar of martial arts. Higher achievements are also possible in the future. Yi Tian knew that he had been secretly pushed by the school to the National Joint Examination of 36 colleges and universities. Originally, he had just been a freshman, so there shouldn't be much hope for him, but he had grown up quickly, and he had especially excelled in the 6th Demon Cave, which had earned him this opportunity. System. I participated in the 36 colleges in the country and didn't trigger any system quests? Or give me some system rewards? Yi Tian had no regard for those rewards in the outside world. What irked him was that the system didn't actually prompt anything. After all, with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get a good score in the National Joint Entrance Examination for 36 colleges. So he took it upon himself to ask the system for it. Drop. The National Joint Examination of 36 colleges and universities is not within the scope of the system's side mission. But since the host wants to add branching content, the system can add it. Ding! The host triggers the system linear mission to obtain the first place in the nation's 36 colleges and universities. If you complete the quest, you will receive a kill value of 5 million and gain the Immortal Dao Martial Arts, Sword Chi Storm. If the mission fails, the entire kill value will be deducted. And the cultivation level will be lowered by 1 grade. Hearing the system tone, Yi Tian called straight out. This is a ING bet? And so punishing? Looks like the system is pretty much a dog, too. The rewards are good, but the penalties are also strong. And according to what Yi Tian knew, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get the top 5 places in the National 36th Joint Examination, but it was still a bit difficult to get the first place. But the system only gave him the task of getting first place. Obviously, this is putting intensity on him. And once a system task is triggered, it can't be undone. Good for you, system. Tough enough. I'll fight you. Yi Tian decided to put up a fight. He couldn't retreat anyway. On the one hand, he began to hone and improve himself at an accelerated rate. On the other hand, he also began to inquire about the messages of some of the strongest people in this session of the National Martial Arts Examination. The date of the National Joint Entrance Examination for 36 colleges and universities is usually set at the end of January, or the beginning of February. This date is usually when major colleges and universities are about to go on winter break. The equivalent of a final exam in every school. And for those outstanding geniuses, it is also an opportunity to show themselves. Before starting, Yi Tian had also learned about some of his competitors through the school as well as some public sources. Yi Tian's main opponents were almost all from the 4 major martial arts academies. After all, the 4 major martial arts academies were all the top geniuses. For other first-class martial universities, being able to produce a peak 6th grade realm martial artist in 5 years' time was already considered very good. The 4 major martial arts academies, on the other hand, could produce superb martial artists of the 7th grade realm and even the 8th grade realm. Every year, when the 4 major martial arts academies participated in the joint examination of the 36 colleges in the country, there were at least 20 7th grade realm martial artists that appeared, and there were several 8th grade realm martial artists as well. And this year, the Green Dragon Martial Dao Academy had unexpectedly appeared a supreme genius, a super genius of the 9th grade realm. This youth was also known as a once-in-a-century martial arts genius. It was also the same man that Fu Bai had spoken of earlier. Lu Tiancheng. This was the only super demon of the current session who had stepped into the 9th grade realm. It was also the only genius in the last 30 years who had stepped into the 9th grade realm before the age of 25. The last one who had broken through the 9th grade realm before the age of 25 had now become the Deputy Hall Master of the Martial God Hall, with his cultivation reaching the 9th grade realm's 9th stage. It was only half a point weaker than Yi Lingzheng. It could be said that Lu Tiancheng's future achievements would also be equivalent to the level of the Martial God Hall's Vice Hall Master. It was even possible to reach Yi Lingzheng's height. Chapter 101, A Gathering of Geniuses. Lu Tiancheng was the biggest obstacle to Yi Tian's winning the national joint examination of 36 colleges and universities. Of course, there were also several other super talented martial artists of the 8th grade Grandmaster, who were also Yi Tian's strongest competitors. For example, Fu Bai, who was an official disciple of the Martial God Temple but also a genius figure representing the Green Dragon Martial Dao Academy, would also be Yi Tian's opponent. Yi Tian also kept an eye out for some talented martial artists at the 9th stage or even peak of the 8th product realm. Know your enemy and know yourself. Even though Yi Tian possessed the immortal Dao inheritance, he could not think highly of himself. Keeping a low profile was Yi Tian's usual style. Before the National 36 Universities joint examination, Yi Tian, with the pills exchanged by the system and his own cultivation speed, hardened his cultivation once again by 2 segments. The CU. Rent Yi Tian had already reached the 7th stage of the 6th grade realm. The combat power has also been slightly increased. The time came January 28th. That day was the day to go to the location of the joint examination of the 36 colleges and universities in the country. Yi Tian accompanied the remaining 9 recommended students of the Border Martial University to a certain martial arts base. This time, the ones who traveled with Yi Tian were none other than the 5th-year senior, Zhou Zhenghao, and the others. These few of them were already representatives of the best and most prominent students of the Border Martial Arts University. Border WU is ranked 31st and has a poor student body itself, and often face riots in the Magic Cave 6. A large number of students were killed or injured in this riot. This appears to be even more of a decline for Border WU. Alas, this time, in the national joint examination of 36 colleges and universities, our school still doesn't have a 7th grade realm. It looks like we will still finish at the bottom this time. It can't be helped, our school itself is already weak. This time, we'll see how Yi Tian performs. I hope he can get a good result on behalf of our Border Martial Arts University. Zhou Zhenghao, Yan Zidong, and Wang Natural all looked at Yi Tian. Although they belonged to the top student martial artists in the Frontier Martial Arts University, at the stage of the national joint examination, they were at the bottom of the list of existences. Only Yi Tian's existence gave them a glimmer of hope. After all, everyone has a sense of honor. Student Yi Tian, I've heard that you've made progress again in the Martial God Temple. This time you have to perform well and try to open up our school's popularity. The person responsible for leading the team this time was Yan Guoliang, the school's vice president. Because President Tan Jiansheng was injured and unfit to travel, he, the vice president, led the team in his place. Okay, Principal Yan, I'll work hard. My goal is to take the first place in the joint exam, Yi Tian said with a serious face. On the exclusive train heading to the Desert Union examination base, everyone was looking at Yi Tian with a shocked expression. None of them expected Yi Tian to be so confident that he wanted to take first place. That's a little too whimsical, isn't it? Generally speaking, in every national joint examination, the top 10 places belong to the 4 major martial arts academies. Especially this year, there was also a super genius of the 9th grade realm. Yi Tian was indeed very powerful, able to fight against an 8th grade demon general. However, everyone in the Border Martial University knew that Yi Tian had killed the 8th-ranked demon general by relying on the help of 2 great powers, Principal Tan Jiansheng as well as the leader of the Hua Jianfeng Legion. And this time, Yi Tian's opponents were again the top geniuses in the country. And is it that easy? The few people present then felt that it was Yi Tian who was overconfident and had become complacent because he had killed an 8th-ranked demon general. Student Yi Tian, It's good that you have such ambition. But we also have to be practical, and I hope you have a good result in this national joint exam. Principal Yen Guoliang said to Yi Tian in a serious tone. Okay. Yi Tian knew that everyone else thought that he was being demented, but only he knew clearly that he was completely serious. It was his own business anyway, and he didn't need anyone else to point it out. No words on the way. Exclusive train to the Northwest Desert region. Here, there is a large venue for martial arts. It is the very location of this joint examination of 36 colleges and universities across the country. And, this time, the joint college exams will be nationally televised. The main purpose is to publicize the power of human martial arts. So, this is a great opportunity for many people to become famous. Even martial artists are not immune to some worldly thoughts. Young martial artists, in particular, had a strong desire to excel. Boom! Rumble! The exclusive train entered the huge drill ground. At this moment, a number of exclusive trains from colleges and universities have come. One by one, student martial artists with outstanding talent began to step into the martial arts arena. Class, it's time to stop. Remember, just bring out our best strength, don't worry too much about the rankings, do your best. Yen Guoliang made a final mobilization. Subsequently, Yi Tian and the other 10 students also got off the bus one after another. Yellow mountains roamed all around. It's like being on an ancient battlefield. Quickly look, it's the camp of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy of the 4 great martial academies. At least all of them are 7th rank realm martial artists, and there are several 8th rank realms as well. This is the depth of the 4 great martial arts academies. It's too strong. Indeed, much better than our school, at best. Zhou Zhenghao and the others looked at the powerful and talented students and felt insignificant. In Frontier Martial University, they were respected seniors, while here, they could only look up to others. Yi Tian casually glanced at him and found a familiar face. It was Zhao Hongxia. Perhaps inspired by Yi Tian, she had unexpectedly broken through the shackles smoothly in the martial god temple and managed to break through to the 7th grade realm. This time she also came to the National Joint Entrance Examination for 36 colleges and universities without any difficulty. Otherwise, with her original strength, she was not yet qualified for this. There's the Xuanwu Martial Academy's camp. See, there's the White Tiger Martial Academy. That's the camp of the Green Dragon Martial Academy. It's so powerful. The weakest ones are only 2 peaks of the 7th rank realm, and the rest are all of the 8th rank realm. And that one. A once-in-a-century super genius of the 9th grade realm. The gazes of the crowd swept around and landed on the side of the 4 martial arts academies that received the most attention. Especially the Green Dragon Martial Academy, as the head of the 4 great martial arts academies, its heritage was naturally the strongest, and all of them were first-class geniuses. Lu Tiancheng, in particular, was crowned and received extreme attention. Yi Tian also noticed that Fu Bai was also listed. Apparently he was also quite a strong presence in the Green Dragon Martial Academy. Yu Qianming wasn't at the White Tiger Martial Academy because he had already graduated. It really is a gathering of geniuses. But that's good, otherwise it's no fun to keep abusing people. Hone your fighting skills so that you won't be timid when you fight the demon human race in the future. Yi Tian felt his qi and blood boiling. As his cultivation strength grew, Yi Tian's desire to fight seemed to grow along with it. Maybe that's what the power brought him to believe. The stronger you are, the smaller you feel, the more you want to surpass yourself and become a stronger version of yourself. Chapter 102 Rules of the Competition. With all 36 college camps entering, it happened to occupy the entire giant martial arts arena. The entire martial arts arena was like a giant 8 trigrams formation. The innermost circle was a huge martial arts stage. It was followed by the 4 directions martial arts observatory. The ones closest to the martial arts stage were the 4 major martial arts academies. To the outside is the 8 square martial arts viewing platform. All camps are ranked by school strength. The 4 major martial arts academies were in the innermost, while the remaining 32 school camps were sorted outwards in order. The border martial university that Yi Tian was in was naturally the outermost one. However, the only good thing about it was that they were positioned at the highest point and could clearly see everything in the infield. Boom! Right at this moment, the entire martial arts arena shook violently. A giant pillar slowly rose up in the center of the martial arts fighting platform. The scene immediately became the center of attention. Look, that's the vice lord of the martial god hall. Tong Qinglong. Back then, he was also a super genius who broke through the 9th grade before the age of 25, and now he is already the existence of a top martial king. It's too strong. That aura. Those present were all talented martial arts students, but they couldn't help but show their reverence even when they saw this person. It was a natural worship of the strong. Tang Qinglong was less than 60 this year, yet he had already ascended to the top of the Blue Star martial Dao. His gaze faintly swept across the entire room, and it caused all 360 supreme geniuses on the scene to fall silent. Today, the old man will preside over this joint examination of colleges and universities. All of you are the top geniuses of my Dragon Country region, and will even become the backbone of my human race against the demon race in the future. Today, you will show yourselves to the fullest here. Rankings are nothing but vanity, it's the battle of true masters that will improve you. Even if you're weak now, you can still observe the battles of the strong and improve yourself as much as possible. Nonsense here. Now, I declare the joint exam open. Announce the rules of the tournament. With Tang Qinglong's inspirational declaration, it immediately raised the fighting spirit of the students on the scene. Immediately afterward, the rules of the game were announced on the spot. There are 4 rounds of the UNCG tournament rules. There will be a total of 360 contestants on the floor, each of whom will be given a random number. The first round of the competition, divided into 6 groups of 60 people at a time, entered the martial arts stage and fought without distinction, with 30 people remaining at the end to advance. In the second round, there were 180 people remaining, divided into 6 groups, with each 30 people entering the martial arts stage, also fighting without discrimination, and finally 15 people were left to advance. In the third round, the remaining 90 people, divided into 3 groups, each 30 people into the martial arts stage, undifferentiated fighting, the last remaining 12 people to advance. In the final round, the remaining 36 people, not grouped together, will play 2x2 mode, in the form of points, to determine the final 36 rankings. Those who were able to enter the final 36 rankings would automatically be awarded the title of 36 Geomancers. Undifferentiated combat? Kind of interesting. Yi Tian looked at the series of competition rules and couldn't help but stroke his chin. The so-called non-discriminatory fighting means that there are no restrictions. In the first round of the competition, there were a total of 60 people, both strong and weak, as strong as Lu Tiancheng, who was in the 9th rank realm, while the weakest was in the 6th rank realm, so if they fought alone, they would have no chance at all. However, if the remaining 59 people were to join forces, they would really have a chance to eliminate Lu Tiancheng. Of course, this is the extreme case. Normally, it was also impossible to actually join forces against Lu Tiancheng. Yi Tian also understood the meaning of the organizers. This was to allow the weaker of those geniuses to have a chance to perform as well. Weaknesses need to join forces and defeat strong opponents to ensure their advancement. The strongest, on the other hand, need to be clear about their own strengths, and can either join forces or carry their teammates to victory over strong enemies. In short, it's a mixed bag of assessment games. And the final round is the real battle of the geniuses. Everyone has heard the rules of the competition clearly, right? Later, if we're from the same school, if we're in the same group for the test, then we should help each other out and form a group. That's what the rules allow. Try to stick it out until the end. There will also be rewards for being able to pass around. Yan Guoliang said with a serious face. Yi Tian as well as Zhou Zhenghao and the others nodded their heads. Within the remaining 35 colleges and universities, there should be the same tacit understanding. After interpreting the rules of the competition, it was then time for the drawing of lots. Yi Tian's side also drew his own unique number, 137. Soon, the draw was complete. Each participant was given their own number. Afterward, an old man stood up on the martial arts stage, and he said in a loud voice, "Below, the 60 students who reported their numbers, all come to the martial arts stage. 37. 56. 330. The numbers reported by the old man were also random, without any pattern. This ensures the fairness of the martial arts fight. As the old man called more and more numbers, one by one, the students went up to the martial arts fighting stage. The length and width of the martial arts fighting stage were both over 200 meters, very wide, and it was more than enough to accommodate 60 students. Moreover, this martial arts fighting stage was obviously built with special materials, and even if it received a violent blow, it would not be easily damaged. Finally, the first group was finalized. Yi Tian was not on the field. Border VU did have 3 people called for numbers. They also followed through with the square formation and joined together when they entered the martial arts stage. It was just a bit chaotic with a big mosh pit of 60 people. At first everyone had their own hold, but when one of the first people made a move, it was all out of control. All 3 students from Border Martial Arts University were knocked down. After all, the geniuses of the Border Martial Arts University were nothing more than abused on this stage of the nation's geniuses. Ugh. Too bad. Yeah, it would have lasted a little longer to get one of the 30 advancement spots. It can't be helped, those awesome guys don't even give us a chance. The 3 who were knocked down couldn't help but hang their heads. However, they also pinned their hopes on a few people from Yeteon. Soon, the second set of matches began. 137. This time, Yeteon's number was called. And surprisingly none of his classmates were with him. He's going to be on his own. That's good, saves distraction. The corner of Yeteon's mouth raised in a smile. Soon, all 60 people in the second group were also on the field. Look, there's one over there wearing a Border Martial Arts University uniform. I can't believe he's only one. It seems like it's still only a cultivation level of the 6th grade realm. Him. Get him one down, one less competitor. Good. Agreed. The referee hadn't even announced the start of the match yet when someone next to Yeteon started counting him out. Game on. When everyone is ready, the referee yells. The 4 or 5 people who were closest to Yeteon all rushed towards him in a brain. Each of them performed their own martial arts. These were all talented martial artists at the level of the 7th grade realm zongsure, and could achieve close-range power outward emission. For a while, palm energy and fist winds whistled. Get out! Yeteon threw a punch and struck out explosively. Chapter 103, First Under 25. Yeteon's punch was the starry stars of the Star River Divine Fist. And incorporate the power of the Void Storm into it as well. With one punch, the forceful chi was like a rainbow striking through the sun as it rushed out horizontally. Plus a few points of the power of the 9 Heavenly Dipper. Directly smashing those attacks all together. Dang! 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 Yeteon then started his own counterattack as well. Every punch he threw was like a knife, tearing through the void. Even Yeteon's fist strength contained the terrifying Thunder Blade Intent, Killing Blade Intent, and Eternal Blade Intent. His will had been perfectly integrated into his fist blade. Ah! What the devil is this? This isn't even the 6th grade realm. It's completely the power of an 8th grade realm grandmaster. Put! The ones who had just surrounded Yeteon were instantly crushed. Some were fleeing, while others were directly spat out blood profusely, some were dazed, and some admitted defeat and surrendered on the spot. This scene also caused no small amount of shock. Although Yeteon had a great reputation in Border Martial University, no one knew him in other schools yet. Obviously, everyone could not have imagined that Border Martial University had actually produced such a character. With a cultivation level of the 6th grade, he able to suppress a genius of the 7th grade. This guy is really something. Yeah. Those who are able to come to participate in the 36 colleges and universities joint examination are the elite of the elite. Although those few are only at the early stage of the 7th grade realm, they are all geniuses from various schools, capable of erupting with peak 7th grade realm combat power. I didn't expect that they couldn't even defeat him. This fellow's explosive power is so strong that he was able to cross 2 great realms. Regardless of whether it was the students participating in the 60-person melee at the scene, or the students on the surrounding viewing platforms, all of them were shocked by Yeteon's performance. This strength was an absolutely shocking existence. Of course, there is a part that doesn't feel very surprised. For example, the students of the Border Martial Arts University, such as Zhou Zhanghao. There were also people who had contact with Yeteon, such as Zhao Hongxia from the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy and Fu Bai from the Green Dragon Martial Academy. Sure enough, he's going to create a storm in this year's college joint examination. Fu Bai lamented. As the most powerful martial arts academy in the Dragon Country region, Qinglong Martial Arts Academy was almost always sitting at the top of the table in the National College Joint Examination every year. Every student thinks highly of themselves. But it wasn't until Fu Bai saw Yeteon that he had a feeling of being astonished. Maybe, he can really fight that man. Fu Bai's eyes went to the lone man on the side. It was none other than Lu Tiancheng. Lu Tiancheng stood alone with his hands behind his back. A 10-meter radius was empty. Because there's no one else who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens, belonging to the top king of geniuses. Lu Tiancheng's gaze was clear, and he didn't seem to be concerned about the situation on the martial arts stage. Even though Yi Tian's performance was not bad, it still did not attract his attention. Obviously, he wasn't very concerned about Yi Tian's performance either, thinking that he wasn't an opponent. On the highest viewing platform, Tang Qinglong looked down at the performance of the many students below with a calm demeanor, nodding his head from time to time and shaking his head from time to time. Or appreciated, or sighed. With his transcendent status and vision of a ninth-grade martial king, he could tell which one was stronger or weaker, and who had more talent, just by looking at them. This is a good seedling, his chi and blood are vigorous, his battle strength is extraordinary, and the martial arts he has cultivated seems to be not a big deal. Tang Qinglong couldn't help but nod his head in appreciation as he watched Yi Tian's performance. Tang Qinglong had been intoxicated with martial arts all his life, and had even managed to create his own martial arts, so he naturally had the clearest perception of martial arts. However, his main focus was still on Lu Tiancheng. This time, the reason why he personally came to preside over this time's National 36 University's joint examination was most of all for Lu Tiancheng. He wanted to take Lu Tiancheng as his disciple. Previously, the Martial God Palace had repeatedly tried to break the rules to recruit Lu Tiancheng, but he had politely refused. He doesn't seem to want to be tied to any power. Or, he had his own martial arts pursuits. But the Martial God Palace was also unwilling to give up on him. After all, Lu Tiancheng was extremely talented. This time, he was trying to take him under his wing. Yi Tian's group's match ended smoothly. Yi Tian naturally advanced smoothly. Immediately following was the third set of matches. Lu Tiancheng happened to be fighting in this group. Boom! As soon as Lu Tiancheng stepped onto the martial arts stage, he immediately released a strong aura. The body-protecting true chi around him was as if it was substantial, raging wildly. He was merely a section of the ninth-grade realm, at the beginning of the martial king realm. And yet, his body protection chi was so tamped down. Obviously, the technique he cultivated was very powerful, otherwise it would be impossible for him to possess such a quality of body-protecting true chi. At the ninth-grade realm, all of them could release their true essence at will, and the protective true chi they formed was a powerful defensive wall. Even if the others wanted to surround him, they would have to break his body protection chi first. And when Lu Tiancheng released this aura, it immediately shocked everyone at the scene. He hadn't made a move, but it had been better than a move. Anyone with a brain would naturally not mess with him. Thus, Lu Tiancheng stood so calmly at the very center of the martial arts stage. No one dares to approach. Even more so, no one dares to mess with it. This is the crown-covered aura of the number 1 under 25 in the Dragon Kingdom region today. Yi Tian was also on the stage and paid attention to Lu Tiancheng's state. It was only a pity that he hadn't seen Lu Tiancheng make a move and couldn't learn his details. Ding dong! The system has detected a flash of a powerful demonic aura. Just then the system's voice steeped up. Yi Tian instantly became nervous and looked around. But nothing was found. Be aware that the system is very perceptive. Although he had already passed the novice period, Yi Tian still purchased some magic chi sensing runes. Whenever a powerful or special magic chi appeared, it would cause the system to sense it. But this time the sensation was surprisingly fleeting. Could it be that a demonic powerhouse is also paying attention to this match of ours? It won't be a 9th-ranked senior demon general? Or a super demon king? This national joint exam isn't going to be a crisis, is it? Yi Tian's mind immediately surged with a single thought. Although, he had confidence in his own strength. However, he also realized that the demon people were very powerful, and he definitely didn't have much of a chance of winning now that he was facing a 9th-ranked demon general. If the Super Devil King descended, he wouldn't be able to resist. But the good thing was, it was just the system monitoring right now, and it wasn't an actual demonic power that had appeared. Maybe it's just a temporary error in the system. Just as Yi Tian lowered his eyebrows in contemplation, the third group of matches also ended, with 30 people advancing successfully. They were followed by the 4th, 5th, and 6th groups. After the first big melee that lasted over 2 hours. In the end, 180 people qualified for the second round. On the side of the Border Martial Arts University, there were only 2 people who went in, one was Yi Tian and the other was Zhou Zhenghao. The remaining 8 were all wiped out. Even Zhou Zhenghao broke through by luck. Chapter 104 does not allow such a powerful person to exist. After a brief half-hour break, The second round of the tournament has officially begun. The 180 people who advanced to this round were also divided into 6 groups. There are only 30 people in each group, and again only half, or 15, can advance. The smaller the number of people, the more brutal the competition. Soon, the first set of matches ended, and Yi Tian didn't take the field. The second set of matches ended with Zhou Jianghao in the ring, but was quickly eliminated. After all, he was too weak. This is followed by the third group. Yi Tian happened to be in this group and was called to number 137. And in this group, surprisingly, 5 of them were genius powerhouses from the Green Dragon Martial Academy. Of these 5, 3 of them had already reached the cultivation level of the 8th grade realm, and the other 2 were also genius experts at the high stage of the 7th grade realm. As soon as these 5 people got on the martial arts stage, they unexpectedly looked at Yi Tian in unison. See that kid? That's him, from the Border Martial Arts University. He actually beat down 5 7th grade realm sectors in one breath in the last round. This kid is a bit evil. He seems to possess the battle power of an 8th grade grandmaster. We may have let him continue to be arrogant. You know, for the National Joint Examination, our Green Dragon Martial Academy has always been a dominating presence. Although, the first place in this term definitely belongs to senior brother Liu Tiancheng. But, we won't allow someone that powerful to exist. The leader of the group was a top genius of the 8th stage of the 8th product realm, and his name was Duan Hongyi. Good. Let's join forces and deal with him together. We should let the people from other academies know that we, the Green Dragon Martial Academy, are the #1 orthodoxy. Kick this kid out first. We'll see about the rest. A few of the others chimed in. The Green Dragon Martial Academy had always been pretentious and very united, especially when it came to external matters like this. Therefore, as soon as the second round began, they selected Yi Tian as their target and decided to strike against him. The battle begins. Duan Hongyi brought 4 students from the Green Dragon Martial Academy and immediately surrounded them. Kid, you'd better walk off the martial arts stage yourself. Don't make us do it. Those who know what's good for them are the ones who know what's good for them. Duan Hongyi clasped his hands to his chest and blandly said. In their opinion, although Yi Tian had a bit of talent and strength, he was still inferior when facing the 5 of them. Green Dragon Martial Academy, too many people bullying too few people? A smirk surfaced at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth. These people are targeting. Ha ha ha, bullying you, that's just looking down on you. I can beat you up all by myself. If you don't believe me, you can try. Duan Hongyi said confidently. He wasn't weak in his own right. Within the Green Dragon Martial Academy, he could also be ranked in the top 5. Except for a few, he couldn't fight. For example, Liu Tiancheng and Fu Bai. However, he was confident that at this stage of the 8th grade Grandmaster, his combat power had already reached its peak. Since you guys are targeting me, I can only target you too. This round, all of you will be eliminated. Yi Tian also stopped talking nonsense and struck out blatantly. Tread Star. A pace that instantly closes the distance. Crazy legs. Phew. Shoo. Shoo. Yi Tian lands a sweeping right hand. In that instant, he kicked out 36 leg strengths in succession. It was the first time he had performed this type of leg technique, but the leg technique that contained the 9 heavenly dipper strength was incomparably strong. The leg strength carried a terrifying wave of air, instantly sweeping ahead. Duan Hongyi and the others all turned pale. Dang! 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 The 5 people were evenly subjected to Yi Tian's attack, with one person taking at least 6 or 7 kicks of power. Poof! Poof! Those 2 student martial artists of the 7th grade realm condensed their protective true chi, but under Yi Tian's leg technique, they actually crumbled and then were directly kicked away. Duan Hongyi and the other 3 8th grade realm martial artists barely blocked Yi Tian's leg attacks. This kid is really evil. I'll hold him back, you guys clamp down. Duan Hongyi shouted angrily. Immediately, he also executed his own leg martial arts. Flying cloud legwork. Boom. 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 A series of leg stumps appeared in front of Yi Tian. The power of each leg strike was incomparably rammed. I have to say, Duan Hongyi's leg kicks are pretty impressive as well. Only, it was not as good as Yi Tian's crazy demon leg technique. Yi Tian, however, did not entangle with him and directly made a sweeping movement. Shade the void. Yi Tian rose up in the air and swept directly in front of those two 7th grade realm students. He's going to target them. Boom! Boom! The crazy demon leg technique instantly erupted. These two had just been struck, and with their chi and blood churning in their bodies, in their haste to resist, they were directly kicked out by Yi Tian. Rolled straight out of the martial arts stage. Straight up misery. Originally, with their strength, they had a good chance of advancing to the next round. It's just a shame that they chose a dead end. They wanted to target Yi Tian. Then Yi Tian could only target them. And you three. Kicking the two out, Yi Tian dropped his gaze on the remaining three. Come up with your skills together. Duan Hongyi gritted his teeth. He was feeling the pressure now. But now that they've struck, there's no turning back. Flying cloud legwork. Shin Kong Palm. Spiritual void fist. The three Duan Hongyi people were all in the 8th grade Grandmaster realm, and the martial arts they practiced were all at the top of the Shin grade, and when they fought one after the other, it was a formidable sight. Yi Tian's surroundings were immediately covered in attacks. The void. Storm. Yi Tian swung his hands in a circle, instantly condensing a true Chi Taiji pattern. This hand of his rattling had the strange effect of 4 or 2 pounds. It was even able to dissolve and dissipate all of that surrounding energy, and was even able to turn it into its own. In an instant, Yi Tian disintegrated his opponent's attack by virtue of the void storm and condensed some of the strength power in front of his body. The Great Buddha Hand. Boom! In the next second, Yi Tian's arms turned and violently launched out. This palm returned all of the opponent's power and incorporated Yi Tian's own power. The terrifying force wrapped in the power of the 9 heavens Big Dipper force transformed into 2 huge Buddha hands that charged across the sky. Ah! Each of the 3 Duan Hongyi people cast their strongest defense. One of the genius martial artists of the 3rd stage of the 8th product realm, however, could not withstand Yi Tian's palm at all, and was immediately spat out blood and sent flying. The other martial artist at the 5th stage of the 8th grade realm was barely able to resist the palm, but he was also knocked back a dozen meters. Only Duan Hongyi used solid footwork and resisted the blow with a hard hand. But he was also very bad, feeling like his entire body had been cut by countless blades, and his body was covered with tiny, tiny wounds. Moreover, the chi and blood in his body was churning, as if it was about to spurt out at any time. So strong. Duan Hongyi forced down the mouthful of blood that was almost spewed out, his heart incomparably shaken. Only then did he realize how foolish his move of underestimating Yi Tian had been just now. Get off your ass. In the very next second, Yi Tian steeply appeared in front of him. Knock. A meteor-like punch came across the room. Duan Hongyi was simply too late to resist and was directly sent flying. A talented martial artist at the level of an 8th grade realm grandmaster was eliminated by water spirit just like that. The scene also caused a sigh of relief. Chapter 105. There is no father or son in the fighting ring. This border martial arts universities, it's too awesome, isn't it? He's single-handedly taking on the experts of the Green Dragon Martial Academy. That one seems to be the broken water-streamed Duan Hongyi from the 8th stage of the 8th grade realm. It's him. I didn't realize that even he wasn't a match for that border martial university. This son is a bit scary. Whether it was the 30 students present or the crowd of onlookers, they were all shocked and dumbfounded when they saw the scene in front of them. The group of students from the Green Dragon Martial Academy were filled with anger. In their opinion, their group of 10 should all enter the 3rd round, and even bag the 10 spots in the top 36. But I didn't expect to be eliminated in the 2nd round by 5 people. What's more, Duan Hongyi, who could have occupied a top 10 position, was also eliminated. That was a huge loss for the Green Dragon Martial Academy. However, for the other 35 colleges, this was good news. After all, it eliminated 2 high 7th grade as well as 3 8th grade experts. Senior brother Lu, this guy is too arrogant. How dare he target our Green Dragon Martial Academy? That's right, it's clear that he doesn't have our Green Dragon Martial Academy in his sights. If senior brother encounters him later on, he must be directly crushed. On the side of the Green Dragon Martial Academy, there were still a few talented students arching fire in front of Lu Tianchang. Lu Tianchang's eyes lifted slightly as his gaze swept over Yi Tian's figure without the slightest fluctuation. It didn't seem to cause him any mood swings at all. He still didn't put Yi Tian in his eyes. Tang Qinglong, who was located on the highest platform, saw everything clearly. Even he nodded slightly at Yi Tian's performance. A cultivation of the 7th stage of the 6th grade realm can actually erupt with a chi and blood power no weaker than the peak of the 8th grade realm. The technique he cultivates must be very peculiar. And his martial arts are so subtle that even I can't see the way out of the door. Could it be a disciple of some ancient family? Or a disciple of some hidden sect? Tom Qinglong's eyes flashed with essence. He came from a remarkable background, but had a miserable experience. He can also tell at a glance about geniuses. At this moment, Yi Tian could already enter Teng Qinglong's eyes. The last 3 sets of the second round also finished well. A total of 90 people eventually made it to the 3rd round. After a half-hour break, it was time for the most brutal 3rd round. The 3rd round was divided into 3 groups, each group was 30 people, and only 12 people from the same group could advance to the final list of the top 36. And those who were able to sustain themselves until the 3rd round were undoubtedly strong. All of them were at least genius powerhouses at the high stage of the 7th product realm, or genius martial artists at the 8th product realm. Only Yi Tian, the 6th grade realm, belonged to the only one. Of course, there was also the Lu Tiancheng, who was claimed to be the number 1 person under the age of 25, a unique class in the 9th grade realm. Immediately afterward, the 3rd round of the tournament began. Yi Tian fought in the first group this time. 29 others followed. Yi Tian's gaze wandered over the others present and instantly locked onto 3 men wearing the Green Dragon Martial Academy uniforms. Previously, the people from the Green Dragon Martial Academy had targeted him, so now he had begun to target them as well. This time, he was going to make the Green Dragon Martial Academy eliminate all of them. He's not one to hold grudges. Because Yi Tian generally avenged himself on the spot if he had a grudge. Those 3 Green Dragon Martial Academy students who were locked by Yi Tian's gaze immediately felt a wave of sweating. I'll take the test. That kid was watching us. It's not supposed to be on us, is it? Oops. It looks like it wants revenge. But what does it have to do with us? It's all Duan Hongyi and the others who did it. Senior brother Fu, it's all up to you. 2 of them were slightly weaker, and although they also had the 8th product realm, they were clearly inferior to Duan Hongyi. Being stared at by Yi Tian at this moment, he naturally felt hairy and scared. The other was Fu Bai, whom Yi Tian knew from the Martial God Temple. Don't worry, I and him, sort of some old acquaintances, I think. Fu Bai did not seem to worry about Yi Tian, so he patted his chest and said. But he didn't expect that before he finished his words, Yi Tian had already swept towards them. He actually had no hesitation about taking a shot at them. Comrade Yi Tian, Fu Bai exclaimed sharply. He thought of using his one-sided relationship with Yi Tian in the Martial God's Palace to make the other party show mercy. Even if it was because the people from the Green Dragon Martial Academy had provoked Yi Tian first before, they could still wait until they entered the final rounds to fight it out. There is absolutely no need to fight each other to the death in a 3rd round situation. It's not good for either side. This joint examination of colleges and universities across the country is a matter of honor on the one hand, and on the other hand, the rewards of the colleges and universities are very lucrative. With Fu Bai's strength, he would have no problem getting the top 5, and could even compete for the top 3. However, Yi Tian didn't give him any face at all and directly killed them. Boo! Yi Tian slammed his fist, and Fu Bai parried it down with all his might. Comrade Yi Tian. We've known each other for a while at least, there's no need to fight me to the death over a trivial matter, right? Fu Bai gritted his teeth. He was also a bit wary of Yi Tian, especially after seeing that Yi Tian's battle strength rating in the Martial Gods Hall had reached 9-star low grade. There are no fathers and sons in the fighting arena. If your Green Dragon Martial Academy dares to target me, then don't blame me for being impolite. However, you can choose to avoid the battle. Yi Tian responded with indifferent eyes. His point is also simple. He wouldn't stop this time either. At least the other 2 students from the Green Dragon Martial Academy should all be eliminated. As for Fu Bai, Yi Tian could put in a little water. If Fu Bai chose to dodge and evade, Yi Tian really didn't care to expend his strength to chase him. After all, Fu Bai's combat power was actually not weak. Comrade Yi Tian. Don't you look down on people. Hearing these words instead galvanized the fighting spirit within Fu Bai. He did have some scruples about Yi Tian. But it wasn't so bad that he really thought he was inferior to Yi Tian. He, after all, was also a decision genius. If it wasn't for the emergence of a terrifying demon like Lu Tiancheng at the Green Dragon Martial Academy. Otherwise, he might be the first genius of the Green Dragon Martial Academy. Yi Tian's words had ignited his fighting spirit. He also wanted to be a shrinking violet and wait until he got to the final round to show himself. He only wanted to compete with Yi Tian at this moment. White Dragon Chant! Fu Bai shouted angrily, and the sound of a dragon's roar actually erupted from within his body. In an instant, his aura climbed to the extreme. Dang! 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 His palm and fist winds changed instantly, displaying a powerful fighting ability. He was at the 9th stage of the 8th grade realm, and his full outburst possessed a strength comparable to that of the 1st stage of the 9th grade realm. This was his peak battle power. Star River Divine Fist. The Great Buddha Hand. Crazy Demon Legs. Yi Tian was also on fire. Various immortal Dao martial arts were displayed, and each of them contained the 9 heavenly deity strength. After all, the other party was also a top genius, and he needed to take it seriously as well. Boom! 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 The two of them, Yi Tian and Fu Bai, were blasting each other on the martial arts stage, and the rest of the people were unable to participate at all of them hiding far away for fear of being affected. Chapter 106, You Crazy Bastard! The two's counterblast caused the entire martial arts stage to tremble. Fu Bai's white dragon chant caused the airflow around his body to dance like a dragon and snake, and every punch he threw brought up a strong wind that was like a dragon's claws tearing through the void, emitting a sharp whine. His feet were agile, constantly roaming in a weird trajectory, trying to find Yi Tian's cracks. Yi Tian executed the Star River Divine Fist, and between the flickering shadows of his fists, it was as if a river of stars was reeling backward, and each punch was wrapped in the power of the stars as it heavily smashed into Fu Bai. Wherever the wind of the fist passed, the air was compressed into a ripple visible to the naked eye, as if it was going to shatter space. While the great Luo Buddha hand was shining with golden light, a huge golden palm phantom emerged from behind Yi Tian, and from the top to the bottom, with an aura of suppressing everything, it slapped down towards Fu Bai. Fu Bai didn't dare to be careless under this series of harsh attacks from Yi Tian. His eyes flickered with determination as he dodged Yi Tian's attacks with his own exquisite stance while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. He only saw his figure flashing, like a white lightning rushing towards Yi Tian. The fist wind in his hand transformed into a powerful sword chi, directly stabbing Yi Tian's vitals. Seeing this, Yi Tian did not panic and executed the crazy demon leg technique. His legs were like a pair of swift battle axes, slicing through the air with a trail of residual shadows as they collided with Fu Bai's sword chi, emitting a series of crisp popping sounds. With each collision, powerful energy fluctuations erupted, stirring the surrounding air into chaos. As the battle continued, both of their bodies were scarred to varying degrees. These two are really crazy. This is only the 3rd round, not the final. Yeah, even if it's the finals, there's no need to fight so hard, right? This border martial universities is simply crazy and strong. He actually pressured White Dragon General Fu Bai to the point where he couldn't lift his head. Yes, Fu Bai is a top 3 genius of the Green Dragon Martial Academy, second only to Liu Tiancheng's existence. The two fought in a way that left the rest of the crowd dumbfounded. Even the others on the viewing platform held their breath, not daring to miss a single scene. These two were supreme geniuses, so the battle was naturally exceptionally exciting, and many things could be learned yet. At this point, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Fu Bai's mouth, but his eyes grew more and more ferocious, as if the injury had inspired the latent fighting spirit within him. Although he was afraid of Yi Tian, he himself carried the reputation of the Green Dragon Martial Academy and was a supreme genius himself. In this moment, he was incredibly eager to prove himself. Senior brother Fu, we're here to help you. The 3 of us will beat up one of him, let's see if he still dares to be arrogant. The other 2 disciples from the Green Dragon Martial Academy also jumped into the battle circle, wanting to jointly attack Yi Tian. Off! However, this move was met with Fu Bai's angry shout. Because he doesn't care to fight more or less. He only wanted to defeat Yi Tian one-on-one, or be defeated by Yi Tian. Even if he lost, he was convinced. He took a deep breath and fiercely gathered the power of his entire body onto his right fist, and the sound of the dragon's roar on his fist became louder and louder, and the entire martial arts stage was enveloped by this power of the dragon's roar. White Dragon Whistling Sky. Fu Bai roared, his right fist carrying a heaven-destroying aura as it blasted towards Yi Tian. This punch gathered all of his strength, and wherever the wind of his fist passed, the ground was torn open with a deep crack. Yi Tian felt the power of this punch and his eyes became grave. He knew that this was Fu Bai's strongest strike. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, running the power of chi and blood in his body to the extreme, as the 9 heavens gang strength flowed crazily through his meridians. Tai Huang's sacred body. Eternal blade intent. Yi Tian's body shone with golden light around him, and the strong blade intent was integrated into his fist blade. Boom! With an earth-shattering thud, the fists of the two men clashed heavily together. A powerful energy storm centered on the two and spread out in all directions. The protective formations around the martial arts stage were instantly triggered, and a ray of light flickered, resisting this terrifying energy impact. After the light dissipated, only Yi Tian and Fu Bai were both seen standing in place, their bodies trembling slightly. Fu Bai's arm was already twisted and deformed, obviously having been seriously injured in the collision just now. And a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Tian's mouth, but his eyes remained firm. You are very strong, but today, none of you from the Green Dragon Martial Academy will be able to advance. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and said. Fu Bai looked at Yi Tian and a complex look flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he revealed a bitter smile. You crazy person? I admit defeat. After saying that, he dragged his body and walked off the martial arts stage. He fought hard with senior brother Fu and must have been injured as well. Let's team up and attack him. The moment Fu Bai walked down, the other two students from the Green Dragon Martial Academy teamed up to kill Yi Tian. In their opinion, Yi Tian was already at the end of his rope and couldn't support him for much longer. Humph. Yi Tian snorted coldly as his aura climbed to the extreme once again. Knock. A fist blasted out. Boo. Only to see one of them directly sent flying, foaming at the mouth on the spot, seriously injured. The other person was directly stunned when he saw this scene, and immediately withdrew his attack and jumped off the ring without looking back. Seeing this, Yi Tian sat down on his own end to recuperate and rest. While the others on the martial arts stage saw this scene, none of them dared to hit Yi Tian in the slightest. That's a lunatic. Even the Green Dragon Martial Arts Academy couldn't afford to mess with them. How could they dare to think that? After this battle, Yi Tian also successfully advanced to the final round. After the next two groups, the final 36 spots were available. Among them, there were only two people from the Green Dragon Martial Academy who ended up advancing. One was Lu Tanchang, and the other was also a genius expert of the 8th rank realm. For the White Tiger Martial Academy, there were 6 people who advanced. The Vermilion Bird Martial Academy also had 5 people who advanced, and the Xuanwu Martial Academy had 7 people who advanced. The remaining 16 slots were divided among the remaining 32 martial arts academies, which were basically the topmost powerhouses of each academy. And the 4 major martial arts academies still occupied most of the seats. The unluckiest of all was naturally the Green Dragon Martial Academy. In previous years, it was the Green Dragon Martial Arts Academy that came first in terms of numbers. Sometimes even all 10 contestants are able to advance. However, this year, because they had provoked Yi Tian, the result was that 8 people did not advance. Instantly it was all inferior to the other 3 martial arts academies. Yi Tian also became the biggest dark horse of the National College Joint Examination, passing all the way through and becoming the only player to advance from Border Martial Arts University. And next, in the final round, Yi Tian would be facing the top geniuses of the major universities. Go Yi Tian! Give our Border Martial Arts University a long face. The best we've had at Frontier WU is 35th in the country. I hope Yi Tian can reach a top 10 achievement. No, Yi Tian has hopes of getting the top 5. Maybe top 3 then. Zhou Zhenghao, Wang Tianran, Yan Zidong, and other students from Border Martial Arts University were cheering for Yi Tian. Chapter 107 Top 36. Alien Martial Artist. Chapter 108 The first person of the White Tiger Martial Academy. Xia Brejan. Soon, all 18 matchups in the first round were over. 18 of them earned victory points. This was followed by the start of the second round. In this round, Yi Tian was scheduled to face off in the third match. And his opponent turned out to be the first person from the White Tiger Institution. The green-clothed youth stood on the martial arts stage, his gaze emanating a refined light as he stared at Yi Tian. My name is Xia Brejan, with a peak cultivation level of 8th grade. I've seen your methods, you're very strong and qualified to be my opponent. However, in front of me, you will eventually lose. Because I'm the strongest. Xia Brejan was incomparably arrogant and confident. This is a necessary ingredient for every genius. What a lot of nonsense. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth rose slightly as he said indifferently. Although he didn't put the other party in his eyes, Yi Tian still knew something about the White Tiger Academy. The martial arts taught by the White Tiger Academy were all attack-oriented. It was said that the students of the White Tiger Academy were super fierce in combat, and that was the reason why. The most famous thing about their academy was the tiger's whistling divine fist. That was a prestigious Earth-level martial art. As the number one person of this generation of the White Tiger Martial Academy, Xiaobrigin had naturally cultivated the tiger whistling divine fist to the extreme long ago. Madness is useless in front of me. Xiaobrigin was not affected in the slightest by Yi Tian's words. He took a long stride and rose directly into the air. Like a tiger going down a mountain. Roar! 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 Xiaobrigин's hissing sound seemed to multiply his power value as well. This was the secret art he practiced, the lion's roar kung fu. The sound that erupts can shock others, affect their auditory nerves, and even interfere with the ability to think in the brain area. And his own aura climbed up, and under the boiling of his qi and blood, the fist power that erupted was naturally fiercer. Dang! 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 A powerful tiger claw energy qi instantly tore towards Yi Tian. These attacks were comparable to the power of a section of the 9th grade realm. One must know that a section of the 9th grade realm and the peak of the 8th grade realm were not just one step apart, it was a world of difference. Normally, a section of the 9th grade realm could hang and beat the peak of the 8th grade realm. You can even, 1 fights 3. From this, one could see the power of the 9th grade realm. In the face of such might, Yi Tian did not dare to be slow. He responded by exerting all his strength. The Star River Divine Fist and the Crazy Demon Leg technique were exerted as much as possible. It also contained the powerful 9 heavenly deity power. Dang! 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 The two sides exchanged blows, and vigor shot out all around. It landed on the martial arts stage and exploded into a ripple of smoke and dust. Xiao Baojuan's attack power is even more powerful than Fu Bai's. Fu Bai can't beat this guy, it's not possible that Xiao Baojun can't beat him either, right? How can it be? This kid is a bit of a pervert, but his own cultivation is the shortcoming. That's right, the lack of qi and blood should be his weakness. Head to head, he's definitely no match for Xiaobrigin. As they watched the two exchange blows, the other students on the stage gave their own evaluations. Many people didn't think highly of Yi Tian. After all, Yi Tian was too dazzling among the geniuses. Everyone is a little jealous in one way or another. Fiery Tiger Divine Kung Fu. Explosion. Right after Xiao Baojun and Yi Tian exchanged a dozen moves, Xiao Baojun felt that he could not break Yi Tian in a short period of time, so he immediately let out a roar. There seemed to be power erupting from within him. At the same time, he had brought on a set of finger tigers at some point. In the previous tournaments you were not allowed to carry a weapon, but in the final, everyone could choose their own weapon of specialization. This set of finger tigers was obviously also specially refined, and belonged exclusively to Xiaobrigин's unique weapon. After releasing his cultivation technique and using his unique weapon, Xiaobrigин's combat power soared once again. Dang! 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 Xiaobrigин's attack was 2 to 3 times more powerful. Yi Tian, on the other hand, was stepping on the wandering immortal steps, dodging left and right to avoid his opponent's attacks. And he performed fist, leg, as well as palm techniques to harden himself against his opponent's attacks. At the same time, Yi Tian had also opened the celestial secret technique, and his entire being had entered the realm of the unrivaled in the world. In Yi Tian's eyes, it was as if Xiao Baojun had turned into a tiny particle. His every movement was clearly presented in front of Yi Tian, and Yi Tian was able to predict his movements and attacks in the next instant. And with Yi Tian's consciousness running at high speed, he immediately made the most effective analysis and move against Xiao Baojuan's attack. Found it! Your break! Yi Tian's eyes steeply blossomed with refined light. Under the opponent's harsh attack, Yi Tian found the precise moment to strike. A thin, cicada-like scimitar steeply appeared in his hand. It was none other than Yi Tian's newly acquired Shadow Demon Blade. The Shadow Demon Blade drew a bizarre arc in the void. This blade accurately penetrated Xiao Baojuan's attack, and then stabbed Xiao Baojuan's left weak side at a very bizarre angle in a diagonal. Xiaobrigин's face suddenly changed drastically. The White Tiger Martial Arts Academy is known for its attacks. As the saying goes, attack is strong and defense is weak, and those who focus on attack naturally have a slightly weaker defense. However, Xiao Baojun belonged to the first genius of the White Tiger Martial Arts Academy, and he asked himself that he had already achieved the ultimate in offensive and defensive balance. Even if there was a break, it was a very small one. He didn't expect that he had only fought with Yi Tian for less than 2 minutes, but Yi Tian had found out where his brakes were and was able to launch the most effective attack on his brakes in the nick of time. Summer Breaker rushes back to full guard. Knock! In the first hit, Xiao Baojun destroyed Yi Tian's attack with his powerful punch. However, Yi Tian instantly changed his stance and the second blade sliced horizontally. This move appeared to be plain and ordinary, but it actually contained 7 changes. This was the Shadow Demon Blade technique that came with the Shadow Demon Blade, the 7 Tribulation Demon Suppressing Blade technique. A dark aura instantly envelops Xiao Baojun's mind, causing him to have countless bad thoughts. Yi Tian's sword contained the Shadow Intent, the Killing Intent, and the Tie-in Intent, which could affect one's state of mind in a very subtle way. Xiao Baojun roared in anger, trying to dispel the shadows in his heart, and used this opportunity to swing away Yi Tian's attack with a punch. However, one wrong step leads to another. Yi Tian would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity to counterattack. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The Shadow Demon Blade followed closely like a shadow, like a maggot on a hawk. The Swift Thunder Blade Intent, the Killing Blade Intent that contained the aura of death, and the Eternal Blade Intent that symbolized eternity all merged into Yi Tian's blade aura. This made Yi Tian's saber technique and saber chi more and more terrifying. Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Thumbs up! With 13 slashes in a row, Xiao Baojun had been forced into a dead corner. He tried to resist, but in the end it was to no avail. It was viciously struck by Yi Tian's sword. The body protection true chi around him was also instantly shattered. A blood scar appeared on the left side of Xiao Baojun's body. Still want to fight? Yi Tian put away the Shadow Demon Blade and said indifferently. Xiao Baojun gritted his teeth, very unwilling. He does have 1 or 2 more cards up his sleeve. But this was what he originally wanted to use against Lu Tiancheng. At this moment, he had been forced into a desperate situation by Yi Tian. Even though he could cast those 2 undercurrents. However, he could also tell that Yi Tian had not fully exerted his full strength. Even if he unleashed his undercard, he might not be able to win for sure. Therefore, Xiao Baojun decided to give up after a moment of sensible thinking. His goal this time around is still to stabilize the roster. Even if he lost to Yi Tian, he would only lose 1 point. There's no need to completely expose your cards. Chapter 109, Lu Tiancheng's Strength. Up. This border martial university's Yi Tian is a bit bullish. I didn't realize that even Xiao Baojun wasn't a match for him. Obviously, Xiao Baojun has reservations, and if he shows his bottom card, he may not lose. A loss is a loss, no need to make excuses. Yeah, is it so hard to admit that people are awesome? The result of Yi Tian's victory over Xiao Baojun also made many people present drop their jaws. More and more people were also increasingly shocked by Yi Tian's strength. This Yi Tian, he has the combined battle power to ask for the top 10. No, Xiao Baojun is even a top 5 pick, Yi Tian is at least top 5 as well. That's right, maybe even top 3. What do you guys say, is it possible for him to challenge Lu Tiancheng? Forget it then, he's the king of our generation. Fair enough. The predictions for Yi Tian were also being pulled up. However, no one currently thought that Yi Tian was qualified to fight Lu Tiancheng. Yi Tian went on the field. The battle matches continued next. Only there are no highlights. There's nothing interesting about a martial arts match that crushes the board. Evenly matched bouts are more interesting. Of course, if it's a high-stage fight, it's even more exciting. Finally, in the 15th game of this second round, a high-stakes matchup. The protagonist of this match was the number 1 person, Lu Tiancheng, and his opponent was the number 1 person of the Xuanwu Martial Academy, Rock Color Yu. When the two stood on the martial arts stage, it was as if an invisible aura had coalesced. With a body of more than 2 meters and a burly build, Rock Threshold Yu's eyes were deep set as he coldly said, Lu Tiancheng, I fought with you for 95 moves, and ultimately lost to you. This year, I wanted to see if I could get in your good graces. Lu Tiancheng tilted his head back and looked at the sky, not even glancing at him. Within 50 moves, defeat you. Arrogant. A sentence that directly made the Rock Color Yu break his defense in rage. The chi and blood in his body boiled steeply, and his entire body seemed to expand by a few points. Phew. In the next instant, the rock-colored Yu was like a tank directly impacting. His physical body was like a meteorite, and the force of this impact alone was more than a ton. In the face of this terrifying impact, Lu Tiancheng didn't dodge or avoid it. Only to see him casually raise his right hand and press it violently. Boom! A powerful wall of true chi coalesced steeply. The blast blocked the rock-colored Yu from the wall of air. With a thud, the rock-colored Yu was resisted by the wall of true chi, instantly bouncing off the ground again. His arms instantly bulged and exploded. Dang! Dang! The Xuanwu Martial Academy mainly cultivated the physical body, and chi and blood were instead supplementary. The power of these two punches had already reached the level of the early stage of the 9th grade realm, terrifyingly incomparable. However, Lu Tiancheng was already motionless, his right hand palm flipping randomly, seemingly with a certain rhythm. Boom! Boom! Terrifying palm power instantly erupted, dismantling Rock Color Yu's attack and knocking him away in the process. Rock Color Yu immediately stabilized himself with a backflip, his eyes growing more and more fierce. Apparently, he wasn't discouraged. Great Turtle Divine Power. In the next second, he roared angrily, his chi and blood bulging around him. Immediately, he rose into the air. That huge body unexpectedly violently twisted together, transforming into a huge orb. Phew! Then, like a meteor falling towards Lu Tiancheng. This was the main cultivation technique of the Xuanwu Martial Academy. And the Rock Color Yu had already cultivated it to the extreme. His body was like a huge turtle shell, and his bulging muscles seemed like a giant thorn. He'd hit over 10 tons this time. Knock! This time, Lu Tiancheng finally moved. His figure steeply disappeared in place, causing Rock Thin Yu's attack to fall short. Thumbs up! Lu Tiancheng, who appeared 5 feet away, put up one hand and slashed violently. A hand-blade sword chi instantly chopped down. This sword chi was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was incomparably sharp. Tearing through the void without a single sound. It had clearly reached the realm of the voiceless. However, the sword landed on that body of the Rock Color Yu, but it didn't move at all. Ha 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 ha. Lu Tiancheng, this great turtle divine skill of mine has been cultivated to the perfect realm. Your peerless sword chi can no longer break through my defense. Instead, I can attack you. Rock Color Yu laughed twice as he turned into an orb and continued to make constant impacts towards Lu Tiancheng. Dang! 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 Lu Tiancheng kept dodging the attacks of the rock-colored Yu. It looks like he's being forced into a corner by Iwaki. In truth, he was already in control of the situation. Great Turtle Torrent! Break! Feeling that he had caught Lu Tiancheng's break, Rock Color Yu gathered his strength and unleashed his fiercest attack. Right at this moment, Lu Tiancheng's eyes flinched as his aura around him climbed steeply. He took a deep breath, and the true chi in his body churned like a raging wave. Just at the moment when the rock-colored Yu's orb body was about to hit him again, Lu Tiancheng moved, his movement seemingly slow, but with a subtle rhythm that one could not catch. In an instant, it was as if the aura in the heavens and earth was being pulled by some powerful force, frantically converging towards him. Heaven-transforming palm. Lu Tiancheng let out a low cry, and his palm instantly became crystal clear, as if it was carved from the finest jade, emitting a soft yet endlessly powerful glow. This palm shot out, without the majestic momentum of the mountains and seas, but with a weird feeling of penetrating straight through the heart. The rocky remaining orb body ruthlessly slammed on top of this palm of Lu Tiancheng, and the originally confident man had a look of panic on his face at this moment. This was because he realized that his great turtle divine skill, which he had cultivated to the perfection realm, had begun to show cracks in front of this seemingly ordinary palm. The crack, like a line of death, quickly spread across his body. How is it possible? Rock Thin Yu let out a hiss of despair as he desperately worked the chi and blood in his body in an attempt to repair the ever-widening cracks. However, the power of Lu Tiancheng's heaven-transforming palm was not something he could resist. Under that terrifying palm force, the Rock Color Yu's great turtle divine skill finally collapsed completely. Accompanied by a loud sound, Rock Thin Yu's body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, flying out towards the outside of the martial arts stage. His body was covered in blood, and his breath had become extremely weak. On the other hand, Lu Tiancheng stood quietly on the martial arts stage with a calm expression, as if the thrilling battle just now was just an insignificant hiccup for him. The room was silent, everyone was stunned by the sudden reversal. A long time passed before a deafening cheer erupted. Lu Tiancheng! Lu Tiancheng! Worthy of being the first of the current session. That Rock Color Yu's defense is very invincible, I didn't expect it to still be broken by Lu Tiancheng. Sure enough, it's within 50 moves. And it seems that Lu Tiancheng hasn't even gone all out yet. Lu Tiancheng is number 1, indisputable. Chapter 110 Ice vs. Fire. Hollowing palm? It should be a heaven-grade martial art, right? Although it's strong, it's still a bit short of my immortal Dao martial arts. Yi Tian had a unique vision. As his strength increased, the more he was able to sense the levels and strengths of martial arts. Generally speaking, below the 4th grade realm, one could only cultivate yellow grade martial arts, and only the exceptionally gifted could cultivate Xian grade martial arts. It was also not recommended to cultivate earth level martial arts below the 7th grade realm, partly because of the scarcity of resources, and partly because it was difficult to cultivate. Even at the 9th grade realm, the initial stage was only suitable for practicing the top earth grade martial arts, and heaven grade martial arts were only suitable at the middle stage of the 9th grade realm, or even the high stage. The reasoning is also that resources are scarce plus difficult to cultivate. The fact that Lu Tianchang was able to cultivate a heaven-ranked martial art at the 9th rank realm segment also showed that he had excellent talent, excellent understanding, and belonged to the true pride of heaven. Unlike Yi Tian, he could only rely on openings. After all, immortal Dao martial arts were more difficult to learn, but Yi Tian could rely on the kill value to directly cultivate fundamental martial arts grinding and epiphany. The game continues. The match that followed was nothing to write home about, and there were no dark horse characters to be found. The second round ended quickly as well. After a half-hour break, it's time for the third round. Yi Tian's opponent in this round wasn't very strong. It was a martial artist at the peak of the 7th grade realm and the leader of an academy. The opponent also did not admit defeat on the spot, obviously not wanting to be too humiliated, but still did not have much chance of winning against Yi Tian. In the end, the two exchanged some blows and were mercilessly defeated by Yi Tian. There were no other highlight matches in the third round either. Followed by the fourth round. Round 5. Round 6. Until the 7th round. A game can be as short as a minute or as long as 10 minutes or even half an hour. There are 18 matches in a round, all of which are at least an hour or so long. It's been almost 8 hours or so since those 7 rounds. And this round, finally, another heavyweight matchup. Rather than Yi Tian. Instead, it was Ning Baifei, the first person from the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy, and Li Hanjiao from the Brilliant Martial Academy. Ning Baifei was dressed in white, rather like a fairy descending to the earth. The number of women among martial artists was already scarce, and those with soft looks and not weak martial talent were even rarer. Like Ning Baifei was only 22 years old this year, currently a senior at the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy, yet she had already reached the peak of the 8th rank realm. Her family lineage was originally extraordinary, plus her own natural intelligence, as well as diligent cultivation, which led to her current achievements. There were countless men who wanted to pursue Ning Baifei, but almost none of them could catch her eye. Lu Tiancheng may be counted as one, but Lu Tiancheng belongs to the proud son of heaven, incomparably high and proud, and is also not lacking in women. Li Hanjiao was dressed in blue pigmented clothes, looking plain and simple. Just like his origin, coming from a poor family, relying on his own step-by-step efforts, as well as the help of some noble people, allowed him to grow into a martial arts powerhouse step by step. Back then, he was also qualified to enter a first-class martial arts academy in his great examination of martial arts, but his results were not outstanding. And he chose Brilliant Martial Arts Academy, a private martial arts academy, because of the unique advantages it possessed. It was a martial arts academy created by various major consortium families that favored civilian martial artists. It was also against this background that Li Hanjiao became a top student of the Brilliant Martial Academy through his own efforts. This time, he would also prove to the world that there was a day for civilian martial artists to come out. The martial artists that came out of the private martial arts academies also had extraordinary characters. Each of these two has a lot to offer. Moreover, they were all psychic martial artists. Ning Baifei could control the fire element, and Li Hanjiao could control the cold ice element. These two elements happened to be diametrically opposed again. It was destined to be a battle of ice and fire. In the competition arena, Ning Baifei and Li Hanjiao stood opposite each other, and it was as if the air had become heavy due to their confrontation. Ning Baifei's jade hand gently raised, her palm instantly ignited a blazing flame. The blazing firelight reflected her absolutely beautiful face, just like a fire-bathed phoenix. Li Hanjiao, on the other hand, looked cold. His body was overflowing with cold air, and a thick layer of frost quickly condensed on the ground, spreading towards Ning Baifei. Ning Baifei was the first to take the lead, as she lightly drank, and the flames transformed into a flaming dragon with teeth and claws, roaring and pouncing on Li Hanjiao. Li Hanjiao did not panic. His hands surged and a thick ice wall instantly rose up, blocking the fire dragon's attack. ice and fire collided together, emitting a nuisance sound as a large amount of water vapor rose up, enveloping the entire arena. Amidst the vapor, Li Hanjiao's figure suddenly disappeared, and Ning Baifei looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a coldness came from behind, and Ning Baifei quickly turned around, only to see countless ice picks shooting like a torrential downpour. Her figure flashed, and flames surrounded her body, forming a defensive barrier that blocked the ice picks one after another. The two of them went back and forth, not giving way to each other. Ning Baifei's flames were getting hotter and hotter, and Li Hanjiao's cold ice was getting colder and colder. The spectators around the arena held their breath, their eyes glued to the arena for fear of missing any of the exciting moments. At this moment, Yi Tian was also standing in the audience, and he watched the battle with his eyes, secretly marveling in his heart. He knew that this battle was not just a contest of the two men's strength, but also a collision of the beliefs of two different martial artists of different origins. Li Hanjiao took advantage of Ning Baifei's slight respite to go all out as he gathered the cold elements to the extreme, and a huge ice snake coalesced and took shape behind him. The ice serpent raised its voice to the sky and twisted its body, flying towards Ning Baifei, freezing the air wherever it went. A hint of determination flashed in Ning Baifei's eyes as she mobilized the fire element of her entire body, and an even more massive fire phoenix rose up into the air, colliding with the ice snake. In an instant, a loud bang was deafening, and the intense energy fluctuations shook the protective barriers around the arena. As the smoke gradually cleared, the two figures reappeared in front of the crowd. Ning Baifei's face was slightly pale, but her eyes remained firm. A trace of blood also spilled from the corner of Li Hanjiao's mouth, but his gaze was filled with unyieldingness. One move to determine victory. Ning Baifei droned out. Only to see her slender jade hands dancing rapidly, her body's qi and blood erupted, and her red true qi erupted steeply, forming a red shadow. In the next second, she turned into a red and white shadow and rushed towards Li Hanjiao. Yes. Li Hanjiao was not ambiguous, and with a furious cry, he transformed into a frigid figure and rushed away. Boo! In an instant, the two silhouettes touched. Transience is divided. The two seemed frozen in place. Who won? Undefeated? Senior sister Ning is so valiant, I hope she wins. You're a nymphomaniac, aren't you? Who doesn't like beautiful women? Many people in the room were talking. Immediately afterward, the results came in. I lost. Li Hanjiao was the first to voice out. A fluke, by all means. Ning Baifei said immediately afterward. However, her face was white and she was obviously not doing well either. Chapter 111 30 Moves. Defeat you. The game continues. Yi Tian's opponent in the 8th round was a Dasan martial artist of the 8th rank realm. However, it was still not Yi Tian's opponent. As the tournament moves into the 9th and even 10th rounds, there are only so many undefeated people on the field today. Qinglong Martial Academy's Lu Tiancheng was ranked first on the points list, with a total of 10 points. Vermilion Bird Martial Academy's Ning Baifei also tied for first place with a total of 10 points. Border Martial Arts University Yi Tian also tied for first place with a total of 10 points. For example, Xiaobrijan of White Tiger Academy, who had also lost one game to Yi Tian, had a total of 9 points and was in 4th place. Xuanwu Wushu Academy Yan Changyu, who also lost one game to Lu Tiancheng, gained 9 points and tied for 4th. Li Hanjiao of the Brilliant Martial Academy, who also lost a game to Ning Baifei, earned 9 points and tied for 4th. The rest of the players have each won and lost. Yi Tian's performance was also very amazing, and was able to be on par with Lu Tiancheng. The 11th round of the tournament followed. In this round, Yi Tian also encountered a strong opponent. It was clearly the first person of the Xuanwu Martial Academy, Rock Color Yu, who had lost to Lu Tiancheng. Boom! As soon as Rock Color Yu appeared on the martial arts stage, he revealed his strong battle spirit. Kid, you're very strong. You actually managed to defeat Xiao Baojun. However, in front of me, you still have to lose. The rocky aftermath moved his muscles and his body erupted with crackling sounds. He only needed to defeat Yi Tian to make him eat a defeat. And at that time, Yi Tian's ranking would be pulled down. With Lu Tiancheng remaining undefeated, he, Rock Green Yu, may still have a chance to fight for second. Therefore, he had to defeat Yi Tian. Moreover, he had lost to Lu Tiancheng and was in need of a vent. Yi Tian was undefeated again. Just what he needed for such an opponent. You think that you lost to Lu Tiancheng and want to get back at me, don't you? Yi Tian looked at him indifferently, obviously also seeing his thoughts in mind. Ha ha ha, good for you to know. What? Are you going to admit defeat? I'd be okay with that. Rock Color You smiled confidently. Yi Tian was silent for a while, then he said, 30 moves. Defeat you. Ooh. That tone of voice instantly enraged the Rock Color You. Earlier, Lu Tiancheng said that he had defeated him in 50 moves. Lu Tiancheng did. And Yi Tian? He's even madder. He actually wants to defeat Rock Color You in 30 moves. Good. Rampant brat. I don't think you can even break my defense. In the next instant, Rock Color You instantly executed the Great Turtle Divine Skill before launching an attack at Yi Tian. This time, he was also on fire to give Yi Tian a great lesson. The horrific impact came straight at him. Yi Tian, however, did not move at all. He already had 2 more knives in his hands. The Demon Chopper and the Shadow Demon Blade. The Demon Slashing Blade Technique and the Shadow Demon Blade Technique were executed at the same time. Dual Blade Stream Battles. This is extremely demanding on one's state of mind. However, Yi Tian was in the state of turning on the Celestial Mode, and using 2 minds at once was just child's play. Phew. Shoo. Shoo. The 2 blade techniques contain all kinds of intent prowess and were released at the same time. The terror of the dual blade flow battle method was also completely displayed at this moment. Each slash that Yi Tian chopped out seemed to be sparse. But with each slash, the next slash followed, blending into the momentum of the previous slash. In other words, Yi Tian's blade chi was stronger with each blade. Boom. 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 Yi Tian's blade chi landed on the onslaught of Rock Colored You. However, the body-protecting true chi on Rock Thin Yu's body, coupled with his strong physical body, was not afraid of Yi Tian's blade chi at all. 16 knives in a row. Yi Tian's blade chi merely weakened the opponent's attack speed. And the Rock Color You had already arrived in front of Yi Tian. Great Turtle Spiritual Fist. Seeing that Yi Tian was already within attack range, Rock Color You immediately put his arms into action. The terrifying strength of his fleshly body pushed straight into Yi Tian. And at that moment, Yi Tian's 17th blade had also been chopped out. This slash fused the power and aura of the previous 16 Dao, plus incorporating Storm, Thunder Urgent, Furious Flame, Electric Arc, Frost, Air Blast, Golden Arrow, Decay, as well as Shadow, Kill, and Taiyin Intent. Thumbs up. The blade fell, and the Rock Color You felt bad. His body protection true chi ruptured instantly. Even his fleshly body felt the terrifying damage. The Great Turtle Guardian. The Rock Colored You immediately collected his chi and blood and gathered himself. And he withdrew his arms against his chest. Snort. The blade energy went straight in. Snort. The slash cut into both of Rock Color Yu's arms, instantly leaving a bloodstain. How can that be? Rock Color You was shocked. It was even if Lu Tiancheng was able to break his Great Turtle Divine Skill, but now Yi Tian had even chopped through his strongest defense. How does that not surprise him? And Yi Tian's indifferent eyes remained unperturbed, seemingly not surprised by this outcome. In fact, when he was watching the battle between Rock Color You and Lu Tiancheng, he had already discovered Rock Color Yu's flaws and found his opponent's destiny. That was why Yi Tian was able to launch his attack with such precision and break the Great Turtle Divine Skill. Celestial Mode isn't something that works wonders only in combat. Even while watching the battle, one can still look for and find the breaks being made. Phew! Yi Tian's sword was raised once again. This 18th blade was even more powerful. The Rock Color You felt bad, his leg snapped and his whole body bounced off the ground. Thumbs up. Boom! Yi Tian's slash fell short, and standing on the martial arts stage, he actually chopped out a slash mark. Phew! The 19th blade coalesced again. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Just like that, Yi Tian's hand rose and fell. 7 or 8 slashes in a row. And the color of the rock can only be like a stray dog, running away. This Yi Tian's attacks are so strong? The Xuanwu Martial Academy is known for its defense. Yes, even Lu Tiancheng didn't have an easy time defeating Rock Color You, but now. This Yi Tian's blade technique is so strong. The attack power is too fierce. This guy is really too strong. Yi Tian had killed Rock Color You to the point where he fled like a dog, and had also caused a stir once again. The many talented martial artists thought that this was a dragon fight. As a result, I didn't expect Yi-Tian to suppress rock color you one-sidedly. This cut. The end. Yi-Tian saw the right moment. The 29th blade chopped out. Snort. This blade spread out horizontally. The blade energy crossed out in a flash. The speed of the knife was also fast to the extreme. This time, the rock color you didn't have time to escape and was directly chopped. A blood scar instantly appeared on his body. I lost, rock color you said with some reluctance. The Xuanwu Martial Academy was best at defense, and was naturally lacking in offense. Yi-Tian was able to break through his defense, so he was bound to lose. And the only reason why Rock Thin you wanted to tough it out was because he wanted to last for 30 moves. As a result, he didn't expect to still lose to Yi-Tian's 29th blade. Yi-Tian was prophetic. This result also caused frequent sideways glances. Even the condescending Lu Tiancheng couldn't help but look at Yi-Tian twice more. It seemed like he felt that Yi-Tian was provoking his kingly status. After all, he had defeated Rock Color Yu within 50 moves. Yi-Tian, on the other hand, had only used 30 moves. Could it be that Yi-Tian was trying to prove that he was better than him? Lu Tiancheng indifferently muttered to himself, "It's a bit interesting." Chapter 112 Ning by Fei. Night Talk. A good sword technique. It seems to contain multiple moods. What a marvelous genius! The dual blade flow battle technique requires a particularly high level of one state of mind. One must have at least one mind and two minds. Moreover, his blade technique contains blade intent, and there seems to be more than one. Heaven and earth intent? Blade intent? What kind of genius is this guy? Ning Baifei looked at the figure on the stage and muttered. The more you are a genius, the more you understand how hard it is to be one. And what a genius says about another genius is a better indication of how powerful and valuable a person is. Yi-Tian's height and looks were not top-notch, but he was still a small handsome man. And his performance at this moment once again showed how powerful he was. Even a beauty-come-heavenly maiden like Ning Baifei couldn't help but raise a wave of admiration. This guy, he's so strong. In vain I still want to compete with him. This gap, how to make up for it? In the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy, Zhao Hongxia, who had been eliminated a long time ago, looked at Yi-Tian's figure and was a bit groundless. At this moment, she also had a surge of adoration when she looked at Yi-Tian. The girls in the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy were considered to be more numerous, and at this moment, towards Yi-Tian, they all showed a hint of admiration for the strong. After all, Lu Tiancheng belonged to the king of their generation. And he was naturally lonely, with a kind of aloofness that rejected people. Yi-Tian, on the other hand, did not have that kind of indifference, so it was easier for others to get up in arms. Yi-Tian didn't know what others thought. And he didn't care. Calmly walked off the stage. The game followed suit. Tong Qinglong on the highest stage watched the scene. Vice Hallmaster, this is a good seedling. I just checked the information, and it seems that this son is already a member of my martial god palace. And it was personally hand-picked by the temple master. It seems he has an unusual relationship with the temple master. A deacon elder beside him flipped through the information and whispered. I see, that's good then, our martial god palace has added another genius. Tong Qinglong appreciated. Immediately, his gaze fell back on Lu Tiancheng. He hoped that this time, he would be able to persuade the other party to join the martial god's palace. It's almost time, if we get to 12 rounds, we'll rest today and continue tomorrow. Also, the duel between Yi-Tian and Lu Tiancheng will be saved for the last day. Tong Qinglong ordered. In terms of probability, the showdown between Yi-Tian and Lu Tiancheng could occur in any round. But in the final, the top tier has the decision after all. It's the referee who announces the sides of the match. Therefore, Tong Qinglong could decide in which round the two would fight. And the reason why Tong Qinglong made this decision was that he wanted to keep the most exciting matchup for the end. Soon. All matches of the 11th round are over. Then came the 12th round. In this round, Yi-Tian's opponents weren't top geniuses either, so naturally, they weren't his opponents. Soon the round was over as well. At this point, the 12 rounds have been going on for almost 13 hours. The match also went into a pause as per the command of the Temple of Martial Arts. Everyone gets a night off and waits until the next day to continue the final 23 rounds. Stars in the desert. Extraordinarily bright. The 36 colleges and universities set up camping tents right on the outskirts of the martial arts base and rested on the spot. Yi Tian naturally had his own separate tent. He was now the only hope for the Border Martial Arts University. And it's also an honor for the Frontier Martial Arts University. Zhou Zhenghao and the others wouldn't bother him at night, lest he be distracted. Yi Tian just rested in silence. Late at night, a silhouette suddenly burrowed into Yi Tian's tent. Yi Tian opened his eyes, and it was surprisingly the white-clothed Ning Baifei. Ning Baifei's pretty face was covered in a smile and was looking at him with a smirk. "Miss Ning of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy? It's so late, what are you doing in my tent if you don't rest properly?" Yi Tian frowned and said. It had to be said that Ning Baifei was quite pretty, belonging to the school flower class, and was highly talented. The average person would have to be heartbroken to see it. But Yi Tian had been a man for 2 lifetimes and knew that a beautiful woman could not be a meal. He wasn't a pig who couldn't walk away from the sight of a pretty woman either. "I just didn't expect that such a small martial arts academy like the Border Martial University would produce such a great genius like you. So I wanted to come and get acquainted. Why? Aren't you welcome?" Ning Baifei pouted. "Welcome is welcome, only, does it have to be at night?" Yi Tian urged. A pair of eyes were also scanning Ning Baifei's body. There was clearly a flirtatiousness to the gesture. Yi Tian's intention was to make Ning Baifei feel uncomfortable, so it was best to leave earlier. After all, Yi Tian was a person with a strong sense of purpose. He came here to take first place and get the system reward. However, in the face of Yi Tian's gaze, Ning Baifei didn't seem to feel uncomfortable. Instead, she was satisfied with Yi Tian's reaction, and even straightened her chest to show off her magnificent weapon. "Well, do I look good?" Ning Baifei said graciously. Instead, Yi Tian was a bit overwhelmed. This Vermilion Bird Martial Academy's #1 beauty is so enthusiastic? "Ms. Ning, is this a preparation to offer herself to me tonight?" Yi Tian also said nonchalantly. Ning Baifei glanced at Yi Tian and said, "You're thinking beautifully. I just think that you're a character and might cross paths in the future. What's more, you and I haven't even fought yet, how do I know I'm not as good as you?" Yi Tian said indifferently, "You are not my opponent. Also, if there is nothing else, please leave, Ms. Ning." Ning Baifei didn't expect Yi Tian to change his face when he said so, and directly gave an expulsion order. Did she really have to sacrifice herself before Yi Genius would give her a good face? Ning Baifei's soulful phoenix eyes turned, and she suddenly laughed. "Actually, I'm quite taken with you, and if you don't have a girlfriend, I wouldn't mind forming a martial arts marriage with you." Ning Baifei's own personality is relatively hot and direct, and she will not hide her words, but she is willing to show her inner thoughts directly. Her words were also testing Yi Tian. If Yi Tian really had something in mind for her, she wouldn't mind having a good outcome with Yi Tian. After all, this martial arts world today is still male-dominated. Even if she was strong, Ning Baifei would eventually have to marry someone. Of course, she has a few more options than some other women, and can be just a little more demanding. However, Yi Tian's response was straightforward: "I don't lack women." Speaking of which, Yi Tian also had a woman. That's Chen Xiyan. Ning Baifei's face stiffened. She did not expect Yi Tian to reject her gesture again. "Yi Tian, when you get on the martial arts stage tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, I'll let you taste my power. Let you know how powerful an exotic martial artist is." Leaving behind a sentence, Ning Baifei then left. Yi Tian did not let the other party's appearance affect his emotions. He continued to rest and wait for the next day. Daybreak. The sky is clear today. The 36 participants in the final round had all returned to their strongest state. Prepare for the follow-on game. The 13th round of the tournament has also officially begun. Chapter 113, Do You Think I'm Stupid? 13th round. On this day of the tournament, all the players had raised their spirits and their fighting strength was stronger and more explosive than the first day. Every game was great. Yi Tian's opponent was an 8th grade realm martial artist whose strength could only be considered mediocre amongst the many geniuses. Yi Tian crushed his opponent with his strength. In the 14th round, there were no particularly exciting matches. In the 15th round, there was a duel between the best of the best, Xiaobrigin, the first person from the White Tiger Martial Academy, versus Yan Qingyu, the first person from the Xuanwu Martial Academy. In this battle, with his strong body, Rock Color Yu resisted Xiao Baojuan's top attacks, eventually dragging him to his death and gaining the final victory. The Rock Color Yu has raised his eyebrows in this battle. On the contrary, it was Xiao Baojun who had lost another top genius battle because he had reservations in his battle with Yi Tian, causing that breath of his own to be cut off. In the 16th round, the first person of Xuanwu Martial Academy, Rock Color Yu, fought against Splendid Martial Academy, Li Hanjiao. In this battle, Li Hanjiao blocked Rock Color Yu's ability with the power of cold ice of an alien martial artist, which belonged to the ability restraint, and finally won the battle. And in the 17th round, Li Hanjiao met Xiao Baojun. In this battle, it was Xiao Baojun who defeated Li Hanjiao, who specialized in the power of cold ice, with his strong attack. Rock Color Yu, Xiao Baojun, and Li Hanjiao belonged to the category of talented martial artists who were slightly restrained by each other, while winning and losing against each other. It also showed that their strengths were quite close, not necessarily who was stronger or weaker. This has led to the fact that there have been multiple changes in the standings. Only the top three are the only constant. Lu Tianchang, Ning Baifei and Yi Tian had been tied. Of course, other than fighting Li Hanjiao, Ning Baifei hadn't fought any other experts. Yi Tian, on the other hand, had already exchanged blows with Xiao Baojun and Rock Color Yu. 18th round. Yi Tian had finally met a top opponent. It was clearly Ning Baifei, the number one person in the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy. Ning Baifei also seemed to be very much looking forward to encountering Yi Tian, and walked onto the martial arts stage with murderous vigor. Yi Tian, on the other hand, appeared relatively indifferent. Yi Tian, today I'll let you know how powerful my sister is, Ning Baifei said with incomparable arrogance. She still seemed to be annoyed by Yi Tian's attitude last night. Come on. Yi Tian hooked his finger at the other party. Yi Tian appeared to be bland, but in fact, he had also secretly researched the special features of an alien martial artist and had already thought of a countermeasure. Fire Cloud Kung Fu. Ning Baifei's arms shook, and a flaming aura instantly erupted from within her. A long, red-colored whip at her waist steeply sprang to her hand like a fiery snake. Snap! The fire snake danced and exploded with a popping sound. Yi Tian could see the extraordinary red-colored long whip in Ning Baifei's hand. He remembered that when Ning Baifei had fought against Li Hanjiao, she hadn't offered up her long whip, and obviously still had reservations. And this time, when she fought him, she was surprisingly unrelenting. Phew! Phew! Yi Tian had more shadow demon swords and demon slashing swords in his hands. The twin blade flow battle method was once again ready to be activated. Facing such a woman, Yi Tian did not have any thoughts of being merciful. When you get to the martial arts arena, there are only opponents. Fire refines the sky. Ning Baifei let out a cry, and the red-colored long whip in her hand swung out a trail of residual shadows as if it had a spirit. Pop! Pop! Snap! Each whip shadow contained a terrifying air-breaking power, instantly exploding the void. The densely packed whip shadows filled the void in front of Yi Tian, like an impermeable gale. And Yi Tian instantly gave a response. The two long swords in his hands began to swing in an extreme manner with a certain rhythm. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! A blade aura, like the stars of the universe, smashed the opponent's whip shadow as much as possible. Fire Phoenix chant. Ning Baifei let out a cry as the red-colored long whip in her hand instantly exploded. At the same time, a red shadow coalesced behind Ning Baifei, resembling a red-colored phoenix. Yi Tian remembered that this was Ning Baifei's masterstroke, and it was extremely powerful. Newbie! With a strange cry, the red-colored True Chi Fire Phoenix instantly rushed towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian instantly collected his twin swords, his arms drew circles in the void and condensed a vortex of True Chi. Void Storm. It was none other than Yi Tian's immortal Dao mastery. The Void Storm can absorb all elemental forces and take them in for its own use. Boom! When that red-colored True Chi Fire Phoenix impacted and landed in the Void Storm, it could no longer advance an inch. A little bit of fire elemental power was being melted by the Void Storm if melted. You've been tricked! Ning Baifei's face, however, displayed a smug smile. Yi Tian was studying Ning Baifei, and in fact, Ning Baifei was also studying Yi Tian. She knew that Yi Tian had such tactics. So, she had long ago left her dark hand. Only to see that two fire snakes, at some point, had spread from the ground. In an instant, it wrapped Yi Tian's legs around it. However, just as Ning Baifei was about to detonate her True Chi and strike at Yi Tian's legs. However, it was discovered that the two fire snakes were entangled in just a shadow. You think I'm stupid? Yi Tian's figure had already arrived in mid-air at some point. It was at that close call that Yi Tian executed the immortal Dao escape technique, shading void steps and stepped into the air in an instant. The twin swords in his hands once again condensed and manifested. The demon slashing blade and the shadow demon blade were raised above his head at the same time, and in a blissful slash, he slashed down. This blade fused the demon slashing blade technique and the shadow demon blade technique. It also incorporated all of the killing blade intent, thunder blade intent, and eternal blade intent that Yi Tian had comprehended into it. Thumbs up. This blade fell wrapped in terrifying might. In an instant, Ning Baifei's face suddenly changed drastically. She also felt the terror of the blade. She hastily swung her red-colored whip back in defense. Pop. Pop. Snap. A series of red-colored true chi swung out. However, in the face of Yi Tian's blade, they were all dwarfed. The blade energy fell. Instantly, the red-colored long whip in Ning Baifei's hand was cleaved away. Also following the trend, it split the red-colored body protection true chi on her body surface. But also by virtue of the short blocking time, Ning Baifei exploded her chi and performed her own dodging stance. Phew! In just an instant, she moved a distance of 7 or 8 meters and managed to dodge Yi Tian's slash. Snort! The blade chi fell on the spot, cutting out a terrifying blade mark. One must know that the material of this martial arts fighting platform was very special, and ordinary people could not break it at all. And Yi Tian's slash actually cut out a slash mark that was several feet deep. The power of this blade was simply terrifying. You! So ruthless! Looking at the knife marks, Ning Baifei exploded with anger. If she hadn't dodged fast, she would probably have been chopped to death by Yi Tian. She cursed Yi Tian for not knowing how to be compassionate at all. However, Ning Baifei looked up and realized that Yi Tian had disappeared again, and immediately felt bad. It's behind you. Yi Tian's laughter abruptly sounded behind Ning Baifei. The Great Buddha Hand. Immediately after that, a pair of large hands fiercely slapped out. It's over. Ning Baifei knew that she was finished. Being sneak attacked from behind by Yi Tian, she was expected to be seriously injured without dying. However, the next second, she felt a huge force coming from the position of her buttocks. Then she was slapped out of the way. Directly out of the position of the martial arts stage. Yi Tian had actually used this way to defeat her. Chapter 114. So what, you want me to give my life for you? What did I see? This Yi Tian, he even slapped Ning Baifei's ass? Ning Baifei is the #1 goddess of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy. Yeah, she has quite a few suitors. How dare this Yi Tian molest her on a stage like the National College Joint Examination? Awesome! Normally, who would dare to do that? Haha, look, Goddess Ning's face is red. Yi Tian is strong enough. What a cow! This scene immediately caused the onlooker students on the stage to talk. After all, this was a serious match, and I didn't expect such a scene. Ugh, I can't believe I still stayed my hand. I didn't used to be like this? Yi Tian on the stage looked at his hands and couldn't help but sigh darkly. He didn't have the heart to show mercy to women, but he didn't expect that in that moment, Yi Tian still kept his hand. Damn it! Yi Tian, remember this. Ning Baifei felt the attention of the entire room and wanted to find a crack in the ground. It would be fine if she was defeated by Yi Tian, but it was Yi Tian who wanted to treat her in such a way. This made Ning Baifei happy and hateful at the same time. The happy thing was that Yi Tian had sort of shown her mercy. What she hated was that Yi Tian still made her lose face. Ning Baifei huffed and puffed as she returned to the area where the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy was located. Eldest sister, are you alright? Zhao Hongxia and a bunch of other female disciples went over to comfort. After all, the scene was a bit awkward and no one knew what to say. I'm fine, humph. Ning Baifei simply sulked and stopped talking. After Yi Tian fought with Ning Baifei, he also made Ning Baifei break her undefeated body. As the game progressed, the competition became more intense. Yi Tian remained superb all the way. And Ning Baifei suffered a brutal streak of defeats in the following rounds when she encountered strong opponents one after another, such as Xia Brejan and Rock Color Yu. Right now, only Yi Tian and Lu Tiancheng were still undefeated. Today's game is almost over. Yeah, it's almost the 24th round. The rest is probably tomorrow. The top two on the scoreboard, without a doubt, Lu Tiancheng and Yi Tian. This Yi Tian really is an enigmatic existence. He clearly only has a martial arts cultivation of the 6th grade realm, Yet he was able to tough out so many geniuses at the peak of the 8th grade realm. It's simply unthinkable. Yes, after watching him fight, every martial art is something we haven't seen before. It's simply extraordinary. His chi and blood is also too combustible and explosive. He's simply not human. You guys, do you think he'll even pick on Lu Tiancheng? I don't think so, right? Lu Tiancheng is the king of our generation. In that case, the more I look forward to the battle between them. The duel between these two people has probably been arranged to the end by the one from the Martial God Hall. Yeah, this is probably the most explosive and exciting matchup of this year's National Collegiate Combined Exam. During the course of the match, there were a few comments about Yi Tian and Lu Tiancheng. The two of them were still undefeated and became the only two existences that would naturally be compared. Finally, after the 24th round, the day's games went into a timeout. Everyone is once again on break until tomorrow for the final 11 rounds. Still late at night. Yi Tian had already fallen asleep inside his own tent. Suddenly, a figure dived in again. You're still coming? Although Yi Tian was asleep, the slightest movement could wake him up instantly. Yi Tian opened his eyes and it was Ning Baifei. Only Ning Baifei was surprisingly wearing a cartoon pajamas. Cute in a flirty way. Humph. You really didn't show any mercy during the match today. Sister got screwed over by you. Ning Baifei wrapped her arms around herself with an angry look on her face. Don't you think I've been merciful? Otherwise, you probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Yi Tian said indifferently. Indeed. If he had gone all out, he would have probably scrapped Ning Baifei's ass. So, you're interested in your sister? Ning Baifei suddenly raised a hint of a promising smile and winked at Yi Tian. Would you be too self-absorbed? Moreover, I told you, I have a woman. Yi Tian was somewhat speechless. This woman is kinda talking to herself. Cut. A foul-mouthed man with a bad heart. I know, you men are all the same. Say you don't like it, but inside you're rejoicing. Ha! Ning Baifei looked very certain. Cut the crap, what are you doing in the middle of the night, coming to my tent every day? Aren't you afraid that I will eat you up? Yi Tian directly changed the topic. Humph. I'll give you food, how dare you? Ning Baifei looked like she was not afraid of the sky. However, she suddenly thought of something. Do you have any confidence in Lu Tiancheng? Are you here to ask me if I can beat that guy? Yi Tian narrowed his eyes and said. I'm here to remind you that Lu Tiancheng fellow, he's simply too perverted. Last year, I fought him and had no chance of winning at all. He seems to be stronger than last year, and tomorrow, you'll definitely have a fight with him, so I'll warn you to be careful. Ning Baifei spoke while also mentioning some details about Lu Tiancheng. Lu Tiancheng is so strong, why don't you go find him? Yi Tian suddenly asked. Ning Baifei gave Yi Tian a hard blank look. It's not like I'm not wanted. Why is it that in your mouth, it seems like I have to like whoever is strong? Lu Tiancheng is powerful, but I feel that he's not human at all, or not a man. It's because quite a few outstanding female martial artists have confessed their love to him, only to be rejected by him. Yi Tian looked like he suddenly realized, I see, you were also rejected by him, so you had to find a substitute? Ning Baifei almost exploded with anger at Yi Tian's words. Yi Tian. I'm not that kind of person. Yi Tian smiled. I didn't realize that this genius goddess of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy was kind of cute when she was angry. Yi Tian's attitude towards women had always been to keep a distance. Because he knows that women are a scourge. However, Ning Baifei at least had no ill will towards him. Therefore, Yi Tian did not reject it too much. No kidding, you gave me this information today, I thank you. Yi Tian waved his hand and said. Ning Baifei gave Yi Tian some of Lu Tiancheng's characteristics, and also told Yi Tian that Lu Tiancheng should have some sort of special means, which had been hidden and had not been exerted. For these, Yi Tian was still grateful. Humph. You just say thank you with your mouth, huh? Ning Baifei said with some dissatisfaction. So what? Still want me to give my body in return? Yi Tian let out a bad smile. That's not impossible. Ning Baifei nodded seriously. Come on then. Yi Tian directly got up and picked up Ning Baifei by the waist. Hey! You really came. Ning Baifei exclaimed in shock. Chapter 115 The Ultimate Battle. Chapter 116 Yi Tian vs Lu Tiancheng. Where are your weapons? The demon slashing blade and shadow demon blade in Yi Tian's hands were already out. When the masters face off, the weapon is also a big help. Although at the high level of martial arts, with true chi protection, fists and feet are similar to weapons, but ultimately there are weapons that are a bit more powerful. Yi Tian had never seen Lu Tiancheng use any weapon, and only assumed that he had kept his hand in as well. I need no weapons, one hand is enough. Lu Tiancheng was incomparably proud of himself. With a single wave of his hand, he had put himself into peak condition. Then I'm welcome. The corner of Yi Tian's mouth lifted. Immediately enter the strongest combat form. The double blade flow battle method completely exploded. The two blade techniques were instantly spread out like a blizzard. More so, it releases the various meanings it contains to the fullest. The terrifying blade aura filled the entire martial arts stage. Lu Tiancheng's eyes moved slightly, seemingly revealing a serious color for the first time. Only to see his hands flipping back and forth, the endless pounds of true chi instantly moved, turning into an invisible true chi palm, crushing Yi Tian's waves of attacks one by one. Lu Tiancheng's fist strength, palm strength, and leg strength were all over the place, but all of his movements seemed as if they were all natural and contained some sort of magic. Obviously, all of Lu Tiancheng's physical kung fu had reached the state of perfection. Good guy. This guy's chi and blood are really too strong. It's much fiercer than me. This true chi power alone is enough to rival my peak battle power. Moreover, his fleshly body is incomparably strong as well, it's simply comparable to the Taichu hegemony body. He doesn't have immortal Dao techniques, and to be able to cultivate to this level, could it be that he has already reached the level of a horizontal exercise grandmaster? Even Yi Tian could not help but be shocked by Lu Tiancheng's combat power. Yi Tian had cultivated the Taichu hegemony body technique and the Tai Huang sacred body technique, the two major body refining immortal Dao divine techniques, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to refine a body refining technique. He's a fish out of water because of the system. But Lu Tiancheng didn't have an open mind, yet he was able to cultivate to such a level that was simply unbelievable. Of course, it was also because of Yi Tian's lack of cultivation that he was unable to utilize his Taichu hegemony body and Tai Huang sacred body to the extreme level. And while Yi Tian was shocked, Lu Tiancheng's heart also produced powerful fluctuations for the first time. This fellow, is he really in the 6th grade realm? Such an outburst of chi and blood is comparable to the peak of the 8th grade realm. Moreover, his stance, footwork, and blade techniques are all incomparably bizarre and powerful. It's not at all like the kind of level I've come into contact with before. This kind of tactic seems to have surpassed heaven grade level techniques and martial arts. Lu Tiancheng was a genius and naturally had seen a lot, however, facing Yi Tian's battle, he only perceived Yi Tian's power, no wonder he was able to come this far and even be on par with him. This also made Lu Tiancheng take the battle with Yi Tian more and more seriously. It seems that the full force must be used. This was the simultaneous thought within Yi Tian and Lu Tiancheng. Tai Huang's sacred body. Celestial mode. Yi Tian immediately turned on the strongest physical body as well as soul increase mode. These two major states could not be maintained for a long period of time, but they were able to present Yi Tian with a super explosive state in a short period of time. In an instant, Yi Tian's physical body had reached the peak of its limits. And his soul bursting forth allowed him to gain insight into the condition of all everything in the battle arena. The blade technique in his hand was even sharper and more precise, and with the outbreak of the 9 heavenly dipper strength, it looked incomparably terrifying. Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Even the remnants of the blade aura and blade chi were enough to leave a colorful mark on the martial arts stage. The sky has no phase. Lu Tiancheng also finally performed his strongest stance. Only a red light flashed in his eyes, as if another pupil had suddenly appeared on earth. In an instant, a majestic chi erupted from Lu Tiancheng's body. His combat power also instantly soared. Boom! 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 When Lu Tiancheng casually waved it, it had the power of a tiger and a dragon. Yi Tian's blade chi and Lu Tiancheng's fist print collided with each other, erupting into a terrifying impact. Dang! 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 A roar came from inside and outside the martial arts fighting stage, as if it was a large earthquake. The entire martial arts stage was also subjected to extreme destruction, instantly becoming devastated. Scary as hell. This scene left all the onlookers present dumbfounded. This was the battle between the kings of this generation, and it was simply beyond their reach. So this is Lu Tiancheng's strongest battle power. I thought I had forced out his full strength, but it seems that I was still shallow. It's only reasonable that I lost to Yi Tian, he's still holding back on me. Xia Brejan of the White Tiger Martial Academy had a lamenting face. He had thought that he had kept his hand in, and that he could fight Yi Tian at his peak state, but seeing this scene directly caused his heart to despair. Even though he was already the number one person in the White Tiger Martial Academy, he was still a far cry from Yi Tian and Lu Tiancheng. Grandma Bear, I thought I could compete for the top 3. I can't even compete. Rock Color Yu was also humming a thick breath from his nose, with a blessed look on his face. He was a big man, but he also prided himself on being extraordinary, and his successive defeats had led him to keep thinking that he was just one chess move away from a little bit of luck. But now it seems that he is really not strong enough. The others, including Ning Baifei, Fu Bai, and Li Hanzhao, were also convinced of losing to Yi Tian at this moment. Not to mention everyone else. It's ridiculous that I wanted to compete with you before. Zhao Hongxia of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy was simply ashamed to the extreme at this moment. She had obtained the minimum qualifications to enter the Martial Gods Hall by virtue of her fluke merits, and as a result, it now seemed that she was still a little too weak on her own. Above the highest stage, Tang Qinglong indifferently watched the battle between Yi Tian and Lu Tiancheng. From the beginning, he was immensely appreciative. Although Lu Tiancheng was unwilling to join the Martial God Temple, he was always a part of humanity. The emergence of two top geniuses, Yi Tian and Lu Tiancheng, among the humans was also a great asset to the human camp. However, when Lu Tiancheng exploded with his full strength, Tang Qinglong seemed to sense a trace of an undetectable and bizarre aura. This aura made Tang Qinglong feel uneasy. He also seemed to understand why Lu Tiancheng was unwilling to join the Martial God Palace. In the meantime, just as Lu Tiancheng exploded with his full strength, Yi Tian also felt the power of his opponent. But a system tone appeared at the same time. Drop. Warning. A super demon has appeared. Drop. Warning. A super demon has appeared. Yi Tian's heart shook. He said, "Where did the super demon come from?" He came back to his senses for a split second. Could it be that Lu Tiancheng is a demon? But he's always been in human form. One does not notice it in the slightest. Moreover, if Lu Tiancheng was a demon, wouldn't he have been discovered long ago? The people of the Temple of Martial Arts are no cuties either. Ha! Or was it some kind of special circumstance that caused Lu Tiancheng to release his demonic aura? Chapter 117, A One-Shot Flying Immortal. Human Demon. Transform Heavenly Palm. Shuttle Fist. Leaving Heaven Finger. Lu Tiancheng executed the 3 great mastery techniques. His control and utilization of himself seemed to have reached the peak. Every strike contained an extremely terrifying power. His combat power could almost sweep through the early stages of the 9th grade realm. In other words, Lu Tiancheng could crush all Martial King level powerhouses within the 3rd stage of the 9th grade realm. Such combat power is simply terrifying. And Yi Tian faced such a terrifying combat power, if not for the fact that he possessed a strong Tai Huang holy body, plus such a strong immortal Daoiner strength as the Tai Su Tongshan skill, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Yi Tian unleashed various immortal Dao martial arts through the 9 heavens Big Dipper strength, and only then did he barely manage to fight Lu Tiancheng to a draw. And this, too, was already Yi Tian's strongest battle power. If he wanted to defeat Lu Tiancheng, Yi Tian had to take out his bottom card. The consumption of the Tai Huang sacred body is too great. The celestial mode can't last much longer either. Yi Tian had already made a decision within his heart. At this point, he had to make a desperate move. The moon slash was too terrifying, but it was also more consuming, and would cause irreparable repercussions to itself. It was most appropriate for him to cast One Blade Flying Immortal now. But even with an explosive secret art like the Slash Flying Immortal, Yi Tian only had one chance. Once this move fell short, Yi Tian's chi and blood would also decay in an instant. By then, he would only be defeated. Therefore, Yi Tian had to time this slash well. Boom! 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 Yi Tian first exploded his full strength in an attempt to crush Lu Tiancheng. Lu Tiancheng also sensed Yi Tian's outburst, but he thought it was Yi Tian's last resistance. It was also true that with the combat strength on paper, Yi Tian was unable to defeat Lu Tiancheng. Lu Tiancheng, on the other hand, could sustain such a state. Until Yi Tian was unable to explode and was instead suppressed by Lu Tiancheng. Boom! 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 Lu Tiancheng's killing power became more and more decisive as terrifying power and attacks poured out. Yi Tian became more and more undefeated and was directly forced back. With his powerful stance, footwork, and recluse technique, this was the only way to withstand the fatal damage. It's time to end it. It was also at this moment that a hint of killing intent flashed through Lu Tiancheng's eyes. A smattering of palm energy descending from the heavens was natural and landed directly on Yi Tian's face. At this moment, he already knew that Yi Tian had reached his own limit. As Lu Tiancheng had predicted, Yi Tian had indeed reached his limit. And Yi Tian was deliberately letting Lu Tiancheng know that he had reached his limit. This was the moment when Lu Tiancheng was most relaxed. It was also the moment when Yi Tian had the best chance to counterattack. Only this one chance. A knife-flying fairy. As Yi Tian's physical body strength was about to retreat and his soul level was about to exit the celestial mode, he exploded his full strength during this close call. The Shadow Demon Blade and the Demon Slaying Blade also seemed to merge into one, cutting out a slash. Snort! This knife, it came in an instant. It seems like the sharpness of a heavenly immortal left on earth. Lu Tiancheng didn't dodge and couldn't. A flash of shock abruptly flashed across his face that had been unperturbed. Spinning around, it became unbearably hideous. Boo! In an instant, his clothes instantly exploded, and a terrifying blade scar appeared on his torso. Immediately afterward, a strand of crimson blood slowly flowed down. Winning! Yi Tian also let out a long breath of relief when he saw this scene. He knew that his slash had chopped into his opponent's most important chi and blood veins, causing his opponent to suffer heavy internal injuries, and he should not have any fighting strength left. At the same time, Yi Tian also felt a sense of weakness coming on instantly. The slash consumed his chi, blood, and spiritual energy, causing him to enter a power vacuum and a period of weakness. However, compared to Chopping Moon, the backlash of one slash flying immortal was smaller, and it only took time to recover. While Zhan Yu would truly deplete Yi Tian's fundamentals. As long as this slash could lead to Yi Tian's victory, he didn't care. However, Yi Tian vaguely felt a hint of misfortune. Because the system tone never popped up. It shows that he didn't get a real win. Why? Why are you forcing me? This is really the first time I've seen a genius like you. A human genius even more powerful than me. I can only kill you. Lu Tiancheng's body was trembling violently, and his eyes instantly turned crimson, making them even more incomparably demonic. Along with his roar, the chi and blood in his body burst into flames once again. At the same time, an incomparably strong chi and blood burst out. Along with this surge of chi and blood, there was also a monstrous black aura that erupted. It was clearly a demonic aura. Lu Tiancheng is a demon? How can it be? He was born human, huh? Could it be that he's been taken over as well? If Lu Tiancheng was taken over, how could the Green Dragon Martial Academy not find out? What the hell is going on here? Everyone in the room was baffled. Only Teng Qinglong seemed to see through everything and lamented, "It really is like this." Looking at the storming Lu Tiancheng, he felt a strangled sigh. He also finally understood why Lu Tiancheng was hesitant to join the Martial God Palace. Because he's a human demon. The so-called human devils are the offspring of the birth of the devil race in humans. Demons prefer to devour humans and to taste human women, and some of those they hold captive give birth to half-human, half-demon heirs. This category of sons and daughters are the human devils. Human demons are generally not accepted by humans, and are almost always doomed to be grisly once discovered. Human devils are also divided into situations. Some human devils are more demonic and will be more inclined towards the devil race in their hearts, so they will usually become the devil race's minions, while others, who are more humane, will be more willing to return to human society. But humans are less accepting of human demons, even the more humane ones. So, human demons are almost unseen in humans. Only a few high-ranking humans know of the existence of human demons. And Lu Tiancheng was able to go all the way, so he must have hidden it well. The talent of human devils was extremely high, but those that were as high as Lu Tiancheng were obviously very few. Perhaps he had some special experience. Just as the crowd froze, Lu Tiancheng, who had erupted into full strength, also instantly killed Yi Tian. He had just been slashed by Yi Tian, but had recovered at the moment and was even stronger. Yi Tian was almost no longer his opponent. "I want you dead," Lu Tiancheng hissed. He seemed to have his own plans, and topping this assembly seemed to be a very important part of it. But it was almost destroyed by Yi Tian, so the demonic nature within him exploded out. This time out, Lu Tiancheng could be said to have shown no mercy. The terrifying power instantly spread to Yi Tian's body. And at this moment, Yi Tian had already entered a period of weakness. Enough! Right at this moment, a terrifying force instantly descended, directly breaking Lu Tiancheng's attack. It was clearly Teng Qinglong who had struck out. Chapter 118 Cairo Demon King. Boom! A huge True Chi hand came across the sky and directly suppressed the demonized Lu Tiancheng. His physical body was directly pressed against the martial arts stage, unable to move. Teng Qinglong was in existence at the peak of the 9th grade martial king, and his methods had long since reached the state of perfection. The control of one's own power is even more extreme. How could he let Lu Tiancheng recklessly strike at Yi Tian? If Lu Tiancheng had defeated Yi Tian in a formal situation, he would never have made a move. But he's demonized. The reason why he hadn't made the first move was that he felt it was a bit of a shame. After all, Lu Tiancheng was a supreme genius. So you're a human demon, no wonder you've been reluctant to join my martial god palace. In fact, human devils aren't necessarily bad, and I personally have no prejudice against them. As long as one's heart is in mankind, one will not do anything harmful or betray mankind. Lu Tiancheng, you've been living in human society for more than 20 years, so I'm sure you're also looking toward humans. If, today, you are willing to return to the human race, I can be the one to help you remove the demon seed in your body. How? Teng Qinglong spoke faintly. He didn't want to give up on Lu Tiancheng just like that, so he still decided to leave him alive. More than that, he wanted to teach Lu Tiancheng, so that he would completely follow the path of humanity. Lu Tiancheng was pressed to the ground, his body struggling. And he's even more tormented inside in general. Lu Tiancheng, don't dream, humans are all sinister and cunning, they only want you to submit. You're underfoot now, and you're not going to fight back? After all these years, haven't you seen through the vile nature of mankind? This king has taught you so many powerful skills that will make you the strongest in this world. In the future, you can break through the spatial barriers and enter the world of higher dimensions. Only there, where all races are equal, is true heaven on earth. How can a mere star accommodate you? Don't be fooled by his rhetoric. Now, all you need to do is give me control of your body, and I'll kill everyone here for you. Come on, follow your heart. In the depths of Lu Tiancheng's soul, a voice was constantly agitating him. Lu Tiancheng's heart was struggling violently, and layers of memories seemed to surface. His mother was a human. But one day, his mother's village was attacked by demons. And his mother was infested with horrible demons. Then, Ryu Tenshin was born. His mother also died the day he was born. From the time of his birth, he had been the laughingstock of village talk. Everyone said he was the offspring of an evil demon, they spat on him, abused him, and hated him. Even if he never revealed a hint of his demonic nature as a child. But it was when he was 7 years old that the bullying of a group of children awakened the demonic nature within him. That night, he slaughtered an entire village by himself. From that moment on, Lu Tiancheng realized that he was really a human demon. It was also from that moment that the demonic nature within his body had been taking root, trying to make Lu Tiancheng completely transform into a demon. But with a strong will, he did not give in. Instead, with the help of the powerful human demon talent, he continued to make breakthroughs in the martial arts and became a first-class genius. But no matter how much he grew, he was always afraid to expose himself. Because he also understood that he could not survive in human society with his identity. The only thing that drives him to keep improving is because of a legend. It was rumored that if one could open the spatial barriers of this world, one could enter a higher dimension. In that world, all races are equal and do not suffer any discrimination. And that was the world that Lu Tiancheng aspired to. That's why he's come so far step by step. And today, the talent that he had always been proud of was unexpectedly broken by Yi Tian. And that made the devil in him stir. In that instant, Lu Tiancheng didn't suppress the demonic nature in his body, which led to him being exposed. Now that Teng Qinglong had already made his move, there was no turning back for Lu Tiancheng. He understood that if he accepted Teng Qinglong's suggestion, then he would be completely stripped of his demonic seed by the means of the martial god palace. At that time, all of his martial arts talents would disappear, and even his cultivation would be eliminated altogether. By then, he might be a real human being. But it would also be an ordinary person who was ignored, not even a martial artist. And if he resisted, he risked being killed by Teng Qinglong. The last way is to give yourself over completely to your own demonic nature. That is to say, to become completely demonized and let the demonic nature dominate everything. This was where Lu Tianchang's heart was most entangled. Lu Tianchang. What are you still hesitating for? You are a human. Don't let the demonic nature take hold of you. Are you going to mistake yourself? Tang Qinglong's voice was like a loud bell, penetrating Lu Tianchang's eardrums. At the same time, the power in Tang Qinglong's hands increased, which was putting pressure on Lu Tianchang. He really couldn't bear for a genius to fall like this. Enough! I don't want to listen to your sermons. My life is up to me. I'm going my own way. However, Tang Qinglong's words completely inspired Lu Tianchang's arrogance. He roared and struggled to get up from the floor. Boom! 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 Tang Qinglong's great hand of true qi was unable to suppress him, and was directly broken through by Lu Tianchang. Lu Tianchang's aura also continued to climb. 9-point realm 2 paragraphs. 3 segments of the 9 pinnacle realm. Until it reached the peak of the terrifying 9th grade realm. Boom! Lu Tianchang's aura continued to climb, and it was as if his entire body was infused with endless magical power. His eyes had become completely bloodshot, flashing with endless madness. At this moment, he was completely demonized. Ha 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 ha. I, Saint King Cairo, have finally revived. Lu Tianchang laughed up to the sky, endlessly rampant. Cairo. Demon. Tang Qinglong, who saw the scene, also instantly changed his face drastically. He didn't expect that the one parasitizing in Lu Tianchang's body was the legendary great demon King Kai Luo. Cairo demon is a product of over 50 years ago. Once an unprecedented war broke out between the demons and the humans. Humans, led by the Kunlun war god, fought to the death against the demon people. In the end, the Kunlun war god slayed the great demon king of Cairo and led humanity to victory. Who had thought that the great demon king of Cairo would not be dead through and through, and that he would be parasitized into a human? Lu Tianchang slowly rose up, his demonic aura surrounding him as he looked down on the others in the martial arts space, a cruel smile appearing on his face. You and others. All of you will die. Terrifying killing intent instantly filled the entire field. The faces of everyone present changed drastically. Chapter 119, Life and Death. Demon King Kai Luo coldly looked at the crowd below, a cruel killing intent flashing in his eyes. He's been asleep for over 50 years. Thinking about him back then, he was also one of the 6 leaders of the Sanctuary Region's 9th Legion's 13 Vanguard Army. If they hadn't been caught in a space rift during a battle, they wouldn't have been reduced to the point where they had to encroach on a planet with incredibly thin yuan qi to make ends meet. When they went through the space rift and first entered this blue star, they thought it was very good to conquer. But they didn't expect Blue Star's resistance to show them that the human races here weren't to be messed with either. Especially the top powerhouses here. Thus, a great war broke out between the two sides. The great demon king of Cairo was the one who was exterminated by the humans' Kunlun war god in that great battle of the ages more than 50 years ago. However, as a strong person of the demon people race, those who had reached the level of demon king had already mastered a soul secret technique that allowed them to transform into a demonic seed and gain a new life. The demon people have also made many plans to take over the entire blue planet. The revival of Demon Cairo is a big move. Originally, Demon King Kai Luo was going to wait for Lu Tianchang's strength to advance even further before reviving. However, because of Yi Tian's appearance, he had to revive early. On the one hand, it was because Yi Tian had dealt a blow to Lu Tianchang's beliefs, causing his heart of martial arts to collapse and likely to stop. On the other hand, Great Demon King Kai Luo felt that Yi Tian was too weird, and he didn't want another superpower like the Kunlun war god to appear in the human race. Thus, he compelled Lu Tianchang to relinquish control of his body, and he revived out of the world once again. This time, not only did he want to exterminate Yi Tian, a human genius, but he also wanted to destroy everyone here. In turn, impacting the entire human world. Just as soon as the great demon King Kai Luo raised his hand, endless demonic qi surrounded his body, instantly impacting downwards. Rumble. A terrifying demonic aura enveloped the entire martial arts arena, surrounding everything around it. All of the talented students present, as well as the personnel of the martial god's palace including Tang Qinglong, were all trapped in place. Tang Qinglong took a deep breath, his face unprecedentedly grave. This was a Demon King-level superpower. Nowadays, in this era, a 9th grade martial king was already the pinnacle. The Demon King class has long been a long time in the past. Now that the great Demon King Kai Luo had appeared, it might require all the martial kings of the martial god palace to mobilize before it might be possible to suppress him or even behead him. The great Demon King of Cairo was decapitated by the Kunlun martial god back then, and only a soul was left, so the current one is definitely not as good as it was back then. It's nowhere near its peak. Moreover, this monstrous demonic aura may just be his blindfold, trying to instill fear. I alone may not be able to defeat him. But it should stall a little. By the others' room to escape. Tang Qinglong's mind raced, instantly thinking of many possibilities. He did think well, although the Kai Luo Great Demon King had a monstrous reputation, his own strength, obviously, had not reached the level of a true Demon King, at most, the level of the peak of the Ninth Order Demon General. Illusory Dragon Technique. Tang Qinglong shouted angrily and executed his strongest mastery. A dragon-shaped shadow steeply presented itself behind him. Boom! Boom! Tang Qinglong waved his hands, seeming like a dragon's claw was present, tearing through space. Two huge true Qi dragon claws came out across the sky, tearing apart and collapsing the surrounding demonic Qi. Tang Qinglong was worthy of being a ninth stage of the ninth grade realm, and this handful of attacks instantly tore open a huge gash. You guys get out of here! Save your lives first! Tang Qinglong immediately roared at all the students present. Yes! At this moment, all the students present felt fear. Even though they were all top first-class geniuses, they were simply powerless to resist in the face of a Demon King-level powerhouse, so fleeing at this moment was the best option. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Some of the people's stances were so fast that they instantly rushed towards the gaping hole. Wait! Wait! Yi Tian suddenly shouted, but realized that it was already too late. Several talented martial artists with top-notch body techniques had already rushed out. Ha 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 ha! Delicious human blood! Right at this moment, the great Demon King Kai Luo laughed out loud. He flipped his hand and instantly the monstrous demonic Qi condensed once again, directly devouring those few who rushed the fastest, on the spot. A cloud of blood mist floated in the air. Ha 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 ha, no one can escape from my Saint King Cairo. Demon Karo smiled grimly. Asshole! Tang Qinglong's veins instantly flared up. He didn't expect the great Demon King Caesar to be so insidious, deliberately revealing a break so that the others could be sent to their deaths. In an instant, Tang Qinglong rose up in a great rage, and at all costs, he tangled with the great Demon King of Cairo. You guys hug the group first and form a battle formation. Find a chance to break out. The moment he rushed out, Tang Qinglong also cautioned the other students present. Thus, Yi Tian and the others quickly gathered together, forming a group hug. The demonic Qi around them constantly harassed and attacked them, but they were not so afraid of it when they were bonded together. Above the void. Tang Qinglong executed various mastery techniques and erupted layers of power as he fought with the great Demon King Kai Luo. Terrifying waves of Qi swept continuously, and the surrounding demonic Qi seemed to have dimmed quite a bit. But for Tang Qinglong, the pressure felt was also enormous. With his ability, he could only temporarily maintain a delicate state of equilibrium with Demon King Cairo for a short period of time. At this moment, the battle situation for Yi Tian and the others was very unfavorable. What to do? Vice Hall Master Tang doesn't know how long he can hold out. In case Vice Hall Master Tang can't support himself, we'll all die here. Who could have guessed that Lu Tiancheng had a great demon hidden within him? It's over, this time, we're all going to die here. For the many geniuses from the major universities, this moment was also filled with despair. Originally, they all could have had a promising future, and now, they are nearly destroyed. As long as Tang Qinglong couldn't support himself for a moment, they were basically done for. A wave of panic spread instantly. Even Yi Tian, at this moment, felt powerless. There was nothing he could do against a Demon King-level opponent. System. With my strength, how about killing demons at the Demon King-level hierarchy? Yi Tian had just executed a blade-flying immortal to defeat Lu Tiancheng and had lost more than half of himself and had not yet recovered himself. Even if he recovered and he executed the moon beheading, he wouldn't necessarily be able to kill that one Demon King. Therefore, Yi Tian could only turn to the system for help. Drop. A Demon King-level demon is equivalent to the foundation stage. With the host's current strength, he is unable to kill a Demon King-level demon. Hearing the system's response, Yi Tian immediately felt very bad. Even the system can't do anything, do we really have to perish here? Chapter 120, A Shock to the Nation. This time, the National 36 Colleges and Universities Joint Examination Competition was organized by the Dragon Kingdom with great effort. It is also open to the whole country. As a result, all the major colleges and universities in the country, as well as the martial arts community, all paid attention to this tournament. Around the entire martial arts arena, equipped with more than 100 high-definition cameras. There were also 36 or so drones, each filming the entire event from various angles. Not to mention, there's a satellite system that records the entire event's activities. Therefore, by opening a specific viewing channel, you will be able to see the most exciting martial arts tournament of the session. Yi Tian's performance at the tournament was amazing. During his appearance, the hosts outside the arena were briefly introduced to him. Especially since he was also the top scorer in the last martial arts examination. And just this year, he represented the Frontier WU in the National Joint Examination of 36 colleges and universities. And he also showed immense strength on this stage. He was able to be on par with Ryu Tian Chang, who was known as the number 125-year-old. For a while, Yi Tian's reputation resounded thoroughly in the Dragon Country region. Countless of those who knew and those who didn't know Yi Tian had already known his name at this moment. Border Martial Arts University. The entire school is collectively watching the NCAA tournament. The days-long event is almost too much for them to move, and they don't want to miss a minute of it. Because of Yi Tian's performance, the name Border Martial Arts University also appeared many times and was also finally remembered by many people in the martial arts world. When Yi Tian gained victory every time, every school teacher and student had a kind of honor with glory. Brother Sky. Awesome. Brother Sky. Mighty. Brother Sky. Bully. Among the crowd, Wang Fengyi's shouts were the most violent. Phoenix Sky Women's Martial Arts University. The crowd of female martial artists also watched the battle in front of them with rapt attention. In this era of the rise of martial arts, women are disadvantaged in the martial arts path. They naturally move strong too. At the same time, the one thing that is unavoidable is the love of looking at handsome men. Commenting on the competitors on the field. This one called Yi Tian is really powerful. Yeah, the looks aren't super handsome, but a talent like that more than makes up for his face. I want to marry him. You're dreaming, such a genius, who wouldn't want to marry him? Do you have a chance? Who says I don't have a chance? I'm so pretty. I think you're thinking too much. A group of schoolgirls joked with each other. The only one who was silently squeezing her fists was Chen Xiyan, who was secretly cheering for Yi Tian. This is the man I see. Just, the distance between me and you, it seems to be getting farther and farther away. Chen Xiyan's heart was incomparably complicated. Kyoto. Home. Son. Good for you. Right. Just do it. Him for me. Beautiful. Another win. Not bad for my baby boy. Cow wow wow wow. Yi Qinglan was in the living room, watching the scene of the martial arts fight, shouting and dancing as if she was the one taking part in the contest. Watching her son Yi Tian's performance on the field, Yi Qinglan's entire body was incomparably exhilarated. She, couldn't wait to fly to the scene to give Yi Tian a shout of support. Kyoto. Department of Demon Control. Team 3 of the 5th Demon Hunting Squad. Zhang Zhang brought his own group and was also watching the martial arts competition. Look, it's 539. He's on. He took it. It's so strong. How many consecutive wins is that? 539 is awesome. Undefeated. This is just awesome. The teammates who had once worked with Yi Tian for a short period of time were simply amazed to see Yi Tian's performance. In the past, Yi Tian's cultivation level was even lower than theirs. However, the current Yi Tian not only had a higher cultivation level, but his fighting strength was even more incomparably terrifying. It's straight up thrown them off by a couple of blocks. I didn't expect that our third group would have produced such a demon. Come on, which one of you had a picture with number 539 earlier? Hurry up and print out a few more. This is a future Martial King level powerhouse. A picture is going to be worth a fortune in the future. Zhang Zhang said in a hurry. The scene was a mess. A certain third-rate pheasant WU. Many Budo students are also observing the league of the top colleges in the country. Although, most of them were martial artists below the 4th grade realm, and they couldn't understand martial fights above the 6th grade realm either. But such a bout is naturally wonderful, and to be able to see it is just exciting, or at least it can open up one's eyes. The crowd. One silhouette was very pretty. It was none other than Kong Chokyoung. She did not do well in the WKU exams, so she fell into this third-rate and unknown WKU. Originally, she had also faded away the past events with Yi Tian. But when she saw Yi Tian standing on the highest stage in the country, she was even more blossoming with the brightest luster. In an instant, endless feelings of remorse once again surged into his heart. Since the end of the Wushu University examination, it had been less than a year since Yi Tian had almost topped the throne of the #1 young man in the nation's colleges and universities. How could she not be saddened by this? Originally, she was qualified to stand beside Yi Tian. And now she was left as a spectator. Only she knew how bad it felt. In a nutshell, there were not a few people who paid attention to Yi Tian, or were happy, or admired, or loved, or lamented, or regretted. However, just as Yi Tian's performance reached its peak, the picture changed abruptly. Endless demonic chi filled the entire scene, and all those watching were stunned by the scene before them. Immediately afterward, the live feed lost signal. For a while, everyone was on edge. What happened just now? How could a demonic chi of such magnitude appear at the martial arts base? It's not clear. It seems that some powerful demons have appeared. Oh no, Yi Tian, those talented martial artists, won't they be in danger? I'm guessing it's fierce. I think I heard something about a great evil coming out. Aya, what can we do then? Geniuses like Yi Tian come along almost once in 100 years. If they all fall, it would be a huge loss for us. That can't be helped. Who knew there would be such an accident? I didn't realize that this national college joint examination has such dangers. It's so dangerous that I'm not qualified to take it. Ha! It's kind of like picking up a life. Don't gloat. After something like this, our Dragon Kingdom is going to be in bad luck. Don't worry, the state will step in. In public opinion, all sorts of voices popped up instantly. Those who were close to Yi Tian were worried about him. The ones who had problems with Yi Tian, on the other hand, hoped that Yi Tian would be made to die. In short, the moment the great demon king Cairo came out, the entire Dragon Kingdom was shaken. Even the Supreme Patriarchate was alarmed. A meeting involving the fate of the Dragon Kingdom also began. Chapter 121 National Fortune. Chapter 122 Purple Heavenly Divine Thunder Talisman. Drop. Although the host is unable to kill the Demon King with his own strength, special items can be exchanged within this system that can cause the Demon King to be harmed or seriously injured. Please choose by yourself. Just as Tung Qinglong was struggling to hold on, everyone was almost in a desperate situation. Yi Tian asked the system, having thought that there was no chance. But I didn't expect the system to pop up with another paragraph. Can't you just say it all at once? And play twists and turns with me? Yi Tian was almost about to curse. He had seen some of the things in the system mall before, and he had barely scrutinized them except for the pills. After all, he couldn't look at ordinary things because every time the system rewards were rich, Yi Tian had no reason to waste the kill value to exchange it. As for some expensive things, Yi Tian couldn't afford to exchange them, nor could he afford to do so. Right now, he still had more than 5 million kill values left, and he didn't buy anything indiscriminately, just in case he needed it. And now that it had reached the time of life and death, Yi Tian panicked and looked up the system's mall. In the special goods category, Yi Tian quickly found special items that could cause damage to the Demon King level. Item 1, Demon Exterminating Bead. Can be used to poison all things in the devil's way, causing their bodies to perish. Item 2, 10,000 Devil Streamer. Can absorb and refine all demons in heaven and earth, but requires one's own cultivation to be at least comparable to that of the demons. Item 3, Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman. Can blast and kill all evil spirits and demons, power limited by one's cultivation. Yi Tian took a closer look. These 3 items were all special classes, and all of them were disposable. They were directly gone after use. And the kill value for each item exchange is 5 million. This was simply a heavenly price for the previous Yi Tian. If it could be used for a long period of time, Yi Tian might want to think about buying one. But just because this was a one-time thing, Yi Tian wouldn't waste the kill value for nothing. However, this time and another time, now Yi Tian could not care less. He had to solve the immediate crisis first. The Demon Exterminating Bead is very good, it's just a pity that it must be swallowed by a demonic creature to make it work. That great Demon King Cairo obviously won't be stupid enough to eat it. The 10,000 devil streamer can absorb and refine millions of devils at the same time, but I don't have enough cultivation to make a move against the great devil king. It seems that the only thing left is the violet heavenly divine thunder talisman. As long as I get close to the great demon king and detonate it, I'll be fine. Yi Tian instantly made a decision. He also immediately exchanged the violet sky divine thunder talisman and quietly took it into his hands. Boom! 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 The genius camp that Yi Tian was in was constantly being impacted by the demonic chi. But because everyone was united in everything, they also resisted the demonic energy. Phew! Right at this moment, Yi Tian directly executed the void covering steps and rose up in the air. Yi Tian! What are you doing? You want to escape alone? You're crazy, aren't you? You can't escape. Bastard! I didn't realize we had a greedy bastard on our side. I don't believe Yi Tian would be afraid of death. Maybe he has something in mind and wants to help us out of our predicament. Just the moment Yi Tian rushed out, it caused a huge stir. Most of the people such as Xiaobrigen and Rock Color you were obviously puzzled by Yi Tian's actions. Originally, everyone was united and could still hold out for a while. Once the hearts were scattered, they might be quickly devoured by the demonic aura. Only Ning Baifei believed in Yi Tian. And at this moment, Yi Tian didn't care that much. He directly rose up in the air and killed into the battle circle of Tung Qinglong and Demon King Kai Luo. Yi Tian! What are you doing here? Quickly go down and join them, find a chance to rush out. Tung Qinglong shouted in serious anger. Any later and it'll be too late. In the last sentence, Tung Qinglong even roared with his veins showing. As a high-ranking member of the Martial God's Palace, he was also very clear about the agenda of the Dragon Kingdom's Senatorial Council. With the current situation, it is highly likely that the strongest nuclear weapons will be used in a short time. By then, everything here will be reduced to ashes. He's not afraid to die. But he didn't want a genius like Yi Tian to die like this. That's why he's struggling. Vice Hall Master Tang. I can kill him. Yi Tian only said one sentence before killing the great demon king Kai Luo. All of you will die. Demon King Kai Luo clearly didn't take Yi Tian seriously. As he waved his hand, a powerful demonic aura emerged and suppressed Tung Qinglong. Phew! Yi Tian held the shadow demon blade and the demon slashing blade as he rushed towards the great demon King Kai Luo. Wow! Right at this moment, a huge hand of demonic chi coalesced in the void beside Yi Tian. In an instant, this magic chi hand grabbed Yi Tian. Yi Tian's body was completely immobile. Tisk, TSK, TSK, little human, how dare you offend this king? Your talent is really good, your chi and blood are really strong. I'm sure it must taste delicious to you, too. The king can't wait to taste you. Demon Lord Cairo licked his lips, cruel to the core. Go to hell. Yi Tian shot the shadow demon blade in his hand directly out. This throw contained Yi Tian's 9 heavenly deity strength. So it's extremely fast and powerful. And since the shadow demon blade was already as thin as a cicada's wing, it was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the shadow demon blade rushed in front of Demon King Cairo. However, at that very moment, Demon King Cairo struck out. Only one of his hands was seen, directly grabbing the shadow demon blade. A sinister smile surfaced at the corner of Demon King Kai Luo's mouth. With this kind of means, you also presumptuously attempt to take on this king, you are simply too naive. I have to say, this one-handed catching of the knife is really cool. Demon Cairo thought to himself that he had faked it hard. With this hand, it was estimated that it could still make the two humans in front of him completely despair. And all that's left is to eat away at the last of their faith. Until, that is, they are all killed. However, at this very moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth, who was controlled by the great hand of demonic chi. Purple heavenly divine thunder. Explode! As Yi Tian shouted angrily. A thunderous force abruptly erupted from the body of the shadow demon blade. It was almost in an instant, and the entire void was filled with endless purple heavenly thunder. Rumble! 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 Endless purple thunderbolts rolled and swept through everything. No! What power is this? In that instant, the great demon king of Cairo let out a final horrified sound. And then, there was no more. Because it had dissipated with the dissipation of the purple heavenly thunder. The demonic chi in the void also gradually collapsed and directly disappeared without a trace. Tang Qinglong as well as a bunch of other students were also all dumbfounded at this moment, not daring to look at all this in front of them. What did I see? Was that the thunderbolt of the heavenly god just now? A celestial has descended? My dragon kingdom is still guarded by the god of war? It's Yi Tian? Chapter 123, The Crisis is Over. Yi Tian felt a wave of emptiness. He used almost all of his strength at the last moment, which caused him to throw out the shadow demon blade. Only to see purple lightning filling the void in front of him, instantly bursting apart. Although he was still some distance away from the great demon King Cairo, the purple heavenly divine thunder talisman was so powerful that it would still ripple through him. At that instant, a silhouette appeared in front of Yi Tian as if in an instant, then shielded him. It was certainly Tang Qinglong. Vice Hall Master Tang, Yi Tian said slightly weakly. Yi Tian. Was it you who saved us? Just now, what was that maneuver? Tang Qinglong also said with a look of astonishment. He utilized his own body protecting true chi to barely withstand the impact of the purple heavenly divine thunder talisman. Yi Tian just smiled and didn't reply as he was very weak and fainted instantly. Tang Qinglong immediately carried Yi Tian away. The moment the great demon King Cairo was annihilated by the purple heavenly divine thunder talisman. All of the live equipment at the scene was completely destroyed, so the general public won't be able to see footage like this. Only the Supreme Patriarch will see it. Because the Supreme Patriarchate had captured all the images of the scene through its satellite system. Just now, what happened? It seems like a purple thunderbolt has appeared, destroying all the demonic energy. That demon king seems to have disappeared as well? The 9 Supreme Patriarchs were all stunned by the scene before them. Just now, they voted unanimously to go ahead with the ultimate nuclear explosion program. But the change in front of us put everyone in a trance. It seems that God has blessed my dragon kingdom. There can be no need to implement the ultimate nuclear explosion. The Grand Patriarch got up and clapped his hands in excitement. In an instant, the room applauded. And in other parts of the world, the general public is also not able to see the previous live footage. The only people who could view the latest footage were some of the top levels of national powers that had independent satellite systems. What was that violent energy fluctuation that just appeared? Why is it so horrible? It's like an energy wave from an electromagnetic storm or something, right? Or is it thunder and lightning? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has even mastered some kind of magical power? It must be investigated thoroughly. It could be some kind of secret weapon of the Dragon Kingdom. The major powers were feeling very shocked and puzzled by what was happening. And the moment they saw the demonic aura dissipate, they all knew that the crisis encountered by the Dragon Kingdom was lifted. Even, they realized that the Dragon Kingdom also held some kind of special power, which made them feel uneasy. A certain third-rate pheasant Wu. Ginger Cho Ching wore a beautiful makeup. Her school, anyway, placed far less emphasis on martial arts training, so she just had to practice casually. She then opened her personal social account and started her live stream. Now she's a minor internet sensation. Every day by live streaming, there is a considerable income. Zhang Chucheng was dressed in sexy clothes and posed in some flirty and alluring moves from time to time during the live broadcast. This, coupled with her status as a female student at WOU, attracted a lot of men. Various comments were flying all over the place, almost all of which were messages from dog lickers plus shibboleths. Haruai Cutie seems to be in a good mood today? Actually humming a song? Yes, Ching Ching, do we have any benefits to look at today? Haruai, put on a great show. In the live broadcast room, many gifts flew in, making Zhang Chucheng smile even more. Oh, I did have a happy encounter today, so I'll be giving the family a good time today. So, small gifts everyone, take a walk. Zhang Chucheng smiled seductively. The reason she was so happy was because she had seen the image of Yi Tian being enveloped by the demonic aura in the end. The live feed was cut off in the background and she didn't see it. But she thought that Yi Tian was dead this time. The fact that Yi Tian had given her up before had always caused her to hold a grudge, and even incomparably regret it. But now that Yi Tian was dead, then she could put that remorse behind her. What was the use of Yi Tian's better talent and higher background? It's still not a life. Zhang Chucheng would even secretly curse Yi Tian for deserving it. But she also didn't think about it. If the great demon King Cairo really made a killing, I'm afraid that the entire Dragon Kingdom would suffer a calamity. Only Jiang Chucheng wouldn't consider this. She knew that if Yi Tian died, she would be happy. Just then, 2 applications for connectivity came in. Jiang Chucheng took a look and it was none other than her good girlfriends, Fong Yuan and Yaoing. Connect in a hurry. Haruai. Haruka. Did you see that? The National Martial Arts University joint examination, Yi Tian also participated in it, and it seems that he encountered the Demon King's exodus, and he seems to have hung up. Fong Yuan became excited the moment she connected. I saw it too, that terrifying demonic aura, it makes people shudder when they look at it, no one will survive. Yaoing followed suit. This is Jiang Chucheng's live room, and it's quite popular, with several thousand people. Fong Yuan and Yaoing are also well dressed in pose in what they consider to be good poses, trying to attract some fans as well and increase their popularity so that they can earn some money from men. It's just a shame that they don't realize that they're so ugly that they think they can make money off of it just because they're a woman. Haruai, are you guys discussing this National 36 Colleges joint exam event? This is a major event that involves the fate of my Dragon Kingdom. Why are you guys still gloating a bit? Upstairs, it's none of your business. Don't put a label on our Ching Ching. That's right, what does this kind of big event have to do with us? We're just happy to watch Ching Ching dance every day. Ching Ching, ignore Blackie, you keep dancing, we'll give you gifts. The live comments section and pop-ups were flying. Jiang Chucheng looked at the comments and pop-ups flying around, so she looked pitiful and said, there is indeed an enemy of mine in the joint examination of the 36 colleges in the country. He may have perished because of this incident, but I also know that this incident is very serious. I shouldn't gloat at this time, I'm very sorry, please forgive me. Haruka. Don't be sad. It's only human, we all understand you. Since there's an enemy of Ching Ching's there, he deserves to die, it's best if all of them die. Ha ha ha. That's right, what does such a big event have to do with us ordinary people anyway? Just let those martial artists fight and die. If something goes wrong, the state will take the blame and will just be responsible for eating, drinking, and having fun. Ching Ching, ignore Blackie, we'll give you a gift, sports car rockets up. For a time, the entire live broadcast room was filled with various gift effects. Watching one gift brush the screen, Jiang Chucheng unconsciously revealed a hint of a smile. She still had a knack for taking men. Not to mention this internet lickspittle. As long as she casually ticked her fingers, she could reap a lot of money. Yi Tian, I didn't expect that I could still make a fortune because of you. Counted as you compensating me. Jiang Chucheng was inwardly self-absorbed. Chapter 124 Super Reward. Kudos. Yi Tian woke up leisurely. Found himself back in the martial gods' hall. It's a healing hotbed for the Temple of Martial Arts. When you lie on it, special energy will enter your body and help it recover. Therefore, Yi Tian recovered very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system branch quest and obtaining first place in the National College Joint Examination. The host receives a system reward of 5 million kill values and acquires the immortal Dao martial art, the Sword Chi Storm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a peak 9th Order Demon King, rewarding 10 million kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a peak 9th Order Demon King for the first time, earning an additional 10 million kill value and obtaining the Heart of the Blade God. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Ultimate Challenge achievement, killing the peak of the 9th Order against all odds with the 6th grade realm, hereby rewarding him with a kill value of 10 million and obtaining the immortal Dao martial art, the Mountain Opening Divine Skill. Also rewarding the host with Life Blade Intent. Ding! Due to the host spending in the shopping mall reaching 5 million kill values, a special reward of 1 boundary-breaking pill will be given to the host. Right at the moment Yi Tian awakened, a series of system tones resounded in his mind at the same time. So many rewards? Even Yi Tian himself was taken aback. After all, there was simply too much for him to gain at this one time. Originally, the rewards gained from completing system tasks were instead worthless. Of course, although it was not worth mentioning, it was still very attractive to Yi Tian. In this instant, Yi Tian had harvested 35 million kill values, and the kill values that had just been depleted instantly took off. Moreover, Yi Tian had obtained 2 more immortal Dao martial arts. Sword Chi Storm was a group attack type of super martial art that used itself as the foundation to release terrifying sword chi to form a huge storm. Of course, Yi Tian was currently majoring in sword techniques, but that didn't affect it. He could completely replace his sword chi with blade chi. Anyway, Sword Chi Storm was just a name, the off lies in the person who casts it. Sword Chi Storm, what a Sword Chi Storm, it's extremely powerful. Yi Tian couldn't help but marvel. The mountain opening divine skill, on the other hand, was originally applied to the giant axe divine warrior, but of course it could also be adapted to the sword or fist technique. This was a wide-open immortal Dao martial art, and it was also very powerful, claiming to have the ability to open up the heavens and the earth. In addition, Yi Tian had awakened the fourth blade intent, the life blade intent. This was certainly not a blade intent that could save lives, but a blade intent that contained infinite vitality and the power to live and die. This blade god's heart, what is it? Yi Tian focused his attention on something that was brand new to acquire. In an instant, Yi Tian had many realizations. The heart of the blade god instantly fused with Yi Tian's soul. At this moment, he had a whole new perception and realization of the Tao of the blade. It was as if he was a man made for knives. It turned out that this heart of the blade god was to enhance the affinity and perception of the Tao of the blade, which would allow the blade technique to be utilized with even better prowess. Of course, it would also allow the blade intent Yi Tian had comprehended to blossom into a more powerful might. In the end, Yi Tian also obtained a boundary-breaking pill. Realm-breaking pills were almost non-existent in this world. And in the system mall, it requires 5 million kill values. The realm-breaking pill, which is not available in this world, is considered priceless. However, it can only be used below the 9th rank. I'm at the 7th stage of the 6th grade realm now, so I can only use it twice more at most. I'd better raise it slowly, I can save it for a rainy day. The realm-breaking pill could briefly raise Yi Tian's cultivation strength, only now Yi Tian didn't pay that much attention to his cultivation, after all, his own battle strength was the most important thing. After taking stock of the rewards, Yi Tian felt beautiful. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was Vice Temple Master Tung Qinglong who walked in. Yi Tian, you're awake? Tung Qinglong looked at Yi Tian with an appreciative face. For Yi Tian, he liked it even more. He originally preferred Lu Tancheng, but he didn't realize that he had been planted with a demonic seed. It was good that Yi Tian had solved the crisis. Right now, Yi Tian was the best genius of their session. Yi Tian was able to fight against the 9th grade realm with his 6th grade realm cultivation, which was unique. Vice Hall Master Tang. Yi Tian got up, indicating that he had almost recovered. Your body is important, no need to be formal. I've come here to tell you that later on the Genin bossman of the Genin Council is coming. He's coming to see you and is supposed to have something important to tell you. Tung Qinglong hurriedly supported Yi Tian. He had been injured himself this time, but he still stood firm in the martial gods hall. However, he was more worried about Yi Tian, fearing that Yi Tian would hurt his fundamentals because of this incident. Elder San Yuan? Yi Tian was also taken aback. This is the big man of the Supreme Patriarchate. Who in their right mind could see it? I didn't expect Elder Triple Element to actually ask to see him by name. About half an hour later, Yi Tian packed up and then waited for Elder San Yuan in a closed and quiet meeting room. Elder San Yuan was dressed in plain green clothes, his hair was white, and he had the appearance of a loving old man. He was an ordinary martial artist with a very low cultivation level, but his own aura was enormous. Such is the majesty of supreme power. Comrade Yi Tian. You're very good. The third elder came up and was very polite. Elder San Yuan is overpraised. Yi Tian said humbly. Not really, your grandfather Yi Ling is the backbone of my dragon kingdom. And you will surely become a pillar of the country as well. The third elder was full of praise. Elder San Yuan is fallacious. Yi Tian kept a low profile. Third elder continued, I came to find you to tell you 3 things. First thing, you did a great job this time, helping our country and people to solve a big crisis, otherwise if that plan had been implemented, it could have caused huge losses. Therefore, on behalf of the Senate, I thank you. The second thing, in response to your heroic actions last time in Demon Cave 6, and this time in the evolutionary base, the Senate has unanimously deliberated and decided to give you a public commendation. The third thing is about your commendation ceremony, which will be set up 3 days from now, at the National Hall, where the Grand Founder himself will award you the Order of the National Scholar and directly confer the rank of Major in War. Hearing these things that Elder San Yuan had said, Yi Tian couldn't help but be surprised as well. This kudos is too generous. A national medal, that's the highest honor. Only those who have rendered great service to the country can have such medals. It means a talent that is unrivaled in the country. How many people with the Order of the State can be found in a country that has been in existence for hundreds of years? It is almost always those who have contributed greatly to the nation's fortunes who are worthy of a medal of this caliber. And the battle rank of Major, while not top of the line, is not something anyone can have, and must also be of great merit. As for Yi Tian, when he became a major commander, he could form his own legion of warriors, at least 10,000 men. And most importantly, Yi Tian's commendation ceremony would be nationally publicized and presided over by the Grand Patriarch himself. This showed that Yi Tian was about to be known by the whole country and become a household name as a superhero. Who could resist such an honor? Chapter 125 The Order of the State Scholar. Chapter 126 Three Marshals in One Family. The camera pans again. The Grand Patriarch's face was solemn as he blandly said, "Today, Comrade Yi Tian is hereby appointed as the Major Marshal of Tianzi. He can command an army of 10,000 men." Immediately afterward, a special person presented a set of green battle uniforms, battle titles, as well as a set of equipment such as a battle cap. The room applauded again. In just a few moments, Yi Tian changed into his military attire and reappeared in the crowd's line of sight. At this moment, Yi Tian, in his military attire, was radiant and dazzling, adding a few points of male elegance. He was young and sealed as a marshal, and he was ambitious. How many men have dreamed of this? Handsome. Too handsome. This comrade Yi Tian, not only did he receive the Order of the State, but he was even enshrined as a major marshal. And it's a real war rank. It's the dream of many men. It's just so handsome, I'm going to marry him. Then go get in line and you'll be notified when it's your turn. Ha, I guess we'll have to line up from Kyoto to the border. The comments and pop-ups on the livestream were once again bristling, like rockets going crazy. Host Zhu Jianoi's voice sounded again, Comrade Yi Tian, born in a famous family, from the Yi family in Kyoto. I'm sure everyone knows that the king of Lingyun, Comrade Yi Lingzhang, is none other than Comrade Yi Tian's grandfather. And Comrade Yi Lingzhang has long since been appointed as the Grand Marshal of Lingyun, guarding the palace of Martial God. It is the C-pin of my dragon kingdom. On the other hand, there is another handsome talent in the Yi family, that is Comrade Yi Lingzhang's eldest son and Comrade Yi Tian's great-uncle, Comrade Yi Zhengying, who is now serving as the Commander-in-Chief of the 1st Army Corps, and has been awarded the rank of Yingling Lieutenant Marshal. The Yi family's dedication to my dragon kingdom and dedication of the family's strength is indeed a great honor for the people of my dragon kingdom. The Yi family's 3 marshals in one family is even more unprecedented, creating history and a great story. Let's give our warmest applause and congratulate Comrade Yi Tian. As Zhu Jianoi introduced Yi Tian's family background, the entire live broadcast room completely exploded. In an instant, the number of people in the live broadcast surpassed 500 million. What? Comrade Yi Tian is actually a member of the Kyoto Yi family? He's actually the grandson of King Lingyun? It's true that a tiger master doesn't have a dog grandson. King Lingyun's grandson is just extraordinary. 3 marshals in one gate, this honor is simply too dangly. The Yi family is the #1 family in Kyoto, Yi Tian deserves it. No, from today onwards, the Yi family may be the #1 family in the Dragon Kingdom. That's right, Yi Tian is awesome, the Yi family is awesome. The Yi family deserves this honor after dedicating so much to the country's defense of the Devil's Cave. Countless words of praise overflowed, all recognizing Yi Tian and the Yi family. Of course, there are also some negative words, or those who have had problems with the Yi family, or forces outside the country, or conspiratorial forces. Jiang Chucheng opened her own livestream while connecting with her girlfriends, Fang Yuan and Yaoing. On the other hand, she also had her computer on, watching the Order of the Nation medal ceremony, which was very hot these days. She had only wanted to rub it in, who had thought that the protagonist this time would be Yi Tian. Why is it Yi Tian? Didn't he die in that national joint examination competition where the Demon King came out? Why Yi Tian, was he the one who destroyed the Demon King? How is that possible? Why the hell is it him? It's him again. He won the top prize in the martial arts exam and now he's a national hero. He is now a household name and has become a truly great hero. On what grounds? When you were chasing me, you were nothing. And now you're so good. Jiang Chucheng's mood was like a roller coaster ride, rising and falling, and eventually hitting rock bottom. She tried time and time again to erase Yi Tian from her heart, only to find that Yi Tian's imprint grew deeper and deeper. How much Yi Tian had licked her at one time, how much she regretted now. She would never have been so stupid if she had known this. Unfortunately, nothing was known earlier. Ching Ching, let's not look at it, what's there to see, isn't it just a crappy national medal? What's the big deal? That's right, there are plenty of people for us to like, it's not like there's a shortage of him, and in the future, Haru will definitely find someone even more amazing. As good girlfriends, Fong Yuan and Yaoing naturally have to comfort Jiang Chuqing. But when the words reached Jiang Chuqing's ears, it felt like she was being sarcastic in any way. It's the Order of Merit, the highest level of honor. Isn't that enough of a stinker? Yi Tian was so young to have obtained the Major Martial Battle rank, what other young man could be compared to Yi Tian? Where's the better one? As a result, Jiang Chuqing felt that these words stung even more. She closed the live feed in a hurry. She just wanted to be quiet and didn't want to see any more news about Yi Tian. But the more she didn't want to see it, the more Yi Tian's figure appeared in her mind. She tries to send a message to Yi Tian, congratulations, student Yi Tian, for receiving the Order of the National Scholar. What she got in response was a big red exclamation point. She's been blackballed. Yi Tian. Can't you give me a chance to change my ways? Jiang Chuchang was incomparably grumpy, but there was nothing she could do about it. Yi family's old mansion. Yi Qinglan looked at the TV screen in front of him. She had long since burst into tears. Son of a, what do you think is wrong with you? Mom just wanted you to bake a groundnut. How come you took a martial arts exam? Say you, can't you go to school properly? You have to go and kill those whatever demons. Just kill, right? And make such a big commotion, even some demon king was killed by you. Well now, you're a national celebrity, and mom won't be able to take you out shopping anymore. What to do, you say? Isn't it good for you to be a do-nothing-y dude? Yi Qinglan said this on her lips, but inwardly, she was still very proud of Yi Tian. That's his own son. It's simply awesome to have gotten this far. Suddenly, Yi Qinglan took out a photo. On it was a handsome man. There was a slight resemblance to Yi Tian's face. Qin Wushuang, do you see? This is our son, he's now a national scholar. And he's even been enthroned as a major marshal. It's even better than you. How happy we would have been as a family if we hadn't gone off the deep end back then. Unfortunately, you have chosen a path that no one dares to take. I hope you're still alive. I hope that one day our family will still be reunited. Back then, the Qin family, the humiliation they inflicted on us, mother and son, I will also let Xiao Tian get it back. I'll show them that your Qin Wushuang's son is still the best amongst the Qin family's offspring. Yi Qinglan's eyes grew more and more determined as she said the last. She caressed the photo gently, then treasured it. Then, humming a little song, she returned to the kitchen room and prepared the exquisite meal. She knew that Yi Tian was going to come back today, and she was going to prepare the most delicious meal for her precious son. Chapter 127 Cultivating Demonic Qi? Stepping into the devil realm? Mom, I'm home. Yi Tian went home. Return to glory. Good son, mom prepared your favorite meal for you. Yi Qinglan took off her apron and hugged Yi Tian tightly. Everyone else was praising Yi Tian for the achievements he had gained, while his mother was the only one who knew that Yi Tian must have faced quite a lot of difficulties and crises, and that his life was even in danger. She was celebrating that Yi Tian was able to return safely. That's all there is to it. Mom, have you been crying? Yi Tian ate his favorite meal and saw Yi Qinglan's abnormality. Silly child, you're so good, and you're the top scorer in martial arts, and you've made so many achievements, and you've also won the Order of the State Scholar, and you've been awarded the title of Major Marshal, isn't mom happy about that? Yi Qinglan cried and laughed. Isn't it all a trifle? My master hasn't come back yet? Yi Tian suddenly asked. Before, Grandpa Yi Lingzhang had said that he was going to a very dangerous place. No news so far, and he's a little worried. Not yet, but before, I passed a letter with him, and he is at least safe. Yi Qinglan said. That's good. Yi Tian temporarily put his heart down as well. He still had time to elevate now. When he was able to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, he would be able to fight side by side with his grandfather, and even help him by helping to clear out the Demon People clan in one fell swoop. God, it's almost New Year's Eve, and I think, now, it's necessary to talk to you about your father. When Yi Tian finished eating, Yi Qinglan suddenly said to Yi Tian seriously. My dad? What? Yi Tian didn't have a single impression of the role of the impressionable father, as if it didn't exist at all. Moreover, his father's family had always had little dealings with the Yi family, as if they were disconnected. If you'd been as muddled as you've always been, Mom wouldn't have had to worry about it, much less bring up the old days. But now that you've shown such a gifted side, Mom feels the need to tell you what happened before. First of all, your father didn't mean to abandon us, he just had bigger ambitions. He wanted to solve the demon crisis in humanity. Yi Qinglan said with a sigh. Immediately, she told the story of how she met and fell in love with Yi Tian's father, Qin Wushuang. It's a very cliched story, a love story of a stunningly beautiful woman with great talent who meets an exceptionally gifted martial arts genius. Yi Qinglan, as the most favored young princess of the Yi family, had such a discerning eye, yet she fell in love with Qin Wushuang at first sight, thus showing how awesome Qin Wushuang's talent was. The Qin family was the #1 martial arts family in the Northwest, and it was even an ancient martial arts family, and the fact that Qin Wushuang was able to stand out amongst the huge family and become the #1 of the younger generation showed his talent and strength. The two fell in love, which was supposed to be a great joy. Qin Wushuang was known as the successor of the Qin family, while the Yi family was the #1 family in secular Kyoto. The union of the two great clans would be the icing on the cake. Nay, a riot in the Devil's Den ruined it all. That Devil's Cave riot was so huge that the entire human race died or was injured. Many of Qin Wushuang's comrades had died, and this caused him pain. From then on, he was as if he had gone mad, cultivating and killing demons like crazy. Until finally, he actually came up with a crazy plan. That is to cultivate demonic qi, wanting to incarnate in the devil's way, and to use the power of the devils to eradicate the devils. In the end, after Yi Qinglan had just given birth to Yi Tian, he ignored the opposition of the others and rushed into the devil's domain, the devil's home base, without any hesitation. To this day, no one has been heard from. Cultivate demonic qi? Stepping into the demonic realm? Yi Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard these news. He had the System Plus, so naturally he wouldn't cultivate demonic qi. But Qin Wushuang dared to have such thoughts and put them into action. This kind of vigor was admirable. Of course, Yi Tian did not think that Qin Wushuang could succeed. After all, demonic aura is demonic aura, and humans are humans. Humans are a treasure in themselves, so why do they need to cultivate demonic energy to strengthen themselves? The two don't really match either. Of course, it can't be ruled out that something else might happen. That's the moment your father entered the demon realm, the entire Qin family began to treat us mother and son poorly. As you know, the competition within the great clan is fierce. Originally, your father was the intended candidate for the next generation of the Qin family's family head, and when he chose to fall into the devil's path, the family headship was targeted by others. You and I were both kicked out of the Qin family, and you were said to be a devil's fae. And, you are not allowed to take the name Qin. Even the later Qin family head directly wiped out your father's lineage, completely. Speaking at the back, Yi Qinglan also looked a bit righteously indignant. The family's internal strife kicked the mother and child right out the door. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Qinglan still had the Yi family behind her, or else she would have to live on the streets. Even so, for the Yi family and Yi Qinglan, such a reputation was not good. And Yi Tian was even labeled with the poisonous name of Heaven's Fury Nemesis. It was because of Yi Tian's birth, which ruined the Qin family's once-in-a-century genius, Qin Wushuang. Over the years, Yi Qinglan had actually held a breath in her heart. Mom, what do you want to do? Yi Tian himself didn't feel much, after all, he had crossed over. Mom wants to make a trip back to the Qin family to let those people in the Qin family take a good look at the fact that my son is the best, not much weaker than his father, and may even surpass him. And also to prove that your father's lineage is always the most powerful, superior to all the other Qin family descendants. Mom, just want to hit those people in the face hard. Of course, if you don't want to go, Mom won't force you, we'll just stay home and have a good new year. Yi Qinglan said with a serious face. Go. Must go. The son must give you a long face. What Qin family? During the great examination of martial arts, I took the young generation of the Qin clan, Qin Manhwa, and viciously beat him down. Yi Tian patted his chest. It didn't matter to Yi Tian if he went to the Qin family. Good son. But we can't be careless. I know that Qin Manhwa, that's just the Qin family's most powerful scion in the secular world. The reason why the Qin family has become the #1 martial arts family in the Northwest is still because of their background as an ancient martial arts family. The ancient martial Qin family is where the Northwest Qin family's heritage lies. Your father is from the ancient martial Qin family. Yi Qinglan explained. Ancient martial arts families are equivalent to hidden families. Same as those few hidden clans. They only cared about their own interests and didn't care much about the magic cave. But their strength is far beyond worldly power. Rumor had it that there were 1 or 2 hidden powers and martial gods in existence. Good. Yi Tian also knew the variables involved. He could just as well take these few days to rest and straighten himself out. Yi Tian started his own promotion plan. Chapter 128, Full Enhancement. Northwest Qin Family. Chapter 129. I think, it's just like that. Yi Tian and Yi Qinglan had just entered the front yard when a group of Qin clan martial artists came out in a line. These people were considered the Qin family's martial arts bodyguards, some were recruited and some were seeking to learn the martial arts. In short, these people specialize in a number of disputes. The leader of the group was an old man in his 50s, with a hawk-hooked nose and 8-legged beard, very arrogant. Bold, how dare you trespass my Qin mansion and injure my Qin family's disciples? This person's name was Qin Yue, and he was a true member of the Qin family, thus he had always been arrogant to the outside world and looked down on others. Give it to me. Hold him on the ground and beat him. Beat him to death, it's on me. Qin Yue said with incomparable arrogance. Although he was only a collateral member of the Qin family, he was in charge of peripheral affairs and possessed a certain amount of power, hence his arrogant attitude. The crowd of disciples swarmed up at once. Only, these dozens of Qin clan disciples were simply too weak, the highest was only at the 4th grade realm, and most of them were at the 3rd grade realm. A low-end martial artist of this realm was now like an ant in Yi Tian's eyes. Yi Tian could crush them with one hand, and beating 100 of them with one was not a problem. Boom! 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 A series of scuffling sounds rang out. Immediately afterward, there was a shocking scene. He only saw that one of the minions was thrown out one by Yi Tian and then neatly placed on the ground. Eventually 2 words came into being, vegetable dog. It means that the Qin family has no one who can fight, they are all vegetable dogs. Ah! Dog guts. Qin Yue was dumbfounded and looked at the scene in front of him. He wanted to threaten a couple more times, but before he could say anything, he was caught by Yi Tian. Yi Tian pressed him to the ground with one hand and rubbed it back and forth. Don't beep there, if you beep again, I'll grind your mouth to pieces. This time, Yi Tian was trying to take the heat for his mother, so he could be as high profile as he wanted. Who are you guys? Why did you come to my Qin mansion to cause trouble? Qin Yue changed his behavior this time and didn't dare to put out harsh words, he could only ask in a deep voice. Qin Yue, you've become an outer gate steward now? You actually can't recognize me? Yi Qinglan walked forward at this time and looked at him condescendingly. You are Qin Wushuan's wife? The one from the Yi family in Kyoto? Qin Yue looked at Yi Qinglan with wide eyes, as if he finally remembered. Back then, Qin Wushuan, as the most outstanding disciple of the Qin clan, chose to step into the demon realm and became a taboo for the Qin clan. And Yi Qinglan, as the #1 beauty in Kyoto, naturally received a lot of attention. And then, Yi Qinglan and the swaddled Yi Tian were expelled from the Qin family, and this matter was a big deal at the time. Despite the fact that almost 20 years had passed, the impact of the Qin Wushuan incident was still quite large. So it is you. Then this should be Qin Wushuan's heir? Humph. You've all been kicked out of the Qin family. How do you still have the face to come back? Still dare to fight here? Not afraid of the family head's chastisement? Qin Yue was first stunned, but then he resumed his condescending stance. In his opinion, Yi Qinglan and Yi Tian were both expelled from the Qin family and belonged to the people who wore sins. Boom! 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 Yi Tian picked up Qin Yue's head and hit the ground 3 times consecutively. Keep your mouth clean, do you hear me? Ouch! Yes, yes, yes. I know. Qin Yue was honest this time. Qin Wufei, it's your Qin family's head now, isn't it? Have him come out to see me. Yi Qinglan faintly said. Yes, yes, yes. Let me go, I will immediately go to report. Qin Yue cried and mourned. He had been tortured by Yi Tian and now he didn't dare to be arrogant. Yi Tian then released him. Qin Yue, on the other hand, ran to the inner courtyard in a puff of smoke. A few moments later, the group came out. One is majestic. Most of them were in the 6th and 7th realms, with a few in the 8th realm and even 2 9th realm powerhouses. Among them, there were also a few relatively young faces, clearly the most promising juniors of the Qin family. This was the heritage of the Northwest's #1 martial arts family. Strong martial arts families would not join the major martial arts academies, and the core disciples would be trained by the family's resources to become the backbone of the family. Although Qin Mingyue was also from the Qin family, he was not yet considered a core disciple of the Qin family, so he chose to enter the Wu University, wanting to seek more resources. The person leading the army was a middle-aged man at the peak of the 8th rank realm, with slightly gray temples and an extraordinary demeanor. With one hand on his back and cold eyes, he looked at Yi Qinglan and Yi Tian's mother and son. "You, why did you come to the Qin family?" In his eyes, there was indifference, not the slightest bit of emotion. "Qin Wufei, when you see me, shouldn't you call me sister-in-law? It's the first day of the Lunar New Year, I've come to pay my respects, can't I?" Yi Qinglan sneered. Qin Wufei said indifferently, "There is no need to pay your respects, you are no longer a member of my Qin family, and you no longer have anything to do with my Qin family." Yi Qinglan, on the other hand, said, "Qin Wufei, back then, my husband acted in a way that was difficult for ordinary people to understand due to his personal choices, but you all know about his purpose and original intentions. On what basis do you all say that he is a deviant who has rebelled against the Qin family? In the end, it's still a power struggle within the family. It's just you, and the supporters behind you, who want this family head position. If my husband hadn't entered the devil's domain, he would have been the head of the Qin family. In addition, even if he made a mistake, he shouldn't jeopardize his wife and son. Back then, on what grounds did he drive away our mother and son? I came here today to show you how wrong your behavior was back then. Originally, your Qin clan would have given birth to a super genius, and now, his surname is Yi, and he is a descendant of the Yi clan." Yi Qinglan spoke even a little hysterically, as if she wanted to release all the grievances she had received over the years. She had repressed it for too long, and the past of those years tumbled out, like a dam bursting, in one fell swoop. Where did the shrew come from? Yelling here. That's right, think my Qin mansion is a food market? If you continue to disturb the rules of my Qin mansion like this, we will have to step in to suppress it. Silence. Silence. Several Qin family core elders around Qin Wuhu all stood out and rebuked. Qin Wufei waved his hand and everyone quieted down again. "Yi Qinglan, the matter of that year has been finalized, let's not mention it. My big brother Qin Wushuang's matter is his personal choice, but it also involves the honor and disgrace of the family, it's not my personal decision. As for what you said, that my Qin family has lost a super genius, I don't recognize that statement. Because my Qin family has never lacked geniuses, and even more geniuses have emerged these years than in previous years. This is where my Qin family's fortune lies, where the clan's fortune lies. It's not something you can sway with a few words." As he said that, Qin Wuhu's gaze looked towards Yi Tian, who was on the side. He could tell that Yi Tian's eyebrows were a bit similar to Qin Wushuang's. "Is this the super genius you were talking about?" "I see, it's nothing more than that." Chapter 130, Your Qin family, not a single one of you can fight. There were indeed not a few geniuses born in the Qin family over the years. Qin Yonyan, who was 31 years old, had now reached the second stage of the 9th grade realm. His talents were all excellent and his growth rate was extremely fast, coupled with the full support of the family's resources. This was how he quickly reached the second stage of the 9th grade realm, becoming the #1 person among the family's descendants. To be able to reach the 9th grade realm martial king level in his early 30s, even in every other place, he belonged to the topmost existence. In the future, he was more than a little shocked at the level of peak martial king. Qin Kaixian, female, 29 years old, has now also reached the peak of the 8th stage of the 8th product re. She was also only one step away from the 9th grade realm, and she was 2 years younger than Qin Yonyan, with a chance to step into the 9th grade realm at around 30. Now it was considered the second person in the younger generation of the Qin family. Moreover, Qin Kaixian also mastered a kind of supernormal ability, belonging to the supernormal ability martial artist, with a combat power comparable to the 9th stage of the 8th product realm, and could even explode to reach the 9th product realm level. Lord Qin Fong, 26 years old this year, his cultivation has already reached the 7th stage of the 8th grade realm. His cultivation was slightly weaker than the previous two, but he was better because he was younger and had more potential, and in the secular world, he might just be an unrivaled existence of his peers. These three people were enough to prove how dazzling the geniuses of the Qin family were, all of them being the mainstay of the future. And this was the most important foundation for the Qin clan to be able to become the #1 family in the Northwest. There were a total of 16 martial arts clans in the entire northwestern part of the country, and the Qin clan was the only one that could reign supreme, and the underpinnings said it all. Qin Wuhu looked at Yi Tian and only sensed that Yi Tian's cultivation aura was of the 7th rank realm, and it seemed like he was at the beginning of the 7th rank realm, except that the qi and blood in Yi Tian's body was very surging. But so what? With a strong qi and blood, at most, it would be a little more powerful than the average 7th grade realm. Even more powerful, could it be comparable to geniuses of the 8th and 9th grade realms? In general, it's obviously not possible. What's more, the Qin family was a martial arts family with an incomparably strong heritage. In terms of techniques, martial arts, elixir resources, and so on, they were all capable of crushing other clans. Yi Tian felt the gazes of the Qin family members looking at him, and there was no lack of contempt, indifference, and mockery. He also knew that it was time for him to make his entrance. To take a bite out of my mother's anger for being kicked out of the Qin family back then. Yi Tian walked up and said, "Do you guys see the words on the ground? You Qin family, not one of you can fight. Let your Qin family's best scion come forward. Let's see, enough for me to fight." Yi Tian's arrogant words had immediately angered the Qin family. Especially the outstanding descendants of the Qin family. 3 silhouettes were the first to step forward. Arrogance. Arrogant. You're really looking for death. Dare to talk big here. The 3 of us, any one of us can come out and suppress you. These 3 people were none other than the 3 most outstanding descendants of the Qin family. Qin Yonyan, Qin Kaixian, and Lord Qin Feng. Yi Tian swept a glance at the 3 of them before shaking his head. You 3 are the best geniuses of the Qin family? Not enough, not enough? Not enough for my fight. Either that, or all 3 of you together. Maybe there's still a chance. Yi Tian's words made the Qin family's crowd laugh in anger. Truly arrogant beyond measure. Really thinks he's the best in the world. Lord Feng, go teach him a lesson. The Qin family focused on family development and basically didn't care about outside matters, especially worldly matters. They were also oblivious to the fact that Yi Tian had been publicly honored. Naturally, he didn't know Yi Tian's true strength either. Duke Qin Feng, who had received the instructions from the family elders, immediately couldn't wait to strike. The Qin clan's internal heart method, ancestral dragon technique, was instantly stimulated. A low dragon roar erupted from within Lord Qin Feng's body. His entire body was like a dragon emerging from the sea, with a strong aura. Dang! Dang! Bully fist. A terrifying fist strength, the ultimate release. It also showed off Lord Qin Feng's fighting style, which was wide open and fierce. Lord Qin Feng's attack arrived in the blink of an eye, instantly arriving in front of Yi Tian. At this time, Yi Tian made his move. Knock. Punch for punch. Yi Tian threw out a punch that seemed to be flat, but was infinitely powerful. In an instant, Yi Tian's punching force reversed the dryness. Boom. Qin Feng Gong was immediately crumpled away. All the Qin family members were dumbstruck. Yi Tian's punch was so fierce that he actually crushed Qin Feng Gong with a single move. Lord Feng was careless. Yeah, there's something about this kid. Kaixian, be careful. Qin Kaixian immediately struck the moment Qin Feng Gong fell. Only her ethereal figure was seen, flashing out a red shadow. In an instant, her slender palm slapped out a powerful and bizarre palm print. Boom! 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 These palm prints were false, but they contained several killing opportunities. This is the Qin family's ancestral dragon destruction palm. As a woman of the Qin clan, Qin Kaixian cultivated the overbearing ancestral dragon skill, and her physical body strength was also extremely powerful. The power of this dragon destruction palm had already reached the early stage of the 9th grade realm. This series of palm energy was even more powerful than Lord Qin Feng's. Obviously, Qin Kaixian had already exerted her full strength. Facing the other party's palm prints that covered the sky. Yi Tian's response was also palm force. Boom! Yi Tian's palms fiercely pushed forward. A huge palm print pushed everything horizontally. Rumble! In an instant, Qin Kaixian's imaginary palm prints were shattered as much as possible. This palm of Yi Tian's was incomparably condensed and compacted. It directly crushed Qin Kaixian. At that moment, the faces of the Qin family members suddenly changed drastically. Yi Tian struck out one after another, surprisingly defeating 2 top geniuses of the Qin family in succession without any effort. This strength, it's too strong. If even Qin Yonyan lost, then wouldn't that mean that the genius of the Qin clan was really inferior to the person in front of him? That's going to be a slap in the face. However, the Qin family members were still very confident in Qin Yunyan. He was the number one person in the younger generation of the Qin family. The strength is more stable, the battle is more powerful, and the determination is greater. Phew! Qin Yunyan scurried straight out in that instant. In his hand, at some point, there was an extra lance. It was as if his entire body and the lance in his hand had fused into one. The eyes were incomparably sharp, and endless power was incorporated into this shot. The sparkling spear transformed into a point and stabbed straight at Yi Tian. This was the Qin family's strongest gun technique killing move. Mongolong. This move is all about speed and accuracy. Qin Yunyan used the ancestral dragon skill to catalyze his own might and unleash extreme power. Combined with his most powerful Tinglong stance, he perfectly blended the speed and power of this shot, reaching the level of the pole-mangled dragon. If you are hit, the only way is to die. The Qin family's crowd had unparalleled confidence in Qin Yunyan's move. It only took one move to break Yi Tian's defense. It was also in that instant that the Shadow Demon Blade and the Demon Slashing Blade appeared in Yi Tian's hand at the same time. In an instant, a cross chop was completed. Snort! Thumbla! The fourfold blade intent was perfectly fused and chopped out with extreme luxury. Strong on strong. King to king. Boom! Pust! Powerful chi shot out, scattering in all directions. Qin Yunyan vomited blood on the spot. Chapter 131 The Qin Clan Chief's Promise. Chapter 132 Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Qin Fu. The Secret Room. The two of them, Qin Wudi and Qin Bashan. Patriarch, why did you promise such generous conditions to accept the Yi family members? They're so arrogant and provocative to our clan, it's made many people of our clan discontented. And, to let him participate in the dragon transformation mysteries? Qin Wufei asked his doubts. As the head of the Qin family, he considered everything for the sake of the family. Although Yi Tian was gifted and defeated the geniuses of the Qin family in a row, he had offended the Qin family and was unpopular. If Qin Bashan did this, he was afraid that it would cause internal instability and panic in the Qin family in time. You don't understand. Qin Bashan said faintly. The generous conditions you mentioned are practically nothing, just pay a little price and let my Qin clan have one more genius, why not? Secondly, if the others have any grievances, let them voice them, and whoever doesn't, then get the hell out of my Qin family. Invincible, it's not that I'm talking about you, your character is just too smooth, as the head of the family. It's true that you have to balance the family's internal relations, but it's not like you're just being fearful just for the sake of being stable, you should still have the boldness you need to have. Our Qin clan is the number one martial arts family in the Northwest, we won't fall apart just because of some people's discontent. There is also the third, that is, our Qin clan has become a bit stuck in our ways over the years, boasting of being the number one martial arts family in the Northwest. We have become arrogant and complacent, and the hearts and minds within the family are mostly like this. It's time to give them a boost of intensity, and by coming to have a Yi Tian, we might be able to stimulate the progress of more geniuses. For example, Yun Yan and the few of them. Qin Wuhui thought carefully about the several reasons Qin Bashan had given, and immediately felt that they made sense. It was true that it was the patriarch who had a little more vision and thought ahead. As for the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm, that's not a good place to enter either. The 16 Northwestern families are jointly controlling the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm, with my Qin family as the leader. Anyone under the age of 30 bones may enter. The Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm opens at an indeterminate time, but it's almost as if it takes 5 years as a cycle. Over the years, our Qin family has reaped a lot of benefits from the Dragon Transformation mysteries. One more Yi Tian might be able to help our Qin family and gain more benefits. And, don't you know, the stronger the strength, in the Dragon Transformation mysterious realm, it's not necessarily a good thing instead. Because in the secret realm, the stronger the strength, the more powerful and dangerous the test one faces, and one may even die. Therefore, whether or not to participate in the Dragon Transformation mystic realm all depends on his Yi Tian's destiny. Qin Bashan's words were simple. Yi Tian could participate in the Dragon Transformation mystery realm, and there was indeed a chance to gain benefits, but there was also the possibility of falling. If Yi Tian's luck was not good and died inside, it had nothing to do with their Qin family. Therefore, this chance to enter the Dragon Transformation mystic realm wasn't really a condition. It had to be said that the series of actions of the Qin family head were all well thought out and optimal means. Yi Tian and Yi Qinglan were arranged to stay in the Qin mansion. and it's treated as the highest VIP. Xiao Tian, come with me to meet your third uncle. In this Qin mansion, the one I trust the most is your third uncle. That Qin Bashan said he gave a lot of conditions, but he can't be completely trusted. Especially the dragon transformation mysterious realm. I once heard your father talk about it, but I don't know exactly. Let's go find third uncle to find out more. Yi Qinglan led Yi Tian to the side hall of the vast Qin mansion. Third uncle's status in the Qin residence wasn't too high, but it was okay. After all, his prestige is there. Back then, he was also the only one who spoke up for Yi Qinglan and the swaddled Yi Tian. Therefore, Yi Qinglan trusted him the most. The two came to a side yard. I saw an old man with white hair, slowly sweeping the leaves on the ground. It looked very forlorn. Third uncle, Yi Qinglan cried out in a low voice. The old man turned back, a moment of confusion on his face, then a hint of joy appeared. Xiaolan? Is that you? It's got to be. 20 years, right? With that, he came forward excitedly. Xiao Tian, quickly call your third uncle. Yi Qinglan hurriedly said. Third uncle. Yi Tian smiled. This is Wu Shuang's son? He's already so big? Good. What a good boy, he'll be extraordinary in the future. Third uncle praised. Third uncle, what about? Coming this time, Yi Qinglan also did not have too much polite, and immediately said what happened before, roughly. Third uncle had already deviated from the core of the Qin family over the years due to his strength and the problems he had stood for back then, so he wasn't aware of what had just happened. Oh, it's like this. It's a good thing that Xiao Tian is able to come back to the Qin clan. At least if Wushuan comes back in the future, he'll be considered to have roots. As for that dragon transformation mystic realm, I know some of it. This secret realm is very mysterious. Back then it was discovered by my Qin clan ancestor along with a few northwestern martial arts families. It seems like it's in another space. It's very mysterious. As far as I know, the strongest in talent and strength get the greatest test in the secret realm, and are also more dangerous. Xiao Tian's talent is so good that it might actually be dangerous. The third uncle could not help but say with some concern. This Qin Bashan, he's really sinister. He wants to harm my son. We're not going to this dragon transformation mystic realm. Yi Qinglan immediately said with some annoyance. The secret realm of dragon transformation? Another space. Yi Tian's heart, however, had infinite reveries. He had heard of secret realms, but had yet to see a real one. And just at the moment Yi Tian's heart moved, the system tone suddenly sounded. Ding! The host triggers a new side quest. Complete the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm test. Passing the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm test will allow you to obtain the Immortal Tao Supreme Body, the Dragon Transformation Supreme Bone. Here comes the side mission. Yi Tian was instantly delighted. It had been a long time since he had received a system mission. The reward for this quest seems to be pretty impressive as well. As the saying goes, more bones, more ways. This transforming Dragon Supreme Bone could allow Yi Tian's physical body talent to be extremely enhanced, laying a solid foundation for cultivating the Immortal Tao in the future. This is a reward that must be taken. Mom, I want to go to the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Yi Tian immediately said. Good son, are you crazy? It's obvious that it's that old man Qin Bauman who wants to harm you, and what he said about accepting us back into the Qin clan, in the end, he still feels that you've slapped the Qin clan's face, and wants to use the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm to make you take risks. I'll never let the Qin clan have a good time, at least blackmail them hard, or worse, I'll let that old man Qin Bashan find you a maid to be your common maid. Yi Qinglan was still a bit angry. Yi Tian couldn't help but cry and laugh. What a time to be thinking about a common maid. However, this secret realm of dragon transformation was something he had to participate in. In the end, it was only after Yi Tian's persuasion that Yi Qinglan reluctantly agreed for Yi Tian to attend. In the next few days, Yi Tian and Yi Qinglan stayed at the Qin family, coming to visit their third uncle from time to time, and then waiting for the opening of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. Chapter 133, You Have to Add Money. In the past few days, Yi Tian and Yi Qinglan stayed at the Qin mansion, enjoying the Qin family's VIP-like treatment. The time before the opening of the Dragon Transformation Mysterious Realm was also getting closer and closer. The Qin family was also preparing in earnest. This time, Qin family head Qin Wuyu personally led the team, and all of the outstanding disciples of the Qin family's later generations were present. Since the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm had a bone age restriction, Qin Yunyan was in no position to participate, so the two leaders, Qin Kaixian and Qin Fangdong, led the group. Among the descendants of the Qin clan, there were 7 more of the rest who had reached the 7th grade realm. Below the 7th grade, one would not be qualified to enter the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm. After all, the secret realm contained many dangers, and not everyone was qualified to explore it. Yi Tian's Xian nephew, these days, are you still used to living in the Qin mansion? Before departing, Qin Wuhu came to Yi Tian in Yi Qinglan's residence and asked smilingly. Not bad, average. Yi Tian said nonchalantly, reaching out and picking up the tea and drinking it. Ha! Qin Wufei was slightly embarrassed. During this period of time, he could be said to have treated Yi Tian's mother and son with the highest courtesy, offering good food and drink, only to have Yi Tian use average as a comment. However, the Qin family head had already recognized Yi Tian's identity, and it was not good for him to tear his face off with Yi Tian. Qin Wudi continued, it's like this, the opening of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm is around the corner, and there are many dangers in that mystery realm, and the strength of Yi Tian's virtuous nephew is evident to all, so I'm hoping that if the Qin family disciples encounter any crises in the mystery realm, that virtuous nephew Yi Tian wouldn't just sit back and do nothing about it, would he? He also finally revealed the purpose of his trip, which was that he wanted Yi Tian to help the Qin family disciples in the secret realm. Obviously, he wanted to proceed with supplying Yi Tian with good food and drinks for the past few days, wanting Yi Tian to protect the Qin family disciples for free. The average person would certainly be embarrassed to accept it. But Yi Tian was clearly not an ordinary person. Yi Tian pursed tea, said lightly, good to say, since Master Qin recognized me as a grandson, I am also a part of the Qin family, mutual help is also deserved, but well. As the so-called pro-brothers clear accounts. Yi Tian lightly coughed twice, his hints were equivalent to being explicit. The corner of Qin Wuhu's mouth twitched, he didn't think that Yi Tian would have the nerve to ask him for favors to his face. Nephew Yi Tian, I'm sorry for your trouble, when the trip to the secret realm is over, I'll definitely prepare a generous gift. Yi Tian shook his head and said, why wait until after it's over? I'm short of money right now, Uncle Invincible, my mom is strict with her control and doesn't have much pocket money. If Uncle Invincible can give me a few million or tens of millions, I think I'll work very hard to protect the Qin family's descendants. Qin Wufei froze, never expecting Yi Tian to collect money so bluntly, so blatantly. However, he immediately gave Yi Tian a check for $5 million, Xian nephew, this is $5 million, keep it for now, and when the execution of the secret realm is over, there will be another generous gift. The Qin family was not poor in money, and it was still worth it to exchange a few $1 million for Yi Tian's protection. Immediately, Qin Wufei made another additional request. In addition, Kaixian and Gongfang are the best geniuses of the Qin clan, especially Gongfang, who is a male. His future achievements might be even more outstanding than Yunyan, and he might become an existence like the next clan chief of my Qin clan, so I hope that Xian nephew can focus on protecting them. Hearing this, Yi Tian immediately glared and said, Uncle Invincible, aren't you being thick-skinned and emphasizing boys over girls? Qin Wufei once again froze, thinking, what does this have to do with you? Yi Tian paused before sighing, hey, forget it, it's out of my hands, it's not impossible for me to do so. Only have to add money. Qin Wufei's face darkened once again. 2 days later, the Qin family prepared a train convoy and set off in the direction of the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm. Qin Wufei personally led the group, and the 10 Qin family disciples, including Yi Tian, were seated in several luxury cars. Nephew Yi Tian, this time when the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm opens, my Qin clan will explore it together with the other 15 martial arts families in the Northwest. This is the rule of the Northwest martial arts world. In the Northwest martial Dao realm, my Qin clan is deservedly number 1. However, there are a few clans that are secretly chasing after my Qin clan. These 5 great clans to watch out for are the Nangong clan of Mirage City, the Morong clan of Yao City, the Pei clan of Feng City, the Gu clan of Polygon City, and the Fu clan of Zen City. These 5 great families also have outstanding junior disciples. There are a few dangers in the Dragon Transformation mysteries, but there are also many opportunities, and even though it has been explored many times, there will still be treasures left behind. If you encounter danger, please ask Yi Tian Xian nephew to help my Qin family. If you find a treasure and have a dispute with the other great families, please also ask Yi Tian Xian nephew to do his best to fight for it. As long as you don't hurt your life, the various families will not pursue the matter. On the way, Qin Wudi still told Yi Tian about the parties involved in this Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. There were even some profiles of the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation of each great family, which also gave Yi Tian a bottom in his heart. These hidden families did not go out into the world, and generally did not enter the major martial arts academies, and some of the older ones had already reached the 7th grade realm, or even the 8th grade realm, and there were even 1 or 2 ninth grade realms. Especially the Nangong clan and Morong clan, both of these two great clans had produced a 9th grade realm martial artist in their younger generation. Originally, these two great clans were inferior to the Qin family, but the moment these two 9th grade realm martial artists came out, there were signs that they had surpassed the Qin family. After all, the Qin family currently only had one 9th grade realm martial artist like Qin Yunyan, and he was already over 30 years old. And these two just happened to be stuck within the age of 30. Good. Yi Tian nodded casually. For the geniuses of the other great clans, he didn't care very much. He cared more about the dragon transformation mystery realm itself. The system was going to let him pass through the secret realm of dragon transformation. But exactly how it counts as a pass, he's not sure. He had obtained some basic information about the dragon transformation mystic realm from the Qin clan side. For example, if you enter the secret realm of dragon transformation, you will be attacked by the secret realm's illusion formation. Secondly, entering deeper into the dragon transformation mystic realm, there would be terrifying demonic beasts attacking. And after that, there was even a dragon transformation pool. As for the rest, there are many unknowns. It had been more than 40 years since the secret realm of the transforming dragon was discovered, and it had been explored a total of 8 times. And within these 8 times, the Qin family had gained something each time, but only 5 people were able to walk to the dragon transformation pool, thus showing that the dragon transformation mysteries were still very difficult. Within these 8 times, there were also deaths and injuries each time they entered the secret realm, with a casualty rate of roughly 30%, which wasn't high, but wasn't low either. These were the information and data that Yi Tian had obtained from the Qin family's entry into the dragon transformation mysteries over the years. This also gave Yi Tian a certain understanding. Entering the dragon transformation pool is considered passing the test of the dragon transformation mysterious realm? Yi Tian rubbed his chin and pondered. Everything must wait until they entered the dragon transformation mystery realm. Chapter 134 Poor Cultivation. The location of the dragon transformation mystery realm was in the Kunlian mountain range. The Kunlian mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles and was very vast. The average person would have trouble even finding the location of the dragon transformation mystery realm. This was also a secret held by the 16 major martial arts families. The Qin family's convoy entered the Kunlian mountain range and traveled for another hour or so on a rugged mountain road before finally stopping at a mountainside. And then, under Qin Wuhu's leadership, a group of people walked through the mountain range. Eventually, after an hour, the group arrived at a valley rift. This valley rift was between 2 peaks and was 2,000 meters in height. When you look down from the mountain, there are clouds and smoke surrounding it, so it looks like a fairyland. There should be less than a day left before the dragon transformation mystic realm opens. The Nangong clan and Morong clan have already come, the rest of the clans have yet to arrive, so we'll first set up camp here and build up our strength. Qin Wufei arranged it. Some of the people brought by the Qin mansion began to set up their tents. On the other hand, Qin Wufei went to negotiate with the heads of the other 2 great clans. Look, that woman with superb appearance is the most stunning genius of the Nangong family, Nangong Shui. A Qin family disciple beside Yi Tian suddenly exclaimed. The crowd followed the sound and saw that on the Nangong family side, a woman wearing a white sable coat stood there like a solitary plum blossom. Yi Tian had read this woman's information. It was the only genius woman of the Nangong family who had reached the 9th grade realm, and her age was 29 years old. To be able to break through the 9th grade realm at less than 30 years old was definitely a first-class genius. If he hadn't come from a hidden ancient martial arts family, he would probably have been incorporated into the martial god's palace and become a candidate for martial king. There's a guy walking past. It seems to be the Morong clan's first genius, Morong Mingchang. Can it be that Morong Mingchang and Nangong Shui are getting along? Or is Morong Mingchang courting Nangong Shui? If the 2 great clans reach a marriage, my Qin family's name as the #1 martial arts family in the northwest will not necessarily be preserved. There was a gasp of surprise from the Qin clan's disciples. Although both the Nangong family and the Morong family were weaker than the Qin clan, I'm afraid that the Qin clan wouldn't be able to take it well if the 2 great families joined forces. Morong Mingchang had also attained a section of the 9th grade realm. His age was in the 30s, and he was stuck right at the threshold of the dragon transformation mysterious realm. The 2 seemed to be talking about something. Only, it was Morong Mingchang who smiled and spoke, while Nangong Shui was more of a listener and also looked like she didn't really care. Kai Xian, Fang Gong, and Yi Tian, come here for a moment. Over there, Qin Wufei was chatting with the heads of the Nangong family and Morong family this time together when he suddenly called Yi Tian's three most outstanding disciples of the Qin mansion over. Yi Tian and the others then immediately walked over. And Nangong Shui and Morong Mingcheng were also called over. You meet a few disciples from the Nangong family and Morong family, all of you are disciples of the Northwest family. After entering the Dragon Transformation Mysterious Realm, we can help each other. If there are disputes, they can only be point blank, and must not hurt the peace. Qin Wuhu said smilingly. He spoke politely, but in reality, everyone knew that after entering the secret realm, there would definitely be competition. However, the major families were all harmonious on the surface, and it was always not so bad that they tore their faces apart. Qin Family Master, when did your Qin family produce another genius? This one looks a bit familiar, doesn't he? Which lineage does he belong under? The head of the Nangong family looked at Yi Tian and said curiously. The Morong family's people also looked at Yi Tian. Apparently all the major families know each other, or at least have a feel for each other. Only then did Qin Wudi explain, this is the disciple who has just returned to my Qin clan, his name is Yi Tian. Even though he has a foreign surname, he is also a core member of my Qin clan, and is the son of my sibling Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang? The Qin Wushuang of the peerless divine blade back then? Wasn't he driven out of the Qin clan by your Qin clan? Surprisingly, he still has an heir? The Nangong clansman was surprised. I think that back in the day, Qin Wushuang's one-handed swordsmanship was unrivaled throughout the Northwest. He was even hailed as the man who was going to become the god of martial arts. It's a pity, it's a pity. The head of the Morong family also seemed to remember something and let out a lament. Qin Wushuang's son? So, his talent is very strong? How come when I look at his cultivation, he's only at the 7th grade realm? However, the qi and blood are quite vigorous. Nangong Shui's red lips slightly opened as she looked Yi Tian up and down. Although there was curiosity, it was only that, not putting Yi Tian in his eyes at all. Not only was the 7th grade realm nothing more than the threshold for major lineages to enter the Dragon Transformation Mysterious Realm. The cultivation is a bit poor, give him a few years and he might be able to catch up with us. Morong Mingcheng followed suit and interjected. That's the confidence of a top genius. Qin Wuhu smiled and didn't say anything more. The more the people from the other two great clans despised Yi Tian, the happier he was. When they got to the secret realm, Yi Tian's true fighting strength would definitely surprise them. In time, there may be a surprise. Well, you youngsters, have a good talk, and perhaps there will be some heart-to-heart. By the time we enter the secret realm, we will all be friends and competitors at the same time. The heads of the three great clans opened their mouths. However, Nangong Shui and Morong Mingcheng were clearly unwilling to lower their status and say anything more to people below the 9th grade realm, so they left on their own. Qin Kaixian and Lord Qin Fang also left in a very upset manner. Yi Tian was indifferent and followed. Another 2 hours or so passed. One after another, all the other martial arts families also came. The Pei, Fu, and Gu families all had 9th grade realm martial king level experts leading their teams. Soon, the teams from all 16 martial arts families came. This time, all the descendant geniuses of the great clans were gathered. Among them, there were only 2 9th grade realm martial artists, namely Nangong Shui and Morong Mingcheng. The 16 clans of 8th grade realm martial artists combined, on the other hand, had nearly 50 or so. On the other hand, there were more than 100 7th grade realm martial artists. The clans each rested in their tents, waiting for the opening of the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm. Until the middle of the night. A violent tremor came steeply from between the cracks in the valley. The Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm is about to open, everyone get ready. The heads of the great clans shouted. All of them went out to the edge of the cliff. Only to see that in the valley crack below, there seemed to be a bright light shining, instantly filling the entire valley crack. This crack spread thousands of meters and was huge. This crack is the entrance to the Dragon Realm. When the light stabilizes, the entrance will be fully opened, just jump down. The Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm opens in 15 days, which is half a month's time. Once half a month's time is up, everyone must return to the entrance, or else they will be trapped and die within the secret territory. Got it all memorized? Qin Wufei made a final admonition. After making sure everyone got the message, the crowd all held their breath and stared at the light below. Chapter 135 Dragon Transformation Mysterious Realm. Phantom Formation. When the light dissipates, that's when space stabilizes. Everyone jump in together, the space portal will close in 10 minutes. It won't open up on the inside until after the 15th day, at which time everyone will all return to the starting point and come out together. Qin Wufei gave a few final words of explanation. Soon the flickering light dimmed. Between the cracks in the valley, there seemed to be a vague spatial fluctuation. Looking at it with the naked eye, you can't see any abnormality at all either. It's about 100 meters high here. Ordinary people must have fallen to their deaths. Martial artists below the 7th grade realm were expected to fall into serious injuries. However, all of the people here were talented martial artists of the 7th grade realm or above, at least mastering lightweight body techniques. Even if you jump, there is no fear of falling to your death. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! The veterans who had entered the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm last time had already taken the lead and jumped. Immediately after that, the 16 talented disciples of the martial arts families jumped down. Aside from the Qin clan, which was such a great martial Dao clan that it sent 10 disciples, the rest of the great clans only averaged roughly 4 to 5, for a total of nearly 90, to enter the Dragon Transformation Mysterious Realm. Yi Tian performed the void covering pace and steadily fell into the entrance of the secret realm. As soon as he entered, he felt a burst of colorfulness before his eyes, as if he had entered a strange world. This is the secret realm? Yi Tian had not felt the existence of a secret realm yet. The moment Yi Tian landed on the ground, the space around him changed abruptly. The people who jumped down with him all disappeared. Yi Tian looked around. It was a huge blank square with all green bricks paved underneath. Immediately afterward, an invisible pressure came over Yi Tian, making him feel that the sky was spinning and his headache was unbearable. Not long after, Yi Tian could not bear it and fainted instantly. I don't know how much time has passed. Jingle bells. A sharp phone rang. Yi Tian consciously touched the cell phone in his pants pocket. Hey! Yi Tian. What kind of airplane are you on? Don't go deliver the food yet. It's all bursting with orders. You're still sleeping. There was a burst of scolding on the other end of the phone. Yi Tian's heart tightened. Wasn't that the voice of the takeout station manager in his own former life when he was doing takeout? In his previous life, Yi Tian had not been scolded by him when he worked. Yi Tian woke up with a jolt and realized that he was lying on a yellow electric car, which was clearly the signboard of a takeout platform. I'm still delivering? What's going on? Didn't I cross over? Was everything I experienced before a dream? Yi Tian's memories became more and more fuzzy, as if what had happened before was all fake. System? Brother Tuzi? Are you still there? Yi Tian called out in his heart, but there was no response. In an instant, Yi Tian's memories became even more blurred. Yi Tian. What are you still dawdling about? The locator shows that you're still motionless. Do you still want to work? If you don't want to work, get out while you still can. The station manager's voice on the other end of the phone was still roaring. Good. I'll go deliver it right away. Yi Tian hurriedly answered. To make ends meet, he ran out to deliver. He can't afford to lose his job. So he immediately started his electric car, took a few orders, and went to deliver the food. Delivery is a physical and laborious job. And it's still a hot summer day. After Yi Tian had delivered a few orders, he felt hot and unusually uncomfortable. He seemed to have adapted to his current life, but his subconscious always felt like he was missing something. Could it be that I'm going to deliver takeaways for the rest of my life like this, and not be able to get ahead for the rest of my life? Such a thought flashed through Yi Tian's mind. However, just for a moment he froze. He didn't notice that he accidentally ran a red light. Only to see a large truck speeding up on the left. Drip! The big truck also had no time to react and crashed right into it. With a bang, Yi Tian was knocked away. Covered in blood. Intense pain came from all over his body. This made Yi Tian feel more and more real. Yi Tian's consciousness was once again somewhat blurred. He could vaguely see a number of figures gathering around him. Yi Tian. You punk, you can't even do a delivery right. Don't you dare think of looking to the company for compensation, not a penny. I'm going to dock you for not delivering these orders. Don't play dead, I know you're still breathing. You, get up and deliver takeout to me. Yi Tian's ears were incomparably pierced by the words of the takeout station manager. Yi Tian instinctively had to beg for mercy. But those piercing words set his insides on fire steeply. I'll send your mom. Yi Tian was furious and directly stood up, angrily pushing the station manager. Then, Yi Tian directly pounced over, lying on top of him, and gave him a punch and kick. "Who are you to yell at the old man? I'm quitting. I want to cultivate immortality. Deliver your mom's takeout. Go to hell. Your whole family is." Yi Tian violently punched the other party in anger while roaring in rage, wantonly venting out his emotions in his heart. Until, that is, they beat each other to a bloody pulp. And everything in front of Yi Tian's eyes gradually became illusory. Yi Tian's consciousness also snapped awake. He looked around, but realized that he was still in a huge square paved with green bricks. And all around, there were disciples of the major families who jumped down with him one by one. Only, each face displayed a different look of pain, or sinking, or joy, or sadness. It's really an illusion formation. This illusion formation is so realistic, it almost fooled me. Yi Tian cursed angrily. He had been coasting along smoothly since he crossed over, and had hardly encountered any setbacks. The illusion is also triggered according to each person's different experiences, all of which are a display of each person's inner being from the inside out. Yi Tian's most painful thing in the past was being angrily scolded by the leader for delivering takeaways, so this illusion formation directly presented the most painful thing in his heart in the past once again. Luckily, Yi Tian was completely awake at the last moment and did not fall into the illusion formation, nor did he fall into the sinking. Once he fell into a sinkhole, perhaps Yi Tian would always exist in the illusion formation. Until the end of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm, he was unable to come out. Yi Tian swept a glance around and realized that there didn't seem to be a single person who had broken through the illusion formations test. He's kind of the first. From this, it could be seen that Yi Tian's will was still a step above others. Even Nangong Shui of the Nangong clan as well as Morong Mingcheng of the Morong clan were still struggling in the illusionary formation. Being the first to awaken is advantageous. This secret realm, I'll explore it first. Yi Tian's gaze looked towards the savage forest in the distance, and he could not help but rejoice. He was the first to awaken, so naturally he could explore first. Everything he finds then belongs to him. Of course, Yi Tian's goal was to pass all the tests of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm and complete the system quest. Yi Tian's figure flashed and swept directly into the distance, disappearing into the savage forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 136 Spiritual Herbs. Here's a herb. The vintage is not bad. Here's another one. This looks like a red-eyed fruit. Yi Tian's figure traveled through the savage forest, and from time to time, he was able to discover some herbs. He struck one after another, directly placing these herbs into the system. The system was equivalent to a storage space, and it saved him from holding it in his hand. And the system can directly recycle these herbs for kill value. Granted, the value of the herbs was very low, but it more or less returned a little bit of the kill value. Originally, according to the agreement with the Qin family, anything Yi Tian obtained within the Dragon Transformation Mysteries was to be shared with the Qin family. After all, it was the Qin family that gave him the opportunity to enter the Dragon Transformation Mysterious Realm. But Yi Tian wouldn't be stupid enough to actually take it and share it with the Qin family. Anyway, he's looking for something that's all his, and is completely at liberty to make it his own. Although the aura of the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm seems to be a bit denser than the outside world, so the herbs here are also a bit more spiritual, but they are still not up to the level of a true spirit herb, and they are also very inexpensive in the system, and are not comparable to the system's pills at all. Yi Tian picked some herbs, but he did not have a great harvest. His purpose now was to wait for the appearance of the Dragon Transformation Pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool was hidden in the depths of the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm, and each time as the Mystic Realm appeared, the location of the Dragon Transformation Pool was also variable. At that time, a fountain of aura will rise up to the sky. Therefore, Yi Tian needed to wait until that time. The current him could only search for some spirit herbs first. Ouch! Ho 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 ho! O.M. A sound of ferocious beasts roaring resounded through the savage forest. According to the Qin family's records, this savage forest has some spiritual plants, but it has been explored a few times, and many of the precious spiritual plants have almost been dug up, while there are also many savage ferocious beasts here, which are very powerful and dangerous, and there are usually special spiritual plants near the ferocious beasts. Yi Tian had a calculation in his mind. He alone didn't want to mess with those savage beasts. According to the Qin family's records, the savage beasts here were all incomparably powerful, all of them were super ferocious beasts with thick skin and flesh, and it was very difficult to break through their defenses. And some of the ferocious beasts also had extremely high spiritual intelligence, making them even more dangerous. Therefore, when encountering the savage beasts here, all of them made sure to join forces to fight against them, otherwise, if they fought alone, they might not even know how to die. There are even such ferocious beasts in this secret realm. How come there are no such ferocious beasts in the outside world? Instead, the demon people race is prevalent? Yi Tian's thinking was very scattered. But he couldn't afford to think so deeply about it. Just over 3 hours after Yi Tian entered the savage forest, at the entrance square, there were already quite a number of people who had awakened from the illusionary formation and had entered the savage forest. Yi Tian! Yi Tian! Where are you? Just as Yi Tian continued his search, one of the communication watches on his hand instantly rang. This was the communication tool that was prepared for every Qin family descendant before the Qin family entered the dragon transformation mysteries. This is also to facilitate the Qin family to follow up contact to help each other. I'm at. Yi Tian heard that it was Lord Qin Fang's voice, so he impatiently reported his general location. Soon, Duke Qin Fang and Qin Kaixian found Yi Tian with a few other Qin family members. Yi Tian, did you get anything? Lord Qin Fang looked at Yi Tian suspiciously. Since Yi Tian was the first to awaken from the illusion formation and had already entered the savage forest for some time, there might be something to be gained. No, I didn't find anything. It's my first time coming to the dragon transformation mystic realm. I'm not very familiar with it. I don't even know the herbs. I'm just wandering around for a bit. Yi Tian waved his hand, directly stating that he was innocent. Lord Qin Fang and Qin Kaixian looked at Yi Tian suspiciously. Obviously, they didn't believe what Yi Tian said. But Yi Tian really didn't have any herbal scent on him, so they couldn't do anything about it. Never mind, Yi Tian, the family head told me that somewhere, there is a spirit herb, but there is a three-eyed golden eyes beast guarding the place, so we are going to go together to take that spirit herb over. Lord Qin Fang mysteriously said. Spirit grass? Really? Yi Tian was curious. It's true, it was found when Brother Yunyan came in last time. At that time he was still only in the 7th rank realm and barely qualified to enter. It's just a pity that this time he's over the age limit and couldn't come in. He gave me a coordinate. Let's go over there now and take a look. Lord Qin Fang continued. Fine. Yi Tian said indifferently. He was here to complete the secret realm quest anyway, and he didn't care what spirit herbs had nothing to do with him. Even if he encountered danger, Yi Tian could choose to escape and was not afraid at all. Afterwards, under the leadership of Lord Qin Fang, they traveled all the way to that mysterious coordinate location. In order to prevent being tracked by the various other major martial arts families, they had also deliberately made a detour. It should be right in front of that small short slope. There's a hole in the ground underneath the short slope. Inside the hole in the ground is the lair of the three-eyed golden-eyed beast. That spirit herb is also in it. More than 5 years have passed, it should have matured. Duke Qin Fang said in a low voice. However, as the crowd approached, they realized that there were several powerful auras in the vicinity. It was evident that people from other martial arts families had also discovered this place. Crap, it's someone from the Nangong clan, Nangong Shui is here too. And someone from the Morong family, Morong Mingchang. The Qin clan's people instantly changed their faces. These two were geniuses of the 9th grade realm, and even though they were only at the beginning of the 9th grade realm, they were still more powerful existences than them. In this secret realm, these two great clans had already surpassed them, the few Qin family descendants. It's the Qin family. You guys also came for the spirit grass in this cave? A hint of coldness flashed across Nangong Shui's stunningly beautiful face. After the Nangong clan had succumbed to the Qin clan, Nangong Shui's dream was to lead the Nangong clan to become the #1 martial arts family in the northwest. She had an innate hostility towards the Qin clan. This spirit grass has already been spotted by our two great clans, so the Qin clan should go look for other opportunities. Morong Mingcheng followed suit and laughed. The great families have a verbal agreement to help each other. But that's based on encountering a common crisis. Once caught in a dispute over interests, the great clans would still fight. As long as it's not a blatant armed fight and killing, the big clans generally don't look into it. You guys? Lord Qin Fang was angry. Obviously, it was Qin Yunyan who discovered this spirit herb 5 years ago, and he didn't expect it to be discovered by these two great families this time. But even if they made a move, I'm afraid they wouldn't be a match for these two 9th grade realm geniuses. Unless Yi Tian makes a move. After all, Yi Tian was the one who defeated Qin Yunyan. The many Qin family disciples looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, on the other hand, looked as if it was not a matter of concern. Obviously, he wouldn't fight with two other genius experts of the ninth grade realm for a single spirit grass as mindlessly as he did.